transmigrated into a universally despised nepotism hire junior police officer. With health so poor they'd faint 9 times in 3 days, ending up directly hospitalized by colleagues. On the road, I unexpectedly awakened the god-level detective system. Gained the heaven-defying abilities of 100% clue intuition and 100% bullet dodging. At a glance, I saw through a serial killer who had crossed 11 provinces, captured him in public with a flying kick, disarmed him barehanded, and shocked the entire police station. From being seen as worthless to becoming the team captain's prized apprentice. The scene of the arson and corpse burning case, my system once again proves its might. Instantly seeing through the disguise, pinpointing the heart of the case. When I returned to the precinct with irrefutable evidence, I discovered a new storm brewing in the shadows. Chapter 1, What kind of cop are you, anyway? According to the latest reports, the perpetrator of Case 317, a demon who murdered 11 people and fled across 3 provinces, entered our jurisdiction 1 day ago. The higher-ups have ordered us to catch the murderer within a week. According to intelligence, the perpetrator sustained a gunshot wound to the right shoulder and has a butterfly tattoo on the wrist. Non-U branch of the Dongchen City Police Bureau. The office of the Criminal Investigation Division was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, with everyone having worked non-stop for over 10 hours without rest. Clang! Xiaolin, what's wrong with you? A commotion disrupted the mood. What's going on? The team leader of the Criminal Investigation Division, Zhou Dongliang, a 7-rank 3-star police captain, stood up and asked, Captain, Lin Luo has fainted. Li Meng spoke as he helped Lin Luo up from the ground. Hearing this, Zhou Dongliang couldn't help but show an impatient expression on his face. Xiaoli, take him to the hospital, the rest of you get back to work. Yes. On the way to the hospital, Lin Luo gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? Memories that didn't belong to Lin Luo suddenly flooded his mind. Lin Luo, who had joined the criminal investigation team through the bureau chief's connections a week ago, had been tagging along with the squad. With his frail constitution, fainting 9 times in 3 days, he finally collapsed today from sudden death, only to be replaced by a parallel world version of himself. Lin Luo, I. Through the rearview mirror, Li Meng shook his head as he watched Lin Luo, who had just woken up clutching his head. Just anyone can do this job now. In this state, how is he supposed to protect the people? He couldn't help but mutter a few words to himself. If you have connections to get into the police department, why not just take an easier position instead of torturing yourself like this? The detective squad is exhausting and dangerous, yet barely makes any money all year round. With that, he glanced at Lin Luo through the rearview mirror, only to find him sitting there with an utterly expressionless face. Seeing this, Li Meng also stopped making things awkward for himself and decisively chose to shut up. Listening to Li Meng's teasing, Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh and cry inwardly. That's just how it is now, the main player is already out of the game, and there's nothing he can do about it. Unfamiliar with the place and people, yet the given memories aren't even complete. With nothing left to live for, Lin Luo gazed out the window. A man walking by the roadside caught his attention. He's about 1.8 meters tall and appears to be in his 30s, with a noticeably drooping right shoulder when walking, likely due to an injury. Ding, host detected beginning to collect suspect information characteristics, system activated. Unknowingly, Lin Luo noticed there was a butterfly tattooed on his wrist. A butterfly? A serial killer. Ding, detected that the host has collected a crucial identifying feature of the suspect, the dead leaf butterfly tattoo. Identity of the suspect confirmed, the perpetrator of the series of murders in the southern district of Dongchen City. Host, initiate pursuit immediately. Ding, host's bodily functions damage detected, commencing repair and enhancement, 1%, 7%, 18%. What the hell? The serial killer at large in Dongchen City? That's the original owner of this body who died from exhaustion. Stop the car. Lin Luo's sudden shout startled Li Meng, who had been concentrating on driving, causing him to stomp on the accelerator instead. The car lurched forward violently, speeding off into the distance. What a waste! Lin Luo couldn't help but curse inwardly, watching as the murderer got farther and farther away. What the hell is wrong with you? Li Meng shouted, thoroughly frightened. Ding, repair and enhancement at 100%, repair complete. Host is requested to apprehend the murderer as soon as possible. With the prompt, Lin Luo felt his body lighten, all fatigue fading away, as if he had an endless reserve of energy. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the car door, tore off the seatbelt, and leaped out. Oh no, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? This move completely stunned Li Meng. Jumping out of the vehicle, Lin Luo rolled several times to disperse the impact, steadied himself, then rose and chased after the assailant. Meanwhile, the murderer just a few hundred meters away from Lin Luo remained completely unaware of his impending capture, still searching for his prey that night. This one's too skinny, not worth killing. This one's too ugly, not worth killing. Just as the killer was getting into the rhythm of selection, he suddenly felt an immense force strike his back, sending his body flying uncontrollably forward. That's right, it was Lin Luo who did it. The momentum from a sprint of several hundred meters allowed Lin Luo to deliver a flying kick straight to his back, sending him flying away. With a loud crash, the assailant, who had been flung several meters through the air, slammed onto a roadside stalls table, groaning weakly. Caused a stir in the crowd. Damn, did he just kick him to death? After sprinting hundreds of meters and delivering a flying kick, Lin Luo, now completely out of breath, slowly approached the assailant. Bystanders eager for drama had already formed multiple dense circles around the two of them. What kind of grudge is this? TSK, that was brutally harsh. I've already called the police. Everyone, hold your ground, don't let this violent criminal escape. Young man, be merciful where mercy is due. You've already beaten him up like this, you'd better stop now. Don't do anything you'll regret for the rest of your life. When I was young, sir. Lin Luo ignored the surrounding discussions and walked up to the murderer. He casually slapped the killer twice across the face. Hey, are you dead or something? After joking around, Lin Luo was about to take him back to the police station when he grabbed the killer by the collar. The next instant, a pistol was pressed against Lin Luo's chest. You're quite the cocky one, kid. With that, he stood up, the gun never leaving Lin Luo's chest for a moment. Lin Luo didn't dare act rashly for the moment and could only retreat backward along with the killer's momentum. Big bro, let's talk this out properly. Glancing at the crowd from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Li Meng was in the crowd, vigorously pushing his way through. Lin Luo slowly retreated, his eyes locked on the killer, while inwardly cheering Li Meng on. Yes, sneak over and flank him. Hey, what the hell? Why are you coming towards me? Finally found you. Are you unharmed? At this moment, Lin Meng realized there was a gun pressed against Lin Luo's chest. The gun. Li Meng was momentarily dazed, taking quite a while to regain his composure. Get back! Seeing this, the killer fired a shot into the air at random. Taking advantage of Li Meng's stunned reaction and the panic of the surrounding crowd, he led Lin Luo forward slowly, moving closer to the group. The crowd didn't dare to block their way, parting to let them through. Ding, detection confirms host in dire straits. Sponsor granted, one-time 100% bullet dodging ability. Lin Luo's heart leaped with joy. Heaven never seals off all exits. Lin Luo gathered strength in his legs and kicked straight toward the assailant's kidney. You've got a death wish, so I'll help you on your way. With that, gunfire rang out. Ding, 100% dodge bullets activated. I dodge. Lin Luo twisted his body slightly and slightly raised his arm, letting the bullet graze past beneath his armpit. The killer let out a startled cry and stumbled back several steps with a look of utter astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo sidestepped forward, grabbed the man's wrist, and disarmed him. This time, Li Meng didn't drop the ball and quickly ran over to handcuff the suspect. Well done, Lin Luo. Damn, this is way more impressive than catching a blade barehanded 100% of the time. That was dangerously close. Just a tiny difference, and this young man would've. Chapter 2 is completely useless. Inside the Southern District Branch office, Li Jianxi from the Special Task Force was conversing with Zhou Dongliang. Somehow, Zhou Dongliang suddenly burst into a torrent of abuse. Ing promising talent, my ass, that's just trash. My former intelligence organizer Xiaoyu got transferred to the headquarters, and that little shit Lin Luo just crawled his way up through the director's connections. That's pulling strings. Exactly. I don't expect him to be outstanding, but at least don't drag us down, right? Damn it, he faints 3 times in 3 days and can't even sit still for 10 minutes watching surveillance footage. Forget organizing intelligence for me, I have to organize his medical records instead. This time, thanks to you, Oldly, this case fell to our division. Who knows how many people at headquarters are green with envy. They grew up together, both trained by the old captain, and after the old captain retired, one went to the special case team while the other took over his position. This time, as the perpetrator fled to the southern region, Li Jianxi strongly recommended his childhood friend, which is how the case ended up with this team that didn't even have a single level 6 agent. Out of the 4 branch bureaus in Dongchen City, my criminal investigation team is the only one without a level 6 agent. I'm embarrassed to even attend coordination meetings. I also wanted to use this opportunity to get promoted to level 6 agent and bring some honor to our branch director. Now with this deadweight tagging along, not only do I have to solve the damn case, but I also have to babysit him. Zhou Dongliang finished complaining and slumped onto the sofa, smoking sullenly as the intimidated group remained silent, exchanging uneasy glances. Ding ding, at that moment, Zhou Dongliang's phone began to ring. Hello, this is the Criminal Investigation Division of the South Precinct. How may I assist you? Captain Zhou, it's me, Li Meng. I've apprehended someone here, and the circumstances are quite serious. Li Meng, how many years have you followed me? Can't you tell what's more important right now? The entire department is busy apprehending criminals. If you've caught a petty thief, just bring them in yourself, there's no manpower available to assist you right now. Zhou Dongliang unleashed a torrent of curses over the phone, yet even after venting, his anger remained unappeased. What are you all staring at? Let me make this clear, if there's no progress on the case today, none of you are getting any sleep. As Lin Luo was escorting the suspect toward the police car, he noticed Li Meng hanging up the phone with an awkward smile, which left him somewhat puzzled. What's with that look? What did Captain Zhou say? He told us to bring it back. Is that all? Fine, get in the car. He then stuffed the perpetrator into the back seat. I'll get it. Old Joe, who was that on the phone? A rookie cop who's been following me for years. Today Lin Luo fainted again, so I had him take her to the hospital. On the way, he casually nabbed a troublemaker. His damn grandma called asking what to do, but who the hell can go help right now? Everyone who was busy with their work didn't pay much attention upon hearing it. Before long, Zhou Dongliang received another call from Li Meng. Captain Zhou, we've brought back the suspect from the 317 homicide case. Quickly gather a few brothers to take custody. What did you say? The murderer from the 317 homicide case? You caught the killer from the 317 homicide case? Zhou Dongliang yelled into the phone in disbelief. I've pulled all-nighters for days without a single lead, and you're telling me you went to a hospital and caught him? He then scanned the crowd at the Criminal Investigation Brigade, and everyone quickly lowered their heads, pretending to be engrossed in their work. Get some veterans to come out with me. With that, he and Li Jianxi took the lead and walked toward the police station entrance, while several senior officers quickly stood up and followed them. Just outside the police station entrance, I ran into Li Meng and Lin Luo bringing the murderer in. Damn, it's really true. At the very first meeting, Li Jianxi exclaimed in excitement. He hurried forward, grabbed the murderer's hand, and began examining it. Butterfly tattoo, with wounds on the arm. With a ripping sound, Li Jianxi tore open the clothing on the murderer's right shoulder under the astonished gazes of the crowd, revealing a hideous wound. It's a gunshot wound. At this point, the murderer also realized this was the very person who had chased them like a stray cur. Old Li, is it really this guy? Yeah, I'd recognize this bastard even if he was turned to ashes. I was the one who shot the gun wound on his arm. Old Joe, lend me a couple of your men, I'll escort him back to headquarters right now. Also, this young officer of yours has really distinguished himself, you'd better promote him properly. Then he turned around, picked a few people, and went to take over the apprehending of the murderer. He patted both Li Meng and Lin Luo on the shoulder as he took the culprit from their hands, his eyes filled with approval. Clatter. Li Jianxi froze in place, staring blankly at the gun that had fallen from Lin Luo's body. The surrounding officers collectively gasped as they saw the pistol lying on the ground. Zhou Dongliang even shouted excitedly, Lin Luo, do you fucking know carrying firearms without authorization is illegal? Even if you're a cop, your rank isn't high enough, and without my permission you dare to carry a gun secretly? Do you want to lose your job, kid? I'm stripping you of your position right now. Zhou Dongliang was overjoyed. Today was such a good day. Li Meng caught the murderer, and now there's a legitimate reason to kick Lin Luo out. It was killing two birds with one stone. Captain Zhou, this thing isn't mine. Then he picked up the pistol from the ground, and this action immediately put the surrounding officers on alert. This is his gun. I've already unloaded the bullets from it. Lin Luo pointed at the murderer and pulled out a handful of yellow-orange bullets from his pocket. Captain Zhou, this gun belongs to him. When Lin Luo arrested him, he even had this thing pressed against his forehead. What? Did I hear that right? The person Lin Luo caught, someone exclaimed in shock. Yeah, even if Lin Luo caught him, you have no idea how dangerous it was back then. After Li Meng's reconfirmation, the crowd looked at Lin Luo with amazement in their eyes. Zhou Dongliang was even more stunned, standing frozen in place as he stared at Lin Luo in disbelief. His mind reeled with shock. Was this really the same Lin Luo who used to faint 9 times in 3 days and couldn't even last 10 minutes watching surveillance footage? Seeing the situation, Li Jianxi made a swift decision. He took the murderer and left immediately. After all, he had no intention of getting involved in the Bureau's internal affairs. Lin Luo here, I'm going to revoke your current position. What? Lin Luo looked at Zhou Dongliang's beaming face and felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Luo, given your outstanding performance in apprehending the murderer this time, I've decided to recommend you for promotion to a level 9, 2-star operative to the organization. Host, Lin Luo. Rank, level 9, 2-star operator. Ability, detective's intuition. All items related to the case under investigation hold a unique attraction for you. System capability, analyzes the case clues collected by the host and provides guidance. The detective's intuition is a visual enhancement ability granted by Lin Luo after capturing the murderer. Chapter 3, The Overturned Van. A week had passed since Lin Luo brought back a murderer, and during that week, his standing at the bureau had skyrocketed. Now, sitting bored on the sofa, Lin Luo stared at the data on his system interface and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, this is so damn simple. That's how it was in the Criminal Investigation Division, busy as hell when there were cases, bored to death when there weren't. Lin Luo. Yeah, what is it, boss? That single word, master, was the envy of countless members of the Criminal Investigation Division. When the promotion notice from headquarters arrived at Zhou Dongliang's desk a few days ago, he immediately took Lin Luo under his wing as his apprentice, personally mentoring him. We've got a case. A homicide occurred in Yutian village. You're coming with me. Zhou Dongliang explained as he stepped out of his office, pulling on his coat. Ding. Host detected intervening in case. Please exert maximum effort to gather case information. A police car raced down a country lane, heads occasionally poking out the windows to scan the distance. Captain Joe, what's the story with this case? Joe Dongliang lit a cigarette, glancing at Lin Luo in the backseat and Li Meng, who had insisted on tagging along. Ever since that kid earned promotion to level 9 agent after assisting Lin Luo in apprehending a suspect last time, he'd been trailing Lin Luo like glue. Just got the report. This morning, a villager from Yutian village spotted an overturned minivan in a dry irrigation ditch while working in the fields. He went to investigate and found the vehicle severely burned. That's when he called us. Nothing unusual at first, but when our bureau personnel arrived, they noticed what appeared to be a human form in the driver's seat. The scene was immediately cordoned off. After careful examination, it was confirmed to be a highly charred corpse inside, otherwise, they wouldn't have called us from the Criminal Investigation Division to assist with the investigation. Ding, case information collection complete. Case initiated, Yutian village homicide. Host, gather case clues and solve the case promptly. Murder case? Lin Luo froze. If that was the case, this was no small matter. This case won't be simple either. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Luo instantly perked up. Captain Joe. As soon as they arrived at the crime scene, a police officer came to meet them. How's the scene investigation going? As you instructed, we've examined the van and its surroundings. Any findings? Nothing significant at the scene itself. We interviewed nearby villagers. No one reported a fire before bedtime last night, nor did anyone hear a crash. We can therefore infer the incident occurred between late last night and early this morning. The officer led Zhou Dongliang and his two companions past the crime scene tape to the van. Ding. Host has entered crime scene. Please gather evidence promptly. Ding, detected criminal evidence discovered by host, burned minivan. Host, inspect the engine and fuel tank to confirm whether the van was the result of spontaneous combustion. Lin. Li Meng, tell us what you've noticed. Zhou Dongliang had intended to test Lin Luo, but upon seeing Lin Luo deep in thought, he changed his mind and addressed Li Meng instead. Alright, based on my observations, I believe this van rolled off the rural road. After all, there are no streetlights here. The impact was too severe, causing the driver to lose consciousness, and then the vehicle spontaneously combusted. So, I'd say this is just a straightforward traffic accident. After finishing his analysis, Li Meng looked smugly at Zhou Dongliang, waiting for his feedback. Correct. That's our assessment as well. The escorting officer also voiced agreement with Li Meng's assessment. Before Zhou Dongliang could speak, Lin Luo interjected. No, I don't see it that way. Ha? Am I wrong? Oh? Zhou Dongliang's eyes lit up. Lin Luo, share your perspective. First, we need to determine whether this van spontaneously combusted. He walked toward the front of the vehicle as he spoke. Spontaneously combusted vehicles have one defining characteristic: the engine and fuel tank remain largely intact. In cases of arson, however, they should be completely destroyed. Ha? Lin Luo struggled to lift the hood. The mangled engine and fuel tank were immediately exposed to everyone's view. Without needing Lin Wanning's explanation, the others knew these were telltale signs of arson. Now, I can say with absolute certainty this was no accident. It was a premeditated murder. Not bad, not bad. You've got something, kid. Zhou Dongliang praised Lin Wanning without reservation. Damn, brother Lin, you're sharp. I underestimated you. Captain Joe, I never would have guessed this kid could possess such sharp insight and clear logical reasoning at such a young age. Of course. Look whose apprentice he is. Ha ha. Hearing the two praise Lin Luo so highly, Zhou Dongliang, as his master, felt immensely proud. Has the interior of the car been inspected? Not yet. Our bureau specialists and forensic team haven't arrived. We roughnecks might compromise the crime scene. Lin Luo glanced at Zhou Dongliang, his meaning unspoken. Zhou Dongliang nodded. No need to wait. Lin Luo is our professional investigator from the Criminal Investigation Division. Let's start examining the interior of the carriage now and see if we can find any clues. With Zhou Dongliang's approval, Lin Luo pulled out the gloves and mask he'd prepared earlier from his pocket. Once properly equipped, he led the way, opening the driver's door already warped from the fire. He caught a glimpse of the corpse slumped in the driver's seat. Ding, detected host discovering case clue, partially charred male external genitalia. Ding, detected host discovery of case clue, burned mobile phone. Ding, detected host discovering case clue, partially burned belt. 3 alerts popped up simultaneously. Hearing the alerts, Lin Wanning hurriedly retrieved a pair of tweezers and began carefully searching the highly carbonized corpse. Sealed bag. Lin Luo took the sealed bag handed by the police officer and placed the 3 retrieved items inside. He then opened the rear door, entered the passenger compartment, and scanned the interior. No system prompt sounded. Nevertheless, Lin Luo meticulously inspected the entire cabin. Ultimately, Lin Luo made his assessment. Based on the external genitalia preserved in the corpse's remains, the deceased was approximately in his 40s. All personal belongings had been burned beyond recognition, leaving no identification documents. Our priority now is to identify the victim using the available clues. Otherwise, this case will inevitably reach a dead end. After finishing his work, Lin Luo removed his gloves and mask and instructed the officer. Yes, our people are already investigating. Chapter 4, not the victim, but the killer. Lin Luo and his two companions sat on the field ridge. They still needed to meet with the deceased's family. During this time, Lin Luo met Captain Yang, in charge of the case. His real name was Yang Wei. He was the officer who had led Lin Luo and his team to the scene. Thanks to the well-preserved license plate at the scene, the police easily identified the owner Lu Zhuman, a villager from Yutin village. Zhou Dongliang also sent the license plate number to the Criminal Investigation Division, since their systems were more advanced than those at headquarters. With technology so advanced these days, it didn't take much time at all. Captain Yang, Captain Zhou, this is the deceased's wife, Hu Miaocui. Two officers brought a woman before the group and reported to Zhou Dongliang and Yang Wei. Ding, detected host encountering one of the key figures in the case, Hu Miaocui. As the deceased's family was brought to the crime scene for identification, a notification from the system flashed through Lin Luo's mind. Ha? Key figure? That seems like a bit of an overstatement. Was it because she was the victim's family? But upon closer thought, that didn't seem right. As the victim's relative, she didn't even know the facts surrounding her husband's death. At most, she could provide some clues. How could she be considered a key figure? Could it be? Just as Lin Luo was deep in analysis, Hu Miaocui, who had only glanced at the body, lunged straight toward the corpse in the driver's seat. Hey! Everyone present was startled. Fortunately, the two police officers who had brought her acted swiftly and pulled her back. Before anyone could react, Hu Miaocui, still being held back, began wailing. Old Lu! How could you just leave us like this? Old Lu! How could you bear to abandon us, your widow and child? Old Lu! How are we supposed to live on, just the two of us? Old Lu! Ah, this! Seeing this scene, everyone present except Lin Luo felt a pang of sympathy. After all, with the system's prompt, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel suspicious. But Li Meng was a man of deep emotion. He couldn't help but step forward to offer comfort. Mrs. Hu, please try to find peace. Rest assured, we will apprehend the murderer and give you justice. But Hu Miaocui's wails were so heart-wrenching that it seemed she hadn't heard a word of Li Meng's consolation. If not for the two police officers supporting her, she might have collapsed to her knees. Was I overthinking this? Watching Hu Miaocui weeping as if her life depended on it, Lin Luo felt his resolve begin to waver. Crying? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin Luo. Now, Lin Luo finally understood what had felt off all along. Hu Miaocui's behavior was far too deliberate. Upon arriving at the scene, she burst into tears over the body without knowing anything. It was as if she had known about her husband's death all along. But then another problem arose. This alone couldn't prove anything. If he tried to force an issue with this, what could he possibly make of this? Now Lin Luo found herself at a loss. Doubts began to creep back in. Was she really overthinking this? Hu Miaocui's wails gradually grew fainter. Crying was exhausting, after all. Yang Wei judged the moment was right and gave the two officers a knowing glance. They nodded in understanding. All right, Ms. Hu, please take care of yourself. We will solve this case as quickly as possible. But what about my husband's body? Well, we can't return it to you just yet. It's crucial evidence. So, we hope you understand. All right, I understand. Hu Miaocui's expression darkened slightly as she lowered her head, preparing to leave. Just then, a police van pulled up on the country road. Several officers in white coats stepped out. Seeing this, Hu Miaocui paused. Watching the men, a vague suspicion began to form in her mind. They must be here to transport the body. Yang Wei noticed Hu Miaocui had stopped and didn't rush her. It was probably better for them to see each other one last time. Those are the forensic experts from our team, here to transport the body. Yang Wei explained to Lin Luo and the others. Several forensic officers jogged over to the van and carefully lifted the heavily charred body from the scorched seat. The task proved laborious as the body had fused to the seat. Ding! Host detected key evidence in the case, a strand of unburned hair. Long hair. A strand of hair that remained unburned due to insufficient oxygen from contact between the back of the head and the seat. This is crucial evidence for the case. The moment the body was pried free from the seat, the system alert echoed in Lin Luo's mind. Instantly, Lin Luo's spirit surged. Watching the body being lifted onto a stretcher for transport and Hu Miaocui about to step over the police tape. A bold idea formed in Lin Luo's mind. Wait. Whoa, hold on. The forensic technicians carrying the stretcher were startled by Lin Luo's sudden shout. Their feet slipped, nearly causing them to drop the stretcher. Hu Miaocui also halted, turning to look back at Lin Luo. What is it, apprentice? Did you spot something? Zhou Dongliang was baffled, unable to fathom what Lin Luo was up to. Master, I suddenly thought of a few questions I'd like to ask the victim's family. Though puzzled, Zhou Dongliang nodded in agreement. He motioned to the two police officers, signaling them to bring the family back. Hu Miaocui still wore an expression of utter grief, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. One more thing. Lin Luo turned his attention to the forensic team, who had finished their preparations and were about to carry the stretcher away. Please stay here for a moment. The forensic team looked puzzled and turned to Yang Wei. He nodded, equally curious to see what Lin Luo intended to do. Ms. Hu. As Hu Miaotsui approached, Lin Luo offered her an intriguing smile. May I ask you a few questions? Gulp, why yes. Hu Miaotsui froze, a flicker of panic crossing her face before she hastily covered it up, swallowing hard. Then, may I ask, does your husband have long hair or short hair? Ha! Short hair. Hearing this answer, Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. Everyone present was baffled, unable to understand why Lin Luo was laughing. How did this question help the case? Brother Lin, what are you laughing at? Could it be that? Ding dong. Ding. Host has acquired complete intelligence clues. Expose Hu Miaotsui's deception immediately. The phone and system alerts sounded simultaneously. Lin Luo waved his hand to cut off Li Meng, pulling out his phone with a flicker of excitement. Bro Lin, I've compiled the victims and their families' records. You and Captain Zhou each have a copy. Wu Shui. A file followed. Ms. Wu, since I've laid it all out like this, there's no need for you to keep pretending. Ha. Must I spell it out for you? Lin Luo glanced at the people present. Lu Zhuman is not the deceased, Lin Luo stated slowly yet confidently. He is the murderer. Chapter 5, The Missing Drifter. Officer, how dare you speak like that? My husband's body is right beside you. Don't you fear divine retribution for saying such things? Hu Miaotsui erupted in fury. Yeah, Lin, that's way too far-fetched. Just because he had short hair, you assume Lu Zhuman is the killer? What kind of logic is that? Li Meng chimed in, criticizing Lin Luo. Though Zhou Dongliang and the others remained silent, their faces betrayed deep dissatisfaction. After all, the victim's body was barely cold before they pinned the murderer's label on someone and without any evidence. It was unjustifiable both in reason and in principle. None of you believe me, huh? Fine, let me break it down for you. Seeing everyone was still in the dark, Lin Luo decided to enlighten them. Go ahead. Zhou Dongliang was also waiting for his next move. If he couldn't come up with a coherent explanation, this disciplinary action was inevitable. Alright, let's start with the documents I just obtained. Ms. Hu, after investigating your husband, Lu Zhumin's personal background, we discovered that between late last year and June of this year, he purchased personal accident insurance policies totaling 1.5 million yuan from 4 different insurance companies. May I ask how you explain this? Well, my husband works in the renovation industry and is often away from home, so he's always been quite vigilant about purchasing insurance. Is there a problem with that? Alright, no problem. But I must ask, how did you recognize your husband? Did you two share some kind of telepathic connection? He was burned beyond recognition. How could you possibly identify him as your husband? Lin Luo confronted Hu Miaotsui. Nonsense. Zhou Dongliang snapped. But wasn't it you who sent someone to bring him to me? Hu Miaotsui relaxed instantly upon hearing this. This greenhorn doesn't know anything, he's trying to trick me. Besides, that belt and that phone, they both belong to my late wife. How could I not recognize them? So you've seen the evidence? I don't recall showing it to you. Hu Miaotsui suddenly realized she'd let something slip. Well, I bought all those things for him. How could I not know? Hu Miaotsui tried to bluff her way out of it. Oh? So you knew all along that Lu Zhuman would die today? You're making baseless accusations. Enough, Lin Luo. These are all just your one-sided assumptions. Zhou Dongliang flatly dismissed Lin Luo, stepping in to stop him from continuing. Exactly, Brother Lin. You're stretching things too far. There's no substance to this. Comrade Lin Luo, you're still too young. Some things can't be based solely on conjecture. Seeing everyone trying to silence him, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel exasperated. Li Meng, go retrieve the tissue Ms. Hu just used to wipe her tears. Ha! Though puzzled, Li Meng trusted Lin Luo implicitly and scurried over to retrieve it. Lin Luo, what else do you want me to do? Master, don't worry just yet. I wouldn't say this if I wasn't absolutely certain. Trust me. Brother Lin, I got it back. What should I say? Check if the tissue is wet or dry. Li Meng carefully rubbed the tissue in his hand. It's dry. What's the deal? At that moment, Zhou Dongliang seemed to have an epiphany. Seeing Zhou Dongliang's expression, Lin Luo gave a sly smile. Ms. Hu, tell me, you were crying so bitterly just now, wailing so loudly, yet how come this tissue is still dry? This. Hu Miaotsui was momentarily speechless. Then she burst into tears. Officer. I'll be honest with you, Lu Zhuman isn't a good man. Ha! Everyone was stunned. Lin Luo, however, felt a surge of resentment. She confessed so quickly? I haven't even finished my act yet. He never truly cared about me or the child. He abused me daily, and I dared not speak up. I wished he'd die. I'm innocent. This. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Who would have guessed such hidden truths lay beneath the surface? But Lin Luo sneered with contempt. If I didn't have the system, you'd have fooled me for sure. Oomph, my chance to show off is back. Ha ha. That's hilarious. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Lin Luo suddenly burst into loud laughter, leaving everyone even more baffled. Lin Luo wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. Miss Hu, I truly didn't expect you to say that. I thought you were going to confess. Alright, Lin Luo, let's call it a day. We'll take your speculations into consideration. Miss Hu, you may go now. Yeah, Lin Gu, since things have come to this, there's no need for us to press the issue. Master, you. Lin Luo, I also find Hu Miaotsue highly suspicious. Her behavior seems too calculated. But without evidence, your theories remain just that, theories. We need to deliberate this matter further. Zhou Dongliang shook his head at Lin Luo and murmured under his breath. With that, he waved to Hu Miaotsue, signaling her to leave. Hold on. I didn't say you could leave. Lin Luo. Do you think I'm afraid to discipline you? Master, I have evidence. Hu Miaotsue, who had turned away, stumbled in shock and slid to the ground. Seeing Zhou Dongliang about to act, Lin Luo dared not play coy any longer. While showing off was important, life was priceless. Evidence? What evidence? Ha. Lin Luo smiled without a word, reaching into Zhou Dongliang's pocket and pulling out a fresh pair of gloves. He slipped them onto his hands. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he walked toward the driver's seat of the van. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Luo began searching the headrest cushion of the driver's seat. Several forensic experts who had been crouched on the ground watching the scene stood up, exchanging glances. Had they overlooked some crucial physical evidence? Lin Luo slowly pulled a strand of hair from the headrest. The expressions of everyone present instantly turned serious, and the forensic experts stood even straighter. Because the back of the head was in close contact with the headrest, cutting off oxygen and preventing combustion, this strand of hair was fortunately preserved. It's not your fault. The victim's scalp was carbonized, so we couldn't guarantee all bodily tissues remained intact. Seeing the regret in the coroner's eyes as they stared at the roughly 6-centimeter strand in his hand, Lin Luo offered a word of comfort. He then turned his gaze to Hu Miaotsue, who remained collapsed on the floor. I confirmed earlier that Lu Zhuman had short hair. Moreover, this strand is from the back of the head its length. Well, I needn't elaborate. This is my hair. Hu Miaotsue could barely get the words out. Whether it's yours or not, we'll know after the DNA comparison. As far as I know, men with hair this long on the back of their heads fall into two categories, entertainers and vagrants. Lin Luo glanced at the stunned crowd. I think we should investigate if any homeless men have gone missing recently. Chapter 6, Buying Breakfast and Picking Up a Clue. As for you. Lin Luo's gaze settled on Hu Miaotsue. Hu Miaotsue's body trembled slightly, realizing the plan had been seen through by the young officer before her. But she couldn't understand what was going on. What gave them away? A strand of hair? Good heavens. They're framing me. I can't go on living. Even if this isn't about Lu Zhuman, what does it have to do with me? I'm an innocent person. The police are bullying me. The police are bullying me. Hu Miaotsue might not be much of an actress, but her voice was truly deafening. Her wailing on the ground, choked with tears, made Lin Luo and the others' ears ring with pain. Zhou Dongliang's expression turned grave. Hu Miaotsue was now a key figure in this case. It seemed likely she and Lu Zhuman had conspired together, aiming for the insurance money. But insurance fraud alone wouldn't have been enough. They actually went so far as to kill someone. Yet the evidence at hand could only prove that the victim in the van wasn't Lu Zhuman. It fell far short of proving anything else. Even if they brought Hu Miaotsue back, the woman would likely just scream her head off at the Criminal Investigation Division. The thought made Zhou Dongliang's headache worse. Lin Luo approached Zhou Dongliang with a smile, intending to ease the captain's predicament. Captain, I think we should let Hu Miaotsue go. Lin Luo lowered his voice. Nonsense. Zhou Dongliang snapped back. Master, please hear me out. Lin Luo remained unhurried. If we take Hu Miaotsue away, Lu Zhuman, who's hiding, will definitely find out. The moment he discovers she's been captured, he'll realize the plan has been exposed. By then, he'll have vanished without a trace, making it impossible for us to apprehend him. Zhou Dongliang grasped the meaning instantly. You want to wait for the rabbit to come to the tree stump, lure the snake out of its hole. Lin Luo nodded, smiling mysteriously. 2 days later, Li Meng led his men in a relentless search, combing through every vagrant in and around Dongshan City. The result? Nothing. Who can help me out? Why do all the homeless people look the same, filthy and long-haired? How am I supposed to tell them apart? 2 days and not a single lead. Li Meng shouted, buried in a pile of documents. Lin Luo, sitting right next to Li Meng, was startled awake from his sleep by the roar. He'd barely rubbed his sleepy eyes when Li Meng's large face loomed over him, startling him. Lin Luo, you were the one who suggested the homeless man lead. Now that lead has gone cold, you have to take responsibility for this. Li Meng gritted his teeth, unable to hold back any longer. Lin Luo stood up and rubbed his nose. I'll go grab breakfast. What do you want? 2 blocks from the police station was an authentic Ceylon Bayo shop. Lin Luo ordered his meal, asked the owner to pack it up, then sat down on a nearby chair to rest his eyes. Ding! Detected case witness near host, dumpling shop owner. Recommendation: host should promptly collect testimony. The system prompt popped into his mind. Lin Luo snapped his eyes open and saw the owner talking to someone outside the shop, a hint of worry still on his face. Excuse me, owner. I'm looking for someone. Lin Luo struck up a conversation while his mind raced. This dumpling shop owner was a witness, meaning he was either connected to Lu Zhumin or to the homeless man who had been burned to death. If you're busy, I'll be on my way. Don't worry about that simpleton either. The man chatting with the owner tossed out a parting remark before walking away. Hansi? Lin Luo latched onto this clue. It seemed likely the owner knew the homeless man who had been burned to death. Are you a police officer? What brings you here? The shopkeeper's expression flickered with complexity upon seeing Lin Luo in his police uniform. Boss, our team's been investigating a case lately. Have you noticed any homeless people suddenly disappearing around here? Oh my, you've come to the right person. The owner slapped his thigh, and Lin Luo knew he'd found the right person. After listening to the owner's account, Lin Luo pieced together the situation. The homeless man burned to death in Yutian village was likely the simple-minded fellow the boss had mentioned. The simpleton was a long-time fixture on this street. Though not the sharpest tool in the shed, he was hardworking and enthusiastic. Whenever any of the shops needed help moving things, the simpleton would volunteer. The dumpling shop owner had the closest relationship with him, often saving unsold dumplings for him every few days. The simpleton would show up at the shop daily without fail. But for the past 2 days, the simpleton hadn't shown up at all. Worried, the boss was discussing this very matter with someone outside the shop. Do you have anything that could help identify Hansi? Lin Luo asked cautiously, still unable to reveal that Hansi was dead. Well, the owner pondered for a moment. I've got it. I'll take you to where Hansi slept. Maybe we'll find something. The shopkeeper led Lin Luo across the street into a narrow alley. The cardboard box at the end of the alley was their destination. Ding! Host detected key evidence related to the case, the homeless man's home. The victim's identity can be confirmed through hair samples left at the scene. Lin Luo crouched down, covering his nose and mouth with his hand. He carefully picked up some long strands of hair from the cardboard box. With this, DNA comparison could be conducted. At the Criminal Investigation Division. Is Lin Luo out buying breakfast or making it himself? He's gone for over an hour, leaving me here alone to investigate. He sure is having fun. He's gotten too big for his britches. After catching the killer and shadowing the captain as his mentor, he looks down on minor cases now. Li Meng muttered under his breath as he continued cross-referencing files. Could you keep it down? Without Lin Luo's leads, we might still be stuck with nothing. Wu Shui was annoyed by Li Meng's constant grumbling. If he's really that capable, let him give me another new lead. If he can pull that off, I'll be impressed. Li Meng shouted at the top of his lungs. New lead incoming. Just as he spoke, the man arrived. Lin Luo, one hand clutching a bag stuffed with steamed buns, the other tugging the shop owner, walked in. As they walked in, they overheard Li Meng's remark. Li Meng's face flushed red. Getting caught gossiping behind someone's back was genuinely embarrassing. What kind of clue? Li Meng stepped forward. What did his face matter now? Lin Luo had the shop owner repeat the details about the simpleton while handing the hair sample collected from the scene to Wu Shui. He asked Wu Shui to make a trip to the forensic lab for DNA comparison. The expressions of everyone in the Criminal Investigation Division turned peculiar. This Lin Luo was something else. First he casually apprehended a serial killer at the hospital, now he'd casually brought back a clue while buying breakfast. If we can't crack a case in the future, maybe we should send Lin Luo out to do something? Zhou Dongliang returned home, took a nap, and upon waking heard that Lin Luo had uncovered new evidence. Before he could even register his surprise, the comparison results were already in. 100% match. What Li Meng and his team couldn't figure out in 2 days of investigation, Lin Luo accomplished while buying a steamed bun. You just gotta admit it. Chapter 7, Serial Cases. Just then, new developments emerged from Yutian village. The officers tailing whom Yaotsue sent a report, Lu Zhumin had appeared. After 10 p.m., movement was detected at whom Yaotsue's previously quiet residence. Li Meng, be advised. The suspect entered the courtyard through the back door. Copy that. Lin Luo curled up in the passenger seat of a tractor cab, listening as Zhou Dongliang issued commands over the walkie-talkie. Lu Zhumin proved more elusive than they'd anticipated, yet his desire to return and check on the plan's progress proved too strong. Over the past 2 days, Yaotsue had maintained her normal routine, going about her business as usual. The police tailing her kept their distance, ensuring she detected nothing amiss. Perhaps because of this, Yaotsue had let her guard down. She contacted Lu Zhumin and instructed him to return. After all, that 1.5 million yuan insurance payout hadn't been claimed yet. Master, aren't we going to make our move? Lin Luo raised his hand and swatted a mosquito. Wait a bit longer. Let's see if they have any other plans. Now that they were in the middle of the operation, Zhou Dongliang felt no urgency. Ding. Host environment detected as hazardous. Potential homicide imminent. Host must act immediately to apprehend perpetrator. The system alert in his mind made Lin Luo take it seriously. Could it be that Lu Zhuman had returned home intending to carry out further actions? Master, we should hurry inside and apprehend him. Lin Luo urged anxiously. At that moment, a scream echoed from Hu Miaozui's home. You dare kill me. Lu Zhumin's voice pierced through the roof, clearly audible to everyone lying in wait. Oh no! Lin Luo slapped his forehead. He might have misjudged the situation. It might not be Lu Zhuman who was about to strike, but Hu Miaozui. Close the net. Zhou Dongliang's command echoed through the darkness as figures surged forward, heading straight for Hu Miaozui's residence. Lin Luo followed behind, originally intending to go in and make the arrest himself. But the alert in his mind flashed again. Ding! Detected a secret passage in Hu Miaozui's residence, leading directly to the backyard. Detected prisoner entering the tunnel, fleeing toward the backyard. Host, proceed to the backyard immediately to apprehend the prisoner. Lin Luo spun on his heel and dashed toward Hu Miaozui's backyard. To be fair, Lu Zhuman was quite clever. He knew everyone's attention was focused inside the house, leaving the perimeter poorly guarded. If not for the system alert, Lu Zhuman might have actually succeeded in escaping today. The backyard was pitch black. Despite the system alert, Lin Luo couldn't immediately pinpoint the tunnel's exit. Left front. The system prompt synchronized with Lin Luo's movements, and he also heard sounds coming from the left front. Freeze! Police! Lin Luo shone his flashlight with one hand while raising his pistol with the other. The commotion ceased instantly, but the air was thick with foul stench. Lin Luo stared in disbelief. The tunnel's exit was connected to the backyard outhouse. Lu Zhuman stood there covered in excrement, staring blankly like a human pile of. Congratulations, host. Suspect apprehended. Detective Squad Headquarters, first floor restroom. Ugh. Quick, help me wash my hands again. I still smell like. Don't let me catch sight of that bastard again. If I see him, I'll make him live in. Li Meng's roars echoed relentlessly through the bathroom. Although Lu Zhuman had been apprehended by Lin Luo, it was Li Meng who personally cuffed him. Lu Zhuman was covered in excrement. There was no way Li Meng could avoid getting some on himself. Lin Luo hurried past the bathroom, fearing that if Li Meng spotted him, he'd be dragged in to wash Li Meng's hands. Second floor interrogation room. Lu Zhuman and Hu Miaozui were each in separate rooms. Zhou Dongliang was interrogating Lu Zhuman, while Lin Luo questioned Hu Miaozui. During Lu Zhumin's arrest, Lin Luo's attention had been focused on the backyard. He remained unaware of what had transpired inside the house or why Hu Miaozui had screamed to kill Lu Zhuman. Now was his chance to get to the bottom of it. As Lin Luo entered Hu Miaozui's interrogation room, the alerts in his mind wouldn't stop. Ding! New case detected. Suspect detected in front of host. Detected malicious intent in suspect, murder for insurance fraud. Physical evidence detected wood chopping knife. Clue detected mysterious phone call. Lin Luo sat numbly in his chair, fully aware that interrogating Hu Miaozui would be no simple task. Judging by the system's prompts, Hu Miaozui had likely shifted from being a key witness in the original case to becoming a suspect in a new one. What exactly had Hu Miaozui done? Officer, I'm innocent. I was just talking nonsense. I never meant to kill him. That bastard killed him. I'm just being dragged into this. Officer, when will I be able to get out? Hu Miaozui was visibly agitated, repeatedly pleading her innocence to Lin Luo. Had Lin Luo not already suspected something was off with Hu Miaozui, he might have genuinely believed her performance. Her acting skills were improving, too. Don't worry. Just explain everything clearly, and you'll be released. Lin Luo leaned back in his chair. You claim you were just talking idly and never intended to kill Lu Zhuman. Then why was there a wood chopping axe in your bedroom? That kind of thing is kept in the yard. Why would you bring a wood chopping axe inside? Lin Luo's question made Hu Miaozui's face go pale. That's my property. I can put it wherever I want. Hu Miaozui stubbornly refused to admit it. Fine, let me rephrase the question. Lu Zhuman suddenly came home because you called him, didn't you? You told him everything was proceeding as planned, reassured him to return home safely, then killed him once he was back. The body would be easy to hide. Just stash it through the tunnel beneath the outhouse. Wait until the time is right to report him dead, and the insurance money will be yours. Lin Luo laid out the entire plan. How did you know? Hu Miaozui's face was etched with terror. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the truth-telling ability. Triggers randomly during interrogations. Once activated, compels the interrogator to speak truthfully. That's an admission. What do you think the police are for? Lu Zhumin's murder for insurance fraud was a lie, but Hu Miaozui wanted to make the insurance claim real. As long as the real Lu Zhuman was dead, that 1.5 million yuan insurance payout could still be hers. But I didn't succeed. So it doesn't count. I didn't do anything. Let me go home now. Hu Miaozui shrugged it off. You had motive, you had a plan. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. It was a plan that wasn't completed. This is attempted murder. Lin Luo rose coldly, towering over Hu Miaotsue. Hu Miaotsue dared not speak further, her body trembling as she slumped back into the chair. She was completely finished. Congratulations, host, on completing the case. Acquired truth-telling ability. System bonus mission, resolve the frequent sugar theft case at the canteen. Completing the additional task may randomly drop an ability. Hope the host continues to strive forward. Lin Luo raised his hand and rubbed his throbbing temples. Why is there an additional task now? The disappearance of white sugar from the convenience store. Did he really need to solve this case? Chapter 8, the Jinan Building Murder Case. The cases against Lu Zhuman and Hu Miaotsue, backed by solid evidence, were smoothly transferred to the Procuratorate. The insurance fraud-related murder had caused quite a stir in society. But none of this concerned Lin Luo. His entire focus was on the additional task the system had assigned him. Solve the case of the frequent disappearance of white sugar from the convenience store. For days, Lin Luo visited several convenience stores daily, yet no prompts appeared. Lin Luo, someone died at Jinan Tower. Go take a look. Zhou Dongliang entered from outside and addressed Lin Luo directly. Ding. Host detected intervening in case. Please exert maximum effort to gather case information. A homicide? Lin Luo perked up. It's likely an accidental death. The forensic team is already examining the body. You can go alone. Zhou Dongliang waved him off, now placing considerable trust in Lin Luo. When Lin Luo reached the 7th floor of Jinan Tower, the entire company was in an uproar. Police! Make way! Lin Luo pushed through the crowd as he made his way inside. The receptionist was Director Liao, the administrative manager of Dingbei Company, Limited on the 7th floor. The deceased was the company's general manager, Wang Hu. Officer, this happened so suddenly. Manager Wang was perfectly fine when he arrived this morning. He suddenly collapsed and died right before the meeting was about to start. You must investigate thoroughly. This has absolutely nothing to do with our company. Director Liao chattered incessantly, desperate to avoid any connection between the company and the homicide. Ding, case information collection complete. Case initiated, Jinan Tower homicide. Host, gather evidence and solve the case as soon as possible. Murder case? Lin Luo frowned. This familiar pattern. Not a single case he'd encountered had been straightforward. Lin Luo strode directly into the crime scene, the general manager's office. Wang Hu lay sprawled across his office chair, his excessively obese frame nearly bending the chair under his weight. Lin Luo surveyed the room, taking in every detail within the few square meters of the office. Ding. Host has entered crime scene. Please gather clues promptly. Ding, detected criminal evidence discovered by host, a cup of milk tea. Host, please inspect the suspicious milk tea. Bubble tea? Lin Luo pondered. Could it be poisoned? The victim likely died accidentally. His health was already poor. Fatty liver, alcoholic liver disease, diabetes, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, all potential causes of death. Was this bubble tea tested? Lin Luo asked the medical examiner. You suspect. Better have it tested. Lin Luo insisted, certain there was something wrong with this milk tea. Officer, this milk tea is absolutely fine. All our bubble tea is brewed using the machine in our company's break room. It's prepared daily by manager Wan's assistant. Xiao Zhang made 5 cups today too. We've all had some, and there's nothing wrong with it. Director Liao assured them emphatically. Ding, detected key suspect, female assistant. May I speak with this Shen? Since the milk tea was suspicious, the person who prepared it naturally became a suspect. Director Liao turned and called out loudly, but no one answered despite his prolonged calls. Director, it seems little Jean left a while ago. A timid voice piped up, and Lin Luo's expression immediately darkened. The murder had just occurred, and the person who made the milk tea had already left. He's likely fled to evade punishment. We must find this Zhang immediately. Get me all the information on this Zhang. Lin Luo instructed Director Liao before calling back to the Criminal Investigation Division himself. Since it was a homicide, it had to be reported. Homicide? Are you sure? Inside the Criminal Investigation Division, Zhou Dongliang hadn't even finished sipping his Biluokan tea when Lin Luo's call made him spit it back into the cup. He'd sent Lin Luo to handle a routine matter, so how had it turned into a homicide? Everyone in the squad perked up, eavesdropping on Zhou Dongliang's call. They exchanged glances, growing increasingly wary of Lin Luo's presence. Wu Shui, Li Meng, head over to Tongshanlo Residential Complex. Lin Luo will meet you there. Zhou Dongliang gave the order with resignation, hoping Lin Luo hadn't made a mistake. If he'd misrepresented an accidental death as a homicide, he'd be facing disciplinary action. Below Building B of Tongshanlo Residential Complex. As soon as Li Meng and Wu Shui arrived, Lin Luo shared all the information he had gathered with them. The person we're looking for is Zhang Yi, the deceased Wang Hu's assistant at Dingbei Company. She left the company immediately after Wang Hu's death, making her highly suspicious. I suspect she fled to evade punishment. Both company surveillance and nearby road cameras show she went straight home from the office unit 1203 in Building B. Lin Luo relayed all the information he had gathered. What's the big deal? Is an accidental death really worth all this fuss? Li Meng scratched his chin in dissatisfaction, unconvinced this was a murder case. The assistant probably just panicked when her boss died suddenly and went home. Lin Luo was making such a fuss. Li Meng was about to complain further when Wu Shui promptly elbowed him in the ribs. Remembering how often he'd been proven wrong before, he swallowed his complaints. Ahem. Let's head upstairs first. Li Meng cleared his throat, deciding to cooperate with Lin Luo's work. The elevator ascended slowly with the three of them inside. What evidence do you have to suspect the female assistant of murder? Li Meng couldn't help but ask. Intuition. Lin Luo answered shamelessly, silencing Li Meng instantly. Zhang Yi probably isn't home. After knocking several times, Wu Shui confirmed with resignation. But the surveillance footage clearly shows her entering the complex. If she didn't go home, where else could she have gone? Li Meng questioned. Ding. Detected imminent danger event near host. Countdown, 2 minutes. Countdown initiated, 120, 119. The rooftop. Lin Luo suddenly shouted. Regardless of Li Meng and the others' reactions, Lin Luo sprinted toward the rooftop. Zhang Yi had returned to the residential complex but hadn't gone home. With another dangerous incident about to unfold nearby, it was highly likely she intended to take her own life. After killing Wang Hu, Zhang Yi was going to end her own life too. Lin Luo, you need to slow down. Explain yourself. Why did you come up here? If you don't explain this properly this time, Li Meng panted heavily as he followed Lin Luo. His complaints abruptly halted when he reached the rooftop and saw the woman standing at the edge. Countdown begins, 25, 24. The countdown in Lin Luo's mind continued. Though they'd found Zhang Yi, it hadn't swayed her resolve to jump. There was no time left. Lin Luo couldn't afford to think twice. He sprinted toward Zhang Yi. Regardless of why Zhang Yi wanted to kill Wang Hu, he had to save her first. Ding. Host detected in dire straits. Granting host 1 instance of narrow escape from death. Lin Luo's heart leapt with joy. He charged forward even faster, more determined than ever. Ding, narrow escape activated. No! Lin Luo, you bastard! Amidst the shocked cries of Li Meng and Wu Shui, Lin Luo lunged toward Zhang Yi as she tumbled down the stairs. Chapter 9, White Sugar Kills. Did they fall? I couldn't bear to watch. Falling from that height, they're definitely dead. What should we do, Lin Luo, Wah? Li Meng and Wu Shui stood on the rooftop, both covering their eyes, unwilling to confirm Lin Luo's death. Plunging like that, there was no doubt he was dead. Hey, if you two can still move, come over and lend a hand. Lin Luo's voice echoed from the edge of the rooftop clearly, he was still alive. Li Meng and Wu Shui rushed over to find Lin Luo clutching Zhang Yi's waist with both arms, hanging upside down with one foot wedged tightly in a drainage pipe. If not for that foot, both Lin Luo and Zhang Yi would have plummeted to their deaths. Damn, you're one lucky bastard. After pulling Lin Luo and Zhang Yi to safety, Li Meng kept slapping Lin Luo's shoulder in amazement. Zhang Yi, why did you try to kill yourself? Lin Luo stared at Zhang Yi, who looked like her soul had left her body, his expression grave. Ding. Detected frequent sugar thefts at the convenience store. Key suspect identified. System requests prompt resolution of additional task. A question mark slowly formed in Lin Luo's mind. Wasn't he supposed to be catching the killer in the Jinan building murder case? How did this tie into an additional task? Was this a buy one get one free deal? Let's take her back to the station first. Sighing, Lin Luo just wanted some rest. Dongsheng City's fine police officer, selflessly risking his life to save others. Public servants in the Southern Territory, good police in the Southern Territory. Heroic police officer of the Southern Territory, Lin Luo. Inside the Criminal Investigation Division, Zhou Dongliang read aloud each headline from the online news reports. The suicide attempt at Tongshanlo residential complex had caused a huge stir, with bystanders already uploading footage to the internet. Photos of Lin Luo heroically rescuing a woman, nearly sacrificing his own life in the process, had spread across the internet. Master, please stop reading. This is too embarrassing. Lin Luo scratched his head uncomfortably. He hadn't intended to be a big hero. If the system hadn't granted him a near-death escape, he wouldn't have dared to jump in. You're more capable than I thought, kid. If you crack this case, I'll petition the organization to promote you to an 8th grade, 3-star operative, a direct jump in rank. I've already drafted the request. All I need is for you to crack the case. Zhou Dongliang patted the computer in front of him. Host, Lin Luo. Rank, level 8, 3-star operator. Ability, detective's intuition. All items related to the case you're investigating hold a unique attraction for you. Ability, truth-seeking triggers probabilistically during interrogations, compelling the subject to speak truthfully. System ability, analyzes and provides guidance on case clues collected by the host. The system was already rushing to refresh the information before the upgrade even happened. Lin Luo was mentally complaining when Wu Shui walked in with the report. The test results for the milk tea on Wang Hu's desk are in. No toxic substances were detected, but it's different from regular milk tea. Wu Shui hesitated slightly. How is it different? Lin Luo pressed. It's sweet. Exceptionally sweet. The sugar content is 2 to 3 times that of regular bubble tea. That's it. In his mind, Lin Luo finally connected the murder case at Jinan Building with the additional case of frequent white sugar thefts from the convenience store. The white sugar stolen from the convenience store was taken by Zhang Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the frequent white sugar theft case at the snack bar. System randomly rewards host with 1 monumental case. Let's go to the interrogation room. Lin Luo held the report, his mind already set on a plan. Inside the interrogation room, Zhang Yi kept her head bowed, her gaunt frame making her look even more pitiable. For a girl like her to kill Wang Hu, there must be deeper reasons. Zhang Yi, why did you kill Wang Hu? Lin Luo sat across from her, asking calmly. Because he deserved to die. Zhang Yi lifted her head, her gaze complex as she looked at Lin Luo, her savior. She never imagined that in her hellish existence, someone would actually extend a helping hand to her. If this help had come sooner, would she have ended up where she was today? Lin Luo leaned forward slowly, his gaze sincere as he looked at Zhang Yi. Tell me everything that's been weighing on you. I'll listen carefully. Zhang Yi froze for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes. 3 years ago, Zhang Yi graduated and joined Dingbei Company as Wang Hu's personal assistant. She'd endured 3 years of hellish treatment. Wang Hu was never a kind boss, far from it. He was also a master manipulator. Every day, Zhang Yi endured Wang Hu's relentless belittling and humiliation, from head to toe, inside and out. Though the workload wasn't heavy, her mental state was on the verge of collapse. A year ago, Zhang Yi resolved to kill Wang Hu. She felt that if she didn't, he would kill her. But she couldn't bring herself to kill him outright, so she chose a more indirect approach. That method involved adding large amounts of white sugar to the 2 cups of milk tea Wang Hu drank every day. Wang Hu was already in poor health, with a large belly and numerous issues. Excessive sugar intake could slowly kill him, shortening his lifespan. Over the past year, Zhang Yi had added countless amounts of white sugar to his milk tea. She dared not use too much from the office break room, nor did she dare buy large quantities herself and leave evidence behind. In the end, she turned her attention to the small convenience store near her home, quietly taking some white sugar each time she bought something. Zhang Yi believed that even if she killed Wang Hu this way, no one would ever find out. Little did she expect that Lin Luo would see through it so quickly. When Zhang Yi heard Lin Luo order an inspection of the bubble tea at the office, she knew the truth could no longer be concealed. That's why she slipped out of the office, hailed a cab home, and intended to end it all on the rooftop. But she never imagined Lin Luo would save her again. Li Meng and Wu Shui watched the interrogation from the adjacent room. Hearing Zhang Yi's cooking methods, they vowed never to drink bubble tea again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Jinan Tower murder case. Major cases may trigger at any time. Please continue your efforts. Lin Luo, you're really something. You spotted that milk tea trick right away. If it were me, I'd have totally missed it. Who'd suspect there's anything wrong with bubble tea? During breaks, the Criminal Investigation Division officers showered Lin Luo with compliments, one after another, until he was practically overwhelmed by the praise. From being universally despised before, to now being universally praised. It only took Lin Luo a few days. Lin Luo, when are you going to crack another big case so I can share in the glory? Li Meng grinned as he teased Lin Luo. Sure thing. I'll head out for a stroll right now, who knows, maybe I'll stumble upon a major case. Lin Luo chuckled back. Just then, Zhou Dongliang ran out of cigarettes in his pocket, so Lin Luo volunteered to go buy some. As soon as he reached the entrance of the brigade, he spotted litter scattered on the ground. Lin Luo casually picked up the trash, intending to toss it into the bin. The moment he lifted the lid, Lin Luo froze. Chapter 10, The Dismembered Animal in the Trash Bin. Ding! Major case triggered. Case initiated, animal dismemberment in trash bin. Host, gather case clues and solve the case promptly. Lin Luo had a curse on the tip of his tongue, unsure whether to voice it or not. Hey, why are you back so soon? Seeing Lin Luo enter, Zhou Dongliang instinctively glanced at his phone. He bought cigarettes in less than a minute? Master, I think I've stumbled upon a major case. Lin Luo murmured the news, instantly silencing the room. Every pair of eyes fixed on Lin Luo. He'd uncovered a case already? Li Meng's mouth, holding a ballpoint pen, gaped wide open. He really had just said it offhand. Landing a big case brings its perks when you close it. But it means endless sleepless nights ahead, pre-booked, no less. No, that can't be. Li Meng's voice trembled. Lin Luo closed his eyes. There's a dismembered cat carcass in the trash bin by the main gate. I suspect it's the work of some psychopathic killer. Practicing on animals before killing humans, we must investigate this thoroughly. The forensic team has examined the cat's remains. The technique was highly skilled. This isn't your typical cat abuse case. In the conference room, Zhou Dongliang pointed at the diagram of the dismembered cat on the whiteboard. Ding! Case evidence discovered, dismembered cat carcass. Case clue discovered, smooth incisions indicate an experienced perpetrator. Lin Luo's hypothesis makes sense. It's highly likely someone is practicing dismemberment ahead of a murder. We must treat this with utmost seriousness. A future serial killer may be lurking in Dongshan City. Boss, should we report this? Someone posed a pointed question. Any major or special case must be reported to higher-ups. However, once reported, the investigation might not remain in their hands. Another department could intervene and seize the opportunity. Yet if they didn't report it and failed to solve the case, they would face disciplinary action. This matter required careful deliberation. Master, we currently lack evidence proving the existence of a serial killer. It's all mere suspicion. We should refrain from reporting it. Lin Luo interjected to stop him. He knew everyone present needed an opportunity, and this was the best one available. Once this case was closed, everyone would at least get promoted. Zhou Dongliang had long sought to reach level 6. This was his golden chance. Lin Luo is right. Zhou Dongliang paused thoughtfully before agreeing with Lin Luo. Whether a serial killer existed remained uncertain. They had to investigate first. I'll lead this case. Everyone get involved first. Investigate before deciding anything. Zhou Dongliang gave his orders earnestly, determined not to miss any opportunity. The investigation began radiating outward from the Southern District Police Station. Every trash bin and garbage station had to be searched, aiming to find more animal carcasses. Lin Luo was tasked with examining each discovered animal carcass, working alongside the forensic team to determine if they shared similarities with the cat remains. After days of relentless searching and analysis, a total of 16 dismembered animal carcasses were found, all suspected to be connected. These animal carcasses reveal that the perpetrator progressed from initial clumsiness to later proficiency, indicating they received training. Lin Luo pointed to different carcasses as he analyzed. The perpetrator is likely not a professional. We can rule out experienced doctors or butchers. It's probably just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? That's far too broad a scope. With hundreds of thousands of people in all of Dongshan City, how are we supposed to find them? The group murmured in frustration, some blaming Lin Luo. If not for Lin Luo, they wouldn't have plunged headfirst into this seemingly impossible case. Zhou Dongliang also felt a twinge of regret. While he wanted to earn merit and get promoted, this case was undeniably too difficult. If their investigation ultimately revealed it was just some cruel individual's pointless animal abuse stunt, it would be a complete waste of effort. That's all for today's investigation. After a moment's thought, Zhou Dongliang could only adjourn the meeting for now. Lin Luo felt frustrated inside. He desperately wanted to tell everyone this was a major case. But he couldn't mention the system, so naturally, he couldn't explain. Lin Luo, come here. Zhou Dongliang summoned Lin Luo privately. Master. Lin Luo felt downcast. I trust your abilities. Since you believe this is an important case, go investigate it thoroughly on your own. I know you're a big fish, and my little pond can't hold you for long. But before you go, I'm still counting on your light to help me level up. Zhou Dongliang's words made Lin Luo's eyes light up. You believe in me? Lin Luo felt nothing but delight. After all these years on the force, I've kept my guard up. But this person is genuinely hard to track down. We'll need more clues. I understand. Lin Luo shook off his earlier gloom and turned to search for clues outside. If others refused to believe, he would find the truth himself. Zhou Dongliang watched Lin Luo's receding figure, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and scanned the entire office with his gaze. He remained silent for a long time. Mimi. Nini, dinner's ready. Nini, where are you? Why aren't you coming? In the park's grassy patch, Huang Xiaohui held a can of cat food, anxiously searching for the stray cat Mimi. Mimi was the stray cat Huang Xiaohui had been feeding, but lately she had been hard to spot. Every time Huang Xiaohui came to feed her, Mimi didn't show up. This worried Huang Xiaohui, fearing something bad had happened to Mimi. Are you looking for Mimi too? Without warning, a man appeared beside Huang Xiaohui. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, he stood quietly, his eyes fixed on Huang Xiaohui with a distant gaze. Startled, Huang Xiaohui clutched her chest. You know Mimi too? Yes. The man pushed his glasses up his nose. I've adopted Mimi. I thought she was a stray no one cared about, but it turns out she was your cat. Really? Huang Xiaohui was overjoyed, basking in the happiness that Mimi had found a good home. I should have observed the situation first. Taking Mimi home without warning must have worried you, right? The man apologized guiltily, which only endeared him to Huang Xiaohui. If you'd like, you can come with me to see Mimi. I run a small shop in the neighborhood nearby, and Mimi lives there with me. The man casually extended the invitation. Sure. Huang Xiaohui agreed immediately. While she might worry about going to a stranger's home, visiting a shop felt much safer. Lin Luo walked up an incline, pondering where clues might surface. The system remained silent, which only made Lin Luo feel more anxious. A faint sound came from ahead, followed by a girl covered in blood sprinting toward him. Help me. Ding, detected key witness to the case. Host, please ensure the witness's safety. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Here comes the clue. Chapter 11, the case was hijacked. Help me. Huang Xiaolei screamed as she lunged toward Lin Luo. Her momentum was too strong, sending her crashing into Lin Luo's body. Both of them crashed heavily to the ground, the impact sending a sharp pain through Lin Luo's skull. By the time Lin Luo pushed Huang Xiaolei off and rushed out, the culprit was long gone. Wah, I almost died. He had a knife. He really meant to kill me. Seeing a murderer in broad daylight, how unlucky can I get? When Lin Luo returned, he found Huang Xiaolei sobbing and muttering to herself. Slow down. Who exactly was trying to kill you? Lin Luo clutched his aching back but persisted in asking. Huang Xiaolei recounted the incident, while the system continuously displayed the gathered information. Ding. Suspect clue detected, male, approximately 180 centimeters tall, wearing black framed glasses. Detected murder weapon, a sharp knife. How did you realize something was off about him? Lin Luo was deeply curious about this point. The man's disguise was remarkably effective. He'd exploited women's kindness toward cats, using a stray cat to build rapport, a performance executed flawlessly. The girl before him didn't seem particularly sharp. How had she seen through it? Huang Xiaolei wiped away tears. When we were talking, he said he loved Mimi, the little female cat, but Mimi was clearly a male cat. He's a fraud. I called him out, and he immediately pulled out a knife to kill me. Lin Luo fell silent, unsure whether to tell Huang Xiaolei the truth. Perhaps Mimi was already dead, and not just Mimi, but other cats too. That was why this man had gotten the genders mixed up. At the Criminal Investigation Division, everyone remained surprisingly calm when Lin Luo returned from his outing with a crucial witness in tow. They had long accepted that Lin Luo could casually find murderers. Getting too excited about it would only make them look bad. Huang Xiaolei sniffled and repeated what she had told Lin Luo. Wu Shui took the witness to create a composite sketch, aiming to produce the suspect's face for a wanted poster. Master, this person has indeed started killing. Lin Luo's expression darkened. They had to stop this person immediately. Huang Xiaolei was likely not his first victim. Highly probable. Assign round-the-clock protection for Huang Xiaolei immediately. The killer failed this time, but may seek another opportunity. Huang Xiaolei is a prime target. Zhou Dongliang touched his sunken cheek. This was their only lead so far. Chief, the commissioner wants to see you. The messenger's arrival made Zhou Dongliang's expression stiffen. I'll go up immediately. After Zhou Dongliang left, the team's mood remained heavy. Lin Luo quietly approached Li Meng, hoping to get some information. What's wrong with everyone? You've got a lead, yet you're not happy? It's not about that. Li Meng's expression darkened. The chief's summoning the boss. It can't be good news. Probably some bastard leaked word that we've got a hot case. Damn it, someone's definitely going to steal our credit. Lin Luo frowned, not expecting such a turn of events. They discovered the case. They uncovered the clues. How could anyone claim credit for it? System. What do I do if someone's trying to steal the case? Lin Luo frantically called out to the system in his mind, but it remained as silent as a chicken. Useless when you need it most. Lin Luo cursed bitterly under his breath. When Zhou Dongliang returned, several others followed behind him. He stood at the front of the squad and announced that the case was being transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division of the Northern District Bureau effective immediately. Boss, what gives? This is our case. Why hand it over to them? Everyone was furious, unable to stomach the smug confidence on the faces of the North District officers. They were from another district police bureau, yet they'd come here to snatch the case. They clearly didn't give a damn about the Southern District. Shut up, all of you. Zhou Dongliang barked harshly. Wu Shui, gather all the evidence we have and hand it over to our Northern District colleagues. Effective immediately, we're stepping down from this case. Thank you for your understanding, Captain Zhou. This case is indeed major, and it's not that we doubt your capabilities. But you don't even have a single level 6 operative. You get my drift? The Northern District Bureau agents smiled as they stabbed them in the back, leaving the team members trembling with rage. Lin Luo paid no heed, quietly tailing Wu Shui as she left. I just can't accept this. Wu Shui's eyes were red-rimmed, and she refused to retrieve the files. Hand over all the files on the animal dismemberment case from the trash bins you investigated earlier, but don't give them anything related to Huang Xiaolei. Lin Luo leaned close to instruct Wu Shui. Is that okay? Wu Shui asked in surprise. Huang Xiaolei just happened to run into a bad guy on the street. Who can prove that person has anything to do with the animal dismemberments? Lin Luo replied enigmatically. Right. I'll go get them the files right now. Wu Shui clapped her hands and ran off cheerfully. When the Northern District Bureau officers saw the materials Wu Shui brought, their expressions darkened. They'd heard the Southern Division had already launched an investigation. How could there be so little information? Not a single lead? Zhou Dongliang, standing nearby, knew full well what Wu Shui had concealed. A guilty smile touched his lips as he offered an apologetic explanation. After all, our team doesn't even have a single level 6 operative. Our capabilities are limited. Please don't take it personally. I have full confidence in the capabilities of the Northern District Bureau. Even without our clues, I'm sure you'll crack this case in no time. Zhou Dongliang gave as good as he got, leaving the Northern District Bureau agents with faces dark as night as they stormed out. Ha ha ha, those jerks. That's hilarious. Did you see the looks on their faces? Just snatching cases like that, they really think we're pushovers. The moment the Northern District Bureau officers left, the squad erupted in laughter. Zhou Dongliang's smile slowly faded. Though they'd concealed crucial leads, the investigative authority wasn't in their hands. Continuing the investigation would mean disobeying orders. If discovered, the entire detective squad would face disciplinary action. Another demotion would push them even further from reaching level 6. Master. Lin Luo stepped forward. You were the one who told Wu Shui to conceal the evidence, weren't you? Zhou Dongliang didn't even lift an eyelid. Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. You did well. This is the absolute best we could hope for. Whether it'll work or not, well, that's up to fate. Zhou Dongliang fumbled for a cigarette in his pocket, craving a deep drag. Ding. Host detected in distress. System granting one dream fulfillment. Any dream of the host can be realized. Lin Luo kept his head bowed, but his eyes lit up. Master, rest assured. However they took this case from the Northern District Bureau, that's exactly how we'll get it back. Ding, ability triggered. Zhou Dongliang paid little heed to Lin Luo's words, dismissing them as mere consolation. Chapter 12, The Peculiar Coffee Shop. With the case snatched away by the Northern District Bureau, Lin Luo and his team had no choice but to shift their investigation underground. To avoid arousing suspicion within the Bureau, the case was temporarily assigned to Lin Luo alone. Lin Luo revisited the scene with Huang Xiaolei, hoping to uncover more clues. This is where I looked for Mimi. He was standing right beside me. Huang Xiaolei crouched on the ground in the park, explaining. We left along this path. He said he had a shop 2 blocks away. He probably said that to lower my guard. I was so stupid to actually believe him. Shop? Lin Luo noticed this detail. If it was just a casual remark, as Huang Xiaolei claimed. But if she didn't see a shop when she got there, Huang Xiaolei would have noticed something was off. Unless, there really was a shop 2 blocks away. There really is a shop here. 2 blocks away, a coffee shop stood quietly. This area was filled with narrow alleys and residential neighborhoods, with only this one small shop inside. Ding! Host has triggered an additional quest, resolve the case of cats and dogs barking wildly at night near the coffee shop. Completing the additional task may randomly drop an ability. Hope the host continues to strive forward. The familiar routine appeared, and Lin Luo couldn't help but rub his temples. At times like this, side quests really shouldn't come barging in. Welcome! The uniformed owner stood behind the counter, greeting Lin Luo and his companions warmly. The two sat at the bar counter, allowing them to communicate directly with the staff. I'll have a black coffee. I'll have a cappuccino. After placing their orders, Lin Luo began discreetly surveying the shop. The shop, less than 20 square meters in size, was immaculately clean. You could say it was spotless, not a single hair in sight. This owner must be a clean freak with OCD. You don't live around here, do you? The owner chatted with them while grinding coffee beans. How did you know? Huang Xiaolei was curious. If a girl as pretty as you lived around here, I'd definitely know about it. Slimy. Lin Luo thought contemptuously. Huang Xiaolei was indeed attractive, but a boss who hit on her the moment she walked in was definitely a sleazy guy. Are you the only one working here? Lin Luo began asking questions. Yeah, not many customers here. I can handle it all by myself. If I hired more staff, I couldn't afford to pay them. The owner chuckled, speaking the truth. But today I met someone who said he works here and even offered to bring me to the shop. Before Lin Luo could stop her, Huang Xiaolei blurted it out. Clink. The 2 quilts in the boss's hands clattered together, betraying his mood. Something fishy. Is that so? I own this shop and I'm the only one here. That person might be deceiving you. Be careful. The owner quickly composed himself and instead gave Huang Xiaolei earnest advice. Lin Luo felt puzzled inside but didn't show it on his face. This male owner clearly had something fishy going on, yet why wasn't the system giving any alerts? Could it be that the system's capability level wasn't high enough to immediately discern the clues? Meow. As Lin Luo pondered, a black cat darted into the shop from somewhere. Its coat was jet black, its fur as smooth as satin. Wow, a kitten. Huang Xiaolei jumped off her chair, utterly delighted. Do you like cats? The owner asked with a smile. Yes, I absolutely love cats. I feed so many stray cats outside. Huang Xiaolei happily replied to the owner while scratching the black cat's chin. The shop owner's eyes darkened, a sign of intense interest in something. Lin Luo now understood why the killer had targeted Huang Xiaolei. Huang Xiaolei possessed traits they absolutely adored. Young, beautiful, and compassionate. Lin Luo began unconsciously describing the killer using their characteristics. Deep down, he was starting to believe the killer wasn't a single person. I love cats too. Let me pet it. Lin Luo shouted, leaping up from his chair. Before his hand could even reach the cat, it swiped him with a claw. Instantly, 3 bloody scratches appeared on the back of his hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the animal friend ability, can become good friends with all animals. Lin Luo felt a surge of frustration rise in his throat. Animal friend? Animals clearly hated him. Are you okay? Huang Xiaolei looked at Lin Luo with concern, equally puzzled as to why such a docile cat would scratch him. The owner emerged from behind the bar, bending down to carry the cat away. The cat screeched, leaving 3 bloody gashes across the owner's hand as well. Seems this cat isn't too fond of me either. The owner pressed a white tissue against his wrist, an eerie aura emanating from him. Lin Luo realized it wasn't that this particular cat disliked him, it was that this cat disliked all men approaching it. Men represented danger. Lin Luo didn't want to stay here any longer. Huang Xiaolei was his weak spot, he had to protect her safety. Fortunately, the excuse of the cat scratching his hand allowed him and Huang Xiaolei to leave smoothly. Phew. As soon as they were out of earshot, Huang Xiaolei couldn't help but exhale. What's wrong? Lin Luo was puzzled. I don't know. I just felt a bit tense earlier. That male boss seems like a nice guy, but I can't shake the feeling he's hiding something. Even Huang Xiaolei sensed something was off. Lin Luo understood her feelings. The owner of this coffee shop was indeed a bit peculiar. But for now, he was merely a suspect. Although Lin Luo was concerned about the man, he had to focus his attention on the killer targeting Huang Xiaolei for now. He believed he would inevitably cross paths with the shop owner again. After all, he still had to complete the side quest. That night, Lin Luo slept right in the police station office. Huang Xiaolei was assigned to a hotel room across from the station, where she was safely accompanied by Officer Wu Shui. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Lin Luo was awakened by some noises. Only a desk lamp remained lit in the office, its light illuminating the desk. The sound came from the window behind the lamp. Lin Luo moved closer to discern the source. It was a crow. The black crow kept pecking at the window with its beak, making an irritating noise. Lin Luo pushed open the window, and the crow flew away immediately. But in the police station courtyard, several stray cats lingered. All of them meowed at Lin Luo, clearly seeking him out. Damn it, animal lovers! Lin Luo couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This ability was utterly ridiculous. As soon as Lin Luo stepped outside, the stray cats scattered. But one calico remained, gesturing with its eyes for Lin Luo to follow. He never imagined that after binding to a system in his lifetime, he'd now have to be commanded by a cat's gaze. After winding through twists and turns, Lin Luo arrived at a familiar place. He squinted his eyes. Wasn't this the very spot he and Huang Xiaolei had visited earlier that day? The spot where the cat stopped was right in front of that peculiar coffee shop. Chapter 13, Team-Wide Level Up. After bringing Lin Luo here, the cat vanished. Lin Luo circled around to the back of the coffee shop, scaled the wall, and leaped into the courtyard. The moment he landed, Lin Luo was stunned. The coffee shop's backyard was home to quite a few animals. Dogs, cats, rabbits. These animals matched the species of the 17 dismembered animal corpses Lin Luo and his team had discovered earlier. The coffee shop owner was indeed one of the killers. Ding! Key witness detected, coffee shop owner. Lin Luo's head started throbbing again. When did the coffee shop owner become a key witness? Shouldn't he be the murderer? Woo woo! Whimpering sounds drifted from the corner. Lin Luo crept over and discovered the coffee shop owner, bound and gagged. Since the coffee shop owner was tied up here, he obviously couldn't have committed the crime. The killer must be here, he was the one who tied up the owner. Lin Luo tore the duct tape off the owner's mouth. He's here. He's inside my shop. And he brought a girl with him. Lin Luo didn't hesitate. He charged into the coffee shop. Pushing open the back door, he saw a pitiful girl tied to a large table made by joining 3 coffee tables together. Beside her, a bespectacled man held a sharp knife, swinging it menacingly. Police! Freeze! Lin Luo grabbed a nearby bag of coffee beans and hurled it forward, the beans smashing heavily against the man's head. In the next instant, Lin Luo lunged forward, kicking the man's wrist. The knife clattered to the floor. Ding! Congratulations, host, on apprehending the suspect in the trash can animal dismemberment case. Lin Luo bound the killer tightly and tossed him into a corner before comforting the girl who had nearly been killed. He then headed to the backyard, where another strange figure remained. The owner was visibly shaken to see Lin Luo alive. You're a cop. I knew at the moment I saw you today you're no ordinary person. Thank you so much. The owner thanked him profusely, seeming less peculiar than he had been earlier that day. But Lin Luo wasn't fooled. How did you end up tied up here? And what's the story with these animals? The owner trembled as he explained the situation to Lin Luo. It turned out the owner was indeed the proprietor of a legitimate coffee shop, who occasionally took in stray animals in the backyard. But starting a month ago, he noticed the number of stray animals in the backyard steadily decreasing. At first, he thought some had simply run away, but as the numbers dwindled further, suspicion began to grow. Then rumors began circulating that someone was using the pretense of working at his shop to approach girls. When Lin Luo and Huang Xiaolei arrived and mentioned this, the owner felt even more uneasy. The unease Lin Luo and the others felt at the time stemmed from the owner's own premonition that something was about to happen. As for being tied up in the yard that night, it stemmed from the owner's own unease. He couldn't sleep that night and came to the shop to check, only to catch the man about to kill someone. He knocked the owner to the ground, tied him up, and tossed him into the courtyard. After killing the woman, the owner would likely have been next. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it either. But how did you know something was wrong here? The boss asked curiously. Lin Luo scratched his nose, unwilling to explain that part. Was he supposed to say that animals had sensed danger and deliberately alerted him? So the reason animals howl here at night is because the men inside keep coming to steal them for practice, right? Lin Luo mused. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the additional task, resolving the case of cats and dogs barking wildly at night in the coffee shop. System ability, analyze and provide guidance on case clues collected by the host. System ability upgrade, provides hints for latent clues. Lin Luo sighed. The system even identified gaps and fixed bugs on its own. At least next time he encountered such an odd shop owner, the system would tell him it was fine. The Northern District Bureau agents reappeared the same few as last time. They had come to return the case file, as the investigation had stalled due to a complete lack of leads. Zhou Dongliang hadn't expected the case that had been snatched away to be returned. Overjoyed, he sought out Lin Luo, only to find the young man had vanished without a trace. Our Northern District Bureau is too busy to handle this case. We are formally returning the case to your Southern Precinct. Let's see if you can crack it. The North District Bureau was still trying to save face. Great. Thank you for returning the case to us. We've already apprehended the killer. Perfect timing to close the case. Lin Luo entered with the suspect, just in time to hear the Northern District Bureau's sarcastic remarks. Everyone stared at Lin Luo in disbelief. The killer had been caught already? The Northern District officers' faces darkened, their eyes burning with resentment as they glared at Zhou Dongliang. Zhou Dongliang awkwardly scratched his face. He genuinely hadn't known about this. Well done, South Precinct. You actually investigated the case behind our backs without giving us any leads. This isn't over. The Northern District Bureau officers stormed off, leaving those words hanging in the air. A feud was now settled. Master, maybe I shouldn't have been so flashy. Lin Luo felt a pang of regret. We've got the skills, why shouldn't we be flashy? We should show them what we're capable of. Lin Luo, you did great. Zhou Dongliang roared with satisfaction, his spirits soaring. The entire homicide squad cheered. This time, they had won. Lin Luo stood rooted to the spot, watching the jubilant crowd in Zhou Dongliang, whose eyes were brimming with tears. He understood what this victory meant to them. Master, things will only get better from here on out. Standing before Zhou Dongliang, Lin Luo solemnly pledged. Good, very good. Zhou Dongliang patted Lin Luo on the shoulder, nearly overcome with emotion. This time, I'll definitely make a strong case to the higher-ups. We'll fight for the entire team to be promoted. 3 days later, the higher-ups' approval came through. The entire Criminal Investigation Division was promoted. Zhou Dongliang finally reached level 6, 3-star, making him the first level 6 operative in the Southern Region Criminal Investigation Division. Lin Luo, an 8-star level 1 agent. Such rapid advancement had become nothing short of legendary within the Criminal Investigation Division. With just a few more cases completed, Lin Luo could advance to level 7. He was now just one rank behind Zhou Dongliang, who had just ascended to level 6. Host, Lin Luo. Rank, level 8, 1-star operator. Ability, Detective's Intuition. All items related to the case you're investigating hold a unique attraction for you. Ability, Truth Seeker triggers randomly during interrogations, compelling the subject to speak truthfully. Ability, Animal Friend can befriend all animals. System ability, analyzes and guides the host in collecting case clues, providing hints for hidden evidence. Ding. Detected malicious intent surrounding the host. Host, expose the scheming villain lurking in the shadows. Each time a villain is exposed, Detective Instinct +1. Keep up the good work, host. Lin Luo listened to the system prompts in his mind as his gaze swept over the jubilant faces before him, all celebrating their level up. Among these people, who could be the scheming villain lurking in the shadows? Chapter 14, The Bottle That Fell from the Sky. Clang. Thump, thump, thump. A cacophony of noise shattered the morning calm of the Criminal Investigation Division. Just as the team had celebrated their recent promotions, work resumed. A middle-aged man stumbled in, clutching his bleeding forehead, to report the incident. Someone threw a bottle from upstairs. It hit me right on the head. You have to catch the person. With that, the man collapsed to the floor, his blood staining the police station's tiles. In a regular hospital ward. The man was named Zhao Gang, his forehead already stitched with 7 stitches. Weakly propped up in bed, he recounted the entire incident. Investigating the case were Lin Luo and veteran officer Zhang Li. Zhang Li was in charge of the case, with Lin Luo assisting. Ever since they left the police station, Lin Luo had sensed that Zhang Li disliked him intensely. Now, during the questioning of Zhao Gang, Zhang Li wouldn't give Lin Luo a chance to speak. It was clear Zhang intended to make Lin a mere figurehead, denying him any chance to solve the case. Lin Luo was quite content with the downtime. After all, whether Zhang Li solved the case or not, he could still complete his assignment. I was walking to work this morning, just downstairs from my apartment building, when something hit me on the head. The bottle hit my head first before shattering on the ground. It must have been someone from our building, no doubt about it. Based on Zhao Gang's information, Lin Luo and his team quickly arrived in a police car at the base of Building 54, Unit 3 in Bishui residential complex. Shards of the broken bottle were still scattered on the ground, along with dried bloodstains. This was clearly the crime scene. Ding, detected case clue, shattered glass wine bottle fragments. Based on the degree of shattering, suspected floor is above the 8th floor. Let's split up. You handle floors 1 to 6, and I'll take care of the 6th floor and above. Zhang Li's direct assignment made Lin Luo chuckle. Zhang Li was indeed a seasoned officer, having correctly analyzed the system's clue prompt. Floors 8 and above were the suspected area, yet Zhang Li assigned him to floors 1-6. This meant he wouldn't even be allowed to access the suspected areas, completely blocking his chance to solve the case. Could Zhang Li be the shadowy villain the system mentioned? Fine. Lin Luo nodded readily. He was eager to see how Zhang Li would crack this case. Residents on floors 1-6 naturally saw nothing and knew nothing. Lin Luo conducted his investigation swiftly, waiting downstairs leaning against the police car. Within 15 minutes, Zhang Li descended from the building. He wasn't alone, he was escorting an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s. Her hair was completely white, and she stood only about 150 centimeters tall. She shuffled unsteadily beside Zhang Li, looking as if she might collapse at any moment. What's this? Lin Luo stepped forward to ask. The case is solved. Zhang Li tilted his head back, looking quite pleased with himself. So quickly? Don't we need to investigate properly? This is far too simplistic. Lin Luo, our criminal investigation division isn't just about you solving cases. Before you arrived, we solved cases just fine on our own. Don't tell me you're just here to obstruct things because you solved the case. Zhang Li's expression turned cold, adopting the full air of a senior officer. It seemed he'd harbored resentment toward Lin Luo for quite some time. I'm just worried the case is being closed too hastily. Looking at the pitiful old woman, dragging such an elderly person to the police station. How would he explain it if something went wrong? You think I'm some greenhorn rookie like you? Go take a look at 1301 yourself. Film everything inside. It's all evidence. If she didn't do this, I'll be your brother. Zhang Li shoved the old woman into the police car. Ignoring Lin Luo's reaction, he drove off with her. Lin Luo rubbed his forehead, surprised by Zhang Li's urgency. The system hadn't given any prompts, proving it definitely wasn't the old woman's doing. Now Lin Luo was curious after Zhang Li got his comeuppance. Would he actually call him brother? The door to 1301 remained wide open. Standing at the entrance, one could see the sizable room crammed to the brim. The entire space was filled with all kinds of junk and broken items. On a faded table sat a vase made from a wine bottle, holding wildflowers picked from the neighborhood. The bottle was indeed the same brand as the one thrown down, but to conclude the old lady was the culprit based solely on that was far too hasty. Lin Luo closed the door, refusing to listen to Zhang Li. He began his investigation anew, starting from the 8th floor. By the time he reached the 14th floor, he had uncovered a clue. Trash piles up outside 1401, and the air still carries the scent of spicy crayfish. Pairing crayfish with beer is an obvious combination. The beer crate by the door, containing 11 empty beer bottles, confirmed Lin Luo's hunch. One bottle remains. Where did it go? Ding! Case clue detected, missing empty beer bottle. Knock knock knock. Lin Luo knocked directly on the door. 10 minutes later, the man inside finally opened the door with a careless air. What do you want? Police. At the word police, the man inside quickly slammed the door shut. Lin Luo acted fast, wedging his foot in the door crack to block the man's movement. Damn it, are you crazy? The man, frustrated by his failed attempt to close the door, couldn't help but yell. This morning around 9, someone downstairs got hit in the head with a beer bottle. Where's the missing empty beer bottle from the crate outside your door? Lin Luo pressed quickly. The man's face paled, then turned furious. What business is it of yours? How dare you accuse me of doing it? So what if you're a cop? Does that give you the right to barge into someone's home? Just you wait, I'm recording this. I'll expose you. As he spoke, the man grabbed his phone nearby and started recording Lin Luo. Lin Luo frowned, deeply displeased with the man's actions. But the man was right, all he had was circumstantial evidence. There was no direct, substantive evidence proving the man's guilt. Ding, case clue detected, mobile phone. The system prompt left Lin Luo momentarily baffled. But as the man kept waving the phone in front of Lin Luo's face, he understood. It was this phone. This phone contained evidence. Seems you enjoy filming people, huh? Lin Luo asked slowly and deliberately. What, scared? I'm here to take down people like you. How else would I get proof if I didn't record it? If you're scared, get down on your knees and apologize. The man grew increasingly arrogant. Lin Luo remained unperturbed. I was just thinking, since you love filming so much, what if you hit someone downstairs with that bottle? You wouldn't want to miss such a spectacular scene, would you? The man's hand holding the phone froze. The next second, the phone was in Lin Luo's grasp. The album contained not just one video, but several. From Zhao Gang getting hit and falling to the ground, to him getting up with blood streaming from his head. Accompanied by the man's taunting commentary, he seemed utterly pleased with himself. Irrefutable evidence. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the case. Chapter 15, Lin Luo is their god. As Lin Luo forced the suspect into the Criminal Investigation Division, he immediately sensed the heavy atmosphere inside. The office was packed with people, none of them police officers. Dressed in suits and ties, they radiated an oppressive aura. What's going on? Lin Luo stood at the back of the crowd and asked. Zhang Li, upon hearing this, became visibly agitated. Captain, asked Lin Luo. I really wasn't lying. That room is full of evidence. The wine bottle was right there on the table, it must have been that old woman. Zhang Li seemed to find his backbone and kept explaining. Show some respect. A stern voice cut through the air, interrupting Zhang Li's defense. I've brought the company's legal team with me. You police barged into my home and took my mother away without permission. It's all your speculation. I'm suing you. The man shouting was Wang Jinfu, the elderly woman's son and a prominent tycoon in Dongshan City. He had just arrived at the company when he received a call from the police station. They informed him his mother had been arrested for injuring someone with a high-altitude object and demanded he come resolve the matter. Upon arriving, Wang Jinfu realized the police were making it all up. There was no concrete evidence. Zhou Dongliang and the others looked equally displeased. In their line of work, they hated getting entangled in legal matters. The officers had intended to make an arrest and send the matter to court. Instead, they'd gotten themselves into a mess, first guaranteed to be the laughingstock of their fellow officers in other precincts. Lin Luo, what exactly happened? Zhou Dongliang had no choice but to let Lin Luo explain. If he couldn't explain it well, this lawsuit was inevitable. Wang Jinfu was a wealthy man, he wouldn't hesitate to use every resource at his disposal to sue them hard. Great. All the joy from his recent promotion had been completely shattered by this incident. Wang Jinfu's gaze fixed on Lin Luo, equally unfriendly. You're one of the cops who came to arrest my mom? I'm the cop investigating the case. Lin Luo corrected him. Wang Jinfu sneered, and your so-called investigation involves dragging a helpless old woman to the station? Lin Luo scratched his nose. That was Zhang Li's doing, not his. Lin Luo reached out and pushed the real culprit, who had been playing dead nearby, forward. Reporting to the captain, the wine bottle case has been solved. This is the suspect, Wang Xiaohu. The video on his phone captured the entire incident of him throwing the bottle and hitting the victim, Wang Gang. The evidence is irrefutable. Boom! Everyone's minds nearly exploded. They had hoped Lin Luo would provide a thorough explanation, but he had simply arrested the suspect outright. Compared to the old woman's house full of circumstantial evidence, Lin Luo had solid, concrete proof. The video played on Lin Luo's phone, showing everything crystal clear. The old woman was innocent. Zhang Li's face instantly drained of color. He never imagined Lin Luo would bring back the real culprit. This meant he had completely lost face. Seems there are still capable officers among you police. Wang Jinfu sneered, causing Zhang Li's face to turn even paler. Lin Luo didn't want to crush his colleague like this, but Zhang Li had brought it upon himself. Even in the rush to solve a case, one shouldn't take away innocent people. Wang Jinfu and his team had arrived in a hurry and departed just as hastily. Once they were gone, the entire office felt noticeably more spacious. Lin Luo calmly handed the prisoner over to the other officers and returned to his seat. As if he had done nothing more than a routine task, nothing out of the ordinary. Lin Luo, you did that on purpose. Zhang Li, having held back for a long time, finally stormed over and yelled at Lin Luo. You knew that old woman was innocent, yet you still made me bring her back. You're just angry I won't let you investigate the case. You just want me to make a fool of myself on purpose. Zhang Li had completely lost his composure, looking like a drunken fool. Zhang Li, that's enough. Zhou Dongliang intervened, hoping to prevent the situation from getting worse. Zhang Li showed no gratitude. Captain, you're just biased. You clearly didn't think much of Lin Luo before, but after he solved a few cases, he became your apprentice. He's only been here a few days and already got promoted multiple times. What gives? Zhang Li's words echoed the sentiments of many. Lin Luo wouldn't tolerate such questioning. He stood up, his gaze cold as ice meeting Zhang Li's eyes. Let me ask you this, you're a police officer too. Why assume the old woman is guilty based solely on circumstantial evidence? Why not investigate everything thoroughly? You call yourself a cop? Lin Luo's contempt only provoked Zhang further. My case handling is flawless. This old woman's house is full of trash. There's a beer bottle on the table just like the shattered one downstairs. Send someone else to investigate and they'd come to the same conclusion as me. Then your judgment is flawed. Lin Luo looked at each person slowly. While this old woman's home does contain a lot of trash, but the beer bottle was washed clean and placed on the table as a vase. This shows she cherished the bottles. There's no way she'd toss them downstairs. It's your own impatience for quick results. Lin Luo finished speaking and shoved Zhang Li aside. He couldn't be bothered with such a fool. Zhang Li stood there dumbfounded, yet his mind grasped Lin Luo's words. Such a simple deduction, even someone not in law enforcement could have figured it out. As a veteran officer, he had somehow overlooked it. The rest of the squad said little, but their hearts felt heavy. Lin Luo was right, and they all agreed. Before, they had dismissed Lin Luo as someone who'd just gotten lucky. But after today, they had to acknowledge Lin Luo's true abilities. Ding, detected increased respect around host. Host has acquired the admiration ability. This ability increases others' favorability toward the host and randomly triggers beneficial events. Lin Luo froze for a moment, quietly observing his silent colleagues. These people actually respected him? Seeing Zhang Li looking dazed and disoriented, Zhou Dongliang cleared his throat. The lesson in humiliation for Zhang Li had been sufficient. Before Zhou Dongliang could soften the tone with a few soothing words, the director rushed in, cutting him off. Old Zhou. Lin Luo. You two are something else. Despite knowing the director for years, this was the first time Zhou Dongliang had been addressed so familiarly. Especially with the director's face beaming with a broad smile, it made Zhou Dongliang feel uneasy. Even when they caught the real killer in the 317 case last time, the chief hadn't reacted this quickly. Entrepreneur Wang Jinfu, to express his gratitude for apprehending the real culprit, has donated 1 million yuan to our police bureau. The chief shouted excitedly, his voice cracking with enthusiasm. 1 million yuan? Lin Luo was stunned by the chief's words. It seemed that his proven competence had finally paid off, leading to this fortunate outcome. His colleagues' eyes shifted toward Lin Luo once more. Not only was he capable, but now he had financial clout too. Everyone knew their southern district branch was the poorest among the 4 regional branches, often unable to pay bonuses. Now with 1 million yuan secured, this year's bonuses were guaranteed. Lin Luo was their man. Chapter 16, Disappearance. Bang! The door's thud jolted Lin Luo from his hangover. Yesterday's million yuan donation from Wang Jinfu had lifted the entire bureau's spirits, with the chief personally singling out Lin Luo for praise. Zhou Dongliang was extremely pleased with Lin Luo. Combined with Li Meng's relentless toasts, they successfully drank Lin Luo into a blackout. Lin Gu. Li Meng's booming voice echoed through the room. Lin Luo sighed helplessly, what's all the noise so early in the morning? The chief gave me a week off. Lin Gu, we've got a case. Li Meng's eyes were bright and alert, as if he'd been drinking water all night. Lin Luo forced himself to perk up. After a quick wash, he and Li Meng arrived at the crime scene. It was a large supermarket, bustling with people at the entrance. The manager was wringing his hands. Beside him stood 2 women with bloodshot eyes. Spotting Lin Luo and Li Meng approaching, the manager hurried forward. Sir, you must stand up for us. The 2 women beside the manager moved even faster, lunging toward Lin Luo. Lin Luo, who had been in a daze, was jolted awake by the commotion. Fortunately, Li Meng stepped in front and shielded them from the women. My daughter, the slightly older woman wailed at the top of her lungs. Li Meng's face twitched. Lin Luo said, please calm down, sister. Let's talk this through. The manager's daughter went missing while shopping in our supermarket. We've searched every corner, she's nowhere inside. Manager, her disappearance has absolutely nothing to do with our store. The supermarket manager began pleading his case while a system notification sounded in Lin Luo's ear. Ding! Host has detected a case, the missing woman. Evidence has been gathered for the host. Please access it promptly. Lin Luo surveyed the bustling supermarket and asked, when did she go missing? My daughter said she was coming to the supermarket this morning to buy some MSG seasoning, but she never came back. I was anxiously waiting at home, so I came to the supermarket to look for her. But my daughter vanished without a trace and her phone is turned off. The weeping woman said. The supermarket manager hurriedly interjected, ma'am, please don't accuse our supermarket. Look at all these people coming and going. If anything happened to your daughter, someone would have noticed. The 2 women looked up, ready to lash out at the manager's words. Lin Luo cleared his throat. I see your supermarket has surveillance cameras. Take me to the monitoring room immediately. The manager nodded hastily, intimidated by the women. Just as they prepared to escalate the confrontation, Li Meng, a towering figure, glared at them, instantly subduing their defiance. Lin Luo followed the manager to the surveillance room, where the security guard on duty pulled up the morning's footage for him. Lin Luo quickly spotted the missing person wearing red. Ding! Host has acquired key evidence, surveillance footage. Lin Luo perked up. If the system marked it as key evidence, the surveillance footage must contain the missing person's trail. Li Meng, copy the surveillance footage. You're coming with us to the station. Lin Luo summoned the supermarket manager and the two persistently clamoring women to accompany him to the Nanyu precinct. As soon as they got out of the car, Lin Luo ran into Zhou Dongliang, who was preparing to go out on business. Zhou Dongliang stared wide-eyed at Lin Luo and said, "What are you doing here, kid? The chief gave you time off." Lin Luo glanced at Li Meng, who was looking at him with pleading eyes, and said, "There's a missing person case. I came back to see if I could find any clues." Zhou Dongliang patted Lin Luo's shoulder approvingly. "Good work, kid. That's more like a real cop." The supermarket manager recognized Zhou Dongliang immediately. He was the head of the criminal investigation division. Just as he moved to greet him, Zhou Dongliang walked away without looking back. Li Meng nudged the supermarket manager. "Come on, let's go give a statement." Lin Luo called Wu Shui over to settle the two distraught women. He then took the surveillance footage into his office. After being promoted to an 8-star operative, Lin Luo had his own desk. With Wang Jinfu's financial backing, the chief waved his hand generously and specially assigned Lin Luo a small office. Lin Luo copied the footage onto his computer and began scrutinizing it. The footage showed the missing person entering the supermarket at 9 a.m. After purchasing several daily necessities, they left at 10:12 a.m. The supermarket entrance leads to a pedestrian street lined with shops of various sizes, all equipped with surveillance cameras. The missing person was last seen at 10:20 a.m., with a hotel on the pedestrian street recording their final whereabouts. The nearest surveillance camera was 50 meters away, creating a critical blind spot in the monitoring system. Lin Luo's fingers drummed on the tabletop. Within this 50-meter surveillance blind spot, the missing person's whereabouts held several possibilities, each needing to be systematically ruled out. He urgently needed someone familiar with the local terrain to conduct interviews. Fortunately, they had just brought the supermarket manager back to headquarters. With a single phone call, the supermarket manager soon appeared in his office. Lin Luo looked at the manager and asked, "You're the supermarket manager. Are you familiar with the nearby pedestrian street?" The manager nodded eagerly. "Our supermarket was the first to open on this pedestrian street. All the other shops opened around us later." Lin Luo nodded and asked, "Are there any shops within 50 meters east of your supermarket that have back doors?" "Sir, none. I've been to several nearby stores." The manager shook his head repeatedly. "Then is there a bus stop right outside your supermarket entrance?" "No." Lin Luo had already ruled out two possibilities in his mind. He waved the manager away. Li Meng looked at Lin Luo, utterly confused. "Is that guy a suspect? Why did you let him go after just 2 questions? He's not. Look at all the people coming and going in the supermarket. Even if he intended to commit a crime, he wouldn't choose such a noisy environment. I asked him those 2 questions to rule out 2 possible locations for the missing person." Li Meng scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Lin Luo rubbed his own face. Working alongside him these past days, Lin Luo had come to realize that Li Meng was indeed fierce, but his brain wasn't exactly sharp. He'd make a decent SWAT officer, but somehow he'd ended up in their criminal investigation division. "I won't explain any further. Go call the road administration department and ask if there are any manholes on that pedestrian street." Li Meng nodded eagerly. Having worked in the criminal investigation division for several years, he understood his own limitations. Solving major homicide cases back-to-back with Lin Luo in just a few weeks had earned him deep trust in his partner. Soon, Li Meng reported back, there were no manholes along the entire pedestrian street. Upon receiving this answer, Lin Luo immediately grabbed his clothes. Ding! Critical case progress detected. Host, initiate interpersonal relationship investigation. Lin Luo received the system prompt and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his judgment had been correct. Li Meng followed behind Lin Luo. "Brother Lin, where are we headed?" "Gather old Su from the community. We're investigating the case together." Chapter 17, Vehicles. Community police officers were a primary force in grassroots governance. Old Su, whom Lin Luo mentioned, had served in this role for over a decade. When Lin Luo was first assigned to the Nanyu Sub-Bureau, he had served under Old Su for a period. This veteran officer, who loved to smile with his eyes half closed. Now seated in the patrol car, he grinned at Lin Luo. "Hey, college boy, you've really made it big. That million from Mr. Wang solved our immediate cash crunch. Just look at our community, we can't even get proper equipment these days." After spending 2 days in the community, Lin Luo had become quite familiar with its situation. As the poorest of Dongshan City's 4 major districts, the Nanyu Sub-Bureau received only minimal funding. Any meager subsidies from higher-ups went straight to the Criminal Investigation Division. Neighborhoods like theirs, neglected by everyone, relied solely on Old Su's seniority to barely keep things afloat. "Old Su, if we crack this missing person case, I'll personally petition the chief to allocate some funds for your neighborhood. You can count on it." Lin Luo's words lit a spark in Old Su's eyes. He nodded. I've heard about this case from Li Meng too. Rest assured, I know that area like the back of my hand. Lin Luo smiled. There was truth to the saying that each field had its own experts. Old Su had been rooted in the grassroots for decades, something a youngster like him couldn't possibly match. Under Old Su's guidance, Lin Luo spent the entire afternoon mapping out the entire pedestrian street. Ding! Detected host following veteran police officer. Acquired ability, communication. Communication. When gathering case clues, there is a certain probability of collecting key evidence. Lin Luo felt a surge of excitement. This trip hadn't been in vain after all. After a busy afternoon, the group sat in the car. Old Su took the water pipe Li Meng handed him. That 50-meter stretch just happens to be a surveillance blind spot. This guy won't be easy to track down. Li Meng nodded in agreement. Even now, he still couldn't figure out what Lin Luo was doing, and the whereabouts of the missing person remained a complete mystery. Lin Luo smiled faintly. The missing person must have left by vehicle. I recall there's a surveillance camera at the end of the commercial street. Copy the footage and screen it frame by frame. Will definitely find the vehicle they took. Old Su looked at Lin Luo and nodded in agreement. You're a real whiz at solving cases, kid. I was actually planning to ask the chief to transfer you to community work. Ah well. Looks like I won't be able to pry this gem away from old Joe after all. Lin Luo gave a faint smile. Before obtaining the system, community work had been his best option. Now, with the case-solving system in hand, he certainly wouldn't be content to retire in the community. Li Meng copied the footage from the end of the pedestrian street. After dropping Old Su off at home, Lin Luo patted Li Meng on the shoulder and asked, Li Meng, let me ask you an elementary school question. What equals distance? Don't underestimate me, Lin. Distance equals time multiplied by speed. Even elementary school kids know that. Li Meng steered the car into the bureau parking lot. Time equals distance divided by speed. The entire pedestrian street has a speed limit, and it's 2 kilometers long. Subtracting the speed limit, we only need to review the footage from the last 2 hours the missing person was last seen. Lin Luo's words made Li Meng's face turn slightly green. He had just driven into the pedestrian street and knew it was extremely bustling, teeming with vehicles and pedestrians. He turned to Lin Luo. Brother Lin, are we going to search them one by one? Exactly. Lin Luo pulled out a can of coffee. We're working overtime tonight. At 1 a.m., Lin Luo finished his last can of coffee. In just 2 short hours, over 1,000 vehicles had exited the pedestrian street. They needed to identify the suspicious vehicle among them. Even Lin Luo, with his detective's intuition, felt his eyes growing blurry. Li Meng was already sprawled across his chair, eyes rolled back, questioning the meaning of life. Lin Luo, his eyes bloodshot, kept searching. Ding! Host has detected a crucial clue. The system will provide assistance. Congratulations! Host has acquired the one-time ability, Detective. Detective Mastery is an advanced detective skill. Host, keep up the good work. 3 consecutive system notifications sent a jolt through Lin Luo's heart as his mind raced. The daytime collected files scattered across his desk, he scanned through them while simultaneously searching the screen for suspicious vehicles. Soon, he zeroed in on a suspicious black vehicle. From the missing person's network of contacts, he pulled up a file. Yang Qing, female, 25 years old. Friend of the missing person. As he read the description, Lin Luo's eyes grew increasingly bright. He slammed his fist on the table, startling Li Meng beside him. Li Meng quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lin Luo. What's up, Lin? Found the suspicious vehicle. Go bring the person in this file back to the station. Lin Luo handed the file to Li Meng, who scratched his head in distress. Brother Lin, that won't work. It's the middle of the night. If this person files a complaint, the chief will be furious again. Didn't you see the file says Yang Qing's boyfriend is a parolee? Bring them in for questioning. Li Meng's eyes lit up. He nodded vigorously. Brother Lin, leave it to me. At 2 a.m., the detention room was brightly lit. Lin Luo walked in, observing a man and a woman seated on chairs. The man sported a shaved head, his arms covered in large tattoos, his face radiating defiance. The woman sat silently, her hair covering half her face. Bringing these two in for questioning, Lin Luo had already gathered their backgrounds. Most crucially, he learned they planned to take 2 young girls out of the province, claiming the girls were distant relatives and they were helping them find jobs. As Lin Luo entered, the man's arrogance flared. He slammed his fist on the detention room chair. What crime did I commit? Why drag me here in the middle of the night? Lin Luo ignored the man and turned to Yang Qing. Your friend Zhang Hong went missing outside a supermarket. Her family is very worried and doesn't know if you have any information about her. Yang Qing remained silent, prompting the man to shout. What kind of man picks on a woman? If you've got the guts, slap me twice and I'll spill everything. Li Meng, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and glared at the man. Lin Luo smiled faintly. Why are you so eager to provoke me? Who brings a pinhole camera into a police station? Looks like you came prepared. Lin Luo pulled the pinhole camera from the man's jacket pocket. Li Meng's face immediately darkened. Lin Luo had already detected the device through system alerts. A detective's intuition wasn't for show. The man stopped ranting, grunting a couple of times before settling down. Lin Luo knew without crucial evidence, these two wouldn't confess. He stepped out of the holding cell and looked at Li Meng. We'll split up. You find out about the two girls following them. I'll investigate their recent movements. Li Meng glanced at the time. Brother Lin, it's so late. Lin Luo exhaled deeply. When it comes to missing persons, it's never too late. Chapter 18, Rental Apartment. The man and woman in the holding cell remained defiant. While investigating outside, Lin Luo received a call from headquarters. The man on the line was hostile, demanding the joint investigation be terminated immediately. Tell him to wait until the assistance period ends, Lin Luo said firmly. The man on the other end protested, Brother Lin, the assistance period is only 24 hours. What if they complain to headquarters about you? Let them complain, Lin Luo insisted firmly. He hung up and turned to the landlady standing before him. Auntie, how long ago did this person rent the place? Lin Luo showed the woman's photo to the landlady. She replied, Officer, it was over a week ago. First, the woman came to rent the room, then the man showed up later. A thought struck Lin Luo. He had checked all the couple's transaction records, and this one stood out as odd. Following the trail, he had found this landlady. The landlady recalled, Officer, that couple was really strange. They only rented the place for a week, and before leaving, they cleaned it spotless. Lin Luo clenched his fist tightly. According to his information, the couple owned property within the jurisdiction of the Southern District Police Station, yet they had rented a place over 10 miles away in the Northern District jurisdiction. They stayed for only a week before checking out and leaving. Auntie, take me to see the place. The landlady's face clouded with reluctance. Lin Luo offered a slight smile. Auntie, assisting with the investigation and helping us solve the case comes with a reward. The landlady's face immediately broke into a broad smile. She hurriedly replied, Officer, what are you saying? I'll take you there right now. 20 minutes later, Lin Luo stepped into the rental unit. It was spotless, with the faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. Ding! Host has detected crime scene. Please locate critical evidence. Lin Luo immediately pulled out his phone and called Zhou Dongliang first, as this area fell under the jurisdiction of the North District Police Station. Are you sure? Zhou Dongliang frowned on the other end. Lin Luo affirmed, Captain, this is the place. All right, stay put. I'll bring backup immediately. Zhou Dongliang sounded decisive. After the previous incident, a subtle rivalry had emerged between the North and South precincts. The Dongshan Municipal Bureau placed greater emphasis on the North Precinct, especially since it housed a 6-star operative. As Lin Luo waited, the landlady outside let out a startled cry. 3 men in tight-fitting gear appeared. Before they could enter the rental unit, a loud shout rang out. What's the rush? Careful you don't mess up the scene. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Luo glanced outside. There, standing before the rental house, was a man of medium build wearing a Zhongshan suit, his eyebrows unusually thick and bushy. The moment he spotted Lin Luo, the man declared, You're Lin Luo from the Southern District Precinct? I hear you were the one who apprehended the mastermind behind the major case on March 17th. I am Lin Luo. And you are? Lin Luo's face showed confusion. The burly man in tactical gear who hadn't entered the rental apartment quickly interjected, Lin, this is the chief of the Criminal Investigation Division of the North District Bureau and also the deputy chief of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Corps. Within the Northern District Bureau, only one individual held dual positions, Gu Ming, the 6-star agent known as the Detective of the Deep Winter. Even as a student, Lin Luo had heard his professors discuss cases handled by Gu Ming. With Gu Ming's credentials, he could easily serve as the chief of the Municipal Bureau or even hold a higher-level position. So it's Captain Gu. I've long admired your reputation, Lin Luo said. You've cracked several cases and saved lives recently. You're practically a hero cop in our city, Gu Ming chuckled. Glancing at the rental apartment, he added, You came here with such fanfare, could this be the crime scene? Lin Luo nodded. Gu Ming sniffed the air in the rental unit. Most people wouldn't use bleach like this. Old Zhou must be thrilled to have a disciple like you. I'm genuinely envious. Lin Luo suddenly understood Zhou Dongliang and Gu Ming knew each other. Standing behind Gu Ming, the imposing, muscular men who had arrived with such force now looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. One of them tugged at Gu Ming's sleeve and whispered, Captain, didn't we say when we came that we needed to make a strong first impression? Gu Ming cleared his throat. Even though I know old Zhou, if you want us to back you up, you'll have to show us some real skills. You've been in there this long, have you found anything? Lin Luo wasn't one to be fooled. While waiting for Zhou Dongliang, he had already thoroughly searched the rental apartment. His detective instincts had picked up several anomalies. He invited Gu Ming inside. The two approached the bed. The rental unit wasn't large, just a living room and bathroom. A bed stood in the main room, with a wardrobe beside it. Even though the killer changed the sheets, he left a telltale clue. Lin Luo pulled back the bedding, revealing the bed frame beneath. Several distinct scratch marks stood out on the wooden slats. Guming stared at the marks with a grave expression. How did you spot them? Hair. Lin Luo picked up a long strand from the floor, the killer's telltale clue. Guming nodded slightly. This alone won't bring the criminal to justice. If the missing person was murdered, even if bleach was used, the Rumiol reagent will still react. Once backup arrives, let the evidence speak for itself. Lin Luo declared with conviction. Guming nodded. You're right. Soon, reinforcements from the Southern District Bureau arrived. Zhou Dongliang rushed in hurriedly but was pulled aside by Guming. Zhou Dongliang eyed Guming warily. Old Gu, Lin Luo is the South District Bureau's prized asset. Don't get any funny ideas, watch out for Director Yang's wrath. Guming smiled faintly. We've known each other for years. Would I do something like that? Zhou Dongliang eyed Guming suspiciously, his gaze thick with distrust. Guming cleared his throat. I want to recommend Lin Luo for the PXC. Zhou Dongliang's heart skipped a beat. As a veteran detective, he dreamed of joining the PXC in his youth, but his abilities hadn't been up to par back then. Now that he had the skills, he was long past the age requirement. Seeing Zhou Dongliang still pondering, Guming pressed, I am the Deputy Chief of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Corps. If you refuse, I'll simply request Lin Luo be seconded to the Municipal Bureau. Zhou Dongliang hastily waved his hands. He hadn't even had time to warm up to Lin Luo as his apprentice yet. This is a great opportunity to bring glory to the nation, he said immediately. How could I possibly disagree? It's just, what about Director Yang? If Lin Luo brings home an award, Director Yang will be grinning from ear to ear. I'll handle convincing and you can count on me. Only then did Zhou Dongliang relent. He glanced at Lin Luo, who was busy in the rented apartment, and remarked, the new generation is pushing the old aside. I'm just an old wave now. Guming laughed heartily. You've been riding Lin Luo's coattails lately. You're already a 7-star agent, not far from my 6-star rank. Zhou Dongliang's face darkened instantly. Advancing from 7-star to 6-star was a major hurdle. Among Dongshan's 5 criminal investigation teams, with over 100 operatives, only 5 held 6-star status. Old Gu, I suddenly don't want Lin Luo to go anymore. No, forget I said anything earlier. Once this case wraps up, dinner's on me. Chapter 19, Psychological Warfare. Inside the rental apartment, the prepared luminol solution was evenly sprayed throughout the space. Li Meng, who had come to assist, frowned. Lin Gu, didn't you say bleach could interfere with luminol? Is it still usable? Bleach and similar chemicals can temporarily disrupt the luminol reaction. But the truth won't be concealed. Even blood dried for many years will react to luminol reagent. Lin Luo waved his hand, and prepared personnel promptly drew the curtains. Blue-green fluorescent spatter appeared on the bed, walls, and floor, silently recounting the tragedy that had unfolded within the rental apartment. Lin Luo clenched his fists. This is the crime scene. An unprecedented rage surged through Lin Luo's chest. He felt as though he were witnessing an innocent victim being beaten and murdered. He couldn't wait to return to the station. Making the 2 criminals in the holding cell spill the truth and face the full force of the law was the only thing Lin Luo could do for the victim. Anger is a good thing, it keeps us fighting for justice. But don't let it cloud your judgment. Old Zhou told me the 2 suspects have already been brought to your precinct. Guming grabbed Lin Luo's shoulders from behind, and Lin Luo nodded firmly. Ding! Host has discovered decisive evidence. Host is instructed to return to the precinct and bring the criminals to justice. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Luo ordered, you collect evidence at the scene. I'm heading back to the station now. Half an hour later, inside the holding cell. Yang Cheng remained silent, not uttering a word. The man beside her grew increasingly hostile. Hey! We haven't even had breakfast yet. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Collaborative investigations have time limits. Let us out now, or I'll file a complaint against you. The man pointed at Lin Luo. Recalling their conversation from the night before, Lin Luo knew this man was a meticulous criminal. Getting the truth out of him would be harder than climbing to heaven. Lin Luo turned to Li Meng behind her. Separate interrogation. Take him out. Hey! Bullying a woman? What kind of person are you? The man grew frantic. Li Meng grabbed him firmly. Come with me. Separate questioning is legal. Li Meng led the shouting man out. Lin Luo sat down in front of Yang Cheng and asked, was the missing person a close friend of yours? Yang Cheng slowly shook her head, unwilling to say more. Lin Luo's voice grew solemn. From what I understand, the missing person lent you 50,000 yuan for an emergency. He wasn't wealthy himself. Only a very close friend would lend such a large sum. Yang Cheng murmured, I paid it back. You repaid the money, but your boyfriend tried to make a quick buck and ended up losing your entire photography studio. Lin Luo fixed her with a piercing stare. You intended to marry him? He's a good person, Yang Cheng replied, her voice low and heavy. Lin Luo sighed. Forgive my bluntness, but he's a scumbag. Yang Cheng clenched her teeth and looked up at Lin Luo. You can't say that about him. He's a good person. A drunk, a gambler, a convicted felon. Lin Luo's detective instincts kicked in. He pointed at Yang Qing's neck. He hit you? Yang Qing immediately covered her neck. No, I hurt myself. Can I go home? He said the police investigation period is almost over. Noticing Yang Qing's shifting demeanor, Lin Luo stood up. One more thing, you rented a place in the northern district a week ago. From what I understand, you have no relatives or friends there, nor any business connections. You own property in the southern district. Why rent in the north? Yang Qing fell silent. Lin Luo continued, I used luminol as solution in the rental unit and found bloodstains spattered across the walls, floor, and bed. The victim died in agony. Yang Qing clenched his fists, burying his face in his hair. Seeing he'd had enough, Lin Luo pointed to the clock on the detention room wall. The cooperation period is nearly over. I'd like to take you somewhere. Yang Cheng rose and followed Lin Luo. Li Meng escorted the man to another room, assigning 2 officers to guard him closely. The 3 got into the police car, which sped straight to the crime scene. Lin Luo didn't say a word to Yang Qing during the entire ride. As they neared the residential complex, Yang Qing's body trembled. Lin Luo said in a low voice, the crime scene is on the 7th floor. You're coming with us. Yang Qing trembled violently as tears streamed down her face. Her voice hoarse, she whispered, I'm sorry, Li Hong. I'm the one who ruined you. Li Meng's eyes widened in confusion, unsure what was happening. Lin Luo glanced at Zhou Dongliang and Guming standing nearby. Before even reaching the scene, the suspect had confessed to the crime. After he got out of prison, he lived with me. I knew he had ambition, but luck wasn't on his side. Someone tricked him out of $1,000,000. I sold the photo studio just to pay off his debt. But we were about to get married, and we didn't have a penny to our names. I just wanted to ask Li Hong to come over and borrow some money. Yang Qing recounted the events slowly, a boyfriend addicted to gambling, a friend generous to a fault, a rented apartment. A single evil thought ultimately led to tragedy. After hearing the story, Lin Luo turned on the car stereo. In the sea of suffering, love and hate churn in this world, fate cannot be evaded. Lu's voice carried a hint of world weariness, expressing the world's pessimism. Lin Luo spoke slowly, may the departed rest in peace. The only thing I can do is bring you to justice. Yang Qing's emotions steadied, and she said with a tremor in her voice, he said everything was taken care of. The police coming won't make a difference. Li Meng's eyes widened as he exhaled sharply. Who does he think he is? He's right, Lin Luo said. Without conclusive evidence, we can't make a case. Yang Qing, you shouldn't have heard this, but do you feel guilty? Yang Qing fell silent for a moment before whispering, I am guilty. Now I want to know how you disposed of the victim's body? He cut it up and drove to the sea to dump it. Where did he do it? The bathroom. Soon, forensic teams recovered human tissue from the bathroom of the rental unit insufficient for a full autopsy, yet conclusive evidence for conviction. Faced with irrefutable evidence at the police station, the man confessed to his crimes. Lin Luo drove Yang Qing to the detention center, where they would face the full force of the law. On the way back, Lin Luo heard the system's notification. Injustice rectified, evidence speaks. Host has solved the woman's disappearance and acquired the ability, dynamic vision. Host detected multiple homicide case crackdowns, earning the title, Rising Star of Criminal Investigation. Rising Star of Criminal Investigation. Equipping this title enhances the host's detective intuition cooldown, 3 cases. The host may burn abilities to upgrade the title. Lin Luo glanced at it. The Rising Star of Criminal Investigation title seemed quite practical. He had once used the advanced detective intuition ability, Detective Extraordinaire. That feeling of divine assistance was something he still couldn't forget. After a moment's thought, Lin Luo chose to burn his newly acquired dynamic vision. Ability burned, dynamic vision. Criminal investigation Rising Star advanced by 5.5%. Lin Luo's hand froze. He felt like a bottomless pit was waiting for him. Chapter 20, Homicide. At the Southern District Police Station, amidst the bustling Criminal Investigation Division, Lin Luo escorted a sleazy-looking middle-aged man into the holding cell. Li Meng rubbed his temples. Just yesterday, they had solved a missing persons case. The chief had praised both of them lavishly and immediately approved Lin Luo's request to allocate funds to the community. Li Meng still remembered the chief patting his shoulder the day before, telling him and Lin Luo to get some rest. Little did he know that the moment they stepped out of the chief's office, Lin Luo transformed into a workaholic, taking on 3 cases back to back. Today's sleazy middle-aged man was the bike thief from the 3rd case. Solving 3 cases in 2 consecutive days had even the robust Li Meng feeling worn out. He glanced at Lin Luo, who seemed to know no fatigue, and suggested, Brother Lin, a new restaurant just opened on East Avenue. The owner seems like a decent guy. Why don't we grab Wu Shui and go try it out today? Lin Luo shot Li Meng a glance, his detective instincts still sharp. Li Meng felt as if Lin Luo's gaze could pierce his soul, sending a shiver down his spine. No thanks. If you want to pursue Wu Shui, go for it. I'm not about to be the third wheel. Bro Lin, how did you know? Ah. Li Meng clamped his mouth shut and obediently followed behind Lin Luo. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. Solving 3 cases in 2 days had left even him feeling exhausted, but the cooling-off period for the rising star of criminal investigation had ended. Solving 3 cases had granted him several abilities of little practical use, so he decided to burn them all. He summoned the system. Host, Lin Luo. Rank, Level 8, 1-star operator. Ability, Detective's intuition. All items related to the case you're investigating hold a unique attraction for you. Ability, Truth-seeking triggers probabilistically during interrogations, compelling the subject to speak truthfully. Ability, Animal Friend can befriend any animal. Ability, Rising Star of Criminal Investigation. Equipping this title enhances the host's detective intuition cooldown, 0 cases. The host can burn abilities to level up the title. Current progress, 15.5%. System ability, analyzes and guides the host in collecting case clues, providing hints for hidden leads. The wearable ability Rising Star of Criminal Investigation felt like a bottomless pit, consuming several skills consecutively just to gain a measly 10% progress. Yet Lin Luo would never forget the sensation of being empowered by the detective's ability. His brain felt like it had been upgraded from an old computer to a galactic supercomputer, solidifying his resolve to max out Rising Star. As Lin Luo pondered, Wu Shui hurried over. Spotting him, she blurted, "Lin, we've got a case." Lin Luo glanced at the files and recognized the location. It was near the charred corpse case he'd handled. "Li Meng, grab your gear. You're driving," Lin Luo said, pulling out his phone. "I'll let Captain Zhou know. Tell the village chief to wait for us." The Southern Territory jurisdiction encompassed vast villages and towns beyond the development zones. Lin Luo wasn't familiar with these areas of Spring City, but fortunately, he had Zhou Dongliang, the veteran detective. Lin Luo made a call, and Zhou Dongliang promptly gave him the village chief's number. He had already notified the village chief to wait at the village entrance. After connecting with the village chief, Li Meng was about to drive to Liang village. Just then, someone got into the car. Li Meng's expression darkened. He turned to the back seat and snapped, "Zhongli, what are you doing in the car? I heard there was a murder in Liang village. With our officer Lin riding high lately, this veteran detective here thought he'd seek some advice from him." Though Zhongli said this, even Li Meng could detect the sarcasm in his tone. Lin Luo sighed inwardly. The system hadn't been wrong. Zhongli truly was a petty man. "Having a senior like you accompany me to Liang village means I'll have plenty to learn from you," Lin Luo said with a smile. Zhongli nodded. Young people should be more humble. Unlike Li Meng, who's all muscle and no brains, he'll pay for that someday. Li Meng remained silent. He knew Lin Luo wasn't one to take losses lying down. This was going to be entertaining. He despised types like Zhongli, those who flaunted their seniority and coasted on their years in the criminal investigation division. Each harboring their own thoughts, the trio drove toward Liang village. The moment the car arrived, the village chief hurried over. "Comrades, our village hasn't seen a homicide in decades. Take us to the crime scene now." Zhongli, as soon as he arrived, showed no interest in learning from experience. Li Meng frowned. Lin Luo had already reported to Zhou Dongliang that this case should be led by Lin Luo. Lin Luo pulled Li Meng back. "Don't rush. Solving the case is paramount. Let's go see the scene first." Guided by the village chief, the trio arrived at the crime scene. Inside an ordinary dwelling, the victim lay curled up beside the front door. The door was ajar by about 10 centimeters. It was clear the victim had tried to crawl out for help but had bled to death beside the door. Lin Luo examined the clues while Zhongli strode in casually. "Li Meng, take notes." The victim was stabbed with a sharp weapon, sustaining 2 penetrating wounds to the neck. Cause of death, massive arterial hemorrhage. Li Meng looked thoroughly reluctant, but before Lin Luo could speak, he had no choice but to grudgingly take Zhongli's dictation. Lin Luo stared thoughtfully at the footprints in the sand outside the door. The back of the footprint was peculiar. It contained a skull. Zhang Li searched the room, surveying the mess. The killer really went all out. The victim's blood is splattered all over the place. Could we have stumbled upon a psychopathic killer this time? Li Meng asked, "Brother Lin, anything new?" The deadbolt inside shows no signs of forced entry. Footprints in the sand outside indicate the killer entered through the window. Lin Luo approached the window and discovered 2 fingerprints on the sill, along with several footprints. The footprints on the sill were clearly made by some kind of fabric-patterned shoe. Zhang Li approached Lin Luo and, upon seeing the 2 types of footprints, immediately concluded there was more than one killer. One went inside to commit the murder while the other waited outside as backup. Li Meng rolled his eyes. Lin Luo had found the fingerprints and footprints, yet Zhang Li jumped to conclusions without acknowledging Lin Luo's contribution. Lin Luo shook his head. "The current evidence isn't sufficient to determine the number of suspects." Zhang Li shook his head. "You young ones lack experience. This was definitely the work of 2 or more people." Li Meng cleared his throat. "Lin, I noticed the victim's wallet on the bed was slashed open with a sharp blade. All the cash was taken, only the bank cards and IDs remain." Zhang Li clapped his hands. "Now we have a motive. At that moment, Lin Luo heard the system prompt sound in his ear. Ding! Host detected at crime scene. Case acquired, Liang Village murder case. Host must promptly determine number of suspects. Equipable ability, criminal investigation rising star has finished cooling down. Equip? Without hesitation, Lin Luo selected equip. Chapter 21, Witness. After collecting evidence from the crime scene, Lin Luo sought out the village chief for questioning. The village chief stared at the photo of the skeletal footprint and suddenly slapped his forehead. That footprint looks familiar. Old Chi at the shoe shop near the village entrance sells exactly that style. My grandson wanted a pair, but I thought it looked sinister and didn't let him buy them. The village chief looked relieved. Just as Lin Luo was about to ask more questions, Zhang Li interjected, Chief, take us to find old Seven the shoemaker now. He can assist our investigation. Lin Luo, you and Officer Li go check other places. Li Meng's eyes widened. He knew Zhang Li was trying to take credit for the discovery. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Lin Luo stopped him. Lin Luo had questioned the village chief about the skull footprints, but the rising star of criminal investigation showed no reaction. This wasn't the right investigative angle. Using the footprints as an excuse to send Zhang Li away was perfect. Having someone like him around was a major hindrance to the investigation. Watching the village chief lead Zhang Li away, Li Meng vented, Lin, that old fox keeps trying to steal the credit without lifting a finger. It's infuriating. Lin Luo reassured him, the footprints might not lead us to the killer. Let's examine the scene again for any overlooked evidence. Li Meng nodded. Soon, the two discovered climbing marks on the outer wall of the victim's home. Li Meng exclaimed excitedly, Lin Gu, there must be two killers. They're working as a team. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes. The system prompt required confirming the number of suspects first. Based on the crime scene evidence, it did indeed appear to be a gang operation. But the criminal investigation news star offered a different answer. Ding! Host detected climbing marks on exterior wall, triggering criminal investigation news star. Criminal investigation news star feedback, ruthless killers with extremely cautious personalities. Lin Luo said, Li Meng, we can approach this from several angles. A scene this brutal could indicate a crime of passion, revenge, or financial gain. Li Meng nodded. The crime scene was utterly chaotic. If this deranged killer was a serial murderer, the victim wouldn't be the only one. The two summoned the village accountant. After questioning, they pinpointed the victim's last known whereabouts. Gentlemen, you know this is a small place. When these migrant workers return, they inevitably engage in some minor activities. By small activities, he meant gambling. Lin Luo's eyes lit up, and he instructed the accountant to gather all participants. The first to approach Lin Luo was a heavy-set man. The man strained to recall, Officer, I remember around 9 o'clock the night before last, Yang Chang was playing cards with us when he suddenly got a call. He sounded upset, like he was arguing with someone. Were there any others besides you? Yes, there were 4 of us playing cards. We were just betting small amounts. Is that a problem, officer? The man looked visibly nervous. Lin Luo instructed, go wait at the village committee office. We'll notify you. After the man left, the other 2 witnesses arrived one after another. Officer, Yang Chang didn't take any calls at all while he was playing cards with us the day before yesterday. The 2 witnesses said in unison. Li Meng clapped his hands and exclaimed, Brother Lin, I'll go get Yang Chang's call records. Li Meng returned shortly. Lin Luo had already learned from one witness that several villagers had been playing mahjong the previous day but were 1 player short. Someone tried to call Yang Chang, but the fat man snatched the phone and claimed Yang Chang was feeling unwell. Li Meng pulled Lin Luo aside. Brother Lin, I got Yang Chang's call records. He didn't answer any calls the night before last. Li Meng's eyes flashed with determination. He was itching to rush to the village committee and pin the fat man down. Lin Luo picked up the call log as a notification chime sounded. Rising star of criminal investigation, seems like crucial evidence, but actually useless. Li Meng, do you think a 200-pound man could climb over this wall? Lin Luo pointed at the outer wall of Yang Chang's house. Walls in rural areas were typically very high, and this one was covered in broken glass shards. Li Meng glanced over and shook his head repeatedly. Lin Luo said, he's hardly a suspect. Li Meng said disappointedly, Brother Lin, this guy is clearly so suspicious. We must let the evidence speak when searching for the killer. We can't rely on our own subjective assumptions. Lin Luo handed the collected fingerprint evidence to Li Meng. The perpetrator left fingerprints at the scene. Use the 3 possibilities I mentioned earlier to compare the villagers' fingerprints against them. Li Meng acknowledged the instruction as Lin Luo paced near the outer wall. The moment he neared the corner, an alert sounded in his ear. Rising star of forensics, something appears beneath the cornerstone. This could be the key to solving the case. Lin Luo carefully lifted the stone and discovered a half-smoked cigarette butt. He carefully placed it into an evidence bag. Li Meng leaned in. Lin, what's this? A cigarette butt. As far as I know, Yang Chang wasn't exactly wealthy. Look at the ashtray in his room. Every cigarette was smoked down to the filter before being discarded. Lin Luo glanced at the half-smoked cigarette in the evidence bag and said, "Take it to Wu Shui for analysis. With any luck, we won't have to wait long to catch the killer." Li Meng slapped his thigh. "You're the man, brother Lin. That old fox is going to be humiliated. I'm going straight to Captain Zhou to report him." Lin Luo smiled. He had already figured out Zhang Li's motive. He was here to steal credit. Lin Luo wasn't one to take a loss. Wang Jinfu had just donated $1 million to the bureau. It was crystal clear whose side the chief would take. Secure all evidence. Notify the coroner to remove the body. Lin Luo made his arrangements methodically. Meanwhile, Zhang Li stood dumbfounded, staring at the 4 figures gathered beside the shoe stall. One was missing a leg, another looked ancient, and the other 2 regarded Zhang Li with eyes that radiated a peculiar kind of wisdom. "Village chief, are these the people you brought?" Zhang Li asked loudly. The village chief cleared his throat. "Old 7, you tell him." "Sir, that batch of shoes didn't sell well. Only 8 pairs were sold in total. I could only find these 4 people, the rest have long gone to work elsewhere." Lao Chi, the shoe seller, wore an innocent expression. Zhang Li clenched his fists. This old hand knew full well he'd been played by Lin Luo. The village chief cautiously inquired, "Comrade, the accountant called to say those 2 comrades have already driven back. Why don't you stay for a simple meal in our village? I had someone save one of those old ducks you praised last time." Zhang Li seethed inwardly. He snapped, "Solving the case is urgent. What meal? Does your village have any transportation to take me back to the bureau?" The village chief pointed to a rusting tractor nearby. "Comrade, this is our only old relic. I'll have old 7 drive you." Old 7 waved his hands hastily. "Village chief, that thing's practically ancient. I'm afraid it'll fall apart halfway there." Zhang Li's face darkened. "What's there to fear? The case is urgent. Get me back now." Chapter 22, New Ability. After several days of intense work, Lin Luo narrowed down the suspects to 1 among 82 villagers through fingerprint analysis. Combined with saliva DNA extracted from a cigarette but found beneath the victim's wall, this confirmed the suspect as the perpetrator. This left Li Meng stunned and utterly perplexed. He personally led a team to apprehend the suspect. In the interrogation room of the Southern District Police Station, the captured suspect sat silently in the interrogation chair. Lin Luo addressed the suspect, "We have gathered sufficient evidence. Even if you refuse to confess, these proofs alone will send you to prison for rehabilitation." Lin Luo wasn't lying. He had gathered evidence sufficient to prosecute the killer. But the system required the criminal to confess his crimes verbally. But remember, truth brings leniency, resistance brings severity. Tell us your motive and the details of the crime, and we'll consider your circumstances. Li Meng played the good cop beside him, but the villager across from them remained silent. A thought struck Lin Luo, reminding him of one of his abilities. The truth-speaking ability was formidable. Through various experiments, Lin Luo had already grasped some of its patterns. You and Yang Chang had no prior conflict. Yet shortly after his return, you gambled with him and lost 2,000 yuan. As far as I know, your family isn't well off, and you have a sick daughter. Lin Luo set the documents aside. This kind of information is easy to gather. Your motive isn't hard to guess. A gambler who loses his daughter's medical funds is bound to act more desperately than most. Lin Luo stepped before the suspect. Your daughter is still young. If you receive life imprisonment, you'll never be able to be with her again. What do you want to know? The suspect's voice was hoarse and low, a forced smile stretching across his otherwise honest face. Describe the crime. Every trace Lin Luo had examined at the scene pointed to an accomplice, yet only one killer had been apprehended. The suspect paused as if recalling memories before speaking. Yang Chang beat me for 2,000 yuan and insulted me at the gambling table. I couldn't swallow my pride, so I climbed over the wall to his house. Ding! Detective ability triggered, truth-telling. Please solve the mystery of the footprints at the scene. Lin Luo watched the suspect as he continued. I stood by his outer wall for a while, but my wife called me to come home. I hesitated for a long time, then tossed the half-smoked cigarette under a rock. Li Meng, beside Lin Luo, scribbled furiously as the crucial evidence fell into place. I observed 2 distinct sets of footprints at the crime scene, Lin Luo stated, fixing his gaze on the suspect. The suspect clenched his fists tightly. I took off my shoes before entering the house. I stabbed Yang Chang several times with a knife. He was writhing on the floor, but I ignored him. I slashed open his bag and took the cash inside 5,000 yuan in total. Li Meng, who was taking notes, paused and looked at the suspect in surprise. The suspect glanced at the silver bracelet on his wrist and added, after taking the money, I went outside, put on my shoes, and left. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unraveling the mystery of the footprints and successfully solving the murder case. Ability acquired, burst for 15 seconds after activation. The user's physical strength, willpower, and resistance to blows are greatly enhanced. During this period, the ability Weapon Master is also acquired. This newly acquired ability was quite useful, and Lin Luo intended to keep it. But equipping abilities was like a bottomless pit. It had already swallowed up several of his other abilities. Still, Lin Luo was determined to keep filling the pit. He was seriously coveting the detective ability. After a moment of reflection, Lin Luo turned his gaze to the prisoner before him. A man who killed over a petty argument and money. The law would ensure he received his just punishment. After the prisoner was led away, Li Meng exhaled deeply. "Brother Lin," he said, "Wu Shui agreed to go to the movies with me. I even bought your ticket." He slid a ticket across the table toward Lin Luo. Lin Luo's face darkened. He had no desire to be the third wheel. He declined immediately. "I need to report this case to Captain Zhou. You and Wu Shui go ahead. Be careful on your way." Li Meng chuckled and hurried out the door. Lin Luo shook his head silently, then took the organized files to Zhou Dongliang's office. He wondered what Zhou Dongliang was occupied with lately, as the recent cases had all been handled by Lin Luo and Li Meng. If Zhou Dongliang were present, a slick operator like Zhang Li wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Lin Luo knocked twice. Zhou Dongliang's voice came from inside. "Come in." Lin Luo pushed the door open and stepped inside, handing Zhou Dongliang the case file. Though Zhou hadn't been at the scene, he'd been closely monitoring the case. That old fox Zhang Li had stormed back to the precinct fuming, complaining to Zhou Dongliang. Zhou had given Zhang a stern dressing down, but the man was clearly resentful, itching to take his grievances elsewhere. Zhou Dongliang set down the file and remarked, "Zhang Li came by recently. He's a veteran at the precinct. But seniority doesn't give anyone license to act recklessly." Zhou Dongliang looked at Lin Luo with satisfaction. "You did well, Lin Luo. I've spoken with Deputy Gu. Pack your things and get ready." Lin Luo felt curious. Usually, his life was a straight line between the station and home. "Captain Zhou, what's this about? Call me master from now on." Zhou Dongliang walked over, patted Lin Luo on the shoulder, and asked, "Have you heard of the PXZ competition?" Lin Luo had heard a little about this competition. Full name, Criminal Investigation Police Competition. An international contest spearheaded by Interpol, aimed at cultivating outstanding young criminal investigators from around the world. Lin Luo, just over 20 years old and fresh out of college, had already begun to make a name for himself in the field of criminal investigation. "I've discussed it with Deputy Good," Zhou Dongliang remarked with a touch of nostalgia. "You'll be representing Dongshan City in this year's PXC. Back in my youth, I longed to compete in the PXC myself. But now, so many years have passed and I'm getting on in years." Lin Luo smiled faintly. "I won't let you or Deputy go down. You've got the makings of a great criminal investigator. Our branch lacks the capacity to recommend contestants. You'll be seconded to the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division for a month. Deputy Gu will personally mentor you." Gu Ming and Zhou Dongliang placed immense importance on the PXC, an international competition. Zhou Dongliang had dreamed of participating in his youth, yet various circumstances had kept him from ever competing. He now pinned his hopes on Lin Luo, whose keen awareness of Zhou Dongliang's trust was palpable. Lin Luo nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, master. During my time at the Municipal Bureau, I will study diligently and work hard." Ding! Host has made a pledge. Title Ability Enhancement Task activated. Win the PXZ Championship Tournament date, 6 months hence. Completing this task will grant the host an advanced title ability enhancer. Rising Star of Criminal Investigation was the first upgradable ability Lin Luo had obtained. Seeing the mission reward, he understood that to experience the abilities of a master detective, he would need to keep striving. Watching the fiercely determined Lin Luo, Zhou Dongliang nodded approvingly. "Good. That's the spirit. Don't back down at the Municipal Bureau. Both Deputy Gu and I will support you." "Yes, sir." Lin Luo saluted Zhou Dongliang. Who knew what abilities awaited him at the Municipal Bureau? Chapter 23, The Headquarters. Downtown Dongshan City, where every inch of land was precious, housed all the city's public institutions. The government building, gleaming in the morning sun, stood as Dongshan's iconic landmark. The Dongshan Municipal Bureau was not far from the government complex. The Criminal Investigation Division occupied the third floor of the Bureau building. The moment one entered the lobby, the sound of a heated argument could be heard from the third floor. "Deputy Gu alone can't make an absolute decision for the Municipal Bureau. I've been in criminal investigation for 5 years. I have the experience. I should be the one to go. I've waited 3 years, Captain. Do you have any idea what those 3 years have been like for me?" The cacophony of voices gave Yang Chiyun, the division captain seated in the middle, a headache. Normally, his word carried weight within the division, and no one dared to oppose him. But when it came to PXC, his capable lieutenants seemed to have gone mad. Yang Chiyun understood the allure of PXC to criminal investigators. When Guming first recommended candidates, he had refused. But after witnessing Lin Luo's investigative efficiency, Yang Chiyun had immediately changed his tune. That was precisely why he'd reserved Dongshan's sole opening for Lin Luo. "Ahem, everyone, please calm down." Yang Chiyun clapped his hands, and the entire office fell silent. "The candidate recommended by Deputy Gu will be arriving shortly. Yang Chiyun's single sentence successfully deflected the tension, leaving the elite members of the brigade exchanging glances. "Captain, you go ahead." With smiles on their faces, the group pushed open the door and stepped out. Outside, one voice murmured, "They don't come in peace." "Who's going?" "He's from the Southern District Branch. They don't even have a single 6-star operative there." "I'll go. Let's see what he's made of." At that moment, Lin Luo remained unaware that a group of senior operatives were already sizing him up. He hauled his gear out of the vehicle. A head poked out from the vehicle. "Brother Lin, old man Zhou's thrown you into the fire." Lin Luo looked puzzled at Zhou Qin. She was Zhou Dongliang's daughter, assigned to the Dongshan Municipal Bureau after graduating from the police academy 2 years ahead of Lin Luo. After taking Lin Luo under his wing, Zhou Dongliang had subtly tried to pair him with Zhou Qin, but the two often referred to each other as brothers. If Zhou Dongliang knew, he'd probably spit out a mouthful of old blood. "You didn't know? My old man dreamed of joining the PXZ when he was young. With the recent reforms at Interpol, the competition is held every 4 years. Winning the championship even gives you a chance to have your photo displayed on Interpol's Wall of Honor." Zhou Qin's eyes gleamed with longing as she continued, "If my brain worked properly, I'd have applied for the Criminal Investigation Division ages ago. This time, Shenzhen only has one spot available." Lin Luo understood that compared to the elite officers at headquarters, he was an outsider. For an outsider like him to secure a spot in the competition, it would be no wonder if those elite officers refused to accept it. Any cases at the Municipal Bureau? Solving cases was Lin Luo's top priority right now. "Yes." Zhou Qin gave him a thumbs up. "Lin, you're seriously impressive." Just as Lin Luo opened his mouth, someone sprinted past. Glancing at the insignia on Lin Luo's shoulder as they passed, they barked, "Hey, you! Get in the car. Homicide on Yongdao Street." Lin Luo shoved the items he was holding into Zhou Qin's car. "Take these back to the dorm for me. I'll treat you to a meal later." With that, he jumped into the patrol car after the officer. Zhou Qin stared blankly at the luggage tossed into his car. Another workaholic? Outside the crime scene tape on Tunnel Street, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Several beat cops tried to persuade the crowd to keep traffic moving, but the onlookers only grew more numerous. The detective who brought Lin Luo pulled the car to a stop. "Keep quiet and observe when we go in. Too many people outside." Lin Luo understood instantly and followed the veteran detective into Yongdao Street. Several men in dark blue work uniforms were chattering away, explaining the situation to the police who had arrived first. The veteran detective quickened his pace. "What happened?" the veteran detective demanded. "Officer, we're employees of the heating company. We were inspecting the heating pipes today and found a body in the tunnel." The workers looked shaken, clearly not enjoying the close encounter with the corpse. Tunnel Street, as the name suggested, was a rarely used passageway. Most of the equipment here belonged to the heating company, and workers occasionally came to inspect it. "Where exactly?" The veteran detective surveyed the long, narrow passageway. Guided by the two workers, Lin Luo reached the scene. "Inside the underground pipes." The worker pointed toward the pipes. Glancing at the narrow passageway, the veteran detective cleared his throat. "Hey, you there. Go take a look?" Lin Luo glanced at the veteran detective's build and nodded immediately. The workers hurriedly fetched protective gear for Lin Luo to wear. Finally, the veteran detective handed him a walkie-talkie. "Report any developments over the radio. Reinforcements from headquarters are on their way." Without another word, Lin Luo jumped into the underground pipe. Young people these days are full of energy. "I forgot to ask his name," the veteran detective slapped his forehead. In the rush earlier, he'd seen Lin Luo in his police uniform and called him up without a second thought. The underground pipe was pitch black. The cramped space made it impossible for Lin Luo to stretch his arms. He crawled through the pipe using both hands and feet, the light from his work helmet cutting through the darkness. After climbing downward for a long time, a withered hand appeared. Lin Luo stopped immediately and radioed his team. "There's a female corpse in the center of the pipe. No head." After speaking, Lin Luo carefully dodged the corpse's hand and glanced back, adding, "The lower body is missing too." The veteran detective above sighed. "Can you maneuver around it and explore further down? Ideally, locate the head and lower body." Lin Luo surveyed the space occupied by the corpse. "I can try." Ding. Detected unidentified female corpse. Collecting clues for host. Case received, underground unidentified female corpse. Ding, forensic new star activated. Criminal investigation rising star, a pitch black passage conceals a crime. Deep within the pipes, something seems to lurk. Lin Luo steeled himself and carefully crawled past the corpse, descending further. The underground pipes grew increasingly narrow, forcing him to use one hand to brace himself as he advanced. A beam of light pierced the darkness above, revealing several objects. Criminal investigation new star, desiccated skull, tongue protruding, broken larynx, strangulation by a human hand, desiccated lower limbs separated from the body for 3 years, now mummified. Kitchen knife, suspected murder weapon, lucky bead bracelet. This string of beads did not bring its wearer good fortune. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. His deep dive into the pipes had paid off. Not only had he located the rest of the victim's remains, but he'd also uncovered the killer and the lucky bead bracelet. Lin Luo slipped on rubber gloves and carefully retrieved the lucky bead from the depths of the pipe, examining it closely. Rising star of forensics, small characters engraved on the side of the lucky bead read, "Clever." Though it couldn't bring the victim good fortune, it confirmed the victim's identity. "Hey, anyone got anything?" Veteran Detective Sue, having heard no movement on the walkie-talkie for a while, asked directly. Remaining body parts of the deceased, a rusty kitchen knife, Lin Luo reported, holding the lucky bead. And a bead bracelet with engraved characters. The veteran detective beamed at the news. "Good. The squad support has arrived. I'm coming down to relieve you now." Chapter 24, Identity. Yongdao Street was already cordoned off. The Criminal Investigation Division team carefully lifted a body out of the underground pipes. The veteran detective wiped sweat from his brow. "Finally got the body out. Hey, does anyone recognize the young guy down in the pipes?" A man with a crew cut glanced at Lin Luo, who was adjusting his clothes, and said, "Old Pan, he's a new recruit from the Southern District Bureau." Old Pan immediately clamped his mouth shut. He knew full well that the young officers from headquarters had caused a scene in the chief's office. Being 20 years younger, Lin Luo was undoubtedly the ringleader. "Youth is truly wonderful," Old Pan sighed. The crew-cut man turned to Lin Luo. "Little Lin, I'm Yang Zhe from headquarters. Even if you carried the body out yourself, this case is yours to handle." Lin Luo's heart leapt with delight. Free expertise delivered to his doorstep? Why pass it up? He nodded. "Thanks, Brother Yang." Old Pan stared at Lin Luo with a strange look. Was this kid from the Southern District Bureau genuinely thick-skinned or just plain dumb? Hadn't he picked up on the sarcasm in Yang Ze's tone? Several other young detectives from the headquarters gathered around, all waiting for Lin Luo to slip up. The PXZ competition qualification was like manna from heaven. One misstep from Lin Luo, and it could land in anyone's hands. The young detectives from the Municipal Bureau believed it was better to keep the opportunity within the headquarters, not to let an outsider gain an advantage. Old Pan took a step back, observing Lin Luo with keen interest. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. To earn the envy of these arrogant young upstarts, he must possess genuine skill. Lin Luo studied the body piece together on the white sheet, his expression thoughtful. He had already conducted a thorough examination of the remains in the underground duct, and the rising star of the criminal investigation team had provided him with valuable insights. The body's desiccation indicates it's been in the underground duct for some time. When I descended earlier, I noticed the equipment down there was malfunctioning. Lin Luo glanced at the workers nearby. The workers hastily explained, "Officer, all the equipment in Tongdao Street belongs to our heating company. This underground pipeline supplies heat to the old residential area in the suburbs. They've been delinquent on their heating bills for 3 years now, so their heat was cut off long ago." Old Pan cleared his throat. "No need to dwell on that old business. When was the last time you inspected this?" "It was around the start of spring 3 years ago." The worker pulled out the maintenance log. For equipment supplying heating to these old neighborhoods, the heating company didn't conduct inspections or repairs very frequently. Ding. Host detected contact-based evidence. Preliminary estimation of victim's time of death 3 years ago. Look into it. A woman went missing 3 years ago around 30, with decent living conditions. Lin Luo picked up his lucky bead bracelet, carved from rosewood. The intricate carving clearly marked it as no cheap trinket. Old Pan glanced at the crew cut and said, "The investigation comes first." The crew cut grumbled as he ran back to the station to pull records. Soon, he relayed the information. 3 years ago, someone had reported their daughter missing after she went on a business trip. Since no body was found, the case remained classified as a disappearance. That is, until a female corpse was discovered in the underground pipes beneath Yongdao Street. Old Pan called the reporting family. Half an hour later, a weary-looking couple arrived at the scene. The white-haired woman saw the bracelet on the ground and the body. She let out a wail. "Xiao! My Xiao!" Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted instantly. Several young officers from the headquarters scrambled to lower her to the ground. The man standing beside her, his hands trembling slightly, asked, "Officer, where exactly was the body found?" "In the underground drainage pipe," Lin Luo said, pointing to the body. "Sir, try to recall the last time you saw your daughter." The man's hand shook as he slowly replied, "Shower was such a good girl. Her mother and I pooled our money to help her start a small company. She even called me the day before she disappeared. She said she was going on a business trip to the coast, but she never came back." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. The woman named Zhu Qiao had been missing for 3 years. In those 3 years, her elderly parents had grown white-haired. Before, they still held a glimmer of hope, thinking the worst that could have happened was that she had been abducted, and they might see her again in their lifetime. But that phone call had turned their hopes into grief. Now, burying their child, the man could not stop the tears as he saw his daughter's horrifying state. "Shower never did anything wrong. Whoever did this deserves to be damned." Old Pan sighed. He had witnessed too much tragedy. Sir, she is gone. The living must find peace. All we can do now is catch the real killer. The law will deliver justice for the deceased. Yes, yes, yes. A glimmer of hope lit up the man's eyes. Officer, you must catch the killer. Xiaoer can't have died for nothing. She can't have died for nothing. His voice was shrill and wailing. The young detectives from headquarters had lost their competitive edge. They only wanted to solve this case quickly and let the deceased rest in peace. Lin Luo looked at the man and said, "Please try to compose yourself, sir. Does the victim have any family?" The man exhaled deeply. Xiaoer was married. Her husband works in the coal mines. Since she disappeared, he's been staying with us to care for us old folks. It was clear the elderly couple, having lost their daughter, held their son-in-law in high regard. Lin Luo turned to the man with the crew cut. "Notify the missing woman's husband to come in." The man with the crew cut nodded. Since the case had been assigned to Lin Luo, he was now the on-site commander. A phone call was made, and the other party promised to arrive immediately. Lin Luo asked about the victim's daily life. He learned that the victim came from a wealthy family, ran a small company, and was generally kind to everyone. He had no enemies or mortal foes. The elderly woman exhaled deeply and slowly regained consciousness. She looked at Lin Luo and said, "Officer, I need to tell you something." Lin Luo nodded. The old woman spoke slowly. Xiaoer and her husband got pregnant before they got married. Neither I nor Xiaoer's father approved. Who knew they'd elope? They came back already expecting a child. Suxian, the man hissed, clearly unwilling to air their family's dirty laundry in public. The old woman shot her husband a glare. "I always said they should marry within their social class, but you insisted on spoiling Xiaoer." If her husband hadn't gambled away over $1 million after marriage, Xiaoer wouldn't have had to start that small company. The old woman clearly harbored resentment toward her son-in-law. The man sighed and said, "People make mistakes. Haidong didn't do it on purpose. He apologized to Xiaoer and us afterward. If Xiaoer hadn't kept him in check, he'd still be gambling," the old woman snapped angrily. Old Pan quickly intervened. "Both of you, let's focus on who Xiaoer last met. A female boss who wanted to take her to the coast," the man recalled. The man with the crew cut picked up the file and said, "3 years ago, when the victim went missing, we interviewed this female boss. She hadn't seen Xiaoer when she left. She has an alibi." Old Pan fell silent, thinking he'd take the body back to the station for a thorough investigation later. Lin Luo, however, stood frozen in place. Old Pan nudged him, but Lin Luo didn't budge. The man with the crew cut grew impatient and was about to step forward when Lin Luo spoke up. "The victim's husband has arrived." Chapter 25, one sentence. The husband of the victim, Zhu Qiao, was a coal miner. He was still wearing his soot-stained uniform, covered in coal dust. As soon as he arrived, he anxiously grabbed the elderly couple's arms. "Mom, Dad, where's Xiaoer?" The old woman wrenched free. The man exhaled heavily. Underground tunnel. Xiaoer was murdered. Zhu Qiao's husband froze, staring blankly at the white sheet on the ground for a long moment, his face frozen in disbelief. Just as the man with the crew cut moved to offer comfort, Lin Luo asked, "I heard you developed a gambling habit after marriage. The victim took control of your pay card to limit your spending. Did you commit this crime?" Zhu Qiao's husband's face flushed crimson. "How could it be me? I couldn't even lift her." Lin Luo's eyes lit up as the rising star of criminal investigation offered a clue. Rising star of criminal investigation, an absurd answer may be a cover for guilt. Just as Zhu Qiao's father stepped forward to explain, a pair of silver handcuffs snapped shut around Zhu Qiao's husband. Lin Luo declared, "You're a suspect in this case. Come with me to the station." The entire squad stared in disbelief, and the man with the crew cut rubbed his head. He'd always thought he was thick-skinned, but this newcomer was even tougher than him. Zhu Qiao's father looked heartbroken. He hurriedly said, "Officer, there must be some misunderstanding. Haidong isn't that kind of person." The old woman cried out. "Who knows? You can never truly know someone's heart." "Shut up!" Zhu Qiao's father snapped. Lin Luo immediately forced Zhu Qiao's husband into the police car. He turned to the crew cut officer and ordered, "Go get that female boss from 3 years ago." At that moment, Lin Luo had already activated his command ability. The buzzcut man nodded instinctively. The other young detectives from the squadron felt Lin Luo suddenly radiate an air of authority, as if he were the chief himself. Old Pan cautiously trailed behind Lin Luo, looking like nothing more than his personal assistant. Young officers these days sure carry themselves with authority, Old Pan thought to himself. Soon the police car returned to headquarters. Zhu Qiao's husband, as a key suspect in the case, was brought to the interrogation room. Old Pan cleared his throat and asked quietly, "Lin Luo, how did you determine Zhu Qiao's husband was involved in this case?" Lin Luo flashed a faint smile. "I asked him if he committed the crime. Most spouses would respond with something about deep affection. But Zhu Qiao's husband just said, 'I couldn't carry her.'" Old Pan pondered this. It made sense. But he dared not mention it to the chief. Instead, he put on a grim face and said, "You keep questioning him. I'll go find the chief." While Old Pan went to report to the chief, the crew-cut detective and several young investigators from the squad quickly located the case files from 3 years prior and tracked down the female boss who had invited Zhu Qiao to the south. The businesswoman recalled the invitation vividly. Zhu Qiao was a good woman, she said. 3 years ago, on October 1st, we planned to go to the coast together to start a curtain business. But on the 1st, I never saw her. Lin Luo stared thoughtfully at Zhu Qiao's photo in the file and asked, "Did you know Zhu Qiao had a black handbag?" Of course I knew. It was her favorite bag. She always took it with her whenever she went out. I liked it too. Before she left that time, she even told me, "I'm taking the little bag to the coast. Maybe I can find one just like it to bring back for you." The female boss looked deeply moved. A cheerful and warm-hearted woman had become a corpse under mysterious circumstances, left in a dark underground pipe for 3 years. Had it not been for the heating company employee, who knows how long this murder case would have remained buried. Lin Luo nodded. "You can go now. Keep your phone on. I'll contact you if anything comes up." The female owner nodded and rose to leave. The man with the crew cut hurried in, placing a phone on the table in front of Lin Luo. "We found the victim Zhu Qiao's phone. I had the tech team at headquarters restore it and retrieve the chat records from September 30th. Lin Luo took the phone and glanced at it. He nodded. "I'll go interrogate the suspect." The crew-cut man handed the phone to Lin Luo, who entered the interrogation room. Behind the one-way glass, young detectives from the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division had gathered. They'd heard the news. The lucky newcomer transferred up from the Southern District Bureau had arrested the victim's husband with just one line, and now he was about to interrogate him. Most of the Criminal Investigation Division had come to see Lin Luo fail. They didn't believe a single sentence could crack a case. Lin Luo was well aware of the scene behind the one-way glass. His sole focus now was to get Zhu Qiao's husband to confess his crimes and face the punishment he deserved. Sitting before Zhu Qiao's husband, he asked, "Yang Haidong, did you and the victim Zhu fall in love freely?" Yang Haidong nodded. "That's right. Xiaoer came from a good family. At the time, my in-laws strongly opposed our relationship." Lin Luo smiled faintly. "When was the last time you saw Zhu Qiao?" "September 30th, 3 years ago. I finished my night shift at midnight and didn't see Qiao when I returned home." "Did you notice Zhu Qiao's black handbag when you returned home?" "Yes, it's still at home." Yang Haidong sighed. "That was Xiaoer's favorite handbag. She left in such a hurry that day, she didn't even take it." Rising star of criminal investigation, spewing lies without even needing a lie detector expose his true colors. Ding! Host has triggered the criminal investigation rising star ability. Expose the killer's true colors and deliver justice for the deceased. Lin Luo smiled upon seeing the system prompt. Yang Haidong's heart skipped a beat. He whispered, "Officer, are you okay?" "I'm perfectly fine. It's you who should be worried." Lin Luo sighed. "I retrieved the victim's phone. Her chat logs show she told a friend at 10:12 p.m. on September 30th that she had a business trip the next day and needed to sleep early. Maybe plans changed last minute," Yang Haidong suggested. Lin Luo fixed him with a steady gaze. "We have plenty of evidence. No need to rush." Lin Luo set the phone down and spoke slowly. "There were no signs of a struggle in your home. She died in her sleep. You choked her until she stopped breathing." Yang Haidong's body jerked. Trembling, he stammered, "No. I didn't." Behind the one-way glass, the young detectives from the headquarters were utterly perplexed. One of them stroked his beard and muttered to himself, "What kind of investigation method is this? Is this how everyone in the Southern Territory does it?" The man with the crew cut watched Yang Haidong trembling and suddenly sensed something was off. A Phoenix man who married up, only to have his wife seize his paycheck card after he gambled away his earnings. With just 10 or 20 yuan in pocket change each day, that's when the hatred began, right? Lin Luo's voice cut like a scalpel, dissecting Yang Haidong's psyche layer by layer. Yang Haidong began to unravel. He screamed, "She was beautiful, from a wealthy family. She shouldn't have chosen a good-for-nothing like me. She had everything going for her, so why couldn't she just let me gamble?" Lin Luo rose slowly, meeting Yang Haidong's gaze directly. "So you killed her, dismembered her body, and dumped the pieces in the underground pipes. Then you carried on living as if nothing had happened." Yang Haidong roared, "She forced me." Lin Luo shook his head. "No one forced you. You did this to yourself." Chapter 26, Quick. Pop. The water balloon toy in the man with the crew cut's hand was crushed in his fist. His eyes widened as he stared at the repentant man. Inside the room, the elite detectives of the Criminal Investigation Division fell silent. They had never witnessed a case solved so swiftly. "Who timed it?" a voice broke the quiet. The man with the crew cut picked up his phone, glanced at it briefly, and stated, "The body was discovered at 9 a.m. by a heating company worker who reported it. It's now 7 p.m., and the killer has confessed. 10 hours total." Deputy GE's record has been broken, someone remarked, and the room fell silent once more. Guming was the Criminal Investigation Division's most elite ace, holding the record of apprehending a homicide suspect within 12 hours. Who would have thought this record would be broken by a newcomer? I'm out. An elite agent raised his hand. I have the drive, but I won't fight a losing battle. One by one, others followed suit. Witnessing Lin Luo's terrifying prowess, some wisely chose to withdraw. But the man with the crew cut wouldn't give up. He was Gu Ming's protégé in the division. Dubbed the rising star of Dongshan City's criminal investigation, he had always been the one in the spotlight, the one everyone watched. I won't give up, the buzzcut man declared, exhaling sharply. I've wanted to join the PXZ since school. After the tournament reforms, this is my only chance. I won't give up either, a delicate-featured girl with glasses spoke from the corner. Lin Luo is formidable, but I'm confident I can surpass him. She had been sent from the capital bureau to Dongshan City for training, and even the chief treated her with respect. At work, she was like a raging tiger. During one armed criminal apprehension, she charged forward shield in hand alone, earning her the nickname Little Tiger from the Criminal Investigation Division. Kong Anan. The man with the crew cut curled his lips, glancing at Little Tiger Kong Anan. Kong Anan clutched the case files and walked out immediately. The others exchanged varied expressions. In the interrogation room, Lin Luo remained unaware of the commotion next door. As Yang Haidong confessed, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on solving the case, the unidentified female corpse in the underground. Ability acquired, swiftness during criminal pursuits. This ability may activate, granting the host a 50% movement speed boost. Prolonged use inflicts physical damage. Recommended ability pairing, invulnerability. Seeing the newly acquired ability, Lin Luo hesitated not a moment before choosing to activate it. He had used invincibility once before. That time, he had fallen from over 20 stories while holding a girl, emerging completely unscathed. He understood that such an extraordinary ability was beyond his reach as an 8-star host. After burning the ability, the progress bar behind Rising Star of Criminal Investigation slowly moved twice, reaching 17.5%. Seeing the long progress bar, Lin Luo felt he should strive harder. He pushed open the interrogation room door, descended the steps, and entered the public smoking area. He casually lit a cigarette but didn't smoke it, instead contemplating how to utilize this month. Cases assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division were clearly more numerous than those at the precinct. Lin Luo had to strategically use his acquired abilities to push the progress bar for the Rising Star of Criminal Investigation to 100% before the competition began. Burning one's swiftness only added 2%. I'd need dozens more of these skills. Lin Luo couldn't help but ponder. With his current abilities, even working himself to death wouldn't be enough to accumulate that many skills within half a year. The Rising Star program was a bottomless pit. Lost in thought, Lin Luo was approached by a smiling middle-aged man. Impressive young talent, the man remarked, sizing Lin Luo up. Deputy Gu mentioned you earlier. The headquarters handles countless cases. All major and minor investigations converge here. Unsolved mysteries that field agents can't crack get dumped on us. Lin Luo nodded. Deputy Gu and Captain Zhou sent me here to hone my skills. The middle-aged man nodded approvingly. With that kind of mindset, no wonder you broke Deputy GE's record. I'm Yang Qiyun, the division chief. Yang Qiyun had transitioned from the military to policing, dedicating decades to criminal investigation. Witnessing the emergence of elite investigators in Dongshan City, he felt his life was complete. But now, the talented young officers all had tempers too hot. Not long ago, they'd been vying fiercely for a spot on his team. Lin Luo's words and demeanor deeply pleased Yang Qiyun. As if remembering something, Yang Qiyun said in a solemn tone, according to past tradition, new members joining the Criminal Investigation Brigade would be welcomed with a banquet. Unfortunately, such ceremonies are no longer held. Lin Luo didn't place much importance on social interactions. As long as he had cases to work on, that was enough. Having acquired this system, he couldn't afford to waste it under any circumstances. Rather than wasting time drinking and bragging, he preferred dedicating more hours to solving cases and delivering justice for the deceased. A thought struck him, and he turned to Yang Qiyun. Captain Yang, I came to the Criminal Investigation Division to hone my skills. If you have any cases needing solving, hand them over to me. Yang Qiyun laughed heartily. Young people these days are full of energy. You just solved that homicide, and I'll give you 2 days to prepare. A sister unit in the neighboring province recently requested assistance, and our division needs to send a representative. I think you'd be perfect for the job. Collaborative investigations were no trivial matter. The representative sent out represented the face of Dongshan City's Criminal Investigation Division. In the past, Gu Ming had always been the representative. Yang Qiyun was in a good mood and intended to send Lin Luo as the representative to make a good impression on the sister unit. Captain Yang, I'm afraid I'm not quite qualified. I'm only an 8-star agent. Lin Luo hesitated. Joint investigations usually involved major cases, sometimes requiring coordination across multiple provinces. Some cases dragged on for years, and Lin Luo simply didn't have that kind of time. The PXZ competition awaited him in 6 months. Yang Qiyun smiled. You just reached 8 stars not long ago, yet you solved several homicide cases consecutively at the Southern District Bureau. Within 10 hours of joining the Criminal Investigation Corps, you cracked the female corpse case. I've already submitted a report to the chief. While your rank can't be elevated yet, we can adjust your stars. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving commendation. Current rank, 8th tier, 3-star operator. Please continue your efforts. 8th tier, 3-star agent. That was Joe Donleong's rank when Lin Luo first joined the Southern District Bureau. Lin Luo's advancement felt like riding a rocket. Thanks, Team Leader Yang. Which province is leading this joint investigation? Lin Luo asked. Yangtze side. Western Province. You know the conditions there. Lin Luo understood. He'd recently started following major political developments, and it seemed neighboring provinces were making significant moves. Seeing Lin Luo deep in thought, Yang Qiyun cleared his throat. Lin, if this is too much for you, I can send Kong Anan instead. Rest assured, Captain Yang. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. No sooner had Lin Luo finished speaking than the system alert sounded. Ding! Host is about to participate in a major joint investigation. Upon case completion, host will acquire a rare ability. A rare ability. Lin Luo's eyes lit up, feeling as if a broad avenue had opened before him. Chapter 27, Joint Operation. Dongxing City, located in Dong Province, had developed early and accelerated rapidly after the new century. Neighboring X Province lagged far behind, with many regions enduring chronic poverty. This persistent poverty spawned numerous problems, including poor public security in West Province. Only in recent years, through aggressive crackdowns by relevant authorities, had the province begun to reverse its dire security situation. This joint investigation was led by Western Province, which had dispatched its elite forces for the operation. As one of Dongxing City's representative cities within Dong Province, it too sent its best personnel. Inside the Joint Operations Command Center, criminal investigators from Western Province set aside their case files. A white-haired man took a sip from his enamel cup and remarked, "It's been years since we've seen an operation like this. And to meet old friends from Dongxing again." Captain, are you talking about Guming? A young officer asked curiously, clearly familiar with Guming's legendary reputation. The white-haired man's face softened with memory. Guming and I joined the force together. We were both young back then. My grades weren't great, so I ended up in West Province. Guming went to Dong Province. It's been over 20 years now. Captain, there's an issue with this case file you're writing. A cold voice interrupted the white-haired man's reminiscence, causing him to cough up the tea he'd just swallowed. He set down his teacup, sighing helplessly. Xiaonan, I know you're trained in this field. But with all this computer stuff, I'm just an old-timer who can't keep up. The room seemed to grow several degrees colder as the young agents turned their heads. Standing before the gray-haired man was a vibrant young woman with her long hair neatly pinned up, dressed in a crisp, clean uniform. Holding a file in her hand, she narrowed her eyes at the silver-haired man. Comrade Li Guolin, I need to reprimand you. The white-haired man wore a bitter smile, silently cursing his own mouth for speaking out of turn. He should have simply taken the file from her hand earlier. Now it was too late. A lecture was inevitable. As the woman placed the file on the table and prepared to speak, a young operative pushed open the door and entered. He looked at the white-haired man and said, "Captain, the representative from Dongxing City has arrived." A look of delight flashed across the gray-haired man's face. It must be old Gu. I'll go welcome him. The woman shot the young agent a glare. He quickly clarified, "Captain, it's not Deputy Gu from Dongxing City this time. It's a young man named Lin Luo." Ha? Li Guolin looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't expected Guming to skip such a major operation, with Dongxing City sending only a young rookie instead. Does anyone here know this Lin Luo? Li Guolin scanned the group of young criminal investigators. The woman, who had been about to explode, narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and asked the young operative, "What's the name of this young man sent from Dongxing?" Reporting to Sister Nan, "His name is Lin Luo," the young officer replied, standing tall. Lin Luo. The woman clenched her fists. Li Guolin felt the air pressure drop around him. He quickly interjected, "Since he's here to support us from a sister unit, bring that young man named Lin Luo to see me immediately." He then turned to the woman. "Xiaonan, you should return to the command center immediately. How could we manage without you?" The woman glanced at the file on the table. "I'll finish editing it and submit it to the command center by tomorrow at the latest." No problem, no problem. Li Guolin assured her, patting his chest. Only after the woman left did Li Guolin breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to the young operative and asked, "What's the deal with that new guy, Dongxin? Xiaonan's so worked up about him. Could he be her ex-boyfriend?" "Captain, anyone who dares date Sister Nan would probably end up in the hospital after one argument," the young agent replied. "Ahem, watch your language," Li Guolin waved his hand. "I do recognize that name. Sister Nan went to Dongxing for backup during the 317 major case." Li Guolin recalled the case, the serial killer who murdered 11 people and fled across 3 provinces before finally being apprehended in Dongxing. He remembered Xiao Nan working sleeplessly for days straight on that case. The 317 case killer was caught in Dongshan City. I recall the officer who apprehended him was named Lin Luo. A sharp pang shot through Li Guolin's heart. Someone in the room murmured, "What nerve, snatching prey from the tiger's mouth." With Sister Nan commanding the center now, that kid's in for it. Don't talk nonsense. Li Guolin pondered the situation and concluded that Xiao Nan was highly likely to launch a major operation. He ordered, "Have Lin Luo come see me." The young agent stepped out. Soon, Lin Luo arrived to report. "I'm Lin Luo, an 8th grade operative with the Dongshan Criminal Investigation Division." "Greetings, Captain Li," Lin Luo stated calmly. His youthful, handsome appearance caught the attention of several female operatives. Li Guolin stepped forward and patted Lin Luo on the shoulder. "Old Gu mentioned you. He and I have been friends for years. This joint operation is unique. You'll be staying at the command center for the foreseeable future." Lin Luo had already brought his luggage over, so where he stayed didn't matter. Li Guolin asked Lin Luo a few more questions, finally relaxing when he confirmed Lin Luo wasn't some useless figure sent by Dongshan for a cushy assignment. He briefed Lin Luo on the cases this joint operation would tackle. In recent years, Western Province had cracked down hard on crime, digging up numerous cold cases. Criminal investigators in the province were swamped, often skipping meals. One peculiar case caught their attention. A jade carver reported that he had been sold into the province. As a teenager, he had witnessed the murder of his mother, after which he and his younger brother were taken away by the killer. At that time, Western Province's criminal investigation team had cracked a major cross-provincial crime case, arresting numerous suspects. Among them was a man nicknamed Ahe, who was the middleman who had sold the jade carver into slavery all those years ago. The Western Province Criminal Investigation Division took charge of the case and organized a cross-provincial investigation team. According to the jade carver's account, he had been away from his hometown for 20 years. He was very young when taken away and could not recall the location of his hometown. Several cases are advancing simultaneously this time, with intricate relationships among the suspects. Following operational division of labor, Dongshan City and our unit are handling this case. No sooner had Li Guolin finished speaking than a notification alert sounded in Lin Luo's ear. Ding! Host detected accepting mission. This is a major case. Host may participate in one aspect. Current case, criminals from 20 years ago. Ding! Host detected in special state. Item acquired, delay device. Time extender, extends the duration of existing abilities by up to 3 minutes, effective only on standard abilities. This was the first time the system had provided Lin Luo with anything besides abilities, giving him new insight into this operation. The delay timer complemented one of his previously acquired abilities perfectly. "Don't worry, Xiao Lin. This case we're handling isn't too dangerous," Li Guolin reassured him. Lin Luo flashed a smile. With his ability unleashed and the delay device in play, he could scatter the criminal's ashes to the winds. Rest assured, Captain Li, mission accomplished. Chapter 28 Description. Leaving home young, returning old. But Wang Shan couldn't recall the sight of his hometown at all. All he remembered was the ruthless murderer, wielding a sharp blade to kill his mother. Midnight dreams still sent shivers through his body. Life hadn't been easy since he'd been sold to the Western Province. "How much do you still remember?" Lin Luo asked Wang Shan. Wang Shan shook his head. "Most of it is gone. I only remember one person killing my mother." Lin Luo set down his notebook. The case had occurred 20 years prior. Back then, Wang Shan had been merely a child. Even the most detailed testimony would never have stood as evidence. "Mr. Wang, we're just as eager to catch the killer who murdered your mother. Try recalling everything you can remember about your hometown." Wang Shan strained his memory but came up empty, his face clouding with frustration. "Officer, I really can't remember. I was just a child back then," Wang Shan said helplessly. "Keep your phone on for the next few days. I'll call you." Having gotten nothing more out of him, Lin Luo could only let Wang Shan go for now. Wang Shan stood up, grasping Lin Luo's hand firmly. "Officer, you're going to help me find my hometown, right?" Lin Luo put on his badge with respect. Wang Shan felt that the young officer before him seemed somehow different. He instinctively let go and murmured, "I want a home." "Don't worry. I'll find it for you." Lin Luo watched Wang Shan leave as an agent pushed open the door. He said, "We already verified this in West Province. His adoptive parents only ever met the middleman, Ahe. As for the kidnappers who took Wang Shan's brother, they never had any contact with them." Lin Luo asked, "Where is this Ahe now?" The operative flipped through some files and replied, "When we found the middleman Ahe, he was already in the late stages of diabetes. He couldn't even speak." The lead on the middleman Ahe had gone cold, but Lin Luo remained undeterred, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. "Leaving home young, returning old, accent unchanged but temples gray," Lin Luo murmured. The operative looked at him. "Brother Lin, what's this about?" "I have an idea. Go inform headquarters that Wang Shan and I will be searching for clues about his hometown during this period. Brother Lin, command needs you." An operative pushed open the door. Lin Luo rose and headed toward command. Inside the command center, numerous high-ranking operatives from Western Province stared intently at the large screen. On the screen sat an elderly man with snow-white beard, his eyes sparkling like stars. Rest assured, Elder Nan. This time, we will eradicate all evil from West Province. The Joint Operation Commander assured the figure on the screen. The elder nodded slightly. This case is intricate and complex. It will test your coordination. The future belongs to the young. Let those young operatives participate more. The key personnel below nodded in agreement. Knock knock. The door rattled as the Joint Commander's face darkened with impatience. They were in the middle of a crucial call with Elder Nan who dared interrupt at such a critical moment. A woman seated in the second row abruptly stood up. Glancing toward the doorway, she declared, "I've recently discovered a brilliant agent. Assigning him to investigate human trafficking cases is a waste of his talent. I intend to transfer him to my team." The Joint Commander shot the woman a troubled glance. Elder Nan cleared his throat on the screen. "Shao Nan, don't be stubborn. This joint operation is a major training exercise for the criminal investigation units of Dong Province and Shi Province." The woman smiled. "Rest assured, Old Nan. I'll personally oversee that trafficking case." The leader originally assigned to the trafficking case smiled. "Since Little Nan has volunteered, I wouldn't want to compete with the younger generation for credit. This case will be led by Little Nan." Seeing the case handed over, the command center naturally raised no objections. Old Nan nodded slightly and said, "I'll be waiting for your good news." Everyone nodded. A young operative opened the door. The moment Lin Luo stepped inside, he felt a peculiar gaze fixed upon him. It was a gaze that seemed to appraise him, yet also carried a hint of challenge. This time, the system didn't pop up with a warning for Lin Luo. It seemed this person wasn't a petty individual, and Lin Luo felt his heart ease. "Agent Lin, starting today, you'll be working under me on cases. I hear you apprehended the serial killer in the 317 major case. Your skills must be exceptional." Lin Luo knew his own capabilities well. He relied on his skills as long as he chose the right abilities. He could take down even the most dangerous criminals. "I'm Lin Luo from the Dongqing City Criminal Investigation Division. I look forward to working with you." The woman smiled. "I'm Nan Sheng from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Department. I'll be leading this human trafficking case. Tell me what you've discovered so far." The victim can't recall his hometown. The events he described happened 20 years ago. "We must first locate his hometown to determine what occurred back then," Lin Luo stated confidently. Nan Shang raised an eyebrow. "From your tone, you seem utterly certain you can locate the victim's hometown." "With the right approach, we will find it." Lin Luo met Nan Shang's gaze, sensing a hint of hostility. He couldn't fathom when he'd crossed this stunning female detective from the provincial bureau. Nan Shang offered a faint smile. "Very well. I'll leave the search for the abductee's hometown to you. You have 2 days. This case cannot be delayed." Some cases required 2 days just to gather clues and evidence, let alone crack key leads. But abduction cases were inherently unique. Though Wang Shan couldn't recall his hometown, Lin Luo already had a plan. He declared firmly, "I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Nan Shang watched Lin Luo depart. She had taken this case precisely because of him. She wanted to see just how capable the man who had snatched the credit for the 317th major merit from her hands truly was. If he was merely a lucky agent, Nan Shang would toy with him before sending him back to Dongshan. But if he possessed genuine talent, she wouldn't mind testing her skills against Lin Luo. This was Nanxing's habit. Since joining the force, she'd encountered countless brilliant detectives. Wherever she went, she sought out the most talented and challenged them. This peculiar habit had made Nanxing's name legendary throughout the criminal investigation circles of Dongxi Province. After learning of her formidable challenge history, even veteran detectives would raise their thumbs in respect and call her Sister Nan. Women are no less than men perfectly described Nan Shang. She had never been outdone in her life. "Sis Nan, this young agent is quite handsome. You might want to go easy on him," whispered Nan Shang's partner. Nan Shang scoffed dismissively. "There are countless good-looking faces out there, but only a handful possess real skill. Since you're joining this joint operation, don't embarrass me." "Don't worry, Sister Nan," her sister replied with a smile, then asked, "I heard the suspect in the 317 case is a serial killer. Whoever catches him must be a real expert." Chapter 29, Clues. Yangcheng, the city housing the Joint Command Center. This young city sat at the junction of 3 provinces, its migrant workforce outnumbering permanent residents by several times. Here, one could sample nearly every delicacy from the 3 provinces. Zhenyuan Avenue boasted a famed food street, a magnet for foodie bloggers and gourmands seeking culinary adventures. In front of a street food stall, Lin Luo loosened his tie. Wang Shan gazed at the table laden with delicacies and said awkwardly, "Officer, you've spent too much on this." "Master Wang, just dig in. If anything looks familiar, just say the word." Lin Luo looked at Wang Shan, who nodded vigorously. As two pairs of chopsticks began their feast, a system notification sounded in Lin Luo's ear. Ding! Host has detected a suitable approach. System will accelerate clue detection. Wang Shan's chopsticks hovered over a fish fillet, then veered off course as if guided by an unseen hand. Instead, he picked up a golden brown fried triangle pastry. Taking a bite, his face lit up with recognition. Lin Luo watched Wang Shan's reaction. Wang Shan devoured the fried triangle in a few bites. Before he could wipe the oil from his mouth, he blurted out, "This one. The taste feels so familiar." Lin Luo summoned the waiter and pointed to the fried pastry. "What region is this dish from?" "You've asked the right question, sir. This is called yusabazi. It's a specialty from a small place in Dong province. No other restaurant makes it except ours, and ours is the most authentic." Lin Luo pressed further. "What's the name of this small place?" "I'm afraid I don't know the exact name. Perhaps you two could wait a moment until the chef finishes his duties?" The waiter looked at Lin Luo. The other agents handling the missing persons case were swamped. This wasn't the time to waste minutes. Lin Luo produced his credentials. "Get the chef out here now. I just need to ask him a few questions." The waiter hurried to the kitchen and summoned the chef. Yusabazi originated from an obscure little place in Dong province. Lin Luo pointed at the delicacies on the table. "Pack this up for me." Half an hour later, the missing persons task force agents were enjoying the specialty dishes. Li Guolin remarked with admiration, "Young people like you really think on your feet. Finding a lead in just half a day." Ding! Detected increased respect from surrounding individuals toward the host. Wearable ability, respect will enhance effect. Ability, respect when equipped, host gains a chance to receive mental boosts. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Since obtaining the system, he had acquired two wearable abilities, Respect and Rising Star of Criminal Investigation. The function of Rising Star in criminal investigation was self-explanatory. Lin Luo had burned through countless ability points to enhance it. But Respect had given him a pleasant surprise. Lin Luo smiled. "Captain, let's not delay. We'll depart immediately after eating." Li Guolin smiled faintly. "That won't do. Our task force leader hasn't arrived yet." Just as he spoke, Nanshang pushed open the door. She looked at Lin Luo and said, "You've done well. If this place truly is the hometown of the abducted victims, I'll report it to headquarters and recommend you for the primary credit." Ding! Host has gained recognition for providing a breakthrough clue to solving the case. Ability, Emergency Response activated. Ability, Emergency Response when the host is in danger. Activating this skill grants invulnerability. Host, please note, this is a one-time ability. Use with caution. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Luo inwardly screamed in alarm. He had used the invincibility ability before that time. He'd nearly lost his life. "Yangjiagu," Lin Luo muttered under his breath. He couldn't fathom what danger lurked in this unassuming rural backwater. At 5 p.m., the task force split into two teams. One team followed Li Guolin to the district bureau overseeing Yangjiagu, while the other accompanied Nanshang to investigate the village itself. Lin Luo was assigned to Nanshang's team, having uncovered crucial evidence that earned him the role of deputy squad leader. The jeep raced along the bumpy dirt road, kicking up dust that obscured the scenery on either side. Seated in the back, Wang Shan felt a pang of melancholy. As the saying goes, the nearer home, the more timid one becomes. Wang Shan feared even more that Yangjiagu might not be his hometown. The province was vast, and finding his true home seemed impossibly difficult. He still remembered the sensation of the first bite of oil-drizzled bread. It tasted like home. Nanshang sat in the passenger seat, scanning the dirt road ahead. "Stop at that courtyard up ahead. That's Yangjiagu's village committee office. We'll start by talking to the village chief." The jeep came to a halt. The village chief, who had been chatting in the courtyard, hurried over with his men to greet them. Seeing the people stepping out of the vehicle, the chief immediately greeted them. "Good day, leaders. This is Yangjiagu." The command center had already coordinated everything. Lin Luo looked at the village chief and said, "Chief, we're here to help Mr. Wang find his family." The village chief hesitated, staring at Wang Shan. After a moment, he said, "You look just like Yang's eldest son. Didn't you run away with your mother?" Wang Shan exclaimed emotionally, "Village chief, I was abducted." The village chief immediately sensed something was amiss and hurriedly sent the accountant to notify Wang Shan's father. A few minutes later, a simple, honest farmer approached, wearing rubber boots still caked with wet mud. "Village chief, what's the rush calling me back for?" The village chief cleared his throat. "Yangde, didn't you say 20 years ago that your wife ran off with the child?" The old folks back home were so upset they fell ill. "Look at this young man before us, isn't he your eldest son?" The old farmer rubbed his eyes and stared at Wang Shan. Moments later, he tossed aside his farming tools, grabbed Wang Shan, and wailed, "My poor boy. Why did you wait so long to come back? How could your mother be so heartless? She took both of you brothers and just ran away." Wang Shan's voice broke as tears streamed down his face. "Father, mother didn't run away. She was killed protecting me and my brother." The old farmer, overwhelmed by the news, couldn't bear the blow. His eyes rolled back and he fainted instantly. The village committee fell into chaos. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reuniting father and son. Please continue your efforts to uncover the murderer. Lin Luo stepped forward, pushing the crowd aside. He cradled the old farmer and firmly pinched his nose, quickly reviving him. Good heavens, why must my life be so bitter? Old man, the deceased is gone. All we can do now is catch the murderer to bring peace to the departed. Hearing Lin Luo's words, the old farmer's eyes lit up. He nodded vigorously. You're absolutely right. Wang Shan clenched his fists. Officer, I still remember the crime scene. I'll take you there right now. Lin Luo glanced at Nan Shang beside him. Nan Shang cleared his throat and said, Don't worry, I've brought everything I need. Led by Wang Shan, the group soon arrived at a house in the town. Pain flashed across Wang Shan's face as he pointed at the house and declared, This is the crime scene. Chapter 30, The Two Brothers. Wang Shan pointed at the courtyard as childhood memories flooded back. His mother's screams, the man's hideous face. They were beating, they were hurting. Helpless, he held his younger brother's hand, watching the evil unfold. Wang Shan clutched his head and let out a wail. A hand rested on his shoulder. Lin Luo's voice was deep and firm. You were too young back then to stop those criminals. But now it's different. You're back. We will find the murderers and bring them to justice. Wang Shan slowly lowered his hands, his eyes bloodshot. Those bastards lured mother into the courtyard to play cards. She went in. The words seemed to get stuck in his throat. Wang Shan couldn't bring himself to finish. He refused to relive that horrific scene. The old farmer clasped Wang Shan's hand. My boy, you've suffered so much. Now the police are here. They'll catch those bastards and avenge your mother. Nanqing turned to the village chief. Who owned this courtyard before? Leader, this courtyard belonged to two brothers from our town. They usually run small businesses. They should be out collecting goods in the countryside now. I'll call them back immediately. Nanshang waved him off. Don't alert them yet. Seal off this area immediately. Dispatch personnel to pinpoint the other brother's location and execute the arrest. At Nanqing's command, the operatives moved methodically into action, quickly pinpointing the brother's location. At a farmhouse restaurant in Yangjiago, Nanqing turned to Lin Luo. No time to waste. We're moving out now. The jeep started up. Guided by the village chief, the group headed straight for the farmhouse. The bumpy dirt road took nearly 20 minutes to reach the farmhouse. Before they arrived, Lin Luo spotted a chaotic crowd gathered outside from afar. Wang Shan, holding something in his hand, was locked in a standoff with someone. Lin Luo's heart sank. Oh no! Wang Shan got here first. Clearly, Wang Shan, consumed by vengeance, had overheard their conversation and arrived at the farmhouse ahead of schedule, alerting the enemy. Nanqing and the operatives jumped out of the vehicle and dispersed the crowd. Lin Luo approached Wang Shan and asked, Did you find those two brothers? Wang Shan dropped the stick he was holding and shook his head. Sorry, officer. The farmhouse owner blocked me. The killer escaped through the back door. Hey, you beggar. Where did you crawl out from? Blocking my business, you hear me? Get the hell out of here. The bald, black mink-coated owner yelled. Nan Shang emerged from inside, her face dark with anger. She approached the restaurant owner and executed a swift and decisive gamma-naked choke, pinning the bald man to the ground. Murder! Murder, the owner screamed. Nan Shang cuffed him and said, Warning criminals, illegally selling wildlife, these are serious crimes. Do you understand? The owner froze, stammering weakly, Who are you? Police. Take him away. With that command, several operatives seized the farmhouse owner from the ground and let him off. Wang Shan slumped on the ground. Nan Shang had intended to scold him, but remembering all he'd endured, she turned to Lin Luo instead. How do we plan to apprehend him? Ding! Host has identified the culprit. Criminal investigation rising star, greedy beasts like to hide food in their dens. Whenever danger approaches, their first thought is always food. The culprits didn't carry much when they left. Their belongings are still in the courtyard. We'll set up perimeter controls outside. Nan Shang's eyes lit up. She nodded. Good. Yangjiagu, 3 a.m. In the dead of night, several shadowy figures lurked outside. A man with a vicious expression stared at the distant courtyard. What a disaster. We hid so well, yet someone still found us? Liuzi said someone visited our courtyard during the day, all thanks to that white-haired village chief. Once our brothers are safe, we'll make him pay dearly. The man glanced at the courtyard. Big brother, there's still money under the bed in your courtyard, money we worked our fingers to the bone for over a decade. Are we just going to abandon it? I refuse to accept that. We need that money for our escape. The leader laughed heartily. When did I say we'd abandon it? I knew the courtyard would be discovered, so I dug a secret passage long ago. It leads straight to the earthen bed ahead. Big brother, you're brilliant. I'll go right now. The fierce man's face lit up, and he couldn't wait to crawl into the tunnel. The man stopped him. Be careful once you're in. If anything happens, shout immediately. Then run straight out through the tunnel. Remember, the brothers are all waiting at the exit. Even if one or two pursue us, we can handle them. The thug nodded. The man lifted the turf covering the entrance, revealing the tunnel. The thug plunged inside, crawling through the passageway into the courtyard. Spotting the earthen bed where the money was hidden, a grin spread across the thug's face. Even if those guys were as cunning as foxes, they'd never suspect we dug a tunnel. Once he grabbed the cash and fled, he could hide deep in the mountains and forests. In a few years, he'd be back living it up. As the thug pondered this, a foot kicked him hard in the back. Nan Shang looked down at the fallen man and sneered, "What an idiot. All he sees is money. Did he really think digging a tunnel would fool us? Ha! Never expected it to be a woman," the thug grunted as he rose. Nan Shang's kick hadn't done much damage. Nanqing's heart sank. Though skilled in combat, a woman had her limits. The burly thug was built like a tank, clearly no pushover. He grinned savagely as he approached Nan Shang. She glanced sideways toward the earthen bed. Just as she was about to call out Lin Luo, who was hiding there, the thug suddenly bellowed. "This is getting messy. Let's get out of here." He leapt straight into the tunnel and scrambled frantically toward the exit. Without a second thought, Nanqing followed him into the tunnel. Lin Luo, crouched beside the earthen bed, felt a chill run down his spine. He knew the thug, though seemingly dim-witted, was actually cunning. His earlier shout had alerted his accomplices outside, and jumping into the tunnel was a trap to lure them in. Nan Shang, consumed by the pursuit of the killer, had unwittingly placed himself in grave danger. Without hesitation, Lin Luo leapt into the tunnel after him. The narrow tunnel stretched on endlessly, and Lin Luo couldn't see Nan Shang ahead. His heart raced with anxiety when voices echoed from within. "Hey, didn't expect number 2 to bring a woman along," a hoarse, cruel voice echoed. "The police are all over the place outside. You guys better surrender now." It was Nanqing's voice. "Didn't expect this woman to be such a fighter. She's taken out a few of our guys. My shotgun doesn't have eyes. If you make a move, I'll blow you to bits." Lin Luo took a few steps forward and saw the scene outside. Nan Shang was held at gunpoint by the homemade rifle, with several bodies lying on the ground. Chapter 31, Brutal Beating. Nan Shang was filled with regret. She never imagined that simple-minded man could be so scheming. She never imagined these ruthless thugs would have homemade shotguns. Though crude, a single shot loaded with iron pellets could kill a bull. "Hey, girl, you're in a real hurry to catch up. You must be someone important. If you let us brothers escape, we won't lay a finger on you." The hoarse voice rang out, and Nan Shang clenched her fists. Even if she sacrificed herself today, she would never let these murderers escape. She was buying time for Lin Luo, hidden beside the earthen bed, to alert the agents outside. "Don't even think about it, you murderers," Nanqing declared with righteous indignation. "Your hands are stained with blood. Today is the day you face justice. You're a chatty little, aren't you?" The leader eyed Nan Shang greedily. "With skin that smooth, I'd rather have my fun with her." A hoarse voice snapped, "Are you out of your mind? Once we escape, we'll have as many women as we want. You won't escape today." Nan Shang steeled herself, clenching her fists. She stood 10 paces away from the gunman. "Hey! Little minx, don't think I don't know what you're up to." The gunman chuckled. "I'm not about to let your pretty little face get blown to bits like that. Stay put." Nan Shang gritted her teeth. Distant footsteps echoed faintly in the distance. The vicious man grew impatient. He turned to the gunman. "Big brother, why don't we knock this little minx out and take her with us? She'll be a nice diversion for the road." The gunman listened to the footsteps, then nodded. "Your men didn't secure the perimeter? At least let your brothers have some fun before you die." Nan Shang knew she couldn't wait any longer. She refused to die in humiliation. She braced her legs to charge forward, but a figure moved faster than her. The gunman saw only a blur hurtling toward him before he could fire. The figure slammed straight into his chest with a crack. The gunman flew backward over a dozen paces, several ribs shattered. The vicious man beside him paled, raising his fist to strike. Lin Luo's face flushed crimson. His eyes seemed veiled in blood as his fist thundered upward. With a crack, the vicious man's jaw shattered, half his teeth spilling out. Lin Luo followed up with a kick. The thug flew backward, joining the gunman on the ground. Lin Luo scanned the area as Nan Shang ran over with a delighted expression. "Lin Luo, you're so amazing," she exclaimed. Lin Luo glanced at the system's time display. This time, he'd unleashed his ability burst, and with the delay device, he felt like a human tank. He dispatched both the gunman and the thug in no time, with a minute and a half left before his ability wore off. "Tie these men up immediately," Lin Luo ordered. Nan Shang nodded and moved to comply. A voice dripping with venom cut through the air. "I didn't expect you to be so formidable, but can flesh and blood stand against a shotgun?" Lin Luo turned to see the accomplice Nan Shang had knocked down earlier now pointing a shotgun at him. Seeing Lin Luo's gaze, the man screamed hysterically, "Don't look at me. I'll shoot if you do. Turn away now." Lin Luo turned his head. The man pointed at Nan Shang and shouted, "There's a machete on the ground. Grab it and knock him unconscious." Nan Shang clenched her fists. Pointed at by the shotgun-wielding thug, she picked up the machete from the ground and approached Lin Luo, trembling. The man burst into laughter. "What good is your strength? In the end, you'll just get hacked to death by your own comrade. Ha ha ha." Just as the man's laughter echoed, Nan Shang spun the machete in her hand with lightning speed. The blade landed in Lin Luo's grasp. 50 seconds. Gripping the machete, Lin Luo charged toward the gunman. The guy with the dirt sprayer wasn't some pushover. He didn't fire at Lin Luo. Instead, he aimed the barrel at Nan Shang. Lin Luo's heart sank as he activated another ability. Bang! The homemade sprayer unleashed tremendous force. Amidst the flashes and smoke, a torrent of iron pellets erupted. Lin Luo shielded himself with his body. Under Nan Shang's stunned gaze, he swung his machete, cleaving the homemade shotgun clean in two. Then, he flipped the machete, driving its back with brutal force into the gunman's neck. His training as a weapons master had taught Lin Luo the precise mechanics of the human body. Though he didn't use much force, the blow knocked the gunman unconscious. Lin Luo then released the machete and collapsed onto the ground. With 20 seconds remaining before his abilities faded, Lin Luo's body could no longer endure the strain of simultaneously using two abilities for the first time, compounded by the delayed effect of the item. Lin Luo! Lin Luo! Nan Shang's shouts pierced the air. Lin Luo immediately closed his eyes. Before departure, he'd worn a bulletproof vest under his clothes to conceal his abilities. Yet surviving a point-blank shot from a dirt gunner still left him jumping around. He wouldn't be returning to headquarters, he'd likely be sent to the Research Institute for dissection. Feigning unconsciousness, he heard the operative's footsteps approaching. "Secure the scene immediately. Take all these people away. Call an ambulance now. There are casualties. I repeat, there are casualties." Nan Shang cradled Lin Luo's head. The night concealed his unusual state. Had it been daylight, one would have seen his entire body glowing crimson, like a boiled shrimp. Nan Shang felt Lin Luo's body burning hot and quickly touched his forehead. The usually tough woman now resembled a flustered little girl. "Lin Luo, don't scare me," Nan Shang said, her voice cracking with tears. Lin Luo found this strong woman's tearful voice surprisingly pleasant. Just as he was thinking this, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Ability burst ended. Ding! Emergency ability activation ended. Detected host simultaneously using two abilities. Muscle tear severity, 60%. System initiating emergency treatment. 5, 4. Hearing the countdown, Lin Luo felt a sense of impending doom. He struggled to rise, but a sudden, excruciating pain made him howl in agony. Nan Shang jumped in fright as Lin Luo broke free. Several operatives shone their flashlights toward him. Lin Luo curled into a ball, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth clenched like a demon. Nan Shang shouted, "Get some people over here to hold him down. Pry his teeth open. He absolutely must not bite his tongue." The operatives scrambled frantically, someone removing Lin Luo's bulletproof vest. Countless wounds oozed blood, system automatically expelling blood. As Nan Shang stared at the wounds, a crack opened in her heart of ice. A figure burst in, and her eyes filled with tears. "Where's the ambulance?" Nan Shang shouted. Lying on the ground, Lin Luo was screaming for an ambulance in his mind too. If it didn't arrive soon, the system would heal his wounds. Healing in plain sight would spell his complete ruin. Chapter 32, Stubborn Mouth. The ambulance arrived just in time, skidding to a halt before scooping Lin Luo up and vanishing down the dirt road. Nan Shang exhaled deeply. She turned to the perpetrator pinned to the ground and ordered, "Take them all away. Not a single one left behind." Yancheng, Joint Command Center. Zhou Guolin wore a satisfied smile upon hearing the main trafficker had been apprehended. Watching the prisoners being escorted off the vehicle, Zhou Guolin nodded approvingly. "Little Nan, your actions truly were extraordinary. You've netted the entire ring of traffickers. This time, the primary credit for solving this case goes to you." Nan Shang didn't show her usual joy, especially after hearing Zhou Guolin's words. Her voice grew solemn as she replied, "Lin Luo is hospitalized with injuries." Zhou Guolin stiffened. Lin Luo was the representative from the Dongshan City Criminal Investigation Detachment. He and Gu Ming were old friends. Gu Ming had even called earlier, asking him to look out for Lin Luo. "How serious are his injuries?" Zhou Guolin asked, looking at Nan Shang. Nan Shang replied, "I was too reckless and fell into the enemy's trap. He took a direct shot from the suspect's shotgun while saving me." Zhou Guolin shuddered. He knew the lethal power of shotguns, especially homemade ones loaded with iron pellets. A single blast could kill a cow, let alone a human. "Nan, I'm leaving this to you. I'm heading to the hospital." Zhou Guolin couldn't stay put any longer, handing over command to Nan Shang. Nan Shang clenched her fists. She glanced at the men locked in the interrogation room. Only by securing their confessions could she go see Lin Luo. "Don't worry, I'll be there soon." Nan Shang bowed silently, unaware even to herself how deeply she cared about this man. A day later, the lively Lin Luo returned to duty. After a quick cleanup at the hospital, his wounds had healed, even the doctors called it miraculous. Lin Luo credited his bulletproof vest for the recovery. Upon returning to headquarters, he sensed the task force members holding their breath. He casually pulled an agent aside and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't we catch the killer?" The agent gave him a wry smile. "Brother Lin, it's never that simple. Those guys refuse to confess. They've got Sister Nan so furious she's gone through several office desks already." Lin Luo took a deep breath and said to the agent, "I'm going to see Nan Shang right now." Led by the agent, Lin Luo found Nan Shang. She resembled a raging lioness, her newly returned desk now split into two pieces lying on the floor. Zhou Guolin tried to calm her. "Little Nan, some criminals just refuse to cooperate during investigations. Don't get so worked up, it's bad for your health. The task force needs you to lead us through this." Nan Shang retorted, "Not only did those scum refuse to confess, they turned around and framed us. Utterly despicable." Zhou Guolin sighed. "We arrested 6 in total, but only 2 made it to the interrogation room." With his power surge combined with invincible armor, Lin Luo had smashed those men into the hospital like a human tank. "I hear those 2 are still refusing to confess. Why don't I interrogate them myself?" Lin Luo offered. Zhou Guolin was about to refuse. This case was under Nanshang's jurisdiction, and securing confessions from the suspects would be a major achievement. Nan Shang had already credited Lin Luo with the arrests. Knowing Nan Shang, Zhou Guolin was certain she wouldn't allow Lin Luo to interfere with the interrogation. Nan Shang looked at Lin Luo. "If I handed the interrogation over to you, what are your chances of success?" 80%. Lin Luo's face radiated confidence. Zhou Guolin quickly interjected, "Lin Luo, this is a joint operation. You can't be so cocky. If you can't get a confession and things go wrong, delaying the operation, you'll be held responsible." Zhou Guolin's words seemed like a scolding, but they were actually meant to protect Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiled faintly. "I'd like to try. I wonder if I'll get the chance." To Zhou Guolin's astonishment, Nan Shang agreed to let Lin Luo take charge. As soon as Lin Luo stepped out of the room, Zhou Guolin followed closely behind. "Lin Luo," he said, "you just got out of the hospital. Why are you trying to prove yourself in front of Nan Shang? She's in charge of this case. You've already apprehended the suspect, let her handle the interrogation." Lin Luo shook his head. "Captain Zhou, time waits for no one." Zhou Guolin sighed. "You remind me too much of old Gu." Back then, his stubborn pride led him into a trap set by the PXC, and he lost everything at the last moment. "You need to be more careful." "Thanks for the warning, Captain Zhou." Lin Luo had never been an arrogant man. He possessed the ability, truth-telling, coupled with the wearable ability, admiration. After using both abilities last time, Lin Luo's mind grew more agile. He carefully studied the wearable ability, admiration. Wearing it garnered goodwill from those around him and significantly increased the likelihood of favorable events occurring. Since its upgrade, Lin Luo had discovered new applications for this ability. Theoretically, he could wield an infinite number of abilities, but in practice, his body couldn't withstand the strain of high-burst, high-output powers. Since wearable abilities varied, he planned to test them out on these 2 murderers. The interrogation room door swung open, revealing a burly man seated in the interrogation chair. The moment Lin Luo entered, the man rasped, "Oomph. You're the one who beat me up. Is there no justice left? No law to uphold? I'm going to press charges against you." The man glared at Lin Luo with hatred, but Lin Luo immediately donned the respect amulet. The hatred in the man's eyes faded considerably, and his gaze toward Lin Luo shifted. Simultaneously, Lin Luo activated truth-telling. He asked, 20 years ago, you committed a murder in your own courtyard. You killed Wang Shan's mother and trafficked the Wang Shan brothers." The man's eyes darted nervously, his voice dropping significantly. No. 20 years ago, I was an honest, hard-working farmer. How could I have committed such a heinous crime?" "That's not necessarily true," Lin Luo said, staring at the man. "You could be capable of such a heinous act. You attacked a police officer." He continued, "Confess and receive leniency, resist and face harsher punishment." "Officer, this is all slander. Groundless accusations." "I admit I was wrong, I thought you were thieves stealing money," the man protested. Lin Luo fixed his eyes on the man. "Dare you look me in the eyes and repeat what you just said?" The man started to lift his head, but felt as if an invisible force was pressing down on his skull, making him too afraid to meet Lin Luo's gaze. "You can't even look me in the eye. How can you claim innocence when you're so guilty?" Lin Luo chuckled. The man fell silent. Lin Luo's voice grew solemn. "Consider carefully the consequences of lying." The words pierced the man's heart. Slowly, he confessed, 20 years ago, I started dealing in shady business. I never meant to kill her, she brought it upon herself." Lin Luo sneered coldly. "Tell me your motive and how it happened. And where did you bury the victim's body?" Truthful cooperation and admirable capability unleashed a force greater than the sum of its parts. The killer confessed to the crime. Chapter 33 remains. In Yangjiago town, an excavator was busy with demolition work. Lin Luo directed the operator as the excavator worked, finally unearthing skeletal remains buried for 20 years. Wang Shan collapsed onto the bones, wailing uncontrollably. Wang Shan's biological father, a simple old farmer, now clenched his fists as tears the size of soybeans fell. The crimes of 20 years ago were exposed to the air along with the bones, strengthening Lin Luo's resolve. He possessed a miraculous system that aided him in solving cases. From the system assisting him in capturing the serial killer behind the 317 major case to today's excavation of the victim's remains from the earth, Lin Luo's resolve remained unshaken as the system's notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on solving the case, the crime of 20 years ago. For your outstanding performance and significant contributions to solving this major case, you will receive a third-class merit award. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the rare ability, Swift Movement. Activating this ability will significantly boost the host's speed. Rare ability level 6 activated. Host, strive to advance further and increase your rank. Seeing the system notification, Lin Luo hesitated not a moment before choosing to burn. The rare ability Swift Movement, emitting a faint purple glow on the panel, slowly burned away. The progress bar behind Rising Star of Criminal Investigation surged forward significantly. Lin Luo smiled. He finally had hope of filling the gaping hole that was Rising Star of Criminal Investigation. Solve the case, catch the killer, and let the deceased rest in peace. Nancheng appeared beside Lin Luo. Looking at the weeping Wang Shan, she said, the crimes of 20 years ago have finally been exposed. This time, justice prevailed. Lin Luo cleared his throat and said solemnly, that's right. The human trafficking case is closed. What case are we assigned to next? Nancheng smiled, pulling a file from her trench coat. Given Comrade Lin Luo's outstanding performance, headquarters has specially assigned him to continue investigating major cases. Review these materials first. Lin Luo took the file from Nancheng and began reading. Moments later, he understood why such a large-scale operation had been mobilized. The system had classified this as a joint investigation, and solving just one aspect of it granted a rare skill with a burn value as high as 20%. He set the documents down. How many have you handled in West Province? Most have been eliminated, but K's leader is extremely cunning and rarely shows himself. He only issues remote commands. Even his own men have never seen K. Nancheng's expression grew grave. They were up against a meticulous, high IQ criminal. This mastermind had spent over a decade building a grey criminal network. The man who dared shoot at Lin Luo was merely the most insignificant cog at the bottom of this chain. He didn't even realize he was just a tool in someone else's hands. Lin Luo asked, "Where are we heading this afternoon?" Most of the task force had already returned home, but Lin Luo, who had performed exceptionally well, was kept behind. As a member of headquarters, Nancheng would continue investigating the major case alongside Lin Luo. The location is confidential. Headquarters personnel will escort us there this afternoon. You've only just been discharged from the hospital. Go home and rest first. Nancheng waved him off. Just as Lin Luo turned to leave, Wang Shan, who had already risen, hurriedly rushed to Lin Luo's feet and knelt down with a thud. Thank you, benefactor. Wang Shan banged his head on the ground several times. Lin Luo quickly pulled him up. It's my job, my duty. Now go gather your mother's remains, Lin Luo instructed. Wang Shan nodded, his eyes red. Nancheng smiled. Great detective, you should go rest now. Just as Lin Luo was about to speak, a voice rang in his ear. Ding! A man's knees are made of gold. Host has received the victim's heartfelt gratitude. System granting host a reward. Reward selection in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an ability orb. Ability orb. This is a magical item and a total pain in the ass. What skill you draw is entirely up to you. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, inwardly exclaiming, holy crap. He hadn't expected the system to replicate the entire lottery pool setup. Staring at the ability orb, he recalled his wearable ability, Admiration. By activating Admiration alongside the ability orb, he could potentially gain a decent ability. All in all, this reward wasn't too shabby. The ability orb served as a handy emergency item. The abilities the system provided Lin Luo were bizarre and varied. Who knew when the ability orb might prove invaluable? What's wrong? Detective, you not feeling well? Nancheng waved her hand in front of Lin Luo's face. He cleared his throat. Nothing. Just remember to call me when we head out this afternoon. Lin Luo prepared himself, determined to dive deeper into the case. In a rented apartment in Yangchang, a gaunt man in a suit stared intently at the red landline phone before him. The ringing grew louder. He snatched the receiver. A deep voice came through the line. The man responded meekly, answering the questions posed over the phone. After a long while, he hung up. Rising to his feet, he glanced out the window. A name flashed through his mind. Lin Luo. A twisted grin spread across the man's pale face. Lin Luo. That afternoon, Lin Luo's phone rang with the familiar beep beep beep. He picked up the phone to see it was Nancheng calling. Lin Luo, are you ready? Come to headquarters now. We can depart. Lin Luo acknowledged the call. 10 minutes later, he arrived at headquarters. An armored vehicle was parked in front of the command center. Nan Shang waved at Lin Luo. Get in. Lin Luo climbed into the armored vehicle. Nan Shang pulled a plastic bag from his pocket and said, hand over all communication devices you have on you. From now on, you will wear the master terminal issued uniformly by headquarters. Lin Luo nodded and handed over his phone. After sealing it, Nan Shang pressed a terminal into his hand. She explained, the destination for this operation is stored in the terminal. You'll be handling the criminal investigation aspect. Lin Luo tapped the terminal. It resembled a smartwatch but with far simpler functionality, displaying only a few basic icons. Beep. Verifying user identity. Criminal Investigation Team, Lin Luo 8th Tier, 3-star Operator Team Leader, Nan Shang 6th Tier, 3-star Operator. Lin Luo glanced at Nan Shang beside him with mild surprise. Though seemingly his age, Nan Shang was already a Tier 6, 3-star Operator. A saying circulated within the Dongxing Criminal Investigation Division, elevating from level 8 to 7 is a quick climb, but going from 7 to 6 turns your hair white. You're Tier 6? Lin Luo asked curiously. Nan Shang smiled faintly. I participated in the last PXZ tournament. I was the runner-up. Wow, Lin Luo exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Impressive, Sister Nan. Nanxing shook her head. I heard you're Dongxin's recommended seed for PXZ. If you make it into the top 3, you could be just like me. Lin Luo smiled faintly. Still half a year to go. I'm in no rush. Nanxing grew curious about Lin Luo. With them working together on the major case, she'd have plenty of time to get to know him. Chapter 34, Responsibility. On Yanqing's expressway, the armored vehicle sped along. Lin Luo watched the scenery recede outside the armored vehicle as the terminal on her wrist finally responded. Beep. 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 The urgent sound rang out, and Lin Luo, along with several others nearby, turned to look at the terminal. A special file appeared on the terminal, and Lin Luo read it at lightning speed. Ding. Host detected joining task force. New case commencing, highway mystery. Lin Luo set down the terminal and summoned the system display. Host, Lin Luo. Rank, level 8, 3-star Operator. Ability, Detective's Intuition. All items related to the case you're investigating hold a unique attraction for you. Ability, Truth Seeker triggers randomly during interrogations, compelling the subject to speak truthfully. Ability, Animal Friend can befriend all animals. Ability, Rising Star of Criminal Investigation. Equipping this title enhances the host's detective intuition cooldown, 3 cases. The host can burn abilities to upgrade the title. Current progress, 37.5%. Ability, Burst for 15 seconds after activation. The user's stamina, willpower, and resistance to damage are significantly enhanced. During this period, the user gains the ability, Weapon Master. Ability, Admiration increases the admiration of those around you, significantly raising the probability of positive events occurring. System ability, Analyzes case clues gathered by the host and provides guidance, offering hints on potential leads. Lin Luo reviewed his abilities. With Rising Star of Criminal Investigation on cooldown, he had no time to solve minor cases to refresh it. He could only rely on the system ability. We're almost there. Nan Shang announced as the armored vehicle came to a halt. The moment they stepped out, a pungent smell of burning filled their nostrils. A large section of the highway was blocked off. A charred bus lay abandoned in the middle of the road. Lin Luo could make out the charred remains of bodies in the seats. Ding. Host detected at scene. Proceed to collect evidence. Nan Shang led the group forward. Staring at the charred remains of the bus, she stated, 8 hours ago, a bus spontaneously combusted on the road to Yangcheng. All 20+ passengers aboard perished. She approached the bus and continued. After cross-referencing the passenger list, the command center confirmed this was an unlicensed vehicle operated by a private company. Everyone on board was part of a criminal syndicate, even the driver. Lin Luo surveyed the charred remains filling the vehicle. Not a single one was innocent. I need you to determine the cause of this vehicle's spontaneous combustion. Nan Shang's gaze sharpened as she addressed the criminal investigation team. This was murder to silence witnesses. Only by finding evidence can we continue our pursuit. The team nodded in unison. Lin Luo donned gloves and a mask, beginning to search the charred remains of the bus. Clues kept surfacing, only to be dismissed one by Nan Shang. The team members felt a surge of frustration. Their work was critical. Only by quickly determining the cause of the fire could they continue investigating this major case. Searching for clues on a bus reduced to its charred frame was extremely difficult, even for a genius in criminal investigation. But with the system's assistance, Lin Luo soon made a discovery. Suspicious item found, charred water bottle. Suspicious item found, lighter. Lin Luo found a used lighter wedged in the crevice of the driver's seat. He carefully tucked it away before telling Nan Shang, I found a lighter. Nan Shang hurried over and took the lighter. This is valuable evidence. What else did you find? Lin Luo picked up the charred water bottle. This burnt bottle is suspicious. Look at its surface. If it had contained water, the exterior would have been blackened by the fire. The bottle in Lin Luo's hand was only half intact, with outward curling edges along the rim. Nanshang nodded slightly and collected both pieces of evidence. A group of forensic pathologists in white coats hurried in. They began analyzing the charred bodies with specialized instruments. Lin Luo observed from the sidelines as an older forensic expert remarked, "These bodies are suspicious. If they were conscious during the fire, they would have fled outward. Look at them, each one is seated as if waiting calmly for death." Lin Luo retorted, "Unless they were already corpses when they boarded." The forensic doctor's eyes lit up. He nodded. "That's a very valid point, young man. But we need to conduct further examinations." Lin Luo waved and stepped behind the driver. He pulled back the charred collar at the back of the driver's neck, revealing a wound. "This is the evidence. It proves the bus driver was already dead before boarding." Nanshing hurried to the body and looked at the forensic team. "This is crucial evidence. Check quickly, are all the bodies like this?" The forensic team sprang into action, gradually discovering similar wounds on the back of the necks of other bodies. The forensic doctor confirmed, "Correct. These people were murdered before boarding." But with all the drivers dead, who was driving the vehicle? Surveillance footage from the nearby highway had already been retrieved. Except for a few blind spots, the bus had traveled at a steady speed without stopping. Lin Luo scrutinized the bus and noticed something unusual beneath the steering wheel. Detected vehicle anomaly. Analysis in progress. Suspicious passageway detected. Host, please inspect immediately. Lin Luo stepped forward and yanked open the cover beneath the steering wheel, revealing a hidden passageway. At the front of the passage was a small steering wheel capable of controlling the entire vehicle. The bus had been modified, with someone hiding inside to steer it forward. Piecing together the evidence, Lin Luo looked at the driver's corpse and stated, "These passengers were murdered before even boarding the bus. The killer hid inside, controlled the entire vehicle from this location, then escaped through a blind spot." "Exactly." Nanshing nodded, turning to the coroner. This was a case of silencing witnesses and destroying evidence. Everyone on board was low-level foot soldiers for a criminal syndicate. Only the dead can keep secrets, and the mysterious K understood this well. He rigged the bus and had someone else control its movements. These clues seemed straightforward, but without the system's guidance, Lin Luo would never have uncovered them. Once the search was complete, this wrecked bus would be sent to the scrapyard, or all traces of the crime would be buried beneath the scrap heap. "Immediately apprehend the scrapyard worker responsible for recycling the evidence," Lin Luo ordered. Nanshang made a call to headquarters, and they returned the call quickly. Nanshang looked at Lin Luo and said, "Your deduction was correct. That scrapyard worker committed suicide out of guilt. This was a premeditated murder." Lin Luo frowned. Strange. Chapter 35, The Arrowhead. The suicide of the scrapyard worker severed the trail, while the criminal syndicate's low-level operatives in West Province were reduced to charcoal in a blaze. While Nanshing communicated with headquarters, Lin Luo stood on the bus steep and thought. Soon, he recalled another potential source of clues, the killer who had escaped aboard the bus. He turned to the forensic pathologist and asked, "Can you pinpoint the exact time the fire started?" The forensic expert nodded. "Using specialized equipment, we can pinpoint the exact minute. However, there are numerous blind spots in the surveillance along this stretch of highway. The killer hiding in the bus could have escaped from any number of locations." Lin Luo's voice grew solemn. "I need the exact time. I'll review the surveillance footage myself. Finding that escaped killer is key to tracking down the real mastermind behind this." The elderly forensic doctor offered a smile. "Young man, my name is Qin Shan. I'm with the Forensic Division of West Province. Hello, senior colleague. I'm Lin Luo, an investigator with the Dongshan City Criminal Investigation Corps." Lin Luo introduced himself. The old forensic doctor chuckled heartily. "The tide rolls on, and the new generation is truly remarkable. Rest assured, I'll hand over the case to you as soon as possible." Lin Luo nodded slightly as Nanshang, who had been on the phone with headquarters, returned. She looked at Lin Luo and said, "Lin Luo, from this moment on, you are in charge of the Criminal Investigation Unit. I will coordinate with local police for the pursuit. The entire 5-person unit is now under your command." Lin Luo was taken aback. The criminal investigation team comprised elite officers from 2 provinces. As a newcomer tasked with leading them, the pressure was immense. Ding. Host detected acquiring new position. Obtained one-time team buff, brainstorming. Pooled wisdom. When the host assumes leadership, activating this ability grants team members a boost, significantly enhancing their analytical and investigative capabilities. Lin Luo's heart leapt with delight. The system truly delivered just what he needed. He nodded. Rest assured. Nanshang summoned the Criminal Investigation Unit and announced the change in leadership. Besides Lin Luo and Nanshang, the Criminal Investigation Unit comprised 5 others, Old Zhang, Yang Chang, and Wang Shi from West Province, Jiang Shan and He Chang from Winter Province. Old Zhang was a veteran detective who had expected to be appointed leader, only to have a dark horse emerge unexpectedly. Old Zhang harbored no resentment, however. Lin Luo's abilities were undeniable. He had practically single-handedly solved the previous human trafficking case. Upon arriving at the scene, Lin Luo had discovered several crucial pieces of evidence and deduced the cause of the bus's spontaneous combustion. He nodded and said, "I have full confidence in Lin Luo taking charge." Standing nearby was He Chang, a recent graduate who had solved several homicide cases since joining the force. He was brimming with ambition and pride. Though seething with resentment, he kept his thoughts to himself. Nan Shang looked at Lin Luo and said, "I'll leave this to you." Then Nan Shang departed. Lin Luo scanned the 5 officers and silently activated his ability, Admiration. The moment this ability activated, the gazes of all 5 members of the criminal investigation team shifted. Even the rebellious He Chang now looked at Lin Luo with a hint of respect. Lin Luo said in a low voice, "Our top priority now is to find the escaped killer." He vanished in a surveillance blind spot. The forensic team will send the fire report as soon as possible. We'll go through the surveillance footage one by one. The others nodded in agreement. They set up a tent near the bus and began reviewing surveillance footage from the nearby highway. 2 hours later, the forensic team delivered the fire investigation report, narrowing the timeframe for their search. Observing the bustling team, Lin Luo initiated a brainstorming session. As soon as he activated his ability, he distinctly felt his cognitive capacity surge. Many previously perplexing details suddenly became crystal clear. Old Zhang, reviewing the footage, let out a soft He Chang beside him asked, "Brother Zhang, what is it?" "Nothing. Just suddenly feel my mind's working a lot sharper." Old Zhang shook his head. For someone his age, the brainstorming effect was even more pronounced. Younger minds like He Chang's were naturally agile, so he didn't notice anything unusual. "Brother Zhang, let us know immediately if you find anything," Lin Luo interrupted Old Zhang's musings. Old Zhang nodded. Lin Luo fixed his gaze on the monitors, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. The footage flickered on the screen. Zhang Shan frowned beside him. He acknowledged Lin Luo's exceptional skills, but what could he possibly discern from watching surveillance footage like this? He shook his head inwardly and turned his attention to the feed in front of him. After 2 hours of searching and filtering, Lin Luo had examined over 1,000 vehicles. Finally, he spotted the bus flash by on a certain stretch of road. Ding! Host has discovered crucial evidence, surveillance footage from 1 hour 35 minutes and 20 seconds. Lin Luo dragged the footage to that exact moment, zooming in to reveal a dark shape beneath the bus's undercarriage. "We've got it. Head to that area immediately. We must find the fugitive killer." Lin Luo relayed the news to the criminal investigation team. The team perked up and immediately rushed to the section Lin Luo had identified. Damaged pavement and flattened grass detected. System collecting clues. Following the system prompt, Lin Luo scanned the grassy verge beside the highway. Though the vegetation had regrown, flattened patches remained visible. A green arrow appeared in Lin Luo's field of vision. The system analyzed the clues and pointed him in a direction. "Congratulations, host, on discovering crucial evidence. The system will provide a directional needle. Please follow it to locate the perpetrator promptly." Lin Luo's face lit up with delight. With this tool, he could track down the fleeing culprit much faster. He looked at the local officer who had come to assist and asked, "What's down there?" "Brother Lin, it's a village down there." The local officer gazed into the distance. When they were building the expressway, they originally planned to relocate all the villages in this area. But later, due to insufficient funding, the villages were left behind. Lin Luo stared at the green arrow, pointing straight toward the distant village. He said, "Follow the small path into the village. We absolutely mustn't alert them prematurely." The others nodded. He Chang muttered to himself inwardly. He hadn't seen Lin Luo analyze much, yet he was certain the arsonist was in the village. Combined with Lin Luo's impressive abilities, He Chang felt even more resentful. Lin Luo paid no heed to He Chang's thoughts. He led the group off the highway and toward the village. The small village beside the highway was usually deserted. The construction of the highway had taken all their farmland, leaving only the elderly, women, and children to guard the vast, empty village. In a long abandoned courtyard, a man with a bushy beard was swabbing his wounds with alcohol. Waves of stinging pain made him frown. After treating the wounds, he cracked his neck. "Stranger, your meal is ready," an old man said, placing the food by the doorway. The man with the bushy beard pulled money from his pocket and handed it over. "Thank you, old man." "Oh, no need to thank me," the old man replied, happily pocketing the coins. A thought struck the bearded man. "Old man, my friends will likely come looking for me. If they arrive, please let me know." Chapter 36, Traces. The small village was quiet at noon, with only the occasional elderly person carrying firewood into the village. As the old man walked, he tripped over a brick. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, a hand firmly grabbed the firewood on his back and pulled him up. Lin Luo steadied the old man and asked, "Old man, have any strangers been in the village lately?" The old man thanked him repeatedly, "Thank you, young man. There haven't been any outsiders in the village lately. Lin Luo knew the perpetrator behind such a major crime was no ordinary person. With a smile on his face, he said, "Old man, our car broke down on the highway. The tow truck won't arrive until this afternoon. Could we stay at your place for a while?" The old man nodded. Follow me, follow me." Carrying firewood on his back, he led Lin Luo and his companions toward his home. Halfway there, they encountered another old man. The two chatted for a while before the first old man ushered Lin Luo's group inside. "My place is humble," the old man said, gesturing for Lin Luo and his companions to sit. "Old man, you're back," an elderly woman called out as she approached. She deftly took the firewood from the old man's back and said, "Old man, we have enough firewood at home. You don't need to bring it in every day." The old man smiled faintly. "It's nothing, nothing. Better safe than sorry." The old woman scrutinized Lin Luo and his companions. "And who might you be?" The old man quickly interjected, "Thank goodness for these young people helping me. Otherwise, I'd have ended up in the hospital." He recounted how Lin Luo had just assisted him, and the old woman warmed up, eagerly inviting the group to join them. Steaming hot dishes were placed on the table, and they sat down on the earthen floor to eat. Lin Luo asked solemnly, "Old folks, is it just the two of you here?" The old man took a sip of wine and said, "Our children are all doing well, working hard in the big cities. But your grandmother and I just can't get used to city life. We've lived in the countryside all our lives and don't want to move now." Lin Luo smiled. "You have a good attitude, old man. Contentment is happiness." "Ha, young people know how to talk," the old man said, his face glowing. Old Zhang, a veteran detective, glanced at the old woman and said, "Auntie, a friend of ours came ahead to scout the area. He sent us the village's location, but we can't find him now." The old woman gasped. "There aren't many households in our village." "Old man, did you see him?" The old man shook his head. Lin Luo's heart sank. Though the village wasn't large, empty houses were everywhere. Most were dilapidated and neglected. The killer could easily be hiding in one of those shacks. The system's directional arrow vanished the moment it entered the village. Finding a hidden killer in such a sparsely populated place would be difficult, Lin Luo thought. Just then, the old woman spoke up. "I suddenly remember Sister Lan complaining a few days ago that there wasn't enough food at her place. Old Zhang takes food every day, who knows which bastard he's feeding?" The old man cleared his throat. "Old Yang made some mistakes in his youth, but hasn't he reformed himself?" "Not necessarily. Men are like cats that tasted milk. Once they remember the flavor, they'll return to their old ways." As the old woman muttered, a system notification sounded in Lin Luo's ear. Ding! Host has obtained a clue about the murderer through conversation. Please quickly pinpoint the murderer's location. Lin Luo understood. With a faint smile, he said, "My friend used to be in business. In that line of work, traveling all over the country, you learn never to flaunt your wealth. Now he's hiding who knows where, and we're still carrying the payment meant for him." The old woman's eyes lit up. She pressed, "So you're saying this friend of yours is a big boss?" "That's right, a big boss over in Hong Kong," old Zhang chimed in. "This deal needs to be done quickly. Whoever helps us find the boss will be handsomely rewarded." "But the village is so small, where on earth are we supposed to look?" The old woman patted the man on the shoulder, and he coughed again. The old woman said, "Old man, if your throat is bothering you, go take some medicine. Don't keep coughing like that, it's annoying. Haven't you heard these folks are looking for a boss?" The old man sighed helplessly. "Guests, after your meal, you may rest in the room for a while." Lin Luo nodded. The old woman shoveled down a few hurried bites before heading outside. "Where are you off to, woman?" the old man called after her. She waved him off. "To earn money for my grandson's toys, of course. If it weren't for you, you useless good-for-nothing, would our daughter-in-law dare give us such a hard time? Now our son suffers because of you too." The old man looked utterly defeated. After a long moment, he finally said, "I'm sorry you had to witness this." "Old man, every family has its own troubles." Lin Luo set down his chopsticks. In the countryside, gossip-loving women often had the sharpest ears. "Brother, the deals we're negotiating with the boss are worth millions. If we can find him, the commission will be substantial," old Zhang said with a smile. He and Lin Luo weren't deceiving the old man. Yang Chang had confirmed the bus fire was arson and issued a wanted notice, offering up to 100,000 yuan for information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator. The old man set down his wine cup and said solemnly, "I suddenly remember old Yang still owes me money from a few years back. I'll pay him a visit." With that, the old man rose and left. He Chang stared dumbfounded at old Zhang and Lin Luo. Their earlier coordination had used money as bait to get the elderly couple, familiar with the village, to investigate. He Chang said, "Brother Lin, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The old folks cooked for us and gave us a place to rest." Old Zhang laughed nonchalantly. "I'm not lying. Look at the bulletin board. Yangcheng has already issued a wanted notice. When we report the old folks' names, won't the reward money come rolling in?" Lin Luo's voice grew solemn. "Every family has its own troubles. Perhaps this money could improve their situation." He Chang fell silent. He couldn't think of a better solution. Revealing their identities would only make the elderly couple uncomfortable. He wasn't new to investigations. The people sitting here weren't fools. We'll wait patiently right here. Lin Luo decided to play the waiting game. At a dilapidated courtyard in the village, old Yang secretly slipped food through the door. Leaning against it, he said, I ran into some outsiders at the village entrance this morning. Are they your friends? Should I tell them to come pick you up? Inside, the man with the bushy beard paused mid-reach for the food. He swiftly pulled out money from his robe and pushed it toward the old man. No need, old man. I made a bet with them, and things turned out like this. I'm too ashamed to face them now. I'm afraid they'll mock me. Just keep bringing me food for a few more days. I'll pay you as usual. Old Yang didn't want those people to take the man with the bushy beard away either. Delivering meals to him had earned him a decent sum. Don't worry, young man. I'll see this through. Just stay here and rest up, old Yang said before turning away. In the courtyard, the bearded man silently sharpened his weapons. Chapter 37, Sharpness. On the earthen bed, Lin Luo had just fallen asleep. The search along the way had drained him of much energy. Young man, wake up! A voice called out beside Lin Luo, and he opened his eyes. The old woman stood quietly outside the door. She asked, Young man, do the promises you made earlier still stand? Rest assured, auntie. We always keep our word. Lin Luo smiled, and only then did the old woman relay the information she had gathered to him in full detail. Ding! Host detected acquiring large amount of information. System processing and integrating data. Please wait patiently. Directional arrow being generated. The prompt faded as a green arrow materialized in Lin Luo's field of vision. Lin Luo turned to the old woman. Auntie, once we find the owner, we'll pay you back. The old woman nodded. I'll be waiting. With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Luo shook the others awake on the earthen bed. We've pinpointed the killer's location. Be careful during the operation. The fact they could stay hidden that long on a cramped bus means they're trained. He Chang replied confidently, Don't worry, brother Lin. We won't let the killer escape. Once we catch them, we'll make significant progress in solving this case. A gleam lit up everyone's eyes. Solving the case meant credit for all. With the goal came motivation. Guided by the green arrow, Lin Luo led the 5 men swiftly to a dilapidated courtyard. The gate was locked. He Chang examined the roof tiles above the courtyard. These tiles haven't been replaced in ages, and the walls are cracking. This place has been abandoned for a long time. But the lock is new. Someone opened it recently. Old Zhang shook his head at the crumbling wall. Climbing over here is probably out of the question. One wrong move and the wall could collapse. Zhang Shan, a tall man, patted his chest and suggested, Why don't we just break in? I brought lockpicking tools. No way. The killer might be armed. Charging in recklessly puts us at a disadvantage. Lin Luo surveyed the wall. Let's tear down this section and slip in quietly. The bricks on the western wall of the courtyard were already loose. The group quickly dismantled them, creating a hole large enough for a person to pass through. He Chang charged in first. Ever since joining the criminal investigation unit, he'd been overshadowed by Lin Luo, feeling he couldn't match Lin Luo's deductive skills. He wanted to be the first to reach the front, believing that being the first to subdue the killer would be a major achievement. Lin Luo couldn't grab He Chang in time before a dull thud echoed from inside. He Chang stumbled backward, smoke rising from 2 holes in his chest. A look of relief washed over his face. Thankfully, he'd worn his bulletproof vest before heading in. Vest before heading out. Watch out, the killer inside is armed. He Chang took cover behind a wall while Lin Luo scanned the courtyard. A pomegranate tree stood in the courtyard, beneath which sat a stone table and benches. The overturned table now served as cover, with a figure standing behind it, the very killer responsible for the bus massacre. I thought more police had arrived. Just the few of you want to catch me? You really underestimate my skills, the man with the bushy beard shouted from inside. Lin Luo waved to Zhang Shan, who gave a slight nod before feeling his way along the damaged wall toward the other side. Old Zhang whispered to Lin Luo, This guy's a sharpshooter. Both shots just now hit He Chang right in the chest. Had He Chang not been wearing body armor, the criminal investigation team would now be observing a moment of silence for him. Lin Luo nodded slightly as he assessed his abilities. Old Zhang, you'll distract the killer, Lin Luo instructed. Turning to He Chang, he added, You monitor the killer's movements. If he tries to escape, immediately signal Zhang Shan behind us. He Chang nodded. Lin Luo's gaze shifted to the last 2 men. You two follow me. Charge straight inside when the time comes. Are you wearing body armor? Yang Chang and Wang Shi nodded. They were well aware of the mission's danger and had donned their vests back in the armored vehicle. Only Lin Luo himself went without, relying entirely on his abilities to render body armor unnecessary. Ding! Host is about to engage the killer. To ensure host safety, one-time ability available, I'm behind you. Ability, I'm behind you instantly appear behind an enemy at extreme speed when close, executing a shoulder throw. "I'm behind you" was undeniably a formidable ability. If Lin Luo could get close enough to the killer, he could take them down by surprise with a slam to the ground. Combined with his trained grappling techniques, he could finish them off decisively. The group began moving. He Chang peered through the brick cracks at the killer inside. Lin Luo led two others toward the house. Thud! A faint gunshot echoed, leaving a bullet hole near the doorway. The bearded man bellowed, "You think you can catch me? You're delusional. I've got a gun here. If you push me too far, I'll start a massacre in this village. Get a vehicle ready now. I'm getting out of here safely." In a bustling city, the bearded man would undoubtedly be a dangerous criminal. But this was a sparsely populated village, inhabited only by a few elderly residents living far apart. The group had nothing to fear. "Listen up, you bastard inside. Raise your hands and surrender now. Confess and you'll get leniency, resist and you'll face the full force of the law. If you refuse to see reason, you're dead meat," He Chang shouted. The bearded man roared with laughter. "I've already wiped out an entire busload of people. Even if I go to prison, I'm as good as dead. Today, I'll take a few with me." As the bearded man's laughter grew increasingly maniacal, He Chang's anxiety mounted. Such irrational killers were the most troublesome. He glanced at Lin Luo, who had entered the courtyard. Behind the stone table, the man with the bushy beard continued his threats while checking the situation outside on his phone. After moving into this house, he'd modified the perimeter, installing several surveillance cameras. "What a bunch of reckless fools. Today I'll make a name for myself by killing you all. This is the price you pay for tracking me." The bearded man snarled, his surveillance already pinpointing the group's positions, including Zhang Shan, who had circled around to the rear. Lin Luo dove into the weeds the moment he entered the yard. The other two lay in ambush. A sharp crack echoed as Yang Chang clutched his shoulder. The bearded man's earlier shot had inflicted severe damage. He sucked in a breath, too preoccupied to tend to his wound. Lin Luo cautiously crept closer to the bearded man's position, the distance between them steadily shrinking. "Some clever fellow trying to get close to me? But have you heard the saying? Within 7 paces, my gun is both swift and true." The bearded man laughed heartily, his gun barrel trained on Lin Luo. "Goodbye, you annoying flies." With that, the bearded man pulled the trigger. Chapter 38, Capture. Bang! The bearded man was supremely confident in his marksmanship, and indeed, his aim was nothing short of legendary. But his vision blurred. In the next instant, Lin Luo appeared behind the bearded man. Without giving him time to react, Lin Luo executed a clean shoulder throw, slamming the bearded man to the ground. The bearded man stared in disbelief, utterly baffled by how Lin Luo had appeared behind him so swiftly and executed such a clean, decisive shoulder throw. "Impossible," the bearded man yelled. Two others who had followed him landed punches on him, silencing him. Lin Luo rose, picked up the gun from the floor, and addressed the bearded man, "You're under arrest." The bearded man burst into laughter. "So it was you. It was you all along. You've caught K's attention." The others paled. K was the crime syndicate's leader, and until now, they knew nothing about his true identity. Lin Luo sneered coldly. "If he comes, I'll arrest him myself." Lin Luo's words rang out with conviction, drawing applause from old Zhang. He Chang, standing nearby, felt a pang of inadequacy. The man with the bushy beard sneered coldly. "That's because you don't know K's capabilities. If you'd seen his methods, you wouldn't utter such ignorant words." Just as Lin Luo was about to respond, a notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Host is currently confronting a cunning criminal. Poison capsules have been detected in the criminal's teeth. Host is advised to handle this immediately to prevent harm. It suddenly clicked for Lin Luo. No wonder the bearded man had been babbling, he was transmitting a message to the outside world. Lin Luo stepped forward, pinched the man's mouth shut, and forcibly wrenched out the tooth holding the poison capsule. The man screamed in agony, "Who the hell are you?" Lin Luo retrieved a communication device from the man's body and said, "I'm just an ordinary cop. Take him away." Several officers escorted the bearded man away. Old Zhang gave Lin Luo a thumbs up. "You're a real champ, bro. Remember to report back to headquarters and secure that reward for the elderly couple," Lin Luo instructed. Old Zhang looked puzzled. "What about you?" Before Lin Luo could answer, the world spun violently, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. His one-time ability was immensely powerful, but such strength came at a cost. Lin Luo suffered multiple muscle tears, and the bullet fired by the bearded man had struck his calf, lodging itself there. Lin Luo! Lin Luo! 3 hours later, Nan Shang received the news while briefing the command center. Frowning, she demanded, "What? Lin Luo's hospitalized again? What's his condition? Organize a specialist consultation immediately." After receiving assurances from the other end, Nan Shang hung up. For some reason, Lin Luo's image lingered in her mind. After a moment's thought, she set aside the case file she was holding. "Organize these files for me. I'm heading to the hospital to see someone." The assigned agent looked utterly bewildered. She knew Nanshang was a workaholic, but never imagined the Iron Lady had someone she cared about. Who could possibly be hospitalized? The agent's curiosity burned fiercely, but Nanchang had no time for such thoughts. She shed her uniform and dashed outside. At the hospital, Lin Luo opened his eyes. Most people with injuries as severe as his would be bedridden for 3 months. But he was already awake. On the way here, he'd used his fingers to extract the bullet lodged in his calf. The system's powerful healing capabilities had restored his leg to perfect condition. Fortunately, old Zhang, who had brought him to the hospital, hadn't noticed anything unusual and assumed Lin Luo was suffering from a relapse of an old injury. Hospital doctors convened a consultation, with several chief physicians gathered to discuss Lin Luo's condition. Clang! A nurse rushed in, pushing open the door. She looked at the chiefs in the meeting and exclaimed, "Bad news, Chief. Agent Lin has escaped." Hearing this, the chiefs' expressions darkened. They had gathered to discuss Lin Luo's case under the instructions of a high-ranking figure. "Mobilize every staff member in the hospital. Start searching immediately," the director roared. At that moment, Lin Luo sat in a taxi, though escape hadn't been his intention. Lying in his hospital bed, he'd heard the system's alert. Ding! Unknown threat detected. Host must evacuate immediately. Upon hearing the system's warning, he immediately rolled off the bed and bolted out the door. Who knew what might happen if he stayed in the hospital? He chose to leave. Lin Luo's expression was grim inside the taxi. He recalled the bearded man's threats before his arrest. It seemed the man hadn't been bluffing. Ding! Host under hostile surveillance detected. Seek secure location immediately. Hiding like a turtle wasn't Lin Luo's style. He asked the driver, "Sir, what's the most remote place in Yangcheng?" The driver eyed Lin Luo warily. Lin Luo pulled out several hundred yuan bills. "Sir, I just need a quiet spot. Things at home are driving me crazy." "Don't worry, I'm not the type to do something drastic." "Seems about right. Rich folks like you always have money problems," the driver replied, snatching the cash without hesitation. The taxi roared to life, heading toward Yangcheng's most remote corners. As Lin Luo pondered how to deal with his pursuers, his terminal buzzed. Opening it, he found a message from Nan Shang. "I heard you escaped the hospital. What are you doing? Don't run around recklessly with your injuries." Lin Luo replied, "This is urgent. I'm being followed right now. Once I shake them off, I'll report back to headquarters." Nan Shang paused before replying, "Need backup?" Just as Lin Luo was about to answer, a system alert sounded in his ear. Ding! Host detected in hazardous environment. Host will receive item, tickle tickler. Item, tickle stick seemingly ordinary, this tickle stick possesses a peculiar power. Anyone who sees it will feel an irresistible urge to scratch and will uncontrollably pick it up. Seeing this item, Lin Luo felt reassured. He immediately messaged Nan Shang. "No need. I can handle the stalker myself. Besides, this stalker is a clue proof that K is looking for me. Just be careful yourself." Nan Shang had witnessed Lin Luo's methods and knew he never acted without reason. K's movements were notoriously unpredictable. Their recent cross-provincial operation had only netted a few minor leaders. This was the first time K had actively targeted an individual, and Nan Shang felt a flicker of anticipation. The hospital director, wearing an ingratiating expression, addressed Nan Shang, "Ms. Nan, our hospital is the finest tertiary-level institution in all of Yangcheng. Rest assured, we will bring Mr. Lin back." "No need," Nan Shang waved him off. "Delete all of Lin Luo's hospital records. Make sure it appears he never came here." The director visibly relaxed and nodded. "Leave it to me." Chapter 39, Bruce. Bruce hailed from a small European nation. From childhood, he'd been thrust into a brutal training camp, emerging as an exceptional warrior upon reaching adulthood. Through a mysterious intermediary, Bruce had crossed oceans to arrive here. As an exceptional sniper and combatant, he wielded both sniper rifles and daggers with deadly precision, eliminating numerous troublesome individuals for the enigmatic Mr. K. The night air in Yangcheng carried a chill. Bruce flicked his cigarette onto the ground. Crushing it under his black leather shoe, he meticulously assembled his cherished sniper rifle. This weapon, purchased at great expense from the international black market, had accompanied him through years of travel from war-torn regions to maritime nations where he had flawlessly completed mission after mission. Tonight, he had only one mission, to blow the target's head open with a bullet from his rifle. In return, he would receive a massive reward. "Mr. K sure is generous, all for a mere agent," Bruce muttered to himself, recalling that this scorched land held hundreds of thousands of agents. He loaded a specially designed bullet into his sniper rifle. Bruce operated by one creed, one shot, one kill. He never fired a second round at his target. A taxi pulled up. Bruce raised his sniper rifle, aiming through the scope at the vehicle. But the occupant was alert to swift movement, and they vanished into the abandoned building. A smirk touched Bruce's lips as he murmured, "Run, run, my prey. It would be too dull if you surrendered without a fight. Now I am the hunter, and you are the hunted." As Lin Luo entered the abandoned building, the system's frantic alert sounded in his ears. Ding! Hostile target has locked onto host from elevated position. Host must evacuate danger zone immediately. A series of alerts urged Lin Luo to leave the ruins, but as he surveyed the building, a similar smile curved his lips. Securing the high ground first, that was the sniper's way. Lin Luo crouched low as he moved through the ruins. Both parties waited patiently. At 11 p.m., the temperature in Yangcheng dropped further. Lin Luo stepped onto the 13th floor. This space had once been a clothing mall, but after the building fell into disuse, the shop had closed hastily. Even the mannequins inside hadn't been properly cleared away. Lin Luo took a deep breath. The icy night sharpened his focus. He crouched low, shedding his own clothes, then pulled a nearby mannequin toward him. After draping his clothes over the mannequin, Lin Luo embraced it. The mannequin's upper body slowly extended outward, half of Lin Luo's body pressed against the plastic form. Far away, on a high-rise building, Bruce slowly adjusted his sniper scope. He had been stationed here for 3 hours. Watching the heat signature appear on his infrared display, Bruce remarked with a gentlemanly tone, "Goodbye, my friend." Bang! A crimson muzzle expelled a specially designed bullet, which pierced the plastic mannequin's head at extreme velocity. With a boom, the mannequin's head exploded along with its upper torso, shrapnel tearing through Lin Luo's back. A cold smile played on Lin Luo's face. He knew his plan had succeeded. High above on the skyscraper, Bruce prepared to stow his sniper rifle. His mission was complete, and now he awaited payment from the generous Mr. K. 10 minutes passed. No massive sum appeared in his overseas account. Bruce's face turned ashen. This meant his mission had failed. "Damn fox," Bruce growled, drawing his dog-leg knife. "I'll hunt you down myself, cut off your head, and mail it to Mr. K." He had sniped countless enemies in war zones. Once, when surrounded by foes who underestimated his close-quarters combat skills, Bruce taught them a brutal lesson with his dog-leg knife. 10 minutes later, Bruce entered the abandoned building. His steps were as agile as a cat's, swiftly reaching the 13th floor. Wearing night vision goggles, he scanned the ground. He soon discovered the plastic mannequin riddled with holes from the specially designed bullets. Seeing the fragments and bloodstains left at the scene, a smile spread across Bruce's face. "Cunning Mr. Fox, your back must be aching now." "My custom bullets cost a fortune on the black market," Bruce murmured, his gaze darting warily ahead. Clunk! The sound of an object hitting the floor caught Bruce's attention. He turned his head to look down and saw a tickler lying on the ground. Bruce's mouth twitched. "Mr. Cunning Fox, I think you must have misunderstood me. If you'd just come out peacefully, I'd give you a quick end. Rest assured, my leg chopping blade is swift. One stroke will sever your head, sparing you much suffering." No sooner had Bruce finished speaking than an intense itch erupted on his back, as if crawling up from his very soul. He couldn't resist flipping his dog-leg blade and rubbing it against his back. The rubbing only made it itch worse. Bruce set the blade down and began scratching his back with his hand. As he scratched, his eyes fell upon the itch scratcher lying on the floor. An impulse surged through him, and he bent down to pick it up. The dog-leg knife he'd tossed aside moments ago was now pressed against Bruce's neck. Lin Luo's voice echoed through the abandoned building. "Don't move. You know how fast your knife is. I wouldn't want to accidentally slice your head off." Bruce's body froze, yet his hand still reached out and grasped the itch scratcher. Once he had the tickler, a sense of satisfaction washed over Bruce. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a powerful blow from the dog-leg knife sent both of them into unconsciousness. Lin Luo held the knife backwards and struck Bruce unconscious with the flat of the blade. He pulled Bruce's belt to bind him, and the terminal on his wrist beeped. "Nanchang, what's your current location? Are you in danger?" Headquarters just received intelligence that an extremely dangerous international fugitive, codenamed Death, has entered Yangcheng's jurisdiction and is currently being sought. Lin Luo surveyed Bruce sprawled on the ground. He couldn't see any connection between this man and Death. He'd been easily taken down by a mere tickler. Lin Luo, got the guy. High-browed, deep-eyed a foreigner. "Nanshang." After a long pause, Nanchang finally replied. "Nanshang, I'm heading your way with backup. What's your location?" Lin Luo, current location. Only after sending his location did Lin Luo feel an excruciating pain in his back. Earlier, during his battle of wits with Bruce, the adrenaline had masked the agony. Half reclining against the wall, he watched Bruce lying on the ground. This mercenary, who had earned the moniker Death God through his ruthless exploits abroad, now lay bound like a pig, hands and feet tied behind him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defusing the crisis and apprehending the dangerous fugitive codenamed Death God. Host has acquired the reward, Ability Bounty Hunter Terminator. Chapter 40, New Ability. Ability, Bounty Hunter Terminator. When the host encounters a high-profile wanted criminal, the system will provide an item. The item's power level corresponds to the criminal's notoriety. Reading the new ability's description, Lin Luo finally grasped the true power of the disposable itch scratcher. The Bruce he'd captured was an internationally notorious criminal, having committed numerous crimes across several foreign countries. He intended to study the tickler, but when he looked back at Bruce's hand, it was empty. Without the itch scratcher, Lin Luo could only wait for Nanshang. Bruce's sudden appearance caused a massive stir. Within minutes, the sound of rotor blades echoed overhead. A beam of light illuminated the abandoned building as Nanqing's voice echoed through the air. Lin Luo, I'm here. Several fully equipped operatives rappelled down from above, landing beside Lin Luo. They charged in with guarded stances. The moment they entered, they saw Lin Luo leaning against the wall and Bruce tied up on the floor like a pig. All clear. The lead operator waved his hand, and the others removed their helmets. One operator approached Bruce, carefully scanning his face with a device. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted rapid sounds and flashed a red light. It's death, Bruce, the operator exclaimed. The fugitive who had eluded capture across multiple nations had fallen into Lin Luo's hands. The lead operative smiled. Hello, Comrade Lin Luo. I'm Captain Wang Yuan of the Storm Task Force. Lin Luo had heard of this elite task force. Rumor had it that every member of the Storm Task Force was an elite soldier capable of taking on 100 enemies single-handedly. Lin Luo smiled faintly. I'm injured and unable to stand. Please take Bruce away. You're injured again? A figure stepped into the light. Wang Yuan looked up and smiled. Sister Nan, Brother Lin's skills are truly formidable. Even capturing Death Bruce is no small feat. Nan Shang's face showed no sign of joy. Her gaze fixed on Lin Luo, slumped against the wall, anger flaring in her eyes. Sensing the tension, Wang Yuan quickly interjected, Sis Nan, you two talk. We'll escort Bruce out. The rest of the Storm Force team instinctively stepped outside, leaving only Lin Luo and Nan Shang in the abandoned building. Nan Shang approached Lin Luo and asked, Bruce has been active abroad, with countless lives on his hands. Acting so recklessly could have easily cost you your life. Lin Luo laughed. Bruce didn't fall at my hands. That's just you twisting the truth. Nan Shang snapped. Effective immediately, I order you back to Yangcheng in the name of headquarters. You are forbidden from further involvement in this case. Lin Luo couldn't fathom what had gotten into the woman before him. He hurriedly explained, my injuries aren't severe. I can get up. Lin Luo stood up, blood trickling down his pant leg. Nan Shang erupted completely. Like a raging lioness, she pointed at Lin Luo and shouted, get back there. Now. Immediately. The next day, Yangcheng Airport. Lin Luo's injuries had mostly healed. He watched the departure party with boredom as members of both the Special Task Force and the Criminal Investigation Unit had gathered. Li Guolin wore a smile as he said, good work, kid. Catching the internationally wanted criminal Bruce really put us on the map this time. Lin Luo gave a wry smile. Captain Li, don't tease me. This joint operation isn't even over yet, and I'm already being kicked out. Xiao Nan may have a fiery temper, but she's sincere, Li Guolin patted Lin Luo's shoulder. Besides, this joint operation is nearly over. Lin Luo frowned. K? Li Guolin looked regretful. After all this time on the case, we still don't even know if K is male or female, or what they look like. Thankfully, this criminal organization has collapsed completely. With most of their foot soldiers dead and their right-hand man and Death Bruce gone, K had suffered heavy losses. Intelligence indicated K wasn't even in the country, they were hiding in some small nation. Hearing the airport departure announcement, Lin Luo saluted Li Guolin. Captain Li, I'll head back to monitor the situation. Li Guolin watched Lin Luo with admiration, silently resolving to find an opportunity to recruit him. Lost in thought, Li Guolin was interrupted by a slender figure approaching Lin Luo. Xiao Nan? Li Guolin looked puzzled. He recalled Nan Shang should be at headquarters today. Here's my number. Stay in touch if you need anything, Nanqing said before turning to leave. Lin Luo stared blankly at the number in his hand. Li Guolin's smile grew even broader as he slapped Lin Luo's shoulder heartily. Young man, you've got a bright future ahead. I'm counting on you. Captain Li, what about this? Hurry up and board the plane. If you're late, you'll miss your flight back. Under the watchful eyes of the task force and criminal investigation team, the plane carrying Lin Luo slowly took off. Dongshenshi, Criminal Investigation Headquarters. Yang Qiyun beamed as he directed his officers in decorating the area. One officer glanced at his watch and said, Captain Yang, they'll be here any minute. Yang Qiyun clapped his hands. Everyone, perk up. Let's welcome our heroes from the Dongshan Criminal Investigation Division home. Among the welcoming crowd, the man with the crew cut wore a solemn expression. Beside him, the young lion Kong Anan was as quiet as a cat. Hey, heard that Brother Lin disarmed the internationally wanted criminal Death Bruce without a weapon? Someone whispered, and the crew cut officer closed his eyes. Lin Luo had just been transferred up from the Southern District Bureau, and he still fancied he could hold his own against him. Now he felt he wasn't even worthy to tie Lin Luo's shoes. He gave a slight tug on his sleeve. The buzzcut turned to look at Kong Anan, who murmured, the capable become teachers. With Lin Luo back this time, I plan to seek his guidance on criminal investigation skills. The buzzcut man knew Kong Anan had backed down. He murmured, if you want to learn, go ahead. I won't be joining you. Kong Anan murmured, it's not shameful. The buzzcut man snorted, closing his eyes to avoid the sight. At the brigade headquarters entrance, Lin Luo and Zhou Qin walked in together. Zhou Qin had picked Lin Luo up from the airport. The moment they entered, Yang Chi-eun led the applause. "Everyone, give a warm welcome to the hero of Dongshin criminal investigation." A wave of applause erupted, leaving Lin Luo utterly bewildered. Zhou Qin nudged his shoulder. "Stop playing it cool. We know everything you've been up to out there." "That sounds strange to me," Lin Luo replied. Yang Chi-eun stepped forward to stand before Lin Luo. Looking him in the eye, he declared, "The wisest decision I've ever made was appointing you as our representative. Comrade Lin Luo, in recognition of your outstanding performance during the joint investigation, the Assembly has unanimously decided to grant you the rank of Level 7 Agent." Clap clap clap. This round of applause was even more enthusiastic. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to Level 7. The joint case has concluded. The following rewards have been obtained. Abilities: Super Strength, Super Speed, Super Stamina. All Level 6. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he chose to burn. Chapter 41, Winter. On the second day after Lin Luo returned to the team, a heavy snowfall blanketed the depths of winter. The heavy snowfall caused traffic congestion in Dongshin, granting Lin Luo 2 days off. Zhou Qin honked his horn frantically, but the long line of vehicles showed no sign of moving. "Damn weather," Zhou Qin muttered, turning to Lin Luo. Lin Luo cleared his throat and said, "Captain Zhou wants to see me." "That's right, the boss wants to see you. Don't slip up in front of him, it's almost New Year's." Zhou Qin's face wore a pleading expression. Lin Luo gave a helpless smile. "Sis, I remember plenty of people in the bureau chasing after you." Zhou Qin scoffed. "I know exactly what those guys are after." "Big sis, aren't you worried we might fall for our own act?" Lin Luo probed. Zhou Qin laughed heartily. "Little Lin, sis has friends at the provincial bureau. With all the rumors flying about you and Sister Nan, I wouldn't dare compete with her for a man." Lin Luo hastily waved his hands. "Pure rumors. Put. A tough cookie like Nan Shang would never drop her work for you," Zhou Qin said skeptically. Lin Luo could only shut up obediently. Soon, several traffic police directed the flow, easing the congestion caused by the heavy snow. Zhou Qin slammed her foot on the gas pedal, and the car roared away. Just past an intersection, traffic jammed up again. Watching the gridlocked line of cars, Zhou Qin couldn't stand it anymore. She opened the door and got out to investigate. 5 minutes later, as Lin Luo dozed off clutching his phone, Zhou Qin tapped the window with a stern expression. "Lin Luo, did you bring your documents?" Lin Luo nodded. "Got them, Sister Zhou. Someone died up ahead. The traffic police have blocked the road. A female detective from the Criminal Investigation Division is here." Kong Anan. Kong Anan. Lin Luo recalled a capable young woman with a ponytail. After he returned to the unit, Kong Anan had even bought him a gift. "Let's go check it out." Lin Luo pulled on his coat. The two pushed through the congested convoy to the cordoned-off area. Before he could show his credentials, a traffic cop enthusiastically shook Lin Luo's hand. "Comrade Lin Luo. I saw the reports about you. You've brought great honor to Dongshin." After the joint case concluded, commendations had circulated internally, making Lin Luo's name known to the traffic police. As the representative sent by Dongshin City, many operatives took pride in Lin Luo. "You must be the support for that agent. Please come in." The officer warmly ushered Lin Luo and his companion inside. From a distance, Lin Luo spotted someone lying face down in the snow. As he approached, the figure jumped up. Spotting Lin Luo, a smile spread across their face. "Brother Lin, you're here." Kong Anan's voice brimmed with delight. She'd been eager to seek his guidance on detective techniques, but after Lin Luo was granted lead by the chief, she'd had to suppress her excitement. Seeing Lin Luo there, she quickly led him over to examine the body. "Brother Lin, the road just opened this morning. A driver found a body here," Kong Anan said, pointing to the corpse on the ground. "The victim is female, approximately 21 to 23 years old. We're coordinating with the city bureau to retrieve her details." Lin Luo nodded slightly, then crouched down and asked, "Any findings?" Kong Anan quickly pointed to a small patch of snow not far from the body. "Brother Lin, I was just searching here and finally found some clues. This is the victim's vomit." No wonder Kong Anan had been crouched on the ground. She'd been searching for clues. Lin Luo smiled. "For a young woman to go to such lengths in this snowstorm, you've got what it takes for criminal investigation." Kong Anan's face lit up with a smile. She hadn't expected Lin Luo to arrive while she was crawling on the ground searching for clues. The chance to impress him filled her with delight. "But you missed a few clues," Lin Luo pointed at the body on the ground. Though the criminal investigation new star was still cooling down, the system had gathered numerous clues for Lin Luo. He slipped on white gloves and gently lifted the frozen corpse's hand. Rolling up the sleeve, he remarked, "Earlier, I noticed a wound on this woman's hand. It extends inward." Ding! Host has intervened in the case. Frozen female corpse. Clue collected. Suspicious wound. Lin Luo looked up at Kong Anan, who wore a look of utter shock. Earlier, when she'd been crawling on the ground searching for clues, she'd only glanced briefly at the corpse. She hadn't realized there was so much more to uncover. Kang Yanan felt transported back to police academy, facing her stern, old-school criminal investigation instructor. And here one button is missing from her blouse. The stitching is meticulous, likely custom-made. This kind of garment is very expensive, Lin Luo analyzed, reading the system prompt. Kang Yanan nodded repeatedly like a student. Lin Luo bent down and began searching the woman's body. Soon, he felt something in the snow. It was an abandoned wallet containing only bank cards and identification. The cash had vanished. We can confirm the victim's identity now. Lin Luo looked at the photo on the ID card, a very young girl, only 21 years old. Got it, master. Kang Yanan blurted out the title she'd been thinking in her excitement. She quickly waved her hands apologetically. Sorry, Brother Lin. You've got the makings of a criminal investigator. If you don't mind my rough skills, you can learn from me. But don't call me Master, stick with Brother Lin. Got it, Brother Lin. Kang Yanan was full of energy as she took the ID card Lin Luo handed her. Zhou Qin, standing nearby, spoke up. Could someone have murdered this lady for her money? Not exactly. Lin Luo shook his head, reaching deeper into the snow beside the woman and digging out a designer handbag. Adorned with gold and diamonds, it was clearly a high-end item. If someone had intended robbery and murder, they would have taken this designer bag. Lin Luo examined the body as the system continuously alerted him. Examining corpse, detecting wounds non-fatal. Determining cause of death, hypothermia. Though the woman was clothed, her bespoke, high-end garments offered no warmth in the bitter cold. In the depths of winter, even sleeping outside in a padded coat would lead to freezing to death. There should be surveillance nearby. Check the feeds first. Lin Luo glanced up at the overhead wires where a surveillance camera was operational. Soon, several vehicles dispatched by headquarters arrived, including Kunchua's backup personnel. His heart skipped a beat upon seeing Lin Luo. He quietly pulled Kang Yanan, who was beaming with excitement, aside and whispered, Brother Lin, aren't you supposed to be off duty today? What are you doing here? Kang Yanan chuckled. Sister Zhou was driving Brother Lin today when the heavy snow blocked their path. They just happened to get stuck right here. Shorty cleared his throat, his gaze darting toward Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin's attention was entirely on Lin Luo, so he naturally didn't notice the buzz-cut guy stealing glances at him. The buzz-cut guy sighed inwardly. Kang Yanan tugged at the man's sleeve. Stop spacing out. Hurry up and pull up the surveillance footage. Brother Lin's about to make a big splash. Chapter 42, The Clue. The surveillance camera mounted under the streetlight captured this area. The woman lay on the ground, still breathing. Her wallet and designer handbag lay scattered nearby. Heavy snow fell steadily, quickly covering the items. A strangely dressed thug passed by. Instead of helping the woman, he picked up the wallet, snatched a 100 yuan bill, and ran off. The snow intensified, and soon the woman stopped breathing. Zhou Qin slammed his fist on the table. Seeing someone lying unconscious on the ground and stealing their money instead of helping? That's a crime. Exactly. Bring that thief in immediately. Lin Luo gave the order. The crewcut man patted his chest and declared, Brother Lin, rest assured. I'll have that thief back in no time. As an elite member of the squad, the crewcut officer had his ways. Within half an hour, the thief was brought before Lin Luo. The moment he saw Lin Luo, the thief begged for mercy. Officer, please don't blame me for this. I didn't dare go help a person, so I just took a few 100 yuan bills from the wallet. I didn't even get to spend them. Lin Luo wore an expression of admiration as he stared intently at the thief, who felt sweat trickling down his forehead. The thief's heart pounded wildly. Could this handsome young agent be some kind of big shot? You disregarded a life. Lin Luo tapped his finger on the table as he asked. You were the last person to come into close contact with the deceased. What was the victim's condition at that time? Facing Lin Luo, the thief's hazy memories slowly sharpened. I remember the woman was lying on the ground, like she'd thrown up. She was mumbling something about visiting relatives. Officer, do you think she was trying to go back to her parents' home? Don't spout nonsense if you don't know what you're talking about, the crewcut man snapped. A notification sounded in Lin Luo's ear. Death witness located. Searching for evidence. Victim's final words translated, sigh of love. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. He turned to Zhou Qin beside him and asked, do you know a bar called Sigh of Love? Where is it located? Sigh of Love? The name sounded familiar to Zhou Qin. After a moment, she said, I remember now. It's that bar owned by the guy who studied in France. Zhou Qin knew the bar well because its owner, who had studied in France, had pursued her relentlessly. Fed up, she had confronted him directly. After that, the owner never appeared before her again. Instead, a bar named Sighing Love opened in Dongshan City. I know where that bar is. I'll take you there right now, Kang Yanan said. The thief looked pitifully at Lin Luo and said, Officer, what about me? As for you, Lin Luo said gravely, the law will deliver its just punishment. The thief slumped into a chair like a deflated balloon. Moments later, he shouted frantically, I heard assisting with the case can get you a lighter sentence? Lin Luo nodded. Those who make significant contributions to the case can. I just remembered something, that woman was only wearing one shoe. What kind of help is that? You'd better just rot in jail, you bastard. The man with the crew cut snorted coldly. He despised people who stood by and did nothing to help. Ding, clue detected, shoe. Host, please continue searching based on this clue. Lin Luo looked down at the thief. No shoe was found on the corpse's foot. What did you say the shoe looked like? A very peculiar shoe. I remember it had a phoenix embroidered in gold thread. I even considered taking it, but I was too busy grabbing the wallet and forgot. The thief answered truthfully. Kang Anan now looked down on him too. She glanced at him and said, if the clue you provided proves useful, we'll make a recommendation to the relevant authorities during sentencing. As the group exited the interrogation room, Zhou Qin glanced at his phone and sighed. There's no helping it. You're always so busy. I'll explain everything to old man when I get back. I'll come pick you up once you've solved this case. Thanks for your hard work, Sister Zhou. Lin Luo watched Zhou Qin leave. Brother Lin, I'm an excellent driver and know exactly where the Tanching bar is. I'll take you there right now. Kang Anan said eagerly. Lin Luo nodded slightly. The group drove straight to the Sighing bar in the police car. In the bustling downtown area, a bar with understated decor played Mozart softly. Guests conversed in hushed tones, their laughter and clinking glasses punctuating the scene as men and women shared smiles. Clink. 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 A man tapped a silver spoon against a stemmed glass, capturing the attention of everyone in the bar. Attention, everyone! Mr. Lin, the owner of Psy Bar and a renowned pianist who once shone brightly in Vienna, will now perform for you. The previously quiet bar erupted in enthusiastic applause. Most patrons had come specifically to hear the owner play. But Tanching Bar had a rule: if the owner was in a bad mood or had personal matters, he would never play. Such occasions were rare, occurring only a handful of times a year. Hearing the piano meant a rare treat, and smiles spread across the faces of the patrons who had come for drinks. A man in a white tailcoat approached the piano, bowed to the drinking crowd, and then sat down with grace. His pale fingers touched the piano keys, and a deep, mellow sound slowly filled the bar. Every guest who heard the music wore a look of delight. Each note of D major struck straight to the heart. It's like a graceful swan dancing. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed guest exclaimed, when suddenly the door burst open with a loud bang. The piano playing abruptly stopped. The crowd looked up in anger at the intruder. One man stood up and confronted him, shouting, "It's like wild boars barging into Swan Lake. You bunch of Philistines who can't appreciate music." Facing this pretentious snob, Lin Luo silently admired his nerve. Coupled with his uniform, no one dared meet his gaze. The man with the crew cut surveyed the crowd. Who's the owner of Psy Bar? We need to speak with him. Everyone, please take a seat. These officers are here to see me. The pianist in the white tailcoat slowly descended the steps, gesturing for them to follow. Once they reached the backstage area of the Sighing Bar, the pianist inquired, "Officers, what brings you here? We need to ask you some questions. Does your bar have surveillance footage? We need to review it." The man with the crew cut produced a search warrant. "I'll cooperate fully." The pianist snapped his fingers, and a butler-like figure approached. "Master, what are your instructions?" "Escort these gentlemen to view the surveillance footage," the pianist instructed. Just as they were about to proceed, the pianist suddenly asked, "Officer, may I ask what has happened?" "A woman was found dead on the street. She may have left your bar," Lin Luo stated. The pianist exhaled slowly. "Arrest me. I did it." Chapter 43, Clouds of Suspicion. The pianist's sudden confession startled the buzzcut officer. He immediately drew the handcuffs from his belt, ready to arrest the pianist. Lin Luo replied in a measured tone, "From what I understand, you studied in France and performed at the Vienna Concert Hall. Your background and status wouldn't lead you to commit such an act. Besides, your hands are so pale and delicate you must take great care to maintain them. A pianist's most precious asset is their hands. They spend a fortune maintaining them." The pianist clutched his face. "Impulse is the devil. She was drinking in my bar, and I joined her for a few drinks. In a moment of impulse, I killed her." "No, Mr. Pianist. The actual cause of death was hypothermia." Lin Luo looked at the pianist. "You are a respected figure in Dongshan City. We hope you will voluntarily provide clues about the killer." The pianist remained silent. The man with the crew cut beside him frowned and said, "Please cooperate with our investigation, sir." Lin Luo gazed at the pianist as the system alert sounded. Ding! Host has located a key figure in this case. Please resolve the case promptly. Seeing the pianist remain silent, Lin Luo said, "Please accompany us to the municipal bureau for a discussion about this matter." Half an hour later, in the interrogation room, the pianist kept his head buried between his arms, refusing to speak. Through the one-way glass, the man with the crew cut fumed, "This guy definitely knows something. He's as stubborn as a mule, refusing to say a word." Lin Luo tapped lightly on the one-way glass. He had spoken with the pianist, but the man remained silent. Even activating his ability to compel truth-telling proved futile. The door opened, and Yang Qiyun entered. Frowning, he addressed the pianist in the interrogation room. He hasn't spoken. No, Captain. This guy's attitude is extremely resistant. He hasn't said a word up to now. The crew cut cracked his knuckles. Yang Chiyun shot the short-haired man a glare. What are you doing? You're a squad leader. Don't act like a thug. Lin Luo, come out. I need to talk to you. Lin Luo stepped outside. Yang Chiyun whispered, the man in there is Lin Yang. He's internationally renowned. His associates have already started pressuring us through their channels. You need to find the killer quickly. If he refuses to talk, release him. Lin Luo understood Yang Chiyun's implication. If this world-renowned pianist remained tight-lipped, the killer must be closely connected to him. Lin Luo nodded. Captain Yang, I know what I'm doing. Yang Chiyun nodded in satisfaction, then glanced toward the door. That kid with the crew cut tends to be impulsive. You're the backbone of the squad now. Keep a close eye on them. We can't afford any mishaps. Lin Luo nodded. Yang Chiyun pulled a leave slip from his jacket pocket. Old Zhou has called me several times, asking why you haven't returned. I requested leave for you from the chief. Once this case is closed, you can go back to rest. Remember to come see me to sign out. Lin Luo took the note and watched Yang Chiyun walk away. What was supposed to be a 2-day leave stretched into 4 days due to the case. Lin Luo understood Yang Chiyun's intentions. At his core, he was a temporary transfer from the district bureau. Borrowing and returning makes future borrowing easier. Yang Chiyun didn't want a leave dispute to push Lin Luo into leaving Dongshan. He pushed open the door and walked in, addressing the man with the crew cut and Kongyanan. Since the pianist refuses to speak, we'll head to the Tears of Love bar to look for clues. The trio arrived at the Sighing bar, which had already closed for the night. Only the pianist's butler remained inside, wiping down tables. Seeing Lin Luo and his team enter, the butler hurriedly opened the door. Spotting Lin Luo, he immediately asked, Officer, what's the situation with my young master? When will you release him? Your young master is assisting us with the investigation. He'll be released once he provides a full account of the incident. We still need to examine the scene. The butler nodded slightly as Lin Luo strode inside. He surveyed the bar's tables and chairs. How often is this place cleaned? We cater to refined clientele. Routine cleaning occurs daily, the butler explained. Lin Luo slipped on gloves and headed straight for a spot near the piano table. The butler hurriedly intervened. Officer, you can't go there. The man with the crew cut grabbed the butler and pulled out a search warrant from his pocket. This is a warrant from the city bureau. We have the authority to search every inch of this place, including the secret room. The butler, seeing the warrant, could only step aside reluctantly. Lin Luo's fingers lightly traced the surface of the table as his eyes scanned for clues. The system was gathering evidence. Ding! Evidence found, button. Lin Luo bent down and picked up a button from the sheepskin rug on the floor. It was identical to the buttons on the female corpse's clothing. Lin Luo sealed the button in an evidence bag, then crouched down to examine the tabletop. The black lacquered surface bore numerous scratch marks. Lin Luo compared them carefully. They were not made by the female corpse. Ding! Evidence found, scratch marks. A small green arrow appeared before Lin Luo's eyes. He followed the arrow to the chair leg. A piece of the leg was chipped off, as if knocked off by something. Lin Luo stood up and addressed the butler. Has anyone sat on this chair in the past few days? The butler recalled, no one seems to have sat on it recently, but after 9 o'clock, the young master forbids me from approaching the Sighing bar. The incident occurred after 9 last night. Lin Luo scanned the entire Sighing bar but saw no security cameras. Does your bar have any security cameras installed? Officer, this is an elegant establishment. Our patrons are distinguished individuals. Installing cameras is absolutely out of the question, the butler declared with righteous indignation. The man with the crew cut snorted. Cameras are mandatory inside bars, it's the law. How would you handle any incidents otherwise? Go back and install them immediately, or forget about keeping this place open. The manager was momentarily speechless. Lin Luo flipped the table over and examined the indentation in the woolen blanket. 2 people sat here last night. The butler shook his head hastily. Impossible. The young master didn't invite any guests yesterday. Lin Luo removed his white gloves. He didn't invite them. Kongyanan rushed forward, scrutinizing the marks on the tabletop. She couldn't discern any purpose in these chaotic scratch marks. But Lin Luo was drawing closer to the truth, step by step, through the system's prompts. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gathered all clues. Immediately displaying the map for the host. Please apprehend the culprit promptly. A small map appeared before Lin Luo's eyes. It was clearly the floor plan of the Sighing Emotions bar. Lin Luo drew his handcuffs. Given the killer's close connection to the pianist, they must still be inside the Sighing Emotions bar. Prepare to make the arrest. Yes, sir. Chapter 44, The Arrest. The Sighing bar occupied a vast area of land, purchased at great expense by the pianist who had returned from overseas. After 6 months of construction, it became the Sighing piano bar we see today. Lin Luo navigated the bar according to the minimap, with the crew-cut man and Kang Anan following behind. The butler, who had originally offered to guide them, watched as Lin Luo confidently navigated the bar's hidden passages. He promptly stood quietly beside the liquor cabinet. After circling the place twice, Ou's forehead was beaded with sweat. He planted his hands on his hips and declared, "I can't go on, brother Lin. Let us take a break. We've gone around twice and still haven't found anyone." The system had only provided Lin Luo with the minimap, offering no indication of the killer's location. The sighing bar was quite spacious, and there was a high possibility of hidden rooms underground. Just as he was about to call for backup, suddenly, he noticed scratch marks on a nearby statue. He strode over and examined the gouges closely. Ding! Host has discovered a new clue. Collecting all clues will provide the host with a new arrow. Lin Luo pointed at the statue's arm and said, "Check nearby statues for scratch marks." Buzzcut and Kang Anan sprang into action. Both elite members of the task force, they quickly located scratch marks on several nearby statues. The vast majority of the scratches were concentrated on the wrists and arms of the marble statues, though one statue had also suffered damage to its chest. Lin Luo approached the statue of Venus de Milo with severed arms. He slipped on white gloves and reached out to touch the claw marks. Kang Anan flushed and turned away, while the buzzcut guy let out a couple of weird chuckles. Ding! Clues gathered. Lockdown initiated. Host, proceed with caution. Detected perpetrator's physique. Granting host one-time ability, super strength. Ability, super strength activates immense physical power upon use. Lin Luo's heart sank. Every time the system granted a temporary ability, it signaled impending danger. The killer they faced this time was an extremely dangerous individual. A red dot appeared on the mini-map. Lin Luo turned to the man with the crew cut and said, "Call for backup immediately." The crew cut operator didn't hesitate, immediately requesting backup from headquarters. Headquarters, this is Agent 1523. Request immediate backup. Location, Sighing Emotions Bar. At headquarters, Yang Chiyun sat in the interrogation room, facing the silent pianist. "Mr. Yang, I understand you're an artist," Yang Chiyun said with a smile, his gaze fixed on the pianist. "Medicine knows no borders. I occasionally listen to Mozart myself." The pianist remained silent. Yang Chiyun continued, "Silence only makes things worse, Mr. Yang. Many people are looking for you out there, trying to find out what you've done. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind." The silent pianist finally stirred. He lifted his head to look at Yang Chiyun, a flicker of pain in his eyes. "You'd better go support the Tears Bar." Yang Chiyun abruptly stood up, about to notify the squad leaders. The door burst open. An agent rushed in, his voice urgent, "Captain Yang. Tanqing Bar needs backup." Inside the sighing bar, just as Ou hung up the phone, a hand reached out from beside him. It reached for his arm, but he dodged it hastily and glanced to his side. A man over 2 meters tall stared at him curiously. The man with the crew cut shouted, "Brother Lin, something's up." Lin Luo approached the man with the crew cut, and the two stood facing the giant. The man scratched his head, then turned and vanished down the corridor. The buzzcut guy breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Lin, is this guy the killer? He seems a bit mentally unstable." Lin Luo lowered his voice. "Be careful." On the mini-map before him, the red dot began to move. Lin Luo fixed his gaze on the dot's trajectory. After circling for 20 minutes, it suddenly accelerated. "Oh crap," Lin Luo thought inwardly, immediately activating his super strength ability. With a thunderous crash, a wall nearby collapsed. A burly man over 2 meters tall grinned foolishly. "My doll. My doll." Kang Anan stared at the man in shock as he charged like a bear. Given the man's size, the consequences of him tackling Kang Anan would be unimaginable. At that critical moment, a figure stepped in front of Kang Anan. Lin Luo shouted, "Run!" The man with the crew cut grabbed Kang Anan and dragged him backward. Seeing Kang Anan escape, the giant bellowed, "My doll! My doll!" A palm as large as a fan swiped toward Lin Luo, who gritted his teeth and took the blow. The man's other hand reached for Lin Luo, who seized it. The two wrestled and tumbled through the Tears of Love bar, crashing through several flimsy walls. They tumbled all the way to the bar's front counter. The butler, seeing Lin Luo and the man entangled, nonchalantly grabbed a paring knife and crept toward them. "Freeze!" A shout halted the butler's movement. Kang Anan seized the butler's wrist and executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming him to the floor. She glared at him. "Don't move!" The buzzcut man picked up the butler's knife from the floor. "You old fox, you've been hiding your skills well." The butler chuckled. Air was always a simpleton. He just ate a lot and grew big. "You won't escape." The buzzcut man chuckled, turning to Lin Luo, who was facing off against Air. "Our brother Lin is tougher than you think. A mere simpleton is no match for him." The butler turned away, silent. On the bar stage, Lin Luo slowly gained the upper hand over Air. The simpleton's strength was undeniable, but Lin Luo, having activated his enhanced power, was steadily increasing his own. At first, Air could still overpower Lin Luo, but now Lin Luo's strength had surpassed his. Lin Luo discovered the advantage of his enhanced strength ability. Previously, powerful abilities like bursts of energy inevitably left him hospitalized for days afterward. But this gradual increase in strength allowed his body to adapt remarkably well. Air let out a couple of strange cries, fire blazing in his eyes. He lunged to bite Lin Luo's ear, but Lin Luo jerked his head back and slammed it down. With a thud, their heads collided, sending blood streaming from Lin Luo's nose. Under the force of the blow, Air's eyes rolled back and he passed out. Lin Luo rose and pinned Air down. The suspect is incapacitated. Has backup from headquarters arrived yet? The sound of screeching tires echoed as an armored vehicle, sirens blaring, pulled up outside the Sighing Emotions bar. Elite officers rushed out, weapons drawn, shouting, "Move! Move! Move!" Yang Qiyun, clad in body armor, followed in with concern. The door to the Sighing Emotions bar was smashed open, and Yang Qiyun braced himself mentally. Inside, Lin Luo sat on a stool. A man over 2 meters tall lay across him, his buzz cut in Kong-an pinning down the butler-dressed figure. Yang Qiyun exhaled deeply, his worry vanishing from his face. He strode toward Lin Luo and declared, "Well done, Lin Luo. Captain Yang, we've got the man. That guy in the suit is the pianist's butler. He knows about the case." As Lin Luo spoke, he noticed Yang Qiyun staring intently at him. Lin Luo asked, "Captain Yang, what's wrong?" Yang Qiyun grabbed Lin Luo's arm. "Guys, get Lin Luo to the hospital." Chapter 45, Past Memories. Lin Luo, who had apprehended the murderer, was kept in the hospital for 2 more days by Yang Qiyun due to his injuries. Lin Luo desperately wanted to explain to Captain Yang that his injuries were merely superficial scrapes, nothing serious at all. But when Yang saw Lin Luo's blood-stained face and his forearm hanging limply, he was immediately terrified. Outside Dongshan City Hospital, Lin Luo watched the bustling street. Behind him walked the director of Dongshan City Hospital's inpatient department, accompanied by several young, lively nurses. They held hands and kept glancing at Lin Luo. "Officer Lin, you're a hero of Dongshan City. Please be more careful to protect yourself during future arrests," the department director said with a smile, looking at Lin Luo. "Thank you for your concern, Director," Lin Luo replied. The department head changed the subject abruptly. "Officer Lin, I hear you're still single. I have a niece." Lin Luo's smile froze. Just then, Zhou Qin pulled up in her car. Lin Luo waved and climbed inside. The department head waved anxiously from behind, calling out, "Officer Lin, if my niece isn't suitable, any of the nurses in the department would be fine too." A nurse tugged at the director's sleeve. "Auntie, you're rushing things. You've scared Officer Lin away." The department head cleared her throat. "You're too young to understand. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain, but a woman chasing a man is like lifting a veil. A young and promising man like Officer Lin will have plenty of opportunities to work at our hospital in the future." The young, pretty nurse gazed thoughtfully at the departing car. In the car, Zhou Qin smiled at Lin Luo. "Who knew our Officer Lin had such a charmed love life?" Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. "I've been hospitalized these past 2 days and haven't stopped getting people shoving things at me. I've even gained weight." "You're just being modest," Zhou Qin chuckled as she merged onto the highway. "Old man Zhou took a day off specifically to invite you. I think he wants to have a heart-to-heart with you. You need to be patient with veterans like him." "Captain Zhou is my mentor," Lin Luo reflected on his time at the Southern District Precinct. Though brief, Zhou Dongliang had guided him extensively. The initial friction had faded into the past as Lin Luo delivered results. Reflecting on his attitude when he first joined the force, he wished he could go back and slap himself. Without this system, his best outcome would have been a quiet resignation. They chatted about various matters along the way until the car pulled up before an old residential complex, the housing provided by the Southern District Bureau for its earliest recruits. As the captain of the criminal investigation team, Zhou Dongliang had been assigned a modest apartment. Most residents in this aging neighborhood were familiar faces. As soon as Lin Luo stepped out of the car, an elderly man with snow-white hair lit up. He hurried over, patted Lin Luo on the shoulder, and said, "Good lad, you did well. You've brought honor to Dongshan." Lin Luo felt a bit awkward. It was his first time in this neighborhood, and he had no idea who this enthusiastic old man was. Zhou Qin appeared just in time, diffusing the awkwardness. She smiled and said, "Grandpa Yang, my dad is waiting impatiently at home. I should take Officer Lin upstairs first. I'll bring him to visit you another time." The enthusiastic old man nodded vigorously. "All right. Let him meet little Zhou first. I think you two make a perfect match. Why don't I play matchmaker? Retired folks often enjoyed playing matchmaker." Zhou Qin smiled as she led Lin Luo upstairs. "This is our precinct's first criminal investigation team captain. You should recognize his son, he's the division chief, Yang Qiyun." Lin Luo felt a surge of respect. After all, the criminal investigation team wasn't an easy place to work. He had originally planned to take a vacation, but an incident on the way had immediately pulled him back into duty. If it weren't for this system, he probably wouldn't have lasted long before quitting. 2 generations of the Young family serving in law enforcement was truly remarkable. As Lin Luo pondered this, the apartment door opened. Zhou Dongliang, dressed casually, greeted him with a warm smile. Yuasian, hurry up and bring the dishes. And get out my special reserve wine. Today, I'm going to have a proper drink with little Lin. He's made us proud, earning great honor for Dongshan City. Zhou Dongliang beamed. Back at the Southern District Bureau, Lin Luo had formally taken him as his mentor. He knew Lin Luo's talent wouldn't keep him in a subordinate role for long, but who could have predicted that after being seconded to the headquarters, he would achieve such remarkable success? Master, there's no need for such trouble. What do you mean? You're Dongshan City's hero now, a role model for our entire criminal investigation division to learn from. I specifically took the day off. If it weren't for this occasion, we wouldn't be sharing a drink like this during work hours, Zhou Dongliang replied. Dad, I think you're just craving a drink, Zhou Qin said with a smile. Zhou Dongliang was a full-fledged drunkard, but he never touched a drop during work hours. Zhou Dongliang cleared his throat. They say daughters are like warm cotton jackets, but you're more like a drafty coat. Go help your mom in the kitchen. Zhou Qin went to serve the dishes, and Zhou Dongliang pulled Lin Luo down to sit. I heard you apprehended an internationally wanted criminal during the joint operation. The details made it into the Bureau's internal briefing. You did well this time, but you can't do that again next time. Lin Luo knew Zhou Dongliang cared about him. He replied earnestly, thank you for your concern, master. Catching that international fugitive was pure luck. We in criminal investigation never believe in luck. Skill is the only thing that matters. I've always known your capabilities. Never mind that now. Let's have a drink first. Zhou Dongliang, ever eager for a drink, filled his glass. Lin Luo could hold his liquor too. Back in college, he'd once outdrunk his entire dorm. Thinking about drinking before the food even arrives? Comrade old Zhou, I'm going to have to give you a talking to. A nagging woman emerged from the kitchen. Her expression shifted instantly to a mother-in-law's smile when she saw Lin Luo. You must be little Lin. Old Zhou has praised you endlessly at home, truly a young prodigy. Thank you, Mrs. Zhou, Lin Luo replied. The woman laughed heartily. You're quite right to call me mother-in-law. Today I'll make an exception and let Comrade Zhou have a few more drinks. Zhou Dongliang felt a surge of secret delight. This is all thanks to little Lin's good fortune. Come, little Lin, let's clink glasses. As the glasses clinked, a system notification pinged in Lin Luo's ear. He froze, stunned that even a home-cooked meal could trigger a mission. Ding! Detected, veteran criminal investigator, Zhou Dongliang, current rank, 7th tier, 2-star. A buried crime spanning 3 generations. Please eat and drink well, host. Accept the mission from veteran detective Zhou Dongliang, past crimes. Lin Luo's smile widened. Raising his glass, he looked at Zhou Dongliang and said, Master, this toast is for you. Zhou Dongliang responded with satisfaction, good. You've made something of yourself now, and you haven't forgotten your master. You're almost catching up to my rank. No matter how high my rank, I'm still your disciple. Lin Luo drained his cup in one gulp, earning Zhou Dongliang's growing approval. Chapter 46, The Crime. In the old but cozy company-provided apartment, Zhou Dongliang's face flushed as he declared, I'm so proud of your success. I, Zhou Dongliang, finally have a disciple I can boast about. Our Western Region Branch Criminal Investigation Division truly produces outstanding talent. Seeing Zhou Dongliang was already drunk, Zhou Qin gently shook his arm. Dad, you really shouldn't drink anymore. If you keep going, Mom will get upset. No more. How could I dare drink more? Zhou Dongliang waved his hands repeatedly. Seeing Zhou's mother make a move to help him up, Lin Luo quickly intervened. Teacher's wife, please go rest. Zhou Qin and I will take care of this. A broader smile spread across Mrs. Zhou's face. Before leaving, she gave Zhou Qin a meaningful glance. After she left, Zhou Dongliang took another sneak sip, only to be caught by Zhou Qin. Dad, how could you go back on your word? I'm going to tell Mom. Zhou Dongliang grabbed Zhou Qin's arm. You little brat. It's just a sip of wine. Do you think it could poison your old man? I know you've got feelings for little Lin. A master is like a father. Today, I'll help bring you two together. Zhou Qin's face flushed crimson. She pouted, Dad, you're clearly drunk. What nonsense are you spouting? I hear you on the phone all day raving about your little puppy younger-year-old crushes, saying Lin Luo is your ideal type. Did I mishear that? Dad. Zhou Qin shook Zhou Dongliang's arm. You must have misheard. By the way, I ran into Grandpa Yang downstairs. Zhou Qin desperately tried to change the subject, but the mention of Grandpa Yang silenced Zhou Dongliang. He took a sip of wine but remained silent. Realizing his mistake, Zhou Qin quickly added, Dad, just pretend I never said anything. Zhou Dongliang sighed. It's not your fault. Grandpa Yang and I haven't seen each other in all these years. It's laughable, really we even live in the same neighborhood now. Lin Luo, you've grown into your own. There are some things I need to talk to you about. Lin Luo perked up. Hadn't he been saving his best drinking skills for this very moment? Zhou Dongliang's eyes glazed over with nostalgia as he slowly recounted a story from the past. Back then, Zhou Dongliang was a young, hot-blooded detective fresh out of the academy. The old man Lin Luo had encountered was the first captain of the criminal investigation team at the Southern District Police Bureau and Zhou Dongliang's mentor. They once encountered a locked-room murder case where a family of 5 had been brutally slaughtered inside a sealed room. The young Zhou Dongliang immediately vomited on the floor and Captain Yang frowned. A murder this vicious must have been driven by deep-seated hatred toward the victims. But when they entered the room, they found all doors and windows locked, with no signs of struggle inside. Back then, there was no DNA testing, no fingerprint identification technology, and certainly no surveillance cameras to aid in tracking down the killer. Captain Yang and the young Zhou Dongliang spent an entire month conducting door-to-door inquiries in the neighborhood, yet uncovered no useful leads. For this, Captain Yang even faced criticism from his superiors. Not long after this case, Captain Yang took early retirement. Zhou Dongliang kept the case in mind. After becoming captain himself, he reopened the cold case. But it was a cold case from over 30 years ago, and many witnesses had since passed away. Zhou Dongliang never solved the case, leaving him ashamed to face Captain Yang. Even though they lived in the same neighborhood, Zhou Dongliang avoided Captain Yang. Shaolin, I still remember the horrific scene of that family of 5 brutally murdered in their home. I've lived my life with a clear conscience, but this case alone leaves me feeling guilty toward my mentor. As he spoke, the usually unyielding Zhou Dongliang shed tears. Zhou Qin sighed and said, Lin Luo, my father was the lead investigator on that case back then. Grandpa Yang and my father searched for a month without any leads. Grandpa Yang took responsibility for it, accepted disciplinary action from his superiors, and retired early. Ding! Congratulations, host, for learning about the past from veteran detective Zhou Dongliang. Do you wish to accept the long-term mission, Past Sins? A buried crime, 3 generations of relentless effort. Lin Luo recalled the system's description. From Captain Yang to Zhou Dongliang to the present-day Lin Luo, it spanned precisely 3 generations. Unable to crack the case, Zhou Dongliang hadn't seen Captain Yang in years. Over 30 years had passed, even the killer might have passed away, yet 2 generations of detectives refused to give up. They hadn't yet brought the murderer to justice to give the victims peace. Lin Luo looked at Zhou Dongliang and said, Master, rest assured. I will definitely track down the killer in this case. Zhou Dongliang slowly lifted his head, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. I knew it. I knew it. With that, he drifted into a deep sleep. Zhou Qin helped Zhou Dongliang up. Her voice was solemn as she said, Grandpa Yang has been haunted by this case ever since he retired. He has quite a few records about it. You should go see him. He'd be delighted to discuss it with you. Lin Luo nodded vigorously, about to rise. Zhou Qin added, Grandpa Yang's wife passed away 10 years ago. Captain Yang from headquarters is too busy with work to visit him often. Usually, my mom cooks for Grandpa Yang and delivers it to him. Take the hot rice from the pot over to Grandpa Yang. Lin Luo nodded, packed up the food, and headed downstairs. Retired Captain Yang lived in a nearby small building. Seeing Lin Luo come to visit, he was startled at first, then his face lit up with joy. Little Lin. Come right in. Lin Luo entered Captain Yang's home. The interior contained little modern furniture. The main hall held a set of aged pear wood furniture, with several thermos bottles leaning against it. Captain Yang mentioned the thermoses and gestured for Lin Luo to sit down. Young Zhou, he drinks on the sly and doesn't even think to share a drop with me. Captain Yang poured Lin Luo a cup of water. Lin Luo said, Thank you for your kindness, old Yang. Earlier, while drinking with my master, I heard a story from him about the past. Old Yang paused, then slowly sat down. Little Zhou still carries that same strong sense of duty. He hasn't let go of it all these years. He hasn't come to see me in so long. Lin Luo swept aside the old newspapers piled beside the pear wood furniture. Ding! Detected clues related to past crimes, the legacy of an old detective. Master Yang, you haven't let go either, have you? Lin Luo pointed at the old newspapers. Master Yang laughed heartily. Young Zhou has certainly found a good disciple. Back when he was your age, he still needed someone to point out the clues for him. Master Yang, I'm deeply interested in this case. My mentor never gave up on it, and neither did you. Now it's my turn. Lin Luo spoke earnestly. Master Yang studied Lin Luo, his thoughts culminating in a sigh. Ah, old age, old age. This is your generation's time now. My old bones are nearly ready for the grave. Take all those old newspapers. Beneath them lies the notebook where I once compiled the clues. Lin Luo nodded. Master Yang, I won't let you or my master down. Chapter 47, The Murder Case. Holidays flowed through his fingers like water, impossible to hold back. As Lin Luo's break drew to a close, Zhou Qin drove him and a stack of documents toward the municipal police headquarters. On the way, Zhou Qin looked at Lin Luo, whose eyes were bloodshot, and said, Thank you, Lin Luo. Today, my old man went to see Grandpa Yang. What's there to thank me for? I'm a rising star in criminal investigation, Lin Luo boasted. Zhou Qin chuckled, that's like a peddler praising her own melons. This isn't self-praise. Remember what the master said about the little puppy being the younger dominant one? You want to see if I'll dump you on the highway and make you walk back to headquarters? Sis Joe, I was wrong. The two bickered all the way back to headquarters. Inside the Criminal Investigation Division office, Yang Chi-Yun's eyes were bloodshot as he stubbed out his cigarette, the ember still flickering at the tip, into the ashtray. Seated beside him were the elite of the squad. Kang Yanin tossed his empty coffee bottle into the trash, while nearby, a man with a crew cut scratched his head, deep in thought. Noticing the heavy atmosphere in the office, Yang Chi-Yun cleared his throat. It's been 3 days now. Any thoughts? The elite officers exchanged glances, none able to speak. Kang Yanin's head hung low on the desk. Just as everyone was fretting, an agent rushed in. Captain, the victim's family is causing trouble again. We've calmed her down, but she's waiting outside and insists on seeing you. Yang Chi-Yun rubbed his face. All right. I'll go see her now. No sooner had he spoken than the office door swung open, and Lin Luo stepped inside. Captain Yang, I'm back. I'm reporting for duty now. The elite operatives in the office perked up, their faces lighting up with hope as they looked at Lin Luo. Kang Yanin even jumped up and trotted over to Lin Luo's side. When Lin Luo first joined the squad, these elite operatives had viewed him as a rival. But after Lin Luo returned from the joint investigation, not a single one harbored such thoughts anymore. Kang Yanin even wanted to apprentice under him. Now they looked at Lin Luo as if he were a towering mountain. Despite his youth, he had already attained the rank of level 7 operative. Just as he had told Zhou Qin on his way here, he had become a rising star in the criminal investigation world. Yang Chi-Yun strode up to Lin Luo, extending his hand. Lin Luo, you're finally back. We've got a homicide case here recently. Hearing Yang Chi-Yun's words, Lin Luo smiled. Captain Yang, you're already assigning me a case the moment I return. How thoughtful. But is there anything minor? Yang Chi-Yun cleared his throat and said earnestly, Lin Luo, every case no matter how big or small is something our division should handle. Lin Luo wasn't being sarcastic with Yang Chi-Yun, it was just that his rising star status hadn't cooled off yet, and he desperately needed a minor case to refresh it. Captain Yang, fine, I'll take this case. But first, give me something like a bike theft. I'll wrap it up and report back immediately, won't take more than a few hours. Yang Chi-Yun frowned. He turned to Kang Yanin and the man with the crew cut. Fine. You two take Lin Luo to handle an electric bike theft case. Then follow him to handle the construction site homicide. Yes, sir. Kang Yanin and the crew cut replied in unison. 2 hours later, the crew cut led a petty thief into the interrogation room. Lin Luo also learned about the construction site homicide from Kang Yanin. Dongsheng was a thriving city where land in the urban core was worth its weight in gold. Half a year ago, a major conglomerate had splurged on a large tract of land, planning to develop a residential complex. Construction had barely begun when the conglomerate's CEO vanished after inspecting the site. Workers discovered irregularities in the foundation. Upon breaking through, they found the CEO's body. The construction site murder caused a huge stir, with all of Dongsheng abuzz with speculation. The Municipal Bureau, overwhelmed by the case, assigned it directly to the Criminal Investigation Corps. Yang Chi-Yun had been making frequent trips to the site because of this murder. Recent torrential rains had turned the already chaotic site into an even greater mess. Even veteran detective Yang Chi-Yun felt his scalp tingle. Kang Yanin had accompanied him to the site several times, but they hadn't uncovered a single useful clue. The big boss's wife kept showing up at the Criminal Investigation Division every other day. At first, the officers could brush her off, but later Yang Chi-Yun had to step in personally. Brother Lin, don't wealthy wives usually stick to flower arranging in yoga? Kang Yanin was clearly annoyed by the boss's wife. Lin Luo casually remarked, who knows? Let's go meet the deceased's wife. A system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Host has accepted case, construction site homicide. Criminal investigation rising star cooldown complete. Will provide host with clues. A smile spread across Lin Luo's face. With the criminal investigation new star, even if the crime scene had been washed away by the downpour, he was confident he could solve the case. Let me tell you, if this case isn't solved and the killer isn't found soon, I'm going to the media. A wealthy woman clad in mink glared angrily, while Yang Chi-Yun across from her maintained a composed smile. Mrs. Wang, please don't worry. We're doing everything we can to solve this case. Our group spent a fortune acquiring this land. Do you have any idea how much we lose for every day this drags on? Are you going to compensate us for that? Mrs. Wang grew increasingly arrogant and domineering. Kang Yanin, standing beside Lin Luo, was about to step forward to argue when Lin Luo grabbed her arm. He put on his badge with a look of respect and stepped before Mrs. Wang. You are the deceased's wife. I need your cooperation regarding some matters. The once arrogant Mrs. Wang felt an inexplicable fear upon seeing Lin Luo. She cleared her throat. And who might you be? This is our model officer from Dongshan City. Kang Yanin stepped forward. She had disliked the arrogant Mrs. Wang from the start. I don't wish to speak with you. Direct any questions to my lawyer, Mrs. Wang declared, flinging her designer handbag aside. A middle-aged man in a suit with slick-back hair stepped in front of Lin Luo. He addressed Lin Luo respectfully. "Good day, officer. I am Mrs. Wang's attorney." Due to Mr. Wang's accident, Mrs. Wang is deeply distressed and unable to answer any questions at this time. Lin Luo shifted her gaze to the lawyer. The moment this polished-looking attorney met her stare, he felt as if all his facades had been stripped away, leaving him exposed before her. His smile stiffened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A minute later, his mouth dry, he stammered, "Officer. Officer, what is your question? If Mrs. Wang is unable to cooperate, please return home immediately. I will notify you of any developments in the case." "Yes, yes," the lawyer hastily replied. Then he and Mrs. Wang fled in disarray. Watching their retreating figures, Kang Anan vented his frustration. "Only you, Brother Lin. That Mrs. Wang is truly unbearable." Lin Luo said, "Ignore her. Solving the case is what matters." Chapter 48, The Construction Site. A police car pulled up in front of the construction site. Lin Luo led the way, striding ahead. Due to the murder, the workers had all gone home early, leaving only the manager behind. Spotting Lin Luo approaching, the manager hurried over. "Officer, hello. I'm the manager in charge of this project." A smile graced the manager's face as he looked at the two people accompanying Lin Luo. As the project manager, reading people was a fundamental skill. Seeing how the two men looked to Lin Luo for direction, he understood. "Where is the crime scene? Take me there immediately." Lin Luo wasted no time on pleasantries. He needed to find more clues before the scene was completely compromised. "I'll take you there immediately, sir. It's been raining heavily these past few days, so I've had the workers cover the area with tarps." The manager pointed to the muddy road, the recent downpours having turned the construction site into a quagmire. As they walked, Lin Luo asked, "Did you see the victim?" "That was Mr. Wang from our group. He even came personally to cut the ribbon at the project's opening ceremony." The manager's tone carried a hint of regret. Mr. Wang was a billionaire tycoon. At the opening ceremony, he'd been all pomp and circumstance, yet in the blink of an eye, he'd been sealed in cement and turned into the foundation. Lin Luo arrived at the crime scene, now cordoned off with police tape. A large rain shelter had been erected over it, shielding the damaged area from the downpour and offering a semblance of protection. Lin Luo slipped on white gloves and special forensic shoes before cautiously stepping inside. A vast expanse of concrete stretched before him, its center bearing traces of excavation and demolition. It was here that workers had discovered the anomaly and unearthed Mr. Wang's body. "How long has this foundation been under construction?" Lin Luo asked, frowning. "Officer, our development project has been underway for 3 months now. We couldn't afford to delay a single day," the manager said, pointing to the completed foundation. The foundation was all set. Who could have predicted this would happen? So once the foundation is complete, construction on the building would proceed swiftly? Lin Luo looked at the manager, who nodded. "Exactly. We hired the fastest construction crew to build the tower as quickly as possible. This truly is building a skyscraper from the ground up," Lin Luo remarked with a hint of a smile. Kang Anan and the man with the crew cut followed him down. Kang Anan surveyed the foundation. "Brother Lin, anything new?" If this skyscraper is actually built, retrieving Mr. Wang's body would likely be impossible for decades. Lin Luo crouched down, beginning his search for clues. Rising star of criminal investigation, the damaged foundation shows signs of excavation. The body was found here. Rising star, the ground washed by heavy rain. The bad weather erased some traces. Criminal investigation. Rising star's reminders were all within Lin Luo's expectations. Yang Qiyun was a level 7 operator after all. Even Yang Qiyun hadn't uncovered any useful clues in this foundation. Now, Lin Luo could only rely on the criminal investigation newcomer to take a shot in the dark. Lin Luo rose and walked to the other side of the foundation, with the manager hurrying to follow. Lin Luo asked, "Where are all the construction workers at your site now?" "Officer, all workers have stopped work and are gathered in the southern dormitory area. The dormitory was built by our group of the workers, equipped with air conditioning. We always ensure good living conditions for our workers. You can rest assured about that." The manager patted his chest emphatically, prompting a surprised glance from Lin Luo. Kang Anan whispered a reminder, "Brother Lin, this is normal. Sometimes regulatory agencies ask us to cooperate in investigating illegal activities by these groups, and a significant portion of those cases involve worker issues." Lin Luo nodded and left the foundation site. Since no clues could be found here, it was better to go deeper among the workers and ask if anyone had heard anything unusual. "It's almost mealtime. Take us to the workers' quarters." "We'll eat there today," Lin Luo said. The manager protested, "Officer, we've already prepared your meal in the cafeteria. Going over there now? Cut the nonsense. Get us there now." The crew cut officer waved him off. He understood Lin Luo's plan. The three quickly shed their uniforms, changed into plainclothes, and headed straight for the workers' quarters. The manager tried to follow them inside but was shooed away by Lin Luo. The trio entered the housing area. These prefabricated panel houses had one redeeming quality: they were frost-resistant. But in summer, these buildings turned into steaming ovens. Lin Luo had lived in such a place for a while before, and he had only one feeling: hot. Fortunately, it was winter in Dongshan City now. While it hadn't snowed in the past few days, it had rained. Workers bundled in thick winter clothes were heading toward the dormitory cafeteria. A shout from somewhere caused most of them to crowd in one direction. Using his tall, sturdy frame to his advantage, Lin Luo pushed his way to the front. As soon as he entered the innermost area, he saw an older woman carrying a large barrel. The moment she lifted the lid, a wave of steam mixed with delicious aromas hit them. "Folks, the manager ordered an extra meal today: freshly cooked pork knuckles straight from the pot. No need to rush, everyone gets a share. One at a time," the woman called out, tapping the edge of the pot. An elderly man beside Lin Luo took a deep breath and murmured, "That's the scent, these pork knuckles smell absolutely perfect. Wonder which big shot is visiting that we're getting meat again today," the workers murmured cheerfully. "Probably those investigators are coming, so the manager gave us extra food." "I knew it. That heartless Wang the boss deserves to rot. No AC in summer, no pay either," grumbled a slightly younger worker. The old man snapped, "Shut up, Lu." The young worker shut up, took a pork knuckle, and sulked over to a nearby table. Lin Luo's mind raced. He called Kong Anan over and whispered something to her. Kong Anan frowned. "Brother Lin, are you sure this will work?" "Just a test run. The clues at the Foundation site are badly damaged," Lin Luo replied calmly. The crewman with the buzz cut perked up. "Brother Lin, what do you need me to do?" Lin Luo turned to the cafeteria auntie, his expression serious. "I have a difficult task for you." After hearing Lin Luo's assignment, the crew cut guy slumped his shoulders and walked toward the auntie. Kong Anan smiled faintly as she carried a large pork hock toward the young workers. Lin Luo chose a nearby seat and sat down, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings as he observed the workers' movements. Young worker Xiao Lu jabbed his pork hock fiercely with a chopstick. "Is this seat taken? May I sit here?" A clear voice rang out. Kong Anan smiled and looked at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu quickly replied, "No one's sitting here, go ahead." "You look unfamiliar, where are you from?" Kong Anan smiled. "I'm from the Design Institute. I heard you demolished the Foundation, so the Institute sent me to take a look." Chapter 49, The Noise. Xiao Lu never imagined his luck could be this good. As a civil engineering graduate, after 4 years of comfortable university life, he'd been hit hard upon entering the workforce. The only reason he hadn't packed up and fled was his love for video games. He never imagined he'd encounter someone from the Design Institute today, and a beautiful woman at that. Back at his university, she would have easily been considered campus queen material. "I heard your construction site's foundation was demolished, and a body was found. If they never figure it out, what happens if the building gets delayed?" Kong Anan had studied criminal psychology at the police academy. With just a few words and gestures, she managed to lower the guard of Xiao Lu, who had only just entered society. Seeing the beauty frown, Xiao Lu suddenly lost his appetite for the pork knuckle on his plate. He set down his chopsticks and said, "It's fine, don't worry. An agent is already investigating. I heard we have a really skilled agent here in Dongshan named Lin Luo." Clearly, Xiao Lu was more internet savvy than his middle-aged and elderly co-workers. Lin Luo, who had been listening nearby, looked at Xiao Lu with surprise. He hadn't expected this young man to have heard his name. Kong Anan chimed in, "I've heard of him too. He's a hero in Dongshan City." "Exactly. While getting my meal, I saw someone who looked just like Lin Luo. Could he already be here?" Only then did Xiao Lu look around. Lin Luo had his back to Xiao Lu, so he didn't see him. Kong Anan chuckled, "Not necessarily. Someone as capable as Officer Lin might have been transferred to provincial duty long ago." "You're probably right." Xiao Lu suddenly felt a pang of frustration. After all, he was older than Lin Luo, yet he was still just a plasterer on a construction site. Kong Anan glanced around. Seeing no one paying attention, he lowered his voice. "I heard from the Design Institute that anyone providing clues to this case could get a hefty reward." Xiao Lu's mind clicked into place. No wonder the beautiful woman from the Design Institute had come down. It was all for the reward. Then he thought about it. The Design Institute's salaries weren't high either. If they split it 50-50, Xiao Lu felt his confidence return. He said, "I have some leads, but it's not something I can discuss openly here. Why don't we connect on WeChat?" Kong Anan smiled as he pulled out his phone. After they connected on WeChat, Xiao Lu's smile grew even broader. After finishing the pork knuckle, Xiao Lu left in high spirits. It was the first time he'd ever gotten a beautiful woman's WeChat. Lin Luo got up and followed behind Xiao Lu. Soon, Xiao Lu returned to the dormitory, and Lin Luo approached to knock on the door. "Who is it?" Xiao Lu asked, having just turned on his computer. "It's Lin Luo whispered. Xiao Lu inwardly cursed. He recalled seeing someone who looked strikingly like Lin Luo while getting food earlier. He never imagined the renowned Lin Luo would actually come looking for him. He hurriedly opened the door. The moment he saw Lin Luo, Xiao Lu exclaimed excitedly, "You're Officer Lin. Keep it down." "I'm here undercover this time," Lin Luo said with a faint smile. "Come in quickly, Officer Lin. My co-workers sharing this dorm won't be back for another 2 or 3 hours," Xiao Lu said warmly, inviting Lin Luo inside. The moment Lin Luo stepped inside, his eyes scanned the room. The rising star of criminal investigation automatically assessed the environment. Criminal investigation new star, suspicious crumpled paper, a powered-on computer, scattered cigarette butts and empty liquor bottles. A gathering spot for a young man fresh out of society and a group of seasoned factory workers. The criminal investigation new star's assessment was spot on. Lin Luo sat down on the stool Xiao Lu had pulled over. Xiao Lu was visibly excited. Who hadn't dreamed of being a detective as a kid? He'd read reports about Lin Luo, who had already solved multiple cases and was, in his eyes, Dongshan City's very own Sherlock Holmes. "I'm here on orders to investigate the construction site murder. I overheard you mention knowing some clues in the cafeteria earlier." Xiao Lu nodded. "That night, I was in charge of checking the equipment. The concrete mixer just wouldn't start. Later, the foreman came over and said to pour in the pre-mixed concrete first. I didn't think much of it and just dumped it in. Ding. Host has located one witness." Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Lin Luo asked calmly, "While getting my meal earlier, I heard that Boss Wang wasn't exactly honest and had been withholding your wages." "Most bosses are like that. But not long after Mr. Wang got into trouble, the manager paid us the wages from the previous months. This computer was bought with that pay." Xiao Lu patted his computer peripherals. For these workers, Boss Wang's downfall had actually been a blessing. Lin Luo pressed further, "Who else was working with you that day?" Xiao Lu's face clouded with reluctance. "Officer Lin, I'm just one person. My co-workers have families to support. Who wants trouble during this storm? They won't say anything they heard. It's fine. Providing clues earns a reward. If your information helps solve the case and catch the killer, the reward doubles. Where there's a will, there's a way." Lin Luo understood this principle well. Xiao Lu gritted his teeth. "Officer Lin, hold on a moment. I'll call my co-workers back right now." As Xiao Lu got up to fetch his co-workers, Lin Luo began examining the room's contents. Just then, the Criminal Investigation New Star issued an alert. Criminal Investigation New Star, strange bedhead. Can be disassembled. Seems to contain something inside. Without hesitation, Lin Luo dismantled the headboard rail. Beneath the thick, arm-sized rail lay a small golden Buddha statue. Picking it up for closer inspection, Lin Luo saw it was solid gold worth at least 100,000 yuan. A construction worker couldn't possibly own such an item. Coincidentally, an ID card lay on the bed. Lin Luo picked it up and glanced at it. "Officer Lin, I've called them in," came Xiao Lu's voice from outside. Lin Luo swiftly reinstalled the dismantled railings. Sitting back down on the stool, he said, "Come in, everyone." Xiao Lu led 3 workers inside, including the old man. The old man frowned at Lin Luo. "Xiao Lu, is this Officer Lin? He looks so young." "Uncle, don't let Officer Lin's youth fool you. He's a hero of Dongshan City, the Sherlock Holmes of our criminal investigation division," Xiao Lu introduced enthusiastically. The old man pursed his lips. "Why does he have a foreign name? Could he be a foreigner?" "I'm from Dongshan," Lin Luo replied with a smile. "I've been assigned to investigate a murder at the construction site. If any of you have clues, please share them." The old man remained silent, and the other 2 fell quiet as well. Lin Luo continued, "Anyone providing clues will receive a reward. If the clues lead to solving the case, the reward will be doubled." The old man scrutinized Lin Luo. "We were all working that day. We didn't notice anything." Lin Luo released his hand, causing a once gilded Buddha statue to sway. He remarked, "You call that seeing nothing? Are you hiding something?" Chapter 50, The Dumb Dog. The moment the golden Buddha appeared, all 3 men's expressions changed drastically. Veins bulged on the old man's knuckles. "I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to investigate, go check the foundation," the old man shouted. Lin Luo was certain the old man knew something. The golden Buddha was most likely the valuable item worn by Boss Wang, but Lin Luo hadn't yet designated the 3 as suspects. He said, "Sometimes greed can ruin a person. We're all just trying to make a living here, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just tell me honestly what happened that day and return these pieces of evidence." Lin Luo's words made the old man clench his fists. Clearing his throat, he said, "I honestly don't understand what you're talking about, young man. I know nothing about this thing. It's not even from around here. Take it away quickly." Xiao Lu grew anxious. He turned to Lin Luo and said, "Officer Lin, let me try persuading them again." Saying this, he pulled the old man aside and whispered to him. Lin Luo turned to the other 2 men. They forced awkward smiles, their expressions guilty. Just as Lin Luo was about to speak, he suddenly felt a rush of wind behind him. Without hesitation, he activated his burst. He ducked slightly as an iron rod whizzed past, lodging itself in the ground just inches from his scalp. A muscular man stared at Lin Luo in disbelief. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Lin Luo stepped forward, seized the iron rod with a light grip, and swung it twice. The man collapsed to his knees. After activating his burst, Lin Luo entered weapon master mode. He was proficient in all 18 types of weapons, let alone an iron rod. If he wanted to, he could knock every person in the room to the ground, teeth flying everywhere. The old man, seeing trouble, rushed over. "You fool! What are you doing?" "Uncle, he came to steal our stuff, didn't he?" The burly man scratched his head. "Are you stupid?" the old man roared. "Apologize to him right now." Lin Luo held the iron rod and said, "A normal person hit on the back of the head with this wouldn't be apologizing. You're coming with me." The other two workers grew frantic, rolling up their sleeves ready to fight. The old man bellowed, "Are you all looking for trouble? Put your sleeves down this instant. I should never have brought this dumb dog along." Then he turned to Xiao Lu. "College kid. How's your uncle treated you?" Xiao Lu nodded. "Uncle, you've been good to me." "You'll go with Officer Lin," the old man sighed. Officer Lin said it well, greed can ruin a person. "We found the gold Buddha jewelry in the concrete. Back then, we didn't know it belonged to Boss Wang. We found it but dared not say anything." Rising star of criminal investigation, tracing the origins of the gold Buddha jewelry reveals how these luxury items fueled greed, a greed that plunges people into the abyss. Examining the golden Buddha in his hand, Lin Luo confirmed it wasn't a robbery murder. Only revenge or passion could explain it. He said, "I'll take him back to the station for a few months. Assault is a serious offense." The old man knew this was the best outcome. How could he dare to be dissatisfied? He nodded quickly and said, "Officer Lin, we'll do as you say. You guys, hurry up and hand over all the jewelry to Officer Lin." The two co-workers reluctantly revealed the jewelry from their hidden spots. Xiao Lu stared at the items in astonishment. He never imagined his roommates had discovered these gold Buddha ornaments hidden in the concrete. After the incident, they hadn't voluntarily handed over this evidence but had instead concealed it themselves. Lin Luo took the jewelry, Nandina beads and gold rings. Judging by the taste, this Mr. Wang was quite the nouveau riche. The burly man on the ground declared, "That gold Buddha is mine. You can't take it." Lin Luo smiled faintly. "The gold Buddha belongs to Mr. Wang. This is evidence." The old man interjected, "Hango, stop talking nonsense. Officer Lin, you should take these things away quickly." Seeing the burly man on the ground still resisting, Lin Luo exerted force, snapping the iron rod in his hand clean in two. The twisted rod clattered to the ground before the man, who stared in stunned silence. Xiao Lu, watching nearby, was even more astonished. In his eyes, Lin Luo was nothing short of Sherlock Holmes. The old man inwardly gasped, thinking that if he had fought Lin Luo just now, he might have ended up with a head full of bumps and spent several years in jail. "I also want to know what other sounds you heard that day besides finding the gold Buddha jewelry?" Lin Luo wore an expression of admiration. Earlier, he had demonstrated bending an iron bar with his bare hands. The effect of wearing the admiration was striking. The man behind the old man, who had been glaring at Lin Luo, lowered his head. "Besides the concrete mixer breaking down that day, I saw a gray van. It was parked on the construction site and I thought it might be thieves. I had Han go take some men to check it out, but in the blink of an eye, the van was gone." The muscular man lying on the ground nodded. That's right. Uncle told me that when I got there with the guys, the van was already gone. All that was left were tire tracks on the ground. Officer Lin, we wouldn't dare lie to you about something like this. I heard that significant contributions can reduce charges. What about Hound?" The old man pointed at Han Go. Lin Luo replied, "Rest assured, I'll follow the proper procedures. Just wait patiently." With that, Lin Luo departed, taking the gold Buddha ornament and the burly man lying on the ground with him. As soon as he was gone, the old man sighed. Young people these days are something else. You bet. Officer Lin is a hero of Dongshan. Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled. "Uncle, what about Hound? Are we just gonna leave him locked up?" one of the men asked. "What else can we do? Acting so impulsively, he's an operative." The old man fumed. "Keep a low profile these next few days. Officer Lin has confiscated the gold Buddha jewelry. Keep this incident quiet." Meanwhile, Lin Luo, pinning down the burly man, made his way to the exit of the lodging area. Kang Anan and the man with the crew cut were waiting there. Seeing Lin Luo dragging someone toward them, Kang Anan perked up. "Lin, you found the killer." The burly man quickly protested, "Young lady, don't spread rumors. I didn't kill Mr. Wang. Murder is illegal, and I never do illegal things." Lin Luo shoved the man aside. "Cut the nonsense. Get inside." After shoving the man into the car, Lin Luo briefly recounted the clues he'd discovered in the lodging area. Kang Anan sighed, "Brother Lin, you're absolutely right. Greed can ruin a person. These belong to the deceased and can serve as evidence. Take the gold Buddha and jewelry back to be sealed as evidence. I'll check with the coroner if the autopsy report is ready." Mr. Wang's body was unusual. It had been dug out of a concrete foundation. Just chipping away the cement from the corpse without damaging the skin had caused the coroner to lose half his hair. Even now, the autopsy report hadn't been finalized. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll take care of bringing the body back. Kong Anan nodded. The group split into 2 teams and headed toward the city. Chapter 51, Autopsy. The Dongshan Forensic Institute was located near the crematorium, outside the Municipal Bureau complex. The crematorium was built far from the city center, and it took Lin Luo some effort to reach it. The moment he stepped out of the car, he saw a vehicle speeding away. The coroner's work was demanding, requiring daily trips to crime scenes. Lin Luo entered the gate, presented his credentials, and was promptly greeted by someone. Recognizing him, the person greeted him warmly, "Brother Lin, welcome to our facility for an inspection." "I'm not here for an inspection. I'm here to retrieve the autopsy report for the deceased." "Autopsy report?" The man froze, then asked, "Which case?" "The construction site homicide." "Oh, that case. We finally managed to scrape the cement off the victim's body," the person complained, leading Lin Luo inside. Upon entering, Lin Luo saw a large morgue where most bodies were covered with white sheets. "This is our morgue. New recruits are always assigned here to build their nerve," the man said with a smile. Lin Luo felt no fear toward the deceased. He maintained a consistent sense of respect. Not far away, another person was circling a body for examination. Just as he set down his tools, he looked up and spotted Lin Luo. "Lin Luo's here," the man chuckled. Lin Luo recognized this forensic pathologist. He smiled faintly. "Sorry to bother you all. Captain Yang put me in charge of the construction site homicide. Any leads over here?" "We removed the cement from the victim's body. There were no obvious external injuries. Preliminary findings indicate the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation." Lin Luo frowned. "Could the victim have been alive when they were dumped into the concrete?" "Correct. Who knows what enemies the victim made?" The senior forensic doctor sighed. "We performed an autopsy and found cement in the nasal passages, respiratory tract, and mouth. It's clear he was alive when he was dumped." Lin Luo asked, "May I see the body?" The senior coroner recalled Lin Luo's demeanor and nodded. "I'll take you." They entered a smaller room where a stitched-up corpse lay on an operating table. The deceased Mr. Wang. As a billionaire tycoon, Mr. Wang had a rather stout build. As Lin Luo approached, he examined the body closely. He noticed pressure marks on Mr. Wang's fingers and also on his neck. Rising star of forensic science, a cold corpse, a few clues. Lin Luo continued searching. Guided by the system's prompt, he discovered a strand of long hair tucked inside the deceased's sleeve. Judging by its length, it didn't belong to Mr. Wang. Whether it belonged to Mrs. Wang required further examination. "You truly have an eye for detail," the veteran forensic pathologist said, giving him a thumbs up. He and his team had examined the body multiple times without spotting the strand. Lin Luo had found it immediately a crucial piece of evidence. The hair could reveal who Mr. Wang had been in contact with. If it unexpectedly led to new clues, it would greatly aid the investigation. "Please run the tests," Lin Luo said, producing another long strand of hair as if by magic. The senior forensic pathologist took both strands and asked, "What's this?" "It belongs to Mrs. Wang. She went to the headquarters to make a scene this morning. I took a strand that had fallen from her designer handbag when she wasn't looking." Mrs. Wang never imagined that her trip to the headquarters to exert pressure would inadvertently provide Lin Luo with the opportunity to obtain the hair. "All right, take a seat and wait. We'll have the results soon." The old forensic doctor cheerfully took the hair downstairs for testing, while Lin Luo continued searching the body for clues. Perhaps his luck had run out. He found no more crucial clues like that strand of long hair. "We have results. This strand of long hair does not belong to Mrs. Wang." The old forensic doctor handed the report to Lin Luo, who asked, "Is there any way to identify the owner of the hair?" "That would take some time, but if the person recently registered at a hospital, it would be faster to trace," the old forensic doctor replied. Glancing at his watch, Lin Luo said, "I'm heading back to headquarters now. If you get any news, give me a call." The senior forensic pathologist nodded. As soon as Lin Luo left, the pathologist who had greeted him remarked, "That Officer Lin is truly remarkable. His insight is as sharp as a torch, discerning the finest details," the senior forensic pathologist remarked with admiration. Glancing at the report in his hand, he added, "But we're not slackers either. Finding the owner of this hair as quickly as possible will also help the case." "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, Lin Luo appeared in Yang Qiyun's office. Yang Qiyun looked at Lin Luo and asked, "Any discoveries?" "Yes. I had lunch with the construction workers today, and one of them provided a lead. They saw a gray van parked at the construction site the night before the body was discovered." Yang Qiyun smiled faintly. Good. I knew you could do it." Lin Luo said, "Captain Yang, I went to the forensic unit. They found a strand of hair on the body. After testing, it wasn't Mrs. Wang's." Lin Luo didn't take credit for himself once the case was solved. The greatest merit would naturally be his. He was willing to share the glory with others. Yang Qiyun nodded. "That's a major lead. The forensic team called me and said you were the one who found the hair. Without the forensic team's expertise, I wouldn't have recognized the significance of the hair, Lin Luo acknowledged. Yang Qiyun sighed with appreciation. Good. We criminal investigators couldn't do our jobs without the forensic team. Building good rapport with them never hurts. I'm confident leaving this case in your hands. A thought struck Lin Luo. He said, Captain Yang, you still need to keep Mrs. Wang under control. If anything unusual happens, secure her immediately. Yang Qiyun's eyes lit up. What do you mean? As the direct beneficiary of this homicide, Mrs. Wang is a significant suspect. Lin Luo had suspected Mrs. Wang from the start, but lacking evidence, he couldn't compel her to appear. Understood. I'll handle it. Yang Qiyun waved him off, and Lin Luo exited the office. The moment he stepped out, Kang Anan hurried over. Brother Lin, the guy you arrested earlier says he has something to tell us. Lin Luo replied, let's go. Inside the interrogation room, the stocky man sat on the hot seat. Though simple-minded, he wasn't stupid. Sitting there, he was filled with regret. But the old man's words had struck a chord. If he could make a significant contribution, he could earn a sentence reduction. The moment Lin Luo entered, the burly man blurted out, Sir, I have something important to tell you. Lin Luo looked at him and asked, what is it? Sir, that night I led men to search for that gray van. I remember it drove off, but it didn't go far. The burly man's words made several operatives sit up straight. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes and asked, do you know the area? I know the area, boss. I can lead you there. Chapter 52, Hiring a Hitman. 3 miles from the construction site lay a small stream. A village stood beside the stream, its proximity to the city center lending it an unusual bustle. Guided by the burly man, an SUV slowly entered the village. Where was the gray van last spotted? Lin Luo asked. The burly man quickly replied, Sir, it was just up ahead. Lin Luo waved for the SUV to stop. Turning to the operatives in the vehicle, he instructed, stay in the car. I'll go check things out. Kang Anan cautioned, Brother Lin, be careful this time. Don't end up in the hospital again. Lin Luo gave a reassuring gesture before stepping out and striding forward. Passing beneath the village chief's large locust tree, Lin Luo spotted a gray van parked beneath its shade. After confirming the area was clear, Lin Luo approached the gray van. Criminal investigation spotlight, an old gray van. Lin Luo pressed the door handle. These old vans were easy to open. The owner never imagined anyone would break into the van, so it wasn't locked. Lin Luo smoothly entered the van and scanned its interior. Rising star of criminal investigation, tools like rope and duct tape. The van's owner had sinister intentions. Lin Luo frowned. He hadn't found any crucial evidence, just a few tools wasn't enough. As he searched more carefully, a scream erupted. Thief! Several men inside the house rushed out upon hearing the shout. Lin Luo crouched low inside the van. His ability was currently on cooldown, and the system hadn't granted a one-time power boost. Perhaps this time he could win. Thinking this, Lin Luo pushed open the door and stepped out. A bald man rubbed his shaved head and growled, Damn it! Stealing right under my nose? Guys, grab your weapons. At the bald man's command, the group surged toward Lin Luo. Lin Luo remained unflustered. He had already grabbed a wrench from the car. As one man closed in, Lin Luo swung the wrench with all his might. The man clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, causing the others to hesitate. Bullies fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who fear no death. To these men, Lin Luo clearly belonged to the latter category. Dare to hit my brother? The bald man drew an iron bar. Beat this thief to death. As the iron bar joined the fray, Lin Luo sensed trouble brewing. His repeated use of burst had greatly enhanced his physical strength and reaction speed. The fact that he'd taken out a thug with just a wrench was proof enough. But against an iron rod, without the master of weapons blessings, a wrench alone was no match. A thought struck Lin Luo. He looked at the bald man and said, The boss sent me here. How's the job going? The bald man froze, then waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean? Spit it out. Oomph. A bunch of blind fools. How'd you handle the job the boss sent you to do? The bald man scrutinized Lin Luo from head to toe, his eyes filled with admiration. The bald man sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Lin Luo, one that commanded involuntary respect. Put everything down, the bald man ordered. Lin Luo sneered, You can keep your weapons. If the boss isn't satisfied, I won't be the only one coming back. The bald man cleared his throat. Brother, this is serious business. We need to be cautious. What exactly did the boss want me to do? Nothing more than hiring a hitman, Lin Luo continued dismissively. If you can't handle a simple job like this, forget about getting paid. At the mention of money, the bald man instantly switched to a smile. He knocked the weapon from one of his men's hands. Put it down. This is like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple family not recognizing family. Lin Luo maintained a sour expression, which only reinforced the bald man's suspicion that he was indeed sent by the boss. Brother, they say no fight, no friendship. You injured one of my men, so we're even now. Cut the crap. How's the job going? Lin Luo asked, his expression unchanged. The bald man gave an embarrassed smile. To be honest, we've been holed up in that ruined village for days. The boss said he could bring that woman over, but why hasn't there been any movement? Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat. He said, I'll handle this matter. Remember, you only get one chance. Bro, you can count on us. We're pros, the bald man said with a smile, watching Lin Luo walk away. Half an hour later, elite operatives clad in bulletproof vests pinned the bald man to the ground. Lin Luo stepped forward. You call yourselves elite? How many times have you actually done this? The bald man grimaced. Boss, I was just bragging, you know? Who ordered you? Demanded the man with the crew cut beside him. The bald man cleared his throat. Mr. Wang. He's the one who secured that plot of land. Lin Luo nodded. Who are you planning to arrest? Who else? Mrs. Wang, of course, the bald man shouted. These rich folks? Their hearts are dirtier than dirt. I've been stuck in this godforsaken village for days and never saw Mr. Wang send anyone over. Of course Mr. Wang wouldn't send anyone. He was already lying quietly in the coroner's morgue. This is attempted kidnapping. Do you even know Mr. Wang is dead? He died buried in the foundation. On the day he died, witnesses saw your van at the construction site. The bald man jumped in fright. He hurriedly explained, Sir, that day Mr. Wang texted me saying it was okay to proceed. That's why I took the guys to the site. I have proof on my phone. The bald man's phone was brought over. Upon opening it, Lin Luo saw the message from Boss Wang, where the words pour cement stood out starkly. Take them away. Lin Luo waved his hand, and the group was led off. Just then, Lin Luo's phone rang. It was the old forensic doctor calling. As soon as he answered, the old forensic doctor's voice came through. Lin Luo, we've identified the owner of that hair. It belongs to a young woman named. As Lin Luo listened to the old coroner's description, his eyes grew increasingly bright. He asked, where is she now? I'm worried she might be in danger. She's currently in a residential complex. The old coroner gave the name of the complex. Upon hearing it, Lin Luo rushed straight there without delay. At Huawei Residential Complex, a man dressed as an electrician was organizing his toolbox. He carefully put on his ID badge and pressed the button for the elevator heading to the 8th floor. An SUV sped into the complex. Lin Luo jumped out and led several operatives on a jog. Lin Luo watched the elevator ascend slowly. You guys stay down here. Kang Anan, Buzz Cut, come with me. Lin Luo charged up the stairs, Kang Anan and Oyu following close behind. Though slower than the elevator, Lin Luo still made it in time. He watched as a foot emerged from the nearly closing door. A pregnant woman appeared inside, her face filled with confusion. Who are you? I'm here to check the gas. Lin Luo produced the ID he'd prepared earlier. The pregnant woman looked puzzled. First an electrician, now a gas inspector. If there's something wrong with this place, I'm moving out. Chapter 53, Human Nature. Lin Luo instantly grew alert. He grabbed the pregnant woman's hand and said, gas leaks are dangerous. Your heavily pregnant wait outside. As the pregnant woman was being pulled out and about to cry out, Kang Anan behind her flashed his own credentials. The woman fell silent, noticing guns in both Kang Anan's and the buzzcut man's hands. Lin Luo signaled Kang Anan and the man with the crew cut to stay and watch over the pregnant woman. He darted into the room. The TV in the main hall still played as soap opera, its leads engaged in a passionate confession. Lin Luo crept toward the inner room, his hand on the doorknob. Thud! Hearing the piercing sound, Lin Luo instantly withdrew his hand. A sharp dagger had pierced through the wooden door. Lin Luo holstered his gun. Using firearms in such a confined space would be disadvantageous. If the criminal seized it, that would spell trouble. Lin Luo drew his baton instead. He took a deep breath and kicked open the wooden door in front of him. The moment the door swung open, a figure burst out from inside, a dagger raised to stab straight at Lin Luo's face. Lin Luo reacted faster. He swung his baton upward and smashed it down. The knife-wielding criminal cried out in pain as the blade fell to the floor. Lin Luo seized the moment. Pressing his advantage, he whipped his baton around, wrapping it tightly around the criminal's wrist. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! The criminal immediately raised his hands in surrender. Lin Luo swiftly flipped him onto the ground. As the handcuffs snapped shut, the criminal sighed helplessly, Bro, this is my first time. How did I end up running into you? Just your luck. Lin Luo picked up the dagger from the ground and found the criminal's toolkit, which contained prepared items like duct tape and rope. Bring this guy back to headquarters, Lin Luo ordered in a low voice. Kang Anan and the man with the crew cut entered, escorting the criminal away. What happened? Why would someone try to kill me? The pregnant woman looked utterly shocked. Had Lin Luo not arrived in time, both mother and child would have been lost. Lin Luo turned to the pregnant woman. Ma'am, I'm an officer with the Criminal Investigation Division. I need your cooperation. Do you recognize this man? He's my husband, the pregnant woman replied. My husband runs a large company. Could it be a rival hired someone to kill him? Ma'am, are you aware your husband has another family? Lin Luo pressed. The pregnant woman's expression flickered, then she pointed toward the door. I don't understand what you're talking about. Leave my house immediately. Lin Luo offered no rebuttal. He stood up and walked out of the house. Before leaving, he turned to the pregnant woman and said, Your husband's body was found at a construction site recently. He was murdered. Stay inside your residence for the next few days. The pregnant woman slammed the door shut with trembling hands, leaving Lin Luo shut out with a loud bang. Lin Luo chuckled softly as he followed the group back to headquarters. With both gangs apprehended, the truth of the case gradually came to light. In the interrogation room, Lin Luo stared at the man across from him. Who hired you? What was the motive? Did you kill Mr. Wang from the construction site earlier? The man relaxed. I did it all. Mrs. Wang hired me. She couldn't stand her husband fooling around and keeping a mistress. Now that mistress is pregnant. He paid me $1 million to eliminate Mr. Wang and that mistress. As Lin Luo listened to the man's testimony, he held another document in his hand. This belonged to the people arrested recently in the village from the gray van. They had been hired by Mr. Wang, who had also offered 1 million yuan to have Mrs. Wang eliminated. Officer, I've confessed everything I should. Does this count as atoning for my crimes? If you provide sufficient evidence proving Mrs. Wang hired you, I can petition higher authorities. I have chat records with Mrs. Wang. The man clung to this lifeline, revealing all his communications with Mrs. Wang to Lin Luo. After interrogating both groups, Lin Luo carried the case files to Yang Qiyun's office. Captain Yang, both groups have confessed. This couple is truly something else. Take a look at the files first. Yang Qiyun picked up the files and sighed deeply after reading them. Human nature, huh? We can close the net on Mrs. Wang now, Lin Luo said. Yang Qiyun nodded and made a phone call. Half an hour later, Mrs. Wang, who had been arrogantly blocking the headquarters entrance, was escorted in, accompanied by her lawyer. The lawyer, clad in a bathrobe, screamed as he was led away, This is illegal detention. Let me go. What's going on? Lin Luo approached the lawyer, and several elite operatives immediately saluted. Lin Luo looked down at the lawyer. How could you do this? Exactly, Officer Lin. We've met before. Have them release me. Lin Luo chuckled coldly. This floor might soil your feet. Guards, take him inside. 2 more people entered the interrogation room. Mrs. Wang sat silently on the witness chair. Lin Luo stated, We now have both witnesses and evidence. Mrs. Wang, you hired someone to murder your own husband. Do you have anything to say? Mrs. Wang lifted her head, her eyes filled with venom. That bastard was cheating on me, keeping a mistress on the side. Now that mistress is pregnant, and he wanted to kill me. I struck first to eliminate him and that damn mistress. The lawyer seated beside Mrs. Wang turned pale. Before coming, they had agreed that under no circumstances should she reveal the truth. With his eloquence, there might still be a chance to turn this case around. But with Mrs. Wang's bitter confession, everything was ruined. Lin Luo turned to the lawyer. You're an accomplice? No, officer. I had no idea about this from the very beginning. It's all this vicious woman's doing. Sweat beaded on the lawyer's forehead as he protested. Mrs. Wang laughed coldly. You were quite the man in bed, but the moment you put your pants back on, you denied everything? If you hadn't made the arrangements, how could I have killed my husband? The lawyer's face drained of color. He knew it was over. A system notification chimed in Lin Luo's ear. Ding! The suspect has confessed. Congratulations, host, on solving the case, construction site homicide. Host performed excellently, earning the ability, item disablement. Ability, deactivated activates this ability to render specified items within range ineffective. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. This ability was incredibly powerful. If the opponent were an armed thug, Lin Luo could use this ability to catch them off guard. Combined with his ability burst, Lin Luo would show the criminals what it meant to face a weapons master. After detaining the criminals, Kang Anan sighed while reviewing the case file. Brother Lin, do you believe human nature is inherently good? I don't know, Lin Luo shook his head, glancing at the file. But I know how to punish evil and promote good. The man with the crew cut nodded. Brother Lin is right. We owe this to you. Brother Lin, I'm buying dinner tonight. You have to come. Chapter 54, Redemption. Ever since the construction site murder case, Lin Luo had sensed Kang Anan's poor mental state. She hadn't even attended the dinner OU hosted on the night the case closed. Lin Luo wasn't trained in psychology, he wasn't skilled at comforting others. Besides, the nature of criminal investigations exposed the ugliest, darkest aspects of human nature. It simply wasn't suited for most people. Crimes of passion, revenge killings, murders for gain, the wickedness and ugliness of humanity wove a vast, black web. Many investigators couldn't endure this darkness and transferred to other departments. After gaining this system, Lin Luo had learned to face it calmly. He had no time to console Kang Anan now. His month-long temporary assignment was nearly over, and he would soon return to the Southern District Bureau. After closing the case, Lin Luo began tackling minor cases to refresh his reputation as a rising star in criminal investigation. Yang Qiyun, aware of Lin Luo's impending departure, didn't assign him any major cases. Lin Luo settled into his workstation, methodically organizing the case files from the past month. A month was not long, but his efficiency was exceptional. He had already solved several cases, and his participation in the cross-provincial joint investigation added a significant feather to his cap. As he wrote, the door opened. Kang Yanan entered and addressed him. Lin, we need you on a theft case. Ding. Host has triggered special case, redemption. 2 wandering souls, 2 lonely hearts, can they find redemption? Lin Luo's eyes lit up. This was his first time triggering a mission from a minor case. He looked at Kang Yanan and said, and haven't you been without cases lately? Come with me. Sure, brother Lin. Kang Yanan forced a smile as they drove to the crime scene. A shop owner stood anxiously at the intersection. Spotting the police car approaching, he hurried over. Lin Luo stepped out of the car. The shop owner hurriedly said, hello, officer. My store was robbed. 3 cases of liquor and 1 case of milk are missing. Though Kang Yanan seemed unwell, he hadn't forgotten basic procedures. She asked, how much is the total loss? About 10,000 yuan worth of goods, the owner sighed. The shop across the street was robbed yesterday too. Ugh, these thieves are getting bolder and bolder. Lin Luo didn't even need the system prompt. Walking to the damaged roller door, he studied the marks and stated, 1 male perpetrator, approximately 5 feet 8 inches tall. Judging by the extent of damage to the door, he's likely an experienced criminal. Kang Yanan turned to the owner. Sir, do you have surveillance cameras installed? Yes, officer. I'll show you right now. The shop owner hurriedly led them inside. Lin Luo retrieved the surveillance footage and examined it closely. 10 minutes later, the footage revealed a man clad in tattered clothes. Wielding a crowbar, he pried open the roller door in mere moments. He grabbed stolen goods from inside, tossed them onto a cart, and sped off. That's the guy who stole from my shop, officer. You have to get it back. The shop owner gritted his teeth. Lin Luo nodded, glancing at the street surveillance footage. Don't worry, boss. We'll recover the stolen goods by tonight at the latest. Thank you, officer, the owner said gratefully. Lin Luo and Kang Yanan got into the car. Having gathered sufficient clues, a map materialized before him. Lin Luo drove toward the direction indicated by the arrow. Along the way, Kang Yanan, who had been lively earlier, remained silent. Pulling up before a patch of overgrown weeds, Lin Luo surveyed the surroundings. What is this place? Brother Lin, it's a wasteland. There's a scrapyard nearby. Get out. Let's take a look. Lin Luo stepped out, Kang Yanan following behind. In the depths of winter in Dongshan City, a cold wind swept through, making the withered grass sway across the wasteland. The small arrow in Lin Luo's sight pointed in one direction, and he led Kang Yanan along at a brisk pace. Soon they discovered a makeshift shelter hidden in the wasteland. Beneath a shack, a dirty quilt lay spread over a bed frame. Outside, several makeshift beds were cobbled together from foam boards. Ding! Host has located the dwelling. Locate the suspect immediately. Lin Luo reached out to touch the still smoldering fire and said, they just left. Follow. The green arrow in his eyes had turned red. Kang Yanan followed him as they traversed the wasteland. After crossing the wasteland, they came upon an abandoned wall. Piled against the wall were foam boards stacked as tall as a person. A man in tattered clothes stood staring blankly at the wall. At his feet lay 3 boxes of liquor and 1 box of milk. Freeze! Kang Yanan barked, lunging forward to pin the man to the ground. Only after the handcuffs clicked shut did the man snap out of his daze. Lin Luo surveyed the spilled liquor and milk scattered on the floor, the shop's stolen goods. He approached the man and asked, are you alone? Yes, the man replied. Lin Luo's gaze shifted to the foam board. He strode over, reached into the gap, and pulled out a child. The moment the child was pulled out, he looked anxiously at the pinned man. Brother! Brother! The man turned his head, and Kang Yanan saw tears streaming down his face. Lin Luo pulled the child toward him and said, help him get the handcuffs off. Kang Yanan released the handcuffs. The man approached the child, gently patting his head. Xian, stay here safely. With that, the man followed Kang Yanan away. Lin Luo looked at the child and asked, kid, have you two been sleeping rough out here in the wilderness? You'll come back with me tonight. Tomorrow, I'll find your family. As night fell, Lin Luo was preparing to write reports back in his office when Kang Yanan pushed open the door. Her face lit up with excitement as she held a document in her hand. Brother Lin, the thief we caught is undocumented. I checked Xuan's ID, he has no blood relation to the thief. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Let's go see Xian. To the right of the interrogation room stood a row of buildings, the headquarters dormitories for operatives. Xian was temporarily staying in Lin Luo's room. As soon as Lin Luo and Kang Yanan entered, Xian hurriedly asked, can I go see him? Kang Yanan shook his head. No. Xian looked disappointed. Kang Yanan approached him and asked, did your brother teach you how to steal? Xian shook his head. No. He won't even let me steal. He says I can't steal even when I grow up. What did he say? He said when I grow up, I shouldn't follow in his footsteps. Kang Yanan sighed. Lin Luo stood up and said, and let Xian be alone for a moment. The two left the room and headed straight for the interrogation room. The thief, named Ma Kong, sat in the confession chair and confessed everything he had done. Lin Luo pushed open the door and said, you two step outside for a moment. I need to ask him something. The two officers nodded. Kang Yanan followed Lin Luo inside. Lin Luo looked at Ma Kong. In his early 20s, he wore thin clothing with holes under his arms utterly inadequate against the biting winter winds of Dongshan City. According to his confession, the stolen goods were worth over 100,000 yuan. Lin Luo asked, you've been committing crimes all over the place. Why did you stay in Dongshan for so long? Ma Kong replied, when my mom left, I was about Xuan's age. I begged her to stay, but she never looked back. When I tried to leave Dongshan, Xian chased after me, calling my name. I knew I couldn't get away. Chapter 55, Redemption. Lin Luo spent a week investigating the redemption case. During that week, Lin Luo and Kang Yanan located Xuan's grandfather. Xuan's grandfather made a living collecting scrap. When he saw Lin Luo, the elderly man, bent over and ravaged by the relentless passage of time, bowed his head. My child has caused you trouble, Xuan's grandfather said, his face etched with wrinkles and his hands thick with calluses. From Xuan's grandfather, Lin Luo learned the full story. Xian wasn't fatherless or motherless. After giving birth to him, his mother had abandoned him to his father and left for distant lands. Xuan's father had gone out to work, starting a new family with another woman elsewhere, leaving the boy in the care of his elderly grandfather. But the old man was also raising Xuan's cousin, and it was simply too much for him to handle. Xian had thus become a de facto orphan. Kang Yanan looked at the old man and said, Old man, do you know that Xian lives outside with someone named Ma Kong? I know. Little Ma is a good man. Xian loves playing with him. He lets Xian play with his phone and buys him clothes. Upon learning Ma Kong had been arrested, the elderly man sighed deeply. He was a good man. A good man. After locating Xuan's home, Lin Luo didn't linger long. The evidence against Ma Kong was overwhelming, and he was sentenced to 4 years. As Lin Luo and Kang Yanan drove Xian home, the boy turned to ask, Uncle, how many years will my brother serve? 4 years. Lin Luo didn't hide the truth from Xian. 4 years wasn't a long time. Though Xian and Ma Kong weren't biological brothers, their bond ran deeper than blood. Xian looked a bit downcast. Can I go see my brother? No, Lin Luo refused. After dropping Xian off, Kang Yanan looked at the silent Lin Luo and said, Brother Lin, now that Ma Kong is in prison, visits should be allowed. Why won't you let Xian see him? It's Ma Kong who doesn't want it, Lin Luo sighed, recalling his prison meeting with Ma Kong. The man who had spent every penny he stole on Xian now buried his face in his hands, weeping like a child. When Lin Luo suggested a meeting with Xian, he refused. He shouldn't come see someone like me. I don't want to see him. Will you forget him? Ma Kang's reply came after a 2-second hesitation, his voice muffled through tightly clasped hands. I can't. Brother Lin? Kang Yanan's call snapped Lin Luo back to reality. She looked at him and said, Brother Lin, seeing these two brothers with no blood relation has restored my faith in true human affection. I've already spoken with prison authorities. If Ma Kong truly reforms himself during these 4 years, he can learn a trade. Then when he's released, he won't have to resort to theft or wandering the streets. Lin Luo took the case very seriously. Moved by the brothers' story, he contacted a local school to ensure Xian could continue his education. Kang Yanan watched Lin Luo. This man, who approached every case with such meticulous rigor, had a surprisingly tender heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the special case, Redemption. This special case was handled flawlessly. Reward, Golden Ability. Golden Ability, Secret Art. This ability allows the host to acquire any ability except those requiring equipment, with a high probability of enhancing the ability. Golden abilities sounded extraordinary. Yun Jin was currently at the 7th tier, and he had previously obtained tier-specific abilities, each more absurdly powerful than the last. If he could gain the blessing of an ultimate technique, it would be better than taking down a criminal. Unfortunately, it couldn't be applied to equipped abilities. He was still obsessed with the detective skill. Just as Lin Luo pondered which ability to enhance, Kang Yanan asked, Brother Lin, are you leaving? Lin Luo gave a slight nod. Kang Yanan rubbed her sleeves with both hands, the word she kept hidden in her heart proving impossible to utter. Finally, she said, Brother Lin, be careful on your journey. At the Southern District Precinct, Zhou Dongliang beamed at the newly assigned officers from the Municipal Bureau. Ever since Lin Luo's unexpected rise had brought immense prestige to the Southern District Precinct. The treatment at the Southern District Bureau had visibly improved. Even personnel allocation, once notoriously stingy, saw the Municipal Bureau suddenly assign 5 new agents to the Southern District Bureau this time. Li Meng was training the new recruits while Wu Shui snapped photos nearby. As soon as the photos were taken, Zhou Dongliang pulled Wu Shui aside. Wu Shui, I recall today is Lin Luo's return date. Isn't there an empty vehicle at the bureau? You drive to pick him up. Wu Shui nodded. Spotting her departure from afar, Li Meng quickly handed the new recruits over to others for training. He strode over to Zhou Dongliang and said, reporting to team leader Zhou, the new recruits have officially begun training. I request to go to the municipal bureau to pick up Lin Luo. All right. You're Lin Luo's longtime partner. You and Wu Shui will go together this time. Zhou Dongliang was in high spirits. He knew Li Meng had been pursuing Wu Shui lately, and as her team leader, he naturally wanted to lend a hand. He just wondered how things were progressing between his own daughter and Lin Luo. He'd find an opportunity to inquire about that later. Unaware of Zhou Dongliang's thoughts, Li Meng led Wu Shui straight to the municipal bureau. Outside the municipal bureau, Yang Qiyun stood with a group of operatives. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. He hadn't expected such a grand farewell after all, he'd only been transferred to the municipal bureau a month ago. Lin Luo. When you return this time, don't forget the people from the headquarters, Yang Qiyun said with some reluctance. But he had already learned about that case from his father. That case was like a thorn in his father's heart. As his son, Yang Qiyun wanted to solve it more than anyone. But now, as the squad leader, he couldn't let his personal feelings dictate his actions. Besides, over 30 years had passed since that old case. Many witnesses had passed away, and he wasn't confident he could crack it. Right, Brother Lin. I'll definitely come back to visit when I have time. When the municipal bureau sends officers to work in the field, I'll sign up with the Southern District Bureau, said the man with the crew cut. Lin Luo watched the officers who had come to see him off and gave a neat salute. Thank you all for your support this past month. We'll meet again someday. I believe you'll all do even better work at headquarters than I did. Beep beep beep. The horn blared. A car pulled up to the curb. Li Meng leaned out the window and called to Lin Luo, Brother Lin, we're here to pick you up. We can't stay parked here long. Get in quickly. Lin Luo picked up his luggage and started to walk away, but a figure suddenly dashed in front of him, throwing herself into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Kang Yanan whispered, Brother Lin, the municipal bureau will deploy field agents in 2 months. I'll definitely be there. Lin Luo cleared his throat. I'll be waiting. Li Meng, watching from inside the car, immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brother Lin is the real deal. I heard he got pursued by someone after working on a cross-province case. You're jealous of him. Of course. The moment Li Meng finished speaking, he caught Wu Shui glaring at him. His expression instantly turned sorrowful. Not jealous. Not jealous at all. Chapter 56, Caught in the Crack. At the Southern District Police Station, the Criminal Investigation Division sprang into action like a clock wound tight upon Lin Luo's return. Beep beep beep. The alarm sounded, and Lin Luo, who had just returned to his office, immediately set off with Li Meng. In the alleys of the Southern District, crowds of onlookers blocked the intersection. Lin Luo frowned. Why is the main road blocked? Li Meng, contact the traffic police immediately and disperse the crowd. Li Meng nodded vigorously. 5 minutes later, a path opened up before them. Lin Luo and Li Meng followed the path inward. Officers who had arrived earlier had cordoned off the scene. Spotting the pair approach, an officer hurriedly reported, Brother Lin, Brother Li, the body is inside. Lin Luo and Li Meng entered. The alley was long, flanked by dilapidated buildings. These aged structures had witnessed Dongshan's development. Lin Luo looked up at the cordoned-off area, noting one building had been sealed off. At 9 o'clock this morning, an old building was undergoing renovation. The landlord tore down a wall, discovered a body, and called the police. The deceased is male, 35 years old. Identification was found in his upper pocket. Following the officer's description, Lin Luo arrived at the crime scene. Within a breached wall, a desiccated corpse lay trapped. The corpse's hands hung limply. Lin Luo noticed the right hand was missing its little finger. Collect evidence at the scene. Do not move the body yet. Call forensics. Lin Luo issued the command, and a notification chime sounded in his ear. Ding. Detected desiccated corpse. Case triggered, crime in the crevice. The system will continuously gather evidence. If the host collects all key clues, the system will provide critical hints. The corpse has been discovered. Host, continue searching for clues. Lin Luo approached the crevice, shining his light inside. The outer layer of the crevice was wooden, approximately 15 centimeters wide. The corpse within the crevice had dried out, appearing weathered. Lin Luo caught a faint fragrance as he examined the corpse's appearance. Though somewhat shrunken, it was still recognizable as a burly man. Such a corpse had been sealed within the wall crevice for years. Lin Luo turned to Li Meng and said, Li Meng, bring the landlord over. Li Meng nodded and returned moments later with the landlord. The landlord, a middle-aged woman, looked terrified at the sight of the corpse in the gap. Officer, my house has been rented out all this time. I had no idea there was a body inside, the landlady protested. Lin Luo asked, did you install the wooden walls? The woman shook her head hastily. No, I haven't managed the place since it was rented out. My son is getting married this year, and since the apartment was vacant, I thought I'd renovate it for the wedding. Do you have the previous tenant's contact information? The landlady shook her head. No. I got it through a friend. I don't know how many tenants have lived here. This was trouble. Lin Luo's heart sank. He pressed on, have your friend come over to assist with the investigation? Oh, officer, my friend passed away a year ago. Otherwise, this place wouldn't have sat empty for so long, the landlady sighed. If they could find the tenants, they could track down the killer by checking each one. With the person responsible for contacting the tenants dead, the lead had vanished. Lin Luo frowned and gestured toward the wall. Get the tools. Knock the entire section down. The officers quickly fetched tools and began the demolition with a clatter. The wooden false wall was torn down, revealing the body before them. Lin, there's a base underneath, Li Meng pointed out, indicating a concrete pedestal beneath the body. A thin steel pipe pierced through the clothing, anchoring the corpse in place. Lin Luo also spotted the source of the scent, a recess in the concrete base filled with deodorizing incense. Lin Luo bent down to pick up a spiced leaf, and a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on discovering evidence, aged incense. Lin Luo placed the incense into an evidence bag and turned to Li Meng. Give me a hand. Let's turn the body over. Li Meng complied, and together they flipped the body over. The scene on the corpse's back came into view, along with fingerprints imprinted on the steel pipe. Li Meng smiled. Brother Lin, the killer left fingerprints. Not necessarily the killer's, Lin Luo replied as he carefully collected the prints. The spices, the cement base, the steel pipe used to secure the body all indicated a meticulous killer. Such a person would never make the mistake of leaving fingerprints on the pipe. As for whose fingerprints they were, that would only be known after examination. Lin, the coroner's here, Li Meng announced as an elderly forensic pathologist hurried over carrying a case. After exchanging greetings with Lin Luo, he examined the body extracted from the crevice. Rarely see a body like this, the old coroner remarked with interest. He bent down to examine the spices on the cement base. Dried spices? Clever killer. Can we determine the cause of death now? Lin Luo asked the senior examiner, who nodded. Pull the body out a bit, big guy. Grab the light from my toolbox. Li Meng retrieved the lamp from the toolbox. The senior pathologist sprayed luminol reagent into the crevice. He switched on the lamp, and a blue-green fluorescence illuminated the gap. Lin Luo frowned, staring at the spatter pattern on the wall. The old coroner sighed, such massive blood loss. The victim bled out from external trauma. The wound is on the carotid artery. Lin Luo rubbed his eyes. Hearing this, Li Meng lifted the hair at the back of the body and indeed discovered a deep wound. One fatal blow. Such ruthless execution. The old coroner turned to Lin Luo. Preliminary determination, external trauma. The wound is on the carotid artery. The victim was killed with a single, lethal strike. The killer clearly understands human anatomy. Ding! Key clue acquired, killer's identity. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. He looked at the old forensic doctor and asked earnestly, how did you figure that out? Practice makes perfect, the old coroner chuckled. As Lin Luo studied the elderly man, the system alert sounded again in his ear. Detected level 6 operator, senior forensic pathologist Zheng Ming. Host is advised to seek Zheng Ming's assistance to acquire foundational forensic skills from special individuals. Lin Luo's eyes gleamed intensely. He spoke earnestly, I've heard of your achievements. You were among the first forensic pathologists in Dongshan. Please guide me. With Zheng Ming standing, even the chief commissioner treated him with utmost respect. His visit to the case site was partly for convenience and partly out of curiosity. After hearing about Lin Luo, he wanted to meet this rising star of Dongshan's criminal investigation. You flatter me, Zheng Ming replied, stowing away his lamp. I've reviewed the internal briefings. You're quite promising. Lin Luo's mind raced. Zhou Dongliang had once mentioned Zheng Ming to him. This man was Gu Ming's mentor, a forensic pathologist who had transitioned from criminal investigation, with a solid foundation in criminal work. Tell me, Zheng Ming probed, how do you plan to investigate? Lin Luo had initially intended to start with Dongshan's current hospital records, but a sudden thought struck him. I'll investigate every medical school and nursing college student enrolled at Dongshan over the past decade. Chapter 57, Archives. Dongshan was a major city with several medical universities. The files of medical students from the past decade could fill a warehouse, but the deceased's identification documents saved considerable time. At Dongshan Medical University, a white-haired professor wiped his reading glasses. Officer Lin, I recall this individual. He wasn't enrolled at our university, but he frequently attended lectures as an auditor. He had an excellent attitude and was well liked by our faculty. Universities are open places. Even relatively rigorous medical schools allow ambitious students to audit classes. I'd like to ask if this person had any special connections at the university? Lin Luo looked at the professor. The professor's gaze drifted to a group photo on the table. There was a girl. She was young and brilliant back then, a shining star at our university. Unfortunately, well, that's all in the past now. Professor, you should know what we're investigating. We found a body. Yoon-jin pushed the photo toward the professor, whose hand trembled slightly. It was clear he had once held high hopes for this student from the history department. I never imagined. The professor set the photo down and retrieved an old photograph from the bookshelf behind him. Over a decade ago, the history department at the neighboring university and our medical university had a joint educational program. It was designed to give history students a basic understanding of anatomy. Such joint programs weren't unusual. In fact, history students often encountered various corpses in ancient tombs, making knowledge of human anatomy essential. The professor set the old photograph down and pointed to a brightly smiling young man in the front row. That's him. History department, class of '98. With a click, the door opened. Jiang Ming, dressed in formal attire, walked in. The professor's expression changed the moment he saw Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lin Luo. I even changed into formal attire to meet my senior. Today, I intend to extract some valuable information from you. Jiang Ming, you rebellious fool. If you don't want to see me, just leave. The professor's expression darkened, as if he harbored a grudge against Jiang Ming. The elderly forensic scientist sat down leisurely. Why torment yourself like this, senior? You never beat me back in school. I only turned to criminal investigation because it felt too dull. That was the last thing he should have said. Jiang Ming's words nearly gave the professor a stroke. Pointing at him with trembling fingers, he spat, the professor held you in such high regard, even marrying his own sister to you. And this is how you repay him? You've squandered your own talent. Don't worry, senior classmate. Xiaoyu is perfectly happy now, spending her days at home looking after the grandchildren. Oh, and I'm here to assist Officer Lin with this case. Jiang Ming turned to Lin Luo. Lin Luo thought this old-timer was unreliable, starting with a snarky remark the moment he walked in, while the professor was practically having a stroke from anger. Lin Luo cleared his throat. Professor, I'm not here to listen to you two bicker. I need to know the relationship between the deceased and the girl you mentioned. The professor's face twisted with discomfort. Jiang Ming chuckled. Brother, you haven't changed a bit. Some things simply can't be hidden. It's precisely because I couldn't stand this kind of nonsense that I left the ivory tower. People outside are far more straightforward than those inside. The professor clenched his fist. You don't understand. You just don't understand. Jiang Ming pressed his hand onto the old photograph, every wrinkle at the corner of his eye seeming filled with fury. He declared, so you cover it up with a lid. The news dies, but the people involved are still alive. Brother, repent. Enraged by Jiang Ming's words, the professor slammed his fist on the table. If our teacher hadn't covered this up back then, the medical university would have been utterly disgraced. You're one of its graduates too, didn't you consider the consequences? The professor did it, Jiang Ming chuckled. No wonder Xiaoyu cut ties with him. This laugh pushed the professor over the edge. He lunged forward to strike Jiang Ming. Lin Luo, about to intervene, watched as Jiang Ming flipped the professor onto the desk. Senior classmate, he said, all these years later, you still haven't grown an inch. Security! Security, the professor bellowed. Hearing the commotion, campus security rushed in from outside, only to be stopped by Li Meng alone. Seeing the credentials in Li Meng's hand, the guards silently retreated. Senior classmate, I only want to uncover the truth. This is a murder case. Someone died because of that incident, and your silence only fuels the fire. The professor fell silent. Lin Luo approached Jiang Ming and said, Senior, you should let go. Otherwise, I'll have to have the inspector come find you. Just kidding. I was just too excited to see my senior brother after so long. Jiang Ming released the professor, who straightened his clothes and sat down. Lin Luo picked up the old photograph, donning his abilities with admiration. He looked the professor straight in the eye. Professor, we're here to investigate a case this time. The professor avoided Lin Luo's gaze, staring at the old photograph instead. 13 years ago, he began, that marked the start of the joint project and the beginning of the tragedy. As the professor recounted the story, a scandal buried for over a decade surfaced. The story itself was not complicated. It began with love for physical appearance, descended into the baseness of human nature, and the deceased had played a disgraceful role in this affair. Jiang Ming smiled silently. Over a decade ago, he had been one of the lecturers at this very university, highly regarded by the dean at the time. Ding! Host has understood the grudges of the past. What about the girl? Lin Luo asked. Her parents took her away, the professor sighed. The dean tried to track her down back then, but found nothing. Jiang Ming tapped his fingers twice on the table. Her father-in-law was afraid. Shut up. Regardless, he was your mentor and your father-in-law. You can't insult him like that, the professor scolded. Jiang Ming turned to Lin Luo. Officer Lin, what do you think? The deceased's death must be connected to this case, Lin Luo continued the line of inquiry. The professor replied, 2 years after she left, I received a thank you letter. Its contents were peculiar, so I've kept it all this time. The professor retrieved a letter from his drawer. A system notification sounded in Lin Luo's ear. Ding! Host has discovered key evidence, thank you letter. Lin Luo opened the envelope and several dry plant fragments fell out. What's this? Lin Luo stared at the items on the table. The professor replied, they came with the letter. They were already dried when it was mailed to me. It's the spices from the crime scene. Zhang Ming identified the items that had spilled out of the envelope at a glance. Lin Luo looked at the professor and said, Professor, we need to take this letter. If we find the murderer, we'll return it. The professor sighed. Take it. Lin Luo rose to take his leave, leaving only Zhang Ming and the professor in the room. The professor removed his glasses and said with self-mockery, Junior brother, you must think I'm despicable, right? Not at all, senior brother, Zhang Ming replied as he stood. I know you've been searching for the girl all along. You'll find her once the case is solved. Chapter 58, Traces. Lin Luo, having discovered a clue at the medical university, rushed straight to the evidence room. He photographed the letter and carefully analyzed it. A person who brutally murdered the victim wrote a letter to the professor who had once covered up something. This letter was both a thank you and a boast, so there must be something in it that caused the system to flag it as key evidence. Li Meng burst through the door just as Lin Luo was intently applying luminol solution. A blue-green glow illuminated the letter, revealing additional content. Your concealment is an indulgence of evil. Beyond these words, the blue-green glow revealed numerous peculiar traces. Lin, you found another clue? Li Meng exclaimed in admiration. Lin Luo couldn't immediately identify the origin of these traces. He looked at Li Meng and asked, What's up? Brother Lin, we found the girl from back then. She's in a nursing home in another city. We've contacted the facility and can visit her anytime. Lin Luo nodded. Let's go. The two got into the car and headed straight for the nursing home. Zhang Ming had just returned to the bureau when he saw a police car speeding out. He was about to give chase. Old Zhang, I've heard about what happened at the school today. You're a veteran detective, why are you acting so rash? Zhou Dongliang glared at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming chuckled. You've grown a backbone, kid. Now you're lecturing me? If I hadn't come to see that young man, why would I be back here? Zhou Dongliang cleared his throat. Senior Officer Zhang, there are people outside. Let's discuss this in the office. Zhou Dongliang pulled Zhang Ming into the office. The police car sped out of the precinct and soon reached its destination. It was a convalescent home tucked away in the countryside of another city, situated so far from the urban fringe that it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to discover. Li Meng had only found out about it through connections. As soon as they got out of the car, staff from the convalescent home came to greet them. Please come in, officers, said the warm-hearted nurse, leading Lin Luo and Li Meng inside. We're here to visit Ms. He, Lin Luo stated in a low voice. The director has already informed me. I will certainly assist you both, the woman replied with a smile. How long has Ms. He been here? Lin Luo inquired. The woman pushed open the door and replied, Ms. He has been here for quite some time. The exact duration is recorded with the director. Lin Luo nodded. The nursing home's corridors were filled with elderly residents resting, chatting cheerfully with rosy complexions. The nurse greeted these seniors as she led the two officers through the corridor. The trio eventually reached the nursing home's rear garden. A figure in a wheelchair came into view. The head nurse sighed. Ms. He is a pitiful soul. She was confined to a wheelchair from the moment she arrived. Her parents only ever show up to make payments. Lin Luo asked, besides her parents, has anyone else visited Ms. He? No one. All these years, Ms. He has lived alone and isolated in the nursing home. The eldest sister approached the woman in the wheelchair and exchanged a few words with her. Then she pushed the wheelchair forward, and a pale, emaciated woman looked up at Lin Luo. Hello, Ms. He. I'm an investigator with the Dongshan City Criminal Investigation Department. Lin Luo presented his credentials. Ms. He smiled faintly. I know you. You're Dongshan City's hero. I remember you saved a girl who was about to jump off a building not long ago. Lin Luo smiled faintly. Fame could sometimes be a good thing, quickly bridging the gap between him and others. I hear criminal investigators are always busy. What brings you here today? Ms. He asked, looking at Lin Luo. Time had left its mark on her face. The once vibrant, beautiful young woman was now confined to a wheelchair. Not long ago, we discovered a body. The deceased was named Sunan. Sunan? Mrs. He lowered her head, recalling for a moment before saying, Oh, Sunan. I remember him. He was a student in the history department next door. That's right. Back then, your medical university and the history department had a joint program. You knew him, didn't you? Not only did I know him, but he even pursued me. Missy laughed, patting her legs. I can't walk anymore, all thanks to Sunan. The woman squeezed out 2 tears. That bastard deserved to die. Honest people always speak their minds. Li Meng cleared his throat. Ma'am, please step outside with me. The older sister was led away by Li Meng, leaving only Lin Luo and the woman in the back garden. Lin Luo stepped forward to push the wheelchair. Miss, he said, Officer Lin, would you mind pushing the wheelchair to a sunny spot? I enjoy basking in the sun. Lin Luo complied, pushing Miss He as the warm winter sun bathed them both. So warm, Mrs. He murmured, relaxing. The sun always makes me forget those things. I never thought Sunan would die. As the saying goes, the good die young, while the wicked live on for 1,000 years. Miss He, I'm truly sorry about what happened back then. The professor from the medical university has been searching for you. He wishes to compensate you, Lin Luo said. Mrs. He waved her hand. I'm living well now. I don't want anyone disturbing my life. Can you keep this confidential for me, Officer Lin? I respect your wishes, Lin Luo nodded. They chatted for a long time in the warm sunshine until the sun began to set. Lin Luo pushed Ms. He back to her room. The eldest sister hurried over, and Lin Luo waited patiently in the hallway outside. Half an hour later, the eldest sister emerged. She looked at Lin Luo and said, Officer, Miss He is asleep now. If you have anything, please come back tomorrow. How long have you been staying here? Lin Luo suddenly asked. The eldest sister pondered, over 10 years, I suppose. And you've been taking care of Miss He all this time? That's right. She's a very good girl. I remember she was quite beautiful when I first met her, the older sister recalled. Has Miss He received any letters during these years? The woman nodded. Sometimes, but I've never seen her reply to any of them. What was unusual about the letters that arrived? The eldest sister thought for a moment and said, they always had a strong fishy smell. I mentioned it to Miss He several times. Fishy smell. A flash of insight struck Lin Luo. He realized what the luminol reagent had revealed, those strange marks were fish scales. Ding. Host has a flash of insight. Breakthrough progress in the case. Host is requested to apprehend the culprit promptly and bring them to justice. Primary clues collected. Mini-map activation imminent. Host, proceed immediately. A mini-map instantly appeared in Lin Luo's mind. It was Dongshan City's largest fish market. Lin Luo took a deep breath. With the mini-map, finding the culprit would be swift, but securing a confession would be difficult. A crime committed over a decade ago, a meticulous killer wouldn't confess even if caught. Brother Lin? Li Meng saw Lin Luo deep in thought and knew the case had progressed. Lin Luo said, back to the scene. Chapter 59, Seafood. Lin Luo returned to the crime scene, where the house remained cordoned off. The desiccated corpse wedged in the crevice had been removed by the coroner for examination, leaving a large hole in the wooden wall panel. Lin, what are we doing? Li Meng scratched his head curiously. Find the murder weapon. Lin Luo pointed at the wooden wall panel. Li Meng, tear down this entire wall. I need to see what's inside. Tall and imposing, Li Meng wasted no time upon hearing Lin Luo's order, tearing down the wooden wall with decisive movements. The entire wall now lay exposed before Lin Luo. He spotted a dagger positioned directly above the deceased's body. Previously concealed by the wooden wall panels, it had gone undetected. Lin, you're incredible. How did you know the murder weapon was up there? If we hadn't pried open that wooden wall panel, we almost missed it. Li Meng's face lit up with excitement. Lin Luo replied in a low voice, because the most dangerous place is often the safest. The killer is someone who likes to show off, otherwise, why would they write a letter to a professor at the medical university? So leaving the weapon at the scene was a direct challenge to us. Li Meng instantly understood he'd handled several homicide cases himself. Some killers think differently than ordinary people. Take this case, for example. The murderer was clearly a show-off. He was certain investigators wouldn't find anything useful on the weapon, so he left it at the scene purely to taunt us. Exactly. But the killer overlooked one thing. Lin Luo pulled the dagger free, gloves on. The tip of the dagger bore traces of dark red blood, while the rest showed no marks. The killer must have worn gloves during the crime, leaving no fingerprint evidence behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on discovering the murder weapon. Residual DNA detected on the weapon. Host, please extract it promptly. Gloves won't leave fingerprints, but when someone's excited during a crime, they sweat. That sweat gets on the murder weapon. Lin Luo carefully stowed the weapon away. Li Meng replied, got it, brother Lin. I'll contact the lab immediately. We'll definitely extract the killer's DNA. Keep an eye on the Dongshan seafood market. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. A plan was already forming in his mind, but everything hinged on extracting the killer's DNA first. Solving a case required evidence. Facing a meticulous killer, without a complete chain of evidence, the suspect would never confess. Li Meng nodded. He wasn't a rookie and understood Lin Luo's strategy. He hurried back to the precinct with the murder weapon. Lin Luo glanced at the mini-map prompt, a faint smile curling his lips. System, if I solve cases without using your mini-map hints, will I get special rewards? Lin Luo had been pondering this question. He often relied on the system to solve cases, but if he solved one without the mini-map prompts, would the rewards increase? Ding! Detected host intent to disable mini-map prompts. System approves this action. Solving cases without mini-map prompts increases host's probability of acquiring special abilities. Just as he suspected, Lin Luo disabled the mini-map. The mini-map provided by the system only displayed the floor plan of the seafood market. However, since Dongshan City had only one such market, the mini-map inevitably lowered the system's reward rate. For such a useless feature, Lin Luo preferred to do without it. A day later, Li Meng's face lit up with joy. Brother Lin, the lab has extracted DNA, but after running it through the system, no suspects were found. Over a decade ago, DNA technology was still underdeveloped. Back then, many places didn't even know how to use luminol reagent. Thanks to scientific progress, agents could now solve cases more efficiently. Lin Luo asked, "Have you checked the seafood market?" Li Meng nodded. "Brother Lin, I've already checked the seafood market. 4 places match the criteria. Shall we go now? Change into plain clothes. We're heading out now. We'll check them one by one." 1 hour later, at Dongshan's largest seafood market. The place was bustling with crowds, filled with the sounds of haggling over prices. Lin Luo wore a black jacket and sported a slicked-back hairstyle. At first glance, he resembled a retired government official. When Wuxue styled his hair, she had grumbled a bit, such a handsome face, yet he insisted on that old-fashioned official hairstyle. Lin Luo didn't mind. Being too handsome would attract unwanted attention, which wasn't conducive to investigating cases. He knew this all too well and had no desire to be cornered by girls demanding his WeChat. Li Meng was tall and sturdy, wearing a green sweatshirt, work pants, and rubber-soled shoes, looking like a migrant worker who had come to the city for work. His somewhat simple appearance actually suited his current disguise. The two split up. Lin Luo headed straight for the first shop. The first shop sold crabs. Spotting Lin Luo approach, the owner cheerfully called out, "Brother, hairy crabs are in season now, all plump with roe. How many pounds do you want? I'll weigh them for you right away." Seeing the lively crabs in the cage, Lin Luo pointed to several and asked the shopkeeper to pack them up. "You really know your crabs, brother? I'll throw in an extra one for you," the shopkeeper said, slipping an additional crab into the bag. As Lin Luo paid, he asked, "I'd like to buy some fish, but the fishmonger shortchanged me a few days ago. Do you have a shop you'd recommend?" The crab vendor perked up at this. Most seafood shop owners knew each other. He often referred customers to familiar shop owners. "Bro, you've come to the right guy," the owner said, pointing to a seafood shop nearby. "See that place? The owner there has the sharpest knife in town. He never shortchanges anyone and is famous around here." "Thanks, boss." Lin Luo grabbed his crabs and headed over. The owner quickly added, "Bro, just tell him you bought crabs from me. He'll give you a discount." It was like finding a pillow when you were sleepy. Lin Luo smiled and said, "Thanks a lot, boss. Wishing you booming business." "You're welcome." Following the path, Lin Luo arrived at Su's fish stall. The fishmonger, a middle-aged man, worked with sharp precision. In a few swift strokes, he cleaned a fish and tossed the fillets into a bag. "What would you like, sir?" "We've just received a fresh batch of grouper today, freshly caught and still very fresh." The weathered female shopkeeper greeted Lin Luo warmly. Lin Luo turned to the fishmonger and said, "The crab vendor over there recommended you. He said you never shortchange customers. Kill me a grouper, please." The fishmonger looked up at Lin Luo. For some reason, his knife paused mid-motion, and the cigarette dangling from his mouth nearly fell. Lin Luo chuckled, "When you're cleaning the grouper for me, make sure you don't drop that cigarette butt in." The man nodded in agreement, picking up his cleaver and beginning to prepare the grouper. The knife seemed to come alive in his hands. With a few swift strokes, he chopped off the head, removed the gills, and split the fish open. Watching the knife dance, Lin Luo couldn't help but see the dagger stuck in the crime scene. The grouper on the cutting board looked just like the victim. Chapter 60, Lighting a Cigarette. Lin Luo had an instinctive feeling that the middle-aged man before him was the killer. The lab had already extracted DNA samples. Obtaining the middle-aged man's DNA would confirm whether he was the killer. Noticing the cigarette butt in the man's mouth, Lin Luo had a sudden idea. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and fumbled around inside. "Oh dear, what bad luck, just when I need it, my lighter's gone out." He turned to the middleman and asked, "Hey, boss, got a light?" The man paused his work, searched his own pockets, and shook his head. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. I rushed out and didn't bring a lighter either. This cigarette was lit by the owner who referred you to sell crabs." Lin Luo eyed the cigarette butt dangling from the man's lips. "Hand me your cigarette. I'll light mine from it. Consider it borrowing a light." "Thanks, boss." Without a second thought, the middle-aged man handed his cigarette to Lin Luo. Lin Luo lit his own cigarette with it, then as he handed it back, he dipped the lit end into the water tank in front of him. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, I accidentally put out your cigarette. Boss, please take mine instead." Lin Luo casually stuffed the extinguished cigarette into his pocket and pulled another one from his breast pocket. No problem, no problem. I'm cleaning fish for you right now. Smoking would be so unhygienic. The middle-aged man smiled broadly as he quickly bagged the cleaned grouper in a plastic bag. After watching Lin Luo leave, the man untied his apron. He pulled the female shopkeeper close and said, "Honey, I just remembered we have a whole box of grouper at home. Grouper can't be left overnight. If they all die, it'll be a huge loss." The shopkeeper hurriedly replied, "Then you should hurry home too. I'll watch the shop. I'm just as fast as you at cleaning fish." The man chuckled, "With you here, I'm at ease." With that, he grabbed his car keys and headed out. As he left the seafood market, he bumped into a clumsy migrant worker. Sorry, the plainly dressed migrant worker kept apologizing. The middle-aged man said, "Watch where you're going when you're walking around. I've got urgent business to attend to." Li Meng watched the middle-aged man leave. He stepped out of the market and got into a car parked nearby. "Brother Lin, the target you mentioned has left the seafood market. He seemed in a hurry just now." Li Meng took off his jacket and Lin Luo pulled a cigarette butt from his pocket. "We need to get back to the lab immediately and extract the middle-aged man's DNA from that cigarette butt," he said. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'm heading back immediately. By the way, should we assign someone to keep an eye on this guy? It'd be troublesome if he slipped away." "No need. Our killer is a meticulous yet boastful individual. He won't leave Dongxin until something major happens," Lin Luo said in a low voice. Li Meng nodded. "I'll take your word for it, Brother Lin. But is this guy really the killer? We'll know the answer after the DNA test." 3 hours later, clutching the freshly printed DNA results, Lin Luo's instincts proved correct. The middle-aged man from the seafood shop was indeed the killer. Li Meng clapped his hands. "You're amazing, Brother Lin. Let's go arrest him right now. First, handle this matter." Lin Luo produced a file. "The man's surname is Wang. His hometown is a rural village in Dongxin. I need you to go there and gather some information for me." "Got it, Brother Lin." Li Meng didn't hesitate. Years of working together had earned Lin Luo his complete trust. He'd never let him down in a case. Watching Li Meng depart, Lin Luo knocked on Zhou Dongliang's office door. "I hear you've already found the killer?" Zhou Dongliang asked. "Yes, but we can't arrest him yet. I've sent Li Meng to investigate some matters. Once he has news, we can make the arrest immediately." Lin Luo looked at Zhou Dongliang, who stroked his face and said, "I don't have flowers growing on my face. Just tell me what's on your mind." "Captain Zhou, what about old Zhang?" Lin Luo hadn't seen old Zhang since Zhou Dongliang intercepted Zhang Ming last time. He had hoped to learn more from Zhang Ming. Zhou Dongliang replied vaguely, "There were matters at the municipal bureau. Old Zhang went back first." Lin Luo understood that Zhang Ming had likely been dismissed by Zhou Dongliang. After all, Zhang Ming's actions at the medical university had been reckless. Fortunately, Lin Luo had managed to extract something from Zhang Ming. Ding! Host has acquired all evidence and identified the culprit. Host is instructed to compel the suspect to confess. Ding! Detected that veteran forensic pathologist Zhang Ming has departed. Host followed Zhang Ming to investigate partial clues, acquiring foundational forensic knowledge. Forensic basics, insights from a veteran coroner. To his eyes, corpses speak. Forensic basics is not an ability, but a knowledge reserve. As the system description states, in the eyes of a forensic pathologist, corpses speak. Lin Luo felt elated. Zhou Dongliang, observing Lin Luo dress like a retired official, grew even more satisfied. He shifted his tone and asked, "Lin Luo, Zhou Qin isn't getting any younger, and the new year is approaching. If you don't mind, why not bring Zhou Qin home with you this year?" "Ha?" Lin Luo sat bolt upright. "Master, I just remembered there are still unresolved points in the case. I need to go back and investigate immediately." Watching Lin Luo rush out, Zhou Dongliang sighed. "Men chasing women is like climbing a mountain. Young people these days don't know how to seize opportunities. I have to play matchmaker myself." As Lin Luo left the office, one thought occupied his mind. Zhou Dongliang seemed to have taken it seriously. He intended to introduce Zhou Qin to him. What was even more unsettling was that Zhou Qin herself seemed somewhat receptive. Zhou Qin wasn't a bad choice. She was Zhou Dongliang's daughter, after all. Lin Luo mused inwardly, but a certain image flashed through his mind. "Nan Shang," Lin Luo murmured. "Lin Ge, what are you daydreaming about?" Wu Shui's voice rang out. Lin Luo sighed. "I feel like I'm too popular. Sometimes having too many choices is its own kind of torment." Wu Shui agreed, "Brother Lin, you're right. But could you stop acting like some old-fashioned official? Several of my girlfriends have been asking if you're heartbroken or going through some kind of crisis. That's all nonsense. This is all for the case." "For the case." Lin Luo ran a hand through his hair. The texture of his slicked-back style felt peculiar. He hadn't had time to change after returning from the seafood market. "Brother Lin, my girlfriends asked when you're free they want to treat you," Wu Shui inquired with a sly look, having secretly snapped photos while applying his makeup. The result? Her good girlfriends instantly transformed into female wolves, trying every trick to bribe her. Only after securing promises of 10 ice creams and 3 lavish lunches did Wu Shui finally ask Lin Luo about his availability for her friends. Lin Luo recalled the last time he'd planned to return and catch up with Zhou Dongliang, only to stumble upon a frozen corpse halfway there. He had no desire to endure that Conan-like ordeal again. Clearing his throat, he said, "I'd been tied up with cases lately. Let's talk after they're wrapped up." Wu Shui knew her bestie's hopes were dashed. Lin Luo was the elite of the precinct, cases were inevitable. Chapter 61, Stubborn Mouth. Day 5 of the crevice mummified corpse case. Li Meng, who had rushed back from the countryside, handed something to Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded. "We can close the net now." At 9 in the morning, the owner of the Su Aquatic Products store was arrested. Lin Luo met Mr. Su in the interrogation room. Mr. Su looked panicked. He glanced at Lin Luo and stammered, "Aren't you the customer who bought grouper a few days ago?" "I'm Lin Luo, an officer from the Nanyu precinct," Lin Luo stated, looking at Su. "You're a suspect in a homicide case." "Officer Lin, I'm an honest man," Mr. Su said with a look of grievance. "I just clean fish at my shop. How could I possibly kill someone?" "Mr. Su, you're skilled at slaughtering fish, but even more skilled at taking lives." Lin Luo tossed a file onto the table in front of him. "This is your enrollment file." The folder opened, revealing a young, inexperienced face smiling back. Mr. Su pointed at the photo. "That can't be right, Officer Lin. This file belongs to someone named Tishan. My name is Su Qian. I never attended Dongshan Medical University. Don't frame me." Lin Luo chuckled. With stubborn killers like this, even telling the truth wouldn't help. Over a decade ago, regulations weren't as strict. Forging an identity was easy. He pulled out another file. "From what I understand, Su Qian was an illiterate farmer who left his village for work 13 years ago and never returned." Su Qian shrugged nonchalantly. "It's been over a decade. I've long forgotten where my home is. Officer Lin, the file says my parents are deceased and I have no siblings." Su Qian, or rather, Hishan, had meticulously planned everything before committing the crime. He had lived under a false identity for over a decade. Lin Luo tapped his fingers on the table twice. "Missy knows about the desiccated corpse found in the crevice?" Su Qian's facial muscles instantly tensed before he replied blankly, "Officer Lin, who is Missy?" "I don't know her." Lin Luo shook his head. "The tragedy of that year cannot be undone. I promised Missy I would give the killer a chance. Unfortunately, you failed to seize it." Su Qian grew tense, sensing trouble. He asked, "What do you mean, Officer Lin?" "A dagger was found at the crime scene," Lin Luo said slowly. "The killer wore gloves throughout the entire crime, leaving no fingerprints." Li Meng handed over a forensic report. "But times change, and everything evolves. A decade of criminal investigation wouldn't have anticipated how a double helix structure could transform how cases are solved." Lin Luo fixed his gaze on Su Qian. "Hishan, you must have been thrilled when you committed the crime, becoming Missy's half-brother. Though she never knew you, blood bound you together." Su Qian felt increasingly uneasy, his hands going stiff. "We extracted your DNA from the dagger at the crime scene. The double helix structure doesn't lie." Lin Luo stood up. "The evidence is irrefutable. The law will punish you." Seeing the test report in Li Meng's hand, Su Qian knew he was finished. Over a decade of deception had come crashing down. He relaxed, shifting from panic and retreat to shrewd assertiveness. "Brilliant work, Officer Lin. With an outstanding officer like you in Dongshan, citizens must feel truly secure." Su Qian shed his disguise, reclaiming his true identity, Hishan. "You wish to confess your crimes?" Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. "I gave you a chance. It's too late now." "No. I've never regretted it, even if it means dying for it." Hishan exhaled deeply, a decade's worth of pent-up thoughts erupting like a volcano. He deserved to die. "I killed that scum with a dagger." He begged for mercy as he breathed his last. Hishan's face twisted into a savage grin, veins bulging on his neck. "He should have known better than to hurt my sister." "What happens when you provoke a medical student?" Lin Luo picked up Hishan's file, which showed him as an outstanding student at medical university. He had performed surgeries independently during his internship, and Dongshan Tertiary Hospital had already reserved a position for him. But when he raised that dagger, his bright future vanished. Lin Luo pitted his past but despised his crimes. After venting his emotions, Hishan sat calmly in the chair of remorse. He said, "I am a sinner, Officer Lin. Could you grant me one request?" "Go ahead. Don't let her know." Hishan closed his eyes. From the very beginning, he had written letters to Mrs. He as a stranger. "I promise." Lin Luo stood up, a system notification beeping in her ear. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on solving the case, the mummified corpse in the crevice. You disabled the system mini-map during the investigation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special ability, Mark. Special ability, Mark. Host may mark 3 to 5 enemies to use abilities upon them." Lin Luo's eyes lit up. His previous special abilities had proven ineffective. Inactive abilities were like weapons that couldn't distinguish friend from foe, while marking allowed him to attach a locator to an active, enabling precise targeting. Ding. Detected ability, nullification. Can be fused with mark. Proceed with fusion? The system delivered another surprise. He walked to the bathroom and tapped to initiate the fusion. Ability fusion in progress. Please wait patiently, host. Before him, the mark icon slowly faded away, as if a pool of liquid was seeping into the nullification ability. The system didn't keep Lin Luo waiting long. A brand new ability appeared. Special ability, nullifier host designates target, rendering it ineffective. The area of effect damage vanished, but it could now strike specific targets. Lin Luo was quite satisfied with this. He summoned the system to check his current status. Host, Lin Luo. Level 7, 1-star operator. Ability, Detective's Intuition. All items related to the case you're investigating hold a unique attraction for you. Ability, Truth-Seeking triggers probabilistically during interrogation, compelling the subject to speak truthfully. Ability, Animal Friend can befriend all animals. Ability, Rising Star of Criminal Investigation. Equipping this title enhances the host's detective intuition cooldown. 2 cases. The host can burn abilities to upgrade the title. Current progress, 97.5%. Ability, Burst for 15 seconds after activation. The user's stamina, willpower, and resistance to damage are greatly enhanced. During this period, the user gains the ability, Weapon Master. Golden ability, Secret Art. This ability allows the host to acquire any ability except those worn, with a high probability of enhancing the ability. Special ability, Disabler. Host designates a target, rendering it ineffective. Ability, Admiration. Increases the admiration of those around the user, significantly raising the probability of favorable events occurring. System ability, Analyzes and guides the host in interpreting collected case clues, providing hints on latent leads. Lin Luo's gaze fixed on the Rising Star of Criminal Investigation. He had burned all his cross-province case-solving reward abilities. He was determined to fill that gaping hole. 4 months left, Lin Luo murmured. Before departing for the PXZ event, there was one case he absolutely had to solve. Lost in thought, Li Meng approached with case files. Lin, come sign these. Lin Luo nodded. All right. Chapter 62, 15 minutes. After concluding the case of the desiccated corpse found in the crevice, Lin Luo handled several minor cases. The commendation from the municipal bureau had arrived. Lin Luo had planned to treat some acquaintances to a meal, but before he could do so, a new case came in. Early morning, in the park. An early morning jogger stretched her body, then slipped on her headphones to begin her run. As she rounded a large boulder, something caught the corner of her eye. Upon closer inspection, she let out a piercing scream. Half an hour later, the park was cordoned off. Onlookers gathered outside the police tape as Lin Luo hurried inside. This time, the forensic team worked faster than expected. By the time Lin Luo arrived at the scene, they had already completed their examination. Lin Luo, we finished the scene examination. The victim died from a severe blow to the head, the forensic pathologist stated, looking at the body on the ground. The murder weapon was a rock, Lin Luo stated in a low voice. The coroner's face showed curiosity. Lin Luo pointed to the victim's position. The victim was lying behind this large rock. The area is littered with stones, but I noticed one spot where a rock had been pried loose. He crouched down and began examining the scene. Simultaneously, the criminal investigation new star activated. Ding! Host detected female corpse. Case acquired, park female corpse. Criminal investigation new star. The woman died from a rock blow and appears to have been robbed. Lin Luo searched the woman's pockets and found a wallet in the left side pocket of her top. Inside the wallet, only identification remained. Bank cards and loose change were gone. The victim's money was completely stolen, he said, turning to the medical examiner. Was she assaulted? The coroner shook his head. We've already examined her. No signs of assault. Lin Luo stood up and scanned the surroundings, spotting a surveillance camera. Li Meng, come with me to find the park manager. The park manager arrived promptly upon hearing the news and provided the surveillance footage from the area. Lin Luo reviewed the entire night's footage. By 8 p.m., the images became blurry, but faint traces of the woman could still be discerned. However, the camera was positioned behind the rock, so the crime committed behind it was not captured. As Lin Luo watched the footage, Li Meng entered and said, Brother Lin, we've compared facial recognition data and confirmed the victim's identity. Her name is Li Feng. She was a housewife and had children. The victim had a husband. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes. A day of marriage brings 100 days of affection, but in some cases, couples who harbor resentment over years can become terrifying enemies. Summon the victim's husband for questioning, Lin Luo ordered. He wouldn't overlook a single lead. Copy the footage to the district bureau, Lin Luo instructed. That afternoon, a grief-stricken man entered the Nanyu precinct. After seeing his wife's body, the man wept bitterly. It's all my fault, Xiaofeng. Why did I have to argue with you? His sobs drew Lin Luo's attention. Lin Luo addressed him, Hello, I'm Lin Luo, in charge of this case. What time did Ms. Li leave yesterday? The man recalled, around 7 yesterday evening. Xiaofang and I had an argument. She stormed out in anger, slamming the door behind her. I was furious too, so I didn't go after her. Little did I know our next meeting would be in death. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, studying the man's expression. Rising star of criminal investigation, a grieving husband, consumed by regret over his wife's death. After being ruled out as a suspect, the grieving man regained his composure and grabbed Lin Luo's hand. Officer Lin, I've heard of you. You're a hero in Dongshan City. I'm counting on you this time. You must catch the killer. Lin Luo felt a weight settle on his shoulders. He couldn't let down the bereaved family's earnest expectations. Rest assured, I'll solve this case and find the killer as quickly as possible, Lin Luo replied. After seeing the man off, Lin Luo led Li Meng into the office. Lin, I've reviewed the footage. It's blurry, only the back of the stone is visible. The other side is completely obscured. Lin Luo's voice grew solemn. Do you remember the missing woman case we solved last time? Li Meng shuddered. Of course he remembered. Back then, to track down the suspicious vehicle, he and Lin Luo had stayed up all night staring at computer screens until their eyes were bloodshot. Brother Lin, what are you implying? Li Meng shivered. We need to find the killer quickly and uncover the truth for the deceased. Lin Luo opened the footage and declared, we won't sleep until we find a lead today. Li Meng closed his eyes in agony. He hated surveillance footage. Lin Gu, Li Meng. They say you've taken on a new case. Wu Shui entered the office. Lin Luo nodded. That's right. This time, Li Meng volunteered to assist me. Who knew you big guy would be so eager? Brother Lin is our bureau's ace. You'd better learn everything you can from him. Wu Shui urged. Li Meng pounded his chest emphatically. Don't worry, I'm a bit of a whiz at solving cases myself. Wu Shui covered her mouth and giggled. After she left, Li Meng looked at Lin Luo gratefully. Thanks, Brother Lin. No need to thank me. There's still the surveillance footage for you to review. Lin Luo's face held a smile as Li Meng slumped dejectedly at the computer desk. Lin Luo sat down beside Li Meng. The only useful evidence now was the footage. Lin Luo had a hunch that the key to solving the case lay within those tapes. Rising star of criminal investigation, your keen intuition will help you crack the case. Look for that one bright spot in the dull, tedious footage. Lin Luo clicked play, joining Li Meng in their vigil. At 11 p.m., the precinct was quiet. The late-night snacks Wu Shui had brought sat on the table, and Li Meng's eyes had turned into mosquito coil rings again. Lin Luo kept replaying the footage when suddenly, he thought the image seemed to brighten. Lin Luo perked up. He shook Li Meng awake beside him. Li Meng, get up. Something doesn't feel right. Li Meng hurriedly asked, what is it, Brother Lin? Lin Luo scrolled to the moment where the screen had flashed. He pressed play again, and the image did indeed appear brighter. Didn't the image get brighter? Li Meng nodded. Yeah. It's like something flashed across it. Lin Luo recalled the hint from the rising star of criminal investigation, that single bright spot. He finally found that glimmer of light in the dull surveillance footage, and this glimmer would be the key to solving the case. Keep looking, Lin Luo instructed. 15 minutes later, they spotted another brightening in the footage. Lin Luo stated, between 10 p.m. and 10:15 p.m., the camera was flashed twice. This time frame is highly likely the perpetrator's window of opportunity. Li Meng replied, Brother Lin, I'll go copy all the surveillance footage from nearby intersections. We'll revisit the crime scene tomorrow. First, we need to find whatever caused the camera to shake, Lin Luo said solemnly. Mobilize the district bureau officers to join the search. Li Meng asked, what are the conditions? Arrive at the park before 10 p.m. and leave by 10:15 p.m. Li Meng clenched his fist. Got it. Chapter 63, Level Up. Nearly half the precinct's officers were summoned. Everyone trusted Lin Luo implicitly. Everyone knew Lin Luo was the bureau's top case solver. Though he hadn't been on the force long, he was already an agent on par with Zhou Dongliang. Such a young level 7 officer was extremely rare, not just in Dongshan but in the entire province of Dong. Everyone was eager to lend Lin Luo their support. Many hands make light work. Soon, a young officer spotted a shadowy figure lurking in the surveillance footage. Lin, there's a suspicious person here. Come take a look. Lin Luo approached the monitor and studied the figure in the black hoodie on the screen. Ding! Host has identified suspect through critical evidence. Proceed with apprehension immediately. Rising star of criminal investigation, even the most cunning criminals have flaws. Light will ultimately pierce the darkness, leaving no crime hidden. To Lin Luo, the criminal in this case wasn't particularly cunning. Using a reflective mirror to blind the surveillance camera was downright stupid. It exposed his exact time of operation. Li Meng, dispatched to search for the mirror, returned holding a small round mirror. Brother Lin, found it. That guy's a real moron. It was in a trash bin not far from here. I dug it out. Lock onto all surveillance cameras along the route. Use facial recognition to track this guy down, Lin Luo commanded in a low voice. In a rented room deep within Dongshan City's village area, a middle-aged man, drunk out of his mind, rolled over. He just closed a big deal yesterday and used the money to treat himself to booze and meat. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded at the door. The middle-aged man got out of bed impatiently. Who the hell is it? Knocking on the door in broad daylight like you're rushing to a funeral, he cursed angrily. You drunken fool, open up. The landlady's voice rang out. The man froze, his hand instinctively reaching for the bedside. There lay a sharp knife. Recalling yesterday's heist, his murderous intent subsided. He believed his crimes were flawless, but caution was still needed. He wouldn't risk a fight with the landlady over petty cash. Coming. I've got enough cash today, here's 6 months' rent paid in full. Don't bother me again next time, the man said as he unlocked the door. The door was only halfway open when a massive boot kicked it wide. Several officers burst in and subdued the man. The landlady stared at the man in horror. I knew that drunken good-for-nothing was trouble. He's always behind on rent. All right. You guys take the suspect away. Lin Luo barked orders from behind. The middleman stared at Lin Luo in disbelief. How did you find me? You committed crimes under cover of night and used a mirror to reflect the security cameras. That was really stupid. Lin Luo sneered coldly as the operatives dragged the man away. The landlady looked at Lin Luo anxiously. Comrade, this guy still owes me several months' rent. Could you see if he'll pay up? Lin Luo nodded. Once he's finished confessing, we'll make sure he pays you back. The landlady's face lit up with a smile. She looked Lin Luo up and down. Comrade, do you have a girlfriend? My niece absolutely idolizes police officers. Why don't I introduce her to you? Lin Luo fled the rental flat as if escaping a trap. He hadn't expected the landlady to be so aggressive the moment she saw him. She was already trying to set him up. Brother Lin, you're something else. People try to set you up everywhere you go. Unlike me, still no word from Wu Shui after all this time. Li Meng muttered gloomily. While working cases with Lin Luo was always satisfying, the way others treated him differently made him feel miserable. Relax. With your build, even if Wu Shui says no, someone else will like you. Hop in the car with me, we're cracking this case today. Lin Luo said. Li Meng nodded. Half an hour later, at the Southern District Police Station. The middle-aged man in the interrogation chair kept his eyes shut, refusing to speak. Seeing Lin Luo enter, the two officers sighed helplessly. This Ming guy isn't cooperating at all. He's been keeping his eyes closed this whole time, refusing to say anything. Lin Luo motioned for them to leave. Sitting down, he addressed the man. Confess everything you've done. Don't think the blurry surveillance footage means we can't find you. We've confirmed your time of crime. The evidence is solid. I advise you to confess now. The middle-aged man sneered dismissively at Lin Luo's words. Officer, I don't understand what you're talking about. I was drinking all night last night, dead drunk. How could I possibly have gone out to commit a crime? Then explain this to me. How did this shirt end up in your room? And why were you in the park at 10 o'clock last night? Lin Luo held a piece of clothing and a photograph in his hands. The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders and said, Officer, you're telling me a blurry photo and a piece of clothing are enough to convict me? Your investigation is far too sloppy. I blacked out yesterday, I don't remember a thing. Hey, you! Li Meng's eyes widened as he started to speak, but Lin Luo grabbed him by the arm. He explained, all the evidence points to you. If you really blacked out yesterday, the convenience store owner near your place says you bought alcohol and meat after midnight. The middle-aged man's tone faltered. Maybe the convenience store owner got it wrong. I clearly went shopping in the afternoon and stayed in my rental apartment drinking all night. But the convenience store surveillance doesn't lie. We reviewed the footage, you bought alcohol and meat after midnight. And you used money taken from the victim's wallet. Lin Luo leaned forward, his expression tinged with admiration. Sweat began to bead on the middle-aged man's forehead as he stammered, What stolen money? That was money I earned myself. Don't go spreading rumors. Humph, Lin Luo said gravely. You have a criminal record. The man fell silent, stunned that Lin Luo had already pulled up his records. You've served multiple prison terms for theft, and once you injured someone. Lin Luo's fingers tapped the table as he stared intently at the man, his eyes stern. Under Lin Luo's intimidating gaze, the man's hand trembled. Yes, I admit it was me. But how did you find me? My cover was perfect. You must be drunk. When we arrested you, I already told you not to shine a mirror at the surveillance camera. That was incredibly stupid. Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating truth-telling. The suspect has confessed. Case, female corpse in park is solved. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability, upgrade. Ability, upgrade applicable to designated abilities, limited to one case. Lin Luo frowned. He had to use his newly acquired ability immediately. Glancing at the system interface, he saw only one option available for upgrade. Confirm upgrade. Chapter 64, Enhancement. Animal Friend has been upgraded. Upgraded ability, Animal King. Ability, Animal King host can command small animals. Lin Luo was quite pleased with the upgraded Animal King ability. What was most abundant in a city? Of course, rats and cockroaches in the sewers, all small animals. His previous ability, Animal Companion, made him feel more like a pet shop owner. When it came to cats or dogs, that ability was practically useless. Lin Luo stepped out of the interrogation room, pondering how to utilize Animal King. He hadn't sat down long when Li Meng hurriedly pushed open the door. He looked at Lin Luo and said, "Brother Lin, we just got a report from the city zoo. You should go take a look." Dongsheng Zoo was a favorite holiday destination for children. To the children, the mighty lions and tigers were fascinating. People usually watched these fierce creatures from behind glass barriers, but today was different. The normally bustling zoo was deserted. The zoo director paced anxiously at the entrance, occasionally questioning the attendant beside him. "Has the police arrived yet? I did call them, didn't I? Why haven't they shown up?" The attendant shrugged helplessly. "Director, the police station is quite a distance from here. Do you know how much money we lose for every minute delayed?" The director's anxiety stemmed from finances. It was a holiday period, peak season for crowds, and this sudden incident felt like a knife twisting in his gut. "Call them again immediately," the director demanded impatiently. "No need to call again. We're already here." Lin Luo and Li Meng appeared within the zoo grounds. The director rushed forward as if seeing a savior, grabbing Lin Luo's hand and exclaiming, "Hello, comrade. I'm the director of this zoo." "Hello, director. I'm Lin Luo, an agent from the Southern District Bureau. This is my colleague, Li Meng." "What happened?" The director took a deep breath. If it weren't for a major incident, he would never have closed the zoo. "Well, one of our employees fell into the lion enclosure and was mauled to death by the lions inside." Li Meng frowned. "From what you're saying, this sounds like an accident, doesn't it?" The director shook his head. "I initially thought so too. But when I checked the surveillance footage, I discovered that the recordings from that time period had been deleted. Moreover, the lion enclosure's safety measures are excellent. The bars are as thick as a man's arm, with gaps only small enough for a child to squeeze through." "What was the employee doing at the time?" Lin Luo asked. "He was cleaning around the perimeter of the enclosure." "I'm the only one with the key to the cage," the director said, producing the key from his pocket. "All predator enclosures are locked whenever staff are cleaning them. Take us to see it." The director led the way, and soon they arrived at the lion enclosure. The deceased zookeeper lay on the ground, blood pooling around him. The lions inside were agitated, growling menacingly as they watched the group approach. Lin Luo stepped forward to examine the wounds on the body. The victim's carotid artery had been bitten through. Such injuries were beyond even divine intervention. Ding! Corpse detected. Host has accepted case, zoo murder case. System collecting clues. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Luo felt reassured. This wasn't an accident, it was a premeditated murder. Roar! The lions in their cage suddenly lunged violently toward the crowd, only to be blocked by steel bars as thick as arms. A massive paw clawed relentlessly through the gaps. "Stop! Stop it!" The zoo director's forehead broke out in sweat as keepers rushed to assist, using water cannons to drive back the enraged lions. Lin Luo looked at the lions and asked, "Are the lions in your zoo usually like this?" The director hastily explained, "Comrade, they're not usually like this. Our lions eat, sleep, and sleep some more. They're all very docile. I just don't know what's wrong with them today." Lin Luo scanned the lions. These big cats were no small animals. With their sharp teeth and claws, they could easily kill an adult human. Lin Luo asked, "Where is the lion that killed the employee?" The director looked troubled. Lin Luo's gaze fixed directly on him. His authority commanding respect, the director reluctantly replied, "Comrade, that lion is very rare. It's currently confined in another cage." Lin Luo understood why the director acted this way. Predators that killed or injured people couldn't be kept. Once these beasts tasted blood, they'd keep attacking. The lion that killed the employee had only one fate: to be disposed of. The group approached another cage where a white lion lay. Its white fur bristled slightly in the breeze. Bathed in sunlight, it radiated the aura of the zoo's undisputed king. "That's Kritu." Li Meng clearly knew the lion's name. Lin Luo glanced at Li Meng. This kid must have brought Wu Shui to the zoo quite often. "That's right. He's our zoo's superstar, Kritu." The director gazed at the lion, his eyes sparkling. A superstar meant money. "This lion killed your employee. Staff from the relevant authorities will be here shortly to handle him," Lin Luo said solemnly. Even the zoo's star attraction would face consequences for turning its fangs on humans. The director snapped back to reality. "No, you can't do that. I suspect our employee was murdered." "Director, I understand your feelings, but according to regulations, the lion must be removed," Lin Luo stated, meeting the director's gaze. Money can make the devil grind the millstone, and it could also make the zoo director, who feared Lin Luo, speak up in protest. He declared, "No. I absolutely will not let you do this." Lin Luo gave Li Meng a meaningful glance. Li Meng sighed and said, Director, I do adore Kritu. Its white fur is truly magnificent, but rules are rules. You must comply. The director cleared his throat. Officers, I reported this because I know something. Lin Luo pressed, what information? The director exhaled deeply and whispered, the employee killed by the lion was a compulsive gambler. He racked up massive debts online, and people had been threatening to take him out for ages. He was definitely killed by those debt collectors, then dumped in the lion enclosure to destroy the evidence. We don't rely on hearsay to solve cases, Lin Luo said gravely. We need concrete evidence to verify. The director hurriedly replied, we have it. Both witness testimony and physical evidence are available. That gambler's computer is still in the employee dormitory. Officer, please come with me. Lin Luo gave Li Meng a subtle nod, and Li Meng immediately understood. He turned to the administrator. Is there a restroom around here? I suddenly need to pee. Lin Luo interjected, I told you to drink less water, but you never listen. Fine, go ahead and use the restroom. I'll go check the computer with the director. Li Meng smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll be right back after using the restroom. Chapter 65, Rental House. Li Meng followed the administrator's directions to the restroom, while Lin Luo went to the staff dormitory with the principal. The principal unlocked the dormitory door with a key. A wave of foul odor hit them as Lin Luo saw stinky socks and underwear scattered on the floor. Pinching her nose, the principal muttered, that damn gambler. I've told him so many times, but he just won't change. Where's his computer? The principal walked to a cabinet, unlocked it with a key, and pulled out a computer. Officer, this is his computer. My staff told me he frequently placed bets online. There must be records inside, the principal declared confidently. Lin Luo nodded slightly. He opened the computer and indeed found betting traces on a web page. Lin Luo jotted down the URL, then turned to the director. One web page alone isn't enough to prove someone wanted to murder your employee. We need to deal with Lion. The director gritted his teeth. Officer, I know that guy has another phone. That phone must have text messages from debt collectors. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Where is it? The director turned and opened another cabinet, pulling out a phone stuck to the top surface. It took considerable effort to pry it loose. Officer, this is the phone the guy hid. The director handed it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo examined the thick layer of tape covering it. Looks like he took great care to conceal it. That's how gamblers are. Debt collectors have come to our zoo several times before, the director said through gritted teeth. I advanced him quite a bit of pay, and he blew it all every single time. All right. Lin Luo took the phone. I'll bring it back with me. The director asked anxiously, what about Kritu? The lion will stay at your zoo for now. We'll handle the lion's situation once we get to the bottom of this. The director exhaled deeply. Thank you, officer. It's almost noon, why don't you stay for a simple meal? No need. I've got clues to follow up on back at the station. Lin Luo walked out with the phone. The director escorted Lin Luo to the zoo entrance, where Li Meng had been waiting in the car. Once the car was far from the zoo, Lin Luo asked, I had you take a look around the zoo. Did you find anything? Li Meng replied in a low voice, Brother Lin, I spoke with several zoo employees. They mentioned that debt collectors came to the zoo recently to confront the victim, and a conflict erupted with the zoo management. The deceased was a hopeless gambler. Lin Luo had no sympathy for such reckless gamblers, but the case was too peculiar not to pursue. The director stepped in to settle things, Li Meng said as he turned the steering wheel. I also tracked down the victim's residence. Maybe there's something in that apartment. Alright, let's go check it out now. The car soon pulled up to a row of rental units. Li Meng summoned the area manager, who quickly led them to the deceased's rented room. The place was a complete mess, stinky socks and dirty clothes strewn everywhere. Leftover instant noodle packaging littered the floor. As Li Meng lifted a pile of clothes, several rats scurried out. This guy's so unsanitary, his place is crawling with rats, Li Meng frowned. Enough. You go talk to the landlord. I'll go inside and look around. Lin Luo dismissed Li Meng and stood in the deceased's rental apartment, activating the newly acquired ability. Squeak. The rat's squeaks filled the air. Soon, several plump rodents appeared before Lin Luo, their front paws pressed together as if in prayer. The food here isn't half bad, Lin Luo murmured with a smile. Glancing at the trash heap in the room, he commanded, go through it. Drag out anything useful. The rats scattered in all directions upon receiving the order. Not only was this ability of the Animal King surprisingly useful, but the prospect of upgrading to commanding large animals was thrilling. Soon, he could become a druid, directing packs of lions and tigers to apprehend criminals. As Lin Luo's mind wandered with such fantasies, a plump rat bumped into his leather shoe, something clutched firmly in its jaws. It was a cell phone. The rat reverently placed it before Lin Luo. Lin Luo casually picked up a few peanuts from the table and tossed them to the rat. The large rodent happily munched on the nuts. Soon, other rats returned, each carrying different items. One even brought a smelly sock. Lin Luo unfolded the smelly sock to find a thick stack of 100 yuan bills inside, amounting to only about 10,000 yuan. Lin Luo frowned at the money. This was definitely not something a zoo employee, even a gambling addict, could have saved up. Brother Lin, Brother Lin. Li Meng's call rang out. Lin Luo snapped his fingers. The rats scattered in all directions. Li Meng heard the commotion as soon as he entered. He said, Brother Lin, finish your investigation and get out of here fast. This godforsaken place is nothing but trash and rats. Who knows how filthy this guy is? Good heavens! How did that gambling addict turn my house into this? Someone wailed as they burst in, only to recoil in disgust upon catching the stench and retreating. Ugh! Landlord, hurry up and finish vomiting. We still have questions for you, Li Meng urged. After vomiting for a while, the landlord patted his chest and said, I knew that good-for-nothing gambler was scum. I shouldn't have let him take advantage and move in. You mean this guy? Lin Luo held up the deceased's work ID photo. That's right, it's these guys. I'll settle the score with him when he gets back, the landlord said through gritted teeth. Lin Luo spoke up, Landlord, your tenant worked at the zoo. His body was discovered this morning. The landlord jumped in surprise. What? That deadbeat gambler is dead? Then who's going to pay for the damage to my place? Ahem. We have some questions for you now. You must answer truthfully. Li Meng looked at the landlord. All right, comrade. Ask whatever you need to ask, the landlord nodded. The deceased had employee housing at the zoo. How often did he return to this rental? Lin Luo inquired. The landlord recalled and said, when he first rented the place, he came back every day. But later, it was every 10 days or so. This time, I haven't seen him for nearly 2 weeks. Did you know who he usually associated with? Lin Luo looked at the landlord. Officer, I really don't know about that. The landlord shook his head hastily, not wanting to get involved in such trouble. All right. When you get a chance, have someone clean up the trash in the room. Lin Luo placed the items the rat had dragged out into a file folder. Li Meng looked on with admiration. Digging through that stinking pile of garbage required tremendous willpower. Chapter 66, The Gang. After a busy day of work, Lin Luo and Li Meng returned to the precinct by evening. The autopsy report had been released. Lin Luo picked it up. Not killed by a wild animal's bite. A drug was found in the victim's bloodstream, something that numbs the nerves. Lin Luo slid the report toward Li Meng. After reviewing it, Li Meng remarked, Brother Lin, this guy really wasn't killed by a carrot bite. Li Meng clutched the report. Where do we even start investigating? The zoo's surveillance footage has been deleted. Lin Luo said in a low voice, I found a website address on the victim's computer. Have the cybersecurity team thoroughly investigate this URL. Got it, Brother Lin. Li Meng took the URL and hurried away. Soon, he returned. Brother Lin, they've traced it. It's a shell website. Though it appears to be a gambling site, it's actually an illegal trading platform hosted overseas. Li Meng typed the URL into the computer. After a few clicks on the page, the gambling interface abruptly transformed. Lin Luo examined the new page and declared, this is an illegal wildlife trafficking site. Exactly. That gambling addict Lin is surprisingly skilled. You don't think he's planning to steal the kiritu, do you? The kiritu is the star attraction at Dongshan Zoo. Li Meng speculated. Lin Luo shook his head. Impossible. That employee was murdered. While the kiritu is precious, it's a ferocious beast capable of killing humans. True. Li Meng stared at the page. Could it be that guy really got taken out by debt collectors? Lin Luo pulled out the items collected from the rat's apartment and laid them out one by one. These were all found in the victim's rental apartment. Whoa, so much cash? How did that gambling addict save money? Li Meng eyed the stack of 100 yuan bills. Lin Luo replied, of course the gambling addict wouldn't save money. You saw that website, he definitely made transactions there before. With the source of the unidentified funds confirmed, Lin Luo turned his attention to the phone. He picked up the old-fashioned flip phone, which wasn't locked. After turning it on, he scrolled through the text messages. The messages contained only bank notifications. Seeing the constant influx of money into the account, Lin Luo remarked, this gambling addict isn't alone. The amounts involved are huge. He's part of a larger syndicate. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the criminal syndicate through key evidence, the mobile phone. Lin Luo handed the phone to Li Meng. Take this to recover any deleted data. I'm heading to Captain Zhou's office now. Got it. Li Meng hurried off with the phone. Lin Luo arrived at Zhou Donglian's office. Come in, Zhou Donglian called out. Lin Luo entered the office and looked at Zhou Donglian. Captain Zhou, the case at the zoo was murder. Murder. Zhou Donglian's sharp instincts detected something amiss. He asked, so you've already identified the victim? Correct. On the surface, the victim was a compulsive gambler and zoo employee, but in reality, he was a contact for an illegal wildlife poaching ring. Lin Luo had confirmed the victim's role within the illegal syndicate through large cash transactions tracked via his phone. Illegal wildlife hunting has resulted in a death. This syndicate is involved in some serious business. We absolutely must root them out, Zhou Dongliang said in a grave tone. He looked at Lin Luo. Do you need me to assign more personnel to you? We've only scratched the surface so far. Once I pinpoint the gang's location, I'll request backup. Zhou Dongliang replied, I trust you with this case. Oh, and Zhou Qin is returning from the municipal bureau soon. Ahem, Captain, I just remembered some leads I need to follow up on. I'll handle it right away. Lin Luo hurried out of the office. That brat. My daughter is stunningly beautiful. What on earth is wrong with him? Once this case is closed, I'm dragging him over to my place. Zhou Dongliang muttered. Lin Luo felt an inexplicable wave of hostility wash over him. He quickened his pace and bumped into Li Meng. Brother Lin, the tech department has recovered the text messages from the phone. Li Meng held up his phone. There are 2 important messages. Brother Lin, you need to see them right away. Lin Luo took the phone and opened the messages. Ding. Congratulations, post, on discovering crucial evidence, text messages. These were 2 messages the deceased had sent to the zoo director. A cold smile spread across Lin Luo's face. Back at the zoo, when the director had insisted the victim died of murder, Lin Luo had begun focusing on him. Sure enough, the relationship between the victim and the director was far from ordinary. Lin, that zoo director isn't trustworthy. Should we arrest him now? No need to tip off the snake. There's a gang behind the victim. Lin Luo put down his phone. We'll follow the director in plain clothes and trace the trail to unravel that gang. They wasted no time. Soon, both men changed into plainclothes and headed outside the zoo to monitor the area. After sunset, a car pulled out of the zoo. The director drove away, his face grim. Lin, the director's out, Li Meng whispered. Lin Luo scanned the direction the car was heading. Follow him immediately. Yes. Their car followed the director's vehicle from a distance. The director appeared distracted throughout the journey, unaware that another car was trailing behind. Passing through a desolate wilderness, the director's car came to a halt. He stepped out and hurriedly walked deeper into the area. Brother Lin, it's pitch black out here. Should we get out and follow? Li Meng asked. Lin Luo glanced toward the woods and said, see that tree over there? Someone's watching us from up there. If we go down rashly, they'll definitely spot us. Following Lin Luo's gesture, Li Meng spotted a figure in olive drab clothing perched high in a distant tree, scanning the surroundings through binoculars. Close call. We almost got spotted, Li Meng murmured. Lin Luo thought for a moment before turning to Li Meng. You're too big. I'll sneak in quietly now. You call for backup immediately. Brother Lin, no way. How could I let you go alone? It's far too dangerous, Li Meng protested anxiously. The hunting gang had guns, after all. Lin Luo smiled. What's there to fear? I've got you watching my back. I've already briefed Captain Zhou. Request backup from him now. Li Meng had no choice but to stay in the vehicle. Lin Luo crept to the edge of the grassy area and activated his ability disabler. The man perched in the tree surveying the area suddenly realized his infrared binoculars had stopped working. Damn cheap junk. I should never have bought this Taiwanese crap, the man growled, stowing the scope away. He was confident in his eyesight the binoculars were merely a convenience for nighttime travel. He had once seen eagles soaring through the sky over the Gobi Desert. Those aerial predators could fetch over 100,000 yuan. At the thought, the man licked his lips. He didn't see the figure lurking beneath the tree slip inside the moment his attention wavered. Chapter 67, Scaling the Wall. In the woods stood an abandoned building, long uninhabited and a favorite haunt for snakes and rats. But today, Snake Rat shook his head and left the building. Pah! What a godforsaken place. A burly man in a black jacket crushed a rat underfoot. The rodent squeaked as its eyes were crushed out. The man stared at the eyeball that had popped out, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Damn vermin. Watch out, I might just stew you in soup. Don't say such disgusting things here, a woman's voice chimed in, her black leather boots crushing another rat. If you hadn't killed him, we'd have taken the money and left long ago. Unfazed by her reproach, the man retorted, traitors deserve to die. That's the boss's rule. The woman rolled her eyes. Wait for the others to arrive, then bring him in. And throw away that rat eye in your hand, don't scare the guests. The burly man pinched the rat's eye between his fingers. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The woman hurried away, and the burly man tossed the mouse eye into his pocket. Hello, the director's voice echoed. The burly man kicked a rat aside and turned to face him. The boss is waiting for you inside. The director, taking in the man's imposing build, instinctively took 2 steps back. The burly man grumbled, what are you scared of? Just pay up properly, I'm not going to eat you. Excuse me, the principal inquired, pointing at the bulky man's pocket, what exactly is hanging there? The man looked down and realized he hadn't pulled the mouse's eye clean off earlier. The nerve connecting the eyeball had stuck to his pocket. The man pulled out the mouse eye. It's a collector's item. Interested? Cold sweat broke out on the director's forehead. He'd just witnessed a mouse being crushed. If his eyes weren't deceiving him, the man was holding a mouse eyeball. No thanks. I brought the money. I'd like to see your boss now. The principal hurried inside. The burly man scoffed, another clueless fool. Doesn't know good stuff when he sees it. With that, the burly man continued stomping on rats to collect eyeballs. Lin Luo, standing outside the window, frowned. This burly man appeared mentally unstable, yet he was highly skilled in combat. His repeated use of burst had elevated him to a weapon master, sharpening his perception. One-on-one, I might not be his match. Who knows how many gangs lurk in this building? I need to be careful. Lin Luo thought to himself as he looked up at the floor above. A window flashed with firelight. In such a cold, dark place, only a fire offered a sense of security. Lin Luo ran his hand along the building's exterior wall, confirming he could scale it. Without hesitation, he activated his ability burst. Click! The cocking sound made Lin Luo freeze. He narrowed his eyes toward the light, spotting a gun barrel peeking out. Equip ability, admiration. Activate secret art, apply ability burst. Lin Luo applied the secret art to the burst sound, and a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Host has selected the ultimate technique to enhance the burst ability. Ability enhancement activated. Burst upgraded. Current ability, Burst Master. Ability, burst user for 10 minutes after activation. The user's physical strength, willpower, and resistance to blows are greatly enhanced. During this period, the ability Weapon King is acquired. A 10-minute burst. Lin Luo felt incredibly lucky. Clearly, this ability rivaled that of a master detective. He stomped hard on a brick on the ground. The brick crumbled silently into dust. A smile spread across Lin Luo's face as he scaled the exterior wall like a gecko, climbing along the decorative panels. Soon, he reached the floor where the flames were. The burst had heightened Lin Luo's hearing, allowing him to hear the voices inside. A deep, gravelly voice carried an undeniable authority. Director, one of my team members is dead. I know. The director wiped sweat from his forehead. The winter night was cold, yet he felt as if thrown into a fire. Business at the zoo has been poor lately. Take this money for now. Are you trying to brush me off like a beggar? A contemptuous female voice cut in. The state has its laws, and the family has its rules. Not a single penny less than what's owed. The director panicked slightly. Give me a few more days. I've already secured the operator. As soon as I sell Kirito, I'll have the money. Kirito, a hoarse voice murmured with nostalgia. I caught that lion myself. I still remember its white fur. Director, an albino lion like Kirito can fetch 7 figures overseas. I'll only charge you 2 figures. Footsteps echoed. Lin Luo glanced toward the window. The director, as the traitor, absolutely couldn't die. Man should know when he's satisfied. The raspy voice sounded again. The director let out a startled cry as a thick arm seized his sleeve, hoisting him up like a chicken. I hate those who break their word. There's only 50 grand in that bag, not even enough to buy your life. Spare me. I'll sell everything I own to pay you back. The principal was terrified. You're sweating buckets. Must be hot in there. Bart, let the principal step outside for some air. Heavy footsteps echoed as Bart hauled the principal to the window. Clutching Bart's arm desperately, the principal dared not look down. This is the 6th floor. If Bart lets go, you'll be ready for your funeral. A hoarse voice echoed. The principal pleaded, I'll get the money, I swear. Hope you keep your word. Bart, let the principal cool off outside. Inside, the principal cursed under his breath. After all this time in Dongshan, he'd never encountered such an unreasonable bastard. Yet the principal had no recourse against this band of desperados. One wrong word in front of them could cost him his life. He was filled with regret, his head hanging low. His gaze fell upon the windowsill outside, where he was startled to see a figure standing there. Lin Luo placed a finger to his lips, signaling the director to be quiet. The director was startled. He recognized Lin Luo. Director, what are you doing? A hoarse voice carried confusion. Lin Luo clenched his fists, ready to charge inside at the slightest sign of trouble. The principal hurriedly shook his head. I'm thinking about how to get money. Bart, bring the principal inside. A burly hand pulled the principal inside. Lin Luo edged closer, peering through a crack in the wall to glimpse the scene within. In the abandoned room, a fire burned. A man with high, sharp eyebrows and a black jacket sat before the principal, a gun in his hand. Beside him sat a stunningly beautiful woman, playing with a dagger. Before the flames, she resembled a venomous snake. Besides these two, several tall henchmen stood in the room, some holding guns, others wielding knives. Another gun-wielding figure stood tense and muscular by the windowsill. Lin Luo observed the scene as the man turned to the director and said, Director, I need this money. When can you get it to me? Staring into the black muzzle, the director shuddered. 3 days. 3 days is too long. The man waved the gun barrel. The director immediately replied, 1 day. Chapter 68, King. 10 seconds for the gunman by the window, 20 seconds for the henchman, 15 seconds for the viper-like beauty, 30 seconds for the poaching ringleader. The timings flashed through Lin Luo's mind. He grasped the true purpose of the Weapon King, determining subduing times through observation. He could take down the entire poaching gang in just over a minute. Had it not been for the director, he would have acted already. Lin Luo held his ground, biding his time. I'm giving you 1 day. If I don't see the money by then, Krita won't mind taking out a few more people, the poaching ringleader said coldly. The director nodded frantically, praying that Lin Luo outside would deliver and wipe out this gang of desperados. Bart, escort the director out. The poaching leader ordered. Bart, a burly man, grabbed the director by the shoulders and led him away. The viper beauty sheathed her dagger and squeezed the poacher leader's shoulder. Honey, why the rush? Vast uninhabited areas await us. We can hunt some adorable goby creatures, their pelts fetch top dollar on the international market. No time, the poacher leader said, staring at the flames before him. The cops here have us on their radar. Once we get paid, we're outta here. The viper woman shrugged indifferently. I'm not afraid. Those foreign PC. Shut up. This country is different, the poacher boss corrected sternly. They possess terrifying willpower. Once the machine called the state starts rolling, we'll have nowhere to run. Honey, I'll listen to you, the woman shrugged. The poaching leader turned to his men, keep an eye on the director. We're leaving immediately. The viper-like beauty frowned in confusion. Honey, there are more rats here, but it's still better than the haystack. I brought some money. There'll be kind souls willing to take us in. The poaching ringleader smiled, and the viper beauty could only nod. Ding! Congratulations, host, for following the trail and uncovering the poaching syndicate. Detected danger. System providing 1 bulletproof vest. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Luo realized the outbreak had drained his luck. He'd hoped the system might grant him invulnerability, allowing him to storm in and slaughter them all. Bulletproof vest? Better than nothing. Lin Luo consoled himself as his wrists tensed, propelling him like a monkey into the room. Who's there? The poaching leader reacted fastest. Before the henchman near the window could respond, Lin Luo had already snatched his gun. The Weapon King's bonuses far surpassed those of a weapon master. The moment he touched the weapon, its name, usage, and maintenance instructions flashed through Lin Luo's mind. He tapped the gun once, then fired 5 shots in rapid succession. Several henchmen fell to the ground, their wrists pierced by Lin Luo's bullets. 3 left, Lin Luo exhaled, grabbing the man in front of him as a human shield and shoving him forward. The poaching ringleader's face darkened. Speaking in pure Dongshan dialect, he said, "Friend, I came here with good intentions." Lin Luo chuckled, "For friends, we have fine wine, for wolves, we have hunting rifles." The venomous beauty flung her dagger, sinking it into the human shield's chest. The shield let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. Lin Luo rolled away, scrambling to a nearby pillar. The venomous beauty snarled, "It's been ages since I've seen someone this formidable. Are you one of this nation's elite soldiers?" "Lady, cut back on the comics," Lin Luo remarked as he studied the shadows of the poaching ringleader and the viper woman, his Weapon King constantly adjusting his stance. Pfft, no sense of humor at all. The viper-like beauty drew another dagger, but the poaching ringleader restrained her. "Friend, let's talk. I've been running a small operation that may have slightly offended your country." "Offense?" Lin Luo sneered coldly. "Do you misunderstand the meaning of that word? You've broken the law. Every word you speak now will be used as evidence in court." "You're quite humorous," the poaching chief chuckled, his gaze fixed on the pillar where Lin Luo stood. "Friend, how much do you make in a year? Let me go, and I'll give you $1 million. You're quite generous. Must have made a fortune off your sins in the Gobi." Lin Luo's voice grew icier. The poacher laughed. "Just a little business. Nothing to write home about." Still using idioms, Lin Luo chuckled. "You're stalling for time, waiting for Bart or that guy downstairs to show up?" The poacher's heart tightened. Could there be an ambush? Just as he hesitated, Bart and the man from downstairs rushed up the stairs. "Boss, I'm not too late, am I?" the burly man asked. The poaching boss snapped, "Not too late. Grab that guy." Bart slapped his hands together and charged like a bull toward the pillar where Lin Luo stood. Lin Luo wore a smile as he fired 3 shots at the charging Bart. Bart crashed to the ground with a thud. The poaching leader laughed heartily. "You only had 8 bullets left. You wasted your only chance to survive on Bart." The burly man following behind grinned. He could tell the intruder was an excellent shot, but without bullets, he was nothing but a dead man walking. He couldn't wait to gouge out Lin Luo's eyes, just as he had done to those rats. He strode toward the pillar, only to find Lin Luo pointing a gun at him. The burly man said nonchalantly, "Your gun has no bullets." "You." Bang! The gunshot echoed, sending the man reeling backward. Lin Luo seized the moment and delivered a powerful kick. The burly man flew 3 meters backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Lin Luo's gun was indeed empty, but the Weapon King could mimic the sound of a firearm firing. At times, such a trick proved remarkably useful. "Damn it! The poaching leader's face twisted with frustration. He strode toward Lin Luo. With the big man confirming Lin Luo was unarmed, he intended to finish off this damnable creature himself. Honey, this is a cunning prey. But no cunning prey can escape the hunter's grasp. The poacher's leader was brimming with confidence as he strode swiftly toward Lin Luo. Wound aimed at Lin Luo, he declared, "Goodbye, cunning hunter." Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The poaching leader stared in disbelief at the muzzle in his hand as the venomous beauty approached his side. "Honey, how careless of you." The viperous beauty smiled. "You dare betray me?" The poaching ringleader clutched his hand. The viper-like beauty clearly showed more interest in Lin Luo. She turned to him and declared, "I am Leona, an Interpol agent. I'm here to track down this poaching syndicate." Lin Luo, officer from the Nanyu district branch of Dongshan City. Lin Luo looked at Leona. Earlier, while observing their shadows, Leona had subtly revealed her identity to him. "You," the poaching ringleader cursed viciously. Lin Luo kicked him 3 meters away, sending him crashing into the unconscious man. "Ma'am, this guy tried to fight back. You'll have to testify for me." Lin Luo turned to Leona. Leona blew him a kiss. "You're such a gentleman. I'll testify for you." Chapter 69, Boot Camp. The Southern District Bureau's reinforcements arrived at the ruined building. Zhou Dongliang, looking anxious, directed his elite troops. Boom! Several elite operatives parachuted into the room from above. They immediately charged toward Leona. Raising her hands, she declared, "I'm an Interpol agent investigating an illegal poaching organization." "Hands behind your head." "Get down," an operative shouted. Leona obediently crawled to the floor as the operatives swiftly closed in on Lin Luo. After the burst ended, Lin Luo collapsed on the floor as expected. He had used his ultimate skill to upgrade his burst into Burst Master, a high-level ability. Lin Luo suffered muscle strains so severe he couldn't even lift his arms. His collapse had startled Leona, who was about to help him up when elite operatives from the Southern District Bureau burst through the door. "Lin, are you okay?" The operator lifted his helmet, revealing a worried face. Lin Luo replied, "I'm not dead. He's already subdued. You guys take him away." Li Meng nodded. "Understood." He directed the other operatives to take the suspect away. After they finished, he looked at Leona, still crouched on the floor. "Interpol? PXZ hasn't started yet? Don't ask so many questions." Lin Luo shook his head. Li Meng glanced downstairs and said, "Brother Lin, Captain Zhou is getting impatient. You'd better be careful. It's part of the job." "Injuries happen," Lin Luo replied nonchalantly. He was already accustomed to spending several days in the hospital after each use of his special abilities. "Bro Lin, why's your shirt red?" Li Meng glanced down at Lin Luo's midsection. Lin Luo looked down too. The bulletproof vest provided by the system had blocked the poacher's bullets, but one of them had used a knife. Fortunately, the system's self-healing ability allowed the gunshot wound to close at an astonishing speed. "I'll call a doctor right now." Li Meng pressed down on Lin Luo's wound, his alarm shout drawing Zhou Dongliang's attention. Zhou Dongliang hurried over to Lin Luo's side. He looked at Lin Luo and asked, "What's wrong, Li Meng?" "Captain Zhou, Brother Lin's injured. He's bleeding now." Li Meng pressed the wound as Lin Luo looked helpless. The wound on his lower abdomen had already healed. Zhou Dongliang looked at Lin Luo and said, "You're an experienced detective. You can't be so reckless next time." "Got it, Captain Zhou," Lin Luo replied with a smile. "Gentlemen, could you pay attention to me while you're talking?" Leona looked at Zhou Dongliang, who frowned. "Aren't we here to bust a poaching ring? Why is there a foreign woman involved?" "And you are?" Zhou Dongliang inquired. "I'm an undercover agent." Leona produced her credentials. Upon seeing them, Zhou Dongliang immediately addressed her, "Ms. Leona, hello. I'm the captain of the criminal investigation team at the Southern District Precinct." "Actually, my name is Leona," Leona smiled, tucking her badge away. Her gaze shifted to Lin Luo. "This agent is the bravest I've ever seen. Heroes deserve rewards, don't they?" Leona leaned down and left a kiss on Lin Luo's cheek. "I'll submit a report to Interpol." "You deserve commendation," Leona said with a smile. Lin Luo's face darkened. This foreign woman had taken advantage of him when he was immobilized. "Ahem, Ms. Leona, please accompany us back to headquarters. Li Meng, get Lin Luo to the hospital immediately." "Yes, Captain Zhou." Half an hour later, Lin Luo lay in a hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages like a mummy. His face ached slightly. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but the nurse who had just wiped his face seemed to carry resentment in her eyes. He racked his brain, certain he'd never dated any of the nurses. Ding! Host has solved the case, Zoo murder case. Detected host assisting undercover agent Leona in apprehending the culprit. Reward granted. Reward ability, Swift Stride. Ability, Swift Stride. Upon activation, the host will achieve superhuman speed. This ability was better than nothing. After Lin Luo used Burst, Zhou Dongliang granted him 3 days off. He contacted the hospital director, requesting they keep a close eye on Lin Luo during this period. Lying in bed, Lin Luo's muscle strain had healed, but a dull ache lingered in his bones. The burst ability had taken a heavy toll on his body. Lost in thought, Lin Luo noticed a young, attractive nurse push open the door. With a smile, she said, "Officer Lin, I'm your assigned nurse. Just call me if you need anything." The nurses at this hospital are quite competent, Lin Luo thought. He looked at her and replied, "All right. Officer Lin, would you like an orange? I can peel it for you right now." The nurse sat down to peel the orange, and Lin Luo shifted his body slightly. The nurse looked at him and said, "Officer Lin, your job is quite dangerous. This is your third hospitalization this month." The nurse was right. This was Lin Luo's third hospitalization this month. The powerful abilities he possessed inflicted immense damage on his body. If not for the system's self-healing capabilities, he would have been bedridden long ago. "I'm used to it," Lin Luo replied. The nurse's face lit up with admiration. "Officer Lin, you're a hero of Dongshan City. By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" Lin Luo was puzzled. The young, pretty girl seemed unusually nosy. "Not at the moment," Lin Luo shook his head. The nurse's smile grew even sweeter. She peeled an orange and held it to his lips with her delicate white hands. "Officer Lin, my colleagues asked me to ask. This orange is very sweet. Try it." Lin Luo nodded, about to take a bite. The ward door swung open. Lin Luo froze, turning his head toward the doorway. A figure stood there, arms crossed over their chest, staring at him. "I heard you were hospitalized." Nan Shang walked in. She looked at the young nurse and said, "So you're enjoying the good life here?" Nan Shang's imposing presence made the young nurse drop the orange and hurry out. Lin Luo looked at Nan Shang helplessly. "Sis, I don't even have the strength to eat it myself." Nan Shang sat down, picked up an orange, and popped it into Lin Luo's mouth. "I heard you've been hospitalized 3 times this month." Nanshing observed Lin Luo, who chuckled, "I'm used to it by now." "With your busy schedule, did you come back just to see me?" "You wish." Nanshing shook her head. "Leona is a senior agent with Interpol. This operation wasn't even notified to Dong Province. Someone higher up isn't happy, so I came down to check things out." "You know Leona well?" Lin Luo asked. "Leona was the champion of my PXZ competition," Nansheng replied. Lin Luo recalled that viper-like beauty. No wonder her acting was so convincing. Turns out she was the PXZ competition champion. Nansheng finished the last orange and said, "Take good care of your injury. The competition is still months away. Before it starts, you'll need to attend training camp." "Training camp?" Lin Luo frowned. "I'm swamped with work." Nansheng patted the bandages on Lin Luo's body and said, "The training camp is also about solving cases. By the way, I'm the instructor for this session." Lin Luo smiled faintly. "I'll be counting on you, instructor." Nansheng chuckled, smooth talker. Chapter 70, Sudden Incident. On the third day of his hospitalization, Lin Luo's bandages were removed. He had recovered sufficiently, but the attending physician ordered him to remain hospitalized for 1 more day of observation. "Some internal injuries are only detectable through examination," the young nurse repeated the doctor's words, meaning Lin Luo had to stay 1 more day. Over the past 2 days, nurses had visited Lin Luo daily under various pretexts, making him feel his hospital room was turning into a zoo. Just as things finally quieted down, the young nurse assigned to care for him slipped in stealthily. She looked at Lin Luo and said, "Officer Lin, I brought you something delicious." Lin Luo cleared his throat. He must have been fed all sorts of delicacies by the nurses these past days. He replied, "Thank you, but I'm not really hungry." The young nurse looked hurt. "Officer Lin, I made this especially for you. It took a lot of effort. I even got blisters on my hands." She held out her hands to show him the blisters. Lin Luo smiled helplessly. He looked at her and said, "I'll eat it, okay?" Her face lit up with joy as she pushed the insulated lunchbox toward him. Opening it, Lin Luo saw a bowl of white bone broth. The nurse said, "Officer Lin, I'm really good at making pork rib soup." Lin Luo nodded, about to pick up his chopsticks. The ward door swung open. His attending physician looked at Lin Luo with a worried expression. "Officer Lin, a body was found in the hospital. You should come take a look." Lin Luo tossed his spoon aside. After 3 days confined to the hospital, his bones felt rusty. "Officer Lin, the pork rib soup," the nurse called out. Lin Luo replied, "I'll eat it when I get back." The attending physician led Lin Luo through 2 buildings to a 3rd structure. Along the way, the doctor explained, "This is our hospital's equipment building. Inside are all imported medical devices. Security is usually tight here." The body was discovered by security personnel. Several security guards stood below the building. Seeing the attending physician approaching with someone, the security guards stepped forward to block their path. "Doctor, the building is sealed off now. No one can enter. The director sent me." "This is Officer Lin Luo from the Southern District Police Station," the attending physician introduced Lin Luo. The security guard stepped aside. A man in a suit wearing an earpiece approached Lin Luo. With a smile, he said, "Pleased to meet you, Officer Lin. I'm the supervisor of Luo Security Group, responsible for hospital security. Lin Luo recognized the security firm, a publicly listed company in Dong Province with considerable renown there. Lin Luo looked toward the building. Human lives are at stake. Take me to the scene now. The security chief led Lin Luo into the building. As a professional, he knew more than the attending physician. As they walked, he explained. The area is currently sealed off. Aside from the security personnel who initially discovered the body, the scene remains undisturbed. Lin Luo nodded. This was the advantage of a professional security firm, they could respond swiftly to emergencies. Lin Luo kept walking and soon reached the scene. In a room on the third floor, a body lay on the floor. The head was missing. Lin Luo frowned as he examined the body. The security supervisor said, Officer Lin, here are the gloves and shoe covers. Lin Luo donned the gear and strode inside. Ding! Headless corpse detected. Host has triggered case, the headless corpse. System collecting clues. Host, please identify the deceased. Facing a headless corpse, the first task was to identify the victim. He bent down to examine the body. The fingerprints on the fingers had been corroded away by an acidic solution. Someone was deliberately concealing the victim's identity. Lin Luo turned the body over. It was clad in blue workwear. What kind of uniform is this? He asked. The security chief examined the blue overalls and replied, Officer Lin, this is a hospital maintenance worker's uniform. Maintenance workers wouldn't be here. Lin Luo looked up at the ceiling, where an air conditioning duct was visible. Pulling a chair over, Lin Luo declared, I need to go up and take a look. The security chief steadied the chair as Lin Luo swiftly climbed in and disappeared into the duct. The security chief called out, Officer Lin, let me know if you find anything. The duct was narrow, and Lin Luo crawled forward using both hands. Ding! Evidence found, suspicious bloodstains. Lin Luo halted and shone his flashlight down the passageway. Several drops of blood were scattered on the floor. He pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. He carefully navigated around the bloodstains and continued forward, noticing a peculiar odor. Following the scent, Lin Luo reached a fork in the ventilation duct. Ding! Suspicious odor detected. Generating directional indicator. A red pointer materialized before Lin Luo's eyes. He crawled forward in the direction it indicated. Under the flashlight's beam, a bottle of green liquid lay quietly at the end of the ventilation duct. Ding! Corrosive solution detected. Host, exercise caution when retrieving. Lin Luo carefully picked up the solution as his communication device beeped. Officer Lin. Officer Lin. It was the security chief. Lin Luo replied, I'm at the end of the ventilation duct. Open it for me. A click sounded as the end of the duct opened, and Lin Luo saw light. Lin, aren't you supposed to be in the hospital? How did you get in here? Li Meng asked with concern. Lin Luo pulled the green solution from his coat pocket. Be careful. Found it in the ventilation duct. Li Meng carefully took the green liquid as Lin Luo crawled out of the exit. The moment he landed, Li Meng hurriedly said, Brother Lin, I checked the surveillance. The spot where the body was placed is a blind spot, the cameras couldn't see it. Lin Luo nodded. Someone moved the body through the ventilation duct into the room. Bloodstains were left behind. Get your team to collect blood samples for immediate analysis. Li Meng nodded. Lin Luo scanned the area. Has the medical examiner arrived yet? Brother Lin, they're already here. Hello, Brother Lin. I'm the new forensic doctor, a young man said with a smile. I'm Zhang Ming's apprentice. My teacher sent me to assist you. Lin Luo had learned basic forensic skills from Zhang Ming, making the young man his junior colleague. Has the body been examined? Lin Luo asked. The body has been examined. The fingers and toes show signs of corrosion. There are clean, smooth cuts on the neck from a sharp object. The young man quickly reported the autopsy findings. Blood samples have been sent to the lab. Lin Luo nodded. Good. Li Meng, you'll return with the blood samples and the forensic team. Yes, Brother Lin. Li Meng left with the coroner. Lin Luo turned to the security chief and asked, Chief, what kind of animals are kept in the building? A few cats, the supervisor explained. There are quite a few rats around the hospital. Even the strongest walls couldn't withstand the sharp teeth and claws of rats, especially in the building where medical equipment was stored. Lin Luo nodded. Bring all the cats over. The supervisor frowned. Officer Lin, what's the meaning of this? Lin Luo smiled. I have an unconventional approach to investigations. I'm looking for a black cat detective to assist me. Chapter 71, Rats. The security chief was utterly baffled, clueless about Lin Luo's scheme. Fortunately, the building housed numerous cats, and the chief casually brought one over. He looked at Lin Luo and said, Officer Lin, this one isn't black, but it's our top rat catcher. Lin Luo nodded and took the cat from the supervisor's arms. The supervisor watched him in astonishment. This cat had a notoriously bad temper and had even scratched several nurses who'd come to feed it before. The usually domineering cat now lay docile in Lin Luo's arms as he gently stroked its head. The kitten purred contentedly. Lin Luo turned to the security chief. "Chief, if there's nothing else, you can step out. I need to continue examining the scene." "Understood." The security chief walked out, thoroughly confused. He'd heard of Lin Luo's reputation for solving cases, but couldn't make sense of his actions. Lin Luo stroked the cat's head and murmured, "It'll be up to you soon. You must find the clues." Meow. The cat stretched lazily in Lin Luo's arms before leaping down to begin searching the crime scene. Lin Luo activated Animal King. After over an hour of searching, neither man nor cat found anything useful. Even the usually energetic feline lay listlessly in Lin Luo's arms, refusing to crawl into any holes. As Lin Luo stroked the cat's head, his phone rang. "Lin Luo here. Brother Lin, the blood test results are in." "It doesn't belong to the victim," Li Meng's voice came through the phone. Lin Luo frowned. He asked, "Any matches?" "We've cross-referenced the entire DNA database of Dongshan City and found no matches," Li Meng said, shaking the blood sample in his hand. "The forensic analysis detected abnormalities. This isn't human blood at all. It's rat blood." "A rat?" Lin Luo looked down at the cat in his arms. Ventilation ducts could indeed be accessed by rodents, but why would rat blood drip into that specific location? Moreover, the system had flagged the blood as evidence. Lin Luo's voice grew solemn. "Understood. Identify the deceased's identity as soon as possible." "Understood." After hanging up, Lin Luo paced restlessly around the room. Perhaps his assumption was wrong. This was the primary crime scene. The body hadn't been transported through the ventilation ducts. "Mice, the body, what exactly connects these two?" Lin Luo murmured. The cat in his arms licked his hand. "Be a good kitty. I'm thinking right now. Don't disturb me." Lin Luo stroked the cat's head, but it jumped down immediately. It scurried to a corner and meowed at him several times. Lin Luo approached and found a rat carcass lying in the corner, its head gnawed off, with strangulation marks on its body. He examined the marks closely. They seemed to be made by some very fine thread. Lin Luo felt he was catching on to something, but the clues weren't enough for him to figure it out. "You've really done me a huge favor. I'll treat you to some fish jerky later." The cat happily leaped onto Lin Luo's shoulder as he picked up the mouse from the floor. He pushed open the door and left. The security chief approached. "Officer Lin, is there anything else you need?" "Nothing for now. Secure the scene." Half an hour later, Lin Luo returned to the hospital ward. During that time, Zhou Dongliang had called, suggesting Lin Luo hand the case over to Li Meng since he was still recovering. Lin Luo refused Zhou Dongliang's arrangement. He had already taken on these cases and intended to see them through. However, he assured Zhou Dongliang he wouldn't leave the hospital. After all, the crime scene was nearby, and he could investigate any time. Zhou Dongliang could do nothing about Lin Luo's stance. Besides, this unsolved case was exceptionally tricky. Even Li Meng was still at a loss. No sooner had Lin Luo settled into bed than a small head poked through the door, peering inside. Spotting him, the young nurse hurried in. "Officer Lin, you're back. The soup I made earlier is still warm. Would you like some?" "No, thank you. I'm not hungry right now." Lin Luo's mind was consumed by the headless corpse at the crime scene. He had no energy to deal with the young nurse. The nurse could see his state. She approached him and said, "Officer Lin, I heard there was a murder at the equipment building. You're the great hero protecting Dongshan City. You absolutely must find the killer." Lin Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. What great hero protecting Dongshan City? He still hadn't identified the victim, and he couldn't figure out if the room was even the primary crime scene. Seeing Lin Luo's mood sink, the young nurse quickly changed the subject. "Officer Lin, you wouldn't believe how busy the ER got right after you left. The emergency department was the busiest place in the entire hospital, with doctors working around the clock." While investigating the scene in the instrument building earlier, Lin Luo had overheard the commotion coming from the inpatient ward. "What happened?" Seeing Lin Luo's interest piqued, the nurse quickly explained, "Officer Lin, it's a tragic case. The victim was an avid cyclist who went riding with friends in a small forest. Unfortunately, he was going too fast and accidentally collided with a kite string." Lin Luo instinctively touched his own neck. Colliding with a kite string at such high speed would be no different from slitting one's own throat. He looked at the young nurse and said, "So the ER is treating him?" "Exactly. You wouldn't believe how much blood he was losing when he arrived. The entire bed was drenched in red. The ER chief called me in to help, and it took us forever to finally stop the bleeding." The young nurse's face bore a look of disbelief. Lin Luo remarked, "Whoever put that kite string up, if someone else had hit it, it would have been murder." "Exactly. I saw his windpipe was nearly severed. Thank goodness he had a doctor friend, otherwise, he would have died right there." Lin Luo sighed. Unfortunate incidents happened from time to time. This cyclist who collided with the kite string had nearly lost his life. "His windpipe was cut open?" Lin Luo murmured in disbelief. Suddenly remembering something, he grabbed the young nurse's hand and asked, "How thick was the kite string that cut the patient?" A blush spread across the young nurse's face. The emergency room was chaotic at the time. I didn't get a clear look. Lin Luo took a deep breath and looked at the nurse. "Take me to the emergency room now." "Officer Lin," the nurse said nervously. Certain hospital matters were confidential, she'd only mentioned it to distract him. Lin Luo looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry. This is for the investigation. If it helps solve the case, I might even consider exchanging contact information." The nurse cast aside all reservations. Excitedly, she said, "Officer Lin, follow me quickly. That patient should be heading into the operating room now." Chapter 72, Tools. Through the hospital director's connections, Lin Luo obtained photographs of the unfortunate man's wound. The images showed half of the patient's throat slashed open, blood gushing uncontrollably. Lin Luo could see the white cartilage beneath. Guided by the emergency room nurse, he saw the weapon. It was kite string, thick as a bundle of hair, probably a dozen strands twisted together. That was incredibly dangerous. "I've never seen a wound bleed like that," the emergency nurse remarked, patting her chest in astonishment. Lin Luo replied, "I'll have officers from headquarters investigate the scene. If someone deliberately strung kite string there, I'll handle it." "You're such a good man, Officer Lin. You absolutely must get justice for the victim," the emergency room nurse said, her eyes sparkling. The young nurse assigned to care for Lin Luo quickly stepped between them. "Officer Lin, your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Please come back to the ward with me right away." The young nurse tugged at Lin Luo's clothes, looking somewhat anxious to get him back. The emergency room nurse chuckled. "Officer Lin is handling a case. Besides, he doesn't seem to have any serious injuries." "What do you know? Officer Lin has internal injuries. Do you even understand what internal injuries are?" Lin Luo was utterly confused. Now they were bringing up internal injuries, making it sound like he was on his last legs. "What do you know? I've worked in the ER for years. Officer Lin is built like a tank, just look at those pecs, they're practically bursting out of his shirt." "Don't look," the young nurse protested urgently. The ER nurse chuckled. A little girl who hadn't even finished growing yet dared to argue with her. Lin Luo cleared his throat. This was getting ridiculous. "Enough, all of you. Take Officer Lin back to rest now." The emergency room doctor stepped in, shutting down the argument and instructing the nurse to escort Lin Luo back. The young nurse pulled Lin Luo's hand in a huff as they returned to the ward. Lin Luo cleared his throat. "Do you have any paper and pen in the ward? Get me some." Though annoyed, the young nurse complied with Lin Luo's request. She fetched paper and pen for him. Lin Luo took the materials and began calculating rapidly in his mind. Ding! Host detected solving a case diligently. Rewarding host with detective ability experience. The system's notification sounded, and Lin Luo's heart leapt with joy. He still remembered the immense power of the detective ability from his last experience. He had burned through his abilities relentlessly, pouring everything into the criminal investigation Rising Star quest just to obtain it. Host has acquired detective abilities. Under this enhancement, the host's reasoning, case solving, judgment, and investigative skills are significantly amplified. The Hall of Thought is now activated. Lin Luo had encountered this term in a book before. It had always been exclusive to legendary detectives. Never did he imagine he would one day possess such a thing. In a daze, Lin Luo felt himself floating. He raised his hand and began swiftly sketching on the paper. The young nurse stood beside Lin Luo, watching the drawing on the paper with curiosity. Lin Luo sketched a room filled with equipment. After completing the outline, his eyes narrowed slightly. His hand swept forcefully across a specific spot in the room, drawing a line through it. "Equipment room," Lin Luo murmured. As his hand moved faster, details began to emerge on the paper. There lay a corpse on the floor, its head severed, blood pooling in a large stain. The young nurse watched Lin Luo sketch the room and the corpse, her eyes filled with concern. She feared Inspector Lin might be experiencing some kind of mental breakdown. Lin Luo's mental clarity was now exceptionally sharp. The room was no longer merely a sketch on paper. He felt as though he were physically present within it. A thin wire stretched from the ventilation duct to a piece of equipment in the room, beneath which lay the headless corpse. "Where is your head?" Lin Luo murmured. The young nurse frowned beside him, leaning in slightly to hear more clearly. "Where is your head?" Lin Luo stared at the drawing, his eyes seeming to flicker with fire. His hand moved, and the pen in his grasp drew ahead. "So that's where you are," Lin Luo smiled. He turned to the young nurse and said, "When I pass out in a moment, remember to cover me with the blanket." The nurse gasped. Lin Luo's eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious on the hospital bed. She rushed over immediately. After a series of examinations confirmed Lin Luo had merely fainted from exhaustion, she breathed a sigh of relief. The young nurse's gaze fell upon the paper and she seemed to grasp something vaguely. "Officer Lin, your approach to solving cases is truly unique," the nurse murmured, fingering the paper. "Lin Gu." Li Meng pushed open the door. Seeing Lin Luo lying on the bed, he hurriedly said, "Sorry, I didn't realize you were sleeping. I'll come back later." Officer Lin drew this picture earlier. "I don't fully understand it, but I feel it's important," the nurse said, handing the paper to Li Meng. Seeing the drawing on the paper, Li Meng frowned. He knew this sketch was connected to the murder case, but the victim's head hadn't been found at the scene. What was Brother Lin trying to convey? Unable to decipher it, Li Meng set the drawing aside and sat quietly, waiting for Lin Luo to wake up. 2 hours later, Lin Luo rubbed his head like a hungover drunkard. He felt as if he'd been tossed into a washing machine drum, his brain thoroughly scrambled. Detective powers, huh? Lin Luo sighed inwardly. This time, the price paid wasn't physical, it was mental. Thankfully, the system's powerful self-healing ability prevented him from becoming an idiot. Lin Luo forced his head to turn toward Li Meng sitting beside him, uttering a muffled call. "Li Meng. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Should I call a doctor?" Li Meng looked at him with concern. Lin Luo waved him off. "Nothing serious. Just suddenly feeling a bit tired. Did you see the sketch I drew?" "I saw it." Li Meng held up the paper. "Brother Lin, we didn't find the head at the scene, nor any bloodstains. That's exactly why it must be an insider. Only someone on the inside could clean up the blood and move the head." Lin Luo felt slightly better, his speech becoming clearer. He struggled to sit up, and the young nurse nearby hurried over to support him. "The rat is key. Take the rat carcass from my shirt pocket and use the markings on it to find a suitable thread." "Thread?" Li Meng examined the diagram on the paper. "What kind of material, Brother Lin?" "Something that can cut through bone." The nurse pressed both hands against Lin Luo's head, trying to ease his discomfort. "I see." Li Meng knew Lin Luo must have deduced the murder weapon. He thought to himself, no wonder they call him Brother Lin, he effortlessly accomplishes what he himself couldn't. "Lin Luo, are you feeling any better?" The ward door swung open. Zhou Qin stared at Lin Luo in surprise, her gaze shifting to the young nurse. The nurse jerked her hand back as if electrocuted. Lin Luo said, "You're just in time. Li Meng needs help." Chapter 73, The Head. Zhou Qin left, slamming the door loudly behind her. Li Meng cleared his throat. "Brother Lin, just focus on your recovery. I don't need any help. I'll be back soon. Many hands make light work. Go back to the bureau and find 2 more operatives to accompany you on the investigation. I'll wait for you at the hospital," Lin Luo said. Li Meng nodded. He never refused Lin Luo's arrangements, knowing the man always had a plan. After seeing Li Meng off, Lin Luo didn't dwell on Zhou Qin's attitude. He turned to the young nurse and asked, "May I borrow your phone to make a call?" The nurse promptly handed over her phone and dialed the number as instructed by Lin Luo. "Hello, who is this?" Zhou Dongliang's voice came through. Lin Luo quickly replied, "Captain Zhou, it's me." "Oh, it's Lin Luo. Zhou Qin went to see you. Has she arrived yet?" Zhou Dongliang's tone was full of implication. Lin Luo cleared his throat. "Captain Zhou, I've discovered new leads. I'm requesting authorization to seal off the hospital's equipment building." At the mention of the case, Zhou Dongliang's expression turned serious. He nodded and said, "If you're certain, I'll seal off the hospital's equipment building immediately. I'll send someone to meet you there." "Yes, sir." Lin Luo replied. Zhou Dongliang cleared his throat. "Zhou Qin took time off work to visit you today. If you're feeling better, take her out for a meal." "Ha?" Lin Luo froze. The young nurse nudged his side, and he snapped back to reality. "Mission accomplished. You little rascal." Zhou Dongliang smiled, a rare sight. He hung up, about to dispatch reinforcements for Lin Luo, when Zhou Qin's call came through. Lin Luo was unaware that Zhou Qin had complained to Captain Zhou. Rubbing his temples, he felt completely dazed from overusing his detective abilities. Requesting backup from Captain Zhou had drained his last reserves of mental energy. "Officer Lin, did I just do something stupid?" The young nurse stood there like a child who'd misbehaved, her hands twisted together. "You bet. That massage felt pretty good, at least my headaches eased up. I need to head to the equipment building now. You're coming with me. This stays between us." Lin Luo looked at the young nurse. A smile spread across her face as she supported him. "Taking care of Officer Lin is my duty. No need to thank me. I'll take you there now." Supported by the young nurse, Lin Luo made his way to the equipment building despite his dizziness. He had come to realize something: there was definitely a mole within the equipment building. But he couldn't make a fuss about it, lest he alert the enemy. "Officer Lin is here." The security chief greeted him with a smile. Seeing Lin Luo's pale face, he quickly asked, "Officer Lin, what's wrong? Should I call a doctor?" "No need. Just did some exercise earlier." Lin Luo narrowed his eyes toward the equipment building. The supervisor glanced at the young nurse supporting him and understood. "Supervisor, has there been any maintenance work done on this building recently?" "None," the supervisor shook his head. "This building was completed just 2 years ago. The equipment and wiring are all brand new, so no maintenance is needed." Lin Luo nodded slightly before asking, the equipment in the machine room is all imported. Who's usually responsible for its maintenance? I believe it's handled by specialists hired by the hospital. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, the supervisor replied, shaking his head. Lin Luo rambled on for a while, finally exhaling deeply when he heard the wail of sirens. The supervisor asked, Officer Lin, what's going on? Nothing much. Just sealing off this building and doing some pest control inside the hospital. Half an hour later, the people inside the equipment building were escorted out. Lin Luo's headache had completely vanished, and he looked at the arriving support officers with renewed vigor. Lin, we've got them out, an officer said, escorting someone down. Lin Luo looked at the man's plaid shirt and asked, You're the one responsible for maintaining the equipment? That's right. What happened? The man looked utterly bewildered, still clueless about the situation. The officer added, Brother Lin, this guy was still sleeping inside when we brought him down. Lin Luo pointed toward the equipment building. Someone died inside. Everyone in the building needs to cooperate with the investigation. I'm Lin Luo from the Southern District Police Station. Lin Luo? The man scrutinized Lin Luo up and down. After a moment, his face lit up with delight. Officer Lin. I'm a huge fan of yours. Lin Luo hadn't realized he'd gained fans. It seemed his admirers were all quite enthusiastic, like this one before him. I've read the official reports. You're a hero in our city of Dongshan, a crime-fighting legend, the Sherlock Holmes of Dong Province. The young nurse standing behind Lin Luo nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. Lin Luo cleared his throat. Now isn't the time for that. I want to ask if you heard anything unusual? The man recalled, last night I was maintaining the code until very late. I remember hearing something scurrying through the ventilation ducts just before bed. I thought it was a rat. There are quite a few in the equipment building. Lin Luo asked, the equipment building houses precision instruments. Is it normal for rats to be in the ventilation ducts? The man shook his head. Of course not. They should have laid rat poison long ago. The equipment here is imported from abroad. If rats damage it, the hospital would suffer huge losses. I've even brought it up with security, but all they did was get a few cats. Seems like there are quite a few rodents in this hospital, Lin Luo remarked with a smile. Patting the man on the shoulder, he added, I'll be sure to consult you if anything comes up. The man seemed slightly moved. He nodded. All right. Watching the man walk away, the young nurse couldn't help but speak up. Officer Lin, you think this case was done by an insider? Lin Luo smiled. There are some details I can't share with you yet. Once the case is closed and we find the real culprit, I'll tell you everything. The young nurse beamed, I'll be waiting, Officer Lin. Lin, as you instructed, we opened the equipment inside and found the victim's head. An agent emerged, balancing a box in his hands. Lin Luo nodded. Well done. Once Li Meng arrives, we'll go search for the killer. Yes, sir. Ding. Congratulations, host, on solving the puzzle. Please apprehend the killer promptly and secure a confession from them. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. Another case where a confession was the only way to solve it. As the saying goes, some killers won't confess until they're cornered. Only when faced with ironclad evidence do they break down. In this decapitated corpse case, the killer had clearly staged a locked room murder. Unfortunately, a single rat had ruined all their careful planning. Lin Luo stroked his chin. Nurse, could you buy me some dried fish? Ha! Chapter 74, Evidence. In the police station interrogation room, a man sat in the back seat, the security chief who had initially received Lin Luo. Officer Lin, is there some misunderstanding? I'm the security chief responsible for the entire building. How could I possibly commit murder? The security chief looked utterly innocent. Lin Luo replied, no need to panic just yet. Once the evidence arrives, I think you'll be describing the crime scene to me. Officer Lin, there must be some misunderstanding. I couldn't possibly kill someone, the security chief insisted. A figure pushed open the interrogation room door. It was Li Meng. He held a coil of wire in his hand. Lin Luo took the wire and remarked, killing someone with wire is simple enough, but severing a person's head is another matter entirely. Lin Luo straightened the cord in his hand. Initially, I found blood droplets in the ventilation ducts. I assumed they were left by the victim. That was a false lead. Officer Lin, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word, the security chief said, looking utterly bewildered. Lin Luo smiled. Let me explain slowly. The blood droplets in the ventilation duct were left by rats. Someone tied one end of the thread to a rat and used a special mechanism to secure the rat inside the duct. Lin Luo wrapped the thread around one finger, then pulled it taut with another. The other end was secured to a piece of equipment in the instrument room. Lin Luo examined the taut thread. At that point, the thread was stationary. It couldn't kill anyone yet. The security chief replied, so, Officer Lin, your theory doesn't hold up. If the wire couldn't kill, how did the victim lose their head? Lin Luo replied calmly, have you ever seen archery? When the bowstring is fully drawn, its elastic potential energy converts into kinetic energy, propelling the arrow forward in an instant. Someone attached a blade to the thread. It was that blade that severed the victim's head. The security chief fell silent. Lin Luo continued, I found the severed head in one of the tools in the equipment room. That doesn't prove I killed anyone, the security chief insisted vehemently. Lin Luo set down the wire. You're saying no suspicious fingerprints, footprints, hair, or blood were left at the scene? Officer Lin, solving cases requires evidence. Without it, you're framing me. The security chief stared at Lin Luo, who chuckled. Of course I have evidence. You're clever. You wore gloves and shoe covers the entire time. I don't understand what you're saying, Officer Lin. If I'm guilty, then please present your evidence. The security chief persisted. Lin Luo chuckled. Since you want evidence, I'll show you. Li Meng, bring the evidence. Li Meng nodded and pulled a file folder from his chest. Opening it revealed several photographs. Lin Luo took one photo and held it up. You should recognize this, right? The photos showed the security supervisor smiling as he fed a cat. Is feeding a cat a crime? This must be a photo of me feeding the cat this morning, the security supervisor admitted openly. He was certain Lin Luo couldn't produce any real evidence. Lin Luo looked at the cat in the photo and said, You once told me this cat is a master at catching mice. It certainly is quite skilled. Detective Lin, what are you implying? The security chief flexed his wrists. Without concrete evidence, my cooperation with this investigation is time limited. Feeding raw meat to cats isn't a good idea. Lin Luo braced his hands on the table, staring at the supervisor. We extracted DNA from between the cat's teeth. It matches the victim's exactly. The security chief fell silent for a moment before gritting his teeth. Cats eat corpses too. That stupid cat must have snuck into the equipment room. Cats may tear at corpses when starving, but a well-fed cat never touches a body. Lin Luo set down the photo and produced another. A large sum of money recently appeared in one of your secret bank accounts. The source is unexplained. The security chief clenched his fist. It's an inheritance from a distant relative. Sometimes, one small lie requires countless others to cover it up. The more lies there are, the easier they are to uncover. Lin Luo produced the most crucial piece of evidence, a knife blade found in the security chief's personal cabinet. Bloodstains still clung to the blade. Seeing the photograph, the security chief murmured, How did you find this? You shouldn't have fed raw meat to the cat. It led me here. This time, the Meow Squad really came through. The security chief looked like a deflated balloon. He spread his hands and said, Officer Lin, you're incredible. You found the murder weapon, deduced the method. Do you even know why I did it? You released the rats in the equipment room. Lin Luo tapped his fingers on the table. Some of those so-called imported instruments were substandard products. You set the rats loose hoping they'd gnaw through the equipment. Lin Luo pulled out the fourth photo. Staring at the man in it, he said, the victim discovered the equipment issues and secretly entered the equipment room to gather evidence. You turned the tables and set a deadly trap. Exactly. The security chief laughed heartily. A fool, thinking gathering that stuff would clear everything up? Li Meng slammed his fist on the table. Watch your tone. The security chief sneered relentlessly. Lin Luo held Li Meng back. I told you, we'd hunt rats inside the hospital. You're just a little rat. A sense of dread washed over the security chief. He looked at Lin Luo. What exactly have you been doing? The deceased wasn't empty-handed. He'd already uncovered some clues in secret. He feared you and hid them away. What? The security chief looked utterly bewildered. He had searched the deceased's home and found nothing. The cat led me to them. Lin Luo gave a mysterious smile. The king of animals possessed formidable abilities. The cat, brimming with resentment, had guided Lin Luo to many valuable items. Damn cat! The security chief felt he should exterminate every cat in the hospital. This evidence is enough to expose you and the rats behind you. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Game over. The proof is irrefutable. Are you going to confess? The security chief slumped into the chair of regret, wanting to protest but unable to speak. Finally, he closed his eyes and said, I confess. Ding! Congratulations, host, on solving the headless corpse case. Reward, spider web ability. Ability, spider web. Using this ability, the host can combine acquired clues. This ability was vividly descriptive. Lin Luo, who had gathered various clues, was like a spider commanding the center. The clues were his web, used to ensnare the murderer. As Lin Luo contemplated how to utilize his new ability, Li Meng emerged. He looked at Lin Luo and said, Brother Lin, the killer has confessed. The precinct has already taken control of the relevant personnel. Lin Luo lit a cigarette and remarked, the rat has finally been caught. Chapter 75, Cold Case. After solving the decapitated corpse case, Lin Luo handled several minor cases, completing his refresh as a rising star in criminal investigation. After acquiring the spider web ability, an idea formed in his mind. Within the system, one long-term task remained unsolved, the crime of the past. System, activate the spider web's ultimate effect. Lin Luo queried the system. Ding. Host query detected. System simulating. After activating the spiderweb's ultimate ability, 30% chance of no change, 20% chance of spiderweb advancement, 30% chance of ability nullification, 19% chance of ability combustion, 1% chance of significant spiderweb enhancement. Lin Luo frowned. Only a 1% success rate? He wanted the significantly enhanced spider web ability. After pondering, Lin Luo continued his inquiry. How much does the ability admiration boost the success rate? Ding. When combined with the ability admiration skill, success rate increases by 20%. A mere 20% success rate was too low. Lin Luo wouldn't risk the spiderweb ability if it burned and nullified the secret technique too. He'd have nowhere to hide his tears. How does one enhance admiration? Admiration was an ability that had followed Lin Luo for a long time. Simply wearing it to boost luck was enough to make him take a gamble. Ding. Host's intense desire to upgrade detected. Admiration is a special ability. To enhance it, the system will provide a special mission, respect. Respect? Lin Luo stroked his chin, glancing at his recent schedule. For the past 2 days, Zhou Dongliang had assigned all cases big and small to the new recruits under the pretext of training them. Lin Luo had spent the past 2 days sitting in his office organizing case files, bored to the point of rusting. This peaceful existence felt unnatural to him. Initiate special mission. Lin Luo needed to enhance his respectability at least before the PXZ competition to crack the case and uncover the crimes. He hadn't forgotten his promise to old Yang and Zhou Dongliang. The thorn in the hearts of 3 generations of criminal investigators must be removed. Ding. Host has proactively initiated special mission. Special mission triggering. Special mission, respect has been triggered. Host, please proceed to the designated area to claim the mission immediately. A map materialized before Lin Luo's eyes. He informed Zhou Dongliang and departed the precinct for the designated area. Dongsheng City's Grand Plaza, the largest square in Dongsheng, was usually filled with elderly folks dancing to square dance music, while children played and laughed in one corner. In front of the plaza lay a pedestrian street lined with numerous shops. At one stall, a bald man enthusiastically greeted passing customers. Come take a look. My sorghum liquor is the real deal. If you're not satisfied, I'll give you your money back. The bald man's sales pitch drew in a few drinkers, who stopped to examine his liquor. The bald man smiles as he picks up a bottle to pour. A deep voice cut through the air. Boss, fill me up with 10 pounds of sorghum liquor. Hearing this big order, the bald man's smile widened. Just as he reached for a large bottle to pour, the deep voice spoke again. Use my bottle. The bald man took the large bottle handed to him. Seeing it was about the same size as his own, he began filling it. After filling it, the bald man took the money. Watching the buyer disappear into the crowd, he muttered under his breath, strange, really? You meet all kinds of people. His puzzlement vanished the moment the next customer approached. With a smile, he asked, what can I get for you, sir? Lin Luo looked at the bald vendor before him as a system notification sounded in his ear. Reached designated location. Triggered quest, respect. Respect, life brings joy and sorrow, parting and reunion, the moon waxes and wanes, waxes and wanes. Life is full of disappointments, but those who succumb to pessimism may lose their lives over trivial matters. Rescue 5 people within the designated time to complete the mission and gain the ability, respect. Lin Luo exhaled deeply. He'd been working in criminal investigation for some time now. A few months prior, he'd saved a woman attempting suicide by jumping from a building, earning him the title of Winter's Deep Hero. Now, seeing the respect mission, Lin Luo felt it was right up his alley. Wonder what kind of one-time ability the system will spawn. Lin Luo mused inwardly as the bald man in front of him asked, Sir, what would you like? Lin Luo wasn't there to drink. He looked at the bald man and said, Boss, did anyone unusual come in to buy alcohol just now? The bald man scrutinized Lin Luo from head to toe. Lin Luo presented his credentials. The bald man hurriedly replied, Oh, you're a police officer. There was a rather unusual customer earlier. He was dressed entirely in black, with a deep, hoarse voice. He bought 10 gin of liquor in one go. The bald man tapped the wine barrel beside him. Usually customers buy 3 or 5 pounds. 10 pounds? That's a first for me. These roadside liquor stalls operated on thin margins and high volume. Lin Luo pressed further. Which way did he go? The bald man pointed in a direction. Officer, he went that way. He just left not long ago. Lin Luo nodded and followed the direction indicated by the bald man. The pedestrian street was packed with people. Lin Luo glanced around and quickly abandoned this inefficient method. He located the property management office to retrieve surveillance footage. Soon, a disheveled man in black carrying a wine barrel appeared on the monitor. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes and asked, Where did this man come from earlier? The manager tapped the keyboard a few times and replied, Officer Lin, he came out of the pharmacy. Can we pinpoint his residence? Lin Luo pointed at the man. The man was last seen in front of a rental building. Officer Lin, you might want to check that building out, the manager suggested. An hour later, Lin Luo arrived at the rental building. He located the landlord and explained his purpose. Officer, there is such a man. He lives on the 3rd floor. I heard his wife and kids left him, and he's all alone now, the landlady told Lin Luo about the man's situation. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. I need to speak with him. Take me there now. The landlady didn't hesitate and led Lin Luo up to the 3rd floor. Lin Luo approached the door and began banging on it loudly. After a long time, there was no response. Lin Luo said, use the spare key to open the door. The landlady quickly unlocked the door with the spare key. A strong smell of alcohol made Lin Luo frown. He looked inside and saw a man lying in a pool of alcohol. The woman let out a startled cry. Lin Luo picked up a bottle of sleeping pills from the floor and said, call an ambulance immediately. The woman snapped out of her shock and rushed to call for help. Lin Luo rolled up his sleeves, staring at the unconscious man. Trying to end it all? You're really ruthless. He grabbed a nearby hose and began the gastric lavage procedure. Half an hour later, Lin Luo, his legs covered in filth, helped the middle-aged man into the ambulance. The young nurse who arrived with the ambulance glanced at Lin Luo and said, Officer Lin, my place is nearby. Here, take my keys. Go wash up at my place. Lin Luo shook his head. I've notified the precinct. They'll come pick me up. The young nurse looked slightly disappointed as she left with the ambulance. Lin Luo glanced at the refreshed map. There were still people waiting for him to save. Chapter 76, Respect. Over the next 2 days, Lin Luo raced from one rescue to the next. He saved a female student attempting suicide by jumping from a building, rescued a drowning child, and saved a failed investor on an overpass. By the time he returned to the precinct, he was utterly exhausted. Zhou Dongliang entered his office, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Good work, kid. Didn't expect you'd be so busy these past few days saving so many people in one go. Your deeds are already in the papers. Lin Luo shook his head and smiled. Captain Zhou, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Ha! Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda, Zhou Dongliang joked, a rare moment of levity. He pulled a key from his pocket. I know you've been looking into old cases. Here's the key to the archives. Remember, just look, nothing else. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. He nodded firmly. Mission accomplished. It's a case from over a decade ago. Those who knew the details are all gone now, Zhou Dongliang sighed. Handing the key to Lin Luo meant entrusting the case to him. This apprentice, whom he had only formally accepted less than half a year ago, now took the case from his hands just as he himself had taken it from old Yang over a decade ago. 3 generations of detectives have handled this case. I hope you can solve it, Zhou Dongliang said, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded slightly and smiled. Captain Zhou, you can rest assured. You kid, Zhou Dongliang chuckled, patting Lin Luo on the shoulder before turning to leave. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task, Respect. The wearable ability Admiration has been upgraded to Respect. Ability, Respect equipable ability. When equipped, those around the host feel respect toward them. Equipping it greatly increases luck and enables special abilities. System, what's the success rate for using the spider web's ultimate technique while wearing Respect? Lin Luo inquired. Success rate, 80%. The system's response satisfied Lin Luo, making the 2 days spent enhancing the ability well worth it. With an 80% success rate, he felt highly confident in handling the past crimes. Lin Luo headed to the archives room with the key in hand, greeting the elderly guard at the entrance. The guard opened the door for him. This room stored paper-based archives. Before computers became widespread, all the precinct's files were stored here. Young Lin, all the files used to be kept here. No smoking allowed in here, a fire would be a real mess, the guard cautioned. Lin Luo nodded. Holding the key, he approached the filing cabinet, unlocked it, and began flipping through the contents inside. Yellowed case files appeared before Lin Luo, detailing a horrific crime. The photographs seemed to transport Lin Luo back to the crime scene. The gruesome deaths of the family of 5 made his fists clench as he studied the notes taken by old Yang back then. He and Zhou Dongliang had interviewed over 300 people, amassing more than 5,000 pages of transcripts. The killer was calm and cunning, leaving no useful clues at the scene. The investigation hit a dead end. These were old Yang's notes, and Lin Luo could sense the disappointment between the lines. Ding! Host collects clues. Rising star of criminal investigation, the heartfelt words of a veteran detective, the efforts of 3 generations of investigators light will ultimately vanquish evil. Lin Luo's lips curved upward. Sometimes, the rising star of criminal investigation knew how to offer comfort. Did you find any useful clues? The inquiry echoed through the archives room. Lin Luo glanced beside him. Nan Sheng beamed at him. Lin Luo set down the file. What brings you here? Nan Sheng brushed her clothes. A major case broke in West Province. The crime scene investigation there bears striking similarities to a family massacre case from over a decade ago. Lin Luo's hand paused. He stared at the file in his hands. You mean copycat crimes? Copycat crimes were a phenomenon in criminology, more common in the major nations across the ocean. A case with significant social impact could inspire a group of potential criminals to imitate it. The crime scenes often mirror the original, but the crimes Lin Luo had handled over a decade ago were now distant memories, with many eyewitnesses having passed away. Nanqing took the file. It's possible. The Western Province is investigating now. Captain Li requested assistance from the Dong Province Criminal Investigation Brigade, and the brigade sent me to retrieve the original case files. Nanshang lied. Cross-provincial case file requests typically assign level 8 operatives, but Nanshang had volunteered for this assignment. Lin Luo looked at Nanshang. If there are connections between the two cases, I want to go to the scene in West Province. Nanshang's hand paused. She looked at Lin Luo. The West Province crime scene yielded no useful clues. Team leader Li only got access by chance. Are you sure you want to go? Lin Luo replied solemnly. Over a decade ago, Captain Zhou and senior investigator Yang interviewed hundreds of people for this case. The files run over 5,000 pages. Nanshang gazed at the files in her hands. Though slightly yellowed, every word and line represented the dedication of veteran detectives. Are you sure you want to go? Nanshang took a deep breath. Lin Luo replied, yes. I'm going to solve this case. Meeting Lin Luo's unwavering gaze, Nanshang smiled. Don't worry. Leave it to me. She pressed the files into Lin Luo's hands and turned to leave the archives room. Half an hour later, Zhou Dongliang hurried into the archives room. Spotting Lin Luo, he asked, a similar case has emerged in West Province. The Provincial Criminal Investigation Team is deploying personnel, and Old Li and Deputy Gu recommended you. Lin Luo nodded. He had met both Li Guolin and Gu Ming. Zhou Dongliang looked at him with satisfaction. Over a decade ago, Old Yang and I investigated for 2 months without finding the killer. This time, don't disgrace Dongshan. Lin Luo nodded firmly. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Go pack your things. The Provincial Criminal Investigation South team is waiting for you outside. Zhou Dongliang watched as Lin Luo gathered his files and left. A sense of relief washed over Zhou Dongliang. He had great confidence in Lin Luo. That kid's changed a lot since he first arrived, Zhou Dongliang chuckled. Then, as if remembering something, his expression turned peculiar. No way. Nanshang is renowned as the Provincial Criminal Investigation Bureau's top beauty. He's got the advantage of proximity. Call Zhou Qin. At that moment, Lin Luo finished packing and loaded the files into Nanshang's car. Nanshang put on sunglasses and asked, everything ready? The files and materials are all packed, Lin Luo confirmed, glancing at the files in the trunk. Nanshang smiled. Don't forget your toiletries and clothes. Ha! Lin Luo suddenly realized he hadn't packed his personal belongings yet. He looked at Nanshang and said, the dorm is just around the corner. Take me there. Sure. Nanshang motioned for Lin Luo to get in and was about to start the engine. A car pulled up beside Nanshang's vehicle. The window rolled down, revealing Zhou Qin's radiant face. How careless of you going on a business trip without clothes or toiletries, Zhou Qin said with a smile, looking like the perfect girlfriend. Nanshang narrowed her eyes. Her hands gripped the steering wheel as she fixed her gaze on Zhou Qin, an invisible battle unfolding between the two women. Lin Luo hurriedly got out and asked, what are you doing here? Old Dad called. I came to see you off. Zhou Qin stepped out and took Lin Luo's hand. Everything's in the car. Western Province is colder than Winter Province. Stay warm. Lin Luo cleared her throat. Got it. Chapter 77, Perseverance. West Province was colder than Winter Province. Nanshang's car veered off the provincial highway and got stuck on a narrow road. Nanshang got out and limped across the snowy ground. Lin Luo followed, asking, what's wrong? The car's stuck in the snow. Nanshang brushed snow off his hat. Captain Li sent someone to pick us up. Lin Luo shook the snow from his coat. All right, we'll wait here. The two returned to the car and waited. Half an hour later, the sound of dogs barking echoed through the air. Hearing the dogs, Lin Luo asked, barking? Is someone hunting nearby? Nanshang pulled out his phone. The Western Province Criminal Investigation Team is here to pick us up. Get out. As soon as Lin Luo stepped out, he saw a large sled pulled by over a dozen dogs come to a halt. 2 men sat atop the sled. One was tall with a smile on his face, the other was of medium build, wearing white gloves. As soon as the sled halted, the tall man leaped down. He looked at Lin Luo and said, hello, I'm Wang Ning from the Western Province Criminal Investigation Department. Where's team leader Nan? Lin Luo pointed behind him. Wang Ning's smile broadened as he strode straight toward Nanshang. The man of average height apologized, old Wang's just like that. Don't mind him. No problem. Lin Luo could see Wang Ning's warm regard for Nanshang. My name is Li Qi. You must be Lin Luo. Li Qi shook Lin Luo's hand and remarked with admiration, a promising young man. Team leader Li has told me about you. Lin Luo smiled. I heard the case in West Province resembles the family massacre that happened in Dongshan City before. Li Qi glanced at Wang Ning, who was deftly carrying luggage. Hop on the sled. We'll talk as we go. All right. The group boarded the sled along with their luggage. Amidst the heavy snow, the dogs raced forward with joy. Along the way, Li Qi described the Western Province case in detail to Lin Luo. Lin Luo frowned in confusion. No traces were found at the scene? How is that possible? Li Qi sighed. We exhausted every possible method, yet found no useful clues. The killer is a meticulous individual. We call him the Fox, Wang Ning interjected. Shan'an, I'll take you to see the scene. Nanshang chuckled, I came with Lin Luo this time. He's the main investigator, I'm just assisting. Wang Ning's gaze shifted to Lin Luo. The handsome features of his face made Wang Ning feel slightly uncomfortable. He snorted. Lin, when did you join the force? Half a year ago, Lin Luo replied truthfully. Wang Ning felt a surge of satisfaction. A detective with only 6 months on the job would be easy to handle. This time, he intended to make a strong impression in front of his goddess. With that thought, Wang Ning adopted a solemn tone. Little Lin, the situation in West Province is complex, nothing like your Winter Province. This time, you should observe and learn diligently. Li Qi's expression darkened. Before coming, Li Guolin had warned him that Lin Luo's investigative skills were among the best in both provinces. Clearing his throat, he said, mutual assistance. Mutual assistance. Nanshang glanced at Lin Luo and remarked, Brother Wang. Lin Luo broke Deputy Chief Ji's case-solving record at the Dongsheng Municipal Bureau. Wang Ning's smile froze as he scrutinized Lin Luo. Guming enjoyed an exceptionally close relationship with Li Guolin, and the entire Western Province criminal investigation community recognized Guming as a seasoned veteran. Rumors about Guming circulated within the Western Province's criminal investigation circles, such as his record for the fastest homicide case resolution. He took a deep breath and said, the new generation surpasses the old. Let's exchange ideas more often. Lin Luo smiled. Let's progress together. After learning of Lin Luo's formidable track record, Wang Ning remained silent for the entire journey. Upon arriving at the Western Province Criminal Investigation Department, Li Guolin personally greeted Lin Luo and Nanshang. Lin Luo has arrived, Li Guolin said with a smile, recalling Lin Luo's outstanding performance during their cross-provincial investigation. Captain Li. Lin Luo presented the case files. This time, we're not only here to solve the case in West Province, but also to resolve the decades-old cold case. Seeing Lin Luo's resolute gaze, Li Guolin felt a surge of emotion. A horrific massacre had occurred in West Province, leaving no clues at the scene. The first case that came to Li Guolin's mind was the one that had happened in East Shenzhen. Guming had often mentioned it to him, and Li Guolin had once felt deeply sorry for the late Yang. 3 generations of Dongshan detectives have worked tirelessly. We will unravel this old case and deliver justice to the victims, Li Guolin declared with unwavering resolve. After discussing the case, Lin Luo pulled his luggage toward the arranged lodging. Nansheng slipped over to Lin Luo and whispered, thanks for covering for me with Wang Ning. I think Brother Wang's pretty great, he helped you with your luggage right after arriving. Lin Luo glanced back to see Wang Ning pulling Nansheng's pile of luggage without showing any signs of fatigue. Nansheng waved dismissively. Wang Ning and I grew up in the same courtyard. He's always been trying to show off in front of me since we were kids. Nansheng and Wang Ning knew each other, their families were old acquaintances. Nansheng understood Wang Ning's feelings toward her, but she felt nothing for this childhood friend. Lin Luo tugged at the luggage and whispered, just consider it, okay? Nansheng's eyes twinkled as a smile spread across her face. Then consider me. I know you don't have a girlfriend yet. Don't tell me you've hooked up with that little nurse at the hospital. No, Lin Luo shook his head hastily, glancing toward the distance. I'll be competing in the PXZ tournament in a few months. I'm not in the mood for dating. No rush. You're a level 7 operator now. If you place well in the competition, you'll hit level 6 within a year. Nansheng appraised Lin Luo up and down. Level 6 before 30. Lin Luo's hand twitched. He realized something, with the system's help, his rank had been climbing smoothly. He was confident he could win the PXZ tournament. Returning with a level 6 rank within a year would make him a prime target. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Nansheng looked at him and said, after the PXZ tournament concludes, I'll request the Provincial Criminal Investigation Department to transfer you to the Provincial Criminal Investigation Brigade. Lin Luo knew promotion was inevitable, people naturally aspire upward, just as water flows downward. He nodded. I'll be counting on you, Sister Nan. Nansheng laughed heartily. I'll have your back when the time comes. Wang Ning, trailing behind, felt a pang of curiosity. He wanted to know what Nansheng and Lin Luo were discussing, but burdened with a pile of luggage, he couldn't squeeze closer. Li Qi called from behind, Old Wang, slow down. Wang Ning frowned. Old Li, why are you here? Li Qi gave a wry smile. If Wang Ning hadn't intimidated Lin Luo, would he have been assigned here? Li Guolin treated Lin Luo like a treasure, so naturally he had to step up. I followed to brief you. We'll head to the scene once the main road reopens. Hopefully the heavy snow hasn't compromised the crime scene. Wang Ning's expression darkened at Li Qi's words. He had surveyed the scene himself but found no useful clues. His earlier cheerful mood upon meeting Nan Sheng faded considerably. Seeing his demeanor, Li Qi sighed, patted Wang Ning on the shoulder and said, "The killer is meticulous. Don't lose heart. I hear Lin Luo is quite skilled at tracing leads." Wang Ning snorted at the mention of Lin Luo's name. "Poof. Our Western Province Criminal Investigation Division isn't weak either." Li Qi chuckled. All right. We'll see how you perform this afternoon." Chapter 78, Investigation. Heavy snow fell across Western Province. After the main roads were cleared, Li Guolin led his team to the scene. The crime scene was in a small village, and Li Guolin personally led the team. Village officials had been waiting at the entrance and immediately approached the police cars upon seeing them. "Captain Li, you're here," the village chief said, rubbing his reddened nose. As Li Guolin stepped out of the car, he looked at the chief and said, "It's freezing out here. You should get the villagers inside. This way, please." This way. The group entered the village committee office. Li Guolin looked at the village chief and asked, "It's been snowing heavily these past few days. Has the crime scene been secured?" "I had the villagers set up a shelter in the courtyard. They cleared the snow every few hours." The village chief rubbed his reddened hands. Li Guolin sighed. "Thank you, old chief." The village chief grinned, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. He said, "No trouble at all, Chief Lin. You know our village's situation. Now the third son's family has arrived." No sooner had he finished speaking than wails of grief echoed through the room. A young woman supported an elderly woman with graying hair as she entered. The old woman burst into tears the moment she saw Li Guolin. Li Guolin said solemnly, "We invited you family members here to clarify the situation. We specially brought in a criminal investigation expert from Dong Province. This is Lin Luo." The old woman glanced at Lin Luo and began weeping even harder. The older generation believed that those without facial hair couldn't be trusted to handle matters properly. Clearing his throat, Li Guolin said, "Sister, Lin Luo is one of the elite from West Province." "Grandma, I know Officer Lin. He was in the newspaper, a hero who saved lives," the young woman beside her said. Only then did the old woman stop crying. She patted the girl's hand. "You two are the same age. Chat together." Nan Sheng stepped forward, taking the girl's hand. "Come on, let's talk somewhere else." Lin Luo followed them into an adjacent room. Nansheng said, "Officer Lin, you go first." Lin Luo took out his notebook and looked at the woman. "What was your relationship with the deceased?" "I'm the deceased's niece." The woman stared intently at Lin Luo, her eyes burning with intensity. "My name is Wang Sha." "Wang Sha." Lin Luo fixed his gaze on her. "Were you close to the deceased? Did you notice anything unusual at his home recently?" Wang Sha paused briefly before replying, "My uncle and his family run a business elsewhere. In recent years, as he grew older, he felt it was time to return to his roots and build a house here. My aunt called me recently, saying someone had left dead cats and dogs at their doorstep. She thought it was someone playing a prank." Lin Luo flipped to the deceased's identity record. Wang Zhong had left home young to make his fortune and had earned a considerable amount of money. His company was quite renowned in Western Province. Not only Wang Zhong, but several of the Wang brothers had also achieved success in business. "A prank." Lin Luo noted the suspicion and continued, "Where were you when the incident occurred?" "I was back in the provincial capital visiting my grandmother," Wang Sha replied, her eyes reddening. She had been very close to Wang Zhong's family. Nansheng patted Wang Sha's shoulder and said, "The victim is gone. What we need to do now is find the killer." Wang Sha nodded slightly. Lin Luo put away his notebook and said, "Let's go to the scene." Wang Sha stared at Lin Luo. "Officer Lin, can I come with you? During the investigation phase, you cannot access the scene." Lin Luo declined, watching Wang Sha leave. Nansheng asked, "What do you make of this Wang Sha?" Lin Luo scribbled a note, hard to say. Her reaction was a bit odd. Nansheng smiled. "Tell me more. Most people wouldn't want to go to the place where a loved one died. Miss Wang seems a bit too eager." "Alright, I'll accompany you, our winter deep Sherlock Holmes, to the scene," Nansheng said. The two trudged through the snow toward the crime scene, with Wang Ning following behind. "Why are you here?" "Captain Li is still at the village committee." Nansheng looked at Wang Ning, who smiled. "I came to check the scene a few days ago and thought of some points of suspicion. I figured I'd bring you both along to take a look." Nansheng chuckled softly. The trio arrived at a courtyard fronted by police tape. A bright red plastic tarp covered the yard, where two young men were breaking up snow with long bamboo poles. Spotting the trio, the young man hurried over to block their path. "Who goes there? Didn't you see the tape? No one's allowed in right now." Wang Ning presented his credentials. "I was here a few days ago. I even had dinner at your place. It's only been a few days. Already forgotten me?" The young man adjusted his cap and hurriedly replied, "Oh, it's Brother Wang. My memory's terrible. I'll go get my sister right away." Wang Ning's expression darkened. We're investigating a case. You two should go home for now. Got it, Brother Wang. The young man turned to leave, adding over his shoulder, Brother Wang, my sister's home today. Come over for dinner after you finish the investigation. Go on, go on. Wang Ning waved him away. Nanxing chuckled, been in the village a few days and already hooked up with the village beauty? Remember to have me as your bridesmaid when you get married. Country folk don't know any better, just talking nonsense, Wang Ning retorted, hurriedly pushing open the door. They slipped on shoe covers, donned gloves, and stepped into the courtyard. White lines marked the ground. Wang Ning pointed, this is the victim who died out here, Wang Zheng's second son. His throat was slashed open, blood pooling down to the steps. Lin Luo crouched beside the white line as Nanxing deftly handed him a crime scene photo. Wang Ning snatched the photo. Let me see. I've had doubts about this spot since we arrived. Nan, I'll point it out to you. Nan Shang rolled her eyes as she took the photo back from Wang Ning. Lin Luo, take a look. Any clues? Lin Luo examined the photo. The victim lay face down on the ground, just 3 steps from the front door. Rising star of criminal investigation, an odd posture, peculiar wounds, a ruthless invitee. Wang Ning crossed his arms and looked at Lin Luo. Nan Shang's attitude toward Lin Luo annoyed him. He said, Little Lin, anything new? I'm pondering one question, Lin Luo said, looking up at the house. Did the victim's wounds occur in the courtyard or inside the house? Wang Ning chuckled. Inside, of course. The other 4 victims were all found indoors. The killer scaled the wall, entered directly, and slaughtered the entire Wang Zhong family. Lin Luo shook his head. With wounds that severe, how could Wang Zhong's pampered second son have endured the agony to run outside? Nan Shang's eyes lit up. She turned to Lin Luo. Lin Luo, what are you thinking? Perhaps the killer wasn't climbing over the wall, Lin Luo suggested a possibility. Maybe Wang Zhong invited them in. Wang Ning waved his hand. Absolutely impossible. We questioned all the neighbors, no one entered the crime scene during the incident. Wang Zhong invited them in, but not through the front gate, Lin Luo speculated. Lin, investigations require evidence, Wang Ning dismissed him with a wave, leaving Lin Luo speechless. He couldn't very well tell Wang Ning he had system alerts. That would only get him sent to a mental hospital. Alright. Lin Luo was just making a reasonable deduction. Let's go inside and take a look. Nan Shang pointed toward the house. Lin Luo nodded. Alright. Chapter 79, Investigation. Upon entering the room, Lin Luo was hit by a thick, pungent smell of blood. The bitter cold had preserved the bloodstains at the crime scene, while the blue-green fluorescent marks on the floor revealed the gruesome nature of the incident. Wang Ning pointed at the traces in the room as soon as he entered. If the killer was hired by Wang Zhong, it's highly unusual for someone wearing gloves and shoe covers to be present. Lin Luo examined the evidence in the room. The chaotic footprints and bloodstains on the floor had long been meticulously documented by the provincial forensic team. All these traces and blood belonged to the Wang family. Rising star of criminal investigation, a brutal killer, a merciless banquet of betrayal, a celebration of the despicable. Lin Luo pulled out his notebook and meticulously recorded the details, making no attempt to explain to Wang Ning. Wang Ning, assuming Lin Luo had nothing more to say, fell silent. He smiled and remarked, the provincial criminal investigation team has combed through the crime scene multiple times, examining every inch meticulously. Nansheng asked, do you have any leads to solve the case now? Wang Ning fell silent. Even with the combined strength of the provincial criminal investigation team, they hadn't found any useful leads. To him, this was a disgrace. Lin Luo rose and continued searching, the scent of blood growing stronger. He frowned. Not far away stood the dining table. Except for the second son of the deceased, the other 4 victims had all been killed near it. He studied the crime scene photos and the patterns outlined by the white tape. The killer had been ruthless. The Wang family of 4 had barely had time to react before they fell one after another. Rubbing his temples, Lin Luo asked, has the provincial criminal investigation team found the murder weapon? Wang Ning, who had been boasting to Nan Shang, paused abruptly. Clearing his throat, he replied, not yet. We're still searching for clues. Nanxing turned to Lin Luo. What did you notice? Lin Luo rose and surveyed the room. After striking it rich, Wang Zhong had clearly upgraded his taste, installing a fireplace that now lay cold and extinguished. Rising star of criminal investigation, hope lies within the embers. Lin Luo strode to the fireplace. The charcoal was cold, showing signs of having been disturbed, yet the investigators who searched here found no useful clues. Lin Luo began sifting through the embers with his hands. Wang Ning, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, the fireplace has already been searched. There are no clues. Shut up, Wang Ning, Nan Shang interjected, turning to Lin Luo. Let him search carefully. He might find something. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have discovered evidence, a burnt card. Lin Luo pulled out the charred mass. It was blackened and looked exactly like burnt wood. Lin Luo tore it apart with his hands. Nansheng hurried forward and asked, what is this? A card. It's charred. Lin Luo showed the scorched card to Nan Shang. Wang Ning's face flushed slightly. The Xi Province Criminal Investigation Department had conducted a thorough search and found nothing. Lin Luo's arrival yielded a charred card from the extinguished fireplace, turning a zero-clue situation into one. Nan Shang smiled. Seal it up immediately and send it to the evidence lab. They know what to do. Lin Luo placed the card into an evidence bag. Wang Ning rubbed his head and said, "We've found a lead. I'll go report to Captain Li." Before Nan Shang or Lin Luo could respond, he dashed off. Nan Shang watched Wang Ning's retreating figure with a hint of resignation. "Wang Ning's always been like this since childhood," she remarked. "He doesn't mean any harm." "Competitiveness is a man's nature," Lin Luo remarked. "Especially when a beautiful lady is present." Nan Shang's eyes lit up. She smiled at Lin Luo and asked, "Would you compete fiercely for me?" Lin Luo sighed helplessly. "Let's get back to the case." "I'm waiting for your answer," Nan Shang winked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo continued searching the scene for clues and evidence. Li Guolin, who had received word, hurried over. He looked at the charred card in the evidence bag and smiled. "Kudos to you, little Lin." He had witnessed Lin Luo's skills during a cross-provincial investigation before. This young agent possessed keen perceptiveness, able to uncover clues and evidence overlooked by others. "You lot, follow Lin Luo and search again," Li Guolin ordered in a tone laced with disappointment. Wang Ning, looking like a defeated rooster, hung his head dejectedly and joined the search team alongside Li Qi. Lin Luo led his team upstairs. Curious, he asked, "I saw surveillance cameras in the room. Did you find the footage from the time of the incident?" Li Qi replied, "We found the main control room, but it had been completely emptied. Not a single usable camera remained." Lin Luo jotted the details into his notebook before moving to the kitchen. Unprocessed ingredients remained on the kitchen countertop, and blood had frozen on the knife. "Has the knife been tested?" Li Qi said, "Already tested. It was pig's blood, not the victim's. When reconstructing the scene, we put the cleaver back where it was." Lin Luo nodded and walked over to the stove area. Wang Zhong blended Eastern and Western styles. His home featured both a fireplace and a stove, though the stove was located on the second floor. Lin Luo, this is a custom in Western Province, installing the stove on the second floor to send off the kitchen god each year, Li Qi explained. Lin Luo gave a slight nod. He gazed at the charred portrait of the kitchen god plastered above the stove, its image blackened by years of smoke. A notification pinged in his ear. "Rising star of criminal investigation, secret behind the painting." Lin Luo stepped forward and peeled off the portrait of the kitchen god, revealing a safe. Wang Ning's face darkened at the sight of the safe. The provincial criminal investigation team hadn't discovered this during their search. No one would have thought a safe would be hidden in the seemingly insignificant second-floor kitchen. "Get someone to open the safe. There might be clues inside," Lin Luo said, clapping his hands. Wang Ning couldn't contain his curiosity. He looked at Lin Luo and asked, "Lin Luo, how did you find this?" "It's unbelievable. Our people searched this place multiple times." Finally, no more little Lin Luo thought to himself. He pointed at the peeled-off image of the kitchen god and explained, "The Wang family only uses the second-floor kitchen on important occasions. The fact that the kitchen god's image is so heavily soot-stained is highly unusual." "Right. Why didn't I think of that? It's a local custom to send off the kitchen god every year, and the portrait is supposed to be taken down and burned," Li Qi exclaimed excitedly. A faint smile touched Lin Luo's lips as he explained the portrait was merely a cover for his system. Nan Shang watched from behind, finding Lin Luo's explanation rather far-fetched. But Li Qi had already pieced together a complete chain of reasoning in his mind. The look he gave Lin Luo now held a newfound respect. People with real ability command respect wherever they go, especially in criminal investigation. "Captain Li was absolutely right to call you in," Li Qi remarked with admiration. He summoned several men who used sledgehammers to smash the safe open. Li Guolin arrived on the second floor. Seeing the safe lifted his spirits, and he immediately announced, "Our sister unit from Dongshan has come to assist us this time. Some of you know Lin Luo, he will be in charge of the scene." "Yes, sir." Those from the Western Province Criminal Investigation Division who had witnessed Lin Luo's methods perked up. Lin Luo smiled and said, "Captain Li, let's have Wang Ning lead the team instead." Chapter 80, Spiderweb. "Why are you handing the scene leadership to Wang Ning? He's been picking on you all along. Are you being that generous?" Nan Shang whispered to Lin Luo. Lin Luo replied, "You've said it yourself, Wang Ning isn't a bad person. He's just competitive. This time, I'll let him handle the scene." After gathering several pieces of evidence, Lin Luo planned to use the ultimate technique to upgrade the spider web. To activate the spider web, all collected evidence must be laid out an inconvenient task at the crime scene. He planned to return to the village committee. Nan Shang watched Lin Luo closely, certain there was something fishy about his decision. "I'll trust you this once. But since you don't plan to stay at the scene, where do you intend to go?" Nan Shang, a level 6 operator, could anticipate Lin Luo's next move. Lin Luo looked toward the village committee office and said, I need to borrow a space from the village committee for a brainstorming session. Nanxing chuckled, you want to crack the case with your wild imagination. Lin Luo considered it. The spider web ability required divergent thinking, calling it solving the case with a brainwave wasn't entirely inaccurate. He nodded. Maybe. Nanshang laughed. She glanced up at the heavy snowfall. Lin Luo, you're quite something. I want to see how you brainstorm. I'll come with you. Lin Luo nodded. Meanwhile, Wang Ning happily took charge of the scene. Last time Li Guolin brought them here, he had been the on-site commander. This time, Lin Luo declined and handed the command to him. With Nanshang present, he planned to search for clues with her and strengthen their bond. Just as he was thinking this, Li Guolin nodded. Lin Luo and Nanshang left the scene and plunged into the deep snow. Wang Ning hurriedly protested, why did Lin Luo leave? We can't do without him at the scene. Li Guolin replied, I invited Lin Luo here to show you youngsters that there are always people more capable than you, and the sky has no limits. He's gathered so many clues already, it's time for him to rest at the village committee. You lot keep searching here. Wang Ning frowned. There might still be clues here. Lin Luo could find something. You, always relying on outsiders for help. Li Guolin glared with fierce eyes. Get moving and search. Yes. Wang Ning could only continue searching for clues, tears welling in his eyes. Back at the village committee, Lin Luo shook the snow from his clothes. Nanshang stepped forward, took them, and hung them on a nearby rack. The old village chief, puffing on a pipe, approached. He looked at Lin Luo and said, hello, young comrade. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Luo glanced at the sky outside. Village chief, could you boil some water for us? And please call us when it's time to eat. Sure thing, young man. We're cooking up some of our best dishes for you today. The old village chief smiled as he walked away. Lin Luo watched him depart. Nanshang stood beside Lin Luo and asked, Lin Luo, what do you think? I'm not a detective, so don't ask such pointless questions. The old village chief is a good man, but the village is just too poor. After the Wang Zhengyi family returned, they donated a lot of money. Now that Wang Zhengyi is dead, the village will face hardship again. Lin Luo sighed. Nanshang pulled out several photo albums and spread them out on the table. These are the things you wanted. I've collected them all. Lin Luo nodded. Thanks. Would you like me to organize them for you? Nanshang produced a large clipboard studded with pins, a common tool used by criminal investigators across many regions for case organization. That would be a bother. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. He still remembered the last time he activated his skill, briefly gaining the abilities of a master detective. The exhilarating sensation afterward remained unforgettable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Luo summoned the system. He thought to himself, activate spider web ability. Use the ultimate technique. Ding! Host has selected to activate spider web ability and use its ultimate technique. Spider web activated. Ultimate technique in effect. Ultimate technique successfully activated. Current ability, spider web plus. Ability, spider web plus. Upon activation, the host's reaction speed, cognitive abilities, and associative thinking are significantly enhanced. This allows the host to connect previously gathered clues and can be used in conjunction with the criminal investigation new star. Warning, host's use of spider web plus criminal investigation rising star combination yields level 5 capability. Current application will cause side effects. He'd put in no small amount of effort for this case. He already knew what the side effects would be. Thankfully, the system had self-healing capabilities, so at worst, he'd just have a headache for a day or two. Combined with criminal investigation new star. As Lin Luo's abilities fused seamlessly, Nanshang placed all the evidence and clues onto the clipboard. I've organized everything. You found the cards and the safe contents right here, she explained. Lin Luo stared intently at the evidence, each piece pinned down like nails. He walked over and picked up a strand of green wire to use as a thought conductor. Nanshang raised an eyebrow. What happened to the promised brainstorming session? Why was he already diving into the mind map wires? After activating Spiderweb Plus, Lin Luo felt each clue transform into a thread. These threads were chaotic and tangled, and he was like a spider sitting at the center. All he needed to do was weave them into a web to capture the culprit. He had to locate the source of the threads. Lin Luo's gaze swept to the upper right corner, where he spotted the safe. Rising star of forensics, the safe behind the kitchen god portrait, the source of all evil. Lin Luo firmly anchored the nails on the photograph as his starting point. One clue after another was arranged and combined. He selected the appropriate ones to connect. Under Nanshang's watchful gaze, the clues on the clipboard coalesced into a pattern that, viewed from the front, resembled a vast web. She remarked, Lin Luo, we agreed to brainstorm first. Why start working already? Could it be you already have a plan in mind? Lin Luo turned to look at Nanshang. Under the influence of the spider web of abilities plus, her voice felt distant and faint. Noticing his unusual state, Nanshang hurried forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Lin Luo, are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Luo's voice sounded muffled like a broken radio. Nansheng grabbed his hand. She had witnessed elite investigators collapse from intense mental strain before. No, you must stop immediately and get some proper rest. No. I must finish. Lin Luo's words came with great effort, yet his eyes remained fixed on the clipboard. His web wasn't perfect yet. Those clues were merely deductions he needed to think them through and verify them, weaving the most flawless web of evidence. No. Nansheng was adamant. She knew Lin Luo's track record. He could land himself in the hospital 3 times a month. Lin Luo looked at Nansheng and said, "Trust me." Nansheng loosened her tight grip on his hand. After a moment, she sighed. "You always have to be reckless, never considering anyone else's feelings. If you pass out, I'll just leave you here." Hearing Nansheng's petulant words, Lin Luo smiled. His gaze returned to the splint as he continued refining his spiderweb design. From day into night, Nansheng brought him meals. When others inquired, she made up an excuse. Inside the room, gazing at the completed web of clues, Lin Luo smiled. "It's done." A sharp pain made his vision go dark. The last thing he heard was Nansheng's startled cry. Chapter 81, Awakening. Lin Luo, Lin Luo. An anxious voice echoed in his ears as a splitting headache pounded his skull. Dazed, he tried to respond. A hand pressed against his forehead as Nansheng spoke. "This is bad. Lin Luo's condition is critical. I need to get him to the provincial hospital immediately. Xiaonan, I know you're anxious, but we've all seen the mental map. Lin Luo must have uncovered a crucial clue. There's a doctor in the village. Let's have him examine Lin Luo first. If he regains consciousness, he could help solve the case." Li Guolin's voice rang out. He too wanted to send Lin Luo to the hospital, but seeing Lin Luo's deduction diagram, he knew Lin Luo couldn't be moved. "No, we absolutely must get Lin Luo out of here. What if delaying his treatment causes further complications? He's already been hospitalized 3 times this month. He can't endure any more strain." Nansheng's tone was firm. Li Guolin sighed helplessly and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. But how are we supposed to get him out in this freezing cold? I'll request a helicopter from the provincial bureau to transport Lin Luo out. You, Captain Li, will take charge of the case. Lin Luo is truly blessed." "You really are willing to go to such lengths," Li Guolin remarked with a sigh. He had never seen Nansheng so anxious before, which was precisely why he had backed down. "Xiaonan, how about I drive into the city to fetch a doctor to examine Lin Luo first?" Wang Ning's voice chimed in. Nansheng shook her head. "With this blizzard, your car won't even make it out. That would delay treatment. I'm requesting the provincial bureau right now." Wang Ning coughed twice, stung by Nansheng's retort. "All right," he conceded. "I'll stay here and watch over Lin Luo. The case can't wait." Lin Luo handed the scene over to you before leaving. "I'm sure you've discovered something." Nansheng's single sentence silenced Wang Ning. After taking over the scene, he led the Provincial Criminal Investigation Elite team in a thorough search but found no useful clues. He was puzzled. How had Lin Luo uncovered so many leads? Could he be some kind of master detective? "No need." Lin Luo spoke up. Nansheng exclaimed with surprise, "Lin Luo, you're awake. How do you feel? Don't get up." You collapsed suddenly from overthinking. "I'll request a helicopter from provincial headquarters to transport you for treatment immediately." Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. "Just a bit of a headache, nothing else. I'll be fine after resting a while. No need to trouble the provincial bureau with a helicopter. In this freezing snowstorm, it'd be risky if something happened." The system possessed powerful healing capabilities, so Lin Luo didn't take this headache seriously. Just as Li Guolin was about to speak, Nansheng waved her hand. "Everyone, please step outside. Let Lin Luo rest alone for a while. Once he's recovered, he'll speak with you all." Li Guolin could only nod. "Get some good rest, Lin Luo. I'll come back tomorrow." Lin Luo's mind was in turmoil. Every clue he'd pieced together earlier brought fresh waves of headache. After everyone left, Nansheng's expression darkened. She looked at Lin Luo on the bed and said, "Now I understand why you end up hospitalized 3 times a month. How can you be so careless with your health? If you keep this up, you'll end up a complete idiot." Lin Luo grinned. "Nansheng, I'm young and my body can handle it. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll be back on my feet, ready to crack cases." Nansheng chuckled at his teasing. "If you're still lying in bed tomorrow, I'll drag you out myself." "You can count on it," Lin Luo said confidently. "All right, no more joking. Get some rest. I'll check on you tomorrow. If you're still unwell, we'll arrange a helicopter transfer. I'll contact the professional team. You're about to compete in the PXZ tournament. You're Dong Province's top contender." Lin Luo knew how seriously Dong Province's Criminal Investigation Department took the PXZ. Winning this international competition would be a huge source of pride. He nodded. "Once this case is solved, I'll stay put in Dongsheng." Nansheng nodded and rose to leave. Lin Luo forced himself to sit up. A small map appeared in his field of vision. Ding! Congratulations, host, on integrating spiderweb plus clue. A mini-map has been generated based on the clues. Please review it promptly. Lin Luo clenched his fist. The clues from the crime scene had been synthesized into a mini-map. With this map, he could begin his search. Nothing outside the village? What could it be? Lin Luo's curiosity piqued. After fiddling with the mini-map for a while, he felt tired and lay back on the bed, closing his eyes. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound of a rooster crowing woke him. Lin Luo opened his eyes to find Nan Shang already seated beside him, holding a bowl of steaming porridge. You're awake. This porridge was cooked by the village chief. Drink up. How are you feeling? Lin Luo took the bowl. Starting the day with hot porridge feels like pure bliss. Flatterer, Nan Shang smiled, her lips curving. She looked at Lin Luo and said, you scared me half to death yesterday with your deductions. Using spiderweb as a special ability at Lin Luo's level inevitably came at a cost. He chuckled. After racking my brains yesterday, I finally have some leads. Go get Captain Li over here. No need to call me, I'm already here. I heard you've got a lead. Li Guolin walked in with a smile. He had inexplicable faith in Lin Luo's deductive skills, likely because Lin Luo had made such a deep impression during their last cross-provincial investigation. Captain Li, let's head out now. Lin Luo pulled on his clothes, eager to follow the mini-map and search for clues. Li Guolin glanced at Nan Shang carrying the porridge and said, don't rush. Wang Ning and the others are still sleeping in. Finish your porridge first, don't waste Nan's kindness. Yes, sir. Outside the door, Wang Ning gave Li Qi a wry smile. They'd been dragged over by Li Guolin early that morning and rushed straight to Lin Luo's place. Now look at them scapegoats. Li Qi patted Wang Ning's shoulder reassuringly. In his eyes, the burly Wang Ning was no match for Lin Luo. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the scene. Lin Luo studied the mini-map and said, Captain Li, based on the previous clues, I've made some deductions. Go ahead. If the killer was invited in by Wang Zhong must have entrusted them with something. Did you find the safe on the second floor open earlier? Li Guolin nodded. It was opened. We found several passbooks inside. The officers handed the contents of the safe to Lin Luo. He examined them closely and noticed large sums had been transferred across all the passbooks. Large transfers, Lin Luo remarked with a smile. Wang Zhong has been out of the business world for years. Logically, he shouldn't have such substantial transfers unless he hired someone, Nan Shang interjected, her gaze fixed on Lin Luo. What have you discovered? Lin Luo looked at the direction the mini-map pointer extended. Yes. The killer did leave traces. Chapter 82, The Murder Weapon. A gleaming wood chopping knife lay before a woodpile. Such knives were so common in West Province that the provincial criminal investigators instinctively overlooked it. Bruno's solution was evenly sprayed over it, causing a blue-green fluorescence to appear. Wang Ning's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Captain Li, there's a blood reaction. This must be the murder weapon. No wonder he was so excited. After searching for so long without finding any clues, they had finally discovered the murder weapon right in front of an inconspicuous woodpile. Li Guolin looked at Lin Luo with admiration. This young detective, barely out of the academy, had already delivered so many surprises. Lin Luo, how did you deduce the murder weapon was still at the scene? Li Qi voiced the question on everyone's mind. Based on the victim's circumstances, Lin Luo replied calmly. The entire Wang Zhong family was murdered. Wang Zhong's son, the last victim, was found collapsed not far from the door. The killer is issuing a warning through this method. Warning? Li Guolin frowned. Who was he warning? Those people back then. Lin Luo took a breath. I need to see old lady Wang now. Perhaps she knows something. Ding. Congratulations, host, on discovering the murder weapon, a chopping knife. Rising star of forensic science, bloodstains on the cleaver bear witness to souls brutally taken. The tangled fate of 2 generations has ultimately become a sin. All right. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo met old Mrs. Wang at the village committee office. Old Mrs. Wang looked at the room full of people with displeasure. My son is dead. Why haven't you investigated the case yet? Now you're questioning this old woman? Do you think I killed my son? Please calm down, madam. We simply have some questions for you. Your insights could help us solve this case swiftly, allowing your son to rest in peace. Mrs. Wang snorted. Lin Luo looked at her and said, Mrs. Wang, your son left home over 20 years ago to seek his fortune. Do you know how he built his fortune? Of course through hard work and determination. How else would he have made his fortune? Old Mrs. Wang's face lit up with pride as she spoke of her late son. Perhaps things aren't quite as you remember. Did Wang Zhong return home over a decade ago? What happened then? Mrs. Wang paused to recall. That was over a decade ago. Zhong rushed home in a panic, saying he'd incurred debts from a business deal abroad and took several thousand yuan from the family. Mrs. Wang, do you recall this item? Lin Luo produced an object. Mrs. Wang nodded. I vaguely remember this. Zhonger said it was a Buddhist amulet he'd obtained from a foreign master. But over a decade ago, your son had never traveled abroad. He had no means of connecting with foreign masters. Lin Luo stated the facts. What are you implying? My son never stole or robbed anyone. He paid his taxes on time every year. Now he's been murdered, and you suspect him? Mrs. Wang's eyes widened, ready to explode. Nanshang, standing nearby, interjected, Mrs. Wang, we're asking for your cooperation with the investigation. Nanshang's imposing presence, combined with the stern glare from beneath her uniform's phoenix-like eyes, instantly silenced Mrs. Wang's tirade. Officers, my grandmother is elderly. I'll handle this, the girl announced from the doorway. Lin Luo's gaze fell on her. This lady, please come in. The woman entered, supporting Mrs. Wang. After escorting her out, she sat quietly in a chair. Do you know this amulet? Yes, I've seen my uncle wear it. It was his most treasured possession. The girl looked at the amulet in Lin Luo's hand. Lin Luo said, send the amulet to the lab for analysis. Though it's been washed repeatedly, the bloodstains won't come out. Wang Ning nodded immediately. The girl sensed something was off and turned to Lin Luo. Officer Lin, what do you mean? My uncle is a kind-hearted man. He wouldn't do anything so heinous. That's precisely why we're investigating. If anything comes up, we'll notify you. You may go now, ma'am. Lin Luo addressed the girl, who hesitated to speak further. Nansheng interjected, time's up. We need to return to the crime scene immediately. The girl had no choice but to turn and leave. Li Guolin whispered from the side, Lin Luo, what's going on here? In that family massacre case from years ago, the property at the scene wasn't missing anything, but the Buddha amulet, the male head of the household war, was gone. Lin Luo took a deep breath. This seemingly insignificant clue had been painstakingly uncovered by Old Yang and Zhou Dongliang through meticulous comparison of photographs. So you're saying the Wang Zhong massacre is connected to that old case? Li Guolin instantly grasped the connection, his eyes lighting up. Solving two cases at once would be ideal. It's only a hypothesis for now. We need concrete evidence from the lab. If the blood samples match, we can confirm Wang Zhong's involvement in that old case, or at least that he was privy to the details. Good. Li Guolin snapped his fingers. Send the evidence to the provincial lab immediately. I need the results by this afternoon at the latest. Yes, sir. Nansheng sat beside Lin Luo and looked at him. I know about that old massacre case. Old Yang and Captain Zhou sacrificed so much for it. If you can solve it now, they'd be so proud. Lin Luo stared at the photo showing the gruesome state of the Wang Zhong family. I can't shake the feeling this case isn't as straightforward as it seems. Seeing Lin Luo deep in thought, Nansheng smiled. At least we've taken the initiative. The killer is like a rat in a sewer now. Once we grab its tail, we can bring it to justice. Lin Luo smiled. You're right. I was overthinking it. This time, we absolutely must crack that cold case. Lin Luo's resolve was unwavering, and admiration flashed in Nansheng's eyes. Wang Ning, witnessing this, felt a surge of jealousy. He interjected, Lin Luo, I still have some doubts about the crime scene. Why don't you take me there now? Nansheng shot Wang Ning a withering look. You've been digging for clues for ages and still haven't found anything. Now you want Lin Luo to teach you? Wang Ning rubbed his hands together and chuckled, mutual assistance, mutual assistance. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Tap tap tap. The sound of fingers tapping echoed in the dimly lit room. A pair of black rubber gloves lay casually before the computer screen. Interesting, interesting. Young detectives these days are quite skilled. K has put a bounty on your head, might be a nice payday. The figure at the computer chuckled. The screen displayed Lin Luo and his team at the village committee office. Slowly rising, the man picked up the rubber gloves, slipped them on, then drew a dagger pin to the wall. But everyone who knows the truth must die. Though you're clever, your head will soon be mine. The door swung open, and a blizzard swept in, filling the world with a vast expanse of white. The figure stepping out vanished swiftly into the blizzard, their footprints on the ground soon buried by the falling snow. Chapter 83, The Binding. The snow fell heavier and heavier. Fortunately, the amulet sent to the Provincial Criminal Investigation Department had yielded bloodstains. After DNA comparison, it was confirmed to belong to the victim from years ago. Relief washed over everyone. The connection between the two cases was now confirmed. If they could catch the killer, they could follow the trail back to solving the old massacre case. The heavy snow blocked the roads, forcing Lin Luo and his team to stay temporarily at the village committee. This snowfall is truly heavy. I heard the main roads are buried again, but thankfully the village chief has arranged lodging for us, Li Qi remarked, gazing at the blizzard outside. Wang Ning had been dispatched by Li Guolin to the provincial lab for bloodstain analysis. With this jealousy-prone rival out of the way, Lin Luo and Nansheng began organizing the case files. Nansheng was fascinated by Lin Luo's extraordinary detective instincts, especially since she was his mentor for the PXZ competition. The two began chatting. The PXZ competition is unique. It selects extremely difficult cases for contestants. Whoever solves the case in the shortest time wins the championship, Nansheng explained. Lin Luo's interest peaked. Is it a simulated crime scene? Nanqing shook her head. When I competed that year, the police took me straight to an actual homicide scene. You know how security isn't great overseas. Serial killings and copycat crimes are rampant. Lin Luo understood not every place enjoyed the same level of security as China. Lin Luo asked, Coach Nan, we have a month of pre-competition training. Could you share some insights? Nansheng smiled. This time, the higher-ups are placing great importance on the competition. That's why this month's training will be held abroad. We'll be providing assistance to a friendly nation. You know things can get a bit chaotic there, so this will help our team acclimate in advance. Hearing this, Lin Luo felt much more at ease. That's good, he said. It'll be nice to see some different scenery. Nansheng glanced around before whispering to Lin Luo, you need to perform well during this training. You're only a seed player from Dong province, but there are over 50 competitors nationwide. Lin Luo's heart stirred. He asked, is this training camp also for weeding out candidates? Only the elite will be selected to go abroad? Nansheng smiled faintly. I never said anything. You can guess for yourself. Nansheng had already revealed more than enough to Lin Luo, who nodded, committing this kindness to memory. Halfway through organizing the files, Nansheng needed to use the restroom. The village facilities were rudimentary. The village committee building lacked restrooms, forcing her to venture out into the snow to a nearby outhouse. Lin Luo nodded and began organizing the files alone. Half an hour passed, yet the heavy snow continued to fall outside. Nansheng still hadn't returned. Lin Luo paused his work and rose to the doorway. Lichi spotted Lin Luo and chuckled, Lin Luo, the snow's coming down too hard now. You really shouldn't go out. Sister Nan said she was just going to the restroom, but she hasn't come back yet. I'll go take a look. Li Chi winked at Lin Luo. Young folks these days sure do things differently. Just remember not to catch a chill. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. What are you thinking, brother Li? With that, Lin Luo stepped out into the heavy snow. The village committee wasn't far from the public restroom, and Lin Luo arrived there shortly after setting out. Through the snow, he could faintly make out red paint scrawled on the wall. Who has no sense of public decency, painting advertisements outside the public toilet? Lin Luo chuckled to himself. He moved closer and saw the words scrawled on the outer wall. I've got the woman now. Keep your mouth shut or I'll kill her. Come alone. Lin Luo's heart tightened. He shouted into the restroom twice, but there was no response. Circling around to the back, he spotted a shoe in the snow. It belonged to Nansheng. Lin Luo clenched his teeth. No wonder after finding the murder weapon, the mini-map pointer had gone haywire, spinning wildly like it was broken. The killer had never left the village all alone. Without pausing to think, Lin Luo followed the trail of red stains on the ground, running forward relentlessly. A grove of trees came into view, blanketed in snow like a white curtain. Gritting his teeth, Lin Luo plunged into the woods. Activate Burst. Use Secret Art. Without hesitation, Lin Luo activated Burst and unleashed his ultimate technique. Empowered by his admiration, he successfully attained the Burst user ability. A surge of heat coursed from his chest to his limbs. Exhaling sharply, Lin Luo cautiously scanned his surroundings. This forest was the perfect hiding spot. Lin Luo couldn't give the hidden killer any chance. I've found the clues. I will bring you to justice, Lin Luo declared. No one answered. Only the sound of wind and snow filled the air. Lin Luo waited patiently. Enhanced by the Burst user's power, his hearing was exceptionally sharp. Ding! Host detected in danger. System providing one-time ability, hearing. Ability, hearing. Using this ability, the host can hear the faintest sounds in a blizzard. The system delivered as always, granting Lin Luo the ability he needed most. Whoosh! Under the cover of the wind, a cold arrow flew out from the woods. Lin Luo rolled and dashed behind a tree. A low chuckle carried on the wind into Lin Luo's ears. No wonder old K offered such a hefty bounty. Your head really is worth its weight in gold. Hearing this, Lin Luo's heart stirred. He said, the entire village is surrounded by us. There's no point in resisting. So young and already trying to intimidate people, humph. The killer lurking in the shadows let out a cold snort. This woman is in my hands now. If you don't want her dead, drop your weapon, strip naked, and walk out into the open. Lin Luo laughed. If I drop my weapon, I'll die. At worst, you kill her, and then I'll kill you to avenge her. Heartless bastard, the killer spat. Don't tell me you don't care for her, or do you merely see her as a tool? Lin Luo chuckled softly, his ears twitching slightly as the system's ability pinpointed the killer's location unbeknownst to him. You traced the trail back to me. I admit defeat. But you're no match for me, the killer declared. You've already lost, Lin Luo replied, a smile curving his lips. You truly believed your crime was flawless, yet you left a crucial piece of evidence at the scene. That evidence alone was enough for me to track you down. Impossible, the killer shrieked. I left no clues at the scene. How could you find the key evidence? Found it. Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat. His gaze swept toward a tree ahead on the right. Sure enough, a figure wrapped in a white blanket crouched in the branches. A braid of hair peeked out from behind the tree. It was Nan Shang, the victim abducted by the killer. Lin Luo drew a sharp breath. The Weapon King granted him immense power. Gripping the cold gun, he darted out from behind the tree in an instant. Aligned perfectly, a bullet roared from the barrel. Bang! The figure in the tree plummeted to the ground. Lin Luo didn't pause, charging straight toward the tree. Chapter 84, Surrounding. Lin Luo reached Nansheng's side at breakneck speed, bending down to check her condition. Nan Shang was unconscious but unharmed. Lin Luo removed his jacket and draped it over her. Glancing at the bloodstain beneath the tree nearby, he pulled out his phone. Captain Li, the suspect, appeared and took Nan Shang hostage. I've already subdued him. Li Guolin replied in a grave tone, I'll send reinforcements immediately. What's your current location? Captain Li, the suspect is trying to escape. I'm in front of the public restroom. Lin Luo watched the suspect darting through the woods. There's no time. Take Nan Shang away with your team. I'll pursue the suspect. Lin Luo hung up. He wasn't being reckless. The suspect's extraordinary combat prowess had been evident in the massacre case. The officers from the Western Province Criminal Investigation Department were likely no match for him. When Li Qi arrived at the location through the snow, Lin Luo called out from a distance, Nan Shang is yours. Get him back to the village committee immediately. Li Qi recalled Li Guolin's instructions and was about to call out to Lin Luo when the latter vanished in a flash, disappearing into the vast expanse of snow. He sure moves fast, Li Qi muttered, wiping sweat from his brow as he helped Nan Shang up from the snow and headed toward the village committee. In the woods, the bloodstains on the ground guided Lin Luo's path. The abilities granted by the system proved invaluable during the pursuit. Lin Luo could hear scattered footsteps approaching from the distance the suspect was fleeing. You won't get away. Lin Luo planted his feet in the snow, unleashing an explosive burst enhanced by his ultimate technique. The king weapon allowed him to maintain stability on the soft snow, propelling him faster than the injured suspect could run. Soon, he spotted a white figure limping across the snow. A surge of excitement filled Lin Luo as he closed in rapidly. Sensing his approach, the figure began weaving through the trees, drawing Lin Luo into a chase. 3 minutes later, Lin Luo cornered the white figure. You can't escape. Stop right there. Lin Luo bellowed. The suspect chuckled. Never expected you to be so nimble on your feet. But did you think I was alone? I've been waiting for you to walk right into the trap. The suspect pulled back her hood, revealing a weathered face, a middle-aged woman. A scar ran across her cheek as several figures emerged from the surrounding woods. That's the kid, a man wielding a shotgun glared at Lin Luo. He's too young to have uncovered our operation. Don't underestimate the young ones. I hear this kid's a hero in Dongshan. He even took on Old K before. Old K's mad as hell about it. The kid's head's worth 6 figures. A man with a cigar clenched between his teeth remarked. The shotgun-wielding man laughed heartily. Who'd have thought a hunting trip would land us such a big game? Kill this kid, and we can relax outside. The group surrounded Lin Luo. The middle-aged woman fixed him with a stare. Impulsiveness is the devil's work, young man. Any last words? Speak now. Ever heard the saying? Villains die by talking too much. You lot are just too chatty. Empowered by the Weapon King, Lin Luo possessed combat prowess beyond ordinary men. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the man wielding the shotgun crashing to the ground. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth. Refuse the wine, drink the punishment. We still have 5 men. Charge. Kill this brat. The others charged at Lin Luo. With a flick of his foot, he kicked up a swirl of snowflakes. Gunfire erupted from all sides, bullets whizzing toward him. The middle-aged woman was the most frantic. When the snow settled, she scanned the spot where Lin Luo had been standing. Finding neither a body nor a trace of blood, her heart sank. Where the hell did that little bastard go? We're catching him today, the middle-aged woman gritted out, while the man clutching the shotgun held his severed hand. When we catch that brat, we'll tear him limb from limb to satisfy my rage. Quick, someone stop the bleeding. Do you want me dead? The man yelled. One man bent down to tend to the man's wound. The middle-aged woman waved her hand, and the others scattered to search. At that moment, Lin Luo was hidden within a snowdrift. His ability allowed him to pinpoint their positions in the blizzard. The gun in his hand was icy cold, but Lin Luo's chest burned hot. 5 more, Lin Luo's ears twitched twice. He lifted his head slightly as Weapon King calculated wind speed, humidity, and other factors in his mind. Bang! A bullet streaked through the snow, striking one of the searchers. He screamed and collapsed, his weapon-wielding arm shattered. Damn little brat! He's right there! Shoot him down! The middle-aged woman spat through gritted teeth as bullets rained down on Lin Luo's hiding spot. Lin Luo showed no sign of panic. He had already slipped away to another location. Hiding behind a tree, Lin Luo drew out his magazine and counted the remaining rounds, just 3 left. Lin Luo pondered briefly. Weapon King offered him a solution. Feasible. Proceed. Standing behind the tree, Lin Luo waited until one of them knelt to inspect the ground. He raised his hand and fired, shattering the man's hand clean off. That little brat, is he some kind of sharpshooter? The middle-aged woman felt a pang of retreat in her heart, regretting ever provoking Lin Luo. She'd lost 3 men already, a classic case of biting off more than she could chew. But if she didn't eliminate Lin Luo during this blizzard, endless pursuit awaited her. The middle-aged woman crouched low, sending 2 companions forward to probe while she remained hidden behind. One companion edged closer. Bang! A bullet flew from behind the tree, piercing his arm. The other, clutching his gun, gritted his teeth and advanced. Another shot rang out, and he collapsed to the ground. A smile spread across the middle-aged woman's face. She had used her own men to pinpoint Lin Luo's location. The cunning little fox has finally found you. This time, you won't escape the hunter's grasp. The woman chuckled, then removed the cloak draped over her shoulders and flung it forcefully outward. Hearing the sound from behind the tree, Lin Luo raised his hand and fired directly at the garment. The middle-aged woman seized the moment, spotting the hand reaching out from behind the tree. Bang! Lin Luo yanked his hand back. The bullet grazed his arm, leaving him unable to grip the gun anymore. Now you know the hunter's power, little fox. You'd better come out quietly. The middle-aged woman laughed triumphantly. Lin Luo looked down at a wooden stick lying on the ground. It was a wooden pole villagers used to prop up their sheds. Lin Luo hooked it with his foot, and the pole landed in his left hand. He gave it a sharp flick, sending the snow clinging to it scattering in a burst of force. Confirming Lin Luo was unarmed, the middle-aged woman strode forward with deliberate, loud steps. She intended to humiliate him before killing him, such was her twisted sense of amusement. She held her gun with brimming confidence. Suddenly, the wooden stick thrust out from behind a tree, piercing through the middle-aged woman's palm. Chapter 85, Subdued. The middle-aged woman stared in disbelief at her bleeding palm, unable to hold her weapon. Impossible, the woman protested, unwilling to accept defeat. She never imagined someone could defeat her armed with a firearm using nothing but a stick. Lin Luo exhaled deeply, faint white smoke rising from his head. Life and death had hung in the balance just moments ago. Thankfully, the Weapon King's enhancement was incredibly powerful. Even without a bullet, the stick could still kill. I was luring you out, and you actually fell for it, Lin Luo said as he produced handcuffs and secured the middle-aged woman. The woman stared intently at Lin Luo's face, as if etching it into her memory. Take your time looking. You'll have plenty of it later. I'll personally deliver you to the dock, Lin Luo said in a low voice. Before the burst effect faded, he located each of the middle-aged woman's accomplices and knocked them unconscious. After the outburst ended, Lin Luo sat down on a wooden bench and lit a cigarette. The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Luo and said, "You're very weak right now. I could take you down with just one hand." Lin Luo chuckled. He saw officers in police uniforms rushing toward them through the swirling snow. "You've no chance now. We've surrounded the place," Lin Luo chuckled. The middle-aged woman lowered her head. She knew she was defeated. What awaited her was the judgment of the law. Li Guolin charged to the front. He saw Lin Luo sitting on the log smoking, the middle-aged woman with her hand impaled by a wooden stick, and the discarded firearm on the ground. "What the hell are you doing, smoking at a time like this?" Li Guolin snatched the cigarette from Lin Luo's hand. Noticing the wound on his arm, he added, "I'll arrange for a helicopter to take you to the provincial hospital immediately." "No need. It's just a superficial wound. I'll be fine soon. These guys are connected to the massacre case. They're all suspects. Take them all away." Lin Luo pointed at the group. The middle-aged woman hung her head, looking like a defeated rooster. Li Guolin wore a satisfied smile. He knew Lin Luo never acted without results, but he hadn't expected him to net the entire gang in one fell swoop. "Captain Li, look," Li Qi interjected. Li Guolin's smile faded. "I know this happened suddenly, but you must prioritize your safety. What if these men ambushed you?" Hearing Li Guolin's words, the middle-aged woman lowered her head even further. They had ambushed Lin Luo, only to be taken down by him single-handedly. "I know my limits. How is Nancheng now?" "She's at the village committee office now. You should go with them. The village doctor is already there. He can bandage your hand while you're at it. Otherwise, when Nancheng wakes up, I'll have some explaining to do." Li Guolin patted Lin Luo on the shoulder. Lin Luo picked up his gun, knowing that Li Guolin would handle the scene, an elite operative from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Bureau. Accompanied by an officer, Lin Luo vanished into the blizzard. Li Qi dragged a knocked-out man to his feet, examining the wound on his hand before glancing at the unconscious figure beside him. "Captain Li, Lin Luo is truly formidable. Every shot hit a vital spot, rendering these men completely incapacitated," Li Qi remarked with admiration. Li Guolin replied in a deep voice, "I saw this kid's potential long ago. A golden-scaled dragon isn't meant for the pond, it becomes a dragon when it encounters wind and rain." "Captain Li, isn't that a line from Yun Feng Li? Borrowed it for the occasion." Inside the village committee office, the wound on Lin Luo's hand had already healed, blood congealed on his knuckles. He felt no chill as he pushed open the door. Nan Shang, rubbing her head, heard the sound and looked up to see Lin Luo enter. She yanked the needle from her hand and threw herself into Lin Luo's arms. Lin Luo stiffened. Nan Shang's voice came from within his embrace. You scared me to death. I thought I'd never see you again. Lin Luo felt a dampness on his chest. Looking down, he saw Nan Shang had burst into tears. Hey, don't cry, sis. If you stain my clothes, I won't have anything to change into. Nan Shang's tears turned to laughter. Wiping her eyes, she said, who would cry in your arms? Don't flatter yourself. I was just worried about you. Don't worry. I've already caught those guys. Captain Li will be here with reinforcements any minute. Lin Luo pointed toward the woods. Nan Shang saw the frost-covered back of Lin Luo's hand. Her heart ached as she gently stroked it. Does it hurt? Not much. Just a minor scrape. See? It's already healing. Lin Luo shook the ice off his hand, revealing the healing skin beneath. A faint red wound was still visible. Nan Shang stared at Lin Luo. Next time, I won't let you take such risks. Even if I get captured, you must notify Captain Li and have everyone search the woods. Going alone is far too dangerous. What if you get? Lin Luo pressed his finger to Nan Shang's lips. I took care of all those guys. No jinxing me. Nan Shang chuckled. Fine, I'll listen to you. I heard crackling in the woods like firecrackers going off. How did you take down those guys? Lin Luo chuckled. With my skills, of course. Smart Alec. Nanqing turned to the village doctor. Doctor, please bandage him up properly. Don't leave any lasting damage. The village doctor nodded quickly. She had thought fireworks were going off in the woods earlier, never imagining it was Lin Luo dealing with the assailants. Lin Luo accepted Nan Shang's offer without hesitation. As he left, Li Guolin noticed his hand was bleeding profusely, perfect for the village doctor to bandage in disguise. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully apprehending the murderer. Please have the suspect confess promptly. Extended experience has ended. Please select a bed or chair. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Luo suddenly sensed trouble. I feel a bit dizzy. Is there a chair? I need to sit down. Lin Luo withdrew his hand and said. It's snowing so hard outside. Did you catch a chill? Nanqing's warm hand reached out to touch Lin Luo's forehead. Lin Luo coughed once and said, No. I was lying on the bed earlier, and the covers are still warm. Go ahead. Nanqing gestured toward a nearby bed where the quilt lay partially open. Lin Luo strode over and reached to climb in, causing Nanqing's cheeks to flush. She grabbed Lin Luo's arm. My things are in there. Wait a moment, I'll tidy up first. Just as Lin Luo opened his mouth to speak, a wave of pain shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. With a thud, Lin Luo collapsed onto the floor. The system ended its delayed experience, and the aftereffects of the blaster kicked in as expected. Nanqing gasped in alarm, rushing to support him. Lin Luo, don't scare me. What's wrong? Sweat beaded on Lin Luo's forehead as he gritted his teeth. I'm fine. Just get me to the bed. The village doctor hurried over and, together with Nanshang, helped Lin Luo onto the bed. Nanshang turned to the village doctor. Sis, take a look at him. What's wrong? Young lady, it looks like he's just exhausted, the village doctor diagnosed at a glance. She tucked the blanket around him and added, let him rest. Chapter 86, Whispered Secrets. By the time the suspects from the forest were brought back, night had fallen. Under the system's powerful restorative abilities, Lin Luo stretched lazily. Each time he unleashed his explosive power, it felt like every muscle in his body was being torn apart. Yet with repeated use, his physique steadily grew more robust. When he first joined the police force, Lin Luo's muscles were barely noticeable. Now, his clothes were bulging. Nan Shang, who had just helped him change, kept her eyes fixed on his upper body the entire time. Like what you see? Lin Luo asked curiously. Nan Shang cleared her throat. It's fine. I wonder how it feels to the touch. Feel? Lin Luo looked at Nan Shang, who shoved the clothes at him and fled the scene. Lin Luo dressed himself, choosing to believe he'd misheard. After waking up, he headed straight for the village committee's large office. The Western Province Criminal Investigation Department had set up a makeshift interrogation room there, planning to conduct an overnight interrogation. The moment Lin Luo entered, he saw Nan Shang, fully recovered. She wore a uniform, her face sharp and calculating, an aura of professionalism radiating from her. Nan Shang declared, you illegally possessed firearms, assaulted police officers, and attempted murder. The evidence is irrefutable. The middle-aged woman kept her head bowed, silent. Nan Shang grew impatient. She turned to the woman and said, burying your head in the sand only makes things worse. Plead guilty and get leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. Li Guolin cleared his throat. I know your situation. You're all injured now. If you confess, we'll send you to the provincial hospital for treatment. Save yourselves from lingering health issues later. Poof. The middle-aged woman sneered dismissively, lifting her head to meet Nan Shang's gaze. One plays the good cop, the other the bad cop. What era is this? Still pulling such outdated stunts? Nan Shang frowned. The middle-aged woman was fiercely resistant to interrogation. Though the evidence was damning enough to send these people packing, the mysteries surrounding them were far from resolved. She had to peel back the layers, prying usable information from their mouths. "You're my defeated opponent," Lin Luo said with a hint of respect, looking down at the middle-aged woman. "I'm sure you've heard the saying, be honest and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences." "Nan Shang?" The middle-aged woman's chest heaved as her emotions surged. Her eyes locked onto Lin Luo. Don't think, she hissed through gritted teeth. Lin Luo chuckled. "Not only did I defeat you, but I captured your comrades. They're right next door now. I'm sure they'd be happy to share a thing or two." The woman's expression flickered between anger and resignation. After a moment's struggle, she collapsed like a deflated balloon. "I committed the massacre," the middle-aged woman stated matter-of-factly, as if it were as simple as slaughtering a chicken. "Wang Zhong was a man who didn't keep his word. He refused to give me my share of the money, so I killed his entire family." Lin Luo stared at her. "What about that case over a decade ago? The family massacre in Dongxing City?" "Dongxing City," the woman murmured, a memory surfacing. "Now that you mention it, I recall Wang Zhong was the middleman back then." "Middleman?" Lin Luo fixed his gaze on her, considering the possibility of a hired hit. "That's right. It was Wang Zhong's first time acting as a middleman, and also my first time working with him. Our collaboration went smoothly. Did you remove the Buddha amulet from the victim's body and hand it to Wang Zhong?" Lin Luo pressed. The middle-aged woman shook her head. "At the time, Wang Zhong served both as the middleman and the supervisor. After my partner and I killed the victims, Wang Zhong thought the Buddha amulet around the male victim's neck was very beautiful. He took it and kept it for himself." "Nice," Lin Luo chuckled dryly. Wang Zhong really deserved his fate, but at least his family was spared. "Who hired Wang Zhong?" Since this was a contract killing, there had to be a client. The middle-aged woman shook her head. "I don't know about that. Wang Zhong always contacted me directly. After each job, he'd transfer the money to my card. He'd been doing it this way for years, sometimes taking jobs from overseas too." "Running operations overseas? You guys are really making a name for yourselves." Lin Luo chuckled. Turning to Li Guolin, he said, "Captain Li, I believe there must be clues inside the safe." Li Guolin replied, "Correct. We found a notebook inside, written in code. Only Wang Zhong knew its true meaning. With Wang Zhong dead, the notebook became an unsolved mystery." A thought struck Lin Luo. He looked at Li Guolin and suggested, "Captain Li, how about letting me give it a try?" Li Guolin looked at Lin Luo. Without hesitation, he nodded. "If you want to try, it's yours." As Lin Luo took the notebook, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! The criminal has confessed. Host, please use the cryptic notebook to locate the employer. Ding! Host has acquired the cipher notebook. Decryption may be attempted by gathering relevant clues. Lin Luo opened the notebook to find it filled with various symbols and numbers. "Captain Li, I should return to the scene. I might find useful clues," Lin Luo said. Li Guolin nodded. "You decide. No need to rush." With the killer apprehended and Wang Zhong's middleman identity uncovered, Li Guolin wasn't overly concerned about the notebook's contents. Lin Luo nodded. Nan Sheng smiled, "The interrogations here are nearly finished. I'll accompany Lin Luo." Li Guolin nodded. The village doctor mentioned Lin Luo collapsed from exhaustion. "Little Nan, make sure you take good care of him." Nan Sheng nodded. "Mission accomplished." Watching them depart, Li Guolin mused, "They really are a golden couple. It would be wonderful if they could end up together." Li Qi cleared his throat. "Captain Li, Wang Ning reported he wants to return immediately. What do you think? He's never been this eager before." Tell him to stay at the Provincial Criminal Investigation Bureau for now. Prepare to transfer a few more prisoners over." Li Guolin certainly wasn't about to recall Wang Ning just to have him tag along. At the crime scene, Lin Luo headed straight for the stove on the second floor. He stared at the torn-off image of the kitchen god. He should remember that the soot-blackened painting seemed to conceal something. Nan Sheng noticed Lin Luo pause and asked, "Anything new? Remember the kitchen god's portrait? That's how I figured out the safe was behind it. Now that I think about it, there's something odd about this painting too." Lin Luo fetched a rag and gently wiped the image of the kitchen god. He squinted at the image, where the kitchen god smiled broadly while holding a treasure-attracting amulet. Around the edges, a door was visible, bearing faint traces. "I've seen kitchen god portraits at my village chief's house too. The kitchen gods in Western Province don't look like this." Lin Luo pointed at the door in the painting. "The symbols here are the key to decrypting the notebook." Nancheng also caught on. She nodded. "These symbols all encircle letters. Put them together, and they form the contents of the notebook." Lin Luo produced the cipher notebook and stated, "Exactly." Chapter 87, Decryption. With the clue in hand, Lin Luo swiftly deciphered the notebook's contents. Standing beside Lin Luo, Nancheng read the decoded text aloud. "The employer?" "Exactly, the employer. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes. Wang Zhong was clever, he'd used ciphertext to conceal the employer's identity. Without Lin Luo's sharpness, they never would have found this. I'll send the decoded information to Captain Li. Have the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team set up a perimeter and make the arrest in West Province. Nansheng quickly typed the message and sent it to Li Guolin. Lin Luo turned to Nansheng. Nansheng, tell Captain Li to move fast. As the middleman, Wang Zhong is definitely being watched by all sides. Nansheng nodded. Soon, team leader Li replied. The subsequent arrest operation had been handed over to the elite Provincial Criminal Investigation Team. The entire Western Province was mobilized, with all regions coordinating with the Provincial Criminal Investigation actions. However, these matters were largely unrelated to Lin Luo. He had provided crucial assistance to the Western Province Criminal Investigation Bureau, and Li Guolin was deeply grateful to him. He approached Lin Luo and said, "Thank you, Lin Luo. It's been over a decade, but the killer behind that massacre has finally been caught." Lin Luo nodded. A notification chime sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on solving the case, Past Crimes. This case qualifies as a long-term special case. The host will acquire a special ability. Ability gained, Enhancement. Ability, Enhancement. Using this ability will strengthen the host's physical constitution. After the ability ends, partial enhancement effects will remain. Lin Luo felt a surge of delight. This special ability would be immensely useful to him. He recalled how using advancement abilities like explosion always left him with after effects. Using abilities beyond one's level always came at a cost. With enhancement as a foundation, continuously strengthening his physique would significantly lessen the toll of using abilities beyond his current level. Lin Luo, the massacre case is solved. I'll have Li Qi take you to explore some famous places in West Province. Solving the massacre and uncovering a criminal syndicate through it left Li Guolin deeply satisfied. Not one to be overly strict, he immediately dispatched Li Qi to accompany Lin Luo on the tour. After all, Lin Luo had carried the bulk of the investigative work. Lin Luo smiled. Captain Li, no need to trouble yourself. Nansheng and I are heading back to Dong Province today. Young people have such drive, Li Guolin remarked with a touch of admiration. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Lin Luo. You're one of West Province's elite criminal investigators. This time, we've also selected a young talent from our province. As sister units, we should look out for each other. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect of meeting West Province's top candidate. Captain Li, is it Wang Tingyun? Nansheng, as the pre-competition coach for the PXZ team, had access to more information. Li Guolin nodded. That's right. The kid was seconded to another unit. Mentioning Wang Tingyun brought a smile to Li Guolin's face. The seed candidate from West Province was his protégé, a rising star in criminal investigation roughly the same age as Lin Luo. Got it, Captain Li. Lin Luo nodded. Li Guolin instructed Li Qi to drive them to the airport. On the way to the airport, Li Qi recounted Wang Tingyun's achievements to Lin Luo. Though similar in age to Lin Luo, Wang Tingyun was a seasoned criminal investigator with years of service. After he took team leader Li as his mentor, he solved several major cases. He should have been assigned to this family massacre case, Li Qi said with a hint of emotion. Nansheng added, Wang Tingyun comes from a family of criminal investigators. I heard he showed talent in criminal investigation from a young age. Hearing Nansheng's words, Lin Luo suddenly recalled a story he'd heard at school. You mean the story about the 9-year-old boy who solved a murder case? Lin Luo had assumed it was just a tale. Nansheng nodded. That's right. The protagonist of that story was Wang Tingyun. It sounded like Wang Tingyun would be a formidable competitor. Although Lin Luo had made remarkable strides in criminal investigation, participating in solving multiple cases within just half a year. Compared to provincial elite candidates like Wang Tingyun, he still fell short. Li Qi nodded. We're all brothers in arms. When we're out there, we must stand united. Nansheng turned to Lin Luo. Get ready. Training starts in 2 weeks. Lin Luo nodded as the car pulled into the airport. 3 hours later, at Dongshan City Airport, Lin Luo dragged his luggage toward Nansheng. Nansheng said, You did an excellent job assisting in West Province this time. I'll report your performance to the Provincial Bureau. Hearing this, Lin Luo recalled something. He murmured, If I place in the PXZ competition, will I be transferred to the Provincial Criminal Investigation Bureau? Nansheng pulled Lin Luo into a shop beside the airport. She said, People strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. Lin Luo, with your abilities, you won't stay in a small place for long. Only a higher platform can truly unleash your talents. Lin Luo fell silent. He knew Nansheng was right. At the Provincial Criminal Investigation Bureau, he would encounter more complex cases. Besides, he was already a level 7 operative. Once he advanced further, Dongshan Criminal Investigation would inevitably take notice. I understand, Lin Luo nodded slightly. Nansheng fixed him with a steady gaze. I want you to seriously consider this. After the competition, regardless of your ranking, I will request your transfer to the provincial bureau. Lin Luo relaxed and smiled. Then we'll be colleagues. Nansheng smiled, radiant like a winter blooming flower. I'll be waiting for you at the provincial bureau, Nansheng said proactively, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Luo. This rising star of Dongshan's criminal investigation had already left a deep impression on her heart. Lin Luo. A call broke the atmosphere between them. Lin Luo turned to see Zhou Qin standing nearby, her brow furrowed. Zhou Qin wore a black down jacket, her hood covered in snow. Lin Luo stood up. Sis Shou, what brings you here? Zhou Qin smiled as she approached Lin Luo. Dad sent me to pick you up. He heard you solved another family massacre case and is overjoyed. He invited old Master Yang, and they're both waiting for you to return. Lin Luo smiled. Alright, I'll meet Captain Zhou when I get back. Zhou Qin's gaze shifted to Nansheng. Her expression turned slightly ambiguous as she asked, and who is this lovely lady? You never introduced her to me. This is Nansheng from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Bureau. Nansheng, this is Zhou Qin from the Dongshan Municipal Bureau, Lin Luo introduced them. Nansheng stood and extended her hand to Zhou Qin with grace. Her gaze held a hint of scrutiny as she said, pleased to meet you. Zhou Qin smiled back, likewise. The two women stared at each other. Lin Luo cleared his throat. Nansheng, didn't you have something else to do? Exactly. Lin Luo, don't forget your promise. Nansheng rose, shooting Lin Luo a meaningful look. Zhou Qin watched Nansheng leave, then turned to Lin Luo with a playful smile. She's quite the formidable woman. Lin Luo, what exactly did you promise her? Nothing at all. Lin Luo felt a headache coming on. Nansheng had dug him a hole just as she left. Zhou Qin chuckled softly, I'll take your word for it this once. Old man is getting impatient. I'll take you over now. Lin Luo nodded, his luggage in hand as he followed Zhou Qin. Battling the wind and snow, Zhou Qin spoke up, welcome home, Lin Luo. Lin Luo sighed, yeah, home at last. Chapter 88, Drowning. Bang bang bang. The knocking sounded as irritating as an alarm clock. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. He returned from West Province yesterday, and Zhou Dongliang had been overjoyed. Old Master Yang even brought out a bottle of wine he'd treasured for years, and the three of them drank to their heart's content. In his excitement, Zhou Dongliang granted Lin Luo 3 days off. Today was the first day of his vacation. Lin Gu, Lin Gu. Li Meng's voice echoed from outside. Lin Luo rubbed his temples and opened the door. Li Meng, what's going on? Lin Luo looked at him. Li Meng rubbed his hands awkwardly. Brother Lin, I know today is your first day off, but there's been an incident at the precinct. Captain Zhou sent me to find you. Lin Luo had already braced himself for this emergencies during leave required immediate return to the station. Nodding, he replied, alright, I'll go with you. What time is it? Brother Lin, 6 o'clock, Li Meng said, glancing at his watch. Morning? Lin Luo frowned. Li Meng quickly shook his head. It's already afternoon, Brother Lin. Lin Luo rubbed his face. 6 in the afternoon? I'll change clothes and head over with you. 30 minutes later, beside a river embankment within the jurisdiction of the Nanyu Sub-Bureau, Li Meng briefed Lin Luo on the situation. Around 5:20 p.m., a passerby reported a female body floating in the river. Upon arrival, we worked with fisheries enforcement to recover the body. An officer from the bureau approached Lin Luo and said, Brother Lin, the victim has several deep wounds. The medical examiner is on the way. Lin Luo examined the body and asked, has the victim been identified? No. She had no identification on her, and prolonged submersion has made facial features difficult to recognize, the officer replied helplessly. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Waterlogged bodies were troublesome to handle. They had to confirm the identity and determine the cause of death. Over the years, suicides had become commonplace, leading to an increase in bodies found in the river. Take me to see it. Lin Luo strode toward the body. Police tape stretched across the riverbank, and a white sheet covered the female corpse. Lin Luo caught a whiff of an odd odor. Pulling on gloves, he ordered, uncover it. Li Meng lifted the sheet, revealing the body beneath. The body was severely decomposed. Lin Luo surveyed the river channel. The river is nearly frozen. For a body to decompose this badly, homicide can't be ruled out. Ding. Host detected contacting corpse. Case acquired, floating corpse in water. System collecting evidence and providing guidance. Lin Luo continued searching for clues and soon spotted the wounds described by the operatives. The wounds were deep, located on the corpse's head, shoulders, and waist. Lin Luo measured them. Each wound was nearly 2 fingers wide, exposing bone beneath the flesh. Li Meng examined the wounds and asked, Brother Lin, could this be a murder and dismemberment case? Lin Luo shook his head. These wounds are deep and wide. They were likely caused by machinery. Propellers? Li Meng asked uncertainly. Lin Luo nodded. He gazed at the water's surface and said, the body was caught in propellers. We'll need the coroner to examine it further. Send the body's identifying features to headquarters. Have them identify the victim as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Li Meng clenched his fist. Moments ago, they'd been floundering like headless chickens, but Lin Luo had immediately identified the wounds on the victim. Lin Luo walked to the side and removed his gloves. He stared thoughtfully at the river before him. Li Meng approached and asked, Lin, what are you looking at? Did you notice the victim's right foot? Lin Luo stroked his chin. There are signs of dislocation. I examined it closely. There's a purplish-black rope mark around the ankle. Li Meng said, Brother Lin, was it murder? Not necessarily. If the victim intended to die, she could have tied a weight to her own feet. Lin Luo added, let's wait until we confirm the victim's identity before proceeding with further investigation. The precinct didn't keep Lin Luo waiting long before relaying the victim's details. Female, 32 years old, owner of a clothing store in the Southern District jurisdiction. Lin Luo took the file and motioned to Li Meng. Let's go. Field investigation. They drove to a market in the Southern District. Lin Luo looked at Li Meng. You park the car. I'll go gather basic information about the deceased. Meet me at her shop entrance later. Got it. Li Meng steered the car toward the underground parking garage while Lin Luo strode into the bustling market. The market bustled with constant cries of vendors. Lin Luo headed straight for the deceased's shop. The deceased ran a betting business. The roller shutter door was closed. Lin Luo approached the nearest stall. The shop owners in the market all knew each other. Ma'am, I'm trying to find out why this shop isn't open. I placed an order with her, and the delivery time is almost here. She's not answering her phone, and the shop is closed. Lin Luo feigned urgency. The vendor looked up at him and replied, no idea. Sister Hong hasn't opened in 3 days. What should I do? Lin Luo clapped his hands, feigning impatience. A young girl standing beside the vendor noticed his distress. She pointed to a nearby shop and said, go ask over there. The older woman shot her daughter a stern look before adding, the owner of that shop knows Sister Hong. They often have meals together. Go ask there. Lin Luo thanked her and hurried straight to that shop. The young girl watched him go, then got up to follow. The older woman stopped her. You little brat, where do you think you're going? Mom, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. The young girl tugged at her mother's arm. The older woman sighed helplessly, you're impossible. We're doing something difficult here. Don't cause trouble with the locals. Don't worry, Mom, the young girl said, her eyes twinkling. That handsome guy looked really anxious just now. The older sister cleared her throat. You said you needed the bathroom. Get in and out quickly. Got it, Mom. The young girl hurried off. Meanwhile, Lin Luo had arrived at the shop the girl mentioned. In these fly-by-night eateries, the owner usually cooked while the wife handled the cash register. Only a few customers lingered inside as the owner's wife scrolled through short videos, her face occasionally breaking into smiles. He walked straight to the cash register, presented his credentials, and said, I'm Lin Luo, an agent from the Southern District Bureau. I need your cooperation regarding some matters. The owner took a closer look, quickly stowed her phone, and called out to the kitchen, honey, come out here for a sec. The owner emerged from the kitchen, spoon in hand, and brushed his clothes. What's up? There's a police officer here, the owner's wife prompted. The owner hurried to the cash register and asked, Officer, what can I do for you? Hello, boss. I'd like to ask you a few questions, Lin Luo said with a smile, looking at the owner. Do you know Sister Hong, who buys betting supplies? Yes, the owner nodded. She's my cousin. Her shop hasn't been open these past few days. Do you know where she is now? Lin Luo asked, looking at the owner. The owner shook his head. I don't know. The shop's been closed for 3 days now. Chapter 89, Clues. Stepping out of the cheap eatery, Lin Luo frowned. He hadn't gleaned any useful information from the owner. As he stood pondering in front of the shop, a young girl skipped up to him, holding an ice cream cone. Here, have this, she said. Thanks, Lin Luo declined with a wave. The girl kicked a bottle at her feet and declared, I know who you are. You're the hero of Dongshan City, Lin Luo from the Southern District Police Station. Lin Luo touched his face. Was he really that famous now? You're here investigating a case, right? The young girl held out her hand. Here, have this. Lin Luo accepted the ice cream cone. Thank you. What can I do for you? I told my friends about you. You're handsome, the young girl said without hiding her thoughts. If I help you, can I treat you to a meal? Lin Luo laughed heartily. If you can help me, I'll treat you to dinner. Her eyes lit up. Great. Go ahead. Has Sister Hong been acting strangely lately? Lin Luo asked. Yes. The young girl took a bite of her ice cream cone. Sister Hong is the hardest worker. She's always the first one at the market every day. But I heard her shop has been closed for the past 3 days. The young woman glanced around before lowering her head to Lin Luo. Some say Sister Hong found a man outside, abandoned her family and kids, and ran off with him. Another man? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. He looked at the young girl. Is this just gossip? I heard my mom talking about it with others. They all feel sorry for Sister Hong, the young girl said after finishing her ice cream. I know a cheap restaurant with good food. Let's go there for dinner. Brother Lin. Li Meng appeared. Lin Luo nodded. Let's go. Dinner's on me. After dinner, Lin Luo had Li Meng escort the young girl home. Following the information provided by the police station, he located the deceased's home. A warm yellow glow emanated from the cozy little house. A man, coughing incessantly, was bent over cooking. Lin Luo pressed the doorbell. Who is it? I'm Lin Luo, an agent from the Southern District Precinct, Lin Luo replied. The man opened the door with a puzzled look. Hello, what can I do for you? After Lin Luo presented his credentials, he asked, Does Zhang Hong live here? That's correct. What's this about? We found Zhang Hong's body by the riverbank. We're here to ask some questions. Lin Luo stared at the man. The man flinched, his voice trembling slightly. Officer, you must have the wrong person. Zhang Hong is out of town developing new markets. Expanding the market? Lin Luo fixed his gaze on the man. We need to have a serious talk. Daddy, is that mom coming back? A little boy peered out the window with a pitiful look. The man regained his composure. Xiao Chun, hurry inside to wash your hands and get ready for dinner. I'll talk with this gentleman. The boy nodded. Lin Luo turned to the man. Please accept my condolences, sir. The man sighed. Officer, I'll cooperate fully with your investigation. When did Zhang Hong mention expanding into new markets? Where did she say she was going? The man recalled, about a week ago, Zhang Hong told me she could expand into other markets. My health isn't good, so she handled all the store business while I stayed home with the kids. Lin Luo understood. He continued, I've investigated the market and heard some unsavory rumors. Are you aware of them? The man clenched his fists before releasing them. Those are just rumors. Zhang Hong and I have a strong relationship. Now that we have Xiao Chun, she wouldn't cheat. Lin Luo pressed, Did Zhang Hong contact you before she left? The man nodded urgently, pulling out his phone. Zhang Hong messaged me before she left, saying she'd arrived out of town. She's been messaging me these past few days too, saying the business is going very well. Lin Luo frowned. The victims had been submerged in water until their bodies were disfigured. He took the phone and began reading the messages, chatting with the man in a familiar tone. Did you ever video chat with Zhang Hong? Lin Luo asked. The man replied with a hint of resignation, Zhang Hong never liked video calls. She mentioned it several times. I'll need this as evidence for the precinct. Come to the precinct tomorrow, Lin Luo said, temporarily retaining the phone. The man looked at Lin Luo. Officer, could I ask you for a favor? Lin Luo replied, Go ahead. Please don't tell Xiao Chun about this. He thinks his mom is away on a business trip. Lin Luo nodded. Go to the station tomorrow. I won't bother you at home again. The man thanked him, Thank you. Lin Luo returned to the car with the phone. Li Meng asked, Anything new, Lin? I overheard some rumors at the market. According to the deceased's husband, they had a happy marriage and a child. Lin Luo pulled out his phone. Any results from the medical examiner yet? The coroner sent the autopsy report. There were ligature marks on the victim's neck. They recommend filing it as a homicide. Lin Luo nodded. Understood. Let's head back now. At 11 p.m., the investigation area of the Southern District Police Station was brightly lit. Lin Luo was reviewing the autopsy report. Zhou Dongliang emerged from his office and approached Lin Luo. Lin, what's the status on this case? The victim, Zhang Hong, ran a betting store in the market. She went missing 3 days ago but continued communicating with her husband via chat apps during that time. Zhou Dongliang frowned. So Zhang Hong's phone should be in the killer's possession. Correct. I've requested a location trace on Zhang Hong's phone. Lin Luo favored this straightforward approach, pinpointing the killer's location would seal the case. Approved. As Lin Luo headed to the tech department for assistance, Zhou Dongliang added, You have less than 2 weeks before your training camp. I hear they'll be eliminating candidates this time. You'd better give it your all. Captain Zhou, rest assured, Lin Luo replied. This time, our instructor is Nan Sheng from the Provincial Bureau. Nan Sheng, Zhou Dongliang remarked thoughtfully. I recall she was the runner-up in the last PXZ competition. Learn as much as you can from her experience. Yes, Lin Luo replied. Alright, go apply at the technical department right away. I'll put in a good word for you, Zhou Dongliang instructed. Lin Luo grabbed his phone and headed toward the technical department. Zhou Dongliang returned to his office, first informing the technical department, then placing a call to his contact at the Provincial Bureau. After hanging up, Zhou rubbed his temples. Lin Luo. You're such a hot commodity. He learned from his Provincial Bureau contact that Nan Sheng held Lin Luo in high regard. No, I need to call Zhou Qin. After much deliberation, Zhou Dongliang decided to call his daughter. Such a hot commodity absolutely can't be let fall into outsiders' hands. Chapter 90, Locked On. The tech team really came through. They tracked the phone's location using the number. Brother Lin, I'll send you the exact coordinates, the young woman from tech said with a smile. Alright, thanks for your help. I'm heading out now. Brother Lin, it's pretty late now. Why not wait until tomorrow morning to go? We could grab some late-night snacks together. How about it? The young woman from the tech department looked at Lin Luo with pleading eyes. Lin Luo shook his head. It's never too late to handle a case. I'm heading out now. Alright. The girl watched Lin Luo leave. He pulled out his phone. It was already 1 a.m. The deep winter night was bitterly cold. He rubbed his hands vigorously and noticed his ability enhancement was now available. Ever since acquiring the ability enhancement, the skill had remained grayed out. Lin Luo hadn't known its activation conditions until today, when he saw it finally illuminate. System, activate ability enhancement. Without hesitation, Lin Luo used the ability. The ability enhancement instantly illuminated, and he felt a surge of warmth flowing from his heart to his limbs. The night no longer felt cold, and sweat beaded on Lin Luo's palms. A smile spread across his face as he strode toward the car. Li Meng saw Lin Luo get in and quickly pulled out some food. Brother Lin, I bought you a late-night snack. Let's eat together. Lin Luo glanced at the bag. Wu Shui sent this over. Things are going well for you too, huh? Li Meng chuckled. Brother Lin, you can tell? It really is from Wu Shui. Enough. Tech has already pinpointed the phone's location. We're heading there now. If we can catch the killer in the act, all the better. Lin Luo sent the coordinates to Li Meng. Li Meng nodded. The car started up and sped straight toward the location. Soon, Li Meng turned off the engine. They had reached the vicinity of the location. Staring at the dilapidated building before them, Li Meng questioned, Brother Lin, is this the place? Did the tech department make a mistake? These are all abandoned buildings. Who would live in a place like this? It shows the person who took the phone is cautious. It's hard to find someone in these abandoned buildings. Lin Luo got out of the car and looked up at the ruins. Although the tech team had provided a location, it was only a rough area. Finding the phone in these abandoned buildings would be incredibly difficult. We'll stake it out. Lin Luo had a better approach. The person who had the phone had previously chatted with Jiang Hong's husband. Lin Luo used that phone to send messages to Jiang Hong's account, saying he missed her, wanted to video call her, and so on. Soon, a reply came back. Jiang Hong, honey, it's really late now. I was negotiating business deals all day and I'm exhausted. I'm resting at the hotel right now. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Lin Luo looked at the abandoned building and said, the suspect took Jiang Hong's phone and tossed it into the ruins of this building. Then, using another phone, they logged into Jiang Hong's account to create the illusion that she's still alive. Brother Lin, the trail ends here. What should we do? Li Meng asked. This lead ending doesn't mean all others are cut off. I heard rumors in the market that Jiang Hong had a man on the side, Lin Luo said. If we find this third party, we can follow the trail and figure out exactly what happened back then. How do we find him? Li Meng looked at Lin Luo curiously. Lin Luo replied, let's head back first. We'll set out again tomorrow morning. Got it, brotherly. Morning. At a breakfast stall in the market, a young girl yawned. This is the earliest I've ever gotten up. If it weren't for you being such a handsome guy, I wouldn't have come. Lin Luo said, thanks for coming. Breakfast's on me today. I want to ask you about Jiang Hong. You mean the other woman? The girl took a bite of her fried dough stick. I only heard about it secondhand. Have you seen that man? Lin Luo asked. The young girl's eyes twinkled. I can't quite remember. How about I add you on WeChat? If I spot that guy, I'll message you right away. Lin Luo nodded. That worked too. After exchanging contacts, the girl beamed. Yay! Now I have a hottie's WeChat. Lin Luo chuckled, I'll be waiting for your good news. The young girl giggled. After finishing breakfast, Lin Luo watched her walk away. Li Meng, chewing on a fried dough stick, asked, Brother Lin, do you really think this girl can give us useful information? I don't know either. We'll just have to cast a wide net for now. If we don't find anything, we'll go ask around nearby shops. Lin Luo finished his soy milk. After the sun rose, the two began wandering through the market, searching for useful evidence. At 10 o'clock, Lin Luo's phone buzzed. He saw a message from the newly added contact. Stunning beauty, Officer Lin, I spotted that man. He just entered Sister Hong's shop. You guys should come over. Lin Luo turned to Li Meng beside him and said, he's at Sister Hong's shop. We're heading there immediately. Li Meng nodded. The two rushed to Jiang Hong's shop, where they saw a young girl pestering a middle-aged man. The man cursed, who the hell are you, you little brat? Get the hell out of here. Who are you calling a little bastard? I've never seen you before. What are you doing in Sister Hong's shop? You're not a thief, are you? The middle-aged man chuckled, I know Sister Hong. She asked me to pick up something. I have the key to this place. Now get lost. Who knows if you're a thief? The young girl glared at him. Seeing the crowd gathering, the man rolled up his sleeves and declared, "You're just a stubborn little brat who never learns. Today I'll show you the consequences of sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." As he swung his fist at the girl, a hand grabbed his arm. With a swift and clean shoulder throw, the man was sent crashing to the ground. The man wailed, "Who the hell are you?" Lin Luo produced handcuffs and secured the man. "Police," he stated. The man immediately shut up and fell silent. Lin Luo smiled at the young girl and said, "You're really brave." The young girl smiled shyly. Li Meng grabbed the middle-aged man off the ground and shoved him into the car. "You little brat. What have you gotten yourself into? What are you doing here?" The older sister hurried over. The young girl quickly explained, "Mom, there was a man in Sister Hong's shop. The police have already subdued him." The older sister eyed Lin Luo suspiciously as he got into the car. The young girl tugged at her mother's hand. "Mom, this guy is amazing. He's a hero in Dongshan City." "This kid, a hero?" The older sister chuckled. The young girl insisted, "Mom, don't judge young people by old standards. Lin Luo is already a level 7 operative at such a young age. He's now a top-tier criminal investigator at the Southern District Bureau." The older sister's eyes lit up. "You know him well?" The young girl smiled. "Mom, I've already added him on WeChat." Chapter 91, Interrogation. In the interrogation room of the Southern District Police Station, Lin Luo stared at the man seated in the interrogation chair. "Spill it. What's your relationship with Jiang Hong? Why were you at her shop?" The middle-aged man protested, "Officer, Jiang Hong and I were friends. She's currently out of town on business. She asked me to pick something up from her shop." "Humph," Lin Luo said, eyeing the man. "Are you aware Jiang Hong's body was found on the riverbank? How exactly did he ask you to pick up something from his shop?" The man gasped in shock. "What? Jiang Hong is dead?" "Yes. Truth brings leniency, resistance brings severity. What exactly is your relationship with Jiang Hong?" Li Meng demanded, glaring. The man's eyes darted around, unable to form a coherent response for a long while. Lin Luo stated, "Someone witnessed you and Jiang Hong in an intimate relationship. As far as I know, Jiang Hong was already married." As he spoke, his eyes flashed like lightning as he activated the respectability. The middle-aged man felt as though the young interrogator was an impartial judge, his gaze making him extremely uncomfortable. He steeled himself and said, "I'm innocent, officer. Jiang Hong and I are just ordinary friends. She messaged me on chat software to tell me she was going to the store to pick something up, so I went." "I'll give you one more chance to think," Lin Luo said, staring at the man. The middle-aged man ducked his head. "Officer, don't look at me like that. I'll confess. Jiang Hong and I are having an affair. She plans to divorce her husband." "You're a third party destroying someone else's marriage," Li Meng sneered. The middle-aged man whispered, "It's not illegal." "What did you say?" Li Meng rolled up his sleeves. Lin Luo interjected, "You claim Jiang Hong messaged you about picking something up at the store. Do you have any proof?" "I have proof. My phone has chat records with Jiang Hong. Just check them, and it'll clear my name." Li Meng took the middle-aged man's phone and opened the messaging app to examine it. "Brother Lin, take a look." Li Meng handed the phone to Lin Luo. Sure enough, it showed the middle-aged man's chat history with Jiang Hong. Lin Luo nodded. "In that case, your suspicion is cleared. You may go home now, but keep your phone accessible. We'll be calling you periodically during this period." The middle-aged man beamed with relief. "Thank you, officer. Thank you, officer." He took back his phone and hurried out of the police station. Li Meng said, "Lin, just letting this guy go like that? I think he's acting weird. There's definitely something off about him. This is called luring the snake out of its hole. He must have accomplices. Follow him discreetly, don't let him notice." Lin Luo and Li Meng followed the middle-aged man. He received a call on the street, his expression darkening as he argued with the caller. After hanging up, he hailed a taxi immediately. "Follow him," Lin Luo ordered. Li Meng stepped on the gas, tailing the taxi as it pulled into an urban village. The man got out and headed straight for a rental unit. Lin Luo and Li Meng followed. Watching the man ascend the stairs, Li Meng contacted the rental property's owner. The landlady, an older woman, lived on the first floor. She looked at Li Meng and Lin Luo. "Ma'am, we're here investigating. Do you recognize this person?" Li Meng held up Jiang Hong's photo. The woman pushed her reading glasses up her nose and replied, "I have a vague memory. Old Guan on the third floor brought a woman home before. She looks like the one in the photo." Li Meng looked at Lin Luo, who asked in a low voice, "Has this woman been here recently?" "Yes," the landlady nodded. "I remember her being here just 4 days ago." Lin Luo asked, "Do you have surveillance cameras here? Let me copy the footage." The landlady quickly nodded and copied the surveillance footage for Lin Luo. Li Meng asked, "Brother Lin, what should we do next?" "Let's go meet this old Guan." A smile spread across Lin Luo's face. With this footage, they could pry useful information out of old Guan. On the third floor, in one of the rental units, old Guan was about to start exercising when he heard a knock on the door. He answered impatiently, "Who is it?" "It's me, old Guan." "Hurry up and open the door. You've got a leak in your place. I sent a repairman over today." "Blah blah blah, I'm not paying for repairs," old Guan grumbled. "Don't worry, you definitely won't be paying this time. Get dressed." "I'll open the door for that stinking woman," old Guan instructed. Grumbling, he went to open the door for the landlord. But standing outside weren't the landlord, but Lin Luo and Li Meng, both wearing smiles. The two entered the room one after the other, and old Guan was so startled his voice stuttered. What do you two want?" "There are some matters that require you to return for further investigation." Li Meng looked at old Guan and the woman behind him. "Who's that inside?" Lin Luo asked. Old Guan quickly replied, "This is my girlfriend." Lin Luo glanced at the gold necklace around her neck and said, "Come with us." In the interrogation room of the Southern District Police Station, Lao Guan sat slumped in the chair, head bowed in regret. Lin Luo stated, "We have evidence. 4 days ago, Jiang Hong came to see you and stayed in your room for a long time." "Officer, I did sleep with Jiang Hong, but I truly didn't mean to harm her." Lin Luo stated, "Jiang Hong's time of death was approximately 3 days ago. You are highly likely to be the last person who saw her alive." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Officer, I swear I didn't do it. Jiang Hong and I only had a physical relationship." Lin Luo signaled Li Meng to take over the interrogation and headed to another interrogation room. Inside, a woman sat as Wu Shui conducted the questioning. Seeing Lin Luo enter, Wu Shui paused. "Any progress?" Lin Luo asked. Wu Shui shook her head. "She doesn't know anything." Lin Luo looked at the gold necklace around the woman's neck. "That necklace looks nice. Who bought it for you?" The woman replied, "Old Guan bought it for me. He gave it to me yesterday." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for discovering key evidence, the gold necklace. This necklace is evidence. Take it off immediately," Lin Luo said, his gaze fixed on the gold chain. The woman promptly removed it. Lin Luo carefully placed the necklace into an evidence bag. Handing it to Wu Shui, he instructed, "Take it to the lab for testing. See if there's any blood on it." "Yes." Wu Shui took the necklace to the lab. Half an hour later, she called Lin Luo, "Brother Lin, the lab found the victim's bloodstains on the gold necklace." Lin Luo nodded. "Have the lab send over a copy of the report?" "Yes." Lin Luo hung up the phone and looked at the woman. "Do you know this gold necklace belongs to someone else?" The woman shook her head hastily. "Officer, I truly didn't know. Old Guan bought it for me. He said it cost him over 10,000 yuan. Lin Luo shook his head. "Stay here for now. I'll notify you if anything comes up." "Okay." Chapter 92, Boot Camp. With irrefutable evidence piled high, Lao Guan quickly confessed to his crimes. After meeting Jiang Hong by chance, they began an affair. He knew she owned a shop and had considerable wealth, and that her husband was physically incapable, leaving the shop entirely under her management. He had worn her down with persistent persuasion and managed to extract a substantial sum from her. A few days ago, Jiang Hong had firmly resolved to cut all ties with him, leaving Lao Guan in a panic. He saw Jiang Hong as a cash cow and wasn't about to let her slip away. He lured Jiang Hong to his rented apartment, hoping to seduce her with his body. But Jiang Hong was determined to end this illicit relationship. Gritting his teeth, Lao Guan took Jiang Hong to a secluded spot, killed her, tied stones to her body, and dumped her into the river. He even tricked Jiang Hong into revealing her phone password, then logged into her chat app to impersonate her while communicating with her husband. After several days of calm, Lao Guan believed he was safe now that he'd disposed of Jiang Hong's body. He took the shop keys intending to steal some money from her store. But then, Jiang Hong's body was discovered near the riverbank. Lin Luo and Li Meng arrived to investigate and confronted him. "Officer, I truly didn't want to kill her," Lao Guan wailed. "But she kept insisting she wanted to go home and live happily with her husband. If she really meant it, she wouldn't have cheated on him." Lao Guan protested. Lin Luo exhaled deeply, gazing at him. "You committed murder and attempted to cover it up. The law will deliver the punishment you deserve." Lao Guan slumped, defeated. A system notification chimed in Lin Luo's ear. Ding! "Congratulations, host, on solving the case, floating corpse in the water. Detected multiple cases solved by host. Activate cumulative case rewards?" Lin Luo frowned and rose to leave the interrogation room. He queried the system, "What are cumulative case rewards?" Ding! "Hosts can accumulate case rewards while solving cases. When the reward reaches its maximum limit, it will grant the host advanced ability rewards." Lin Luo understood. The cumulative case reward essentially pooled rewards from solved cases together. The abilities the current case could grant him weren't particularly strong. Lin Luo found these rewards somewhat lackluster. Now that he had access to the cumulative case reward system, he could accumulate rewards to obtain advanced abilities. Activate case accumulation rewards. Lin Luo made his choice. Ding! Host has activated case accumulation rewards. Current accumulation, 1-5. Solving 4 cases would grant him a special ability, and there were still 2 weeks left before the intensive training. After a quick mental calculation, Lin Luo made his decision. He would redeem the accumulated rewards within this period to see what advanced abilities the system could offer. Brother Lin, Jiang Hong's family is here. Li Meng relayed the news. Lin Luo nodded. The case is solved. The killer is in custody. Inform them of this. Yes, sir. Lin Luo and Li Meng walked outside. Half a month later, Lin Luo set down the case file in his hands. Before him, Zhou Dongliang smiled and said, Little Lin, you're leaving tomorrow. Get your things packed up today. Yes, Captain Zhou. Lin Luo placed the organized files on the desk. These files would now be handled by Li Meng. Recently, Li Meng and Wu Shui's relationship had progressed rapidly. These files would allow Wu Shui to assist Li Meng. I wasn't nearly as capable as you when I was young. You've been selected for the PXZ program. Don't disgrace Dongshan on this mission, Zhou Dongliang said, looking at Lin Luo. Lin Luo replied solemnly, Captain Zhou, I guarantee mission completion. All right. Remember to tell Zhou Qin when you leave tomorrow. She'll take you to the airport. Zhou Dongliang gave his final instructions before leaving. Lin Luo sat down, and a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Cumulative case rewards completed. Host will acquire advanced ability, Imitator. Advanced ability, Imitator. Using this ability, the host will master disguise techniques, enabling transformation based on target characteristics. Ding! This advanced ability is a level 6 skill. Host must promptly upgrade its level to utilize it. Lin Luo stared at the advanced ability and took a deep breath. Each advanced ability was formidable, making the half-month spent accumulating case rewards well worth it. Level 6, Lin Luo clenched his fist. Whether unlocking advanced abilities or advancing in the Rising Star of Criminal Investigation program, both required success in the PXZ competition. Finishing in the top 3 at the tournament would allow him to reach level 6 within half a year of returning. But the system offered him only one path: claim the championship. This championship is mine. A resolute gleam flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. Children make choices, adults take what they want. Brother Lin, I heard from Captain Zhou that you're leaving, Li Meng said as he walked in. That's right. I've organized all these case files. You'll be in charge of them after I leave. Lin Luo patted the files. Li Meng nodded. Don't worry, Brother Lin. Wu Shui will help me. Wu Shui's a good kid. Don't shortchange her. Lin Luo looked at Li Meng, who straightened his posture and replied, Yes, sir. Lin Luo smiled. This trip will take about 4 months between training and competitions. While I'm gone, stick close to the senior officers at the precinct and learn from them. Li Meng nodded. Leaning closer, he whispered, Brother Lin, I heard Sister Zhou is going to see you off. Yeah, squad leader Zhou mentioned it. Lin Luo looked at Li Meng. What news do you have? Li Meng chuckled. Wu Shui and Sister Zhou are besties. Not long ago, Sister Zhou even asked Wu Shui how to confess her feelings. Brother Lin, tomorrow. Cut it out, cut it out. Lin Luo patted Li Meng's arm. Get back to investigating. No gossiping. Well then, Lin Good, be careful and have a safe trip. Li Meng dashed out. Lin Luo felt a headache coming on, dreading whatever surprise Zhou Qin might have in store for him tomorrow. But thinking of Zhou Dongliang, Lin Luo could only take things one step at a time. The next day, Zhou Qin drove Lin Luo to the airport. Watching him carry his luggage, she said, Lin Luo, you'll be gone for 4 months. If anything comes up, remember to contact my dad. He's really invested in this competition. Coach Zhou already told me, Lin Luo nodded. Zhou Qin bit her lip and continued, stay in touch with me too. It's never as good as home. Lin Luo nodded again. Seeing his indifference, Zhou Qin felt a pang of disappointment. But she wasn't the type to play the passive role. Lin Luo. Zhou Qin chose to take the initiative. She stepped forward and took his hand. The plane is about to depart. Lin Luo, hurry up and board. A voice rang out, causing Zhou Qin's body to stiffen. She glanced to the side and saw a mature woman smiling warmly. Nan Shang, Zhou Qin hissed through clenched teeth. Nan Shang looked at Zhou Qin. You're Captain Zhou's daughter. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhou Qin snorted, releasing his hand. Have a safe flight, Lin Luo. With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Luo watched her leave before letting out a sigh of relief. He looked at Nan Shang and said, thanks. Nan Shang teased, she's quite the girl. Lin Luo sighed helplessly, sis Nan, don't make fun of me. Boarding starting. Chapter 93, Charcoal Suicide. Early morning. After a 10-hour flight, the plane touched down smoothly at the airport. Lin Luo rubbed his face. During the flight, Nan Shang had briefed him on the training camp's agenda. The training camp was located in a small country across the sea from Western Province. Similar cultural systems had led to an alliance between Lin Luo's country and this small nation. The small nation frequently requested assistance, with criminal investigation support constituting the majority of such aid. Before disembarking, Lin Luo noticed the welcoming party outside the window. It was winter now, and the temperature here was similar to that of Winter Province. A row of girls held bouquets of flowers. They wore dark trench coats, their fair thighs exposed to the cold wind. Their small faces were flushed crimson from the cold, yet their expressions radiated warmth. "They're admirers of our criminal investigators who came to greet us spontaneously," Nan Shang remarked, observing the welcoming girls outside. "Most are graduating students from the Criminal Investigation Academy. Lin Luo, some of them will be assigned to various districts." Lin Luo nodded. He just wanted to get through the training camp unscathed and secure his ticket to PXC. Ding! Host detected at training camp location. Host must compete fiercely for entry ticket to advance to PXC as top seed. Lin Luo took a deep breath, dragging his luggage as he followed behind Nan Shang. The welcoming staff waved bouquets of flowers, erupting into enthusiastic cheers. At the back of the crowd, a girl tugged at her trench coat, clearly finding shorts unbearable in this weather. The girl beside her swayed her body excitedly. "Ryoko! Ryoko! Look! That senior is even more handsome than a celebrity." Ryoko looked at Lin Luo. His handsome, refined features were paired with a serious expression. The black suit clung to his tall, slender frame, making him look like an ascetic god stepped out of a shoujo manga. "Ah! Senior!" Her companion let out a shrill scream. Ryoko flushed and turned to her friend. "Hanako, stop swooning. It'd be embarrassing if the senior saw." Her friend waved her bouquet excitedly. "I heard the senior detectives from the big city will be assigned to different districts. Wonder if I'll get to work with this handsome senior." Ryoko rubbed her arms. "I'm freezing. Let's grab something hot to drink later." "Ryoko, you're completely unfazed by such a handsome senior? Your heart's as cold as an East District morning," her friend teased. Ryoko playfully smacked her friend's head. "Enough chatter. This round's on me." Hanako happily rubbed her head, her gaze following Lin Luo as he walked away. "Liangzi, do you think that senior will be assigned to District 3? Ryoko shrugged. "No way. District 3 is notorious for being troublesome and exhausting. A handsome senior like him wouldn't go there." Hanako sighed disappointedly. "You're right. Let's go get some hot drinks." The welcoming girls dispersed, and Lin Luo's large group finally met the head of the small country's criminal investigation department. He greeted them with a smile and a bow. "Thank you all for your hard work. I'm Nagata Kimi, Chief Superintendent of the Chiyoda Central District. Welcome to our jurisdiction." Lin Luo observed Nagata. He appeared to be a level 3 officer, surprisingly courteous for his rank. "Chief Superintendent Nagata, it's good to see you again," Nan Shang said with a smile. Nagata replied with a gentle smile, "Miss Nan, it's been years. You've grown even more beautiful. I'm delighted that the nation chose the Chiyoda precinct as the training location this time. Chief Nagata, nearly 50 criminal investigators have been selected from various provinces. How do you plan to allocate them?" Nan Shang smiled warmly at Nagata. Before arriving, the small nation hadn't submitted a specific training location. Nagata Ki responded seriously, "The Chiyoda Central District has long suffered from understaffing. This time, all 20 sub-districts across the east, west, north, and south sectors require criminal investigators from the great nation. We have a saying here, the capable rise, the mediocre fall. During the training period, case volume, clearance rate, and resolution time will all be key metrics." Damn, Lin Luo understood now Nagata Kiyoshi was treating them like free labor. Nan Shang narrowed his eyes, smiling silently. Noticing his words had been too blunt, Nagata quickly added, "Recently, various criminal investigation academies in the Chiyoda Central District have been sending trainees for internships. They will assist all of you in your work. As elite criminal investigators, I look forward to your guidance in our daily operations." Lin Luo chuckled. Nagata had a clever plan. They were both free labor and teachers. At least the training only lasted a month. Nanxing nodded. The Chiyoda Central District is divided into 4 main sectors: east, west, south, and north, each with 5 sub-districts. You may choose freely. The prepared detectives quickly declared their preferred district numbers, most opting for areas with fewer cases, lighter workloads, and relatively simpler investigations. "I'll take East Subdivision 3. A man shook the wind from his overcoat. Koda immediately nodded. "Colleague, East Subdivision 3 is rather complex." "I thrive on handling complex cases," the man replied with a faint smile. Nanchung continued, "Wang Tingyun is assigned to East Subdivision 3. Any others?" "Me." Lin Luo, equipped with his system, feared nothing more than complex cases. An assignment zone without cases would be worse than death to him. Nan Shang nodded. She knew Lin Luo would inevitably choose East District 3. After everyone had selected their districts, Nan Shang turned to Chief Inspector Nagata. "Chief Inspector Nagata, I'm counting on you to oversee them." "Understood." Nagata waved, signaling for vehicles from each district to come forward. A burly, short-haired man stepped forward, hoisting Lin Luo and Wang Jingyun's luggage. He flashed a hearty smile. I'm Chief Inspector Long Gong of East District 3. Both of you are Level 7 operatives. During your training period, you'll be assigned to East District 3 as assistant inspectors. Lin Luo nodded. My name is Lin Luo. I'm from Dongshan City, Dong Province. I've heard of your reputation, Officer Lin. You broke Senior Officer GE's case-solving record in Dongshan. I once visited Dongshan for an exchange program, and Senior Officer GE's efficiency in solving cases was truly awe-inspiring. Chang Gong's face brimmed with admiration. Wang Jingyun, standing beside Lin Luo, chuckled. I've heard your name too. I was on assignment and couldn't participate in that recent case. Chang Gong turned to Wang Jingyun. So you are Wang Jingyun. You look younger than I imagined. No need for formalities, Chief Shang. I'm eager to get cracking on a case, Wang Jingyun replied. Chang Gong sighed. I was planning to host a welcome banquet for you two today. No need. Solving cases quickly keeps us sharp. Lin Luo wanted to crack a few more cases, and Wang Jingyun beside him was no pushover. Since you're both so eager, I'll assign cases immediately. With a sweeping gesture, Chief Changong directed Lin Luo and Wang Jingyun to separate vehicles. He explained, the East 3rd District encompasses 28 neighborhoods. As assistant chiefs, you'll each oversee a different sector. I'll be counting on you both this month. Lin Luo nodded. He glanced at Wang Jingyun, who was staring right back at him. Lin Luo saw fierce combat drive in Wang Jingyun's eyes. He smiled slightly. He felt exactly the same way. The car carrying Lin Luo sped straight toward his assigned district. He turned to the driver in front and asked, any recent cases? Detective Lin, there have been 2 charcoal suicide cases in the jurisdiction recently. The driver, also a police officer, was well versed in local cases. Chapter 94, Suicide. Suicide cases. Lin Luo frowned. It seemed like Chang Gong had set him up. A peaceful training camp life was not what he wanted. He pressed further, 2 charcoal suicide cases? That's correct, Inspector Lin. Winters in Chiyoda are bitterly cold, and our district of Junicho has very limited district heating. As he spoke, the driver seemed to recall something. Inspector Lin, Inspector Kame of Junicho has a rather temperamental disposition. I hope you'll bear with him. Lin Luo, huh? Upon arriving at the 12th town in East District 3, Lin Luo finally understood what the driver meant by bad temper. After inspecting his dorm and unpacking his luggage, he headed straight for the 12th town police station. No sooner had he entered than a booming voice bellowed, the West Street is blocked again. Damn the festival. Seiichi, get men out there to help. A group rushed out. Spotting Lin Luo, the leader paused hesitantly. Lin Luo strode inside and addressed the reception desk. My name is Lin Luo. The receptionist, who had been bent over paperwork, looked up abruptly. Detective Lin? Headquarters didn't arrange a meal for you? I'm new to the area and want to get acclimated early, Lin Luo said in a low voice. I need an office and the case files for the 2 recent charcoal suicide incidents. Right away. The receptionist made a call, and a man emerged from inside the station. Standing just over 5 feet tall, with bowed legs and a face pockmarked with scars, he narrowed his eyes at Lin Luo. Ding! Malicious intent detected. Host, please locate the source immediately. Lin Luo frowned. This situation reminded him of his experience at the Southern District Precinct. He turned his head and caught the man staring at him. Mr. Lin, you're here. The man approached with a fake smile, sighing, youth is truly wonderful. You'll be representing our great nation at the PXC. Ignoring the palpable envy and resentment in the man's voice, Lin Luo asked, and you are? Oh, I'm Korea Chang, Chief Inspector of the 12th Precinct. Korea Chang's smile held hidden daggers. Welcome to the 12th Precinct, Mr. Lin. Chief Kame, I need an office and the case files for the 2 recent charcoal suicide incidents, Lin Luo stated his requirements. Kame looked apologetic. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lin. The 12th Precinct isn't well funded. We only have the officer's work area for storing case files, no spare offices. His small, beady eyes blinked rapidly as he continued, as for those 2 recent charcoal suicide cases, I'm personally handling them. Mr. Lin, I've heard about your training. Your country's criminal investigators are all elite. You'd better be careful. Lin Luo sneered inwardly. This Kame was trying to intimidate him right off the bat. Did he think Lin Luo was a pushover? No need for Inspector Kame to trouble himself. I'll find a place to work. Call me when there's a case. Of course, Kame chuckled awkwardly. In the officers' quarters of the Junicho police station, a group of people peered furtively at Lin Luo and Kame. Hanako exclaimed excitedly, it's that handsome guy. I never expected him to come to Junicho. I'll tell the girls right away what a lucky day. Ryoko looked slightly worried. He seems to have clashed with Inspector Kame. I heard Inspector Kame dislikes young elites the most. Oomph. Green Kappa is the most jealous of handsome guys, Hanako retorted indignantly. Ryoko chuckled. From a distance, Kamecho resembled a kappa, and he was notorious for wearing green hats, hence Hanako's nickname for him, Green Kappa. Watch out if the chief hears you, he'll make you clean the toilets, Ryoko whispered. Hanako stared at Lin Luo. I'd gladly clean the toilets if it meant talking to that new hottie. You're crazy. Ryoko thought her friend's infatuation was hopeless. She stared at Lin Luo. She'd heard that this time, the National Criminal Investigation Team had 2 spots for personnel assignments. If only they'd chosen her. After a brief exchange with Kei Masataka, Lin Luo carried his belongings to the officers' area. Compared to private offices, the space here was pitifully cramped. Each agent had only one desk. Lin Luo picked one at random. Liangzi, who was working nearby, stiffened. She hadn't expected Lin Luo to choose a spot right next to her. Senior officer, hello. I'm Hanako, patrol officer from Junicho, Hanako piped up, her face breaking into a smile. Ryoko sighed helplessly, Senior, I'm Ryoko, patrol officer of the 12th precinct. Lin Luo looked at Hanako and Ryoko. Patrol officers were equivalent to level 10 operatives, essentially fresh recruits. Lin Luo nodded. Have you heard about the recent charcoal suicide cases? Hanako, ever the chatterbox, piped up immediately, heard about them. All single men living alone died from carbon monoxide poisoning. One older guy's place even burned down, heard the body turned to charcoal. I see, Lin Luo said, turning to Ryoko. What are your thoughts? Hanako stroked her chin. Something's fishy about this, but Inspector Koryu has already ruled it a suicide case. Ryoko murmured, I don't think it's that simple. I saw the crime scene photos, both victims had similar stoves in their homes. What's suspicious about that? Hanako asked, puzzled. Doubt is a good thing, Lin Luo smiled. If it wasn't suicide, similar victims might appear again. Ha! In the office of Inspector Suramasa at the 12th precinct, his face was dark with gloom. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Luo, jealousy burned fiercely within him. So young and already a level 7 operator in a small country, that would make him an assistant inspector. And now he's representing a major power in the PXZ tournament. Despite all the scheming and effort he'd poured into it since he was young, he never got to compete. Oomph. I treated you like a god, but without points, let's see how you enter the competition. Kame was determined to make Lin Luo leave in disgrace. Just then, his subordinate knocked on the office door. Come in. A patrol captain poked his head in. Chief, a body was found in the large parking lot at 12 Chong. Preliminary findings indicate the victim died from carbon monoxide poisoning. Another charcoal suicide, Kame remarked, sipping his coffee with satisfaction. Chief, should we close it as a suicide? The inspector, knowing Kame's temperament, asked cautiously. Kame's eyes twinkled as a brilliant idea struck him. Ah! The new detective from the National Bureau is eager to prove himself. I'll grant him his wish and assign this case to him. The sergeant looked utterly speechless. Kame had closed the previous 2 similar cases as suicides. Pushing this one onto the newcomer clearly meant the rookie had somehow crossed Kame. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up! Gue Longchang barked. The inspector hurried off to find Lin Luo. The patrol chief found Lin Luo and explained the situation. Lin Luo smiled and said, all right, I'll go with you. Detective Lin, take us with you, Hua Zi said eagerly. Though Liang Zi remained silent, her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lin Luo nodded. You too can come with me. Liang Zi and Hua Zi rose, bowing to Lin Luo. Senior, we look forward to your guidance. The patrol chief looked at Lin Luo and said, Police Constable Lin, I'll drive you there. It's the Festival of Floats today, so traffic might be a bit heavy. Chapter 95, The Black Widow. The 12th block in East District 3 was bustling, far more so than Curio had described. With the festival underway, all roads in the district were blocked off. Left with no choice, the group walked to the crime scene. Along the way, Lin Luo was stopped by girls celebrating the festival who wanted to take photos with him. Hanako and Ryoko took the lead, quickly dismissing the girls. The patrol chief remarked, Officer Lin's appearance is too striking, more authentic than the no actors in Kudamatsu. Lin Luo looked toward the nearby parking lot and asked, is this the spot? Yes. The patrol chief led Lin Luo to a car and said, the caller discovered the body. There's a burned-out charcoal stove inside, similar to the previous charcoal suicide cases. Suicide? Lin Luo's face twisted into a sneer as a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Corpse detected. Case acquired, Black Widow. System continuously gathering clues. Host, please examine the body. Lin Luo slipped on the gloves Liang Zi had brought and opened the car door. The deceased lay in the back seat. A stove sat on the gearshift, emitting a pungent odor. The smell of carbon monoxide. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes. He looked at the stove and said, the stove is already extinguished. Move it outside first. The patrol chief carried the stove outside. Lin Luo crouched down, examining the 4 doors. What condition were the doors in when the body was discovered? Detective Lin, these are electronic locks. They were all locked when the body was discovered, the patrol sergeant replied. Lin Luo scanned the area but found no electric car keys. Ding! Host detected scene discrepancy number 1, missing electric car key. Lin Luo remained silent and continued his search. Hana pulled Ryoko close and whispered, "Senior Lin is so handsome." "Stop daydreaming and learn from Senior Lin," Ryoko said, watching Lin Luo's movements. Lin Luo searched the car meticulously. 5 minutes later, he turned to Hana and Ryoko and said, "You two go inside and check." Hanako hesitated, but Ryoko entered the car without a second thought. She showed no fear whatsoever, meticulously examining every detail of the corpse. Facing the body head-on in the cramped space, Ryoko possessed the fearless spirit of a newborn calf. Hua Zi's heart pounded, and she ultimately couldn't bring herself to go inside. When Liang Zi emerged, Lin Luo turned to her and asked, "Any findings?" "Detective Lin, this is not a suicide," Ryoko stated firmly. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and pressed, "Explain your reasoning." The victim was locked inside the car by the electronic lock, yet neither the vehicle nor the body contained the keys, Liang Zi continued. There was no suicide note on the victim. If this were a charcoal burning suicide, a note should have been present in the car. Lin Luo turned to the patrol chief. "Ryoko is absolutely right. This isn't suicide, it's murder." The inspector's face darkened. Clenching his fist, he declared, "I'll report this immediately." Watching the inspector leave, Lin Luo turned to Liang Zi. "You did well. You'll be working with me this month." Liang Zi nodded vigorously. She knew Lin Luo had a spot available. Hua Zi came over and grabbed Liang Zi's hand, pleading, "Liang Zi, I want to go with you." Liang Zi pleaded, "Officer Lin. Let her come too. Long live the senior." In the 12th District Office, just as Kame Ryucho finished his coffee and was about to rise, the inspector burst through the door. Panting, Kame Ryucho frowned. "What's happened?" "Chief Inspector, the case at the parking lot wasn't suicide, it was murder?" "What?" Kame Ryucho looked utterly bewildered. After a moment, he shook his head. "Impossible." Detective Lin inspected the scene and had Patrolman Xiao Liang find the clues, the inspector continued. Kame clenched his fist. What could a woman possibly know? Constable Lin is being ridiculous. The chief inspector asked, "Chief Inspector, what about this case?" Kame sneered coldly, "Since Constable Lin raised doubts, hand the case over to him. Tell him it's the 12 Towns 3 charcoal murder case. I'll explain to headquarters I'm giving him 3 days. What? The patrol chief was utterly dumbfounded. Cases handled by the 12th precinct typically took at least 2 months. 3 days? The superintendent was deliberately making things difficult for Lin Luo. Get moving. Kame Ryucho snapped impatiently. The patrol chief hurried out. Upon receiving the news, Lin Luo's face broke into a smile. He turned to Ryoko and said, "Now, you two will accompany me to investigate the case." "Yes, sir." An hour later, Lin Luo sat before his computer, reviewing the data. The deceased showed no suicidal tendencies. Just 2 days ago, he told his family he was preparing to get married. The result? Ryoko pulled out a call log. Detective Lin, the retired driver who died at home half a month ago, said the exact same thing to his family. And the programmer who died a month ago too. Hanako waved the documents in her hand. Lin Luo studied the files before him and said, "There's a type of spider called the Black Widow. After mating, the female Black Widow eats the male." "How cruel," Hanako murmured. Ryoko pondered thoughtfully. Detective Lin implies the killer is like a Black Widow. Exactly. Lin Luo continued, "Focus on the victim's girlfriend. Check her transaction records." Yes. An hour and a half later, the patrol chief arrived breathlessly before Lin Luo. "Detective Lin, we've located the person, but the police department hasn't issued a search warrant." Lin Luo chuckled. "Your country's efficiency is truly remarkable. I recall the police chief has the authority to conduct investigations at the residence?" The sergeant nodded. Lin Luo brushed off his clothes. "Then we'll interrogate her at her residence." In a high-end apartment complex in Junicho, a middle-aged office worker exhaled deeply. The long hours had left the weary salaryman feeling exhausted. "Hello, I'm your new neighbor, Yoshiko. Nice to meet you." A sweet voice rang out. The clerk turned to see a woman in her 30s, somewhat plain-looking, smiling at him. "Hello." The clerk gave a slight nod and pushed open the door. Keiko watched him enter with a smile, a box in her left hand. "Oh my, what a nice neighbor," Kyoko murmured to herself as she placed the box in front of the tatami mat. Opening the box revealed a charcoal stove inside. Keiko patted the charcoal stove, a smile spreading across her face. Charcoal stove, I'm counting on you." No sooner had she spoken than the doorbell rang. Keiko hurriedly stood up and peered through the peephole. A handsome man stood there, accompanied by 2 pretty girls. When did idols start campaigning door to door? Kazuko muttered under her breath as she opened the door. "Hello, I'm Patrol Officer Shirori from the Junicho Police Station," Shirori said with a smile. Hanako beside her felt a pang of disappointment. She had imagined Keiko would be a stunning beauty, and meeting her in person was a huge disappointment. "Officer Shirori, what brings you here?" Keiko's voice was gentle and sweet. Lin Luo chuckled. "I'm Lin Luo. I'm here to investigate a case." Keiko looked at Lin Luo in confusion. "Mr. Lin, what kind of case?" Murder. Chapter 96, The Encounter. Jazi collapsed onto the tatami mat, tears welling in her eyes. She looked up at Lin Luo. Mr. Lin, I truly have no idea about any murder case. Though her voice was sweet, her appearance was so unkempt that Hanako couldn't help but frown. Lin Luo said in a low voice, the most recent victim was a company employee. Before he died, he sent a message to his family saying he was going to marry his girlfriend and transfer 5 million yen to you. Keiko slowly raised her head, as if recalling something. That's right. I still remember that kind gentleman. We met on a rainy night. He was very kind and gentle, but we just weren't suited for each other. I wanted to transfer the 5 million yen to him, but he refused, saying it was a breakup fee. Breakup money. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Kyoko. Miss Kyoko, as far as I know, there have been several charcoal suicide cases in the past month. These men all had financial dealings with you, and before dying, they told their families they were going to get married. Such coincidences simply don't exist. Under Lin Luo's gaze, Kyoko looked pitifully at him. Mr. Lin, my family kicked me out when I was in high school. To support myself, I encountered all sorts of people. Ever since then, it's been hard for me to even consider marriage. Rio, standing nearby, interjected, Miss Keiko, please explain where that money went. Silly girl, that was all breakup money from men. Of course I spent it, Kyoko said matter-of-factly. Lin Luo chuckled. Miss Kyoko, I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. Keiko smiled. As long as someone as handsome as Lin Jun is watching over me, I don't mind staying as long as it takes. She rose slowly, a smile still on her face. Hanako gritted her teeth beside her. She had clearly been first. Lin Luo found Jazi troublesome. Though not particularly attractive, she was a master manipulator of men's hearts. The men she'd victimized had all praised her in conversations with friends. Lin Luo needed more evidence to get Keiko to confess. After bringing Jazi back to the 12th Precinct police station and assigning 2 officers to watch her, Kame Ryocho rushed over to Lin Luo. He demanded, how could you bring an innocent woman to the station? Without incriminating evidence, you can't detain her here. Send her back immediately. Lin Luo stared at Kame, finding his furious expression hilariously comical. He retorted, Chief Inspector Kame, I was assigned here by headquarters to investigate a case, not to waste my days in Junicho. If you have any complaints, take them up with Superintendent Na Umi. Gue Longchang gritted his teeth in fury. He bellowed, you bastard. Don't get too cocky. This is insubordination. I'll file a complaint against you at headquarters and make sure you can't participate in the competition. Kame's true colors were showing. From the start, he'd been determined to prevent Lin Luo from competing. In the officer's lounge, Hanako tugged at Ryoko's sleeve. She whispered, Ryoko. Don't act impulsively. I'm sure Officer Lin will handle this properly. No way. Green Kappa is giving Officer Lin a hard time. I have to help him. Ryoko declared with righteous indignation, leaving Hanako speechless. She could only hold on to her friend to prevent Ryoko from acting rashly. How fascinating. Chief Nagata assured me this training camp would be conducted fairly and impartially. Yet here in Junicho, I witnessed quite the spectacle. What do you say, Chief Na Umi? Kame Ryocho's face instantly drained of color. Lin Luo thought he'd be perfect for performing a populist face change act. Miss Nan, Mr. Lin, I will give you an explanation. Na Umi, who had accompanied Nan Shang, approached Kame Ryocho. His expression darkened as he snapped, you pig-headed fool. Don't you know Mr. Lin is the elite detective from Fuyumi? He broke Senior Detective Kaku's case-solving record. What? Kame was stunned. Guming enjoyed immense prestige in the small nation. During his previous visit for criminal investigation exchanges, he had even been received by the chief superintendent. In the eyes of mid-level officers, Guming was a god of criminal investigation. Kue Longchang realized he'd made a grave mistake. He shouldn't have judged by appearances, assuming Lin Luo's youth made him easy to bully. Little did he know he'd kicked a steel plate. Senior Guming called me earlier. He mentioned a young prodigy emerging from Dongshin's criminal investigation unit, Mr. Lin. Your actions have brought shame upon me. Go apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. Under the piercing gaze of Chang Gong, Gu Longchang obediently approached Lin Luo. He bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, I am truly sorry. My actions have caused you trouble. Lin Luo looked at Gu Longchang. He had come to the training camp to smoothly qualify for the PXZ competition, not to pick fights. That's why he de-invited Nan Shang, who just happened to bring Inspector Chang Gong along. Chief Curio, I look forward to your continued guidance. Kue Longchang bowed his head even lower. Standing beside him was Chief Chang Gong, who looked as if he wanted to press Kue Longchang's head into the floor. Ding! Congratulations, host, on eliminating the malicious source, Kame Ryocho. Equipable ability, respect luck boost activated. Hearing the system notification, Lin Luo's heart swelled with joy. He could sense the admiration in the glances from the surrounding officers. In small nations, strict seniority was the norm, but those who could break through it earned universal respect. Hanako gazed at Lin Luo, her eyes sparkling with admiration, while Ryoko breathed a sigh of relief. Chief Inspector Na Umi waved his hand. Alright, enough of this spectacle. Let's move on. Kame turned and departed. Chief Na Umi looked at Lin Luo apologetically. Mr. Lin, I truly apologize. Chief Na Umi, I came to this training camp for PXC. I understand. Kame will never cause you any further trouble. Chief Na Umi assured him. Lin Luo nodded. Nancheng gave Lin Luo a signal. While Chief Na Umi went inside to reprimand Kame, Lin Luo and Nancheng met up. You're moving fast, got a case this afternoon. Chief Inspector Nagata and his crew are still eating and drinking at headquarters. Nancheng remarked. Lin Luo chuckled, time is money. This time, I'm definitely getting that PXC. Good. Nancheng glanced at the police station office. Don't worry. That guy Koryacho bullies the weak and fears the strong. He tried to push you around because you're young, but after Inspector Chobo's warning, he won't slow you down anymore. Thanks, Lin Luo acknowledged. He'd only mentioned it casually to Nancheng, never expecting her to bring Chief Inspector Chang Gong to the station that very afternoon. Nancheng said, now that Gu Longchang has learned his lesson, you need to show some capability. I'll take Chief Inspector Changong to observe your case handling later. Will you say the suspect has been apprehended or that it's a serial murder case? That's correct. Lin Luo nodded, glancing toward the interrogation room. This time we caught a cunning black widow. I hear it's hardest to convict women who defraud people in small countries. Are you confident? Lin Luo nodded firmly. I am. Chapter 97, The Interrogation. In the interrogation room, the moment Lin Luo entered, Jiazi immediately adopted a pitiful tone and sweet voice. So Mr. Lin is a police officer. What a young and capable man. I have absolutely nothing to do with the murder case. Lin Luo studied Keiko. This woman with the honeyed voice was a master at weaving webs of words, ensnaring one vulnerable elderly victim after another. Black Widow was the perfect description for her. Beside him stood Kurotaka, his head bowed in dejection. Lin Luo placed the report on the table as Ryoko glared at Kayako with indignation. I obtained the autopsy report. That poor gentleman did indeed die from carbon monoxide poisoning, Lin Luo stated, his gaze fixed on Keiko. Tears welled in Keiko's eyes. I bear some responsibility too. I shouldn't have spoken so coldly, crushing that man's will to fight. Oof. Lin Luo chuckled. He looked at Keiko and said, but the autopsy report shows the deceased had a high concentration of sleeping pills in his system. Do you know what happened? Keiko replied earnestly, I heard carbon monoxide poisoning can kill silently. Perhaps he bought sleeping pills beforehand, wanting to depart more peacefully. Correct. He did depart peacefully. But I found this at your residence. Lin Luo produced a box, revealing a charcoal stove inside. Kaji remarked, Chiyoda gets very cold in winter. Mr. Lin, you come from a large country where it snows in winter, it must be even colder there. That's right. Lin Luo donned his abilities reverence. Ryoko beside him felt his stature grow taller, his eyes and brows radiating an indescribable nobility. But you ordered over a dozen charcoal stoves. They're all identical models, and each of the 3 victims had one beside them. This model is the best-selling one at the East 3rd District store, Kyoko replied, clearly prepared. I've recommended their stoves to several gentlemen before. Lin Luo sighed deeply. Keiko, we have a saying, confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. If you confess now, I can speak on your behalf to the judicial authorities. Jiazi shook her head. Mr. Lin, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm deeply sorry for the deaths of those gentlemen, but I had nothing to do with this murder case. Oof. Lin Luo lowered his gaze, pulling out several prescription slips freshly printed from the hospital. Lin Luo was confident he could secure Jiazi's confession, having prepared thoroughly. This evidence was more than enough to make Jiazi break down. These are the sleeping pills you've been prescribed at the hospital over the past month. Lin Luo waved the prescriptions. You told the doctor you couldn't sleep and bought large quantities of sleeping pills, but none of these were found in your home. You drugged all 3 of the envoys with them. This is slander. Jiazi retorted indignantly. I'm not the kind of woman who kills for money. I truly loved those gentlemen. We parted ways because it wasn't meant to be. Keiko, you've spun enough lies. The evidence is irrefutable now, there's no room for evasion. Ryoko produced the bank transfer records. Each of those gentlemen transferred large sums to you before their deaths. This money was intended for wedding expenses. Lin Luo tapped the evidence with his finger. You've been doing this for years. After arriving in Chiyoda, you joined a welfare organization, masquerading as a kind-hearted woman. But a black widow remains a black widow. Your true nature surfaced quickly. An elderly man appeared outside the interrogation room, his expression complex as he gazed at Yoshiko seated in the interrogation chair. Keiko. The old man sighed. The calm confidence vanished from Kyoko's face. She stared at the old man in disbelief. Kamaru-kun. Wemaru-kun was your first target in Chiyoda. Back then, your methods weren't yet so ruthless, so you only stole his treasured painting from him. Lin Luo spoke slowly. The old man, Kamaru, sighed and said, Keiko, when you left without a word, I thought something had happened to you. But later, when I went home and checked, I found all my treasured paintings were gone. I knew it was you, but I didn't want to pursue it. Keiko covered her face with both hands. Lin Luo heard her sobbing. Whether from guilt or the exposure of her true nature, Kyoko began to weep. The elderly man, Kamaru, turned to Lin Luo. Mr. Lin, I'm willing to hand those paintings over to Kayako. I don't want to hold her accountable. Mr. Uemaru, now is not the time for that. She has killed people. 3 gentlemen have already died by her hand. Lin Luo looked at Kyoko. 3 people just like you. How truly regrettable, Uemaru sighed. Lin Luo asked, is there anything else you wish to say, Kayako? Keiko lowered her hands, her face twisted in anguish. Words seemed to be stuck in her throat, refusing to come out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaching the suspect's psychological defenses and triggering truth-telling. Lin Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had gathered more than enough evidence to convict Keiko. But he had insisted on bringing Uemaru here specifically to trigger the truth-telling ability, forcing Keiko to confess with her own mouth that she was the Black Widow. Lin Luo is absolutely right. I am the Black Widow, Keiko said slowly. I killed those people. Kamaru left with a look of disappointment. In the adjacent room, Nan Shang's lips curved upward. She knew Lin Luo must have a plan. Chief Inspector Choco sighed deeply. He'd encountered criminals like this before. The Black Widow's mouth was as hard as steel. Even when confronted with evidence in court, they continued to make excuses. Cases like Lin Luo's, where Keiko was made to confess directly, were extremely rare. Kame Ryocho beside him wore an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Since Lin Luo arrived at the Junicho police station, it had taken less than half a day to crack a serial murder case. Detective Lin is truly remarkable, Chief Na Umi remarked with admiration. Lin Luo is a top prospect from Dong Province. Senior Guming recommended him, Nan Shang stated calmly. Senior Gu truly possessed foresight, Chief Na Umi remarked, glancing at Kane Ryocho beside him. Detective Lin will now be authorized to handle cases across precincts in Eastern District 3. Any objections? Kame Ryocho hastily shook his head. The elite criminal investigators from the great nation truly live up to their reputation. I have no objections whatsoever. Chief Inspector Changong said, that's best. Miss Nan, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Nan Shang nodded. She still had matters to discuss with Lin Luo. Inside the interrogation room, Lin Luo fixed his gaze on Keiko. Go fetch the confession statement. This case is finally closed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on solving the case, Black Widow. Suspect Jiazi has confessed. Current cumulative case reward, 1-5. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Just 2 more cases and he could unlock the criminal investigation Rising Star. With its aid, he could tackle major, complex cases. Lin Luo, step outside for a moment. Nan Shang's voice rang out. Lin Luo acknowledged her and left. Liangzi watched the tearful Keiko, then glanced at Lin Luo's retreating figure. She felt that Detective Lin had just outshone a male celebrity. Chapter 98, Disappearance. In the cubicle of the 12th precinct, Nan Shang stated, Wang Tingyun has already taken action and is close to solving a case. Lin Luo nodded. Wang Tingyun is targeting PXC. So am I. That's why when you suggested bringing Chief Inspector Na Umi along, I agreed without hesitation. He's already witnessed your capabilities. Now you can handle any case in the entire East 3rd District. Lin Luo felt a surge of joy. The entire East 3rd District comprised 24 wards. Since Chief Inspector Changong hadn't spoken up, he'd been confined to the 12th ward. Even the highly suspicious carbon monoxide poisoning case in 12 towns had been ruled a suicide. Lin Luo held little hope for the agents from the small nation. This training session offers significantly higher points for solving major serial murder cases. If you manage to rescue the hostage in time, your points will double, Nan Shang revealed the crucial information. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Got it. I believe in you. See you at the PXZ competition. She rose and left the 12th precinct station. Lin Luo stepped out of his cubicle. Hannah approached him. Officer Lin, today is the festival of floating flowers. Do you have time after work? After work? Lin Luo chuckled, his competitive spirit ignited. Now that I'm handling cases in East District 3, my work hours can extend. Hanako instantly deflated. She felt Lin Luo was made of iron and steel, and promptly shook her head and walked away. After resolving the Black Widow case and having Ryoko organize the files, it was already 9 p.m. Hua Zi had already clocked out, but surprisingly, Liang Zi declined Hua Zi's invitation to stay at the station. She intended to learn more from Lin Luo. At 9:10 p.m., the patrol chief received a report. A woman in a high-rise apartment in Junicho had reported her sister missing from home. After being reprimanded by Chief Inspector Na Umi, Kame Ryocho disappeared promptly at the appointed hour, presumably to drown his sorrows in sake. The patrol chief sought out Lin Luo. After asking for the location, Lin Luo grabbed his gear and said, "Ryoko, come with me." Yes. Traffic in the 12th district during the festival was horrendous, and it took Lin Luo and his team 20 minutes to reach the scene. A woman in a gray trench coat stood hugging her shoulders, weeping. Lin Luo approached and said, "Hello, ma'am." "Hello." The woman looked up at Lin Luo. He continued, "You're the one who reported your sister missing from home?" "Yes." Clutching his hands as if grasping a lifeline, she pleaded, "My sister, Lioli, arrived home at 6 o'clock tonight. But when I returned, I found only her shoes in the entryway and a torn bath towel. She's gone." Lin Luo gestured to Liangzi, who stepped forward to comfort the woman. Ding. Host has accepted case, missing woman. Time elapsed since disappearance, 3 hours 12 minutes. Host must locate subject immediately. Time was of the essence. Lin Luo immediately began examining the scene. In the entryway lay the missing woman's shoes, beside them a torn bath towel, and signs of a struggle on the floor. Lin Luo glanced at the doorknob and immediately ordered, "Search the nearby rooms." The accompanying sergeant and patrol officers began knocking door to door. Soon, a sergeant approached and said, "Officer Lin, units 914, 915, and 917 are unoccupied. Should we return to the station to retrieve surveillance footage?" Lin Luo rolled his eyes. With over 30 rooms on the floor, they'd only checked 3. If this were the Southern District Precinct, he'd have already recommended firing Zhou Dongliang. Split up. Search floor by floor. The door handles show no signs of forced entry, meaning the kidnappers knew exactly what was in room 916. Lin Luo stared at the torn bathrobe on the floor. Some horny bastard. Hurry up and find them. After defying his superiors at the station that afternoon and gaining Inspector Chang's backing, Lin Luo had earned a reputation as a formidable figure among the senior patrol officers. They shed their sluggish ways and began knocking door to door from the start. Lin Luo felt slightly satisfied with their change in attitude when Ryoko approached. "Officer Lin, the lady just gave me a lead." "Speak." "A single man living at 918 has been peeping on the sisters before." Lin Luo clicked his pistol into place, then thrust it into Ryoko's hands. The cold metal sent Ryoko fumbling. "Officer Lin, this? You hold it. When I go in, if anything happens, don't hesitate." Lin Luo fixed his gaze on Liangzi. He possessed a self-healing system. Any wound that didn't hit the head would heal. Meeting Lin Luo's unwavering gaze, Liangzi clenched her teeth and replied, "Yes." At room 918, Lin Luo knocked on the door. An impatient voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "This is the 12th precinct. The woman staying in room 916 is missing." Lin Luo gestured to Liangzi, who gave a slight nod. The door clicked open. A portly man in his 30s peered out at Lin Luo with obvious irritation. "Your credentials?" Lin Luo presented his credentials. The man bellowed, "Hurry up and search, then get out. Every day it's people like you keeping everyone awake." Lin Luo entered the room. The environment inside could be summed up in 3 words: filthy, messy, and dilapidated. The man said, "I haven't cleaned this place in ages. If you're going to inspect it, get it over with." With that, he tossed a pair of stinky socks at Lin Luo's feet. Lin Luo chuckled softly as he spotted a plump rat scurrying across the trash heap. Without a flicker of emotion, he activated the Animal King. Pretending to be irritated, Lin Luo waved his hand and said, "Ugh, working late at night is such a pain. If only I had a cup of sake right now." The plump middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He nodded. "A night without sake is like ramen without salt. I happen to have a cup here. Drink it and leave quickly." "Yeah, this place is filthy. There's nowhere to even sit down." "You should clean it up sometime," Lin Luo complained. The portly middle-aged man handed over the sake. "I'm a bachelor living here. I'm used to it." Lin Luo took the cup but didn't drink. He watched the rat tugging at his pant leg and remarked, "The rats around here are practically sentient. They even know to pull on people's pants." "What?" The chubby middle-aged man quickly looked down. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed. His repeatedly enhanced body could now wield multiple abilities. Quick step. Lin Luo flashed behind the man at lightning speed, catching sight of a bloodstained hammer tucked into his exposed waistband. Burst. A surge of heat coursed through Lin Luo's limbs. He instantly snatched the hammer and, empowered by the Weapon King, delivered a crushing blow. What the fat middle-aged man's words trailed off as Lin Luo knocked him unconscious into the trash heap. Rat leapt onto the man's body and nodded toward a direction. "Freeze!" Ryoko's command bellowed from outside the door. Lin Luo tossed the hammer aside. Suspect secured. Focus on finding the missing person. Entering, Liangzi surveyed the fallen man with a hint of admiration. "Yes, sir." Lin Luo handcuffed the man and headed toward the bathroom. Pulling back the shower curtain, he found a woman lying in the bathtub. Found the missing person, still alive. Get her to the hospital fast. Chapter 99, Found. After discovering the missing person, Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. A system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on locating the missing person. Please transport them to the hospital immediately. The aftereffects of the power surge subsided, leaving his repeatedly enhanced body feeling slightly numb and sore. Lin Luo bent down to check the missing person's condition. The back of the head had suffered a severe blow, blood seeping out. Lin Luo called out softly, "Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?" "Mm-hmm." The injured woman gave a faint response, and Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the room, Ryoko hung up the phone. Lin Luo's decisive actions had allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief, especially after finding the missing person. Her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. "You're amazing, senior." Ryoko's eyes sparkled with admiration. If Hanako were here, she'd be swooning over him. Ryoko stared at Lin Luo's retreating figure, unaware that the obese middle-aged man in the trash heap was slowly rising. Squeak! Lin Luo, who was checking on the missing person, looked up when he heard the sound of rats. "Damn rat!" An exasperated voice snapped as the obese middle-aged man kept swatting at his body. A rat darted nimbly across the man's body, occasionally biting him. Liangzi immediately went on alert, aiming her gun at the man. Patrol officers who heard the commotion outside rushed in, staring at the obese middle-aged man amidst the trash heap. Whoosh! A whistle sounded, and the darting rat leapt back into the trash heap. Lin Luo looked at the obese middle-aged man and declared, "He's the killer. Grab him." "Yes." The patrol officers moved forward and pinned the obese middle-aged man down. The man struggled violently, bellowing, "Damn it! I'm innocent, you bastards!" Smack! A patrol officer delivered a cold, hard slap across his face. "Shut up! You disgraced the great nation's Criminal Investigation Bureau. You violated protocol. Slap him." The man fell silent. Lin Luo pointed toward the bathroom. "The missing person is locked in there by the criminal. Make a makeshift stretcher and carry him out." "Yes, sir." Several patrol officers rushed in. Liangzi approached Lin Luo and apologized. "I'm sorry, Constable Lin. I was distracted earlier and didn't notice." "Xiao Liang, you did nothing wrong. Even the rats in this room look down on scum like that." Lin Luo chuckled. Liangzi smiled back. The rat had appeared just in time. "Detective Lin, it's already 10 o'clock at night. Let's grab some late-night snacks," Liangzi said with a hint of anticipation. Lin Luo glanced at the deepening night outside and nodded slightly. As they stepped out of the room, the missing person's sister grabbed Lin Luo's hand. "Thank you, sir." She gave him a deep bow. Lin Luo replied solemnly, "Your sister is injured. The ambulance will arrive shortly. You should go take care of her." "Thank you. I'll return to the 12th precinct to express my gratitude in person." The woman took a step back as the sound of an ambulance approached from outside. Watching the woman's retreating figure, Ryoko remarked with emotion, "How wonderful, Officer Lin. You saved a family. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully rescuing the missing person and solving the case, the missing woman. Current case accumulated reward 2-5. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes. After just one day, he already sensed the difference between domestic and foreign cases. Criminals here were crazed and twisted, committing far more heinous crimes. "I hope this kind of crime becomes less common," Lin Luo remarked, watching the traffic flow below. "Any good food stalls nearby?" "My treat." Liangzi smiled. "How could I trouble Officer Lin? Let me treat you. Patrol officers only get subsidies, you know. Housing in Junicho isn't cheap." Lin Luo's remark made Ryoko's face flush. She felt as if she'd been stripped bare in front of him. "I do have some savings," Ryoko murmured softly. Lin Luo laughed heartily. "I'll treat." Beyond his regular salary, Lin Luo had earned substantial bonuses from solving numerous major cases. With minimal expenses since joining the force, he'd managed to save a considerable sum. Seeing Lin Luo insist, Liangzi smiled and nodded. A patrol sergeant approached and respectfully addressed Lin Luo. "Officer Lin, the suspect has been subdued. Would you like to interrogate him today?" "Take him back to the station for Inspector Kame to handle," Lin Luo instructed. After being reprimanded, Kame had proactively sought to ingratiate himself with Lin Luo, so Lin Luo assigned this suspect's interrogation to him. "Yes, sir." The patrol sergeant was aware of the friction between Kame and Lin Luo, and knew full well that Lin Luo had the backing of the police chief. In a society like this small country, rank and authority held absolute sway. "You men, stand down and return to headquarters. Contact me immediately if anything arises." Lin Luo patted the patrol chief on the shoulder. "You've worked hard on night duty." The patrol chief smiled. "It's my honor to work alongside such an outstanding officer from the great nation like Constable Lin." Watching the patrol chief depart, Ryoko remarked, "Lin Kubiyu has only been here a day, yet he's already commanded respect throughout the station." Lin Luo replied, "Don't mention ranks outside. Have you decided what you want to eat?" "Ramen." 15 minutes later, outside a ramen shop near the park in Junicho, Lin Luo lifted a steaming bowl of noodles with his chopsticks. With a smile, Ryoko pressed her palms together and said, "I'm about to dig in." The shop owner smiled warmly and asked, "Ryoko, is this your boyfriend?" Ryoko flushed and shook her head quickly. "No, he's my senior." He just arrived in Chiyoda not long ago. I see. The owner placed a fried egg into Lin Luo's bowl. Since you're Ryoko's senior, please have this egg. Thank you, Lin Luo replied before digging in. The ramen tasted excellent, and Ryoko beamed happily beside him. As the shop owner attended to other customers, Lin Luo remarked in a low voice, Ryoko, from what I've seen and heard in the 12 districts lately, criminals in the small country are far more brutal. Ryoko's face twisted into a bitter smile. You don't know, senpai. Things have been rough lately. Lots of people have lost their jobs. Lin Luo's expression grew somber. He knew better than to press further on such matters. After finishing her noodles, Ryoko gazed at the homeless man shivering in the park during the bitter winter. Before graduating, our criminal investigation professor showed us many case studies. From the start of an investigation to its public release, the shortest timeline was at least half a month. Half a month. Lin Luo's mind stirred. He had solved 2 cases in a single day. That terrifying speed and efficiency had earned him a group of supporters within the police force. Liangzi continued, there are so few officers as outstanding as you, senior. I hope to become an officer like you. You will, Lin Luo said, picking up a fried egg. Just as Liangzi was about to thank him, her phone buzzed. She hurriedly answered, her face turning pale. You don't have time? But what about Grandpa? I'm still interning at the police station. After a brief argument with the caller, she hung up. She turned to Lin Luo. Sorry, senior. I need to head to the park for something. Lin Luo glanced at the sky and the homeless man in the park. It's so late. I'll walk you there. Chapter 100, The Madhouse. Sugawa Matsuko Hospital, situated beside 12 Block Park, was an asylum Ryoko's destination. It housed half of Chiyoda's psychiatric patients. Entering through the park's back gate revealed the slightly eerie asylum. After presenting his credentials, Lin Luo stepped inside the asylum. The guards nodded to him and greeting the Junicho police station frequently inspected security here. Ryoko dashed inside in a panic, with Lin Luo following close behind. In the brightly lit lobby, Lin Luo saw Ryoko talking to a doctor in a white coat. The doctor wore an expression of resignation, reluctantly nodding in agreement only after Ryoko's desperate pleas. Treatment plans require family consent. Should any issues arise, Matsuko Hospital bears no responsibility. I understand, doctor, Ryoko nodded. Not far away, a nurse pushed a wheelchair. In the wheelchair sat an elderly man restrained by straps. His hair was disheveled, and he struggled intermittently, muttering incoherent words. Ryoko's expression darkened with sorrow as she watched him. Lin Luo stood by, knowing this was Ryoko's family matter. He couldn't intervene. After the nurse wheeled the old man back, Ryoko wiped her tears and looked at Lin Luo with bloodshot eyes. Thank you for bringing me here, sir. It's getting late. You should head home soon. Just as Lin Luo opened his mouth to speak, the corridor lights went out. Ryo took it in stride. The power supply in the 12th ward is always unreliable. Matsuko ward has its own backup generator. What about the patients inside during outages? Lin Luo gestured toward the main entrance. Sadness clouded Ryoko's face as she replied, the attendants restrain them to their beds with restraints. Lin Luo looked at Liangzi and said, Liangzi, let me walk you back. The police station had assigned Lin Luo lodging in the same building as Ryoko. Hearing this, Ryoko clenched her fist and nodded. Earlier, she had given all the money she carried to the nurse, hoping the nurse would take good care of her family. To lighten the mood, Liangzi remarked, the power outage lasted quite a while today. Ryoko, who's usually responsible for activating the backup power during outages? Lin Luo asked. As a patrol officer for District 12, Ryoko had once inspected Matsuzo Inn with the patrol chief. She replied, the guards. The guards at Matsuzo Inn. Lin Luo frowned, drawing his pistol. Something's off. Ryoko's heart sank. She whispered, Senior, there are usually 2 guards here. The backup power source is at the back door, which requires passing through the patient's activity area. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Activating the backup power was the priority. Follow me, Lin Luo said, scanning the emergency lights lining the corridor. Got it. Liangzi led the way ahead, guiding Lin Luo forward along the floor markers. Opening the metal gate revealed the activity area for patients in the Matsuko ward. Beyond that lay the staff lounge. Lin Luo and Liangzi quickened their pace. It was best not to make any rash moves until they understood the situation. As they walked, Liangzi suddenly stopped. She whispered, Senior, do you smell something strange? The tang of blood reached Lin Luo's nostrils. Clenching his pistol, he replied, Blood. Blood? Ryoko stared in disbelief. Suddenly remembering something, she dashed straight toward the lounge. Listening to the sound of Ryoko's running footsteps, Lin Luo's expression darkened. Ryoko's actions had undoubtedly alerted the killer. He had to move faster. Ding! Detected murder in progress. Host has accepted case, Matsuzo Inn murder case. Lin Luo understood immediately this was a murder in progress. He swiftly followed Ryoko into a room. Liangzi was kneeling, attempting to unfasten her restraint suit. Lin Luo pressed down on Ryoko's hand. No. Someone's lurking in the shadows. The old man's mental state is unstable. If you release the restraints, he'll just run around wildly. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Liangzi calmed down. She nodded and said, I was rash. What do you plan to do, senior? Take the old man to a safe place first. I'll go find help, Lin Luo said in a low voice. He pushed open the bathroom door and helped Liangzi push the man inside. Take this pistol. Call the police station for backup now. Lin Luo pressed the gun into Liangzi's hands. She protested immediately, Elder, you're going to find people. You should keep it. No arguing. Lin Luo closed the door. Remember to barricade it from the inside. Liangzi nodded as Lin Luo strode out of the room. His advanced abilities were powerful, but using them caused physical changes he couldn't let Liangzi witness. Hope I can hold out, Lin Luo exhaled. System, activate the ability's ultimate technique, ability burst. Ding. Congratulations, host, on activating the ultimate technique. The ability respect is now effective. Current ability, burst user. Burst activated. Muscles beneath Lin Luo's clothes bulged, accompanied by a faint, tearing pain. Just hours ago, he'd subdued the killer using burst. Fortunately, his body had undergone several enhancements. After activating burst, he didn't immediately pass out. Burst greatly amplified Lin Luo's hearing, allowing him to detect faint sounds in the darkness. Without hesitation, Lin Luo sprinted toward the source of the sound. In one of the restroom cubicles, a man with a fanatical expression slashed his knife across the patient's body. A useless piece of trash like you only drags your family down. Rest assured, my blade is swift. A cruel smile spread across the man's face as he pressed the blade against the patient's throat, ready to strike. Clang! A metal tray flew through the air, striking the man's hand with a thud. The knife clattered to the floor. Gritting his teeth, the man snarled, Who? You're surrounded. Surrender now. Lin Luo's voice boomed. The man chuckled coldly. I'm the one who walked out of Songzi Hospital. There are only 2 guards here at night. Where did you come from? From the madhouse? Could he be a patient? Lin Luo thought, his ears twitching slightly as the man made a small movement. Without further thought, Lin Luo clenched an iron tray in his hand and swung it toward the man. The iron plate whizzed past the patient and plunged straight into the man's wrist. The man screamed in pain. Lin Luo moved swiftly. He closed the distance in a few strides, kicking the man hard enough to send him crashing to the ground. Don't move. I'm from the 12th precinct, Lin Luo said, staring down at the man on the ground. You're suspected of murder and intentional assault. Gripping his wrist in agony, the man pleaded, Sir, before you take me to the station, please tend to my wound. Lin Luo bound the man with rope. Don't worry. Someone will be here soon to tend to your wound. 10 minutes later, the entire Songzi courtyard was filled with police cars from the 12th precinct. A large contingent of elite officers stormed into the courtyard, and the backup power was activated. Kue Longchang rushed into the courtyard, his face etched with anxiety. He'd just been reprimanded by his superior. If anything happened to Lin Luo tonight, his career as a police chief was over. The metal gate swung open. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Luo emerged leading the man. He stated, Chief Kame, the suspect has been subdued. Chapter 101, Fire. The next day, a hostess with a sweet smile delivered the news on the large screen at the Junicho office building. Recently, the 12th precinct has solved multiple cases and rescued victims. According to precinct sources, the suspect responsible for yesterday's attack at Matsukoan has been apprehended. Among the apprehended was Lin Luo, an elite detective from the great nation. Ryoko glanced up at the screen, which displayed photos of Lin Luo being welcomed upon his arrival. The police station had provided Lin Luo's ID photo to the TV station, which clearly knew how to boost ratings. Reading the text accompanying the photo, Ryoko felt a headache coming on. Chiyota's hottest cop. The tiger of criminal investigation from the great nation. While the titles the station had slapped on were accurate, Ryoko suspected her senior officer might not be keen on the spotlight. I should go see the senior officer first, Ryoko decided. She navigated through the crowded streets and arrived at Junicho Hospital. As soon as she reached the front desk, she overheard nurses whispering. Did you hear? That handsome guy they just brought in is from the great nation, a top detective from their elite squad. Yeah, I heard traffic on the Chiyoda line during rush hour actually improved. Everyone was looking up to admire his looks. Ryoko cleared her throat and approached the front desk. I'm Ryoko from the Junicho police station. I'd like to see Lin Luo, who's hospitalized here. A young nurse immediately rose to greet her, walking alongside her as she explained, Ma'am, quite a few people have come today, some bringing flowers, others bringing fruit. Ryoko understood perfectly well. With Lin Luo's looks, he could easily outshine any celebrity. With the Metropolitan Police Department's deliberate promotion, he had now become the poster child for criminal investigation assistance from the great nation. Is anyone in the room now? Ryoko asked. The nurse nodded quickly. Yes, there's a lady inside. A woman? Ryoko felt a pang of curiosity. Following the nurse, she arrived at Lin Luo's room. Mr. Lin is inside, the nurse said, looking at Ryoko. You can go in now. Ryoko nodded and pushed open the door, immediately seeing a woman seated at Lin Luo's bedside. The woman looked up at the sound of her voice, her powerful presence reminding Ryoko of the senior officers at the Metropolitan Police Department. Ryoko instinctively stood up straight. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm here to see Mr. Lin. Lin Luo, someone's here to see you. Nan Shang shook Lin Luo's hospital bed. Lin Luo opened his eyes just in time to see Ryoko. He smiled. Liangzi, you came. Senior. Liangzi's face lit up with excitement. Hearing that Lin Luo had been hospitalized after fighting criminals, she'd been deeply worried. Lin Luo smiled. I'm fine. What's the situation at Sanzi Hospital? Suppressing her joy, Liangzi replied, we found the guards and doctors. They were knocked unconscious and tied up. 3 patients at Sanzi ward had their throats slit, and 1 died despite resuscitation efforts. Lin Luo frowned. Despite his swift response, casualties had still occurred at Sanzi ward. What about the suspect? Lin Luo asked. Before striking, the suspect had cut off the power to Matsuzo ward, rendering all surveillance cameras useless. The suspect remains silent. Inspector Kame is interrogating him with his team, Ryoko reported in detail. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. A person ruthless enough to kill in an asylum would be extremely difficult to deal with. He turned to Ryoko. I'll return to the 12th precinct this afternoon. Tell Inspector Koryu that if they haven't gotten anything out of him by then, I'll take over the interrogation. Ryoko nodded. She noticed Nan Shang's gaze fixed on her, which weighed heavily on her. She forced a smile. I'll inform the chief. I'm glad to see you're unharmed, senior. Ryoko bowed and departed. Nansho touched his face. Do I look old? More dignified, Lin Luo chuckled, flexing his arm as the searing pain from the torn muscle eased considerably. Nanshang shot Lin Luo a look. Chief Inspector Nagata expressed concern about your injuries. The Metropolitan Police Department will cover your hospitalization costs during the training period. Lin Luo nodded. Noticing the smile on Nanshang's face, he immediately asked, Nanshang, I have a bad feeling about this. Are you hiding something from me? Nanshang walked to the window and pulled it open with a firm tug, revealing the view outside. Not far from the hospital stood a towering skyscraper. Lin Luo noticed a digital display on its facade. His photo was displayed there, accompanied by a string of ridiculously pretentious titles. Lin Luo clutched his head. What the hell just happened? The Metropolitan Police Department is covering your medical expenses and helping you gain fame. You're now the most handsome officer in Chiyoda. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He had come to this small country for training to become a PXC. Is this okay? Lin Luo stared at the photos scrolling across the screen. Nanshing nodded. It's fine. We've been wanting to run a publicity campaign domestically for a while now. You're the perfect fit. Lin Luo exhaled. He'd experienced this kind of treatment before in Dongshan. But I'm still in training. Won't this interfere? Lin Luo pressed. Nansheng smiled. Not at all. In fact, it's a good thing. A good thing? Lin Luo frowned in confusion. All he needed to do was focus on training to pass and secure his ticket to PXC. The Chiyoda Metropolitan Police Department used your image. They'll give you corresponding bonus points during the final decision, Nansheng said, staring intently at Lin Luo's face. It'll be very useful if you can enter PXC as the top seed. As someone who'd been through it, Nansheng's opinion carried weight. Lin Luo nodded. If it helps my chances in the competition, then let them use it. Nansheng glanced at Lin Luo's photos on the large screen and remarked suddenly, you know, Xiaogua's PR team is pretty sharp. These shots of you are incredibly handsome. Before long, you'll be the dream of every young boy in Xiaogua. Lin Luo flushed crimson. Sis Nan, cut the jokes. How's Wang Gingyun doing in East District 3? He's a workaholic, much like you. Once he gets started, he can't stop. Nansheng paused before adding, he's at the Gocho police station. The chief there is a kind-hearted elder who's forced Wang Jingyun to take a break. Lin Luo nodded. Wang Gingyun can't sit still. Even forced rest won't keep him quiet. Exactly. During his break, he's been reaching out to detectives in Wucheng. Those guys sometimes get access to first-hand intel. Small countries differ from large ones. Detective work is popular here, and many great detectives hold significant social standing. He certainly found a good path for himself, Lin Luo remarked with a sigh. With the reports about you spreading, the Chiyoda training personnel will have their hands full, Nanshang remarked. In a certain agency within Gocho, East 3rd District, Wang Jingyun took the file folder. Mr. Wang, here are the materials you requested. They contain all the unsolved cases from Chiyoda over the past year or two. The detective looked at Wang Jingyun and asked, Mr. Wang, do you know Lin Luo? Wang Jingyun smiled faintly. I do. Mr. Lin has been in high demand lately. Would you be able to arrange an introduction? Wang Jingyun nodded. I can arrange it when he's available. Chapter 102, Theory. Inside the 12th Precinct Police Station, Kame Ryocho finished his last cigarette. The ashtray before him was piled high with cigarette butts when the patrol chief pushed open the door and entered. He looked at Kame and said, "Chief Inspector, the suspect hasn't uttered a single word yet." Kame exhaled deeply. Stubborn bastard. His crimes are enough to keep him locked up for life. What about the other one? The sergeant glanced at the records and reported, "The other one is demanding a medical examination. He claims Officer Lin injured his genitals." Though Kame Longchang desperately wanted to confront Lin Luo, the giant screen outside displayed the man's face. Everyone in Chiyoda knew this elite detective from the great nation. Chief Inspector Na Umi's warning still echoed in Kame's ears. He could only say it was a rat bite. The scene footage shows it clearly. A prisoner convicted of false imprisonment and intentional assault sent into solitary for a few days to cool off. "Yes, sir." The patrol chief turned and left. Kame rubbed his face, rose, and headed to interrogate the prisoner. "Chief Kame." Lin Luo pushed open the door and stepped out. He looked at Kame and said, "My injuries have healed. I'm reporting back to the station now." Kue Longchang forced a smile. "You've worked hard, Constable Lin. All of Chiyoda is talking about Constable Lin. Without you stepping in, these cases would never have been solved." Lin Luo replied in a solemn tone. The station personnel also contributed to the cases. "Has the suspect from Matsuzoin confessed?" Kame Chang shook his head. "The suspect is stubborn. The Matsuzoin case has drawn so much attention that some interrogation methods are difficult to employ. Lin Luo knew the small nation had some unsavory practices in this area and intended to take over the interrogation. I made the arrest. I'll conduct the interrogation." Lin Luo's tone was unwavering. Kame's expression stiffened before he exhaled deeply. "Detective Lin is elite talent from the mainland. We're counting on you this time." With that, Gu Longchang bowed to Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiled faintly. "No need to be so formal." He turned and left the office. Gue Longchang gritted his teeth, muttering, "Just hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer." Stepping out of the office, Lin Luo encountered Ryoko, who was conversing quietly with Hanako. Seeing Lin Luo approach, Liangzi immediately stood up. "Assistant Inspector Lin, I've already requested permission from the station. Starting today, Hana and I will be following you." Looking into their eager eyes, Lin Luo said solemnly, "I'll only be stationed at the police station for a month. If you wish, you may follow me and learn something." "Yay!" Hanako jumped up in delight, grabbing Ryoko's hand. "Ryoko, I knew Assistant Inspector Lin would agree." Liangzi gave a slight nod. Lin Luo held a high regard for this fearless and determined female patrol officer. He nodded and said, "I'm about to interrogate the suspect arrested at Matsuzo Inn. You two come in with me." "Yes," the two women replied in unison. Pushing open the interrogation room door, the suspect arrested at Matsuzo Inn remained silent and sullen. Two senior patrol officers sat across from him. "Detective Lin, you're here." Though the two sergeants were older than Lin Luo, his abilities had already earned recognition from the Metropolitan Police Department. Half of Chiyoda now knew of this elite detective from the great nation. The two inspectors treated Lin Luo with great respect, a courtesy influenced by the culture of his home country. "You've both worked hard. I've already consulted with Assistant Inspector Kame. I'll be taking over the interrogation from here," Lin Luo stated. The two inspectors exited the room, and Lin Luo sat down. He looked at the silent man across from him. "Kamikawa, you worked at Matsuzo Inn for 4 years. During that time, you received commendations from the facility, and your colleagues praised you as a compassionate and patient person." Kamikawa remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Lin Luo's words. Hanako, beside him, opened her eyes wide as if about to speak, but Ryoko grabbed her hand and shook her head gently. Having followed Lin Luo for some time, she knew this elite criminal investigator from the great nation disliked interruptions. "After graduating from university, you intended to become a teacher but never passed the exams. Your father taught at a school near Matsuzo Inn." The Junicho police station had compiled Kamikawa's biography information soon to be released to the public. Lin Luo closed the file. "Kamikawa, there's a saying in the great nation, the weak turn their blades on the weaker. Why did you wield your slaughtering blade against those with disabilities?" Uokawa flinched at the words. He looked up at Lin Luo and said, "The weak turn their blades on the weaker. A wise man in the great nation once said that. But survival of the fittest, natural selection. Those disabled people are no longer whole individuals. They don't deserve to live." At these words, Liangzi sprang to her feet. Her grandfather was a disabled person, and she would not tolerate such slander. "You heartless monster. When you swung that blade, did you ever think about how the people you killed couldn't even move?" Flames of fury blazed in Liangzi's eyes. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on Kamikawa and beat him senseless. This time, it was Hanako who stepped in to restrain her. "Ryoko, the more critical the moment, the more you mustn't let anger cloud your judgment." Lin Luo's voice rang out. As if doused with cold water, Ryoko looked at Lin Luo and said, "I'm sorry, Officer Lin." Lin Luo stared at Kamikawa. Even without the system's prompt, he could tell the man's mental state was far from normal. The information gathered by Junicho also indicated that Kamikawa had undergone a drastic personality change after being expelled. Neighbors had even spotted him sunbathing naked by the roadside, with only a foam board laid on the ground beneath him. Kamikawa, you must have some theory behind this, Lin Luo inquired. Madness flashed in Kamikawa's eyes as he cackled, of course. I'm a fully functional human being unlike those who've been discarded by society. They shouldn't monopolize so many public resources. These things should be reserved for us, the fully functional humans. Ding! Suspect detected at Matsuko in Kamikawa. This suspect exhibits severe psychological distortion. Host, please shatter the suspect's delusions. Hearing the system's alert, Lin Luo's fingers drummed on the table. His eyes locked onto Kamikawa as he silently activated his respectability. Kamikawa, your thinking is insane. Your theories are utterly unacceptable to normal people. Lin Luo rose slowly. Therefore, I intend to have the judicial office conduct a psychiatric evaluation on you. Small nations enforce stricter protocols for mentally ill suspects. Once convicted, such individuals face rigorous confinement and supervision. Kamikawa writhed, shouting, I am a sane human being. I am a sane human being. I am not ill, you cannot do this to me. Lin Luo chuckled coldly. Kamikawa, if we follow your ridiculous theories, wouldn't you be the one society discards once you're labeled mentally ill? Kamikawa struggled even more violently. Lin Luo felt not a shred of pity. Such a deranged individual deserved harsh measures. Once the evaluation results came out, Kamikawa's laughable theories and psyche would be utterly shattered. Chapter 103, New Case. Detective Lin, here's the evaluation report you requested. The psychologist specially hired by East District 3 pushed the report across the table. Barely over 30, she wore a uniform and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that accentuated her charm. Yamanaka Takako was deeply intrigued by this rising star among the nation's elite criminal investigators, not merely for her striking appearance, but for Lin Luo's extraordinary abilities. Lin Luo replied, thank you. Yamanaka Takako adjusted her glasses. Detective Lin, as a professional psychologist, I've diagnosed Kamikawa with a mental disorder. What do you intend to do about it? Kamikawa has a theory. He views the residents of Matsuko Hospital as societal rejects while considering himself the sane one. He believes the patients shouldn't occupy public resources. This mindset is flawed, and I intend to change it. Lin Luo clenched his fist as he spoke, piquing Yamanaka Takashi's interest. Assistant Inspector Lin, you must understand how difficult it is to change an adult's mindset, especially that of a stubborn, radicalized individual. Ordinary methods certainly won't work, but Lin Luo has the ability. Combining his skills with straightforward honesty, he could make the nearly broken Uekawa realize just how absurd and laughable that theory truly was. I have my own methods. No need to trouble you. Lin Luo rose and departed. Yamanaka Takako watched his retreating figure for a long moment before finally pulling a file from the drawer. She studied the contents of the report carefully. Lin Luo, male, criminal investigator with the Nanyu District branch of Dongxing City, Dong Province. Lin Luo was unaware that Yamanaka Takako had also joined this training session. She leafed through his file. Truly a driven elite criminal investigator from the mainland. Such a flawless resume, I'll give him an S. Yamanaka Takako wrote her evaluation on Lin Luo's file. Beside his file was another S belonging to Wang Jingyun. Lin Luo was unaware that seeking out Yamanaka Takako had unknowingly earned him extra points. As soon as he stepped into the police station, Ryoko approached him carrying a set of equipment. Officer Lin, we've received a homicide report. The scene is at the apartment complex behind 3rd Street. Lin Luo donned the gear and looked at Ryoko. What's the situation? The caller was from the fire department. They extinguished a fire at the apartment and discovered 2 bodies at the scene. 2 bodies. Lin Luo shoved the forensic report into the hands of Hanako, who had just run over. Hanako, take this report and find 2 available patrol sergeants. Inform Kamikawa that he's been diagnosed as mentally ill. Yes. Hanako took the file. Already dressed in her gear, she shot Ryoko a slightly resentful look. Ryoko reached out and ruffled Hanako's hair. Cheer up, Hanako. I'll treat you to dinner when we get back. I'll treat you instead. Lin Luo was always generous, and Hanako nodded with a smile. 20 minutes later, officers from the 12th precinct arrived at the scene. Such a major case had came Ryuo running ahead, his face tense. Lin Luo surveyed the charred ground where the fire had just been extinguished. Murder and arson, Lin Luo mused. Detective came, Assistant Inspector Lin, over here. A senior patrol officer beckoned to Lin Luo. Lin strode forward, with Ryoko close behind. The body. Kame Ryocho lunged forward to inspect it. Lin Luo grabbed Kame by the arm. Kame wasn't tall, earning him the teasing nickname Green Kappa from Ryoko. Tugged by Lin Luo, Kame struggled to break free. Ryoko giggled quietly behind them. The scene truly resembled a dashing onmyoji subduing a struggling yokai. Detective Lin, what are you doing? I need to examine the scene. Let go of me. Kame Ryosho shouted, while the surrounding patrol officers stifled their laughter. Chief Kame, please calm down. You nearly compromised the evidence. I just discovered a footprint not far from the body. Lin Luo shoved Kame aside. The moment he entered, the system alerted him. Ding! Corpse detected. Host has accepted case, murder and arson. Rising star of criminal investigation, murdered sisters, scorched crime scene. The killer intended to destroy evidence. Rising star of criminal investigation, a fresh footprint. That's why Lin Luo grabbed Gue Longchang. He couldn't let this reckless fool ruin the scene. Hearing Lin Luo's words, Gue Longchang cleared his throat and said, Detective Lin, the ground's been scorched by the fire. Where exactly is this clue you're talking about? Lin Luo waved, and Liangzi handed him the tools. Lin Luo took a small brush and gently swept the ground a few times. A footprint, previously obscured, emerged. Everyone around them stared wide-eyed. They hadn't noticed this footprint when they first entered. Gue Longchang looked as if he'd been choked. Staring at the footprint, he snapped, Where the hell is that damn photographer? Get moving and document the evidence. The innocent inspector, wrongly blamed, hurriedly grabbed his camera and rushed over. Lin Luo stepped over the footprint and continued forward. Gue Longchang dared not follow, afraid of trampling on any evidence. Lin Luo surveyed the bodies on the floor. The clothing of both victims remained relatively intact. One lay on the bed, the other on the floor. The fire had yellowed their clothing slightly. Lin Luo turned to Liangzi and said, Liangzi, come over here. Conduct an examination of the two victims. Liangzi approached. She had received relevant training at the Criminal Investigation Academy, but this was her first time handling bodies at a crime scene. She carefully examined the victims' heads and limbs. Lin Luo watched from the side. After completing her examination, Liangzi reported both victims died from excessive arterial bleeding. The wounds are located on their necks. Liangzi moved the head of one body, revealing the scarred neck. The wound was a gruesome mess of torn flesh and blood. Ryoko frowned. Detective Lin, what kind of hatred could drive a killer to inflict such injuries? Kai Ryocho leaned closer, studying the wounds. Exactly. What kind of hatred could drive someone to kill these sisters? Not necessarily hatred, Lin Luo mused, his thoughts forming. Continue your examination, but focus on the victim's private areas. Yes. Ryoko continued her examination while Lin Luo began pacing the scene. Kame felt awkward just watching Ryoko work, so he followed Lin Luo and asked, Detective Lin, what have you found? Lin Luo halted his steps. Both victims' fingerprints show varying degrees of wear. Likely from occupations like cashiers. Kame's eyes lit up. He nodded. I'll have the inspector gather the records immediately. Lin Luo scanned the room. Such a cramped space for two pairs of sisters to live in. From what I understand, Chyota's wages aren't low. So where would their savings be? Savings? Kame surveyed the charred scene, much of the furniture reduced to ashes. He shook his head. We'll have to wait for the forensics division to reconstruct the scene. In the safest place. Lin Luo stepped to the bedside and pulled open a drawer, now only half intact. Inside lay an iron box. He opened it. Criminal Investigation Spotlight, iron box used to hide money, contents vanished. Chapter 104, The Youth. In the apartment, Lin Luo discovered the iron box where the money had been hidden. Gue Longchang stared at him with disbelief. Lin Luo placed the box into an evidence bag and stated, this box should have contained the money the sisters saved from their jobs. After killing them, the murderer took the money. Gue Longchang snapped back to reality. Detective Lin, we can only draw conclusions after further investigation. Right. Lin Luo agreed with Gue Longchang's words before asking, how long does it usually take for the 12th precinct to solve a case like this? This is considered a major case, Kame replied, surveying the darkened crime scene. The station's record shows it takes about a month. A month was far too slow. Lin Luo couldn't wait. He stated, Chief Curio, I need you to grant me investigative authority. I will expedite finding the killer. Kame clenched his fist. Detective Lin, this case is extremely complex. Results won't come quickly. Look at the scene, it's completely burned. Insisting on pursuing this will jeopardize your training evaluation. Lin Luo looked at the two bodies being examined. Chief Curio, it seems you misunderstand me. Training camp results mean nothing to me. Two sisters were murdered. I need to catch the killer. Detective Lin. Curio Chang unclenched his fists and nodded. I'll have the entire 12th precinct assist you. I also want to know which fool dared commit murder and arson in my jurisdiction. Detective Lin, we have a discovery, Ryoko said, turning to Lin Luo. There are lacerations on the victim's private areas, both sisters. It's highly probable they were assaulted before dying. Lin Luo said, Chief Kame, I need you to investigate the list of individuals who committed serious crimes over the past decade. Yes, juvenile offenders take priority. Kame didn't hesitate. He nodded. I'll get on it immediately. He left the scene with two patrol sergeants. Ryoko approached Lin Luo. Detective Lin, have you made any discoveries? Just some theories. We still need evidence. Are there any surveillance cameras nearby? Lin Luo inquired. I'll go find the apartment manager right away. Apartments in Chiyoda Ward all had managers responsible for cleaning and security. Moments later, a plain-looking man was brought before Lin Luo. Lin Luo looked at him and asked, "Does the apartment have surveillance cameras?" "Yes, but the power went out before the fire," the manager replied. Lin Luo pressed, "Power outages? Has this happened before?" "It has happened before," the manager nodded, pointing to a charred light fixture. 2 days ago. Who handles maintenance for the apartment complex? Bring them here immediately. I need to question them. The manager nodded, while Liangzi took notes nearby. 10 minutes later, a maintenance worker in a uniform approached Lin Luo. "Hello, I'm an employee of Chiyoda Electric Power Company," the repairman said. Lin Luo asked, 2 days ago, the apartment experienced a power outage. You went to repair it. Did you encounter anyone suspicious? The repairman recalled, I was heading to the electrical panel to check things out when I did see someone. We exchanged a few words, and then he left. What did he look like? A backpacker. He had a brown backpack and was wearing a hoodie, the technician recalled. Lin Luo smiled. Turning to Liangzi, he said, get the surveillance footage from around the apartment building immediately. Find this guy. Yes, sir. After completing his investigation at the scene and interviewing relevant personnel, Lin Luo returned to the 12th precinct as night had fallen. This marked his third day at the station. As soon as he stepped inside, Hanako approached him holding a file. She handed it to him and said, Detective Lin, the two victims were sisters. They worked part-time at a convenience store nearby. Lin Luo took the file and began reading. The sisters had come to Chiyoda from the countryside, arriving with dreams in their hearts. They lived crammed into a tiny apartment. The older sister had saved enough money to quit her convenience store job, open a clothing store, and move out of the apartment. But tragedy struck unexpectedly. Now, the sisters' money had been stolen, and they lay as cold corpses. Hanako, who had clearly reviewed the files, clenched her fist and declared, what a despicable killer, destroying these sisters' dreams. Detective Lin, you must catch this vile murderer. Lin Luo nodded. Glancing toward the office, he asked, what about the other file I requested? Has Chief Kame still not compiled it? Hanako whispered, Detective Lin, word of this case has leaked out. Chief Inspector Na Umi got wind of it and rushed straight here. Lin Luo nodded. Kame had mentioned earlier that this case was already considered major, and with it leaking out, Chief Inspector Na Umi naturally couldn't sit idly by. He had to come personally to oversee things. Clutching the files, he approached the office door. Inside, Inspector Na Umi's sharp reprimands echoed. Kame was being scolded again. Chief Kame, it's Lin Luo. Lin Luo knocked on the door. The scolding inside ceased. Inspector Chandong's voice softened. Detective Lin S. back. Come in. Lin Luo pushed open the door. Kame stood silently to the side, looking like a defeated rooster. Mr. Lin, I hear you made a discovery at the scene? Chief Chogo looked at Lin Luo expectantly. Lin Luo nodded. Some discoveries. Chief Curio, I'd requested those documents earlier. Shobo glanced at Curio Chang and asked, where are the materials Inspector Lin requested? Gue Long Chang immediately replied, the materials are ready for Assistant Inspector Lin. I placed them in the cabinet. Chang Gong moved aside. Assistant Inspector Lin, please proceed with your investigation. Lin Luo accepted without hesitation, walking straight to the main seat. He pulled out the files and began examining them carefully. These were the records of violent criminals in the 12th precinct over the past decade. As Lin Luo had requested, juvenile offenders were listed first. His eyes scanned the names until they abruptly stopped. He looked at Kane Ryocho and asked, there's a boy named Yoshino here. Did he kill his mother? Chief Inspector Chang Gong stroked his chin. I recall this Yoshino boy. I handled that case myself. He bludgeoned his mother to death with a baseball bat. A brutal kid. Lin Luo remarked, he wasn't an adult at the time, so he served 5 years in juvenile detention. Correct, Inspector Na Umi said regretfully. I wanted that kid to stay in juvenile detention for life, but later the staff said Yoshino had reformed. Reformed, Lin Luo scoffed. He studied the photo of Yoshino, taken recently by Patrolman Juni Cho. In the photo, Yoshino wore a brown backpack and a hoodie. Lin Luo pointed at the photo. 2 days ago, there was a power outage at the apartment complex. Maintenance workers spotted Yoshino nearby. Track him down immediately. Changdong perked up, glancing at Kame Ryuo and growing increasingly convinced this green kappa was useless. Did you hear that? Get the 12th Ward people moving to search. Chapter 105, Escape. Winter District 3, Block 23. The dimly lit street reeked of foul odors as a haggard-looking vagrant tossed trash into a fire barrel. Several disheveled middle-aged men lay passed out drunk. The 23rd district was mostly old, run-down housing, and public safety had never been great. Put. A shifty-eyed vagrant fished a wallet from the drunkard's pocket. Give it here, a deep voice boomed. The thief's eyes widened. This money was enough for a wild night out. No way he was handing it over. Kid, with your puny frame, you think you can pull a fast one on me? I'm in a generous mood today, now scram, the vagrant snarled. Ha! The backpacker across from him held a dagger glinting coldly, its tip still stained with a few drops of blood. The vagrant shuddered. Hand it over, the backpacker demanded. Reluctantly, the vagrant surrendered the money. The backpacker took the money and counted it carefully. Then, looking at the vagrant, he said, "Do you know a way out of town? If you do, this money is yours." The vagrant stared at the money, drool nearly dripping from his mouth. He hurriedly replied, "I know a way. I know a way." "You'd better not lie to me," the backpacker said coldly. The vagrant shuddered, then forced a fawning smile. "Sir, with this money, how could I dare deceive you? I know a way out. I'll take you there right now." "Fine." The backpacker tucked the money into his pocket. The vagrant led the way, saying, 23 blocks outskirts. "I know a guy running an unlicensed taxi. If you're willing to pay, he'll take you." "Illegal taxi?" The backpacker furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. After a moment, his voice grew quiet again. "Take me there." The vagrant led the backpacker through a series of twists and turns until they reached a dilapidated building. Its door hung loose, gaping empty inside like the maw of a beast in the darkness. "It's right up ahead. I'm good friends with the driver. I'll go get him now." The vagrant dashed inside. The backpacker glanced at his watch. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. Soon, a burly, dark-skinned man emerged running alongside the vagrant, sizing up the backpacker from head to toe. "Things are tight now. If you want to get out, it'll cost extra 20 million yen, no haggling," the burly man declared with brazen confidence. He'd been in this line of work long enough to know exactly how these people ticked. The backpacker nodded. "I accept your price, but you must get me to a safe place. Otherwise, you won't see a penny of this. Here's a deposit." The backpacker tossed a wad of cash. The burly man smiled as he counted it. "I love doing business with smart people. There are 2 others leaving too. With you, that makes 3. Come with me." The vagrant smiled as he approached the backpacker, making a gesture to collect payment. The backpacker replied coldly, "He's already paid you. What more do you want from me?" The vagrant's expression darkened, about to erupt in curses, but the backpacker's icy gaze fixed on his throat. The vagrant instinctively took 2 steps back. He sensed the backpacker had killed before and not just once. "Bastard!" The vagrant glared at the backpacker, unwilling to back down. "If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here," the backpacker barked. The vagrant gritted his teeth. "My guest has spoken. Now get out of here," the burly man interjected. The vagrant dared not provoke this man, swallowing his threats and slinking away. The backpacker glanced back at the distant night sky before entering the building. At the 12th precinct, Inspector Na Umi's expression grew increasingly grim. As they searched block after block, they found no one matching the description. "You incompetent fools." Inspector Na Umi glared at the patrol chiefs before him. "If you don't catch this suspect, you'll all be stripped of your uniforms and forced to apologize to the chief inspector." The words hit hard, and the patrol chiefs felt wronged inside. With over 10 million people in all of Chiyoda and over 200,000 permanent residents in the 12 towns alone, plus the daily influx of transient individuals, they simply couldn't cover everything. Besides, criminals aren't like trees rooted to the ground. The suspect had surely fled by now. "Chief Inspector, this case is under the supervision of Assistant Inspector Hayashi. Should we consult him?" One patrol captain, unable to withstand Na Umi's death stare, suggested. Chief Inspector Na Umi rubbed his temples. He and his subordinates had already subconsciously ruled out Kurotaka. "Where is Assistant Superintendent Lin?" Lin Luo had left the 12th precinct after pinpointing the suspect. "Assistant Superintendent Lin is also searching," Hanako announced as she entered carrying files, her gaze sweeping over the assembled patrol sergeants. Not a single one was capable. They still had to rely on Senior Lin to find him. "With Constable Lin on the case, we'll definitely find the suspect." One inspector let out a sigh of relief. Even Chief Inspector Na Umi unconsciously relaxed. Lin Luo had been commended by the Warning Bureau and had become a star officer in Chiyoda. He turned to Hanako and asked, "Who's accompanying Constable Lin on the manhunt?" "Inspector Ryoko," Hanako replied with a hint of resentment. Ryoko had gone with the senior officer to pursue the criminals, leaving her behind to organize case files and answers. Assistant Inspector Lin nodded. "You lot deploy personnel to critical positions in East District 3. "Yes, sir." The sergeants breathed a collective sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Luo had quietly become the person they trusted most. On the main thoroughfare of East District 3, Lin Luo was on the phone with Wang Jingyun. Knowing Wang Jingyun had some connections, he wanted to ask if there were any leads. Wang Jingyun had also heard about these cases, and the entire East 3rd District was now mobilized. "Lin Luo, I've contacted several well-known detectives. They have some information. If that person wants to escape Chiyoda, they'll likely head to 23 Chong." Wang Jingyun was surprisingly generous. Having learned of Lin Luo's abilities from the captain, he understood that both men had chosen East District 3. They weren't necessarily rivals. Niju Sancho. Lin Luo nodded. Thanks. I'll head to Niju Sancho to investigate right away. Lin Luo, Wang Jingyun's tone shifted. If you pass the training camp and qualify for PXZ as a seeded player, we might be able to team up. Clearly, Wang Jingyun knew something. Lin Luo smiled. All right. After hanging up, Lin Luo turned to Ryoko beside him. Ryoko, do you know the 23rd district? Ryoko had chosen District 12 for her internship because her home was in East District 3, specifically in the very District 23 Lin Luo mentioned. Senior, 23rd district isn't a good place, Liangzi remarked, observing the increasingly desolate scenery along the road. People disappear there every year. It's the most chaotic and impoverished area in all of East District 3. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Looks like we found the right place. Let's head to 23rd town now. Chapter 106, Infiltration. 23rd district, the bad place Ryoko had mentioned. Half-naked people lay sprawled along the streets. Despite the winter cold, they shivered incessantly, moving like the walking dead. A peculiar stench hung in the air, and the few lucid souls who remained stared at passers-by with bloodshot eyes. As dawn broke, Lin Luo roused Ryoko. Looking at the scenery outside the car window, Ryoko said, 23rd district is an old neighborhood in East 3rd Ward. It's always been rife with illicit business. Illegal activities, Lin Luo murmured, his fingers tracing the steering wheel. What about the disappearances? A major case occurred in Chiyoda a year ago, Ryoko said slowly. The heiress of Manga Industries vanished in 23 Chong. The Chiyoda Police Department investigated, only to discover people disappear here every year. They searched extensively but found no leads. It's as if these people were taken by the gods. Divine disappearance. Lin Luo's expression turned cold at this. It was a peculiarity of this small country. Those who vanished without a trace were said to have been taken by the gods. To Lin Luo, these were mere excuses, a way for incompetent authorities to hide their shame behind supernatural explanations when they couldn't find the missing. But these were all tricks of the Chiyoda Prefectural Police. Lin Luo had no intention of exposing them, he only wanted to find the killer quickly. Noticing Lin Luo's troubled expression, Ryoko spoke up, with your abilities, senior, you will definitely find the Oda heiress. Ding! Detected Ryoko's wish. Host has accepted case, the 23rd District Divine Abduction case. Lin Luo's thoughts stirred. With Uchida Town being so impoverished, how could Ryoko's family possibly afford her education at the Chiyoda Criminal Academy? In a small country like this, the son of a banker becomes a banker, and the son of a fisherman becomes a fisherman. Suppressing his doubts, Lin Luo nodded. While pursuing the killer, we can investigate the situation. Perhaps we can solve the old case and find the missing heiress of the Oda family. Ryoko's heart lifted with joy. She nodded. With your skills, you'll surely solve it. But dressed like this, we'll struggle to find clues. Lin Luo smiled. No problem. You stay in the car. I'll go take a look. Master, Ryoko looked at Lin Luo, afraid he might leave her behind. Lin Luo handed her the pistol. Keep this for protection. If I find anything, I'll call you immediately. Then you can drive over to pick me up. Yes. Liangzi watched as Lin Luo walked away. Shortly after stepping out of the car, Lin Luo sensed several pairs of eyes fixed on him. He strode confidently into a secluded alleyway. Moments later, Lin Luo had changed into a set of clothes reeking of stench, his facial features slightly altered, the effect of a high-level mimic ability. Sniffing the foul-smelling clothes, Lin Luo's expression remained unchanged. A senior detective from the same province had once donned rags and feigned madness to rescue disabled victims trafficked into black factories. If he couldn't endure this much, he wouldn't be fit to remain in criminal investigation. Feeling the winter chill, Lin Luo slipped into an even darker alleyway. Those who tried to escape were all bastards. That son of a killed who knows how many people. Thank God I was quick-witted and didn't get killed by him. The moment he entered, Lin Luo heard the grumbling and caught the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. Several vagrants huddled around a fire, empty bottles littering the ground. The one grumbling was a shifty-eyed vagrant who rolled up his sleeves and said, "Business is getting worse and worse. That bastard kicked me out earlier. Someone's coming." A companion tugged his sleeve. The shifty-eyed tramp whipped his head around and locked eyes with Lin Luo. A surge of anger flared within him. He flung the bottle at Lin Luo. "You wandering bum think you're better than me? Get the hell out of here." Lin Luo caught the bottle with precision. Under everyone's gaze, he crushed it in his hand. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill. "So you're saying you have a way out of Chiyoda? I've got money I want out of this hellhole." The shifty-eyed vagrant's eyes darted around before breaking into a familiar smile. He looked at Lin Luo and said, "Of course I do, sir. I can take you there. It'll just cost you a little something for the journey." The other vagrants, intimidated by Lin Luo's fierce demeanor, dared not approach. Lin Luo pulled a few bills from his pocket, the winnings from the unlucky soul who tried to ambush him in the alley. Spotting the crisp green bills, the shifty-eyed vagrant immediately edged closer. He deftly took the money and said, "Sir, I just sent someone off on that train yesterday evening. If you hurry, you might still catch it." Cut the crap. Hurry up and take me there. Lin Luo snapped. The shifty-eyed vagrant promptly led him toward the building they had passed earlier. As soon as they reached the building, a burly, dark-skinned man emerged. He glared at the tramp. What the hell are you up to? I'm bringing you a customer, aren't I? This gentleman is loaded, you won't be shortchanged, the shifty-eyed tramp replied. The burly man eyed Lin Luo up and down. Lucky yesterday's shuttle had a glitch and didn't leave yet. There's still one empty seat. I'll take 50 million yen from you. The burly man declared casually. Lin Luo nodded. Fine, but you have to take me to a safe place. Otherwise, you won't get a single yen of the rest. Why does this sound exactly like what yesterday's guy said? The burly man sighed helplessly. In our line of work, credibility is paramount. Lin Luo reached into his pocket, tossed the money to the burly man, who counted it before leading him into the building. A short man emerged carrying a briefcase. He looked at the shifty-eyed vagrant and said, You did well. Another delivery today. Here's what you're owed. The shifty-eyed vagrant beamed with delight. Taking the briefcase, he nodded. Rest assured, I'll keep up the good work. MHM. Lin Luo was unaware that the shifty-eyed vagrant had already sold him out. Led by the burly man, he entered the building. Once inside, something felt off. The unfinished rooms of the building contained numerous iron cages. These cages showed signs of use, yet he heard no barking. Clearly, they weren't meant for dogs. Where the hell are you taking me? Lin Luo snapped. Several burly men emerged. The dark-skinned giant chuckled. You were willing to accept 50 million yen. You must have done something pretty serious. Just stay put in your cage. When we need you, we'll send you out. Lin Luo knew he'd stumbled into a den of thieves. His face turned icy. What if I refuse? Yesterday, someone refused. He's lying quietly in a cage now. The burly man swung a punch that would have knocked an ordinary person unconscious. Lin Luo took the blow and replied, Heh. Chapter 107, Testing. Lin Luo absorbed the burly man's punch. These past days, he'd been relentlessly honing his abilities. His physique now rivaled that of an athlete. Without resorting to other abilities, he wanted to see how many opponents he could take down in his current state. The burly man was secretly startled. Before entering this line of work, he had been a boxer, fighting in underground matches where he had even killed opponents. What are you all standing around for? Get over here and help. Hearing the burly man shout, the other musclemen closed in, swinging their fists at Lin Luo. His gaze turned icy. With the burly black man included, he now faced 7 opponents. Lin Luo twisted downward, sending the burly man crashing to the ground. His arm snapped under Lin Luo's grip. Kill him! Kill him! The burly man screamed, clutching his arm. Facing the mob's assault, Lin Luo remained utterly composed. His movements were light and agile as he stepped back. Several burly men lunged at Lin Luo, clawing and snarling. A sneer played on Lin Luo's face. He swept out a leg, tripping one of them. He stomped down hard, crushing the man's groin. The man screamed in agony, his life force snapped by Lin Luo's foot. Hearing the agonized screams from the man on the ground, the others immediately clamped their legs together, too terrified to advance further. 7. Lin Luo took a breath. 7 was his limit now. His enhanced abilities continuously strengthened his physique. Each time he unleashed burst mode, he sensed remnants of the weapon master's effects lingering within his body. Activate the ultimate technique, trigger the burst. A surge of heat coursed through Lin Luo as he clenched his fists. He felt himself grow stronger. The black-clad giant lying on the ground could barely recognize the man before him. Get him, the burly man roared. Lin Luo kicked out at the charging thug, landing a devastating blow that sent him flying 3 or 4 meters. The others froze. While they often disciplined unruly hostages, they'd never encountered someone as fierce as Lin Luo. One by one, Lin Luo took down the remaining men with a kick each, knocking them all to the ground. One thug landed beside the burly man, his head lolling to the side as he passed out instantly. Lin Luo looked down at the burly man. You seem pretty tough, trying to double-cross me like that. You really don't know when to quit. Now tell me where the guy who came last night is being held. The dark-skinned giant now regretted it bitterly. If only he hadn't provoked this demon. He forced a fawning smile and said, Big brother, that kid last night was being a real pain. We taught him a lesson and locked him up in an iron cage to starve. It's not far ahead. Lin Luo seized the moment before the burst effect faded, grabbing the burly man off the ground. Show me the way, Lin Luo ordered. The burly man pointed in a direction. Lin Luo strode swiftly toward it and soon spotted several iron cages. People were locked inside the cages. One contained a figure lying on the floor, with a brown backpack beside him. Big brother, that guy's locked up right here. Please spare me this once, the burly man pleaded. Lin Luo acted swiftly, dislocating the burly man's limbs before tossing him aside. He opened the cage holding the backpacker. Inside the cage, Yoshino lay with a bruised and swollen face. Hearing the commotion, he clutched his backpack and forced his eyes open. Seeing the burly man sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, Yoshinaga asked the vagrant who had opened his cage, Who are you? What do you want? I'm from the 12th precinct. Yoshino, you're under arrest. Lin Luo stared at the battered Yoshino. You're suspected of intentional homicide and arson. Come with me. Hearing Lin Luo's words, Yoshino's brow furrowed deeply. He hadn't expected officers from the 12th precinct to find this place. This was no less dangerous than a den of tigers and dragons. Just yesterday, Yoshino had nearly been beaten to death by that group. My! The black-clad giant lying on the ground felt a chill run through him. He thought his enemies had come looking for him, but never expected it to be the 12th precinct. What he'd done was the kind of business that could get you shot. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the burly man began wriggling across the floor like a worm. Hearing the commotion, Lin Luo approached and delivered a swift kick that knocked the man unconscious. Yoshino's face twitched. Could this man really be from the 12th precinct? His methods were brutally forceful. Yoshino, Lin Luo said in a low voice, cooperate and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll face harsher consequences. I advise you to think carefully. I'll take you away from here. You're under arrest. Yoshino clutched his backpack tightly. After a moment, he nodded. Take me out of here first. Lin Luo led Yoshino out, cuffing him. This man was the suspect he'd come to arrest. The others were merely a pleasant surprise. Notify the station. I've apprehended several suspects, including Yoshino, the murder and arson suspect, Lin Luo relayed to Ryoko. Yesterday I saw this guy speaking respectfully to someone. That person must be their leader. If you don't catch their leader, all this effort will be wasted. Yoshino said. Lin Luo had already heard footsteps clearly. There were others upstairs. He shoved Yoshino back into the cage. Stay put here. Don't even think about escaping. The iron cage locked shut again. Yoshino sighed inwardly. He'd been hoping to escape in the chaos. The building wasn't just filled with thugs on the first floor. Upstairs, a short man in a suit exclaimed, Walusiai. What kind of trouble did you stir up? They've come right to our doorstep. Sorry, several subordinates bowed their heads. Go catch that man immediately. The man waved his hand, and his men hurried downstairs. Mr. Kamida, no need to rush. Your men are armed to the teeth. Catching an intruder should be a piece of cake. A seductive voice chimed in. Kuroda laughed heartily. You're absolutely right, my dear. This fool barged in recklessly. I'll make sure to catch him and give him a taste of his own medicine. The woman raised an eyebrow. Mr. Kamida, I hear you once dealt with an opponent by sealing him in a cement barrel and dumping him under a bridge. That's right. This time I'll pour cement into him and toss him into the sea. Kamida fumed. Oh? You plan to toss me into the sea? With your puny frame? A cold sneer rang out. Kuroda flew into a rage, turning to see the formidable figure who had just dominated the first floor now standing before him. Panic seized Kuroda as he frantically searched his body. He usually carried a pistol for protection. Looking for weapons again, Mr. Kamida? The woman smiled, pulling a pistol from her bosom. Too bad all your things are with me now. Kamida roared, damn it. Give me back my gun. Her eyes narrowed seductively as she glanced at Lin Luo beside her. You'd better ask this officer if he agrees first. Bang! Lin Luo delivered a kick that sent Kamida crashing to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he passed out. Lin Luo turned to the woman. Leona, an Interpol agent. What are you doing here? Chapter 108, The Bounty. Leona's presence here genuinely surprised Lin Luo. Her expression turned serious as she addressed Lin Luo. I'm here on assignment, of course. Interpol has been investigating the Kamida crime syndicate. I finally managed to infiltrate their inner circle only for you to show up and kill your way in. As she spoke, a peculiar thought crossed Leona's mind. During her last assignment in the Great Nation, she had encountered Lin Luo. After finally getting some time off, she was assigned another mission only to cross paths with him once more. Lin Luo replied in a low voice, a murder has occurred recently. I'm here to apprehend the suspect. The suspect boarded the wrong ship and was locked up in an iron cage by them. Leona laughed. In your Great Nation's words, this is called the wicked will be punished by the wicked. How do you plan to handle this, Kamida? I recently took on a case of disappearance from over a year ago. Lin Luo was still preoccupied with the case he'd taken from Ryoko. Leona stared at him, having received orders to take Kamida away. Behind Kamida lay a transnational criminal syndicate. If I say I'm taking Kamida away, will you stop me? Leona asked tentatively. I'm about to enter the PXZ tournament soon. If I find a breakthrough with Kamida, I can become a seeded player. I won't give up. Lin Luo blared at Leona, his expression threatening. Leona sighed. I knew taking someone away under your nose would be impossible. I've heard of your remarkable achievements. I'll escort Kamida and his crew to the Metropolitan Police Headquarters with you. Regarding the old case, we need to go to the Chiyoda Police Headquarters. Lin Luo nodded. All right. Half an hour later, Inspector Chang Gong received the news and was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Luo to crack two cases at once, apprehending a participant in the disappearance case from a year prior. Recalling the commissioner's furious outburst last year, he cleared his throat and said, "The suspect in the murder arson case will remain here. Detective Lin, you will accompany this international officer to the Metropolitan Police Headquarters." "Yes." Lin Luo nodded, then turned to Ryoko beside him. "Ryoko, come with me to the Metropolitan Police Headquarters. This case will be a good learning experience for you." Ryoko nodded, her heart leaping with excitement. As a newly graduated probationary inspector fresh from the Criminal Investigation Academy, the chance to participate in a case prioritized by the Metropolitan Police Department signaled a promising future. "Yes, senior." Leona's gaze lingered on Ryoko before she and Lin Luo drove off toward the Metropolitan Police Headquarters without further comment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on apprehending the culprit and solving the case, murder and arson. Current reward accumulation, 4-5. Lin Luo heard the system notification. Just one more case, and he could redeem his reward. Soon, Lin Luo spotted the Metropolitan Police Headquarters, its structure resembling a giant saucer. A receptionist was already waiting at the entrance and hurried forward to greet them as the car approached. Leona stepped out and smiled at the woman before her. "Nan, it's been a while." Nan Shang and Leona embraced. They had participated together in the previous PXZ. "Why send you alone? Aren't they worried about something going wrong with just you undercover?" Nan Shang asked. Leona shook her head. "I'm just born to be busy. I can't compare to you. By the way, this time it's all thanks to Lin. He helped me catch that sly Kamida." Nan Shang's expression turned peculiar. She recalled that Lin Luo had also intervened last time, helping Leona dismantle that international poaching syndicate. Lin Luo, oblivious to Nan Shang's reaction, turned to Leona and said, "This Kamida might be connected to the disappearance of the heiress from Manhwa Industries a year ago." Manhwa Industries. Nan Shang recognized the name. This conglomerate controlled nearly 80% of Chiyota's energy supply, a veritable giant. If there's a lead on that disappearance, the entire Metropolitan Police Department will be swamped, Nan Shang thought. "Miss Leona, Mr. Lin, I hear you found a lead in the disappearance case?" Superintendent Nagata practically jogged out, his face brimming with anticipation. Last year, this case had thrown all of Chiyota into turmoil. The Oda family behind Manhwa Industries had an elder serving as the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. Rank truly does crush like a mountain. Back then, Nagata slept only 2 hours a night in his relentless search for leads. "I assisted Leona in apprehending a man named Kamida, who was operating an illegal taxi service in 23 Chom, Lin Luo stated gravely. "My investigation revealed it was merely a front for a gang preying on people." Correct. Interpol already had evidence of Kamida's crimes. This time, thanks to Mr. Lin's assistance, we managed to apprehend him. It takes a village to build a reputation, and Leona naturally put in a good word for Lin Luo. She knew he had been attending training camp the previous 2 days. Nagata nodded. "Very well. Mr. Lin, Miss Nan, Ms. Leona, please follow me." Nagata led the trio straight through the police headquarters to a few buildings in the open park. Nagata asked the three to wait outside while he respectfully entered the building. Leona asked curiously, "Nagata isn't the chief superintendent of the Metropolitan Police Department? Who lives in that room that commands such respect from him?" "It's the minister of the Metropolitan Police Department," Nan Shang explained, having more knowledge on the subject. The small nation system differed from that of larger countries, with a minister overseeing all regional police departments. Nagata was, at most, the head of the Chiyota district. After a brief wait, Nagata emerged. He addressed Lin Luo, "Mr. Lin, Minister Oda is inside awaiting your arrival." Hearing that surname, Lin Luo understood the situation. He nodded to the two women and walked straight into the room. The room was an office furnished with a black desk. Seated behind it was a silver-haired elder whose eagle-like gaze fixed sharply on Lin Luo. Lin Luo, an elite criminal investigator from a major nation, felt no fear facing a minister from a smaller country. "Minister Oda," Lin Luo said in a deep voice, "what brings me here?" Minister Yuta replied, "Mr. Lin, you are a prodigiously talented young man and a criminal investigation elite from a great nation. Talents like yours are a once-in-a-century phenomenon. I once hosted your predecessor, Gasang, and he left a profound impression on me. Guming was renowned throughout several neighboring nations, and the small country even revered him as the god of criminal investigation. Yet Guming never flaunted his fame in Dongshan, remaining diligent and focused on fulfilling his duties. Great nation truly nurtures exceptional individuals," Minister Yuta remarked with admiration. "Minister, did you summon me regarding the disappearance of the Oda family's eldest daughter?" Lin Luo inquired. "Precisely." Minister Ueda looked at Lin Luo. "Ueda Yuki is my niece. Those incompetents spent 3 months without a trace, only to end up with a disappearance case that brought shame upon the Metropolitan Police Department. The disappearance story might fool ordinary citizens, but anyone paying attention could see the Metropolitan Police Department lacked the capability to find her. I need you to lead the search for Yuta Yuki," the minister stated solemnly. "This won't interfere with your schedule, as I'm serving as the chief judge for this training session." Lin Luo nodded. "Agreed." Chapter 109, Spiderweb. Minister Oda's request came as no surprise to Lin Luo. After several days in this small country, he'd witnessed firsthand the inefficiency of its criminal investigation system. Even without his system, he couldn't stand the snail's pace of their investigations. Having taken on the case of the vanished girl from Ryoko, he was determined to see it through to the end. Minister Oda looked at Lin Luo and said, "I am making this request to you in my personal capacity. The Oda family honors its debts. A year ago, Manga Industries offered 3 million as compensation. That amount has now been increased to 5 million. The 5 million yen mentioned by Minister Oda was in the currency of the larger nation. Converted to the smaller nation's currency, it amounted to hundreds of millions of yen. Lin Luo's expression turned peculiar. He hadn't expected that participating in the training camp could earn him a house provided he found Miss Oda. "Minister, I require the case files." Acting decisively, Lin Luo intended to weave all the clues together using the spiderweb skill, hoping the system might provide a small map to narrow the search area. "You have full access to all files within the Metropolitan Police Department. Spare no effort in locating Yoda Yuki." Minister Yoda's words carried unwavering authority. Lin Luo nodded in agreement. After he left the room, Nagata had already received instructions. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Nan, Minister Oda has designated you two to participate in this case. Please follow me. I'll retrieve the files for you." Nagata led them to the archives room, leaving Leona outside as she had other matters to attend to. Surveying the cabinets overflowing with files before them, Nagata sighed. At the time, the entire Chiyoda precinct was mobilized. "We uncovered stacks of files taller than a person, yet we still failed to locate Miss Amada. This is my failure." Lin Luo said. Chief Nagata, quickly retrieve the relevant files. I'll select the useful portions. Nagata. He silently turned to retrieve the files, while Lin Luo covertly activated his spiderweb ability. The last time he'd used Spiderweb Plus, he'd discovered another application for this ability. It allowed him to find useful clues within mountains of files. This greatly boosted efficiency. He had no intention of wasting time sifting through these towering stacks. Gazing at the cabinet filled with files, Lin Luo's eyes seemed to sparkle with countless flashes of insight. He began sorting through the files, quickly separating a stack as tall as his calf. "That's all for now. After reviewing these files, I'll interrogate Kamida. I hope the chief inspector can prepare an interrogation room for me." "Understood." Nagata hurried off to make arrangements. Nansheng picked up a file and remarked, "Miss Oda's current bounty stands at 5 million, not small change." Lin Luo nodded. "The minister mentioned it. Good to know. And Minister Oda is the chief judge for this training session. He oversees all criminal investigation affairs in the small country," Nansheng added. Lin Luo activated his spider web ability, his mind processing like a multitasking computer. Glancing at a passage in the file, he casually remarked, "How about I split the money with you?" Nansheng's hand froze. She looked at Lin Luo and asked, "What do you plan to do with the reward money?" "Buy a house, of course. Planning for marriage in the future." Lin Luo paused mid-sentence after speaking. His two sentences held no ambiguity individually, but strung together, they carried a subtle, different implication. He hoped Nansheng wouldn't read too much into it. Nansheng said nothing. She lowered her head to examine the case file in her hands, her smile as radiant as a flower. In an interrogation room of the Metropolitan Police Headquarters, Kamida looked utterly defeated. "Kamida, you are under arrest." Leona's face bore a smile as she stated, "I am conducting this interrogation on behalf of Interpol. I'm a citizen of a small country. You have no right to interrogate me," Kamida gritted out, his teeth clenched. "It was all because of this damn woman." Leona chuckled. "Since you refuse to answer, I won't interrogate you. Rest assured, someone else will come later." With that, Leona turned and walked away. Kamida sank into deep thought. This woman had spent 3 months infiltrating his inner circle, secretly stringing him along. It wasn't until Lin Luo knocked him out that he realized she was an undercover agent. What did her words just now mean? Before Kamida could dwell on it further, the interrogation room door swung open. Lin Luo strode in. Kamida's face twisted with fury as he struggled violently, desperate to break free and sink his teeth into Lin Luo. "Put him in a restraint suit," Lin Luo ordered. 2 men entered from the adjacent room and immediately strapped the restraint suit onto Kamida. Lin Luo finally sat down and asked, "Kamida, you were implicated in a disappearance case last year." "Oomph." Kamida sneered. "You're just a lowly agent. You think you can interrogate me?" Lin Luo continued, "Last winter, there was a disappearance case in 23rd District. A girl named Yoda Yuki vanished." At Lin Luo's description, a flicker of fear crossed Kamida's eyes before he quickly regained his composure. "Damn it, I don't understand what you're talking about. I have nothing to do with that disappearance case." Kamida refused to admit it. Lin Luo activated his respectability and walked over to Kamida's side. He whispered, "I've uncovered some clues from past case files. Miss Yuta Yukino disappeared while using the restroom at the station, escorted by bodyguards. The restroom was heavily guarded at the time, so you must have acted from inside. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Kamita forced himself to remain calm. Lin Luo continued, the underground passages beneath the station are intricate. There's a passage leading underground from the women's restroom. You had someone inside the women's restroom, so your accomplice is female. Kamita's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. This is slander. I never did such a thing. Lin Luo ignored Kamita's expression and pressed on, your original plan was just kidnapping. You never expected to snatch the heiress of the Oda family. The Oda clan is a colossus, whether in legitimate or illicit circles. As Lin Luo spoke, Kamita's breathing grew heavier. So you grew afraid, terrified the Oda clan would retaliate. Sinking your entire family into the bay would be as easy as uttering a single command. Lin Luo stared at Kamita. You dared not lose this talisman. That's why it must be hidden with your accomplice, pampered with fine food and drink. Kamita's expression shifted. He slowly sat up straight and shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. Fine, deny it to your death. Lin Luo merely wanted to gauge Kamita's attitude, testing how much this transnational crime boss knew about the Oda family. Sure enough, the Oda family proved far more formidable than he'd anticipated. I will find the Oda family's young lady. Lin Luo rose and walked toward the door, turning to look through the one-way glass. Keep an eye on Kamita. He's on Interpol's most wanted list. If anything happens to him during interrogation, I'll have Leona report it. Behind the one-way glass, Minister Oda, deep in thought, unclenched his fist. Great nations truly produced exceptional talents. This young man before him felt like a formidable challenge. Unaware of his own capabilities, Lin Luo had caused Minister Ueda to abandon certain plans. Now, he was setting out to search for the missing person. Chapter 110, The Big Rat. Niju Sancho Station. The worn tracks bore specks of grime. Trash boxes lined the tracks, and a homeless man slept beside them. With each piercing whistle, the aged train clattered into the 23rd town station. Lin Luo and Nan Shang stood on the platform. Nan Shang looked at Lin Luo strangely. Are you sure you want to go in? It won't be good if someone finds us. Lin Luo nodded. Of course we're going in. There's a passageway to the underground from the restroom. It's been a year. Are you sure you can find it? Nan Shang sounded worried. Lin Luo replied, Kamata and his accomplices must be terrified now that they know the kidnapper's identity. They'd never dare use that passage again. The clues we left behind should still be there. Having witnessed Lin Luo's skill at gathering clues in West Province, Nan Shang nodded. I'll go with you. As dusk fell, the last bus hadn't arrived yet, and only a few people lingered at the station. Lin Luo and Nan Shang entered the restroom together as the system began gathering clues. Ding! System collecting clues. After confirming the restrooms were empty, Nan Shang led Lin Luo to search each stall. Bang! The restroom door swung open. Nan Shang yanked Lin Luo's hand forcefully, simultaneously slamming the wooden door shut behind them. Lin Luo caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance, the scent of perfume. Once the laughter outside faded away, Nan Shang breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, she realized that in her panic, she had ended up in Lin Luo's arms. Nan Shang immediately pulled away. Her voice was low and firm. Anything? Yes. Lin Luo stared at Nan Shang. Under his gaze, Nan Shang flushed. Stop messing around, she said. We need to find someone. Behind you. Lin Luo pointed toward the wooden door. It had been open earlier, so she hadn't seen what lay beyond. Nan Shang exhaled in relief, yet a faint tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and looked toward the wooden door. What's this? Nan Shang asked. It's a map of the underground entrance to the station. Lin Luo had already received the system's notification sound. He had found the crucial clue. The system provided a small map and a compass. Lin Luo turned and dismantled the water pump. Beneath it sat a red button. Lin Luo pressed it firmly. The wall before them slowly parted, revealing a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person. Lin Luo squeezed through sideways. Nanqing clenched her fists, ready to pull him back at the slightest sign of trouble. There's an underground passage inside. You can come in, Lin Luo said. Nanshang nodded and followed his example, squeezing through sideways. But halfway through, she got stuck. Nanshang felt a bit speechless. What's wrong? Lin Luo asked. This gap is a bit too narrow. I can't squeeze through, Nanshang said, her face flushing. Lin Luo replied in a deep voice, it's fine. I'll push you through. Hurry up and get in. Okay. A creaking sound echoed as Nanshang felt the pressure ease against her chest. She immediately wriggled through. Blushing from embarrassment, Nanshang hadn't noticed that Lin Luo could push the iron door from the inside. Lin Luo switched on his flashlight, revealing a downward staircase. Surveying the pitch-black surroundings, Lin Luo instructed, Nanshang, follow me. Nanshang nodded. Okay. The two descended the steps. The sound of dripping water echoed, and Lin Luo caught a whiff of foul odor. This was an underground passage. At the bottom of the stairs, the space opened up abruptly. Several meters wide, sewage flowed downward, its surface littered with floating debris and garbage. Plump rats scurried and leaped across the filthy water. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Sewer rats were indeed exceptionally large. He quietly activated Animal King. A sewer rat looked up, sniffing curiously. Nanchang watched the rodents and urged, Lin Luo, hurry forward in search for clues. Don't get bitten by these rats. It's fine. These sewer rats aren't easily startled. I'll just shoo them away. Lin Luo waved his hand, revealing an object. The rats that had looked up scattered in all directions. Nanshang breathed a sigh of relief. The scene had been rather frightening. Lin Luo assessed their direction. The path behind us leads to the sea. That's the sewage pipeline. We'll keep moving upward. All right. Nanshang trusted Lin Luo, and the two pressed on through the pitch-black underground passage. After about 10 minutes, the sound of dripping water reached their ears. Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat. He whispered, the pipe dripping water ahead has been slashed open with a dagger. This pipe supplies the domestic water for the residents of Block 23. Nanshang nodded, and both of them quieted their footsteps considerably. Passing the dripping pipe and walking 100 paces, they came upon several makeshift huts constructed from scrap materials. Muffled voices drifted from within. I heard Kamida got caught. I always said that woman was trouble. Knew he'd end up dying on her belly sooner or later. Serves him right. The speaker's voice carried a hint of resentment, suggesting a close connection to Kamida. Kamida's been arrested. We can't get supplies down here now. What are we supposed to do? There's still a ticking time bomb locked up over there. If the Oda family finds us, we'll be worse off than dead. A woman's voice spoke in terror. What's there to fear? Kamida may be captured, but his former men remain. Find 1 or 2 to deliver supplies on schedule. Stay here 10 or 8 years, and the Oda family will naturally forget about their precious heiress. A strange look flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. Judging by the voices, they were all women, their words tinged with fear of the Oda family. This group would rather endure 10 or 8 years in the harsh underground tunnels than send Yoda Yuki back up. Who knows what they're scheming? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have approached the missing person. Please rescue them promptly. Ding! Security personnel detected. Proceed with caution. Lin Luo curled his lip. The system hadn't even granted a one-time ability. His body couldn't handle another burst after just using one. Fortunately, he'd already spotted the plump rat. Yuta Shui is most likely ahead. I checked earlier, there are quite a few guards, Nanshang whispered, revealing her pistol. 8 rounds. Lin Luo pressed Nanshang's arm. No. The pipes here are a tangled mess. One stray shot hitting a gas line, and we're all toast. Nanshang paused, nearly forgetting they were underground. You're right. How do you plan to deal with them? Nanshang looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo asked, are you afraid of rats? Not particularly. Nanshang regarded Lin Luo curiously. Lin Luo pressed, what about the giant rat in the drainage ditch earlier? I'd shoot it dead in a heartbeat, Nanshang stated her stance. If even someone as well trained as you wants to shoot it dead, imagine how these people who've lived underground for so long feel, Lin Luo said coldly. What do you mean by that? Nanshang looked utterly confused. Moments later, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Fat rats surged forth from the water, from garbage piles, from pipes, from cracks in the walls. Like charging suicide soldiers, they surged forward relentlessly toward the female guard. Screams mingled with terror echoed through the subterranean tunnels. Chapter 111, The Rat Horde. Human screams mingled with the rats' squeaks echoed through the sewer pipes. Even someone as mentally resilient as Nanshang couldn't help but shiver at the sight, her limbs growing weak. Just as Nanshang was about to collapse to the ground, a strong arm caught her. Are you all right? Nanshang, these are just sewer rats. Who knows what unspeakable atrocity this creature committed to provoke such frenzied attacks? Lin Luo's voice was steady and commanding. Nanshang lifted her head to protest, but met his cold, clear gaze. Her heart fluttered, and she lowered her eyes. You're right. The little country doesn't care to manage them. Look how many fat, bloated rats there are in these sewers. Don't worry, they're just rats after all. Lin Luo patted Nanshang's arm. With his encouragement, her fear subsided somewhat. She glanced anxiously at the makeshift house built from trash, which swayed precariously under the onslaught of the rats. Lin Luo, do you think the Yutian family's young miss will be okay? That house doesn't look very sturdy. What if the rats break through? That would be trouble. A horde of rats chasing people, such an absurd sight Nanshang would never have believed had she not witnessed it herself. If anything happened to the Otada heiress, the Otada family back home wouldn't accept any explanations. She and Lin Luo were here to investigate a case, not make enemies. Don't worry. Maybe they only go after the bad guys, not the good ones. As Lin Luo spoke, a series of loud bangs echoed through the air. The eldest sister, standing in the center desperately fending off the swarm, held a gun in her hand. Like a madwoman, she fired relentlessly at the rats surrounding her, only further enraging the mob. A large, fat-eared rat leapt from behind, lunging straight for the woman's throat. After several vicious bites, the woman let out a piercing scream and collapsed backward onto the ground. Even her gun was dragged away by the swarm for a long time. Only when no one remained standing did the rats finally retreat like a receding tide. Lin Luo patted Nan Shang on the shoulder. "Let's go. These people can't fight back anymore." The bodies lying on the ground were covered in bite marks. The woman who had fought back had 2 fingers bitten off. "Let's go." Nan Shang turned away from the gruesome scene, heading straight for the shantytown houses. One door was chained shut, secured with a heavy padlock. "Yu Tian Shui, Yu Tian Shui." Lin Luo pounded on the door, calling out. After a long while, the sound of chains scraping echoed from within, followed by a weak voice. "Who are you? What's happening outside?" "We're here on behalf of the Chiyoda Prefectural Police Department." "Step back. I'll unlock the door now." Lin Luo spoke. A faint response came from inside. Once everything was ready, Lin Luo raised his gun and shot the lock clean off. Peering inside, Lin Luo saw a pale, frail girl clad in tattered clothes, her expression numb except for the tears pooling in her eyes. Heavy chains bound her hands, arms, and neck. The moment she saw Lin Luo, she threw herself at him like a bird returning home. Lin Luo felt a sudden weight in his arms as Yu Tian Shui threw herself into his embrace. Just as he moved to push her away, he heard her sobbing softly. "Why did you take so long? Why did you take so long? I waited for you so painfully." Lin Luo sighed softly. Running his fingers through Yu Tian Shui's dry, brittle hair, he said, "We've subdued the attackers outside. We'll take you home now." Yu Tian Shui clung to Lin Luo, refusing to let go. Lin Luo shot Nan Shang a meaningful glance. Nan Shang sighed inwardly. To think this young girl had been locked away in this dark, sunless place for a full year, how utterly miserable it must have been. She activated the satellite phone to call for help while Lin Luo whispered soothing words to Yu Shui. As Yu Shui calmed down, she realized she was clinging tightly to a stranger, a man who was, in fact, quite handsome. Her face flushed instantly. She released her arms and sat on the bed like a proper young lady. "I've already contacted the Metropolitan Police Department. They'll send someone over immediately," Nan Shang announced as he entered. Lin Luo said, "Nansheng, you check on Miss Yuta first. I'll go tie up these guys outside." Lin Luo pulled out a coil of rope. Before he could step outside, a voice filled with venom erupted. "You damned bastards! You think you can take this girl? She's my prey. You can't do this." The vicious woman outside the door, now missing 2 fingers, raised a gun with her remaining hand. Her eyes burned with hatred as she fixed them on Lin Luo. "Ah!" Yuta Shui screamed in terror, burrowing into Nan Shang's embrace. Nan Shang clutched her tightly, his eyes locked on the crazed woman. The woman pointed her gun at Lin Luo. "Break your own hand, or I'll kill them both." Lin Luo replied in a deep voice, "I've already notified the Metropolitan Police Department. This location is compromised. Your best option is to raise your hands and surrender." "Ha!" The big sister laughed maniacally, blood seeping from the wounds where her fingers had been severed. She didn't care in the slightest. "You think I was raised to be scared? You guys in the police force think you can catch me? You're delusional. Hurry up and hit your own arm. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll kill them both." "Lin Luo!" Nan Shang cried out in concern. She saw the sister was beyond reason, her eyes filled only with venom and hatred, ready to kill both her and Lin Luo the moment she stepped out of the pipe. The reason she hadn't acted yet was because the crazed elder sister needed hostages. This elder sister must have accomplices. In a split second, countless thoughts raced through Nansheng's mind. Lin Luo processed even more than Nan Shang, his spider sense powers turning his mind into a supercomputer, rapidly simulating every possible scenario. "Don't shoot. I'll cut off my own hands right now." Hearing Lin Luo's words, Yuta Shui, who had been hiding in the boy's embrace, looked up in shock. She watched as Lin Luo raised a knife and swung it forcefully across his arm. Blood gushed out instantly, and one of Lin Luo's arms went limp. "No!" Yuta Shui wept uncontrollably. She never imagined a stranger would sever his own arms to save her. "Ha! You're a gutsy one," the madwoman cackled. She turned to Yuta Yuki and sneered, "Little princess, even in death, you won't escape my grasp." Lin Luo, now missing an arm, wore a smile. Every move he'd made earlier had been a deliberate delay. Behind the mad sister, a horde of rats had silently gathered. Their eyes glowed crimson, like demons from the sewers. A system notification rang in Lin Luo's ears, this one tinged with savagery. Ability, Animal King Blood Red. The King of Beasts ability seemed shrouded in blood, with a line of small text below. While using the Animal King ability, if the host suffers damage, the controlled animals will enter rage mode. Until the aggressor is dead. Lin Luo looked up at the triumphant, crazed woman and said, "Look behind you. Don't try to fool me with your petty little trick." "Ah!" A frenzied swarm of rats instantly engulfed the woman. They would devour with their teeth any who dared harm the king. Chapter 112, Hostage. Nagata's face twisted with urgency as he descended into the sewer. He had led men searching the station for 3 months with nothing to show for it. Never did he imagine another world lay beneath the station. Those depraved criminals had imprisoned the young lady of the Oda family underground. If anything had happened to her, Nagata would have to commit seppuku to atone. His greatest fear was finding Yuta Yuki, the childbearing heiress, in the underground tunnels. The Yuta family's honor could not be defiled. And the entire Chiyoda district would face the wrath of the people. He couldn't bear that responsibility. The more Nagata thought about it, the more terrified he became, pounding through the tunnels at a run. Thud. He stumbled over something, but Nagata didn't pause, charging straight toward a structure built from piled-up trash. Lady Oda! Nagata cried out. The scene he dreaded did not materialize. Oda Yuki wore a black jacket, a smile on her face, though she looked noticeably thinner. Beside her, Nan Shang whispered words of comfort, while Lin Luo sat on the ground, one arm dangling limply. Relieved that none of his worst fears had materialized, Chang Tian hurried over to Lin Luo. Seeing the severed arm, he asked, "Officer Lin, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit hurt." Lin Luo dared not lift his arm. Thanks to the system's powerful self-healing ability, the arm he had just rendered useless was already functional again. He certainly didn't want Nan Shang or Yuta Yuki to see it. "I'll call a doctor down immediately." Nagata exhaled in relief before approaching Yuta Yuki and performing a deep bow. "I apologize, Miss Yuta. The humiliation you endured is entirely due to our incompetence." After the crazed woman was taken down by an equally crazed horde of rats, a smile finally graced Yuta Yuki's face. Her nightmare had been swallowed whole by the rat swarm. "I understand your predicament. I'll speak with grandfather about this when I return." "Thank you, Mississippi." Nagata breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he remember to ask about the incident. When he had entered earlier, he had seen people scattered about on the floor and a blood-soaked corpse by the doorway. As a former elite in criminal investigation, the scene didn't resemble a struggle. "Miss Yuta, what exactly happened?" Nagata asked curiously. Yuta Yuki's gaze swept over Lin Luo before she smiled. "Lin Luo saved me. He's a top-tier criminal investigator from the great nation. We owe this to him." Lin Luo's lips curved into a smile. A young lady truly was different. She chose to conceal the matter of the rat swarm. "I see. I will report this truthfully to the Metropolitan Police Department. Mr. Lin has passed this training session and will enter PXZ as the top seed," Nagata stated solemnly. This decision wasn't his alone, but that of the training camp's judges. Nancheng looked at Lin Luo and said, "Lin Luo, congratulations on joining PXZ as the top seed. How about I give you a 2-week break?" Lin Luo shook his head. Since arriving in Chiyoda, the cases he'd taken involved perpetrators with brutal methods. He had no desire for rest. "No need," Lin Luo replied with a smile. "I just need to get my hand casted at the hospital." "Mr. Lin, you truly are diligent," Nagata remarked with admiration. Just then, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Nagata bowed. "Miss Oda, your family has arrived." Yuta Yuki rose, her chains now removed. She walked a few steps to Lin Luo and looked down at him. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Finally, she whispered softly into Lin Luo's ear, "I'll keep the secret." Truly the daughter of a distinguished family, she had already picked up on the subtle clues. Lin Luo looked at her with sincere eyes. "Miss Yuta, I don't know what you're talking about." Yuta Shui smiled, as gentle as a spring breeze caressing the face of willow branches in March. "Mr. Lin, until we meet again." Yuta Yukino followed Nagata away. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. This young heiress wasn't someone he could easily fool. Nancheng sat down beside Lin Luo and said, "Yuta hasn't been violated this past year. The guards watching over Yuta Shui are all women." Lin Luo looked stunned. "Nancheng, why bring this up?" Nancheng smiled. "Though Miss Yutian has been found, rumors will spread quickly. I imagine the Yutian family might seek a son-in-law. I think you'd be quite suitable." Lin Luo shook his head. "I'll return to the great nation after the competition. Chiyoda is pleasant, but it's not a place for long-term residence." Nanshang smiled sweetly at his words, her gaze falling on the mouse corpse on the ground. "I'll keep it a secret too." Lin Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. Nanshang really had sharp ears. Behind the Metropolitan Police headquarters, a figure hurriedly pushed open the plain wooden gate. "Minister, the young lady has been found and is receiving emergency treatment at the hospital." Minister Oda set down his cigar and said gravely, "The Oda family's honor must not be disgraced." The visitor smiled and reported, "The female nurse has examined her. The young lady has not been assaulted. She is merely slightly emaciated due to malnutrition." Minister Oda exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across his face. The criminal investigation elite of this great nation are truly extraordinary. A land of natural treasures and exceptional talents. Mr. Lin sustained injuries while rescuing the young lady. He has been sent to the hospital. Dispatch the family's most skilled physician immediately. He is a great benefactor to the Oda family. "Yes, sir." After the man withdrew, Minister Oda relaxed. He pulled open a drawer, retrieved a wooden box, and opened it to reveal a thick stack of business cards inside. Minister Ueda located the required one and dialed the number. After a few rings, the call connected to a busy background. "Hello, who's this?" Guming was directing his team to cordon off the scene and search for useful clues. "Good, thank you for recommending that elite detective. Schwer has been rescued. He's a great benefactor to the Oda family. This time, I'll recommend him as a seed player for PXC." Guming paused. He walked to a corner of the scene and said in a low voice, "Isn't this unfair to the other contestants? This training camp is open and fair. Schwer's disappearance case was already the one with the highest points. I nominated him as a seed contestant within the rules." Minister Yuta sighed, Gasang, "There's a saying in our great nation, the waves behind push forward the waves ahead. Whether it's case solving or investigation, Lin Luo leaves a profound impression." Indeed. Guming had witnessed Lin Luo's methods firsthand. He smiled. "Since it's fair, then let you decide. You didn't make this call just to say that, did you?" "Gusan," Minister Yuta's tone turned solemn. He said gravely, "It's not about whether your country can keep Lin Luo. The Yuta family will mobilize every resource at our disposal." Guming knew the Yuta family's influence in the small nation, yet he refused without hesitation. He's a criminal investigation elite from the great nation. Why would he settle for a minor country? Minister Yuta sighed with disappointment. "I see. My apologies. I'm still working on the case. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Guming ended the call, then felt a sudden impulse and dialed Zhou Dongliang. Chapter 113, The Visit. In the highest grade ward of Chiyoda Hospital, a petite nurse with a radiant smile gazed admiringly at Lin Luo lying in the hospital bed. "Mr. Lin, so it was you who performed such a heroic feat in finding the missing person," the young nurse said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Holding a fruit tray, she added, "These are specialty fruits from the Chiyoda Mountains. Please, have some." Lin Luo had grown accustomed to such special treatment in the hospital, especially since he kept enhancing his physique with his abilities. Gone was his former sunny, boyish look now. In his uniform, he embodied the very essence of an ascetic-style heartthrob. With a smile, he said, "Thank you, but I'm not hungry yet. Could you turn on the TV?" Lin Luo raised his right arm, encased in a cast, and the nurse obediently switched on the ward's television. "Mr. Lin, the first channel is Chiyoda TV. They always air cartoons, no matter how serious the news is," the nurse explained, hoping to keep Lin Luo entertained. Chiyoda TV News, yesterday, the tiger of criminal investigation from the great nation, the most formidable detective. The Chiyoda TV anchor rattled on, unusually not airing cartoons. To the anchor's right was a photo, a full-face shot of Lin Luo. The young nurse stared in shock at the broadcast. She noticed the segment had already run for 10 minutes. She recalled that the last time a major event shook the small nation, Chiyoda had only interrupted programming for a 5-minute news flash. "Unbelievable," the nurse exclaimed. Turning to Lin Luo, she said, "Lin Cohen, you're on the news." Lin Luo was unaware of Chiyoda TV's animation reference. He had frequently appeared in the news during his time in Dongshan. "I'd like something to drink. Could you get me a beverage?" Lin Luo offered money, but the nurse quickly shook her head. "It's my honor to care for someone like you. How could I accept payment? I'll get it for you right now." Watching the nurse skip away cheerfully, Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. She was attentive enough, though perhaps a bit chatty. Lin Luo flexed his cast-covered arm, his gaze lingering on the system interface. Ding! Host has solved the case, the Chiyoda disappearance case. Current accumulated rewards, 5-5. Lin Luo exhaled deeply. With the cumulative rewards met, he selected to redeem them. Redeeming rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced ability, Attention. Advanced ability, Attention. Upon activation, the host may command 1 to 10 individuals to stand at attention on the spot using the keyword attention. Host, please note, this is a level 5 ability and cannot be used at present. Lin Luo's heart raced with excitement. This time, he'd drawn the best possible card. The advanced ability, Stand at Attention, was comparable to the one-time ability Tickle Scratch he'd obtained before. Currently a level 7 operator, Lin Luo had placed well in the PXZ competition. He would likely advance to level 6 shortly after returning. At the latest, he would be able to use level 5 abilities within 2 years. Lin Luo wasn't in a hurry with his current arsenal of abilities. Most killers weren't his match. After unlocking the hidden ability of the Animal King, Lin Luo realized these advanced abilities were no joke. He had used the enraged rat swarm to eliminate the Mad Sister. Under normal circumstances, he could only command these rats for minor tasks like scaring people. The fact that they could actually injure someone was thanks to the large rats cultivated in the unique environment of the underground tunnels. Of course, wielding such power came at a cost. Lin Luo was now unable to walk off the bed, his lower limbs temporarily numb. Hospital equipment couldn't detect the issue at all. Lin Luo suspected this state would persist for some time. What are you so deep in thought about? Don't tell me you plan to stay in Chiyoda and become a son-in-law of the Oda family? A voice asked. Lin Luo looked up. His heart leapt with joy. What brings you here? Joe Chin sat down and began peeling an orange from the fruit basket. Don't you want me here? Of course not, Lin Luo smiled. The municipal bureau is swamped with work. Joe Chin shot Lin Luo a look. No matter how busy you are, you're not as busy as you make yourself out to be. Not even a single phone call. You had my old man worried sick. Lin Luo explained, I just arrived in this small country. Being new here, I've been adjusting to the environment and handling official duties at the Junicho police station these past few days. Joe Chin sighed. The moment she stepped off the plane, she saw Lin Luo's achievements displayed on the large screen at Chiyoda Airport. The screen was filled with praise, even captivating the female airport staff. Lin Luo was more popular than a celebrity in this small country. You came to see me this time, Lin Luo asked. A segment of orange was stuffed into Lin Luo's mouth as Joe Chin replied, You wish. I'm not here to see you. This time, the Municipal Bureau and the Chiyoda Police Headquarters have an exchange program, and I'm representing the Municipal Bureau. How long is the exchange? I just met a local at the Junicho police station. I can show you around the area, Lin Luo offered. Joe Chin narrowed her eyes. Tell me straight, is this colleague of yours a woman? How did you know? Lin Luo nodded. I'm a police cadet at Junicho. The Chiyoda Criminal Academy sent a group of new trainees for internships, and I happen to be assigned 2 of them. Oof. Who wants to see local sights with you? Keep these oranges. I'm leaving. The thought of the young trainees made Joe Chin furious. She left the oranges on the table and turned to walk away. Hey, did the boss leave any message for me? Lin Luo called out. Though his lower body was numb, he couldn't stop Joe Chin. If you want to know, go ask him yourself. I'm heading back now. Joe Chin said before closing the ward door. Lin Luo scratched his head. Could it be that a relative came? Standing outside the door, Joe Chin's face darkened at his words. She thought viciously, your relatives are the ones here. Get out here and find me. Little did she know Lin Luo was confined to bed, otherwise, he'd have already returned to the 12th precinct to handle the case. Excuse me, ma'am. This is a special care ward. You can't stand here, the young nurse's voice rang out. Joe Chin hurriedly replied, I twisted my ankle. I'm leaving now. With that, she fled the scene. The young nurse watched Joe Chin's retreating figure with suspicion. As Lin Luo's fame grew, many women in Chiyoda had become his fans. No, I can't leave him for a moment. I absolutely cannot let those unsavory people see Mr. Lin. The young nurse clenched her fist. She pushed open the door, a smile on her face. Mr. Lin, I've bought the things you asked for. Lin Luo nodded. Good. The young nurse's gaze fell on the bedside table, where a peeled orange lay. Mr. Lin, is someone here? The nurse remembered the woman outside the ward. An old friend came to see me, Lin Luo said, taking the drink. Thank you. The nurse smiled. You're welcome. Lin Luo flipped through a stack of files. Even in the hospital room, he hadn't been idle, constantly reviewing old cases. He asked casually, when did the doctor say I could be discharged? Lin Luo was immobile, so the nurse handled all his errands. The doctor said another week. Lin Luo frowned. A week is too long. I'll be discharged in the next couple of days. Eager to return to his investigation, Lin Luo failed to notice the shadow of gloom that flickered in the young nurse's eyes. Chapter 114, Disappearance. At the 12th Precinct Police Station, Ryoko had the recent cases organized into files. Lin Luo was always decisive and efficient in his work. Cases that would take ordinary detectives in smaller countries 3 to 5 months to solve, he could crack within 2 or 3 days. Ryoko felt she learned a great deal working alongside Lin Luo, though it was a painful yet rewarding experience. It took her and Hanako 3 days to compile the relevant case files. Ryoko slipped the receipt into the file folder and breathed a sigh of relief. Hanako entered with a grim expression. She looked at Ryoko and said, Ryoko, it's bad news. Senior Lin has solved the case of the disappearance of the Oda family's young lady from a year ago. This case had been notorious throughout the Chiyoda district, largely due to the Oda family's influence. Currently, the Minister of Justice overseeing criminal investigations in the small nation was none other than Lord Oda himself. Back then, the case had caused a huge stir throughout Chiyoda. Almost every town had dispatched inspectors to search the streets, but after 3 months of investigation, they found nothing. What's bad about it? Finding Miss Oda is fantastic news. Chief Nagata must be relieved. Regardless of whether Nagata felt relieved, Ryoko breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since that day in the 23rd ward when the case was mentioned, Ryoko had an instinctive feeling that Lin Luo would definitely find the missing Yoda Yuki. Hanako spread her hands. Right, I'm delighted. Then I'll leave the case file to you to write up. Ryoko nodded. I volunteered to take this case, so I'll write the report. Hanako smiled and hugged Ryoko. I knew you were the best, Ryoko-chan. Ryoko shook off Hana, who clung to her like a koala. Where is the senior investigator now? Missed her after just a few days, didn't you, Ryoko? Oh right, the senior promised to treat us to a meal. Hanako suddenly remembered and dashed out. Ryoko couldn't help but shake her head. Her best friend was top-notch in both looks and figure, but her fiery temper had scared off more than a few suitors. Ryoko filed away the case documents. Looking up, she saw the TV was tuned to Chiyoda TV. When she had free time, Hanako would cuddle her stuffed animal and watch cartoons. Today we've invited an expert from the Chiyoda Police Headquarters to delve into the world of elite criminal investigators, Lin Luo. The TV host sounded as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. Liangzi sighed. Even Chiyoda TV wasn't airing cartoons anymore. It seemed Senior Lin had truly become famous. Just then, Hanako rushed over. She beckoned mysteriously to Ryoko. Hanako, playing the mystery card now? What did you find out? Hee. Hanako laughed, hands on her hips. I heard the senior hero rescued a damsel in distress and caught the eye of Miss Oda. He's planning to marry into the Oda family. Ryoko's hand trembled, her voice rising several octaves. What? That's impossible. Senpai isn't that kind of person, Ryoko declared firmly. Hana-chan walked over and nudged Ryoko's shoulder. But it's the Oda family. The entire Oda Corporation as a dowry. Plus the support of Minister Oda. If I were him, I'd be tempted too. Ryoko's limbs went cold. Just as she was about to protest, she saw the mischievous grin on Hanako's face. Oh, Hanako, you tricked me. Ryoko reached out and tickled Hanako's soft spots. Hanako burst into uncontrollable laughter. After a moment of playful wrestling, she quickly called out, Ryoko, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tricked you. I just wanted to see your reaction. Where is the senior? Ryoko stopped. Hanako caught her breath. I heard the senior sacrificed her arm to save Lady Oda. She's at the hospital now. What are we going to do? Ryoko worried. I wonder if the hospital can even heal the master's injury. Don't worry about that. With the Oda family's resources, they'll definitely bring in the best doctors. The nurses assigned to him might even be idol-level celebrities, Hanako assured her. Liangzi glanced at the file beside her. We have to go see the senior at the hospital. Hanako hesitated. I heard that hospital is a private facility owned by the Oda family. Only members of the Oda family are allowed inside. Midori Kappa tried to visit our senior but was turned away at the gate. It was embarrassing. Ryoko's eyes flashed. No problem. I have a way to sneak in. Just follow me. Yes. Hanako gushed, her mouth watering. I've heard the doctors at the Oda family's private hospital are all ascetic-style heartthrobs. I absolutely adore handsome doctors like that. Ryoko shot Hanako a look. But just a while ago, you said you liked someone like our senior. Hanako wiped her drool. I like them all. By the way, how do you plan to sneak in? I heard security's tight inside. If we get caught, we're done for. Ryoko chuckled. Trust me to handle it. Just don't blab once we're inside. Stick close behind me. I swear. I'll stick right behind Miss Liangzi. If I wander off to sneak peeks at the handsome doctors, let the guards throw me out. Hana declared loudly. Ryoko shook her head with a smile. Glancing at her watch, she said, it's quitting time. Let's go now. Half an hour later, on the affluent streets of West District 1 in Chiyoda Ward, they stood before a futuristic skyscraper. Ryoko led Hanako through the main entrance. Throughout the process, Ryoko didn't exchange a word with the building staff. The burly security guards all watched her enter with respectful attention. As soon as they entered, Hanako said, Ryoko, that was so close. What if those guys had seen through us and caught us? Ryoko whispered, don't give ourselves away. We're going to find the senior now. I've already found out which ward he's in. The hospital assigned a nurse to him. Great. We risked our necks to find him, and he's got a little nurse keeping him company? Hanako rubbed her hands together eagerly. Once the senior gets discharged, he'd better treat us to a proper feast. Liangzi chuckled, leading Hwazi straight toward the top floor. As they neared the ward, Ryoko's footsteps halted. What's wrong, Ryoko? The senior is right ahead. Let's go see him. Someone's inside, Ryoko frowned, grabbing Hanako's hand. Let's hide. Just as the two girls prepared to hide in the bathroom, a burly bodyguard blocked their path. He removed his sunglasses and looked down at them. Ladies, the young mistress requests your presence. Hanako gripped Ryoko's hand tightly. Ryoko. Don't be afraid. Let's go meet the young lady of the Oda family. Ryoko pulled Hanako into the hospital room. Lin Luo was nowhere to be seen in the room. Only a young girl in a white Western-style dress sat frowning on a chair. Young miss, we've apprehended 2 individuals, the bodyguard whispered. Yuta Yuki turned her head, fixing her gaze on Ryoko. The worry on her face melted into delight. Sister Ryoko, did you come to see Lin Koen? He's gone. Ryoko frowned. Gone? Yuta Yuki said, I was just about to call the police. Since you're here, let's search together. Chapter 115, Imprisonment. While the 3 women searched for Lin Luo at the hospital, Lin Luo himself felt only a heavy fog in his mind, the system's alerts ringing incessantly in his ears. Ding. Host detected with massive anesthetic injection. Brain protection mechanism activated. Ding. Excessive anesthetic detected. Accelerating circulatory system. The barrage of alerts irritated Lin Luo. He felt like a hungover person stuffed into a washing machine drum. His entire brain felt like it was being tossed about, while a clear, tinkling laugh echoed in his ears. Hee hee, I'm your #1 fan. Pleased to meet you. I finally snatched you away. Those meddlesome people were such a nuisance. I want to be with you forever. These words seemed to drift in from the horizon, barely audible to Lin Luo. He could only sense the heart-stopping obsession and sickness lurking within them. Ding. Host detected in unconscious state. System initiating forced awakening. The moment the alert faded, Lin Luo felt as though he'd been stripped naked and plunged into icy water. His eyes snapped open instantly. No longer the hospital ceiling, but patterned wallpaper. Lin Luo tried to turn his head but found his body stiff. The anesthetic hadn't worn off yet. You're awake, the young nurse's voice sounded beside him. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could speak, she continued, Mr. Lin, welcome to my home. From today onward, we'll be living together. Lin Luo squinted and asked, what do you mean? The nurse held a damp towel, gently wiping the sweat from Lin Luo's forehead. Have you read a book called 10 Days of Danger? Lin Luo's heart sank. Listening to the nurse's unnerving tone, he wondered where the Yuta family had found such an oddball nurse. The nurse raised the bed, allowing Lin Luo to see the room's decor. She stated, I specially remodeled this room. It's modeled after a police interrogation room. Lin Luo rapidly assessed his situation. He felt nothing below his neck, likely the effect of the anesthetic. He had only awakened because the system had forcibly roused him. This nurse had lost her mind. I've been obsessed with criminal investigations since childhood, but I couldn't get into the police academy. So I applied to be a nurse at a private hospital. Luckily, I'm pretty enough. The young nurse turned Lin Luo's head toward her. The first time I saw your case on TV, I fell for you. As Digwei would say, we're a perfect match. What perfect match? She was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Luo tried to activate his abilities, but the system felt disconnected. He frowned. What you're doing is illegal. Let me go. Mr. Lin, I'll let go once you marry me, the nurse said shyly. Lin Luo. Oh, right. They must have noticed by now. But I went to great lengths to knock out the doctor and security guard. No one can stop us from being together. The young nurse boasted. Lin Luo cursed inwardly. What the hell was the Yuta family up to? He'd actually fallen into a trap at their private hospital. The young nurse reached out to touch Lin Luo's face. Lin Jun, you must be hungry. I'll go cook for you. Be a good boy and wait for me in the interrogation room. I'll be back soon. Watching her leave, Lin Luo finally grasped the difference between a great nation and a small one. Criminals in small countries were more twisted and deranged. The nurse imprisoning him couldn't distinguish reality from delusion, lost in her own twisted world. Lin Luo sighed and attempted to communicate with the system once more. Ding. Host detected as awake. System operating at maximum capacity. Abilities unavailable. Lin Luo exhaled. After obtaining the system, his worst fear had come to pass. Fortunately, after gaining the ability enhancement, he continuously strengthened his body. Following the system's prompt, sensation gradually returned to Lin Luo's limbs. Overjoyed, he prepared to break free from his restraints. The young nurse pushed open the door, smiling as she addressed Lin Luo. Mr. Lin, I'm back. My brother is delighted to have you in the interrogation room. The last prisoner unfortunately passed away, and he was heartbroken for quite some time. Lin Luo fixed his gaze on the young nurse. Will you let me die? You were planning to marry me, weren't you? Hearing this, the young nurse flushed crimson. Well, there has to be a process. I've never been in a relationship before, she stammered. Lin Luo secretly flexed his wrists. His body, strengthened through repeated training, possessed remarkable flexibility. His fingers had already reached the knot. I think you're adorable, Lin Luo murmured softly. The nurse covered her face with both hands. I feel so hot. Is this what falling in love feels like? Lin Luo undid the knot with his fingers. He shifted his body slightly and continued, exactly. Your body's reactions won't deceive you. This feeling is so strange, the nurse murmured, about to let go. Lin Luo said, enjoy it a little longer. I'm not hungry. Okay. After securing the nurse, Lin Luo quietly slipped free of the ropes. He had to be careful, her accomplices were still outside. Not so hot anymore. The nurse released her grip, preparing to feed him. One hand pressed down on hers, and with a simple takedown, he pulled the nurse down. From the outside, it looked like the nurse was shyly lowering her head in Lin Luo's embrace. Don't move, Lin Luo whispered. Who sent you? The nurse smiled. Mr. Lin, I really like you. Even if you seduced the doctors and security at the Yuta private hospital, you couldn't have transported me out of this heavily guarded building. You're truly the man I've chosen, the nurse said with a smile. Old K sent me to ask you a question. Old K. Lin Luo's heart sank. During a cross-provincial investigation, he had dismantled the lower ranks of the K crime syndicate. With a nationwide manhunt underway, Old K had managed to escape. A centipede, even when dead, remains stubborn. Later, whenever Lin Luo faced danger, Old K's shadow loomed behind it. "Mr. Lin, you can't escape." Outside her fully armed elite forces, the young nurse pleaded. "Stay here instead. I can protect your life." Lin Luo wasted no words. He delivered a swift karate chop, knocking the nurse unconscious. Lin Luo grabbed the metal chopsticks from the tray and rolled off the bed. Chaotic footsteps echoed outside. Lin Luo moved swiftly. He leaped up and yanked hard at the ventilation duct slanting above him. After tearing open a hole, Lin Luo didn't hesitate, he crawled straight inside. "Someone's in the vent. Hurry up and get him," someone shouted. Lin Luo didn't stop, crawling forward through the duct. Ding! Detected massive hostility. Host gains one-time ability, hearing. Ability, here activating this ability greatly enhances the host's hearing. Lin Luo glanced at the petite nurse collapsed beside the bed. She harbored only a sickening desire for control and worship toward him. With heightened hearing, Lin Luo's ears twitched. At least a dozen fully armed men were below. Even at full strength, he wasn't a match for them. His only chance lay in using hearing to escape through the ventilation ducts. Chapter 116, Escape. Bang! The ventilation shaft of the dilapidated building kicked open as Lin Luo leaped down. Brushing off the dirt from his clothes, he hailed a taxi. Using the one-time listening ability granted by the system, Lin Luo played hide-and-seek with his pursuers, using echoes to pinpoint his escape route. The nurse didn't mean any harm. It was her twisted, obsessive possessiveness that warped her mind. Could her words be true? Did Old K really help her smuggle me out of that private hospital? Lin Luo pondered. In the major nations, Old K's criminal syndicate had been severed at its roots. But smaller countries were another matter. Outdated systems and sluggish bureaucracies provided fertile ground for criminals like Old K. "I'll remember that," Lin Luo clenched his fist. "Sir, where are you headed?" The taxi driver looked at Lin Luo with enthusiasm. After a moment, he exclaimed in surprise, as if recognizing him, "You're Mr. Lin? I'm your #1 fan." Lin Luo's expression darkened. He studied the driver, noting no suspicious movements, then gave the address of the Metropolitan Police Headquarters. "I never imagined I'd have such incredible luck picking you up," the driver said as he pulled up in front of the station. "Could you give me an autograph? Just sign my jacket, it's brand new." Seeing the driver's enthusiasm, Lin Luo casually signed his name on the jacket. "Thank you so much," the driver said, beaming with delight. Watching the taxi drive away, Lin Luo tore off the plastic wristband. "Lin Kuan?" a voice called out. Chief Na Umi approached Lin Luo in a few strides. "Weren't you at the private hospital of the Oda family?" "I was kidnapped. I just escaped," Lin Luo replied. "Ha?" Chief Na Umi looked utterly bewildered. This was Chiyoda Ward, and Lin Luo had been at the best private hospital in Chiyoda. "I'm requesting Metropolitan Police Department assistance. The people who abducted me possessed illegal weapons." Seeing Lin Luo's serious expression, Chief Na Umi responded solemnly, "Understood. I'll contact Chief Nagata immediately. We'll mobilize all police forces in Chiyoda and apprehend the kidnappers." "Hope the person is still alive," Lin Luo said. Half an hour later, Zhou Qin rushed over upon hearing the news. She watched Lin Luo sitting on the steps drinking coffee. "This place is far too unsafe. You must return to China with me immediately. Once the PXZ tournament begins, I'll personally escort you there," Zhou Qin urged. Lin Luo smiled. "Those who survive great calamities are destined for good fortune. I refuse to leave Chiyoda in disgrace like this. Those guys are nothing but rats hiding in the shadows. They've already exposed themselves once, they won't dare confront me openly again." Zhou Qin frowned. "No, I'll call my dad right now and have him make arrangements. You're a seeded player in the PXZ tournament anyway." As she spoke, Zhou Qin reached for her phone. Lin Luo grabbed her wrist. "Master S busy with work. No need to bother him. Training camp just started a few days ago. Leaving now, even as a seeded player, will invite gossip." Zhou Qin paused, biting her red lips before lowering her phone. "Then I won't call Dad. You two are both strong-willed people." Lin Luo smiled. "Thanks for covering for me, Sister Zhou. Tonight's on me." Seeing Lin Luo's deliberately nonchalant act, Zhou Qin giggled. "Since you're so earnest about inviting me, I'll reluctantly accept." "It's a deal," Lin Luo affirmed. "Lin Luo, are you okay?" A concerned voice rang out. Zhou Qin froze, turning to see Nan Shang approaching with worry etched on her face. "Call me tonight," Zhou Qin said before entering the police station. "I'm fine. Someone drugged me, but I've recovered now," Lin Luo replied. Nan Shang received news of Lin Luo's disappearance from the private hospital immediately. "Who did this?" she demanded. "A nurse sent by the Oda family," Lin Luo sighed. "My #1 fan. She injected me with the anesthetic." Nanshang asked gravely. The Yuta family's private hospital has ironclad security. There's no way a mere nurse could have gotten you out. Lin Luo murmured, there's also Old K. When I was investigating across provinces, I severed Old K's tentacles in the major country. Old K retreated overseas, but the moment I arrived in the small country, he couldn't wait to strike. Nanshang pursed her lips. The cross-province operation had only severed Old K's tentacles in the major country without crippling him, and the bastard had fled swiftly. During that period, Nanshang frequently contacted Leona, learning from her how brazenly Old K operated abroad. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo had fallen into the trap when he let his guard down. She looked at Lin Luo and said, you've passed the intensive training and are the top seed. I'll arrange a plane to send you back to the country. Lin Luo looked at Nanshang. If I keep solving cases openly in this small country, do you think Old K will make a move? No. That's far too dangerous. You can't use yourself as bait. Nanshang refused, unwilling to risk Lin Luo's safety. Lin Luo countered, Old K's network in this small country has even infiltrated the Yuta family. This time, I'll use myself as bait to lure him into the trap. Eliminating Old K would be ideal, but even if we can't take him down, we must sever his tentacles here. His words rang with conviction, and Nanshang could hear the steel in his resolve. Her expression shifted several times before she finally nodded. I'll assist you. Seeing Nanshang's grave expression, Lin Luo chuckled. We'll meet force with force. I'm no pushover. If anyone thinks I'm an easy target, I'll make sure to stab them right in the hand. Only then did Nanshang smile. You're no hedgehog. Anyway, Yu Tianshui has been worrying about you. Lin Jun. A delighted voice rang out. Yuta Shui, now dressed in a Western-style dress, looked like an exquisite doll. She hurried over to Lin Luo, grabbing his hand. Lin Jun. Where did you go? You scared me to death. I was invited home by an enthusiastic fan. See? I'm back now, Lin Luo replied. That's right. Lin Jun is now the most famous detective in Chiyoda, and he saved my life too. Yuta Yuki's cheeks flushed as she continued. Grandfather was very worried about Lin Luo's safety and had already sent people to look for him. No need. I'm back safe and sound. Lin Luo flexed his arm. See? My arm's all better now. Yuta Yuki exclaimed with delight. Lin Kuan's arm is healed? That's truly wonderful. Seeing Yuta Yuki still holding Lin Luo's hand, Nanshang cleared her throat. Miss Yuta, Mr. Lin still needs to report back to the Junicho police station. That's right, Lin Kuan still works at the 12th precinct. Yuta Yuki released his hand, gazing at him with hopeful anticipation. Do your best, Lin Kuan. Lin Luo felt a strange sensation in his heart. He nodded. Yes, I'll work even harder when I return to the 12th precinct. Miss, the master requests your presence. A man resembling a butler stood behind Yuta Yuki. She nodded. I'll go see grandfather now. Mr. Lin, we'll meet again. Watching Yuta Yuki depart, Nanshang remarked, Miss Yuta certainly radiates energy. Indeed, Lin Luo said, turning to Nanshang. We can begin making arrangements. Chapter 117, The Lead. At the 12th Precinct Police Station, Kane Ryosuke stood at the entrance with his subordinates. Hanako and Ryoko were squeezed to the very back. Hanako whispered, Ryoko, I can't shake the feeling that Midori Kappa has been targeting us lately. Ryoko murmured back, probably because we didn't ask his permission to go searching for Senior Hayashi. Exactly. That petty man must be jealous of Senior Lin. Now that Senior Lin is back at the station, I'll see how he handles it, Hanako said viciously. Ryoko's gaze fell on Kame Ryocho. She spoke slowly, once he comes to terms with himself, I think he'll show Senior Lin the utmost respect. Fear of strength was ingrained in the people of this small country. Faced with a criminal investigation expert like Lin Luo, Kame Ryocho chose to lie down and take the beating. Detective Lin's here, someone called out, and the crowd turned their eyes toward the slowly approaching vehicle. Kame Ryocho stepped forward, straightened his uniform, and stood respectfully by the roadside. As Lin Luo stepped out of the vehicle, he looked at the crowd gathered before the police station with surprise. Korea Chang stood at the front, his expression filled with respect and humility. He bowed deeply to Lin Luo. Welcome back, Assistant Inspector Lin. On behalf of the 12th Precinct Police Station, I thank you. Before Lin Luo could speak, Nagata stepped out of the car. He surveyed the welcoming party before the station with satisfaction and nodded. Well done. You've done a fine job. Chief Inspector Nagata. Kame Ryocho was overjoyed, never expecting his superior to personally escort Lin Luo back. Nagata turned to Kame and said, a few days ago, Lin Luo performed a great service for Chiyoda. Mr. Lin is the model you should all strive to emulate. Though he hasn't been in criminal investigation long, he is already your senior on this path. Yes. The 12th precinct will certainly strive to match Detective Lin's example, Kame Takamasa replied respectfully. Nagata then turned to Lin Luo, I'll see you off here. As for that young nurse who escorted you out, we're currently apprehending her. Thank you, Lin Luo acknowledged. After Nagata departed, he paid no attention to the officers waiting to greet him at the station entrance. Instead, he strode directly toward Ryoko and Hanako. How's the case file and archive progress since I left? Did that killer confess after we caught him last time? Senior Lin, we conducted an intensive interrogation. He has admitted to his crimes, Ryoko reported. Lin Luo nodded. Kame Ryocho approached with a smile, about to speak, when Lin Luo fixed him with a direct stare. Chief Inspector Kame, what case is this? Kame's expression stiffened. An assistant inspector behind him spoke up to diffuse the awkwardness. Assistant Inspector Lin, you previously solved the disappearance of the Oda family's eldest daughter. Now another disappearance has been reported by the victim's family. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. What's the situation? Have you initiated an investigation? The station is investigating and is close to identifying a suspect. However, he's been missing for 12 hours now. We urgently request your assistance, Assistant Inspector Lin. We must find this individual. Lin Luo's reputation reverberated throughout all of Chiyoda. In the eyes of the police station officers, Lin Luo was fast becoming a god of criminal investigation, much like Guming. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Ryoko, bring me all the files on the missing person case. I need to review them. Ryoko nodded and soon returned with a stack of files. Lin Luo opened the files. The missing person was a middle-aged company employee named Arakawa. The day before, he had told his family he was going out drinking with a friend, but never returned. His family had visited the friend's home, only to find that friend had vanished as well. Surveillance footage from the area showed no trace of Arakawa leaving. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Did you check the camera outside his friend's house? Detective Lin, we checked that camera. It's been broken for a long time and hasn't been repaired, the police lieutenant replied. Lin Luo handed the files to Ryoko. Ryoko, grab the files. We're heading to the scene now. Ryoko nodded. Hanako looked at Lin Luo expectantly. She had no desire to stay at the station any longer. Lin Luo paused and said, Hanako, you're coming with us. Got it. Hanako beamed as she followed Lin Luo out. Kame's stiff smile relaxed. He watched Lin Luo's departing figure with a dark expression. The assistant police chief beside him remarked, Chief, Lin Luo is just passing through. After the training camp, he'll leave the station. As the saying goes, a moment's patience brings calm waters. A step back reveals a vast sky. Kame shook his head. He saved the young lady of the Oda family. I'd be out of my mind to oppose him. From now on, assign him to all important cases. He's a formidable criminal investigator worthy of respect. Yes, sir. From the car, Hanako gazed at Lin Luo with admiration. Senior Lin, you're so cool. Didn't you see Green Kappa's face? Ryoko shot Hanako a look and said, Chief Curio will be thoroughly convinced this time. Lin Luo chuckled. His opinion matters little to me. The priority now is solving the case. Once we arrive at the scene, you two look for clues first. Hana was eager to get started. This was her first time at a crime scene. Soon, a small 3-story courtyard house came into view. This was precisely where Arakawa had been drinking. Neighbors peered curiously at the trio as the police car pulled up outside the gate. Lin Luo instructed, Hana, you and Ryoko go inside first. I'll speak with the neighbors. Yes. Hua Zi pulled Liang Zi along as they hurried inside. Lin Luo approached a woman watering flowers and asked, Excuse me, ma'am. Did you hear anything unusual yesterday? The woman looked up at Lin Luo, then smiled after a moment. You're Lin Luo, the elite detective from that great nation who rescued the young lady of the Oda family? That's right, it's me, Lin Luo replied with a smile. You're even more handsome in person than in the news, the woman remarked. Last night, our neighbor Mr. Yamamoto brought a friend over for drinks. Late into the night, I heard them arguing. It ended quickly, and I didn't think much of it. What happened next door? Ding. Witness testimony detected. Host has accepted case, missing person case. Lin Luo replied solemnly, Thank you for your cooperation, ma'am. This remains confidential for now. The woman nodded quickly. I understand. Oh, by the way, I baked these cookies this morning. If you don't mind, please take them. Without waiting for a response, she pressed a large bag of cookies into Lin Luo's hands. Seeing her warmth, Lin Luo said, Thank you. Having a criminal investigation elite like you visit our small country is a blessing. Welcome to Chiyoda, the woman smiled. Lin Luo bid farewell but didn't head straight to Yamamoto's residence. He stood at the entrance for a moment, clutching the cookies, until he was certain no one was following him. Only then did he stroll leisurely into Yamamoto's home. Lin Luo thought to himself, Old K's men haven't shown up. They're being cautious enough in this small country. They're tough to deal with. Chapter 118, Kyushu. Yamamoto's residence was a duplex. Opening the wooden door revealed the reception hall, where a tatami mat lay with bottles of sake scattered upon it. Seeing Lin Luo enter, Ryoko said, Senior Lin, Hanako and I have inspected the scene. Preliminary findings indicate a struggle occurred here. Lin Luo nodded as the system's clue collection alert sounded. Ding. System collecting evidence, suspicious bloodstains. Lin Luo crouched down and spotted several splattered bloodstains on the floor. Come on. Take photos and collect samples here first. Then we'll go ask around nearby. Yamamoto might have taken the missing person, Arakawa, somewhere else. Yes. Hanako and Ryoko sprang into action, gathering all evidence at the scene. The trio then drove to a nearby convenience store, where the owner provided Lin Luo with a crucial lead. A security camera at the store entrance had captured footage of a black cargo van. That's the van. I've seen Yamamoto drive it before he uses it for hauling goods, the owner stated with certainty. Lin Luo nodded and immediately contacted the Chiyoda Traffic Management Office. Detective Lin, the vehicle you inquired about left Chiyoda this morning. Its last recorded location was in Kyushima. Thank you. Lin Luo hung up the phone and turned to Ryoko. Yamamoto drove the box truck to Kyushu. Kujima. Hanako gasped. He crossed nearly half the country. What does he think he's doing? Could he be heading to Kojima to dump the body? Ryoko asked. Assistant Inspector Lin. Yamamoto is now outside Chiyoda jurisdiction. Should we transfer the case to Kyushima? Lin Luo's mind raced. Chiyoda was setting up roadblocks now. If old case people were well connected, they wouldn't have acted in Chiyoda. But outside was different, especially in those remote, small country areas. Lin Luo declared, since I've taken this case, I intend to pursue it. I'll request cross-jurisdictional investigation authorization from the Chiyoda Police Headquarters. We depart this afternoon. Lin Luo had already secured Minister Oda's approval. The training camp was dispensable to him. This was the perfect opportunity to flush out old case operatives in the small country. Understood. Ryoko nodded. Hanako beamed. Kojima might be a bit poor, but it's right by the sea. I hear the scenery is absolutely breathtaking. I'm definitely bringing my swimsuit this time. Ryoko chuckled. Hanako, we're going on a case, not a vacation. It's all the same, Hanako retorted, turning to Lin Luo. Besides, no one's ever appreciated my youthful figure. Right, Officer Lin? Ahem. We depart this afternoon. Get yourselves ready. That afternoon, a car departed from Chiyoda. In the presidential suite of a luxury hotel in East District 1, a woman wearing earphones smiled. They're really bold. They barely escaped death and still dare to go to such a remote place. They must think we're pushovers. Jackie, what's the situation? Asked a burly man slathering olive oil on his body. Xiaji replied, the target has left Chiyoda. Oomph. This time, we must eliminate him. It's old K's order. He's just a worthless bastard. Even if he's from a big country, what's so scary about him? I could crush him with 2 fingers. The burly man asked, puzzled. Xiaji chuckled. He's ruined old K's plans many times and even escaped from a heavily guarded facility. By the way, where's that little nurse? The burly man paused his actions, approaching the bedside to lift the nurse, now limp as mud. Just a little tweaking and she turned out like this, the burly man muttered discontentedly. Xiaji stepped before the nurse, staring into her hollow, pallid eyes. Little sister, don't blame us for what you've become. That faithless bastard has left Chiyoda anyway. Go settle your grudges with him. Hate flared in the nurse's eyes. Lin Luo. Lin Luo. Very good. I approve of you, Xiaji chuckled. The burly man tossed the nurse back onto the bed. Who's going this time? Black Tengu. A flicker of apprehension crossed Xiaji's eyes clearly. This was a formidable opponent. The burly man inquired, that psychopath? I hear he enjoys torturing his victims. He's responsible for most of those unsolved decapitation cases in the 23rd Ward. Our agent Lin might just enjoy him, the evil princess chuckled. While you're at it, send that little nurse over too. May the lovers be united. All right. Kyushu, on the edge of the small country, lies close to the sea. Driving along the expressway of Kyoshima, one could smell the sea breeze carrying a faint briny scent. The Chiyoda Metropolitan Police Department had already contacted the Kyushima Metropolitan Police Department, relaying the news of Lin Luo's impending arrival. The Kyushima detectives were thrilled. Lin Luo's reputation had already preceded him to Kyushima. Senior Lin, I see the ocean. I heard there's a very popular beach nearby, apparently an open-air nudist beach. Hanako's face lit up with longing. Ryoko covered her forehead, exasperated that her best friend's fangirl tendencies had resurfaced so soon after leaving. Clack. Ryoko withdrew her fingers. Hanako, we're working on a case right now. Ryo rubbed her head. Got it. Next time, don't hit me on the head again. You're going to knock me silly. Lin Luo said, I still owe you guys a meal from before. Once this case wraps up, I'll treat you to dinner in Kyushu. Senior Lin. Huazi laughed heartily. I knew you were the best senior ever. Just as Ryoko was about to speak, a patrol car approached Lin Luo's vehicle at high speed. Lin Luo slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. The patrol car also stopped, and 2 officers stepped out. Hello, you must be Constable Lin. We're from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Kyushu Prefectural Police. The younger officer wore a smile while the middle-aged man beside him was more composed, his gaze sweeping over Ryoko and Hanako. On behalf of the Kyushu Metropolitan Police Department, I welcome you, Officer Lin. The younger man was efficient, immediately pulling out a file. We've reviewed the materials sent from Chiyoda. We've identified Yamamoto's cargo van. He parked it at a pier by the sea. Let's not delay. We'll head there immediately. Lin Luo hadn't expected Kyushu to act so swiftly, but in truth, Kyushu placed great importance on his arrival. Kojima had previously invited Guming to train their administrative division, meaning nearly half of the criminal investigation division could be considered Guming's protégés. The criminal investigation division held great respect for elite investigators from major nations. Shortly after receiving Chiyoda's report, they had mobilized personnel to launch an investigation. Alright, I'll lead the way for Officer Lin. The young officer climbed into the car, and the two vehicles sped along the highway. Lin Luo felt the sea breeze blowing against his face. The countryside of Kyushu was quiet. Lin Luo smiled to himself, thinking, the rats hiding in the shadows probably won't be able to hold back. I'll be waiting for you in Kyushu if you have the guts to come. Chapter 119, Crime. Half an hour later, the two vehicles arrived at the scene of a dilapidated pier. The dock was usually deserted, with only a single cargo truck parked there. Lin Luo approached and opened the cargo compartment. Inside lay a bound, unconscious middle-aged man. He recognized the figure as none other than the missing Arakawa. Arakawa was unrecognizable, half his teeth missing, his body covered in blood, clearly the victim of brutal violence. Call an ambulance immediately. The missing person has been found, and he's suffered severe violent injuries, Lin Luo declared. The two operatives from Kyushima immediately called for an ambulance, which soon arrived and transported Arakawa away. Ding! Congratulations, host, on locating the missing person Arakawa. Please apprehend the perpetrator as soon as possible. Lin Luo turned to the two officers from Kyushu. Being unfamiliar with the area, he could only rely on local police resources. Detective Lin will mobilize all available officers in Kyushu immediately. We will find the suspect, the younger officer declared with unwavering resolve. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Turning to Ryoko, he instructed, Ryoko, take environmental samples from inside the cargo container. Yes. Hanako, you handle the documentation. We've located the missing person, Arakawa. The suspect is Arakawa's colleague, Yamamoto. Yamamoto has a history of violent tendencies and is suspected of assault and battery. Yes. After assigning tasks, Lin Luo went to assist Ryoko. The Kyushu Criminal Investigation Division didn't keep Lin Luo waiting long before reporting back. Detective Lin, the suspect Yamamoto was spotted at a private residence, the young officer reported excitedly. Lin Luo ordered, arrest suspect Yamamoto immediately. You two, assist me with this operation. Yes. 15 minutes later, at a seaside residence. A barbecue party was in full swing, with cheers erupting from the celebrating men and women. A man with dyed yellow hair raised his beer. This is awesome. Just took care of a real pain in the ass today, and now I'm here with you guys for drinks and barbecue this afternoon. Yamamoto, a heavy-set man, patted Yamamoto on the shoulder. Eat and drink your fill today, I'll cover the tab. It's rare you make it out here. Ha! Yamamoto flipped the meat sizzling over the charcoal. Alright. The crowd's noise grew louder as a man in plain clothes approached Yamamoto. Hey! The meat isn't done yet. Get lost in wait over there, Yamamoto slurred drunkenly. I'm not here for the barbecue, Yamamoto. You're suspected of intentional assault and unlawful detention. I'm an officer from the 13th precinct. Please come with me now. Hearing Lin Luo's words, Yamamoto sobered up considerably. He grabbed the steel fork used for turning meat and lunged fiercely at Lin Luo. Senior Lin! Ryoko's anxious cry rang out. She had just entered the door when she witnessed Yamamoto's attack. Everyone down! We're from the Kyushu Criminal Investigation Division, the young detective shouted. The middle-aged man beside him drew his pistol and fired a warning shot into the air. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. At the grill, Lin Luo sidestepped Yamamoto's fork, catching it mid-air. He flipped it in his hand and executed a cross-arm lock, pinning Yamamoto's head firmly. Seeing Yamamoto subdued, the fat man nearby grabbed a wine bottle and lunged forward. Bang! A bullet pierced the fat man's right hand, sending him crashing to his knees. Ryoko stood with both hands on her gun, her face cold as ice. Now I'm adding assaulting an officer to your charges. Lin Luo released Yamamoto, pinned him to the ground, and cuffed his hands. Yamamoto hung his head in defeat. The fat man finally snapped out of it, yelling at Yamamoto, Yamamoto, who the hell did you mess with? Didn't I tell you? I dealt with some annoying guy this morning, and Chiyoda's followed me, Yamamoto said nonchalantly. You're nothing but trouble, the fat man cursed. Ryoko swiftly handcuffed him behind his back. You're suspected of harboring a criminal, she stated. Come with us. The Kyushima detectives hurried over. A young officer turned to Lin Luo and said, Officer Lin, our interrogation room happens to be free. We'll handle this one there. The fat guy was suspected of harboring a criminal and had assaulted Lin Luo, but since he was under Kojima's jurisdiction, the case fell under their purview. Alright. With 2 suspects in custody, Lin Luo headed straight for the Kyushu police headquarters. The Kyushu police headquarters was much smaller than the one in Chiyoda. A gray-haired police superintendent stood waiting at the entrance for Lin Luo's arrival. Deputy Inspector Lin, welcome to Kyushu. The interrogation room is ready. The inspector's eyes burned with intensity. Back when they'd invited Guming to train their criminal investigation division, they'd gained invaluable investigative techniques. This time, with Lin Luo's arrival, nearly half of Kyushima's CID officers had come to observe and learn. Lin Luo looked at the officers and said, "I'd be honored to oblige. Let's begin now." Yamamoto was pushed into the interrogation room by the excited Kyushu detectives. Only Lin Luo and Ryoko remained inside, the rest watched from the adjacent room. "Yamamoto, you're suspected of intentional assault and unlawful detention. Your colleague Arakawa was drinking at your home. Why did you beat him?" "Officer, I don't understand what you're talking about. I just drove to Kyushima to hang out with friends. I was drinking and eating at my friend's place when you suddenly barged in and injured my friend." Yamamoto's attitude was defiant as he turned the tables. Ryoko's brow furrowed. Lin Luo smiled. "Yamamoto, you won't admit it until you're forced to. We found Arakawa's bloodstains in your home." Yamamoto tried to wriggle out of it. "Yesterday while drinking, I got a nosebleed from getting worked up." "A nosebleed doesn't leave marks like that." "You punched Arakawa and threw him across the room," Lin Luo countered. "After beating him for so long, your fists should show injuries too. I'll have the Kyushu Criminal Investigation Division examine you right now." Yamamoto began evading. He mumbled, Yeah, I accidentally hit him while drunk yesterday. I was really wasted." "Drunk as a skunk, yet you managed to drive all night to Kyushu? You're quite the feat, crossing half a small country." Lin Luo turned to Ryoko beside him. "Add another charge, driving under the influence." Ryoko stifled a laugh. "Yes, sir." Now Yamamoto panicked. With so many charges piled on, he wouldn't be out for at least 20 or 30 years. "No, I misremembered. I hurt myself by accident." "Oomph." Lin Luo activated his respectability, his eyes fixed intently on Yamamoto. "At this point, you still think you can wriggle out of it? Heaven's net is wide but never misses. Yamamoto, confess your crimes quickly." Lin Luo's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning in Yamamoto's guilt-ridden ears. Yamamoto shuddered and stammered, "It was my fault. I assaulted Arakawa." "Resisting arrest? Drunk driving?" Lin Luo asked in a deep voice. "I committed all these crimes. I admit everything." Yamamoto slumped in the interrogation chair. Lin Luo rose. With all these charges established, Yamamoto faced a sentence of 20 to 30 years. He would pay for his crimes. Chapter 120, Aoba. In the coastal area of Kyoshima, a large cluster of stalls sold local specialty snacks. Lin Luo held a bamboo skewer, lifting a squid tentacle that still twitched. "I've long heard Jyodao's seafood is exceptionally delicious, a must-try." "Thank you for this treat, senior," Hanako said with a smile, about to dig in. Lin Luo said, "Have the vendor grill these squid. I'm treating you all to teppanyaki squid." "Ha?" Hana froze. Ryoko chimed in, "Hana, the senior is treating us this time. Don't be picky. Eat whatever the senior says." Hua-zi nodded. Handsome men always have the last word. "I'll have the grilled squid." Ryoko turned to Lin Luo. "Senior Lin, we'll be heading back tomorrow." "Yes," Lin Luo replied. "We'll take Yamamoto back to Chiyoda first thing tomorrow morning. He'll face trial at the Chiyoda court." Ryoko nodded, noticing that Lin Luo seemed distracted, as if deep in thought. "Senior Lin, how about letting the Kyushu detectives escort Yamamoto and the victim back first? We could stay in Kyushu for another couple of days," Ryoko suggested. "Really? That'd be fantastic. I can finally use those swimsuits I brought," Hanako chirped excitedly. Lin Luo speared a squid tentacle with a bamboo skewer. "Yes, I'll request permission from Chief Nagata to stay here for 2 more days. Long live the senior." Hanako cheered. Ryoko shot her a disapproving look. Soon, the grilled squid arrived, and they dug in. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Luo offered to walk the two back to their hotel. He had just settled the bill when 2 people came running out to the restaurant entrance, panting heavily. It was the young detective from the Kyushu Criminal Investigation Division they had met earlier that day. Seeing Lin Luo, the young officer's face lit up with relief. "Detective Lin, thank goodness you didn't leave. Something terrible has happened." "What happened?" Lin Luo was genuinely curious. If a major case had occurred, the Kyushu side would have dispatched police forces instead of coming to him. He had already apprehended Yamamoto, and the Chiyoda case could be closed. "It's a homicide." The middle-aged detective handed Lin Luo photos of the crime scene. Lin Luo glanced at them and his interest peaked. "This afternoon, while you were interrogating Yamamoto, students leaving Kyushu Aoba Middle School discovered a body in the drainage ditch. Officers investigating found 3 more bodies in the ditch, making 4 victims total. The primary crime scene hasn't been located yet. Lin Luo stared at the photo showing a young face, now bloated and pale from decomposition. This time, all the victims were students from Aoba Middle School. The Kyushima Police Headquarters has already reported this to the Chiyoda Police Headquarters. Chief Superintendent Nagata has decided to assign this case to you. We entrust it to your care. The middle-aged detective bowed. The young agent hurriedly returned the bow. There was no way he could walk away this time. Alright, let's head to the scene now. Lin Luo was always decisive and never dragged his feet. He looked at Hanako and Ryoko and said, "You two go back to the hotel first. I've got a case to handle here." Ryoko replied firmly, "Senior, we came with you. If you're going to the scene, we're coming too." Hanako nodded in agreement. Lin Luo didn't insist. "Alright," he said. Aoba Academy was a private high school renowned for its strict discipline. Only the wealthy or influential could afford to send their children here, making it a veritable elite institution. So upon arriving at the scene, Lin Luo witnessed a remarkable sight. A dozen luxury cars were parked at the entrance of Aoba High School. A group of bodyguards in suits had cordoned off the drainage ditch in front of the school. The Kyushu Criminal Investigation Division officers were pushed to the outer perimeter, looking flustered as someone was retrieving something from the drainage ditch. Further back stood several middle-aged men with grim expressions, dressed in tailored suits and exuding an air of distinction. "Hey, what are you lot doing standing out here? Go stop them from compromising the scene," the middle-aged detective shouted urgently. The grim-faced men all turned their heads to look. Lin Luo strode up to the human barrier and demanded, "What's going on here? Why aren't you securing the scene? Instead, you've been pushed all the way to the outer perimeter." Most of the Jodao detectives recognized Lin Luo and bowed. "Detective Lin, these are the deceased's family members. They brought bodyguards to cordon off the scene and hired private investigators. They're currently fishing things out of the drainage ditch. We were pushed out." Lin Luo scanned the faces of the middle-aged men. In a major country, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot tamper with a crime scene. It's a criminal offense. But in a small country, the situation is different. Lin Luo replied, "I understand your feelings, but the crime scene must be preserved." "I am Lin Luo." "Not from a small country," retorted a wealthy woman leaning against one of the men. "I've heard a saying in big countries, no beard, no reliability. How can someone so young possibly solve a case?" Hearing this, Ryoko nearly exploded with rage. She was about to retort when Lin Luo's deep voice cut in, "Ambition knows no age. Without it, 100 years are wasted. The Chiyoda Police Department has entrusted this case to me. I am fully responsible. If you have any questions, please direct them to the Chiyoda Police Department." At Lin Luo's words, the noblewoman's expression darkened. Just as she was about to retort, a voice cut through the air. "Shut up! You don't even know who this gentleman is? Can't you watch the news?" The noblewoman immediately bowed in apology. An elderly man, surrounded by numerous bodyguards, approached Lin Luo and scrutinized him from head to toe. "You found the young lady of the Oda family, didn't you?" "Thank you, young man." "And you are?" Lin Luo inquired. A middle-aged detective nearby quickly explained, "This is the head of the Iwakawa family from Kyushu. My name is Kamikawa Ryu. I am the brother-in-law of the Oda family," the elderly man said with a smile. He glanced at the group of middle-aged men and added, "Leave professional matters to professionals. What kind of spectacle are you making here? Remove your men immediately." "Yes, sir." The men bowed in unison, showing deep respect for the elder. Once the human barrier dispersed, Lin Luo could see the crime scene. It was the drainage ditch in front of Aoba High School, where 4 bodies covered in white sheets lay beside it. The old man scanned each sheet in turn, then sighed deeply. "An old man shouldn't have to witness such misfortune. All 4 of my grandsons are gone dead in a ditch barely half a meter deep. Officer Lin, if there's anything you need, just ask." With that, the old man turned and walked away. The middle-aged detective murmured, "The Kamikawa family has significant holdings in Kyushu. We must spare no effort in catching the killer this time." "MHM." Lin Luo nodded. A notification chime sounded in his ear. "Ding. Corpse detected. Host has accepted case, Aoba High School murder case. Due to case complexity, Criminal Investigation Rising Star program activated prematurely." Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. This case actually required the use of Criminal Investigation Rising Star? Interesting. He turned to In Shui and ordered, "Go fetch some lighting equipment. Illuminate the entire drainage ditch. I'll be conducting an overnight inspection." "Yes, sir." Chapter 121, Contraband. Outside Aoba High School, several floodlights illuminated the drainage ditch. Lin Luo wore gloves and shoe covers. The people hired by the Kamikawa family weren't complete amateurs. At least they'd worn gloves and shoe covers during the recovery, and the scene hadn't been significantly disturbed. Lin Luo glanced around and asked, "Did you check with Aoba High? Are there any cameras at the entrance? This is a private school. The people here are either wealthy or influential, so there are no cameras installed inside or outside the campus. However, the grounds and entrance are patrolled 24/7. The middle-aged detective called over a man wearing a Aoba High School staff uniform. This is today's security personnel. Lin Luo looked at him and asked, did anything unusual happen today? Nothing, the security guard shook his head. I patrolled several times today until the students were dismissed in the afternoon. That's when one of them discovered the bodies of several young masters in the drainage ditch. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. What does this drainage ditch connect to? The school provides dormitory accommodations. This drainage ditch connects to the underground sewage pipes. All the students' wastewater is discharged through here. Lin Luo waved him away. He didn't continue searching the drainage ditch for clues. This wasn't the primary crime scene. He approached the 4 bodies and lifted each sheet. The corpses were deathly pale, one already bloated from prolonged submersion. Rising star of forensic investigation, for bloated corpses, wrong time, crime abounds. Lin Luo examined the 4 bodies meticulously again, finding no external injuries on their surfaces. Conduct pathological examinations on the bodies, Lin Luo ordered. Yes, sir. The Kyushu detectives bustled to action. Lin Luo gazed at Aoba High School in the darkness and said, let's go inside. The group entered Aoba High School. The campus was eerily quiet, clearly affected by the murder. Some students had already been picked up by their parents, while school staff and a few students remained on campus. The principal of Aoba High, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, greeted Lin Luo with a smile. You must be Assistant Inspector Lin from Chiyoda. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You truly are a young prodigy. Lin Luo's reputation had spread beyond Chiyoda. Even in a small place like Kyoshima, people recognized him. Yes. Who is the teacher responsible for those 4 deceased students? I have some questions to ask. The principal turned to a staff member and said, Miko, you were their homeroom teacher. You'll answer Assistant Inspector Lin's questions. Miko, a young homeroom teacher, stood with bloodshot eyes, clearly having cried. Please find me a classroom. I need to question them privately, Lin Luo stated. Use my office. It's spacious, the principal offered. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo sat across from Miko. Hanako and Ryoko sat on either side of him, taking notes for the interrogation. Ms. Miko, were all 4 victims in your grade? Lin Luo asked. Miko nodded. All 4 were children from the Kamikawa family, under my supervision. They never bullied anyone at school and were always gentle. Who could have imagined this happening? Her eyes reddened as she spoke, on the verge of tears again. Lin Luo inquired, Ms. Miko, have there been any unusual incidents in the class recently? Ms. Miko recalled, nothing unusual. This is a private high school with strong security measures. The killer exploited this very mindset to eliminate the 4 victims. A thought struck Lin Luo, and he pressed further, did the 4 victims live on campus? Yes. They were cousins and shared the same dorm room. Take me to see it. All right. Behind the academic building stood 2 dormitory buildings, both well furnished. The room occupied by the 4 Kamikawa brothers was over 70 square meters, fully equipped with all kinds of appliances. Hanako stuck out her tongue and whispered, Ryoko, these high schoolers live better than we do. Ryoko murmured back, private high schools like this charge exorbitant tuition, so the accommodations are top-notch. Detective Lin, this is their dormitory. Lin Luo scanned the dormitory, certain details catching his attention. Rising star of criminal investigation, an ordinary dorm room, yet concealing secrets. Hidden secrets? Lin Luo walked over to the TV, where a gaming console sat on the table. He lifted the lid of the game console and took something out. What's this? Miko asked in surprise. She had never seen such an item on campus before. Stamps, a prohibited item. Lin Luo carefully placed the object into an evidence bag. Selling such items on the streets was illegal, let alone on campus. Someone actually managed to get these contraband items into students' hands. Lin Luo turned to look at Miko. You said the school's security is tight, that strangers couldn't possibly get in? That's correct. Usually, the brothers stay on campus. During breaks, the Wakawa family picks them up. Miko replied. Lin Luo shook the stamp in his hand. Go get a staff roster from the principal. Ryoko nodded. Soon, the staff roster of Aoba High School appeared in Lin Luo's hands. He scanned it quickly. The principal had specifically marked the dates of hire at the bottom. Some of these staff members had been at the school for over a decade. 2 were recent hires, responsible for teaching physical education classes. Ding! Key evidence collected, staff roster. Rising star of criminal investigation, a robust physique is what everyone dreams of, yet someone seeks to destroy it. Lin Luo turned to Miko. Ms. Miko, where do these 2 newly hired PE teachers live? Upstairs. They're resting in their dorm today. Miko pointed upward. Lin Luo drew his pistol and ordered, call in the Kyushu Criminal Investigation Unit. Seal off all entrances and exits. Yes, sir. Miko was startled. Lin Luo looked at her and said, Ms. Miko, stay in this dorm room. No matter what you hear, don't go outside. Yes. Lin Luo led the 2 women out of the room. The Kyushu criminal investigation officers moved swiftly, already blocking the stairwell entrances. Detective Lin, a young officer reported, our people have sealed off the exits upstairs and downstairs. Lin Luo said, follow me. They hurried to the dormitory upstairs. Lin Luo approached the door and kicked it open with one foot. Freeze! Lin Luo stepped inside. On the bed, a bound figure whimpered. The dorm window stood wide open, curtains fluttering in the wind. Lin Luo stepped forward, ripped the cloth from the person's mouth, and demanded, where did you get these contraband items? Who did you sell them to? What are you talking about? I don't know, the person replied. Lin Luo sneered coldly. You can't meet my gaze, constantly looking away. Hearing about the Shangchuan brothers dying in the Yin water ditch must have scared you, huh? They took the illegal goods you sold, which turned them into that. How long do you plan to keep hiding? The man broke down. I only handle sales. Mr. Beigong supplied the goods. He said it wouldn't cause any harm, just novel toys. A novelty toy? Lin Luo sneered coldly. Take him away. Chapter 122, Black Tengu. Kyushu, Metropolitan Police Headquarters. Lin Luo stated gravely, the murders at Aoba High School were caused by illegal substances. Contraband? The Nine Islands executives turned to Lin Luo. He nodded. Contraband was found during the search of the Kamikawa brothers' dormitory. These items were sold by two newly hired physical education teachers. Additionally, excessive amounts of the contraband were detected in the Kamikawa brothers' bodies. Excellent. Truly worthy of an elite from a major nation, applauded the chief of the Kyushu Metropolitan Police Department. I hear you apprehended one suspect immediately. What about the other? The other one fled as soon as we entered Aoba High School. Kojima officers are currently pursuing him, Lin Luo replied. The middle-aged detective added, we discovered a large quantity of illegal substances and one particular item in the rooms of the two physical education teachers. An image appeared on the large screen, a black Tengu mask. Made of an unknown material, its high, prominent nose paired with sinister features gave it the appearance of a twisted demon preying on its victims. A Tengu mask, murmurs rippled through the group. Lin Luo stated, the escaped physical education teacher left this item at the scene. We've retrieved his photo from Aoba High School. You've done well. Everyone else may leave. Lin Luo, you stay behind. Commissioner Kudo of the Metropolitan Police Department instructed. The others nodded and departed. The conference room was left with only him and Lin Luo. The commissioner stared at the image of the black Tengu mask on the large screen inside. It's been many years since I last saw this mask. I never imagined it would reappear and claim 4 more lives. Lin Luo asked, you know this mask? Yes. Over a decade ago, someone wearing this mask went on a killing spree across the country. He was finally cornered and shot dead by Chiyoda police in an alley. He wasn't wearing the mask when he died, but we confirmed his identity. The chief smiled. Whether this man was psychologically twisted or deliberately imitating someone, 4 people have already died at his hands. Scum like this doesn't deserve to live. Death sentences are rare in this country, but with the Wegawa family's influence, a monster whose humanity has been so warped will face certain execution. I'll apprehend him as soon as possible. The chief waved him off. You haven't slept all night. Go get some rest. Lin Luo had been investigating at Aoba High School through the night. When he snapped back to reality, dawn had broken. He nodded and withdrew. The morning breeze carried a chill as Lin Luo returned to his hotel. The moment he pushed open the door, his movements froze. On the table inside lay a black Tengu mask, with a note tucked beneath it. Lin Luo approached the room and picked up the note. Several lines were written on it. It was a pleasure meeting such a distinguished figure, a criminal investigation elite from a great nation. Mr. K is deeply dissatisfied with you, so I have come. Aoyama High was my doing. Mr. K intends to wipe out the Kamikawa family line. If you wish to stop me, come find me at the seaside. Black Tengu. A map was drawn on the back of the note. Black Tengu's audacity exceeded Lin Luo's expectations. His tentacles have reached Kyushu, Lin Luo chuckled. He understood why Black Tengu acted so brazenly. There was a mole within the Kyushu police department, and time was of the essence. But catching that mole wasn't his job. Clutching the black Tengu mask and the note, he hurried out of the room. The address on the note wasn't far from where Lin Luo lived. It was a dilapidated shack by the sea, with a small pier in front. A man sat on the pier, fishing leisurely. As Lin Luo approached, the man spoke, "You're here, Lin." Lin Luo replied, "You summoned me alone? You're quite confident. What do you want?" Facing Lin Luo's skepticism, the man chuckled. "Lin, I know you're formidable, but you're no match for me. The demon princess ordered me to kill you. I find you rather intriguing and simply wanted to meet you." Ding. Danger detected. Host acquires one-time ability, Bait the Hook. One-time ability, Bait the Hook. When activated, the host attracts enemies to approach. During this period, the host and enemies cannot perform additional actions. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Regardless of what the Black Tengu had planned, with this one-time ability, he held the upper hand. "I can sense you're not afraid. Black Tengu lowered his fishing rod, slowly rising to his feet as he turned to face Lin Luo. Lin Luo was also sizing out the Black Tengu. A burly man, he towered a head above Lin Luo when standing, his physique terrifyingly muscular, like a devilish bodybuilder. A Black Tengu mask covered his face, and laughter echoed from beneath it. An opponent who thrives on slaughtering the weak doesn't inspire fear, it makes you seem pathetic, Lin Luo said gravely. You hide behind that mask, concealing your true face. I don't find it terrifying. It feels more like a performance. Interesting, Black Tengu remarked. You're far more entertaining than the Kyushu detectives. But Mr. K is determined to eliminate you. So you'll die here on the docks. Black Tengu flexed his arms, crackling with tension. Muscles bulged along his limbs as he fixed Lin Luo with a gaze brimming with combat lust. Looking at Black Tengu, Lin Luo understood that fighting him would be extremely unwise, even with his body having undergone multiple enhancements. He looked at the Black Tengu and decisively activated his ability. Come and get me. The Black Tengu's stretching motion halted abruptly. He stared at Lin Luo in astonishment. Then, involuntarily, his limbs began swaying, drawing him step by step toward Lin Luo, a movement entirely against his will. What did you do to me? The Black Tengu demanded, bewildered. Lin Luo replied, there's an old saying in the great nation, Zhang Taigong, fishing those who wish to bite the hook do so. The Black Tengu struggled to control his limbs, trying to maintain a suitable distance for an attack. But his limbs refused to obey, making him resemble a no actor performing on stage. Your no performance isn't entertaining. This ends here, Black Tengu. Lin Luo stared at the Black Tengu within 3 paces. He intended to sever its temporary power in an instant while simultaneously unleashing his burst to strike the Black Tengu down. Black Tengu stared at Lin Luo, now within 3 paces. He wanted to strike but couldn't throw a punch, his limbs remained utterly uncontrollable. 2 steps. Lin Luo smiled. 1 step. They faced each other. Doubt clouded the Black Tengu's mind, his expression filled with confusion beneath the Tengu mask. Lin Luo had been waiting for this moment. He instantly activated his one-time ability, the burst, causing his muscles to bulge. A whistling sound cut through the air as Lin Luo's fist slammed toward the Black Tengu's throat. The moment the power faded, the Black Tengu couldn't react in time. Lin Luo seized the initiative. Thud. Just as Lin Luo's fist was about to strike the Black Tengu's throat, in that split second, the Black Tengu tilted its head. His punch missed its mark. Lin Luo swiftly transformed his fist into a palm strike, slashing down with brutal force. You! The Black Tengu began to speak, but Lin Luo delivered another slashing blow. The Black Tengu crashed to the ground with a thud. Lin Luo spotted the gun strapped to its waist. He had gambled correctly, his one-time ability remained formidable. Chapter 123, Kitahara. News flash from Kyushu Broadcasting. This morning, Kyushu Criminal Investigation apprehended the murderer responsible for the Aoba high school killings. Elite investigator Lin Luo from the great nation participated in solving the case. 9 Islands Daily, the god of major country criminal investigation, successfully solves the Aoba high school murder case today. Video site headlines, Lin Luo solves Kyushu murder case. A series of news reports swept across Kyushu like a hurricane, propelling Lin Luo's fame to unprecedented heights across the entire island. Kyushu's impression of this elite detective from the mainland grew even more profound. In the interrogation room of the Kyushu Metropolitan Police Department, the questioning of Black Tengu was underway. Lin Luo stood outside, the poisonous fangs extracted from Black Tengu laid before him. An investigator cracked his neck and muttered, he's a tough nut to crack. Won't spill a word, dead silent. Only admits to selling contraband to the 4 victims. Lin Luo remarked, the killer was carrying poison fangs. That's not something you see every day. True. We've already sent someone to inquire. The officer took the fangs and whispered, Detective Lin, why don't you go in and take a look? No need. I trust Detective Kyujima. Lin Luo shook his head. He knew the Black Tengu's background. Old K had plenty of henchmen under his command. After leaving Chiyoda, Lin Luo must be exceptionally cautious. The detective smiled and turned to enter the room. Ryoko looked at Lin Luo and asked, Senior Lin, now that the case is solved, when will you be returning? He won't confess. At most, he'll be charged with selling contraband, Lin Luo said gravely. Black Tengu wasn't just a brute with strength, he was cunning. Ryoko asked, are you going to assist the Kyushima Criminal Investigation Division with the case? We've apprehended the suspect. My mission is complete. We'll return today. Kyushu will handle the arrangements. As long as the Kamikawa family remained in Kyushu, Kuro Tengo couldn't escape. Ryoko nodded. By afternoon, a vehicle departed Kyushima. Damn it, Black Tengu's been taken down. That Lin Luo is truly formidable, said Evil Princess, her expression unsettled. That little nurse is useless. She hid somewhere the moment she arrived in Kyushu and didn't contribute a damn thing. And that Black Tengu? He brags about how tough he is all day, but the moment he faced Lin Luo, he went limp. Not a real man at all. The burly man sneered. Xia Ji waved her hand dismissively. Once Lin Luo returns to Chiyoda, he'll be a real headache. We need to find a way to get him out of this small country quickly. For some reason, mentioning Lin Luo made Xia Ji feel uneasy inside. She just wanted him to leave the small country quickly. The burly man chuckled. Xia Ji, are you afraid? He's just a commoner. If he attacks, I'll handle him. Rest assured, I'm no Black Tengu. Xia Ji replied, Black Tengu isn't much weaker than you. He's already inside now, still being interrogated on the 9 islands. I'll follow your lead. What's your plan? Maybe we could ambush him en route. The burly man gestured. Xia Ji pondered, no. Nothing works. What exactly do you plan to do? Could it be, you're interested in him? The burly man looked at Xia Ji with suspicion. Xia Ji chuckled. Good and evil have always been distinct. Do you really think I'd fancy him? True enough. The burly man smiled. Old K's backup plan in Chiyoda was nearly exposed last time. Xia Ji smiled. No, there are still a few loose ends. Chiyoda, Lin Luo returned to the Junicho police station with the 2 women. News from Kirishima had already reached them, and Kamimasa Kane treated Lin Luo with even greater deference. Upon his return, he informed Lin Luo that a case had arisen over the past 2 days. The detectives at the Junicho police station had been busy with it. With Lin Luo back, he could visit the scene to see if any clues emerged. All right. Lin Luo nodded. Stepping out of his office, he looked at Ryoko and Hanako and said, You've worked hard these past few days in Kirishima. I'm giving you both a day off. Hanako's face lit up with a smile. Now that they both reported to Lin Luo, matters like granting leave were entirely up to him. What about you, senior? Ryoko asked, looking at Lin Luo. Lin Luo replied, A new case has come up. I'll head to the scene to investigate. You two go rest. Hanako grabbed Ryoko's arm. Thank you, Senior Lin. If you need any help, just give us a call. Lin Luo nodded and watched the 2 women leave. He drove alone to the crime scene, which was an ordinary residential building. An elderly woman muttered to herself, clutching 2 children in her arms. Upon seeing Lin Luo enter, the 12th precinct chief hurriedly greeted him, Detective Lin, you're here. What's happened? Lin Luo's gaze lingered briefly on the old woman and the 2 children. The patrol chief explained, We received a report from this elderly woman that her daughter was killed by her son-in-law. Lin Luo frowned. A murder case? Yes, but we haven't found the body. Lin Luo turned his gaze to the old woman. Grandma, how can you be certain your daughter was killed by your son-in-law? The old woman tugged at the child on her left. The child reluctantly looked up at Lin Luo and said, Daddy took everything from mommy. The child's words sent a chill through the inspectors. The old woman quickly interjected, Children never lie. You must catch that faithless man and avenge my daughter. The patrol captain tried to calm her, Please don't get too worked up, old lady. We'll go arrest him immediately. You must keep a close eye on these 2 children. Lin Luo frowned. Arrest whom? Was a luminol test conducted at the scene? Any blood reaction? Where's the murder weapon? Have you ascertained the motive? Without any of that, how can you make an arrest? The inspector was completely flustered by Lin Luo's barrage of questions. The old woman shot him a hostile look. Young man, what do you mean? Are you accusing me? If you don't have the skills, keep your mouth shut. The patrol chief interjected, This is Officer Lin Luo from the 12th precinct. He's a top-tier criminal investigator from the great nation who recently solved multiple high-profile cases. Hearing that Lin Luo was from the great nation, the old woman's attitude softened slightly. She cried out, I don't know anything about what you're talking about. All I want is to find my daughter. That faithless man must have killed her. Lin Luo looked at the 2 children being pulled along and said, Take them back to the station. What are you doing? The old woman panicked, shielding the children with her arms. Since they witnessed the murder, they need to assist our investigation at the station. Rest assured, the station will arrange for specialized personnel to care for them. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Or you could come with us. The old woman muttered under her breath, reluctantly handing the children over to the patrol chief. Lin Luo lost all interest in inspecting the so-called crime scene. The system hadn't triggered any alerts from start to finish. This wasn't a murder at all. Officer Lin. An agent ran up, panting. Someone claims the missing woman's husband buried something last night. Chapter 124, Remains? Before the officer could finish, the old woman collapsed onto the ground with a thud, wailing loudly. My poor daughter. I warned her not to marry that penniless good-for-nothing. After giving birth to 2 little ones, she endured constant abuse from that bastard. My poor girl. Lin Luo turned to the officer. Who provided the tip? Bring them here immediately. Soon, the officer led over a man in a suit. Lin Luo asked, Did you personally witness the missing woman's husband burying something? Absolutely, the man declared emphatically. It happened 2 days ago. I saw that Beihuan guy burying something under the bridge, acting all sneaky. It was dark, so I didn't get too close, but I'm certain he was burying bones. Bones? The inspector beside him realized, no wonder we couldn't find the body. Take us there now. Lin Luo and the others got into the car. The old woman scrambled to her feet and looked at Lin Luo. You must apprehend that despicable man immediately. If he escapes, I'll hold you responsible. Send someone to bring the missing woman's husband to the station. Remember to be polite, Lin Luo ordered. Yes, sir. 15 minutes later, beneath the bridge. The informant pointed beneath the bridge. Right here. I saw that Beihuan bastard burying bones under this bridge. You must dig them up. He must have killed his wife. Lin Luo ordered, dig. Several detectives began digging. Soon, they uncovered bones. Seeing the bleached white remains, the informant grinned triumphantly. Click. The sound of a camera shutter snapped. Lin Luo turned to see a shadowy figure scurrying back under a nearby bridge pier. His reflexes were quicker. In a few strides, he reached the pier and yanked someone out from behind. How rude. Watch out, I'll report you. The person rubbed his shoulder, eyes darting curiously toward the pile of white bones. Who are you? Why are you here? And using a camera to secretly photograph the scene? Do you know that's a crime? Hearing Lin Luo's words, the person grew flustered. She held up her credentials. I'm a journalist. The public has a right to know the truth. The Beiyuan wife murder case is all over the internet. I heard you found a lead and rushed over. Hearing the journalist's words, Lin Luo sensed trouble. He pulled out his phone and logged into Shogua's social media app. Sure enough, the Beiyuan wife murder case had become a trending topic. A nonsensical article cited a child's description, portraying Beiyuan as a despicable domestic abuser. A tidal wave of abuse and slander threatened to unleash a storm of outrage. The female reporter smiled at Lin Luo. I know who you are, a top criminal investigator from the great nation. What's your take on the Beihuan murder case? Are those bones really his wife's remains? Lin Luo forced out a few words, no comment. The reporter quickly flicked her hair, flashing a seductive smile. Just give me a little information. I'll treat you to a meal, and believe me, plenty of people want to take me out. The reporter possessed undeniable physical appeal, a graceful figure and a seductive smile that seemed to bewitch like a demoness. Lin Luo wasn't swayed. He shook his head. No comment. And since you're a reporter, you should leave now. The reporter sighed in frustration, stamping her foot as she eyed Lin Luo up and down. You're such a heartless bastard. After watching the reporter leave, an agent approached Lin Luo. Wasn't that the most beautiful reporter? Officer Lin, what was she here for? Looking for a story, Lin Luo replied. Have the exhumed bones been packed up? All packed up. Headed to the lab now. Good. Lin Luo paused briefly before adding, bring that whistleblower back too. Remember, once we're back at the station, keep this under wraps. We're inviting Mr. Beiyuan to the station to investigate the situation. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, as soon as they arrived back at the 12th precinct, Lin Luo was intercepted. Numerous journalists with cameras rushed toward Lin Luo, holding out their microphones. Hello, Officer Lin. What's your take on the Beihuan wife murder case? Did the 12th precinct arrest Beihuan? Online reports claim Kitahara, driven mad by grief, killed his wife in front of their children. What's your take on that? Officer Lin, you're so handsome, have you considered debuting in the entertainment industry? Lin Luo frowned, as if some peculiar question had slipped in. Regarding this case, we have already summoned Mr. Kitahara for questioning. Until the truth is fully uncovered, please remain calm. An elderly police inspector stepped forward to restore order, explaining the case with a smile. Lin Luo seized the moment to slip past the throng of reporters and enter the station. A disheveled middle-aged man sat on a chair, looking utterly bewildered. Handcuffs had been placed on his wrists at some point. Lin Luo approached the man and asked, Who are you? I'm Kitahara, the man they say brutally murdered his wife, Kitahara replied helplessly. Mr. Kitahara, I recall inviting you here to assist with the investigation. Who handcuffed you? Someone, remove those handcuffs immediately. An officer hurried over to Lin Luo and whispered, Detective Lin, this is the chief's order. Perhaps you should speak to him. Speak about what? Mr. Beihuan isn't a suspect. He doesn't deserve this treatment. Remove the handcuffs immediately. Lin Luo said firmly. The officer had no choice but to unlock Kitahara's handcuffs. Gratitude washed over Kitahara's face. Since entering the station, no one had believed his story. Curio Chang had stared at him like he was a criminal, making him extremely uncomfortable. Thank you, Officer Lin, Kitahara said gratefully. Lin Luo replied, Mr. Beihuan, we've asked you here to assist with the investigation. Has your wife shown any unusual behavior recently? Kitahara sighed. Business has been slow lately. I've been completely absorbed in work and haven't paid enough attention to my wife. But I didn't kill anyone. I have no idea where she is. She's gone missing. Missing? Normally, the system would alert them to missing persons cases, but this time, even upon seeing the so-called suspect, Kitahara, the system remains silent. That's right. I've had people searching for her, but we still haven't found her, Beiyuan sighed. Not long ago, you buried a pile of bones under the bridge. Whose bones were those? Kitahara's face darkened. Chyota's waste sorting fees are too high. I couldn't afford them. Those were pig bones. I had no choice but to bury them under the bridge. A penny can stump a hero. No wonder Kitahara had to bury the bones under cover of night. During the day, he'd surely be caught by the neighborhood watch. Lin Luo assured him, "Don't worry. I'll find your wife." Chapter 125, The Heat. Lin Luo pondered how to locate Kitahara's wife as the murder case spread with terrifying intensity across the small nation. Major social media platforms reposted this sensational case, recounting every gruesome detail with vivid precision. Even the missing woman's mother and 2 children had been interviewed, the children recounting chilling details with innocent, childlike candor. Many were convinced Baiyuan was a brutal murderer. Adding fuel to the fire, the police had recently unearthed skeletal remains beneath the bridge, seemingly confirming Baiyuan's heinous acts. The missing woman's mother took to the media to denounce Kitahara, painting him as a cold-hearted, violent abuser. Outside the 12th precinct, crowds gathered to seek news. Lin Luo was summoned by Kame Ryuho. "This Kitahara doesn't seem like a good person," Kame Ryusho remarked. Lin Luo replied, "You can't judge someone's character based on first impressions alone. If Kitahara killed his wife, we need to build a complete chain of evidence to prosecute him and ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. If not, he shouldn't be subjected to public condemnation." Hearing Lin Luo's words, Kame raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Nothing is settled yet. If the police jump to conclusions, the moment the truth turns out differently, your reputation will be ruined." Gue Longchang's face paled at Lin Luo's words. Not long ago, he had been warned by Chief Inspector Chang Gong. He dared not risk another incident, otherwise, his career would be completely ruined. "I understand." Kuriocho clenched his fist. "If you're confident, prove Kitahara's innocence quickly. Otherwise, the police station won't hold out much longer." "Rest assured." Lin Luo nodded. He exited the police station through the back door and followed alone. Lin Luo asked, "You're the reporter from earlier. What are you doing here?" "Detective Lin, you keep insisting Kitahara was invited to the station to assist with the investigation. Could it be you have confidence in him? He's being portrayed in the media as a heinous murderer who deserves to be hanged for killing his wife." Lin Luo smiled. "Without evidence or a body, how can you definitively declare Baiyuan the murderer? His wife is merely missing at this point." The female reporter retorted with a smirk, "But this afternoon, you unearthed bones. Those bones were buried by Baiyuan." Lin Luo replied, "I'm handling this case. Please don't interfere." The reporter flashed a smile. "Don't worry, Officer Lin. I'll keep a close eye on this case. Baiyuan is the murderer. Don't let him fool you." "The truth will come out in time," Lin Luo said before hurrying away. The reporter unclipped a voice recorder from her belt, a sly grin spreading across her face. How careless of Detective Lin. If this recording leaks, he'll be torn apart. Wait, I hear his female fans are fiercely protective. Maybe we'll get an entertaining show. A smile played on her lips as she knew exactly what to do next. Back in his dorm, Lin Luo had barely lain down when his phone rang. It was Nan Sheng calling. "Nansheng, what's up?" Lin Luo asked. Nan Sheng replied, "I saw that case in Baiyuan. It's all over the news now. You've been set up." Lin Luo chuckled. "The recording?" "Exactly," Nan Sheng said. "Are you really sure Baiyuan is innocent? What about his missing wife? And why would he bury bones?" "Those bones were pig bones. Baiyuan's finances were in crisis. He couldn't afford the garbage disposal fees, so he had to sneak out at night to bury pig bones. If you insist he's innocent, you need proof. Find Baiyuan's wife, otherwise, the public outcry could shake your position as top seed." Nansheng was concerned about the training camp results. Lin Luo nodded. "I'll find the missing person as soon as possible." After hanging up, Lin Luo opened various social media platforms and scrolled through for a while. While many criticized him, even more supported him. Both sides were locked in a fierce online battle. The missing person's mother was the most vocal, outright accusing Lin Luo of accepting bribes to speak favorably for that brutal wife killer. Lin Luo shut off his phone. He had all the time in the world and wasn't in a hurry. The next day, Lin Luo arrived at the police station and first sought out Baiyuan's 2 children. "You're Baiyuan's son. Not long ago, you said your father decapitated your mother. Are you certain that's what you witnessed?" Lin Luo activated his respectability. The child stammered hesitantly. Lin Luo frowned. "Perjury is a crime. You're still young, but I could send you to a juvenile detention center." "Brother!" The little girl began to cry. The boy gritted his teeth and said, "It's not true. My grandmother taught me all that." Lin Luo nodded. "There's a saying in our great nation, to no one's mistake and corrected is truly commendable." The boy nodded thoughtfully. Lin Luo ordered, "Go fetch the missing person's mother." Within 20 minutes, a shrieking voice echoed through the 12th precinct police station. "What right do you have to arrest me? Hurry up and find my daughter's body," the old woman yelled. Lin Luo looked at her. You fabricated those statements, made the child repeat them, and then broadcast them to the media. Do you realize that's a crime? Her voice weakened slightly. How could a child lie? You must have taken money from Kitahara. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed. He stared at her. Kitahara's finances are in shambles. He can't produce a single penny now. I'm a detective from the Republic. You incited the child to say those things. Where is the missing person? Lin Luo's words made the old woman's body tremble. Respect began to take effect, and she bowed her head in shame. In the countryside. Tomoko said she couldn't go on with Kitahara. She found a good family in the countryside. A good family? Lin Luo snorted coldly. Where exactly is this place? We'll be bringing this missing person back. The old woman gave a location, and Lin Luo dispatched officers to apprehend them. Realizing her cover was blown, the old woman slumped into a chair. The two children returned to Kitahara's side, and he felt a pang of reluctance. He asked, Deputy Lin, thank you for your kindness. But life must go on. These children cannot be without their mother. Lin Luo chuckled. Mr. Beihuan, adults must take responsibility for their actions. Some transgressions demand consequences. Kitahara fell silent, understanding Lin Luo's meaning. When Beihuan's wife was brought to the 12th Precinct police station, she remained utterly unconcerned. She looked at Beihuan and sneered, you worthless piece of trash, you really intend to turn on me? Lin Luo's voice was grave. Your crimes have been exposed, bigamy, forgery of evidence, false accusation. Seeing Lin Luo's stern expression, Kitahara's wife panicked. She turned to her husband and pleaded, Kitahara, save me. Before Beihuan could speak, Lin Luo ordered, take her away. The law will deliver her just punishment. Chapter 126, Poison Cola. In District 23 of East 3rd Zone, young boys and girls wore smiles on their faces. It was winter break, and many places in the small country were hiring seasonal workers. 23rd District was especially popular among high school students eager for holiday jobs. Detective Lin is so handsome. I knew Kitahara wasn't the killer, one girl exclaimed excitedly, phone in hand. They attended the same high school and had arranged to work together during winter break. They even shared accommodation. The girl beside her chimed in, it's all because Detective Lin is so good looking. You believe beauty is justice. Those who spread rumors and made false accusations will surely be ashamed now. Exactly. Lin Jingbu is a top-tier detective from a major country. How could he take bribes? The girl declared indignantly, clearly still fuming from her earlier anger. Calm down, we're having a feast when we get back. The girls burst into carefree laughter until one spotted a few coins lying on the ground. She picked them up, perfect for catching the bus home. Just as she was about to leave, her eyes caught sight of a glass bottle of Coke. Living conditions in 23rd Town were poor. The cola wasn't in aluminum cans but in glass bottles, a format long phased out from the market. Holding the bottle, she felt its chill and hesitated. I really want to drink this, she murmured, but it'll probably give me a stomachache. Thinking this, she handed the bottle to the boy beside her. Akira, thank you for arranging this rental place. This Coke is on me. Watching her rosy cheeks under the streetlight, Akira Ihara smiled. His father worked for the Shinkansen, which made it easy to find a local house for them to stay in. And the reason why Akira Kihara was so enthusiastic was all because of the girl who had just handed him the Coke. The Shinkansen train slowly approached from the distance, and a group of people boarded. At 9 a.m. the following morning, the 23rd Ward Police Station received a report that a teenager had been poisoned and taken to the hospital. Hospital staff strongly suspected cyanide poisoning. Given the boy's age, he would have had no access to such a potent toxin, leading them to suspect deliberate poisoning. After learning the details, the 23rd Ward Police Station promptly escalated the case to the Chiyoda Metropolitan Police Headquarters. Shortly after lunchtime, Lin Luo arrived at Nijusando, the atmosphere as oppressive as ever. Ryoko followed behind him. The victim's leftover drink has been sent to the lab for analysis, she said. The lethal dose of hydrogen cyanide ranges from 0.15 to 0.2 grams. It's one of the most potent poisons, capable of killing an adult within seconds to minutes. Lin Luo asked, did they find this bottle of Coke? Yes. A girl traveling with them found 10 yen on the ground and discovered the cola. It was too cold, so she gave the cola to the victim. This is a random killing. Let's go to the scene. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. Random killings were notoriously difficult to solve. The perpetrator's methods were unpredictable, the timing arbitrary, and the motives unclear. Some kill purely out of revenge against society. These individuals have a profoundly negative impact. Soon, Lin Luo and Ryoko arrived at the scene. The patrol chief of 23rd District said, "Welcome, Officer Lin. We've already examined the scene and found no leads." Lin Luo surveyed the surroundings. As an older neighborhood, 23rd Town still lacked fixed surveillance cameras, making investigations extremely difficult even when incidents occurred. What about the Coke bottles? As far as I know, this type of bottled Coke is rarely seen nowadays, Lin Luo remarked. That's right. Only old neighborhoods like 23rd Town still use them. Those cans are too expensive, the patrol chief replied, leading Lin Luo and Liangzi into a phone booth. According to her companion, she found the coins and the coke right here. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow as a notification chime sounded in his ear. Ding! Scene detected. Post-acquiring case, poison cola incident. System collecting clues. It's a random killing, Lin Luo stated as he stood up. Let's go around and ask people if there are any useful clues. Yes. Liangzi followed behind Lin Luo. They soon found a small shop owner doing business nearby. After hearing Lin Luo's description, the shop owner pondered thoughtfully. I recall those colas being placed around here gradually since last year. I don't remember clearly either, but back then, I didn't hear about any poisoning cases. Lin Luo nodded. Thank you. As he stepped out of the shop, Liangzi hurried over. She looked at Lin Luo and said, Senior Lin, the hospital just called. The poisoned teenager has died. He's dead. Lin Luo's brows furrowed deeply. Let's go to the hospital now. Yes. Lin Luo and Liangzi headed to the hospital to investigate, leaving the scene to the patrol chief of 23rd District. After searching the area several times and finding no useful clues nearby, the patrol chief withdrew the officers. Night fell, and the cold wind of 23rd Ward whipped plastic bags across the ground. A drunken middle-aged man pulled his coat tighter around himself, humming a tune as he stumbled toward a payphone. Coke? Who left this here? Perfect, I'm thirsty. The man wasn't one to be polite. A life of hardship had taught him that passing up a free meal was a fool's game. He grabbed the bottle, bit off the cap, and gulped it down. Halfway through, he spit it out in disgust. It tasted like rotten almonds. Who's trying to fool me with expired stuff, he grumbled, tossing the glass bottle aside. He staggered forward, but before he'd gone far, a sharp pain seized his stomach. Help! Help! He yelled. Hearing the commotion, the shop owner rushed out. Seeing the man foaming at the mouth, he immediately dialed emergency services. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly called the 23rd Precinct police station. Hello? Hello? This is the shop owner who was questioned earlier today. We have another poisoning case here. 20 minutes later, Lin Luo arrived at the scene. Spotting a discarded cola bottle in the grass, he ordered, search along the road. Officers from the 23rd Precinct began searching along the road, gradually discovering several bottles of cola. All were bottled, some with 1 or 2 coins placed nearby to lure victims. This is a premeditated random killing. Send the bottled cokes for testing immediately. Lin Luo issued the order. A patrol sergeant asked, Detective Lin, since it's random killings, people might still get poisoned if they drink the contaminated coke. What should we do? Notify all major TV stations and media outlets immediately. Have them emphasize the dangers of poisoned soda. If anyone finds such unidentified items on the street, they must not open them, let alone drink them. Lin Luo understood the power of television and media. This time, he would leverage that power to warn the people of Chiyoda not to drink bottled cola of unknown origin. The patrol chief nodded. Yes, sir. I'll handle it immediately. Chapter 127, Testing. Chiyoda TV Newsflash, do not drink bottled cola of unknown origin found on the street. If discovered, call the police immediately. Daily News, a heinous poisoning case involving toxic cola has recently occurred in the Chiyoda area. A teenager died after drinking the poisoned beverage and police are investigating. As television and media outlets reported the story, the poison cola incidents quickly put Chiyoda residents on high alert. Media outlets took to the streets for interviews, where most expressed concern about the case. Such random killings could strike innocent victims at any moment, and they hoped the police would solve the case quickly. At the 23rd Precinct Police Station, Lin Luo studied the freshly printed report. Ryoko reported, besides the 2 bottles of poison cola that were consumed, we found 4 more bottles near that road. Their hydride content was 1.3 grams, 4 grams, 6 grams, and 9 grams respectively. The hydrogen content keeps increasing, Lin Luo remarked. Did we find anything on the glass bottles? We recovered fingerprints from the bottles. After comparison, we identified a parolee, but he's currently in Kyushu and has an alibi for the time of the incident. Liangzi reported. Lin Luo examined the neatly organized case files in his hands. The fingerprints from the glass bottles had matched a specific individual who was still serving time in prison when the poison cola first appeared. Keep digging. We need to find a lead. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. Aside from the cola bottle and a few coins left at the scene, there were no other clues. These random killings were the most difficult to solve. Ryoko gathered the files, smoothed her clothes, and whispered in Lin Luo's ear, Senior Lin, what are you planning to eat today? Noticing the seriousness in Liangzi's tone, Lin Luo asked curiously, is today a holiday? Officer Lin, today is Valentine's Day. Ryoko's face flushed instantly. She quickly explained, I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to ask if you're alone, Senior Lin? If you are, why not have dinner with me? Oh, and Hanako too. Lin Luo shook his head. I'm afraid I can't make it tonight. You guys go have fun. Liangzi nodded sadly. Lin Luo returned to studying the case. The day passed quickly, and Lin Luo felt helpless in solving this case. He thought to himself, the killer chose 23rd town because it's poor and densely populated. So what will the next target be? Random killings like this usually required extensive preparation. Take the poison cola, for instance. Witnesses nearby had seen it as early as last year, but back then, the cola contained no poison. This was the killer testing the waters, bit by bit. Testing, Lin Luo murmured, a fleeting spark of insight dancing through his mind, yet he couldn't grasp it fully. Just as Lin Luo was deep in thought, his phone buzzed. Nan Shang, what's up? Lin Luo asked. Today is Valentine's Day. Do you have plans? Nanqing's tone was calm, as if discussing a case with Lin Luo. Lin Luo chuckled. Nothing yet. Sister Nan, are you inviting me to dinner? If anyone's treating, it'd be you. But the young miss from the Yutian family wishes to thank you for saving her life. She asked me to extend this invitation to your busy schedule. If you're free, just send your location and someone will pick you up. All right. Lin Luo gave his location, and soon a car pulled up. A man who looked like a butler stepped out, opened the door, and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, the young lady requests your presence. Lin Luo was feeling overwhelmed by the case. A meal would help clear his head, and since Nan Shang was there too, he didn't think twice before getting into the car. Not long after the car pulled away, Lin Luo's phone began to buzz insistently. His brow furrowed at the name displayed on the screen. He answered the call, and a voice came through. Lin Luo, are you free? Lin Luo replied, I was just about to go eat. If you're free, join me for dinner. Otherwise, my old man will start complaining again. He's been calling me all morning, nagging me non-stop. I'm getting fed up. Zhou Qin said. Lin Luo thought for a moment and replied, actually, the heiress of the Yutian family invited me to dinner. I can swing by and pick you up. Alright, come pick me up. Half an hour later, Yutishue stared wide-eyed at the two beauties seated on either side of Lin Luo. Each was stunningly beautiful in her own way, but the atmosphere felt off. Why are you here? Zhou Qin frowned. Miss Yuta specifically asked me to invite Lin Luo. You asked me how I got here, but I'm more curious why you're here. I don't recall Miss Yuta inviting you. Nanqing stared at Zhou Qin. Yuta Shui quickly interjected, a guest is a guest, and today is a holiday. It would be lonely to be alone in a foreign land. Both of you are Lin Luo's friends, and you're my friends too. Her innocent smile eased the tension considerably. Lin Luo remained silent, concentrating on his teppanyaki. Zhou Qin nudged Lin Luo with her foot. Lin Luo, Miss Yuta invited you to dinner. Say something. Lin Luo set down his chopsticks. Miss Yuta, how have you been feeling lately? Thanks to your help, Lin, my family arranged for a psychologist. I'm much better after treatment. Long-term kidnapping victims often develop psychological issues, requiring timely professional help. Seeing Yuta Shui able to speak and laugh freely, Lin Luo felt reassured. Nanqing turned to Lin Luo. What cases have you been working on lately? I heard there was another random killing in East District 3. Lin Luo glanced at Yuta Yuki. Some matters could only be discussed within certain circles. Yuta Yukino smiled. Lin, I'll be joining the Metropolitan Police Department in the second half of the year. I'm already a trainee there. That's right, as a patrol sergeant, Nan Shang chimed in with a smile. We're all on the same team now. Go ahead and tell us. The recent spate of random killings has people on edge. One victim has already died from poisoning. The killer laced a bottled Coke with cyanide, a highly lethal toxin. Nan Shang frowned. Random killings are notoriously difficult to solve. Do you have any leads? Lin Luo shook his head. Even with the system at his disposal, he was stumped. Zhou Qin took Lin Luo's hand. Lin Luo, there are countless cases in the world. Take your time with this one. Our little country isn't that big, we'll find the killer eventually. Lin Luo nodded. Nan Shang, standing nearby, opened her mouth to speak. Beep beep beep. Lin Luo's phone rang. He stood up to answer it. Liangzi's urgent voice came through the line. Senior Lin, someone found boxed chocolates at the subway exit. After eating them, they were poisoned. The victim is now at the hospital. Preliminary tests show the chocolates contain cyanide. Chiyoda subway stations were equipped with surveillance cameras. A thought struck Lin Luo, and he quickly replied, got it. I'll be right there. First, copy the footage from the subway exit. Yes. Lin Luo hung up the phone and addressed the women. Ladies, I have urgent business to attend to. Chapter 128, Traces. Chiyoda Station bustled with crowds, a testament to the city's vitality. Standing beside the platform, Ryoko whispered, the lab confirmed it. Each chocolate contains 0.5 grams of cyanide. That dosage is enough to kill an adult. What about the victim? Lin Luo asked. He showed no vital signs en route to the hospital. The body is now in the morgue, Ryoko sighed. A momentary craving had led her to eat the unidentified chocolate, costing her life for no reason. Were there any other victims? Lin Luo inquired. Ryoko thought for a moment. Not long ago, someone else found a box at the subway station. But after seeing media reports, they suspected the chocolates were suspicious and reported it to the police. The chocolates are currently at the subway police station. The subway police assumed someone discarded them at the station for Valentine's Day and didn't escalate the case. Lin Luo nodded. Work with the subway station officers to review the surveillance footage. We must find out who placed the chocolates. I'll stay here and look for clues. Yes, sir. Liangzi left, leaving Lin Luo alone on the platform. He approached the spot where the victim had picked up the chocolates, a corner near the subway exit where two homeless men still lay on the ground. Hey, hello. Lin Luo stepped forward to speak with them. One of them mumbled dazedly, a handsome guy like you should be in bed on a holiday like this, not out here. I'm Lin Luo from the 12th precinct. I need to ask you some questions, Lin Luo stated. The homeless man rolled over, sizing Lin Luo up. I've seen you before. They showed you on the big screen at the subway station. You're that elite detective from the big country. Big country. The other homeless man heard the mention, lifted his head, and looked at Lin Luo. It really is you. That's right. I was on the subway station screen. I'm wondering if you've noticed anyone suspicious? The homeless man scratched his head. Suspicious people? Not long ago, some guy picked up a box of chocolates. Didn't share it with us brothers, just ate it all himself. Ended up in the hospital. Do you know who left the chocolates there? Lin Luo pressed. The homeless man thought for a moment. I remember a guy in a suit. He looked down on people. He was carrying 2 boxes of chocolates. He tossed one at the exit, but I don't know where the other one went. Lin Luo nodded. Thanks. For the next few days, don't eat anything you don't know the source of. Alright, the homeless man nodded in agreement. Lin Luo stood up and glanced at the clock above the platform as a notification chime sounded in his ear. Ding! Host has obtained crucial evidence, the killer's appearance. Compass activated. Host, proceed immediately. A smile spread across Lin Luo's face. Finally, a lead in this case. In a building in East District 1, several middle-aged men sipped coffee. Working overtime here on Valentine's Day? We really are doomed, one middle-aged man remarked. You're practically bald on top, what's the point of celebrating Valentine's Day? Might as well stay here and earn some overtime pay, another replied. Exactly. I heard there's some weirdo poisoning people by the roadside lately, the balding man with a receding hairline added. His colleague casually pulled out a bottle of Coke, gently shook it, and popped the cap. The balding man's expression darkened. Didn't the news say someone's poisoning people with bottled Coke? Don't you dare drink that. If you get poisoned, you're done for. What's there to fear? It's free. His colleague downed the entire bottle in one gulp. The balding man with the receding hairline shrugged helplessly. Just as he was about to get up to get coffee, the colleague who drank the Coke exclaimed, "My stomach hurts so badly." With that, the man collapsed on the floor, foaming at the mouth. The bald Mediterranean guy was terrified and immediately dialed emergency services. After hanging up, he looked at his colleague's pitiful state and dialed the police. Hello? My coworker drank what seems to be cyanide-laced Coke. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. One person opened the door and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the visitor, Lin Kuan? You're Lin Luo from the great nation. Hello, I am Lin Luo. Lin Luo was quite renowned in Chiyoda. Upon hearing their exchange, the balding man with a receding hairline scrambled to his feet and pleaded, Mr. Lin, my colleague drank poison cola and is now near death. Please save him. Lin Luo approached the man, carefully observing his reactions. It was indeed poisoning, but not from cyanide. Cyanide could kill with just 0.2 grams, and its effects were far more violent. Victims typically develop red marks on their skin. The man on the floor had purple lips and was breathing heavily. Lin Luo took off his own shirt and said, "You hold him steady while I perform first aid." Yes. The balding man with a receding hairline quickly lifted his colleague's head. Lin Luo, trained in basic forensic medicine, could perform simple first aid. After the ambulance carried the man away, Lin Luo wiped his hands and asked, "When did your colleague arrive?" He had to stay home with his wife and daughter during the day. He only came to work as night fell, the balding man with a receding hairline said with a smile. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, that guy would be dead for sure. I'm not so sure, Lin Luo chuckled. I have some business to attend to at the station. Go ahead, Mr. Lin, the balding man said. After seeing Lin Luo off, one of the men murmured in confusion, but you just called the police. How did Mr. Lin get here so fast? The balding man with a receding hairline shook his head. No idea. Let's get back to work. The man everyone called Lightning Lin drove to the Chiyoda subway station police station. Ryoko was reviewing surveillance footage with station officers. When Lin Luo arrived, Ryoko said, Senior Lin, we've located the relevant footage. Please take a look. With that, she played the footage. The scene showed the subway station exit. A man in a suit held 2 boxes of chocolates under his arm. He placed one box at the exit and the other at the entrance. The station police station has sent the box from the entrance for testing. Results should be back soon, Ryoko added. Lin Luo stared at the familiar figure on the screen. I just saw that guy earlier. Let's head to the hospital now. Liangzi replied excitedly, yes. Lin Luo and Liangzi, accompanied by several patrol officers, rushed straight to the hospital. Upon entering, Lin Luo presented his credentials. I need to ask about the person who was brought here earlier due to poisoning. The doctor replied. The ambulance was halfway there when the patient suddenly woke up. He claimed he was fine and refused the hospital's examination. He got off midway and should be heading home now. Lin Luo nodded. Turning to his team, he instructed, go search his residence immediately. We must find him. The group responded in unison, yes, sir. Lin Luo turned to Liangzi. You come with me. Chapter 129, The Ransom. East District 1, a residential home in Minamicho. Lin Luo charged ahead, kicking the door open. The operatives behind him streamed in one after another. A woman in a bathrobe stared at Lin Luo in shock. Who are you? What do you want? 12 Town Police Station. Ryoko, take the lady downstairs to change clothes. Yes. Ryoko led the woman away. Several operatives spread out to search the room. Soon, one called out, Detective Lin, you should come see this. Lin Luo stepped into the room. He saw 2 legs dangling in the air. Looking up, he saw the man's face turning purple, his tongue already hanging out. Lower him down, Lin Luo ordered. An officer lowered the man. After checking his pulse, the officer reported, Detective Lin, he committed suicide. Suicide? Lin Luo's brow furrowed. Take the body back. He's likely the perpetrator of the poisoning case. Yes, sir. The officers carried the body out, encountering the woman. Seeing the man's blue-tinged face, she lunged forward. What happened? What happened? Speak up. Say something. Madam, please compose yourself. We found him already hanged in the study, Lin Luo said solemnly. Impossible. He has children to raise. Why would he hang himself? The woman's grief overwhelmed her and she began to weep. Liangzi, stay here with the lady. I'll take the body back. Yes. Liangzi watched Lin Luo enter. She crouched down and looked at the woman. Madam, has your husband been acting suspiciously lately? The sobbing woman paused abruptly. She looked up at Liangzi and said, now that you mention it, I do recall something. My husband has been acting strangely these past few days. He always came home very late, and whenever he returned, he had a smile on his face. I thought he might have found another woman. Liangzi's eyes lit up. She asked, Madam, did you notice anything? That day. As the woman recounted her experience not far from this residential area, a car slowed to a stop on the affluent streets of East District 1. Under cover of night, several figures emerged from the vehicle and stormed into the mansion ahead. Half an hour later, they carried a man out and strode away. Another half hour later, East District 1 received a report. Chiyota's renowned Gecko Food Group president, Nagamatsu, had been kidnapped. The kidnappers were extremely brazen, issuing a ransom note. They first abducted Nagamatsu's mother from her residence, then entered the mansion where Nagamatsu was staying. They bound Mrs. Nagamatsu and her son, who were watching television in the main hall, before finally seizing Nagamatsu himself as he bathed. Lin Luo delivered the deceased to the morgue. The suspected poisoner had hanged himself in his own room. Why did you do this? If you hated the world so much, why not just kill yourself in the first place? Lin Luo muttered to himself as officers rushed into the room. He looked at Lin Luo and said, Detective Lin, there's been a kidnapping in East District 1. The victim is the president of Gecko Group. Lin Luo recognized the company name Hana loved their snacks. Chief Superintendent Nagata has assigned you to lead this investigation. Given the victim's high profile, you must locate him immediately. Lin Luo glanced at the sky beginning to lighten. 5 hours had passed since President Nagamatsu's abduction. Understood. I'm heading to Nagamatsu's residence immediately. Lin Luo noticed that even after discovering the poisoner's body, the system hadn't marked the poison cola case as solved. Upon receiving the missing person case, the system offered no new clues, suggesting a connection between the poison cola case and this new incident. Lin Luo pondered the link between the two cases all the way to the Nagamatsu residence. He entered the room to find Mrs. Changson looking haggard as she held a child close. Spotting Lin Luo, she hurriedly said, You must be Lin Luo. I've heard your name. Please find my husband quickly. I need to ask you a few questions, Lin Luo replied. Go ahead. How many kidnappers were there? 4, Mrs. Changsong recalled. They had stockings pulled over their heads, like robbers. After entering, they tied me and my son up, then rushed to the back. My husband was still naked at the time. They only draped a bathrobe over him before taking him away. The kidnappers didn't enter through your front door, did they? Lin Luo inquired. Correct, Mrs. Changsong confirmed. They entered through my mother-in-law's side of the house. That damn kidnapper tied her up too. Mrs. Changsong, an elderly woman of considerable authority, stepped forward. Her silver hair was perfectly coiffed, and she carried a walking stick carved from precious wood. Allow me to speak with this young hero, the elderly woman said. Yes, mother-in-law, Mrs. Changsong stepped aside. Lin Luo looked at the elderly woman. What did you wish to discuss? Those kidnappers were very peculiar. After they entered, I told them there were several million in cash and some gold and silver jewelry in the house, and they could take whatever they wanted. But they showed no interest. They weren't after the money. The old woman looked at Lin Luo and said, Mr. Lin, Chang Song is the president of Gugao. He bears the responsibility for the livelihoods and safety of Gugao Group's 100,000 employees. Please find him quickly. With that, the old woman bowed to Lin Luo. Lin Luo replied, there's no need for that, ma'am. I will find President Chang Song. After gathering the details, Lin Luo exited the Chang Song residence. An agent nearby hurriedly handed him a piece of paper, saying, Detective Lin, this is from the kidnappers. They demand Gecko Group prepare 10 billion yen and 100 kilograms of gold. 10 billion? Lin Luo frowned. Does the Changsong family know about this? It's already been delivered, the agent replied. All right. Return to the nearest police station now and bring Ryoko back, Lin Luo ordered. Half an hour later, inside the East District Special Police Station, Lin Luo sat at the center, surveying the operatives around him. 10 billion yen stacked would reach 9.5 meters high, weighing around 130 kilograms. Add 100 kilograms of gold, totaling 230 kilograms. The killer hasn't given up on President Nagamatsu. This is a delay tactic. Lin Luo stated in a low voice. I support Assistant Inspector Lin's deduction. If the kidnappers wanted ransom, the child would be the prime target. They didn't abduct the child but took President Chosho instead. Moreover, after entering the room, they didn't take a single yen of the cash inside. Ryoko stated, noting the bizarre nature of this kidnapping case. Chief Inspector Nagata, seated at the head of the table, asked, Detective Lin, what do you suggest we do? This depends on the Chosho family's decision. The police certainly couldn't come up with that much money in gold, but Goko Group, as Chiyoda's most renowned food conglomerate, possessed substantial assets. Yes, the Nagamatsu family has agreed to the kidnappers' terms. We'll have full surveillance on the day of the exchange. Chapter 130, Homecoming. On the third day of President Nagamatsu's abduction, media outlets scrambled to cover the story. Gecko Group's stock plummeted, the Chiyoda police faced criticism, and even Lin Luo became a target for nitpickers. Those ignorant fools, spouting nonsense. If they dared say that to my face, I'd smash their skulls in, Hanako declared fiercely. She had come to support Lin Luo and Ryoko, now sitting in the disguised vehicle, patiently awaiting the kidnapper's appearance. Ryoko remarked, this case isn't that simple. While Gecko Group managed to gather the ransom the kidnappers demanded, it's still uncertain whether they'll actually show up. How are those kidnappers supposed to transport a total of 230 kilograms of ransom money? They won't be coming back, Lin Luo stated with certainty. Senior Lin, you mean we've been waiting in vain? The media is already screaming about this. Uninformed netizens have stirred up a storm of public opinion, just waiting to see us fail. If we don't rescue the head of Chosho Sha, we'll be hard-pressed to save face. Hua Zi spoke with evident distress. As the saying goes, a chorus of voices can melt gold. Even if Lin Luo was a genuine elite criminal investigator with exceptional skills, in the eyes of those opponents, he was nothing but a useless drunkard. Lin Luo replied, wait. The sun grew fiercer as 5 hours passed since the agreed time. Chief Inspector Nagata, personally overseeing the operation, turned grim. He knew they'd been played. The kidnappers had no intention of negotiating. Upon hearing the news, Mrs. Nagamatsu collapsed into tears. If the kidnappers refused the deal, they might very well kill President Nagamatsu. Ryoko looked at Lin Luo and said, Senior Lin, surely there must be a way to find President Nagamatsu. Lin Luo replied solemnly, wait. Though she trusted Lin Luo's abilities, the repeated wait crushed Hanako. She looked at him and said, Senior Lin, shouldn't we go to the scene to look for clues? Maybe we can find the kidnapper's car in one of the surveillance videos. Lin Luo replied, no need. Hanako turned away without a word. Another hour passed before Chief Nagata's sigh echoed over the walkie-talkie. Everyone, that's all for today. Thank you for your cooperation. The walkie-talkie fell silent as the supporting officers dispersed to their respective stations. As Hanako prepared to leave with Ryoko, Lin Luo stopped them. Hanako grumbled, Senior Lin, staying here won't accomplish anything. We should hurry back to search for clues. We might still find President Chosho. Lin Luo glanced at Ryoko. If she insisted on leaving, he would let her and Hanako go first. Ryoko said, Hanako, you go back first. I'll stay here with Lin. Well, we are good friends, after all. I'll stay here with you too, Hana sighed. Time ticked by, and as night fell, only Lin Luo and the two girls remained at the scene. Pedestrians on the shopping street had thinned considerably, with passers-by discussing the recent kidnapping case. Gugao Group was a renowned food production conglomerate in the small country, and now its president had been abducted. This undoubtedly ignited everyone's curiosity. Their heated discussions were audible even to Lin Luo inside the disguised vehicle. Hua Zi was scrolling through her phone when Lin Luo suddenly announced, "We've found him." The car door swung open. Lin Luo sped up, pulling up beside a man dressed in thin clothing. President Chansong? Are you Lin Luo? Chansong scrutinized him, finally recognizing the elite criminal investigator who'd recently made headlines. That's me. It's freezing out here. Get in the car. Were you released by the kidnappers? Chansong gave a bitter smile. The kidnappers wouldn't release me. I snuck out on my own. Watching Chosun approach, Hanako whispered to Ryoko, Ryoko, Senior Lin is truly amazing. He figured this out. Ryoko whispered back, don't speak for now. Just take notes. Senior Lin will ask questions. Choso climbed into the car, and Lin Luo joined him in the back seat. Lin Luo asked, you escaped on your own? That's right. When they dragged me out of my house, they didn't blindfold me, so I roughly knew where they were headed. Their car left Chiyoda and headed toward Takarazuka, stopping at a warehouse in the outskirts. Choso recalled, they locked me in a garage. They brought me 3 meals a day and even bought me new clothes. Lin Luo stated, the kidnappers demanded 10 billion yen and 100 kilograms of gold from Gecko Group. Choso's expression darkened. Clearly, even Gecko Group would struggle to assemble such a sum. But the perpetrators never came to collect the ransom. They never intended to make a deal in the first place, Lin Luo added. Chansong frowned. Their guard wasn't tight. I seized an opportunity and escaped. What exactly were those people trying to do? Mr. Chansong, you should go home and let your family know you're safe first. Gecko Group's situation hasn't been good lately, Lin Luo advised. Chansong had been kidnapped for 3 days. During that time, media coverage had fueled wild speculation, sending Gugao Group's stock plummeting. Who knew if Chansong would spit blood upon seeing the stock price? Thanks, Chansong acknowledged. Lin Luo activated his walkie-talkie, we've located President Chansong. He escaped. An excited voice came through the radio. Superintendent Nagata felt as if joy had fallen from the heavens. He never imagined President Chansong would escape on his own. At least the police hadn't worked in vain, they'd found the man. After confirming the location, Nagata planned to come personally. Hanako, seated in the front row, whispered, Ryoko, the chief is overjoyed. Yeah, I remember you like Gecko Group's products. That's right, Hanako exclaimed happily. President Nagamatsu, I absolutely adore your sweets. I'm a huge fan of your products. Could you give me a discount? Never expected to meet a supporter here. Of course I'll give you a discount, Komatsu replied with a smile, clearly in good spirits. Lin Luo said, we'll be contacting you for questioning in a couple of days. President Nagamatsu, please keep your phone on. I'll tell you everything I know, Komatsu nodded firmly. After escorting Komatsu home, Mrs. Chansong, who had been wearing a worried expression, finally broke into a long-awaited smile. She threw herself into her husband's arms and began to cry. Watching the reunited family, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. Wiping her drool, Huazi said, Ryoko, Senior Lin is just too handsome. I wonder which lucky woman will snag him in the end. Hearing Hannah's words, Ryoko smacked her on the head. Cut the nonsense. We're still working on a case. I heard the beautiful instructor who took Senior Lin to the training camp has a thing for him, Haneo said with a gossipy look. Ryoko clenched her fist unconsciously. A beautiful instructor? Who? The one with such elegant bearing, the instructor who was photographed with Senior Lin when they got off the plane. She's about his age and already a police superintendent. Chapter 131, The Mask. The Choso president kidnapping case gradually subsided with Choso's return, and the plummeting stock price of Gecko Group also halted its downward trend. A day passed before Lin Luo managed to contact Nagamatsu. After hearing Lin Luo's question, Choso fell silent for a moment before replying, I'm fine. Let's just forget about this. I don't want to pursue it. Lin Luo frowned. He didn't understand why Chosho had changed his mind, but the victim of the kidnapping was Chosho himself. When handling such cases, the Shikoku police were required to respect the wishes of the abducted individual. Since Mr. Chansong doesn't wish to pursue this, the police will continue monitoring these individuals. Report any developments immediately, Lin Luo advised, sensing the matter wasn't so straightforward. Thank you. After hanging up, Lin Luo summoned Liangzi to begin archiving the Shogwa case files. Half a day passed in the flurry of work. Just as Lin Luo was about to invite Liangzi out for lunch, his phone rang. He answered, President Nagamatsu. Detective Lin. Someone sent a threatening letter to my home, along with a bottle of eye drops. I don't know what it is, but you'd better come take a look. Choso's voice was urgent. The situation he'd worked so hard to calm down had taken a sudden turn. Lin Luo hung up and turned to Ryoko. Leave the files with Hanako. Come on, we're having lunch at President Nagamatsu's place today. At lunchtime, Lin Luo arrived with Ryoko. Mrs. Nagamatsu, visibly flustered, thrust the threatening letter and the bottle of eye drops toward him. Lin Luo unscrewed the cap of the eye drops and sniffed carefully. A pungent, acrid odor hit his nose. This was some kind of corrosive liquid. What exactly it was would require laboratory analysis. Have the liquid tested at the lab later, Lin Luo instructed. Turning to Mrs. Choso, he asked, when did these 2 items appear? This morning, Mrs. Chansong replied, still shaken. They were in my mailbox. I didn't know what they were, so I brought them inside. Lin Luo studied the printed paragraphs on the A4 paper. If you don't want trouble, prepare 60 million yen immediately and leave it at the bookstore tomorrow. The identical printer font confirmed it was the work of the same group. At that moment, Chansong stormed back in. He stared at the two items on the table. Those people won't let me off the hook. He reached for the eye drops, but Lin Luo grabbed his hand. There's some kind of corrosive liquid inside. You can't touch it. Chang Song sighed deeply. Who on earth did I offend? Why must they torment me like this? President Chansong, do you want to pursue this matter? Lin Luo's words made Chansong hesitate. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and said, I told you, I won't pursue the kidnapping. I'll prepare the money for them, but you must catch the people. Lin Luo nodded. If the kidnappers show up, we'll catch them. Tomorrow we'll set up a net at the transaction site. As soon as any suspicious individuals appear, we'll move in immediately. Good. Chansong declared. 60 million yuan was nothing to him. If that money could net the kidnappers, he considered it well worth it. The next day, outside the bookstore, Wazi sat in the disguised vehicle. She whispered, Senior Lin, that gang probably won't show up today either. They're so cunning they must be toying with President Chansong. Exactly, Lin Luo nodded. He found their motives unclear, with every move targeting Chairman Chansong. They were unpredictable at every turn, refusing both money and the hostage, acting with utter recklessness. Senior Lin, we'll catch them for sure, Ryoko declared. Hana chuckled, I've already received a lifetime discount card from Goko Group. From now on, I'll buy you all sweets. Watch out for cavities, Ryoko pinched Hanako's nose. 3 hours passed and darkness fell. The kidnappers never showed up. The ransom, placed in front of the trash bin outside the bookstore, remained untouched. Chief Nagata's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Gecko Group's lab has been burned down, Nagata said with resignation. The fire is now under control, but everything inside the lab is destroyed. Several warehouses under Gecko Group's name were also burned. Fortunately, it was contained in time, preventing a major disaster. Lin Luo asked, the kidnappers' target wasn't Gugao Group nor Chairman Chansong. He's provoking us. A provocation? Chief Inspector Nagata asked. Lin Luo, why do you think that? Chief Nagata, you should check your phone. Major daily newspapers are pushing notifications right now. The kidnappers have sent them letters. All right. Hanako had already opened her phone. Seeing the reports published by major media outlets, she couldn't help but feel furious. What utter nonsense they're spouting. Senior Lin, this pack of unscrupulous media outlets is slandering you. Ryoko glanced at the headlines and felt her own blood boil. No wonder Hanako was furious. Those unscrupulous media outlets were using the letter as a pretext to indirectly attack and smear Lin Luo. Lin Luo, however, seemed unconcerned. He examined the signature on the letter and asked, the 20-faced monster? This is the first time the kidnappers have used a name. I know that, Haneo hurriedly replied. A writer once created a villain in a youth detective club called the Phantom Thief. He could change his appearance and disguise at will, often toying with the police in the books. Teasing the police? Lin Luo seemed to catch on to something. He pressed further, did the Junior Detective League stories mention what happened to that criminal? It's been too long. I read that book when I was a kid, and I've forgotten all about it now, Hanako said. Just as Lin Luo was about to ask more, Liangzi interjected, the 20-faced monster sent challenge letters to 2 other newspapers. If they refuse to publish his threats, he'll lace the food products of the Gecko Group with sodium cyanide. Cyanide again. Lin Luo stared at the newly updated information on his phone. The mystery surrounding the poison cola incident hadn't been resolved yet, and now the kidnapper calling himself the 21-masked stranger was stirring up trouble again. We must catch this guy as soon as possible, Lin Luo thought. If the kidnapper was allowed to continue causing trouble like this, the Chiyoda police would lose all face. Senior Lin, where should we go to apprehend him? Hanako asked, looking at Lin Luo. Lin Luo replied, the more we do, the more mistakes we make. If he's determined to oppose us, he'll certainly fulfill his threats. Hanako's eyes lit up. He'll definitely resort to poisoning. Exactly. I've been waiting for this chance. Under no circumstances could the kidnapper be allowed to escape. The previous poison cola case had ended with the suspect hanging himself, severing all leads. He had to uncover the source supplying the sodium cyanide. Senior Lin, look at this message, Liangzi said solemnly. Lin Luo took the phone and saw the latest update on the 21 strangers' activities. He had mailed cyanide pills to another food company. After reading it, Lin Luo said, we don't have much time left. Chapter 132, Morinaga. Morinaga Group was second only to Gecko Group in the island nation, with multiple best-selling food products under its umbrella. After the Madman 21's threats appeared in newspapers and online, Morinaga's food sales plummeted. The very next day, a sales representative from Morinaga appeared before Lin Luo. Assistant Inspector Lin. We humbly seek your guidance. The very survival of Morinaga Group rests on your shoulders this time, the sales representative said respectfully. Lin Luo replied, I read the full story in the papers. This is an opportunity. If that person dares to poison Morinaga's products, we can catch him. The sales representative suddenly grew anxious. Detective Lin, this criminal has caused a citywide uproar. If we don't catch him quickly, Morinaga Group can't afford the losses. Lin Luo nodded. I'll begin the investigation immediately. Thank you, the sales representative bowed deeply and exited the room. Ryoko murmured, Senior Lin, this criminal is extremely cunning. He hasn't left a single clue so far. How are we supposed to catch him? Don't worry. If he really targets Morinaga Group, that will be our chance. As the saying goes, even the most meticulous plan has a flaw, he'll slip up eventually. Lin Luo picked up a file. Speaking of which, how is Gecko Group holding up? I saw President Komatsu recently, and he didn't look well. Ever since their lab burned down, major supermarkets have barely stocked Gecko Group's products. President Choso really has had his share of misfortune, running into such a ruthless criminal. Hanako said. Ryoko replied in a low voice, catching criminals is our responsibility. When that guy shows up, we'll definitely apprehend him. Exactly. Lin Luo rubbed his temples. Wait one more day. If that guy still hasn't made a move, we'll take the initiative. Understood. The criminal didn't keep Lin Luo waiting long. A supermarket discovered that Morinaga Group products on their shelves had been tampered with. Upon inspection, suspicious traces were found inside the food items. The supermarket immediately reported it to the police. After arriving, officers extracted cyanide from the opened food packages. Lin Luo received the notification and immediately rushed to the lab with Liangzi and Huazi. Nagata stood outside the lab. Seeing Lin Luo approach, he said in a low voice, We've tested it. It's the same cyanide used in the poison cola last time. We can combine the cases. Lin Luo nodded. Did the suspect leave any traces at the scene? I recall major supermarkets are equipped with surveillance cameras. Now he has nowhere to hide. Exactly, Nagata replied with a smile. Forensics has extracted the suspect's image from supermarket footage. This is the man who's been causing us all this trouble. Nagata produced a photograph. It showed a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing before the Morinaga Group food shelves, his hands constantly fiddling with the products. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring crucial evidence, suspect photo. This suspect is implicated in multiple poisoning cases. Host, apprehend him immediately. Lin Luo studied the photo and said, I'll immediately notify all police stations in Chiyoda to be on the lookout for this man. Arrest him the moment he's spotted. Nagata nodded. Now that we know his face, we absolutely cannot let him escape this time. Right. The photo circulated throughout Chiyoda's police stations, even patrol officers on the streets scrutinizing it carefully. Gecko Group and Morinaga Group announced a bounty. Anyone capturing the poisoner would receive a substantial reward. Morinaga not only placed a wager on Lin Luo but also turned to the public, hoping to harness civic vigilance to apprehend the perpetrator. Lin Luo didn't resent this approach. Morinaga Group was clever. By channeling public fear into outrage against the poisoner, they effectively harnessed public sentiment. The Metropolitan Police Department tacitly approved Morinaga Group's actions. That afternoon, Lin Luo received a report. A patrol officer responsible for vehicle management had spotted a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses resembling the suspect in the photo during a routine inspection. The officer attempted to follow him but lost contact. Upon receiving the news, Lin Luo immediately set out with Ryoko. Passing through towering skyscrapers, they arrived at the dilapidated 23rd district. As Chiyoda's most underdeveloped neighborhood, crime ran rampant here. Only after Lin Luo solved several cases did public safety begin to improve. Lin Luo surveyed the alley ahead. The local kingpin says he saw someone matching the wanted poster enter this alley. You wait in the car. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out. Lin Luo cautioned. The operatives under Old K, who had been lying low in the small country, were each more formidable than the last. He had previously used his abilities to deal with Black Tengu, but he didn't know if the strange man with 21 faces was one of Old K's men. But this man had managed to outmaneuver two major syndicates, clearly no pushover. Understood. Ryoko understood the mission's danger, but she trusted Lin Luo's skills. Lin Luo stepped into the alley. As he walked, his expression shifted slightly. He casually tore off his own clothes. Grabbing a tattered garment nearby, he pulled it over his head. Now, he looked no different from the homeless man lying in the alley. Near the alley's end, two men guarded a vehicle. Spotting Lin Luo approach, one waved him off. Get lost, you beggar. Lin Luo nodded with a forced smile and quickened his pace. The two men paid him no mind after all, such alleys were teeming with vagrants. As Lin Luo drew near, he took them down one by one. Both car guards collapsed to the ground. Lin Luo shoved them into the vehicle, exhaled, retrieved an item from the car, and entered the building ahead. The building was vast and eerily quiet, punctuated by occasional strange noises. Lin Luo hurried up the stairs, catching voices before reaching the top floor. You bastard, you've gone too far this time. Both Yongsan Group and Gegao Group have put a bounty on your head. If you get caught, it'll drag us down with you. I never knew the living king of hell feared bounties. They're just two food conglomerates. A dismissive tone echoed, followed by a thud. You bastard. Do you realize the elite investigators from Daikoku are here in Chiyoda now? They severed Old K's tentacles back in Daikoku. You think that guy's easy to deal with? Black Tengu fell at that man's hands. You want to die, but we don't. Did you bring the patrol officer here to provoke the Metropolitan Police Department? I am the Phantom 21, a low chuckle echoed. Have you seen the Junior Detective League? The Phantom 21 in that series played the police like fools. I can do the same. You fool. Taking fiction seriously. Get this patrolman back immediately. I'll handle the Gecko Group and the Imori Group. Once things settle, you leave this country. Splatter. The sound of blade meeting flesh echoed. You. Who do you think you are? Giving me orders? Just go die. Chapter 133, The Capture. Lin Luo eavesdropped outside the wall, only to find a traitor within his own ranks. The freak with 21 faces wiped the blood from his dagger, staring down at the man lying on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. He said, I hate being ordered around more than anything. Don't blame me when you're in hell. Poof. The fallen man glared at the strange man with 21 faces. You pig-brained fool. Soon you'll be following my footsteps. The strange man with 21 faces chuckled. You overestimate yourself. You don't even know you've been sold out. Xiaji told me that eliminating you would secure me the position of leader for the Jiudao district. The man on the ground died with resentment still burning in his eyes. The freak with 21 faces clapped his hands. Dispose of the body properly. Don't let outsiders find it. As for this patrolman, find an opportunity to dump him in front of the subway station. Yes, sir. After confirming the patrol officer was no longer a threat, Lin Luo saw no urgency in emerging. He remained concealed in the shadows. The 21-faced monster ascended to the rooftop, where muffled voices began to converse. Too far away, Lin Luo couldn't make out the words. He crept forward cautiously. He watched as several figures carried the bodies downstairs. The patrolman, eyes closed as if drugged, was also carried out. The murmurs on the rooftop ceased, followed by the sound of footsteps descending. Hidden behind furniture, Lin Luo watched as the strange man with 21 faces descended and approached a musical instrument. He extended a finger, gently tracing its surface. What a beautiful instrument. It's a pity its owner is long gone. No one will ever play such wonderful music again. Wouldn't you agree, stranger? Lin Luo's heart sank. He stepped out from behind the furniture. He looked at the strange man with 21 faces, a thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his face bearing a faint, ambiguous smile. So it's you, the vagrant from downstairs. How did you sneak in? Looking for money? Come to me, I can give you some. Several bills appeared in his hand. Lin Luo feigned stupidity, slowly approaching the man. So you're disabled? Ah, such is the world. The strange man with 21 faces placed the money in Lin Luo's hand, showing no disgust at his filthy appearance. Take this money and find a place to wash up properly. As long as you're willing to work hard, life still holds hope. The strange man with 21 faces advised. Lin Luo nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly felt a chill at his back. The strange man with 21 faces' expression was cold and ruthless as he stared impassively at Lin Luo. A dagger was in his hand, aimed squarely at the back of Lin Luo's head. Even with this money, you won't survive long. It's better I do a favor and send you on your way. Rest assured, you'll sleep peacefully after death and be spared this world's suffering. As the dagger neared Lin Luo's skull, he swiftly raised his hand and seized the blade. Crossing his arms, he executed a crosslock hold, pinning the strange man with 21 faces to the ground. 21 faces? Are you a good man or a bad one? You give alms to a vagrant, yet you seek to kill him. What do you know? I'm only offering you release. You're no vagrant, who are you? 21 faces demanded warily. Lin Luo seized the dagger from his grasp. I am Lin Luo. You are under arrest. Impossible. I've seen Lin Luo. He doesn't look like this. The 21 faces shouted. Lin Luo retorted. You don't even recognize makeup? Yet you dare call yourself the 20-faced stranger? Isn't your idol the 20-faced stranger from the Young Detective Corps? Maybe I should call you Nagamatsu. Cho Matsuno gritted his teeth, his identity exposed by Lin Luo. Resentfully, he demanded, how did you know who I am? Breaking into Gecko Group's heavily guarded lab isn't easy, and cyanide isn't readily available. Lin Luo chuckled. I heard President Nagamatsu's younger brother handles the group's chemical procurement. Nagamatsu, your position is too privileged, you had easy access to cyanide. Then do you know why I targeted the Yongsan Group? Chang Songai asked. Lin Luo replied. Over a decade ago, Yongsan Group was implicated in a food safety scandal. Their products caused numerous casualties back then. Your sister died because of Yongsan Group's food. You're seeking revenge, aren't you? Exactly, Komatsu retorted bitterly. Those bastards killed my sister. Yet my brother still chose to partner with the group. If he can't avenge her, he doesn't deserve to be president of Keiko Group. Komatsuno had harbored deep hatred for the Yongsan Group since that incident. President Komatsu's decision to form an alliance with them was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Nagamatsu couldn't bear it. He saw it as betrayal. Thus, a premeditated kidnapping unfolded. Lin Luo asked, "Did you also poison that cola earlier? What was your relationship with that suicide bomber?" Nagatsukino chuckled coldly. "I don't feel wronged at all for falling into your hands, but don't expect me to tell you anything else." Lin Luo released his grip. Staring at Chang Songye, he remarked, "You know, I'm cutting off Old K's tentacles in major nations. In smaller countries, I've encountered different factions under Old K, whether it's Evil Princess or Black Tengu, it seems none of you are truly loyal to him. Oof, he's just a despicable little man. He has no right to command us," Cho Matsuno declared. "Ambitious men never submit to others. Temporary allegiance is merely a stepping stone to greater ambitions." Lin Luo replied, "Very well. You're making a terrible mistake now. Old K won't let you off. If you tell me how you connected with the poisoner, I can protect you, though you'll still face legal consequences." Komatsuno's expression shifted several times. The earlier poison cola case had little to do with him. The later cases involving Gecko and Morinaga were merely financial losses for the two food conglomerates, no casualties. This was why Lin Luo was willing to show leniency. Chisono clenched his fist. "I'm willing to trust you. You can speak now. I'll escort you to the police station shortly. Consider this your voluntary surrender?" Lin Luo stated. Chang Songye nodded. "After the poison cola incident, a woman named Xia Ji approached me. She asked if I wanted revenge. Blinded by rage at the time, I agreed to her demands." "What did she want?" Lin Luo asked, puzzled. "I was in charge of chemical raw materials for Gecko Group at the time. Xia Ji took nearly a ton of synthetic agents from me." Chisono looked at Lin Luo. "Cyanide." Lin Luo's expression darkened. He stared at Chang Songye. "Did Xia Ji tell you what this compound was for?" "She said she wanted to give Chiyota a surprise." After speaking, Cho Matsuno relaxed his body. He added, "Whatever Xia Ji intends to do, you'd better stop her quickly. Otherwise, something bad will happen." Ding. Host has apprehended the culprit. Case solved. Poison cola incident. Detected suspect confession. Host, act swiftly to save the city. Chapter 134, Rescue. Just as Lin Luo found Cho Matsuno and learned the details, at the Chiyota Waterworks, several maintenance workers lay motionless on the ground. Their fates unknown. "Why didn't you let me kill these men, evil princess?" the burly man grumbled. The seductive woman chuckled softly. "Killing them outright would be far too boring. Isn't it far more entertaining to make them watch their loved one scream in agony before dying? Ha ha, evil princess, your mind is truly vicious. I adore venomous women like you," the burly man said with a grin. He glanced at the assembled device nearby. "I recall Old K ordered us to eliminate Lin Luo before proceeding, correct? Lin Jun is a clever man. He'll come looking for us. If he can't find us, he doesn't deserve to be Old K's or our opponent." Xia Ji replied. "You're right. If he shows up, I'll tear him apart. I'll see just how strong this clever man is. If he thinks he can defeat Black Tengu." The burly man sneered, his muscles bulging. Xia Ji tapped his muscle with her finger. "Don't be so impatient. We haven't even had the appetizer yet. Rest assured, the main course will be back soon." At the 23 Chon building, members of the Metropolitan Police Department's special mobile unit successfully forced a landing, rounding up everyone inside the building. Nagata looked at the handcuffed Nagamatsu and asked, "Is this him?" "That's right. He's responsible for the cases involving Keiko and Nagamori." Lin Luo looked at Nagamatsu and added, "However, Nagamatsu contacted me voluntarily to turn himself in. He wasn't involved in the poison cola case." Nagata gave Nagamatsu a long, searching look before nodding. "As family of President Nagamatsu, since you're willing to take responsibility for your crimes, the Metropolitan Police Department is willing to give you a chance," Nagatsuka replied. "About 10 minutes ago, I took out someone in the building. He was one of Old K's men. Old K has a gang in the small country, and they're planning a major operation." Nagata's expression turned grave. "A major crime? Do you know what they plan to do?" "I don't know the specifics, but they took a large quantity of chemical compounds from Gecko Group's chemical storage facility. All of them are used to produce cyanide." Nagata's expression darkened. The poison cola incident and the cases involving the two food conglomerates had already sent shockwaves through Chiyota. Now another gang had emerged, armed with large quantities of cyanide. Whatever their intentions, success would spell disaster for Chiyoda. Detective Lin, I'm assigning you full responsibility for this case. You must track down these ruthless criminals. The Special Operations Unit will also be under your command. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. Nagata decided to hand over command of the Special Mobile Unit to Lin Luo. Lin Luo frowned. Chief Inspector Nagata, this may not be proper protocol. The Special Command Unit reports directly to Commissioner Oda. Commissioner Oda would make the same choice if he knew about this. Go ahead with confidence. If anything goes wrong, I've got the Metropolitan Police Department to back you up. With Nagata's assurance, Lin Luo replied, alright, I'll give it my all. But I need one person. Who? Nagata inquired curiously. East District 3. Wang Jingyun. Half an hour later. Rooftop of 23 Chong. The helicopter's rotor blades drowned out their conversation. Lin Luo looked at Wang Jingyun and said, we meet again. Thank you, Lin Luo. Wang Jingyun replied with a smile. He had long known Lin Luo would become the top seed. Even when he joined the training camp, he hadn't harbored any illusions about entering PXZ as the top seed. He had been solving cases within his own jurisdiction all along, aiming to accumulate enough points to enter PXZ as the second seed. The training camp's scoring system granted massive points for solving major cases. Wang Jingyun was delighted that Lin Luo had thought of him. I'll give you the short version. Lin Luo briefed Wang Jingyun on the Old K and Xiaogui gang. Wang Jingyun exclaimed. Shocking. Thankfully we cut the knot swiftly back then, eliminating Old K's tentacles within the country. The gang has a mastermind called Evil Princess. Lin Luo continued. She orchestrated this operation. With such a large quantity of toxic substances, they must be planning to create a major incident through some means. Wang Jingyun unfolded the Chiyoda map. Lin Luo, where do you think they're most likely to strike? Lin Luo stepped before the map as a system notification sounded. Ding! Acquired Chiyoda map. Incident, conspiracy. Location marked. Host, thwart the conspiracy. Lin Luo noticed a spot on the map flash briefly. Upon closer inspection, it was the water treatment plant. This is it. Lin Luo's finger landed on the spot. He looked at Wang Jingyun and said, Xia Ji's group will most likely strike at the water treatment plant. Wang Jingyun nodded. Correct. While the water treatment plant is a key facility, its security is surprisingly thin. Xia Ji's group has skilled operatives capable of overpowering the guards. Moreover, the plant supplies water to every household in Chiyoda. Any incident there would have unimaginable consequences. Precisely. Lin Luo looked at the Special Operations Squadron captain sitting beside him, who sat tall and alert. Captain, I need your team to deploy immediately and establish a perimeter around the water treatment plant. Arrest any suspicious individuals upon detection. If necessary, eliminate them. Aye. The captain nodded and boarded another helicopter with his Special Operations Squad. Lin Luo studied the map. Xia Ji won't just sit back and wait for her doom. Wang Jingyun stroked his chin. We could contact Sister Nan. She knows Leona. Leona, an Interpol agent. She's been investigating the Old K crime syndicate and previously assisted in eliminating their domestic network during her last visit to China. Lin Luo nodded. I'll contact her immediately. No need. By the time you got through, it'd be ages. I came myself and brought Leona. Nan Shang appeared on the rooftop, accompanied by Leona. Leona flashed a warm smile and immediately embraced Lin Luo. Long time no see. Lin, I've missed you these past days. Have you missed me? Leona's warmth made Lin Luo feel slightly uncomfortable. He gently pulled away. Leona, Old K has a gang in the small country. Their leader is called Xia Ji. They plan to cause trouble in Chiyoda. Leona replied. The evil princess, that terrifying woman. She's the third in command of Old K's criminal syndicate, sent to the small country as his confidant. Lin Luo said. Their target is likely the water treatment plant. I've already dispatched the special operations team. We'll head there now. Alright. Leona linked arms with Nan Shang. Little Nan, your nation's criminal investigators are truly formidable. That woman, Xia Ji, is cunning beyond measure. I never imagined Lin Luo could corner her like this. Indeed. Nanxing's gaze remained fixed on Lin Luo as she murmured. Lin Luo always surprises us. Leona whispered in Nanxing's ear. Xiao Nan, you must hold on to such a charming man. Chapter 135, Final Chapter. Lin Luo didn't catch Leona's whispered advice. Clutching his walkie-talkie, he relayed the message as the Metropolitan Police Department's Special Operations Unit arrived at the water treatment plant. This is Lin Luo. Over. He called out to the SWAT team, but the walkie-talkie remained silent. Lin Luo frowned and turned to the others beside him. The SWAT team is down. Everyone, be extremely cautious once you reach the water treatment plant. Yes. Nan Shang and the others began checking their equipment as the helicopter headed straight for the water treatment plant. Before reaching the plant, The pilot's voice came over the radio, Officer Lin. Abnormal electronic fluctuations detected in the vicinity. Unable to land nearby. Repeat. Unable to land nearby. Lin Luo watched the helicopter hovering above the water treatment plant. He realized the special operations team was completely lost. The plant resembled a vast spider web, with Xia Ji and her crew positioned like spiders at its center. Maintain cover. After disembarking, Lin Luo issued the order to his team. Roger. As the group went into hiding, a system notification sounded in Lin Luo's ear. Ding. Gang location locked. Host. Act swiftly to save the city. A mini-map appeared in Lin Luo's field of vision, showing a red dot moving across it, the location of Xie Ji's gang. Wang Jingyun murmured. They're hidden while we're exposed. This fight won't be easy. Lin Luo smiled. I'll lead the way and clear the path for you. Lin Luo. Don't be reckless. Nanshang's face was etched with worry. Xie Ji's gang had taken down the Metropolitan Police Department's Special Operations Unit. They weren't pushovers. Lin Luo nodded and stepped forward, gun in hand. Just as Nanshang moved to follow, Leona grabbed her arm. You have faith in Lin Luo, don't you? You know the dangers of the PXZ tournament. This is his chance to prove himself. If anything happens, we can rush in to support him. Nanshang clenched her jaw. If anything goes wrong, I'll rush in immediately. You handle communications with the Metropolitan Police. Understood. Riona nodded solemnly. The water treatment plant fell into silence. Though Lin Luo had activated his minimap to pinpoint Xie Ji's group, the darkness hampered his weapon use. He casually tore a section of steel pipe from the plant structure. Stretching his limbs, Lin Luo activated Olympic Enhancement Burst. A surge of power coursed through his limbs, making him feel capable of taking on 10 opponents. The burst ability's effects were undeniable in his body, transforming the pipe in his hands into a weapon of unparalleled power. He holstered his gun and moved toward the red dot not far away. A burly man hiding nearby grinned savagely. He watched Lin Luo. Compared to his own physique, Lin Luo didn't look particularly strong. A scrawny man, the burly man thought. Today is the day you die. He raised his hand silently, waiting for Lin Luo to draw near before delivering the fatal blow. 10 paces, 5 paces, 1 pace. Lin Luo halted. You rat hiding in the shadows, he declared. Come out and fight me. Seeing no way to hide, the burly man leapt out, grinning savagely at Lin Luo. He snarled, you foreigner, today is the day you die. Before the words faded, the steel rod whistled through the air, striking the burly man with a piercing wind. The formidable power of the weapon was undeniable. With a thud, the burly man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Even in his final moments of consciousness, he never imagined a steel pipe could pack such devastating force. Having dealt with the burly man, Lin Luo pressed deeper into the building. The commotion alerted Xia Ji and her gang, who sprang into action, brandishing an assortment of weapons. Lin Luo, steel pipe in hand, surveyed them and declared, come at me all at once. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the group charged at him. Weapons raised, Lin Luo swung the steel pipe left and right, unleashing a flurry of blows. 5 minutes later, the group lay beaten and bruised, clutching their wounds and wailing on the ground. Lin Luo sheathed his pipe. Only one red dot remained on the minimap. No wonder Old K specifically named you as someone to eliminate. You're truly formidable. Xia Ji emerged, clapping her hands. She looked at Lin Luo and said, Lin Luo, I'm giving you a chance. From now on, follow me obediently. I'll help you climb to a high position, and I'll also help you kill that Old K. With that, Xia Ji flashed him a seductive glance. Lin Luo scoffed coldly. Help you? Think again. I'll never stand with evil. Xia Ji sighed, pulling out a silver pistol. You are, after all, a top-tier criminal investigator from a major nation. Didn't you know to always carry a gun while working a case? Be careful if you move it carelessly. It might go off. Lin Luo gripped the steel pipe tightly, his breathing steady. Xia Ji sensed something was off. Holding the gun with both hands, she warned, drop it now. Don't let me see that damn steel pipe again, or I'll shoot. Someone once said, within 7 paces, a gun is both swift and accurate. Lin Luo laughed coldly, his gaze fixed on the pistol in Xia Ji's hands. Go ahead, shoot. Xia Ji gritted her teeth. I never thought you'd be a madman, since you're asking for death. Don't blame me. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. As the gunshot rang out, Lin Luo moved. His steel pipe swung upward, and with a loud thud, the bullet was deflected by the steel pipe. Xia Ji gritted her teeth, firing wildly, but Lin Luo's movements were faster. The steel rod pierced through Xia Ji's palm. She collapsed to the ground, staring at Lin Luo in utter disbelief. How is this possible? How did you do that? Lin Luo slowly withdrew the steel pipe. His body was covered in over a dozen horrific wounds, blood flowing freely from them. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Lin Luo collapsed with a thud. Xia Ji chuckled coldly. Such power must come at a price. Lin Luo replied. The police are surrounding the building. You're trapped. Young man, I'm not so sure about that. Xia Ji flashed a seductive smile as she stepped out of the darkness alone. Xia Ji commanded. Kill him. The figure slowly raised a hand. Bang! Freeze! Freeze! Nanshang burst in. Gun raised. Her eyes bloodshot. She stared at Lin Luo lying in a pool of blood. Lin Luo! Nanshang threw herself at Lin Luo, tears streaming down her face. Lin Luo! Wang Jingyun's expression was grave, and Leona's face also bore a look of sorrow. Ahem! Lin Luo opened his eyes. Stop shaking me. I was resting. Nanshang exclaimed in relief. Lin Luo, you're okay? I'm fine. Lin Luo exhaled as the system healed his body. His gaze fell upon Xia Ji lying on the ground, her alluring face frozen in shock and confusion. Xia Ji and her group have been subdued. The special operations team members are being held captive in the water treatment plant's facility. Go find an expert to dismantle the plant's apparatus. Lin Luo instructed. Wang Jingyu nodded and departed with Leona. Nanshang embraced Lin Luo. You're not allowed to take such risks next time. Lin Luo chuckled. I'm not ready to die yet. I haven't competed in the PXZ tournament, and I haven't heard your confession. Nanshang flushed, punching his chest. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Luo winced. You're killing me. That's exactly what I meant. End.